This is Jiangnan Province Television bringing you a live on-site report. Hello everyone, I am our station's reporter Xiao. Today is May 3rd, year 207 of the Spirit Beast era. As the date of the preliminary beast taming college entrance examination, this time of year always sees many parents waiting anxiously at the gates of the test center. It is now 9:35 in the morning, 35 minutes have already passed since the exam began. As we can see, there are still many parents gathered at the entrance of the testing site. Next, let us interview 3 random passers-by. Holding a microphone, the young woman, wearing a white cap to shield herself from the sun, nods toward the camera in front of her. Following the direction of her gaze, Xiao Sui, the cameraman carrying the camera on his shoulder, turns the lens toward the crowd. Clearly, even for a beast tamer assessment, there are still parents who are extremely anxious. Some parents are even trying all kinds of ways to bestow their blessings, including, but not limited to, a group of fathers wearing qipao. The outfit is meant to symbolize Kai-Sheng, an auspicious omen of assured victory, and so on. Male parents in qipao. Oh, you're asking about this qipao? These qipao are rented from a nearby shop, he said. That shop does this every exam season. You can go interview them. I feel that store will be more helpful to you than a bunch of big guys like us. A certain bald, middle-aged man speaks into the microphone with great seriousness. He is dressed in a bright red qipao, as though it carried some peculiar auspicious meaning. However, this bald elder brother is rather heavily built, causing the qipao to strain tautly across his body to the point that even his bulging trapezius muscles are clearly visible. Xiao thought to herself, this big brother has trained quite well. Holding the microphone, she maintained a professional smile. Thank you, big brother, for accepting our interview. Behind her, cameraman Xiao Sui patted the camera and leaned close to Xiao's ear. Kyuji, we're on live broadcast. Xiao decided she should look for something a bit more positive. After all, this was a provincial station's live broadcast. Even though dozens of people were streaming at the same time, and her segment was not particularly important, it still had to radiate positive energy. Those middle-aged uncles in qipao were far too harmful to the eyes of contemporary teenagers, if aired. For example, right beside them stood a woman in a qipao who looked genuinely dignified and elegant. Hello, Auntie, we are interviewers from the provincial station. May we? Of course, the kippa-clad auntie replied warmly. Auntie, may I ask if your child is taking the exam today? No, not at all. I'm actually the owner of the qipao shop that uncle just mentioned. The qipao auntie somehow produced an acrylic board printed with her shop's logo and a promotional poster. Most qipao, your most perfect choice. For parents guarding the college entrance examination candidates, you may rent qipao at a 40% discount upon showing proof. Our shop offers a special line of men's qipao in generous sizing and ample cut, ensuring fathers can also cheer for their children's exams in style. We have been in business for 10 years. Our tailoring is exquisite. Mothers are welcome to rent or purchase here. Excellent quality at an unbeatable price. Xiao struggled to maintain the composure befitting a professional journalist. She arranged a perfectly proper smile on her face. Thank you for your answers, Auntie. Inwardly, Xiao thought, I suspect my mentor sent me here out of sheer spite. Why is everyone here so intent on putting on a show? The young Xiao had no idea that the popularity of her live stream after these 2 flamboyant parent interviews in a row was about to catch up to the station's top reporters. She merely took a deep breath. At that very moment, a figure broke out from among the cluster of parents at just the right angle, hurrying anxiously toward the examination gate. By coincidence, the cameraman who was in the middle of adjusting the camera did not see the person coming, and the figure bumped into him. The cameraman turned his head around. Xiao's eyes lit up. She felt as though she had stumbled upon major news. Classmate, once 30 minutes have passed after the exam begins, you can no longer enter the test center. May I ask you are? Xiao glanced down at the small cue card in her hand. She was only an intern reporter. Today, she got this chance at the exam site gate because the senior reporter assigned to her, her mentor, had gone off to cover something else. Only because of that did she get the opportunity to conduct interviews at the college entrance examination site. As for why she was sure this person was a student, that was simple. She was a local and recognized one high school's uniform. Xiao frowned slightly as she looked at the card in her hand. Written clearly upon it were the questions her mentor had prepared for her. After all, every year there were always a few unlucky ones who arrived late. If she managed to interview one, it might become a viral news story. For example, why were you late? Did you oversleep? Was it because you did not care about this exam? Or because you simply looked down on the importance of the college entrance examination itself? Every one of those questions carried explosive news potential. Yet at the same time, each one forced these students toward the brink of public opinion. She put away the cue card, intending to ask this young classmate a few, slightly more reasonable questions instead. Then she saw the young man lift his head. It was a face marked by exhaustion and weathered by hardship as though scoured by wind and sand, yet paradoxically he appeared to be a typical young man. Had the pressure of the college entrance exam on today's youth really become this crushing? Yi Qiuyu was momentarily stunned. "Sorry, I need to get over there first," the young classmate before her said helplessly. "Classmate, once half an hour after the start you can no longer enter the test center." Before Yi Qiuyu could finish her sentence, she saw the young man stride up to the examination gate. He took out his phone and held it to the security guard's ear. The security guard listened for a moment, then returned the phone to the young man and gave him a crisp salute. The young man pocketed his phone and walked into the test center. Yi Qiuyu swallowed hard. A line of music echoed in her mind, mistakenly trespassing into heaven's domain, urging me to set down the sand in my hands. "Hyuji, our camera has been locked remotely." Cameraman Xiao Li, still carrying the camera, suddenly shouted. The young female reporter lifted her head to look at the sky. An inexplicable feeling rose within her. Her future had gone dark. At 9:40 in the morning on May 3rd, year 207 of the Spirit Beast era, an utterly ordinary reporter felt as though she had lost her future. Mistakenly trespassing into heaven's domain. "Xiao Li, are you playing music?" "Hyuji, that's your phone ringing." Oh. The young female reporter picked up her phone and answered the call. "You triggered it by accident." "Oh, it's fine, no need to apologize. The people working behind the scenes have it hard too." All right, we'll continue the live broadcast, then no problem at all. "Don't worry, Shifu, I will maintain the dignity and professionalism befitting a journalist." At 9:45 in the morning on May 3rd, year 207 of the Spirit Beast era, young reporter Yi Qiuyu found her fighting spirit once more. If only they had said earlier that it was a mistrigger, what was there to be afraid of? "Xiao Li, adjust the camera. Let's move on to our next interviewee." Just as Yi Qiuyu had said, Xiao Sui was a student, though not a high schooler, but a university student. In this world, higher education was divided into Beastmaster universities and ordinary universities. Only Beastmaster universities employed specialized Beastmaster instructors, and Northwest University was one such top-tier prestigious Beastmaster university. Xiao Sui was currently a third-year student enrolled at Northwest University. Yet half an hour ago he had still been deep within a secret realm. Mining. Xiao Sui had entered the secret realm on assignment, a task he had accepted earlier at Northwest University. The province of Jiangnan was characterized by an abundance of water. Because of this watery terrain, secret realms that manifested as mine-like caverns were often difficult to develop. Universities across the nation all faced similar problems to varying degrees. Thus, the national credit system was unified. Whenever such issues arose, teachers or professors would issue missions and summon professionals to assist. Xiao Sui was one of those professionals. From the age of 5, when he became aware that he had transmigrated into this world, to 12, when curiosity led him underground with his father for the first time. From that moment on, he understood what his cheat-like gift was. He was born with the ability to see the information and material composition of ores at a glance. Xiao Sui silently complained to himself that with such a plug-in-like power, fate had not sent him to a world of high-stakes jade gambling, but instead thrown him into this one. Grumbling inwardly at the Blue Star Mother, Xiao Sui had been following miners into caverns since the age of 12, and at 18, he obtained his first spirit beast from within a mine. Now at 21, nearly half of Xiao Sui's life had been spent in mine tunnels. His father was a miner, and he himself loved the feeling of unearthing treasure from within the stone. Those treasures were not always truly precious. Sometimes they were merely stones that looked beautiful to the eye. Yet Xiao Sui was willing to dig. After his senior year of high school, and forming his Spirit Beast contract, he successfully passed the entrance examination for Northwest University. To ensure he could make the most of his cheat-like talent, Xiao Sui enrolled in the Environmental Survey and Development program. Environmental Survey and Development. All of that belonged to Xiao Sui's past. The situation at that moment was as follows. Good grief, how does a province as saturated with water as Jiangnan end up with a secret realm harboring an underground volcano? And where did that master-level lava earth dragon come from? Xiao Sui grumbled within his consciousness. Only the small brown-black mouse sprawled atop his head could hear these complaints. This little creature was one of his contracted spirit beasts. Moving with stealthy steps, Xiao Sui prepared to quietly slip away. Facing a master-level lava earth dragon entrenched within its own territory and enjoying a terrain advantage. It was clearly better to report such a threat than to attempt to handle it alone. He could not possibly deal with it by himself. Perhaps Fat Bear might stand a chance. Fat Bear was his first spirit beast and was currently training under a professor at Northwest University. Just as this nameless university student was about to leave, the wristband on his arm suddenly chirped twice. Xiao Sui fell into thoughtful silence. The Beastmaster wristband was a communication tool issued to all who became official Beastmasters, more convenient than a phone and more importantly, it could transmit messages across the spatial barrier of secret realms. Normally, when entering a more dangerous secret realm, people would stow their wristbands away in advance. However, the energy level of this particular realm was not high, posing little real danger to Xiao Sui. He had accepted this reconnaissance mission partly because he had recently exhausted his academic credits, and partly because he himself was from Jiangnan province and his younger brother was about to sit for the college entrance examinations. It was a convenient chance to return home and take a look. Taking the mission was more incidental than anything else. For such an assignment, there was certainly no need to remove his Beastmaster wristband in advance. Messages that required contact through the wristband were generally of great importance. Xiao Sui broke into a desperate run, while behind him, the lava earth dragon unleashed a searing breath. The blast surged through the gaps in the mine tunnel bit by bit. It burned away Xiao Sui's clothes. Squeak Mouser patted Xiao Sui's head. Having already rushed out of the mine, Xiao Sui let out a long sigh. The breath had not carried heavy malice. It was more like driving off an intruder who had trespassed into its territory, a warning. With his current physical resilience, Xiao Sui could actually withstand the residual shock of that breath. But his clothes could not. I bought that outfit specially at the mall, just to wear home, Xiao Sui muttered, squatting on the ground and tracing circles helplessly. Squeak, squeak, Mouses seemed to sigh. You want me to change clothes first? Xiao Sui asked. The problem is in my spatial bracelet. I think the only thing left is my little brother's school uniform. Xiao Sui sank into silence. He had originally stored that uniform to slip into the crowd of examinees and give his younger brother a harmless scare. Now it had become a lifeline. After changing into the full uniform, Xiao Sui glanced at his wristband. It's not a message from a teacher. HM. Suspected Creation Society members appearing in Yintang District, Xinjiang City, Jiangnan Province. Master-level Beastmaster support required. How could this possibly fall on me? I'm just an ordinary student going home to visit my parents, Xiao Sui complained as he reached up to poke the mouse lying atop his head. The mouse's tiny claws clutched a miniature scepter. As pink power surged forth, the two of them vanished from where they stood. At the entrance to the secret realm, a guard glanced at the machine that monitored those entering and exiting and was startled. He reached for the intercom ready to report, but the guard captain irritably pressed his hand back down. That's a master-level Beastmaster. He just moves fast. Normal registration is fine. Hello, I am the person in charge of the examination venue in Yintang District, Xinjiang City, Jiangnan Province. Limu. The young man in the school uniform now stood before this middle-aged man. He clasped the venue supervisor's hand. Hello. My name is Xiao Sui, Sui as in Grainier. I'm a third-year student in Environmental Survey and Development at Northwest University. At the same time, I am one of the members of Northwest University's school team for the National University League this coming autumn. Half an hour ago, I received a message that the Creation Society might make a move here. I've just come out of a mine, so I'm a bit rough around the edges. Please don't mind. No, of course not, Limu replied, shaking his head. In that case, Xiao Sui scratched his head directly. Could you lend me a set of clothes? My outfit was just blown apart in the mine by a fire-type spirit beast. This school uniform is one my younger brother left with me. And while I'm actually not wearing anything under the uniform, Xiao Sui admitted, tugging the zipper open a little in embarrassment. Limu glanced at the young man's well-defined chest muscles. Go fetch him a set of clothes, he said to a nearby teacher, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. The standard uniform set that logistics issued to the security staff should be fine. Just the inner shirt is enough, though I can keep my brother's school uniform over it, Xiao Sui added softly. Get him a dress shirt. The quality of this year's batch of students seems acceptable. Xiao Sui took out some toiletries from her storage bracelet, speaking while brushing her teeth. A brown and black striped mouse was perched on his head, adorned with what looked like a crown on top. A small wand, only the length of a finger, hovered above its back. Its overall size was slightly larger than a palm. This was the Earth Priest, with its initial form being the rock spirit mouse, a spiritual beast commonly found in caves, often referred to as the lifeline of miners. The rock spirit mouse is extremely sensitive to danger. As long as there is one in a cave, it is guaranteed to be safe. However, due to its notoriously difficult evolution, few people would contract a rock spirit mouse. The final evolved form, the Earth Priest, is a spiritual beast with both earth and illusion attributes. Even with just a systematic training approach, its strength is considerable. Moreover, this young fellow before her with that creature on his head clearly wasn't raised in a conventional manner. My fat bear isn't here. He's at Northwest University learning from a mentor. So the only one accompanying me is this little guy who has already reached the master level. She took the towel that the mouse had telekinetically passed to her and wiped her face clean. Xiao Sui seemed like a different person. Although she wore an ill-fitting shirt, in a slightly yellowed school uniform, she finally looked like a young person. But it's okay, my mouse is very strong. Xiao Sui straightened her posture and smiled. Actually, the main point is that a master can arrive in a short time. Only you can do that. Li Mu fell silent for a moment before speaking. Xiao Sui scratched her head. I know, otherwise I wouldn't have been pulled out of the cave. Besides, I'm also from Jiangnan. I remember during my re-exam in the city 3 years ago you were the invigilator. Li Mu clearly had no recollection. Xiao Sui, however, shifted her gaze from this examiner back to the candidates sitting the exam below. The initial exam is quite simple, consisting of only 2 tasks. First, testing the spiritual power of the spiritual beasts using machines. After the spirit beast history, the Alliance officially categorized the spiritual beasts into 6 levels. Intra-level, elite level, extraordinary level, master level, king level, and legendary level. Both Xiao Sui and the chief examiner Li Mu are at the master level. This is the highest level of beast tamers commonly seen. In most cases, the president of the Beast Tamer Association in a city is roughly one of the top among the master level. Of course, exceptions include municipalities like Magic City and the capital city. Higher levels like king level usually have their own bases. A typical king level might be the president of the Jiangnan Province Beast Tamer Association, Qiyang the King Li Changji. Although it's unclear why the representative of Jiangnan Province, famous for its water towns, is a top fire-type king. Meanwhile, among this group of high school students below, the vast majority of their spiritual beasts have a spiritual power value not exceeding 150. Entry level is a unique threshold. In reality, a breakthrough from 150 to 200 spiritual power is possible, related to the characteristics of the spiritual beasts themselves. Some larger spiritual beasts require more spiritual power. For instance, when his mouse was promoted, it only had 153 spiritual power. However, it is now at the master level and not weak among its peers. Therefore, the first item of the college entrance examination is the spiritual power test. A score of 140 or above in spiritual power is full marks. After all, most of these senior students have only contracted their spiritual beasts for a few months. Li Mu said calmly. Xiao Sui finally recalled something such as the system during her college entrance exam years ago. I remember during the initial exam the tests were for spiritual power value and basic destructive power. If the impact exceeds 500 kilograms, is that considered full marks? Yes, Li Mu nodded. Xiao Sui reached out and poked her mouse. How much did your older brother hit initially? Oh, he blew up the testing machine. Ew, I almost forgot you mentioned it. Li Mu's lips twitched slightly. The 2 initial tests combined account for 30% of the total score, with the subsequent 2 items practical test accounting for 20% and comprehensive quality test for 50%. I know about this, Director Li. After all, the class before ours just underwent the college entrance examination reforms. We are the second batch after the reforms. By the way, Director Li, can I see the current candidate data? There's a teacher from the admissions office here, and I wanted to see if I could find some good candidates. Yes, there are credits to be earned. Xiao Sui put on a very serious expression. Li Mu thought for a moment and didn't refuse. This information is not hard to obtain. Besides, the final provincial joint exam is basically live-streamed to ensure fairness. As for the operation of recruiting students for their own school, Li Mu had done this when he was younger. However, now, Li the examiner suddenly widened his eyes. Did that candidate just blow up the machine? He stiffly turned his head to look at another teacher beside him. The teacher nodded. You stay here, I'll call an old friend. Joking aside, across the nation, there are probably no more than 5 geniuses who can blow up a machine at this stage. To think one appeared within his management scope. They had to recruit him for Jiangnan University. By the way, Li Mu frowned slowly, realizing that Xiao Sui had already disappeared. The teacher pointed towards the candidate waiting area. A young person in a school uniform stood beside the girl who had just blown up the machine. Shall we get to know each other? Li Mu. The young man was not well-mannered. Why do I feel like I recognize you? Xiao Sui blinked, looking at the girl before her. Haven't I seen you somewhere before? Classmate, your way of approaching is outdated. It was already obsolete over 200 years ago. The girl replied with displeasure. Beside her, a small white crane was burying its head in its wings, sleeping. Oh, a wind, a tribute, white feather celestial crane, a rare spiritual beast. Classmate, would you like to join Northwest University? Xiao Sui said seriously. Northwest University has the most outstanding wind field in the entire Shenzhou Alliance. The largest wind energy reserves. More importantly, Northwest University boasts the only 2 wind-type king professors among all universities in the country. Join Northwest University, classmate. Xiao Sui handed over 2 business cards. The one above is my personal contact, and the one below is the admissions office contact of Northwest University. The girl blinked. She felt that this person in front of her seemed like part of a pyramid scheme. Classmate, I will wait for you at Northwest University. Xiao Sui reached out and firmly shook the girl's hand. By the way, what's your name? By Qinyu. A name that felt so familiar. Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. Xiao, your actions seem a bit. Li Mu had appeared beside Xiao Sui without her noticing. The head of the examination room squinted, seemingly seeking an answer. Schools are competing for talents, it's always like this, taking turns. Li Mu added, besides, I didn't lie. Jiangnan University simply lacks the presence of a Wind King. Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow briefly, pushing aside the question of why the name by Qinyu sounded so familiar. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Northwest University indeed has a Wind King. Li Mu asked, Xiao, you are also from Jiangnan Province, right? Don't you have any thoughts about the development of Jiangnan Province? Wait, Li, I grew up here. I know very well how well Jiangnan Province has developed nowadays. The main point is, Jiangnan University cannot give me the credits of a Northwest University student, Xiao Sui said earnestly. Li Mu slapped his thigh. Xiao, this is where you are wrong. Credits are not as important as building your hometown. Students like I should come to Jiangnan University to help build Jiangnan Province. Then give me the credit. I can't compensate for that. Then I will handle this officially. Xiao Sui spread her hands. Why are you? Li Mu looked at Xiao Sui in front of him. Xiao Sui looked back at Li Mu. Bai Qinyu, who was standing nearby, thought for a moment, can we wait until I finish all the tests? But saw the two in front take a step forward, simultaneously protecting her behind them. To be precise, it was a giant ice blue crocodile about 7 or 8 meters long that shielded all the students behind it. Hanhai crocodile, one of the 5 elements of the alliance, a secondary evolution of water spirit crocodile. Water and ice dual attributes. As the giant crocodile appeared, the wall in front suddenly exploded. The flying stones from the explosion fell onto the giant crocodile without harming any student. The people from the Genesis Society always make their entrance with such flamboyance. Li Mu stepped forward, raising his hand. The contract formation lit up, and 2 spirit beasts appeared from the formation. Baiyun Jiao Snake Water, a secondary evolution of the white scale snake. Imperial Penguin Ice Water, a secondary evolution of the ice penguin. All of them were master level. Veteran masters are indeed strong. Xiao Sui nodded. He only had 2 master-level spirit beasts, and the only one beside him was his own rat. Li Mu clearly did not bring all his spirit beasts with him. However, the few spirit beasts beside him were already strong enough. Xiao Sui raised his hand, and earthy power surged from his body. A massive dragon-like creature appeared behind him, rising up a multitude of earth walls to protect the students within. Li Mu glanced back, feeling as if he had never heard of this spirit beast before. I didn't expect the Genesis Society would dare to attack students during the college entrance examination. Li Mu's expression turned cold. For a district-level preliminary test, there is only one master-level beast master present. This is a great opportunity, especially since we've heard that this year a peerless talent has emerged from the Yintang district. The leader wore a black mask, and in front of him stood a massive giant turtle. One of the 5 elements of the alliance, a secondary evolution of the carbon turtle. Lava giant turtle. The appearance of this giant beast left both Li Mu and Xiao Sui momentarily stunned. Did you not realize who was guarding this examination room before you from the Genesis Society acted? Xiao Sui scratched her head, pointing at the 3 blue or white spirit beasts beside her. Imperial Penguin Hanhai Crocodile, Baiyun Jiao Snake. Is the master you sent someone who uses fire? Attribute restraint doesn't matter much when facing a large gap in power. However, under comparable levels, attribute restraint often has an impact. The leading member of the Genesis Society said nothing and simply waved his hand. The volcano on the back of the lava giant turtle erupted violently. The massive creature over 4 meters long stood there like a true volcano. This made Li Mu frown. Quasi-king level. What does the Genesis Society really think? What is it about this Yintang district that attracts you? Li Mu shouted loudly. Xiao Sui stood beside him, her rat hovering above her head. The illusory illusion energy gradually spread out, instantly controlling all of the remaining members of the Genesis Society. The mental strength of a master-level beastmaster is quite high, and coupled with that quasi-king level giant. I need some time, Li. Leave it to me. Li Mu raised his hand, letting water flow from his palm. After reaching the extraordinary level, beastmasters can receive feedback from spirit beasts using a small portion of extraordinary power, just like how Xiao Sui had used it earlier. It was evident that Li Mu was more adept at utilizing spirit beast energy. In an instant, the water flowed, mixing with the roar of the Hanhai crocodile. Pure water energy transformed into high-pressure water flow, spraying directly towards the volcano on the back of the lava giant turtle. In the face of all this, the member of the Genesis Society wore a look of fervor, raising his hand. In his hand was a silver cube. Xiao Sui. Rat. Xiao Sui frowned, watching the silver cube in the man's hand, her expression serious. Heavenly Dance of Illusions. Master-level spirit beasts have a high level of combat awareness, and the moves need to be commanded directly by the beast master. This signifies that this move is extremely powerful. Squeak. The Earth Summoner or Xiao Sui rat raised its small staff, releasing the aura of illusion attribute energy. The master-level beast master from the Genesis Society paused for a moment. The silver cube in his hand suddenly exploded, accompanied by a dizzying whirl of the world. Xiao Sui instinctively took a step forward and saw the white Jiao snake coiling around the lava giant turtle. Behind them, a dragon-like creature protected thousands of students participating in the preliminary test within the earthen walls. Yet it was accompanied by a spatial shift. Where did the Genesis Society get so many spatial disruptors? Xiao Sui gritted her teeth, closing her eyes. He was not a spirit beast, and according to the current spiritual feedback, he was still unable to confront the spatial fluctuations directly. The rat that had returned to his head raised its staff to shield him. Li Mu had already rushed up with the spirit beast to surround the Genesis Society master who had lost the spatial disruptor. Xiao Sui reopened her eyes. She heard a somewhat familiar voice. Oh, that little student from earlier. A young master-level beast master stood up looking around, holding the contract formation in his hand. I can still sense the contract of the AO dragon. We should make it in time. He sighed in relief and turned around. He saw the young reporter behind him and the inconspicuous little Li holding a camera. Little student. Why do you call me that? Xiao Sui straightened her body, hands on her hips, and chuckled softly. But aren't you? Yu Qiu looked a bit puzzled, pointing at the school uniform on Xiao Sui. This is my brother's old uniform. He's taking the college entrance exam this year, but in the neighboring district. Xiao Sui glanced at the school uniform she was wearing. But I called you out at the exam venue. Why are you only asking now? I had something urgent at that time, and I was a bit exhausted, so I wasn't quite awake. Xiao Sui patted her cheek. Now I feel clear-headed. All right, since you've gotten involved, just follow me. That space destruction device's range shouldn't be too large, at most it includes the entire exam venue. Are you two beast masters? He suddenly stopped and turned to ask. Oh yes, I'm an elite-level beast master. Yu Qiu, oh that's good, a bit stronger than most students. Not by much. Xiao Sui poked the mouse on her head. Squeak. Oh, the spatial fluctuation is unstable. You can't use spatial transfer. Indeed, the mental system is better at this. I still need to bring your elder brother when going out in the future. Squeak. A large brown-black mouse tugged at Xiao Sui hair vigorously. All right, you are not a culinary god mouse. Xiao Sui poked her mouse. Let's go, we need to find the AO dragon. It's too difficult for a single dragon to protect so many people. Squeak. You have such a good relationship. Yu Qiu stood behind, feeling quite emotional. And behind, diligent Xiao Li hoisted his precious camera. A reporter from the provincial station. Xiao Sui asked, actually not really. I am a graduate student in the media department of Jiangnan University. My advisor has some connections and directly placed our batch of students as interns at several provincial stations. Yu Qiu replied. Oh, a connected student. Yu Qiu gritted her teeth, but didn't erupt. What about you? Northwest University, specializing in environmental assessment and development. Junior student Xiao Sui. Master-level beast master. Xiao Sui glanced back at Yu Qiu. You should be grateful that the provincial station cut the signal fast enough. Otherwise, if you exposed my identity and the Creation Society saw it, they might hesitate and wait until I leave before starting this action. At least with me here, those students will be safe. What is your contracted spirit beast? Can it keep up with me? Xiao Sui suddenly spoke. Yu Qiu just snapped back to reality. It can't keep up, she said honestly. This is a mind clasp, my spirit beast. Yu Qiu spread her arms and the contract formation illuminated. Then a large bird nearly 4 meters tall with a wingspan of at least 10 meters appeared in the mine. Dongfeng Falcon. Put it away, put it away. Why is it this big guy? Xiao Sui rubbed her temple. The Dongfeng Falcon, an evolved form of the peace dove. Compared to most common spirit beasts, the peace dove has only one standard evolution. However, this evolution represents a qualitative leap. The evolved form of the peace dove is the Dongfeng Falcon before us. It is a transcendent path. In other words, as long as the evolution is carried out step by step, one can achieve the transcendent level. That is just below the master-level beastmaster rank. It exists at a level higher than the most common elite-level beastmaster in society. Transcendent beastmasters are the basic requirement for graduates from prestigious schools. There are a total of 6 prestigious schools in the country. They are Northwest University, Jiangnan University, Magic City University, Capital University, Northeast University, and Basha University. Each specializes in one of 6 attributes. They are earth, water, mental, light, ice, and fire. Of course, this only indicates their relative expertise in teaching these attributes, not that there are only these 6 attributes. Isn't there a king-level professor for wind attributes at Northwest University? At the same time, the prestigious school graduates referred to here are those related to combat specialties or spirit beast-related specialties. The overall number is not too many. For example, someone like Xiao Sui specializing in environmental assessment and development, which is closely related to spirit beasts, has higher graduation requirements, while someone like Yu Qiyu majoring in media comparatively has lower requirements. Dongfeng Falcon. Why is it only elite level? Xiao Sui frowned, seeming to recall something. Well, that's because a phone was injured a bit when it was young, Yu Qiyu said a bit shyly. Forget it, that's not my... Stay close to me, Xiao Sui said calmly. Squeak. Is someone nearby? Squeak. Mouse, can you sense whether breaking through will affect the mine? Squeak. Xiao Sui made an okay gesture, and the mouse on her head lay down and raised its small staff. With a booming sound, a small opening was created in the mine, and behind this opening lay a young boy. Beside the boy was a fired turtle. More importantly, this boy looked at least 50 to 60% similar to Xiao Sui. Little brother. Xiao Sui was taken aback. Xiao Sui raised his head and saw the young man on the other side of the mine. He instantly came to life. Little brother. Xiao Sui was taken aback. Xiao Sui raised his head and saw the young man on the other side. Only then did Xiao Sui breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I ran into you, brother. You scared me to death. The carbon turtle was on its back, waving its limbs in distress. It was still Xiao Sui mouse that lifted its hand using telekinesis to turn the little fellow back over. Xiao Sui casually took out a piece of coal from her storage bracelet and stuffed it into the carbon turtle's mouth. Only then did she clap her hands. All right, let's talk as we walk. For example, why are you here? I remember I didn't see you at the exam venue, and isn't our home not in the Yangtze area? Brother, we moved last year, didn't Mom tell you? Xiao Sui, what do you mean we moved last year? No one notified me. Mom used your secondary card, brother. The secondary card I gave Mom can only be swiped a maximum of 500,000 at a time, right? Can you buy a house in Xinjiang City? Oh, and Dad's secret savings. I roughly calculated Dad's secret savings are about 2 million. It seems that some of the ores you sent over the years were sold by Dad. The poor quality batch should be. Xiao Sui scratched her head. Everything related to spirit beasts is horrendously expensive. If Dad's secret savings are only over 2 million, then he probably sold off some scraps. I finished the test and went to the bathroom. You better speak the truth. I plan to confess to the goddess today. Xiao Sui fell silent. What is your goddess name? Bai Qianyu, Xiao Sui said with an extremely serious tone. Xiao Sui looked up at the sky. His movements underfoot did not slow down. He wondered why this name sounded so familiar. Half a month ago, during a call with his younger brother, he heard that brat mention this name. You better not be harassing girls, Xiao Sui said, raising his hand to tap his younger brother's head. Brother, we've known each other for 6 years. Xiao Sui rubbed his head. And you met her in middle school, right? That time when our parents were not home, she came to our house to play, and you cooked for her. Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. Was there such a thing? Brother, why do you look so shocked? Perhaps because the word goddess sounds a bit cringe when it comes out of your mouth. Brother, I feel like you need to wash your mind. I'm going to suspend your secondary card right now. I was wrong. Then why didn't that girl recognize me? Brother, you looked disheveled in high school, always wearing those useless glasses, sporting a mushroom haircut. Now, although your skin is a bit dark, overall you look somewhat like a person. At least you care about your image. Xiao Sui sized up his older brother. Not really, it seems like you just cut your hair short, because it was uncomfortable. Xiao Sui ruffled his hair. Wearing those glasses back then made me feel wiser. High school really does ruin a person. Mom was right, brother. When did you start paying attention to your image? It's probably because you're planning to bring your girlfriend home. I'm really going to show you some color. Xiao Sui's lips twitched slightly, but then he stopped in his tracks. Although they were chatting, the mouse on Xiao Sui's head was still sensing the aura inside the cave. There's a problem with the AO dragon, Xiao Sui said to the little creature on his head. 3 elite beast masters are typically no match for the AO dragon. But this means someone has already found it. Most of the invigilators in the exam room are only elite level, and it seems there's only one extraordinary beastmaster. We need to speed up. The young man's voice echoed in the cave. He gestured with his hand. Xiao Sui understood, pulling the lagging Yi Qiuyu and cameraman Xiao Li a bit forward. He made a shush, but then he heard Xiao Sui say, "It's a pity the AO dragon is just at the initial extraordinary level, otherwise it wouldn't be so hard to deal with." In the next moment, a black streak of light fell upon Xiao Sui. To be precise, it fell upon the yellowish light halo a meter or two away from Xiao Sui. The seemingly gentle and weary young man reached out his hand. His gaze slightly lowered. As the yellow light shone, several earth spikes abruptly halted the figure in midair. A stone cage trapped it within. An advanced shadow spirit close to elite level. This doesn't seem like a teacher's spirit nor like the beast from the Genesis Society, but rather like. This is Bai Qianyu's spirit, Xiao Sui exclaimed. He stretched out his hand and naturally pulled the little creature out from the stone cage. Most of the top students in their senior year, those who had the opportunity and ability to enter prestigious universities, had basically contracted 2 spirit beasts. Meanwhile, their initial spirit beasts had mostly completed a basic level of evolution. Just like his younger brother, whose initial spirit beast, the red feather eagle, had already evolved into the red sun eagle. However, since flying beasts were of little use in this cave, he hadn't released it. The carbon turtle following Xiao Sui was his second contracted spirit beast, one of the 5 elements of the alliance. The fire-type evolution chain is carbon turtle, charcoal turtle, lava giant turtle. The second stage of evolution was that one previously released by the master-level beastmaster of the Genesis Society. Xiao Sui's carbon turtle had yet to evolve. It's because Xiao Sui mentioned he had good materials on hand and would help the little guy evolve when he returned. Anyway, the retake and joint examination would not start for about a month. From the perspective of spiritual energy, the carbon turtle could already be considered a beginner-level spirit beast. It had met the initial evolution requirements. Of course, some spirit beasts that were stuck at a bottleneck were able to break through to beginner level through evolution. This wouldn't have too much negative impact on their future growth. Which university are you planning to apply for? Xiao Sui suddenly asked. Bashu. Brother, my affinity for fire is very high. Where else would I go if not Bashu? Xiao Sui shivered. If you succeed in your confession, I'll write a recommendation letter to the Wind-type king in Bashu. Let's see if I can get that girl to go with you. Thanks, brother. Alright, stop being cheeky. Listen well, Xiao Sui, absolutely under no circumstances can you bring back a male sister-in-law from Bashu. Brother, you really need to wash your mind. Cameraman Xiao Li and Yi Qiuyu exchanged glances behind. They found it hard to interject, so they just quietly followed behind. By the way, brother, you just mentioned the AOAO dragoness. It's a spirit beast I contracted a month ago. But that guy is quite special, to be precise. It's a unique spirit beast born from some relic secret realm. I'm still figuring out how to help it evolve. A unique spirit beast. This matter can't really be hidden. After your exams during summer vacation, bring mom and dad to see the national competition. While Xiao Sui spoke, he directed the mouse to carve out a new path in front of him in the cave. After about 10 minutes, a rather unremarkable earth shaman had completed scanning half of the cave. So now they just needed to destroy those paths that wouldn't affect the cave's stability. They were heading in a straight line toward where the students were. By the way, why is the shadow spirit here? It's following my scent. Xinyu knows I'm outside, so she sent the shadow spirit to find me, Xiao Sui said matter-of-factly. Isn't that normal? Xiao Sui expressed his reluctance to speak. He decided to lower the limit on his younger brother's secondary card a bit. Just drop a 0. Xiao Sui thought seriously. Squeak, are we there? Squeak, squeak. Xiao Sui raised his head, looking at the path created by the mouse. He saw the group of people protected by a massive stone wall. He sighed in relief. He stepped forward and took out a medal from his pocket. I am Xiao Sui, a level 4 inspector of the Shenzhou Alliance. Please remain quiet, everyone. Next, I will ensure everyone's safety. Please trust the Alliance. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The entire cave seemed on the verge of collapse. Xiao Sui, who's messing with me? The rumbling sound emanating from the mine. This sound was all too familiar to Xiao Sui, as a mine dweller who spent half of his life in the mines. Such a rumbling sound indicated that a significant collapse had occurred in a certain area. It could even lead to the entire mine collapsing. Xiao Sui's expression turned serious. He raised his hand, and earthy spiritual energy began to fall from his palm onto the ground. Every uniquely gifted beast master would acquire a personal talent upon entering the extraordinary realm. The probability of this was actually very low. Out of hundreds of extraordinary beast masters, only 1 or 2 might possess such gifts. Clearly, Xiao Sui, as a member of a prestigious school team, was someone with talent. Talent, child of the earth. Xiao Sui took a deep breath, and the earthen wall actually rose up by itself. Behind the earthen wall, a 4-clawed, dragon-like creature poked its head out. The moment it saw Xiao Sui, the entire dragon came to life and lunged towards him. Xiao Sui reached out and pushed against the dragon-like creature's face. Whoa, dragon, stop right there. As a person who was hopeless at naming, Xiao Sui's naming method was probably limited to repeated syllables, sounds, and personality. The name of the dragon spirit in front of him clearly derived from its sound. The Wo dragon wrapped around Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui patted the head of the Wo dragon. Is this the one you mentioned? The unique spirit beast? Xiao Sui's eyes widened. Indeed, the unique spirit beast is quite rare in the entire Shenzhou Alliance, and even in the whole Shanghai Star. According to the Alliance's established principle, all spirit beasts discovered in the secret realms grant the discoverer priority contract rights. This big fellow is called Yuqi Jiao. Water and Earth dual attributes. The 2 characters of Yuqi actually refer to the beautiful name of a marsh. Alright, stop bumping into me, Wo dragon. The small dragon, about 4 to 5 meters long, curled up a bit in grievance. As if recalling something, it pointed a claw in a certain direction. The mouse on Xiao Sui head waved its paw, and the group floated over. To be precise, it was Xiao Sui and the Wo dragon who floated over. Xiao Sui Yiqiu and the cameraman Xiao Li were tossed into the crowd. The earthen wall supported the stability of this area. However, others were still unaware of the situation. Is this the person who attacked you earlier? Xiao Sui looked at several people trapped by the rocks. 3 elite-level beast masters. How dare they attack during the college entrance examination? Desperados from the black market. Xiao Sui paused for a moment, looking at the few people before him. Mouse, see if you can pry out some information. We have time. We won't be leaving here anytime soon. Protecting these students is more important than chasing that quasi-king level beast master. Xiao Sui said with righteous fervor. Squeak. Without Big Brother here, we can't even touch the quasi-king, right? So leave it to Li to handle it. Xiao Sui thought. A quasi-king level beast master. You guys from the Creation Society don't have the audacity to send someone into a secret realm in a first-tier city, just to fulfill your ridiculous grand dream. Li Mu commanded 3 spirit beasts to suppress the massive lava tortoise before him. What exactly do you want from this secret realm? If you can't provide an answer, I can only execute you on the spot. Li Mu's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of underlying anger, as if telling you would spare me. For many years have passed, and the enforcers of the Shinjo Alliance remain so obstinate. Everything the Creation Society does is merely for a bit of, isn't it, Li? The master-level beast master from the Creation Society said with a teasing tone. Li Mu did not respond. He reached out and lightly tapped, causing the water blue contract array to illuminate. A massive whale beast's head faintly lit up behind the contract array. Then, accompanied by a water blue beam, it shot out. A quasi-king level spirit beast. Hanhai Whale. Li Mu's greatest trump card, and also his initial spirit beast. As an established master-level beast master, Li Mu possessed 3 master-level spirit beasts and 1 quasi-king level spirit beast. The only issue was that this space was simply too small. The Hanhai Whale was a typical super-large spirit beast measuring at least 30 meters long. If fully unleashed, it could reach an astonishing 50 meters. Li Mu could not fully release the Hanhai Whale. If he did, this mine would collapse even faster than the lava tortoise before him. This method of opening the contract space to release a part of the beast is a highly skilled beastmaster technique. Half-body summoning. Only extraordinary level and above beastmasters are qualified to learn it, provided that the beast is within their contract space. Such situations have occurred before. A beastmaster did not communicate with their spirit beast beforehand and attempted a half-body summoning to block an attack. As a result, the spirit beast was unprepared, did not use spiritual energy, and was severely injured. Thus, later beastmasters, when learning half-body summoning, had to first learn to communicate correctly with their spirit beasts. Why is it correct communication? Because some spirit beasts are not very intelligent. Because some beastmasters are somewhat anthropomorphic. Li Mu took a deep breath. The spiritual energy reserves of a beastmaster and their spirit beast are not on the same level. A qualitative change only occurs after reaching the king level. Below the king level, only certain gifted individuals can ensure their spiritual energy reserves. And half-body summoning, especially summoning a quasi-king level Hanhai Whale to attack, is inherently a challenging task. It's a bit hard to suppress. Li Mu frowned. The main problem caused by the space destroyer lies here. The space forcibly drawn in requires a specific trajectory to locate. They would need at least an hour to get support. Moreover, he seriously suspected that not only their examination site had been attacked. He had 3 master-level spirit beasts and 1 quasi-king level spirit beast. But it was difficult to impose comprehensive suppression on the master-level beastmaster before him. He was trapped here, and that kid Xiao Sui had probably already found the students and was guarding them. The problem was, what exactly did the Creation Society want? They still weren't clear. With 2 master-level beasts trapped, did the remaining elite-level and extraordinary-level teachers have the capability to find out? Li Mu was unsure. He looked at the Beastmaster bracelet on his wrist. There was no signal. Truly, a complete hassle. The Beastmaster's wristband has no signal. Xiao Sui said to an invigilator with an air of helplessness. So our only option now is to stay here and wait for rescue. I can assure you we have only 2 master-level Beastmasters on our side, and it's highly likely that the person in charge, Li, has been intercepted by the Beastmaster of the Genesis Society. If I leave, I cannot guarantee the students' safety. But the Genesis Society must have other plans. The lower ranks of the Genesis Society are indeed a group of fanatics pursuing faith. However, their upper echelons are more concerned with profit. They will prioritize their own survival and won't take such a huge risk just to attack the college entrance exam students. Therefore, there must be something here that they desire. As Xiao Sui spoke, she took a deep breath. How many Beastmasters do we have here? 3 extraordinary level and 8 elite level, the teacher replied. It's a standard examination configuration. Among the college entrance exam candidates below about 1 in 10 is a novice Beastmaster who has already received the Beastmaster wristband. Beastmasters are inherently rare, so that 1 in 10 is roughly around 100 people. Xiao Sui rubbed her forehead. I hope this batch of students has enough immediate combat capability. Do you think this place is still at risk of being attacked, eh? The teacher was taken aback. He was just an ordinary elite-level Beastmaster. Having worked in educational institutions his entire life, he didn't know much about the Genesis Society. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Xiao Sui paused for a moment. Because it is the Genesis Society. Teacher, you may not have dealt with the Genesis Society, but I have. I have faced the Genesis Society too many times. I am still on their wanted list within the Genesis Society. Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow. You'll understand when the time comes. As for now, protecting these students is the most important thing. Xiao Sui sat down. The mouse on her head automatically waved its staff, creating a stone bench on the ground. She examined the area where the students had landed, which was completely covered by supportive rock on both sides. As long as the people from the Genesis Society had any sense, they wouldn't break in from here. To the north, the Yuchi Jiao stayed there along with 3 extraordinary level Beastmasters. Although Xiao Sui doubted that those 3 extraordinary level Beastmasters could match even her own Ao dragon. Though Ao dragon might seem a bit simple-minded and slow in its movements, in its own perspective it is a unique spirit beast. Unique spirit beasts are inherently strong. The challenge lies in finding the next evolution path. To the south, Xiao Sui was stationed here. The power of a master-level Beastmaster and an extraordinary-level Beastmaster is not on the same level. At least 50 extraordinary-level Beastmasters are needed to potentially take down an ordinary master-level Beastmaster. And that is just an ordinary one. In the depths of the mine before a magma lake, a masked Beastmaster was currently gazing feverishly at the lake. Within the magma lake, something seemed to be waiting to awaken. The doctrine of the Genesis Society is to control those legendary spirit beasts to achieve the effect of reopening the world. The current world is a facade. Only by allowing the entire world to start over can one attain true reality. And in the secret realm of Jiangnan province, a spirit beast survives. A spirit beast that only exists in legend. First, we must discuss the history of the Shanghai star. This planet had confirmed the existence of spirit beasts long before the era of spirit beasts. However, they were extremely rare to the point of being virtually non-existent. This discontinuity lasted for at least 5,000 years. Almost all spirit beasts went extinct 5,000 years ago. Only a few spirit beasts appeared, leaving behind certain legends. Until 207 years ago, when spiritual energy revived and spirit beasts re-emerged. But from certain ancient relics, remnants of ancient spirit beasts can still be uncovered. Those spirit beasts are generally extremely powerful and can be referred to as divine beasts. It is said that within the Shinzhou Alliance, a guardian divine beast exists. Besides divine beasts, there are also a portion referred to as disaster beasts. These are disaster beasts suppressed by ancient sages who have survived to this day due to their tenacity. And within the secret realm of Xinjiang City, there is such a disaster beast. A disaster beast pierced through the heart with an arrow and then suppressed by magma, sealed here. Xian Wang shot the tide. What a magnificent heroic legend. It's a pity that no one knows that within such a story there is a small spirit beast that, bearing the name of the Tide God, is about to be pierced through the heart and sleep here. How innocent. The gaze of the Genesis Society member pierced through the magma, landing on that layer of water-blue membrane behind the magma. Inside was a small beast of modest size. It looked rather ordinary even. The Hanhai crocodile, the Genesis Society member murmured. One of the 5 elemental alliances, it can already undergo standardized cultivation in this era. However, this Tide God is clearly a product that has undergone at least secondary evolution. Indeed, after completing its basic evolution, a spirit beast can undergo advanced evolution. Advanced evolution is generally used when transitioning from extraordinary to master level, and further secondary evolution requires at least reaching the king level to qualify. That's right, after all, divine beasts should at least be legendary level. The Genesis Society member chuckled softly. As the capital city of Jiangnan province, Xinjiang City has at least 5 king-level beastmasters stationed here. However, here lies a legendary beast that, if released, could cause tremendous destruction to the entire Xinjiang City. More importantly, the Genesis Society member looked at the arrow on the Tide God's body. His breath became rapid. This is what the Genesis Society truly seeks. The arrow of Qianwang. This arrow, infused with the power of faith and the residual strength of at least a legendary level beastmaster, is one of the most precious materials in the world. And one of the big figures in the Genesis Society wants to use this arrow to conduct a secondary evolution. This is precisely the goal of the Genesis Society. Such materials are inherently difficult to find. As long as they obtain this arrow, the Genesis Society will gain another legendary level combat force. For this, sacrificing a few people is of no consequence. The Genesis Society member thought to himself. He summoned his beast. It was a master-level early emperor penguin, the same species as Lemu's. However, it was clear that it was not raised as well as Lemu's. However, this was merely an introduction. The Genesis Society member produced a dark, eerie collar in his hand. Then he kicked it. His spirit beast. The emperor penguin he had raised since childhood was directly kicked into the magma pool. The ice attribute in its blood opened a fissure in the boiling magma. Xiao Sui suddenly felt a warmth on his back. He took off his satchel. Its function was not significant as most of his belongings were stored in the spatial bracelet. Instead, it served more of a decorative purpose. However, since it was a gift from his teacher, the material was of high quality. It had not been damaged even when affected by the lava earth dragon's breath. Now it unexpectedly began to heat up. Xiao Sui opened the backpack, revealing some miscellaneous items and a stone that was red and blue. Xiao Sui remembered. He had placed this item in his bag earlier because it couldn't fit into the spatial bracelet. Things that couldn't be stored in the spatial bracelet were generally quite precious. At that time, he had no time to identify what it was, so he had simply put it in the bag. Now, having the time, the stone was still radiating heat. Xiao Sui grasped the stone. Generally, he could identify common minerals with just a glance. The rarer the mineral, the longer it took to appraise. His golden finger was indeed quite useful. Half a minute later, Xiao Sui blinked. Why hadn't it shown any effect? Was the external aid malfunctioning? 5 full minutes passed, and Xiao Sui's eyes were almost completely dry. Finally, information appeared before him. Mystic Chi Stone, a precious mineral born from fire and earth possessing the power to suppress water-type spirit beasts. Note it bears a legendary aura suspected to be a special sealing item. Xiao Sui. Legendary. You mean I've been exploring caves for over a decade and have only found legendary minerals twice? I just picked one up by the roadside. I've been in Northwest University for a full 2.5 years now. Just this one. Xiao Sui fell into deep thought, casually stuffing the mineral back into the bag. Sealing water type. Xinjiang City. Xiao Sui nodded at the Beastmaster wristband. He found it was not connected to the network. He looked up at the sky. All he saw was the cave. He now needed a friend with an unforgettable memory. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in touch. Xiao Sui sighed and patted the mouse he was holding. The mouse bit Xiao Sui's finger. Xiao Sui looked up and saw a massive beast standing to the south. Crucially, this beast looked slightly familiar. Lava Earth Dragon. Xiao Sui stood up. Earthy yellow spiritual energy began to spread from beneath his feet, extending gradually to 3 meters in front of the Lava Earth Dragon. So this is the secret realm. The newly developed No. 74 secret realm of Xinjiang City. Squeak. The mouse lay back on Xiao Sui's head, waving its staff. Can we establish communication? No. Oh, you could sense the illusion mark left at the entrance of the secret realm. Can you communicate with the 2 soldiers on guard? That's great. Xiao Sui clapped his hands, feeling much lighter. He looked at the Lava Earth Dragon before him. Sorry I intruded into your territory this morning. The Lava Earth Dragon slightly lowered its gaze as if sensing something. It was not angry. Spirit beasts, or rather most spirit beasts, in the vast majority of cases are actually friendly towards humans. To put it in academic terms, spirit beasts are born from nature while humans grow from nature. Spirit beasts are the wards of the heavens and earth while humans are the children of the heavens and earth. Of course, this statement currently lacks clear evidence. Only the fact that spirit beasts are close to humans can be confirmed, including the seemingly irritable Lava Earth Dragon before him. The Lava Earth Dragon lowered its head, gazing at the human before it, accompanied by a roar. Squeak. Oh, what? Are you saying this secret realm is about to collapse and disaster is imminent? You say you cannot leave this secret realm and you want to entrust your child to me. Mouse, did you not translate correctly? Did that roar of his contain so many meanings? Xiao Sui looked up and poked the mouse on his head. A little mouse clutched its Beastmaster's hair tightly. Got it. Xiao Sui stepped forward and stood in front of the Lava Earth Dragon. The Lava Earth Dragon opened its mouth wide, and a red lizard the size of a palm crawled out. The lava lizard is a spirit beast that can only be born in magma. The evolution chain is lava lizard magma, subdragon lava earth dragon. Normally spirit beasts are nurtured by nature. However, another method exists. When a spirit beast knows it is about to die or decides to bear offspring, it can separate more than 70% of its essence to condense into a new spirit beast. This is the offspring of spirit beasts, also known as second-generation spirit beasts. In most cases, second-generation spirit beasts possess quite good talents. After all, spirit beasts capable of bearing offspring have at least undergone a certain evolution. Weak spirit beasts do not qualify to bear offspring. Xiao Sui poked the little lizard perched on his arm. Can I complete a mission and also pick up a highly talented spirit beast for free? Roar. Do you mean we should leave here quickly as you need to fulfill your mission? But you are only at the master level. If I encounter something I can't handle, you probably can't handle it either. What do you mean you're not even at the master level? What do you mean your ancestor once followed a human revered as the— What do you mean there is a legend sealed beneath this secret realm? I understand. Xiao Sui furrowed his brow. Mouse, can you sense the direction of Manager Li? Squeak. The mouse shook its staff, utilizing the vibrations inside the cave. Then it conjured a map in midair using an illusion. Lava Earth Dragon, you go here, find that uncle playing with water, and see if you can help him with another Beastmaster. I need to get my students out, and furthermore, I need to gather more people. Xiao Sui pondered for a moment. Let's try to preserve this secret realm. Xiao Sui found it hard to comprehend why just on a simple mission he would encounter such matters. More importantly, where should he go to gather people? The connections at the master level were already limited. Knowing a few Heavenly King level figures was already quite impressive. Legendary level. He had never even seen one. The mouse raised its staff, channeling telekinesis to direct the students. Everyone follow the rock marks on the ceiling. Teachers, please ensure that no students fall behind. I need to go out and find reinforcements. The situation here is a bit serious. My Jade Pool Flood Dragon will accompany everyone, ensuring everyone's safety. I will clear the path ahead. Xiao Sui took a deep breath, gazing at the road ahead. Teacher, there seems to be a legendary disaster beast appearing in Xinjiang. So far it has been confirmed as the legend of Qianwang Shichao, but it is uncertain which disaster. The energy fluctuations indicate at least a peak Heavenly King, with a very high probability of it being. Currently, Director Li is trapped inside the secret realm, and communication is impossible from within. I am outside the secret realm, and will enter to assist Comrade Li once communication is done. Teacher, you did well. A steady male voice came from the other side of the Beastmaster wristband. I have already reported it, just wait in place, there is no need to enter the secret realm. Within 3 minutes someone will come to connect with you. Xiao Sui let out a breath of relief. His teacher was a professor in the Environmental Survey and Development major at Northwest University, Vice Director of the Natural Environment Development and Protection Bureau of the Xinzhou Alliance, King of the Mountain Fire Wang Lai. As one of the top Heavenly Kings in the entire Xinzhou Alliance, Wang Lai held a very high status. Xiao Sui relaxed a bit, then raised his head, feeling a certain fiery aura. He saw a red majestic eagle appear above his head. A middle-aged man jumped down from the eagle and stood in front of Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui blinked. King Qiyong. You must be Xiao Sui, old Wang has mentioned you. Let's go into the secret realm. King Qiyong, it's possible that there is a legend below. Before the legend emerges, burn all those remnants of the creation society to ashes. King Qiyong acted decisively, stepping into the secret realm. Behind Xiao Sui, a faceless humanoid spirit beast nodded. Then it placed a hand on Xiao Sui's shoulder and vanished in a blink. The Mountain Fire Walker, the second evolution of the Mountain Fire Boy. However, this one had its face covered and a weapon hanging from its waist. It was highly likely that it had undergone a second evolutionary advancement. Mountain Fire, move everyone inside out. Xiao Sui, follow me. Xiang, clear the way. Li Changji waved his hand, and a magnificent red contract formation lit up, summoning a grand. The Flame Divine Dog, the second evolution of the Qiang dog. Woof. Xiang, carry us. The Flame Divine Dog barked once. The dog, over 2 meters long, looked back at Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui's mouth twitched slightly, but he still sat behind Li Changji. The running speed of the Flame Divine Dog was the fastest among all known spirit beasts, making it an excellent choice for traveling. Xiao Sui actually wanted to ask something, because it seemed they mentioned something about peeing their pants while riding a dog. When the two arrived at Li Mu's battlefield, the peak Heavenly King level lava giant turtle was already at its last gasp. Under the full assault of a master level lava earth dragon and an old master level beast master, the lava giant turtle was gradually unable to hold on. With Li Changji's arrival, it directly sentenced this master level beast master to death. Heavenly King level. A master level beast master could never cross this chasm. Xiao Sui Mouse could at most bring Xiao Sui into the unstable secret realm using space movement with all its might. However, the Mountain Fire Walker, a spirit beast, had just moved all the students out of the secret realm. Part of the reason was, of course, that skills like space movement and telekinesis were something psychic spirit beast, accompanied by a mournful wail of the lava earth dragon. A gigantic blue claw extended from the stone wall above. The claw did not press down on the lava earth dragon. However, the cold aura emanating from it caused the blood within the lava earth dragon to nearly freeze. There was a certain terror in the eyes of the lava earth dragon. Then it vanished from sight. The mountain firewalker covered his chest with one hand, while resting the other on the long knife at his waist, raising his gaze towards the blue claw before him. The blue claw seemed to be composed of pure energy and disappeared in the next moment, as if nothing had. We have encountered the worst situation. Li Changji's expression was serious. The Tide God's advancement path is at least partially related to gigantism. Where we are is the soul and core of the Tide God. If that's the case, I have serious doubts. This entire secret realm is the Tide God's true form. Senior Li, this secret realm isn't very large, but its diameter is estimated to be nearly 10 kilometers. That's roughly equivalent to a small county. If it's over 70 square kilometers. Have you ever seen a legendary beast? Li Changji spoke somewhat helplessly. Among the guardian beasts of the Xinzhou Alliance, there are those larger than this. This secret realm isn't entirely the Tide God, but even if it's not all, the energy field reported back to me by the mountain fire is nearly 8 kilometers long. Its width is about over a kilometer. Such a size placed within the entire Xinjiang could create waves even without spiritual energy. You may not realize how exaggerated this size is. In other words, before the spiritual beast era, the aircraft carriers in service within the Xinzhou Alliance averaged over 300 meters in length. This is beyond my capability to handle. In fact, it would be difficult for us to escape. Li Changji rubbed his temples. Why do we always encounter such things? And why are you not worried at all? Because being anxious is pointless, Xiao Sui shrugged. Li Tianwang, I've always had a big heart since I was a child. Don't need this. Xiao Sui took out a piece of paper and handed it to Li Tianwang. What is this? Writing a will. There are quite a few things in my school dormitory. I'll leave some for my brother and a bit for my parents. Then donate the rest to the school. Isn't your inheritance more than mine? Why not distribute it? Li Changji. This Red Sun King crossed his arms in front of his chest. Now I understand why Old Wang hasn't taken on students all these years. It's because of you. Your personality is simply identical to that old thing when he was young. The Red Sun King casually stuffed a feather into his pocket and sat down next to Xiao Sui. You seem to be very familiar with my teacher. We are comrades from the same place, the Red Sun King said with a smile. We have known each other for a much longer time than you have been alive. It's been about 40 to 50 years. Back then, whenever Old Wang found a place to rest in the secret realm, he would lean against his mountain-scaling ape and fall asleep, immediately waking up to eat. Having a naturally big heart is great. At the very least, it allows you to sleep soundly in environments where you need to rest. I actually haven't seen the teacher's mountain-scaling ape many times. Oh, because he was breaking through to the legendary level. So you haven't seen it in normal conditions, Li Changji calmly replied. Nationwide in recent years, there are probably 8 or 9 people attempting to break through to the legendary level. Those who can succeed are likely just 1 or 2. Legendary levels are too difficult. Some have attempted this for 20 to 30 years only to face failure. Li Changji stood up. All right, keep your will safe or we're leaving. Has the reinforcements arrived? Xiao Sui raised her head, looking confused. No, I'll take you out first. This place is beyond our ability to handle. Once we have a clearer understanding of the situation, we can leave. Roar. The lava earth dragon lowered its head, staring at Xiao Sui before him. Do not grieve, as the lava earth dragon said, its body is bound to this secret realm. In fact, since the seal was broken, its blood has begun to burn. This situation is indescribable. To be able to take its child out is already a great achievement. Li Changji suddenly froze, turning to look at Xiao Sui beside him. The lava earth dragon entrusted its child to you. Xiao Sui paused for a moment and nodded. Then she saw Li Changji knock on his chest, saying, if I had known, I would have applied to supervise this. Damn it. Do you know how hard it is to find a spiritual beast connected to the legendary level? If you weren't Old Wang's student, I would have snatched it away. Forget it, forget it. Li Changji covered his eyes, no longer looking at this irritating kid. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He reached out and drew a contract formation in the air. This was not a traditional summoning array, but it summoned a spiritual beast from one place in the real world to appear before him. A blazing radiance gradually radiated from the formation. The stone wall began to tremble wildly, as if a gigantic body was trying to push the light out. The light shrank back. Then it released 2 beams of light, directly pulling Li Changji and Xiao Sui to the opposite side. Xiao Sui, I thought there would be a great battle. By the time Xiao Sui reacted, Li Changji had already dusted himself off. Beside him stood a small, bird-like spiritual beast. Its body was covered in crimson gold feathers, and its beak was black and gold. In its pupils there seemed to be a sun. The blaze gold crow, my old companion, a primal spiritual beast. Li Changji patted the blaze gold crow on the head. A quasi-legendary. At most, it can only pull us out of this secret realm. Anything more is beyond expectations. At the legendary level, it's basically a matter of competing with laws. This is something you don't understand, yet my family's red son only knows a little and has mastered some trivial details. Otherwise, it would have reached the legendary level long ago. There wouldn't be such trouble. Alright, you can go back. The confidentiality regulations will be sent to your wristband shortly. As for the tide god, someone will come to handle it. Xiao Sui glanced at the large bird. So, it's not just my teacher attempting to break through to the legendary level. The Li Tianwang before me is also trying to break through to the legendary level. Knock, knock, knock. The continuous knocking jolted Xiao Sui awake from the sofa. The carbon turtles slowly moved over and opened the door. Agaway, don't just open the door randomly. What if there are bad people? Oh, it's you, brother. You brat, you didn't even send me an address. I almost had to stay at a hotel. I had to call Mom to find out where we're staying now, Xiao Sui said helplessly. Guess how Mom reacted? How did Mom react? Xiao Sui instinctively took a step back. Mom said, I remember, I told your brother to... Xiao Sui clenched his fists. He felt that perhaps it would be better not to have this brother. I think there's definitely something off here, brother. Because when I returned home from school on weekends, Mom said. I thought I told Dad to inform you, Xiao Sui said. Xiao Sui. Forget it, their family's unreliability seems to be hereditary. Having one Xiao Sui is already like a miracle from the ancestral tomb. 10 minutes later, after taking a shower, Xiao Sui leaned on the sofa, enjoying resting his feet on the shell of the carbon turtle. Carbon turtle. Xiao Sui casually pulled out a small piece of fire attribute, ore, and stuffed it into carbon turtle's mouth. Carbon turtle munch munch. The mouse expressed a certain level of disdain towards this behavior. It poked Xiao Sui on the head with its paw. Xiao Sui casually picked up some snacks from the coffee table and handed them to the mouse. The lava lizard, which had just formed a contract with Xiao Sui, was now lying on the coffee table watching TV with the two of them. Meanwhile, Xiao Sui's initial spirit beast, the red sun eagle, was cautiously curled up behind the sofa. As a large bird with a wingspan of 4 meters, the red sun eagle felt somewhat constrained indoors. By the way, brother, the evolution of my carbon turtle. The core material for carbon turtle's evolution is lava coal. The lava coal you can find on the market typically has an energy concentration ranging from 70 to 80%. This energy concentration is already considered high quality. Generally, as long as the energy concentration of lava coal reaches 50%, it is sufficient as the material for carbon turtle's evolution. A friend of mine has a piece of lava coal with 93% energy concentration, Xiao Sui said. I told him in advance to save it for me. So, I'll take you to find that friend tomorrow. By the way, we'll directly help you with the evolution there. Brother, your friend is in Qianjiang City. Right, otherwise I would have definitely taken it back first. Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow. Although the fire attribute resources in Jiangnan province are relatively scarce. But that doesn't mean there are none at all. If there were absolutely none, how would the Red Sun King have grown? Within Qianjiang City, there are probably 1 or 2 pure fire attribute secret realms, and overall about 50% are water attribute secret realms. The place we're going to tomorrow is a fire attribute secret realm. Now if you have any questions, just ask directly. I remember you only have a week before you have to retake the exam. The college entrance examination consists of preliminary retake and joint examinations. That is district level, city level, and provincial level. The preliminary is the easiest. It basically measures spiritual power and assesses destructive capability. The city level involves combat. The examiner will use spirit beasts of a similar cultivation level as the examinee for assessment. Of course, this so-called similar cultivation level actually has a significant gap. Minor differences can lead to significant disparities in strength. This cultivation level mostly selects spirit beasts with comparable spiritual energy values for combat capability assessment. Most people stop at this stage. In each city, only the top 100 students are selected to participate in the joint examination. Jiangnan province has a total of 11 cities. In the end, only 1,100 students participate in the joint examination. The 6 prestigious schools combined only enroll about 120 students from each province. After the Spirit Beast era and the unification of the Shenzhou Alliance, only 30 provincial administrative districts remain in the entire alliance. After all, the Shenzhou Alliance is quite different from the Eastern superpower in Xiao Sui previous life memories. A prestigious school typically accepts about 600 students each year. Of course, this is only for the majors related to spirit beasts. There are also many majors that aren't closely related to spirit beasts, as well as some students admitted through special recruitment. Xiao Sui was well aware that his younger brother's strength and talent qualified him to aim for a prestigious school. However, the difficulty is not low. If Carbon Turtle can evolve successfully and fully master its own power, then he would essentially be able to enter a prestigious school. This is based on the fact that fire attribute spirit beast masters are relatively scarce within Jiangnan province, resulting in fewer students choosing Basha University. The 20 spots that Jiangnan University enrolls every year are extremely competitive. As for Xiao Sui himself, he was taken away by a certain mountain climbing king halfway through the joint examination. He was taken through a special recruitment slot. I'll take you for evolution tomorrow. Xiao Sui bent down and tapped on the shell of the carbon turtle. Carbon turtle grunted and withdrew its head into its shell. Should we go find King Li to see if we can get some materials from that Quasiking level lava giant turtle for my younger brother's carbon turtle? Xiao Sui lowered his head, seemingly pondering this question seriously. Xiao Sui had already leaned back on the sofa and fallen into a deep sleep. Xiao Sui poked the mouse. The mouse raised its hand using telekinesis to send Xiao Sui back to his room. Then the whole mouse lay down in the feathers of the red sun eagle. So warm. The red sun eagle carefully shook its wings, but dared not move. Although the size difference was vast, the little mouse lying on it could probably take it out with just a glance. The red sun eagle felt too intimidated to speak. Xiao Sui stretched and raised his hand, sending a message on the Beastmaster wristband. I'll come find you tomorrow. Remember to bring a gift. 2 bottles of guojiao. Can you bring them in cold? If so, that's fine. No, I can't. Xiao Sui looked at the Beastmaster wristband, which had gone silent. He stretched again. Mouse, remember to wake me up tomorrow morning. And keep an eye on Ao. Suddenly hearing its name, the Jade Pool Flood Dragon raised its head. This nearly 7-meter-long flood dragon was coiled in a corner. Like the red sun eagle, it was too large to stretch out fully. All right, go to sleep, Ao. In a few days, I'll take you out for some fun. And also keep an eye on our little fourth. The lava lizard lay on the coffee table looking dazed, but appearing quite wise. The lava lizard closed its mouth to prevent the scalding saliva as hot as lava from dripping out. Xiao Sui, why does it feel like the lava earth dragon has gifted him a problem child? I'll take you to evolve. When Xiao Sui awoke, he found a towering man, over 2 meters tall with dark skin, seated on his living room sofa. The man held a 1-liter bottle of iced black tea. The bottle looked almost dainty in his massive hand. My name is Chen Xiao. You can call me Brother Chun. I'm your elder brother's high school classmate, and currently enrolled at Tuzhou Frog Academy. Alongside regionally named universities, institutions like Tuzhou Frog Academy also exist as elite academies. Such academies specialize exclusively in cultivating a single species of spirit beast, often achieving national preeminence in that domain. Tuzhou Frog Academy, for instance, excels in nurturing the Tuzhou frog. The Tuzhou frog's evolutionary lineage is well-dwelling frog, gushing water frog, Tuzhou frog, water earth. Tuzhou Frog Academy has developed approximately 7 distinct advancement protocols tailored specifically for Tuzhou frog evolution. These are universal protocols, applicable to the vast majority of Tuzhou frogs available on the market. Having 7 such refined methods is already nothing short of extraordinary. Hello, Brother Chun. Where's my brother? Xiao Sui scratched his head. Didn't he say he'd bring me to meet you today? Oh, your brother. He was summoned under a master rank emergency decree, called away in the dead of night. It seems every master rank beast tamer currently registered in Xinjiang City has been mobilized. Outside elite universities, most higher institutions have professors whose highest rank is master rank, while the majority remain only transcendent rank. At prestigious universities, however, several students invariably attain master rank before graduation. All 3 master rank professors at our academy have likewise been summoned. But we can't let your evolution wait. You've got the national entrance exam coming up. Your brother called me last night, midway through my sleep. Wait till I get him. I'll treat him to an expensive meal one way or another. Chen Xiao grumbled, then rose to his feet. Let's go. I'll take you to the secret realm. Brother Chen, are we walking there? We'll take a taxi. I don't have a driver's license, Chen Xiao replied. Long time no see, Lord Li Tianwang. Xiao Sui greeted awkwardly. Weren't you saying yesterday my authority wasn't sufficient? The inner workings of this secret realm are exceedingly complex. If a legendary tier entity manifests prematurely, it could trigger the Tide deity's berserk rage. So we must attempt to relocate the entire secret realm to the heart of Xinjiang. Are we moving the Tide deity back into his former fiefdom? Xiao Sui paused, bewildered. What kind of operation is that? Both banks of the Xinjiang River were built over decades by its people. They're inscribed with dense, overlapping formation arrays, so formidable that even a legendary tier calamity beast would struggle to breach them within a short span. Resolving the Tide deity here is optimal. Yet relocating an entire secret realm demands, at minimum, 50 or more master rank beast tamers, 5 or more lord rank tamers, and at least 2 quasi-legendary cultivators. So many. Xiao Sui furrowed his brow. He recalled Jiangnan University's faculty comprised roughly 30 master rank tamers. Across all of Xinjiang City, officially registered master rank beast tamers numbered fewer than 200, and most remained highly mobile, constantly traversing the land in search of resources. Compounded by the need to maintain order during national examinations, assembling 50 master rank tamers was indeed no simple feat. This is Principal Qi Pingqiu. Li Changji gestured toward the elderly man nearby. The other quasi-legendary beast tamer besides myself, and current president of Jiangnan University. 47 master rank tamers have arrived, 3 are still en route. They're members of Jiangnan University's current elite team. Just don't start fighting among yourselves. Senior Li, I didn't bring my primary spirit beast. Xiao Sui's lips twitched faintly. My chubby bear is currently training under his master. Then it's fine. Li Changji clapped Xiao Sui's shoulder. If anything arises, come find me. No need to stand on ceremony. Your master and I are old comrades in arms. Just call me Uncle Li. All right, Uncle Li. As Li Changji departed, Xiao Sui visibly relaxed. To be perfectly honest, blending into the crowd posed no challenge for Xiao Sui. After all, his accent unmistakably marked him as a local. Qi Pingqiu watched Li Changji approach. An old acquaintance. A friend student. He was the one who first detected the anomaly in the secret realm and reported it. Li Changji waved dismissively. Do you know that young man? Yes, Qi Pingqiu replied calmly, taking a sip of tea. He's a native of Xinjiang City. When Northwest University sent their special recruitment notice, I reviewed his file personally. He reminds me strongly of Wang Lai's disciple. Had he stayed to sit the joint entrance examination, the year's top scorer might well have changed hands. I assumed you'd be displeased he chose not to remain in Jiangnan province. Li Changji spread his hands wide. Not at all. Qi Pingqiu shook his head. I am an educator. I understand each child thrives best where destiny guides them. Jiangnan University lacks an Earth Affinity Lord rank mentor, or any Lord rank mentor suited to guide him. His choice to go to the Northwest was in fact the wiser path. Are preparations nearly complete? Qi Pingqiu asked. Nearly. The formation arrays have been pre-drawn. Only spiritual energy infusion remains. It's rather taxing for us too, Principal Qi. Fatigue is inevitable. We are after all the strongest present. Principal Qi extended his hand. The azure blue contract formation shimmered into existence. Beside him materialized a white Jiao serpent over 40 meters long. A quasi-legendary spirit beast Baiyun Jiao, Shi white cloud serpent. It's been years. Yet your Baiyun Jiao Shi remains as formidable as ever, Li Changji observed, conjuring his own contract formation. A crimson gold divine bird soared across the heavens. Quasi-legendary spirit beast Qiyang Jinwu, blazing sun golden crow. Primordial laws began to ripple outward, gradually enveloping the entire secret realm. As waves of spiritual energy poured in, from dozens of master-rank beast tamers and 5 lord-rank tamers, the secret realm slowly lifted skyward. Though it appeared merely as a sphere no wider than 10 meters, within resided a microcosm spanning over 10 kilometers in diameter. Now it drifted steadily toward the center of the Xinjiang River, and deep within the realm's heart, a crocodile veiled in glacial blue abruptly opened its eyes. Accelerate. It's awakened. Li Changji's voice rang out. Crimson gold and azure white currents of law blazed from the 2 soaring spirit beasts above. They forcibly contained the surging energy, trapping it entirely within the secret realm. The tide deity stirred, fully awake, its power swelling, thickening, threatening to rupture the realm's very fabric. Meanwhile, upon the broad expanse of the Xinjiang River, a solitary figure waited, poised and patient. The aura of the lava earth dragon was no longer at the master level. The magma used to seal the tide god completely enveloped its body. The blood flowing within it, akin to magma, had completely vanished, leaving it empty. Only the explosive power after burning everything remained. It was comparable to the peak of the king level, even infinitely close to the quasi-legendary level of strength. However, what could be achieved was merely a temporary enhancement of the tide god seal. Facing the tide god, who was on the brink of awakening, the lava earth dragon had no capacity for resistance. Accompanied by a water blue beam piercing through the body of the lava earth dragon, it emitted a sorrowful cry. Bit by bit it transformed into light points, returning to nature. Following the blue water membrane, an ice-blue giant crocodile let out a furious roar. The shell of the secret realm completely exploded. What a colossal beast it was! Its body was nearly 8 kilometers long and over a kilometer wide. The Xinjiang River was only about 1.5 kilometers wide. This giant beast nearly occupied the entire Xinjiang River, and with the slightest movement, it could destroy the embankments. The figure standing before this giant beast appeared so small. Yet the aura of that figure slowly ascended until it equaled the power of the tide god. until the aura surpassed that of the massive beast. The tide god seemed momentarily stunned, lowering its head to see the small creature sitting on the water. A frog. It was a frog wearing a straw hat holding a fishing rod. It flipped its hand, transforming the fishing rod into a bamboo sword. It let the straw hat fall behind. The Frog Knight. The evolution chain was frog, kid frog, swordsman frog knight. This figure standing before the tide god was only about 1.6 meters tall, no different from an ant in the eyes of the tide god. But this small creature emitted spiritual power and laws that nearly surpassed its own. The tide god roared in fury. Almost everyone understood the meaning behind this statement. "Little frog, are you going to stop me?" The Frog Knight simply raised its hand calmly and swung the sword. The azure blue light erupted from the bamboo sword, cutting a gash into the scales on the back of the tide god. "I am guardian beast of the Xinzhou Alliance. Frog Celestial." The words were enunciated clearly in the language of the Xinzhou Alliance. Then it switched to the dialect of Qianjiang City. "You little rascal!" The local beastmasters along the banks of the Qianjiang River instinctively shrank back. Most dialects within Jiangnan province only differ in accent intensity, except for a certain city, starting with one. Everyone could understand. The insults were quite vulgar. In an instant, the entire prestige of the Frog Celestial diminished. Xiao Sui then saw one of the last three students approach Principal Qi. "Principal, isn't this Frog Grandpa?" Frog Celestial, the first spirit beast left by the first principal of Jiangnan University. Xiao Sui didn't need to listen closely because Li Changji had already relaxed and was explaining beside him. Frog Celestial is actually a term of endearment for that principal, which later became its name. It is one of the 8 guardian beasts of the Xinzhou Alliance. Usually, it mainly manages the dormitory area of Jiangnan University and steals fish raised by previous principals in the pond. Li Changji seemed to recall something, and his mouth twitched slightly. Its strength is very formidable, late legendary level, mastering the laws of water and wood, as well as a relatively unique attributeless sword law. This one being able to act, basically, means there are no major issues. So there are only 8 guardian beasts in Xinzhou. Xiao Sui blinked. The spirit beasts have only been around for 207 years, so having 8 legendary ones is already quite remarkable. Li Changji raised his hand and tapped the boy's head. Each of the 6 major schools has 1 legendary beast in residence. The method of promotion to the legendary level remains a mystery to this day. It is neither based on breakthroughs in spiritual power nor purely on comprehension of the laws. It seems to require meeting certain conditions. These conditions are related to the growth environment of the spirit beasts. One can only attempt and err repeatedly. If luck is poor, one might spend their whole life without a breakthrough. Wai Qiyang still hasn't found a way. But old Wang. Li Changji snorted coldly. Xiao Sui, her teacher, probably found his path. He was just short of comprehending the laws. What a solid support. Xiao Sui gazed at the battle above the Xinjiang River. The ruins on the embankment flickered, resisting the residual waves. Without these formations, the mere aftermath would destroy half the city. If one was determined to unleash a technique with a vast destructive range, a legendary level of power could reduce the entire Xinjiang city to ruin within 2 moves. If the king level could change the weather of an area solely through brute force, the legendary level had the ability and qualifications to permanently alter a region's climate. Just like the 2 legendary spirit beasts before them. Xiao Sui raised her hand and released the Jade Pool Flood Dragon from the contract formation. A dual-element Jade Pool Flood Dragon could naturally gain considerable benefits from watching the battle between the 2 water-element legends. I haven't seen this thing in the illustrated guide. A unique spirit beast. Li Changji leaned over, took a look, then shrank back. There are also a lava lizard related to the legendary level and a unique spirit beast. You're really lucky, kid. Raising them costs money, Uncle Li. I used up all my credits, barely providing for my family's fat bear and mouse's evolution. Next, I still need to figure out how to evolve the Yao dragon. And now I have another lava lizard to raise. The lava lizard turned its head, giving Xiao Sui a look that seemed very wise. From now on, you'll be called Day's Dragon. Xiao Sui seemed to recall something, and the corner of her mouth twitched as she poked the little fellow's head. By the way, Uncle Li, when can we finish? Xiao Sui turned her head and heard a loud bang. The tide god's tail, which occupied nearly half its body and was a full 3 kilometers long, was severed by Frog Celestial's sword and fell. The vitality of legendary level beings is extremely tenacious. This battle will take at least. During this time, we need to reinforce the runes and formations on the embankment, provide support for spiritual power, and evacuate the crowd. After the battle, we still need to clean up the scene. Do we need to clean up the scene too? Xiao Sui asked with some confusion. Legendary spirit beasts, only small spirit beasts leave behind natural crystals that return to nature after death. As for large disaster beasts like the Tide God, most of their bodies will remain after death. The natural crystals of the legendary level will be taken by Frog Celestial. However, there are still scales and other materials left, all of which are legendary grade materials. 50% will be handled by the state, and the remaining 50% will default to us Beastmasters to divide among ourselves. Principal Chi and I will take half of that 50%. The remaining 5 king-level experts will take one. Thus, this massive beast measuring 8 kilometers in length will ultimately yield 1 kilometer of materials. It will be divided among you masters. Xiao Sui eyes gradually brightened. What does the material of a legendary disaster beast remain signify? Xiao Sui was unsure. He only knew that this thing was incredibly valuable. The advancement and evolution of the fat bear only used a bit of scraps from legendary materials, and it nearly bankrupted him. Throughout his life he had explored mines countless times, and at most he had only obtained 3 pieces of legendary ore. Moreover, most of it was not particularly useful. At least it wasn't very useful to him at the moment. Uncle Lee, am I not your own nephew? I'm just a friend of your teacher. You can call me Uncle Master at most. Li Changji's lips twitched slightly. Don't try to climb up the ladder, kid. Those materials are not as precious as you imagine. Most of the scales and carapaces, when the laws dissipate, resemble more like king-level materials. Basically, the only usable parts are the essence of spiritual power and the scales. After secondary refinement, it would be good if everyone could get a few dozen kilograms of top-tier king-level materials. Legendary materials are not that easy to obtain. Have you been thinking too much, kid? Xiao Sui paused for a moment. This was indeed quite different from the legendary materials he initially guessed. But king-level materials are still money. He was poor. Li Changji raised his hand and saw his Beastmaster wristband light up. Oldly, could you get me a tooth? A legendary Hanhai crocodile's tooth. That's quite rare. Just one. I just happen to need a suitable weapon. All right. Li Changji glanced at his Beastmaster wristband. They'll have your student bring it back for you. As fellow quasi-legendary, and after years of friendship, I don't mind sharing a bit with that scoundrel Wang Lai. My student. Oh, that little fellow Xiao Sui is also beside you, huh? Then 2 pieces, give 1 to that brat. Also help him refine it a bit, otherwise he won't be able to use it later. If you don't give it to me, I'll expose your little matter. Li Changji, you should clarify which matter you plan to. Upon seeing an old friend hanging up the call, he noticed that the little rascal beside him was staring at him eagerly. This was the president of the Beastmaster Association of Jiangnan Province, the honorary vice principal of Jiangnan University, a quasi-legendary Beastmaster. He sighed. After this matter is over, you won't leave Jiangnan Province, will you? No, I won't. Once your brother's joint examination is over, come find me. I'll add a contact, and I'll give you the items then. All right, thank you, Uncle Lee. Enough chit-chat. Your little dragon is about to give out. Ow, dragon. He saw Xiao Sui run over, shaking the little dragon's head. Li Changji couldn't help but feel that being young is really good. Then he picked up his phone and began to bombard a certain ill-tempered king with messages. He wanted to find out what kind of hold that old scoundrel had over him. Xiao Sui meanwhile returned the Ao dragon to the contract space, joining the team to reinforce the dam's formation in turns. However, Xiao Sui quickly noticed something was off. This senior king is my turn to reinforce a bit too frequent. Xiao Sui scratched his head. Earthmaster. The king paused. I am Professor Qinfengzi from Jiangnan University, the Water King. You can call me King Qin. There are fewer Earth Masters in Xinjiang City, and since you possess related Earth talent, you are more useful for reinforcing the dam than other elements. So your turns are a bit more frequent. Don't worry, we keep records here. Besides the portion of legendary disaster beast body materials you are entitled to, we'll also directly grant you points. According to the arrangements of the Beastmaster Association, after this task, you will probably receive 2,000 to 3,000 points. Converted into credits at higher institutions, that amounts to 20,000 to 30,000. The Alliance will not shortchange any Beastmaster who contributes, King Chun said earnestly. I feel like I actually don't need to continue. Xiao Sui suddenly changed his expression. Don't worry, King Chun, with the frequency of spiritual power I just provided, I can definitely hold on for over 3 days. Are you sure? King Chun looked at Xiao Sui with a doubtful gaze. Rest assured, my talent allows me to enhance my endurance. Xiao Sui patted his chest. King Chun extended his hand, and a stream of blue spiritual energy flowed into Xiao Sui's body. He needed to verify what Xiao Sui said. If Xiao Sui lacked that ability and forced himself to hold on, it might cause issues with the formation nodes. In that case, the residents along the Xinjiang River would be the ones to suffer. After a moment, he nodded. All right, let's head to this place. This kid's body seems unusual, as he appears to be transmitting some sort of power from underground to help him recover spiritual energy. This kind of talent was unheard of to King Chun, a student from Northwest University. I need to pay attention to this. Oh, wait a minute. The king leading the team this year seems to be me. King Qinfengji was momentarily taken aback. He should have asked about this kid's talent earlier. The Water King merely shook his head, chuckling lightly. He then continued arranging the teams of other master-level beastmasters. They could not participate in the legendary-level battles, but they had to ensure proper logistical support. They couldn't let the Frog Lord fight, while also worrying about the aftermath. Fortunately, Qianjiang City's defense forces were sufficient, and due to the tides over the years. As a construction fanatic, the Xinzhou Alliance had inscribed intricate formations along both banks. As long as they provided sufficient spiritual energy support, the formations could maintain operation. At the same time, the city-level retest was currently proceeding in an orderly manner. The population density in the Shanghai Star was not as high as in Xiao Sui past life, and the area was relatively larger. The number of candidates for the Beastmaster exam was about 1/7 to 1/8 of this year's total college entrance examination candidates. A total of 50,000 third-year students participated in the Beastmaster exam, on average a little over 1,000 per district. Among the more than 50,000 students taking the Beastmaster exam, there were only less than 3,000 who possessed entry-level spirit beasts. Among those who had already received entry-level Beastmaster wristbands, only 1,100 Beastmasters made it to the final joint examination. They qualified to compete for spots in prestigious schools. This was inherently a brutal competition. Xiao Sui, who had just evolved the carbon turtle into the charcoal turtle, successfully passed this assessment. With the strength of 2-stage evolutions plus his entry-level advanced power, Xiao Sui smoothly passed the retest and was now standing beside Bai Qinyu, massaging her shoulders. You don't be nervous. Only the joint exam is left. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Xiao Sui, if you're nervous, just say so. Bai Qinyu sighed impatiently. What nonsense are you talking about? Me, Xiao Sui, how could I possibly be nervous? Xiao Sui said earnestly. Chen Xiao, who was entrusted by Xiao Sui to bring Xiao Sui to the exam, sat beside and burped. He should not have agreed to that scoundrel Xiao Sui. He still hadn't settled the final payment for the melting fire coal. Chen Xiao was only a high-ranked elite beast master, and that thing was incredibly precious. If it weren't for Xiao Sui saying he could offer a better price combined with their years of friendship, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to this. Chen Xiao raised his wristband and saw the message Xiao Sui sent. Xiao Sui, no more final payment. Chen Xiao. Xiao Sui, bro, I got your frog a bit of water-type, king-level materials. Chen Xiao, you're really going to extremes, bro. Chen Xiao decided to give something back to that kid Xiao Sui. He then picked up his phone. Coincidentally, he had previously participated in the photography club selection. Although he was directly eliminated, Chen Xiao felt quite adept at capturing portraits. He took a photo of Bai Qinyu and Xiao Sui together. The image depicted Xiao Sui giving Bai Qinyu a shoulder massage. When Xiao Sui received this photo, he saw two heads resting on the same body. Two hands were awkwardly lifting this body. The image looked increasingly bizarre. Xiao Sui. Chen Xiao, it's no wonder you got rejected from the photography club. Chen Xiao put away his phone with satisfaction and then looked at the young man and woman in front of him. Finished your exams, eh? Yes, the joint examination is in a week. Xiao Sui nodded. Do you know there's a rule, eh? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Every student who is valued will have a high-level beast master from a university come to escort them. Among the 1,100 candidates, there will probably be 50 or 60 who are pre-selected by certain universities. The school will send seniors to snatch them up. Most of them are elite or extraordinary level. This varies depending on the level of importance. So if no one comes to snatch you, it means you are among those who need to fight for the last 60 or 70 spots in prestigious schools. Chen Xiao read while looking at his phone. Tis prestigious schools have so many twists and turns. This method of snatching students is no wonder they are prestigious schools. Wait a moment, your brother sent me this year's list of prospective students from prestigious schools. A total of 43, which is fewer than in previous years. Let me see who is first. I remember Bai Qinyu seems to be ranked first in the current retest and initial. Your liaison is. Chen Xiao was taken aback, blinking. Basha University, the Wind King Luch. What about me? Chen Xiao flipped through the list and said. Xiao Sui's mouth twitched slightly, although based on his current performance. He barely belongs to the group that can keep up with prestigious schools. However, the fact that no one is liaising for him was too disheartening. Despite the sadness, he was still very happy for Bai Qinyu. Bai Qinyu blinked. I remember a senior said he would take me to Northwest University. That's my brother. When you came to our house before that mushroom head, Bai Qinyu fell into memories. But she couldn't compare that seemingly eccentric senior with the mushroom head boy from her memories who wore glasses and was a bit scruffy. Bai Qinyu shook her head. Every year no more than 5 can blow up the testing machine in the initial exam. This year only 3 did. So it's normal for you to be valued most geniuses at this level are regarded as the heirs of the kings. There are actually quite a few Wind Kings registered in the Shinjo Alliance. However, there are not many who understand how to teach and educate. You could say there are only two. The Sky Ripper King from Northwest University and the Wind King from Bashu University. Wind is not a common element, so suitable heirs are more likely to attract competition. Chen Xiao said while shaking his head. Chengge, how do you know so much? Oh, your brother sent it. Otherwise, how would I know? I'm just an ordinary beast master from an ordinary elite beast master university. Chen Xiao spread his hands. Generally speaking, this process will end halfway through the joint examination. That is 3 days after entering the secret realm. The students chosen by the king-level beast masters will be taken away directly. The only difference between Bai Qinyu and your brother is, your brother had no connections back then, so no one informed him about this matter. When he was taken away by the Mountain King, your brother even thought about fighting the Mountain King. And then he got beaten. Although the joint examination is live-streamed, such matters will definitely not be released. I know because your brother had a farewell dinner with us before going to Northwest University. But it can't really be called a farewell dinner. Chen Xiao seemed to remember something, but then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, it's not important. Let's go, the exams are over, I'll take you all out for a nice meal. Don't worry, although I'm not a big shot as your Chengge, I'm still an elite-level beastmaster. Eating a meal is nothing to worry about. This was indeed not a problem, as anything related to spiritual beasts was shockingly expensive. The molten fire coal he previously sold to Xiao Sui and his brother was worth at least $1 million on the market. Moreover, it was that kind of item that was priceless. The markup was quite severe. However, he made a huge profit. A piece of water-type, king-level material, no matter what material, it was could not be measured with alliance coins. While Chen Xiao was thinking, he ordered a DD taxi. By the time he realized that a man wearing glasses and a shirt was already standing beside the three of them. On the man's shoulder perched a small butterfly. The Wind King butterfly. Its evolutionary chain is flowing wind bug, flowing wind butterfly, Wind King butterfly. Most creatures that look like bugs in the world have relatively low innate talents. However, the Wind King butterfly is an exception. It is an extraordinary level path, and as long as it completes its evolution, it can almost reach extraordinary level. However, the Wind King butterfly species is extremely rare. Unlike the Alliance's 5 elements beast masters, which have fixed training channels, there isn't even a fixed place to find them. Any place in nature that is swept by strong winds has the potential to give birth to a flowing wind bug, though the probability is very low. The young man standing beside them emanated a dangerous aura. It caused Chen Xiao to instinctively shield the 2 younger ones behind him. You've got some guts, the young man seemed a bit surprised. But you should not be the kid called Xiao Sui. This senior you are. Chen Xiao had a hunch, but still asked cautiously. Haven't you figured it out yet? The young man waved his hand. All right, kid, I just came to take a look. No need to be too alert. Little girl, I'm here to snatch you as a student. But I just had a fight. The wind element hasn't produced any good seedlings in many years. To this day, I am still the youngest Wind King. I hope you can surpass me. By the time the 3 regained their senses, the young man had already vanished from sight. The car has arrived. Chen Xiao sighed in relief and glanced at his phone. Let's go, time to eat. The Jiangnan Province television station reports live for you. Hello everyone, I am the reporter Yi Qiu. Today is May 18th, 207 of the Spirit Beast calendar. We are currently at the contestant village for this year's college entrance examination in Jiangnan Province. Since 1 p.m. yesterday, a total of 1100 top students from across the province have been arriving at the contestant village. This place gathers the finest group of students from Jiangnan Province, most of whom have already become true entry-level beast masters, with some candidates even brushing against the threshold of the elite level. Now they are about to compete for better results within the secret realm. The format of this year's college entrance examination remains the same as in previous years, selecting a large island-type secret realm and placing all 1100 students inside. These students will defeat spirit beasts on the island to obtain badges that the examiners have placed in advance on the beasts. It is particularly important to note that each spirit beast has only 1 badge. In other words, Yi Qiu paused and spoke to the camera. A spirit beast can only have its badge obtained the first time it is defeated. The final exam scores will be calculated based on the number of badges collected. Candidates are not allowed to attack one another, but can seize each other's prey. There are 15 elite-level spirit beasts on the island, which are the most precious and difficult prey to defeat. Next, I will take everyone to interview a few candidates. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and signaled her cameraman, Xiao Li, to follow. Due to being caught in the secret realm a few days ago, to appease this intern reporter and to demonstrate Jiangnan Province television station's goodwill to the outside world, Yi Qiu's internship was advanced, and after graduation, she could directly work at Jiangnan Province television station. Additionally, for such an important joint examination, one of the 5 interviewing reporters was allocated to Yi Qiuyu. Having already become a formal reporter, Yi Qiuyu arrived at this deliberately constructed contestant village with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Next, she needed to find the first suitable interview subject. Yi Qiuyu took a deep breath. Her eyes lit up as she spotted something. The only contestant from Jiangnan province who had shattered the testing machine was actually in her interview area. She made an effort to compose herself and walked over with cameraman Xiao Sui. Classmate Bai Qinyu, do you remember me? We met before. Currently, Jiangnan television station is interviewing this year's candidates. Do you have time for an interview? Bai Qinyu turned around and blinked. She seemed a bit surprised. However, she indeed recognized the female reporter in front of her. They had been trapped in that secret realm together for half a day. Bai Qinyu nodded sure. Ayu, I found out there's a milk tea shop in the contestant village. Let's go try it out. A boy ran over holding a turtle followed by an eagle walking in a strange posture. Bai Qinyu paused, reached out, and the black and blue contract array lit up. She pulled out a large black cat from the contract array. Showing, I'll leave this to you. The large black cat looked confused, glancing around. It seemed to recognize the person in front of it. Lazily lying on the chair, it looked at Yi Qiu's microphone. Meow. Yi Qiuyu certainly recognized this spirit beast. She had first seen it deep in a mine. What on earth does it think about being interviewed? Yi Qiuyu cursed and exited the group chat. After hearing the shadow spirit meowing for 10 minutes, Yi Qiuyu turned to find new candidates with cameraman Xiao Sui. At this time, Xiao Sui and Bai Qinyu happened to be walking out of the milk tea shop. There are quite a few people, but the taro is really good. Xiao Sui nodded in satisfaction. I heard that some bored candidates wanted to get something good. That's why they opened a snack street here. Indeed, there's even a complete snack street within the contestant village. It can be considered a characteristic of Shenzhou. The only difference from outside snack streets is that this snack street is entirely run by official personnel. The taste is relatively average. Uncle, are you undercover? No, I've been doing this for over 10 years. Then uncle, can you put fewer eggshells in my egg-filled pancake? Xiao Sui stared at the vendor uncle in front of him. The vendor uncle spread his hands. Forget it, and also don't call me uncle. I'm a college student here for credits. The vendor uncle said seriously. I'm only 2 years older than you guys. Xiao Sui widened his eyes repeatedly, sizing up the vendor uncle in front of him. Also, I'm not good at making this, but better at making spicy food. Do you want to eat? Xiao Sui nodded. I feel like I won't be able to take the exam tomorrow. Xiao Sui looked up at the sky. Aren't you going to Bashu like me? You can't handle this level of spice. Bai Qinyu looked at the boy beside her with a bit of helplessness. Xiao Sui pointed to his swollen lips. Look at this, can you say it's not a question of whether I can handle it? Go to the infirmary and find the examination staff for some treatment, Bai Qinyu sighed. You're too unreliable, Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui shed painful tears. It was likely that he was crying from the spiciness. A certain vendor uncle, I thought I put in very little. The rooms in the contestant village are large because some students also keep large spirit beasts. Of course, if the relationship is good, they can apply for adjoining rooms in advance or even request to share a double room. Xiao Sui originally wanted to apply for the latter. Then he was punched on the forehead by Bai Qinyu. In the end, he only stayed in the adjoining room. There is a day and a half left until the exam. The joint examination will start punctually at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Xiao Sui is somewhat nervous as he should not have a problem aiming for a prestigious school. However, what kind of posture he enters the prestigious school in is another question. For some reason, he hasn't heard from his brother for so many days. Xiao Sui lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. The turtle lay by his bedside, and the red sun eagle shrank back into the contract space. Perhaps it was because there was simply no room to stretch its wings outside. Xiao Sui closed his eyes. Then he heard a knock on the door. Opening the door, he saw his older brother standing at the entrance. Bro, how did you get in? Isn't the contestant village almost completely sealed off? How could he let his brother in under such circumstances? Master-level beast masters have privileges, didn't you know? Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow. By the way, where are mom and dad? They heard you would be back to accompany me for the exam, so they went traveling. Alright, get up, accompany me for a drink. Bro, the exam is in 2 days, you still want me to drink? Not alcohol. Look at what good stuff your brother brought you. Xiao Sui mysteriously pulled out a bottle. The tide god persisted far longer than anyone had anticipated. It was initially estimated that it would end in 3 days, but it stubbornly lasted for 7. The enraged frog celestial stood atop the corpse of the tide god, cursing for half an hour. Once the frog celestial calmed down, he reverted to his previous guise of an old man fishing. Only then did the several celestial kings begin to dissect the corpse of the tide god. At this point, only the master-level beast tamers could gradually leave. In 5 days, they could go to the Beast Tamer Association to collect the final rewards for this mission, which consisted of materials from the tide god's body. As for now, Xiao Sui felt he could finally get a good sleep perhaps for 2 days. After all, due to the uniqueness of his own talent and specialization in earth attributes. He had single-handedly completed the work of 5 or 6 master-level beast tamers. He had gone 7 days and nights without sleep, even though his master-level beast tamer strength allowed him to stay alert. But one cannot go without rest forever. After returning to his empty home and sleeping for a day and a night, Xiao Sui raised his hand with renewed vigor. He received news from the admissions office of Northwest University. In this year's college entrance examination in Jiangnan Province, 4 individuals had been pre-selected by Northwest University. This was quite normal as the environment of the Gobi Desert where Northwest University is located is completely different from that of Jiangnan's water towns. It is difficult to find individuals suitable for the Northwest environment here, not in terms of mentality, but rather in the compatibility with spirit beasts. Northwest University has a total of 6 celestial professors, 2 specializing in earth attributes, 1 in metal attributes, 1 with no specific attribute, 1 in wind attributes, and 1 in wood attributes. And these 4 individuals pre-selected by Northwest University were taken from quotas of other schools. Wait, why are 3 of them water attribute? Teacher, are you mistaken? How did Northwest University start competing with Jiangnan University for water attribute talents? Most beast tamers specialize in 1 attribute. The reasoning is simple. Specializing in 1 attribute allows for resource overlap and reuse. Most people lack the energy to thoroughly study multiple attributes simultaneously. Moreover, during the extraordinary level, beast tamers awaken a talent. This talent is most likely related to the spirit beast they have contracted and at the same time is likely to enhance only 1 attribute. If one contracts spirit beasts from multiple attributes at the same time, it is possible that some spirit beasts may not receive the enhancement of the talent. Xiao Sui was so decisive in agreeing to the request of the Lava Earth Dragon because on one hand the offspring of master-level spirit beasts have high innate talents and are rare top-tier spirit beasts. On the other hand, the Lava Earth Dragon evolves to its final form, which involves earth attributes. But how did Northwest University manage to snatch 3 water attribute beast tamers from Jiangnan University? Xiao Sui was baffled. Moreover, why would these 3 students be willing to go to Northwest University? Half of the master-level beast tamer instructors at Jiangnan University specialize in water attributes. Whereas at Northwest University, there are only 3 master-level instructors in total specializing in water attributes. While those 3 master-level water attribute beast tamers at our school are preparing to recruit good students. The answer from the mountaineering celestial king was quite helpless. So we simply snatched back 3 water attribute talents. As you know, although our school has limited water attribute resources, we have only 1 controllable water attribute secret realm. But the number of users is also small. Basically, just those 3 old men and their students. The 3 water attribute beast tamers of Northwest University are named Li Guanyue, Li Guanxing, and Li Guanri. They are triplets. Currently, they are all over 80 years old. Master level does not significantly increase the lifespan of beast tamers, likely living only up to 120. The Celestial King level is the first major transformation. These 3 elders were born, grew up, and took root in the Northwest. These 3 elders are seeking students who can carry on their legacy, so Northwest University really needs to find suitable candidates. It cannot be vague. The mountaineering celestial king along with several other celestial kings accompanied the 3 old gentlemen for a long time before finding these 3 students among the nation's outstanding examination candidates. It was quite a challenge to get these 3 students to agree to come to Northwest University. Among all the students in the nation, the reason the 3 old gentlemen officially settled on these 3 was these 3 students are also triplets named Qin Chun, Qin Xia, and Qin Xiao. They share similar experiences and talents. The 3 old gentlemen were extremely pleased. Therefore, Northwest University invested significant resources to snatch these 3 from Jiangnan University. A considerable amount of resources were also used to persuade the Qin brothers. Only then did they finally bring back the students favored by the 3 old gentlemen from Jiangnan to the Northwest. As Xiao Sui listened to his teacher's complaints, he reviewed the profiles of the 3 individuals. They were indeed outstanding, considered top tier among water attribute beast tamers in Jiangnan province. The last person that Northwest University prepared to recruit in advance is named Chen Dong. Xiao Sui. This Chen Dong is a very orthodox ice attribute beast tamer. Originally, he was supposed to go to the northeast. However, this Chen Dong is the cousin of the Qin triplets. So at that time, they simply packed her up and brought her back. But this girl is not just an add-on. On the contrary, Chen Dong has the highest talent among the 4. She is the one we are preparing to accept as a disciple. The mountaineering celestial king said, Teacher, our Northwest University does not have an ice attribute celestial king. Now we do. The mountaineering celestial king replied earnestly. The person training on Tianshan has broken through. Thus Northwest University now also has an ice attribute celestial king. The mountaineering celestial king spoke with great pride. Xiao Sui scratched his head. One can only say that the group of teachers and professors at the school really racked their brains during the college entrance examination period. In their eagerness to snatch a few students, they truly exert themselves. Of course, Xiao Sui himself was also the one who had been taken away. Talents are indeed a scarce commodity. Although those students brought back at this time all claimed to have the potential of celestial kings, only a few succeed in breaking through to the celestial king level each year. The celestial king level is a significant hurdle. However, this does not hinder the celestial king's appreciation for promising talents. After all, years later, when everyone brags to each other, others will say, I discovered a new secret realm. I found a new material. I cultivated a celestial king spirit beast. Then suddenly one person pops up in the crowd and says my student has become a celestial king. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Xiao Sui thought while gathering his things. He was now heading to the student village, needing to keep a close eye on these students to prevent any issues from arising. What if someone snatched them away? As long as he successfully brought them back, that would be credits. Xiao Sui placed the mouse on his head and casually picked up the dazed dragon from the coffee table, placing it on his shoulder. After recalling the still drowsy AO dragon back to the contract space, he finally felt at ease and stepped out. So you came to the candidate village just to watch a few candidates? Yes, Xiao Sui nodded. Otherwise, even a master beast tamer needs to apply in advance to enter the candidate village. The admissions office is different. Basically, every prestigious school has at least one master-level tamer. If a heavenly king takes a liking to certain candidates, it means there is one heavenly king and one master-level tamer. Because the master level is a standard configuration, while the heavenly king is just an unexpected visitor. Behave yourself, and you might get accepted as a student by some master, which is better than figuring it out on your own. There are probably only about 50 master-level teachers in prestigious schools, and each of them can only take 2 students at most. In each cohort of 600 or 700 students, only about 60 or 70 can have a master-level mentor. The rest have to learn on their own or follow elective courses. For these people, college is more like a platform for early exposure or transition to society. After all, credits and points from the Beast Tamer Association can be exchanged. So having a teacher is very important. And to get a mentor's guidance, there are only 2 most convenient opportunities: the college entrance examination and the new student opening league. The format of the new student league is quite similar to this college entrance examination. Logically speaking, that league is more suitable for showcasing oneself than now. But the college entrance examination is a suitable opportunity, don't miss it. So I prepared this for you. Xiao Sui took out a small vial from her pocket. A luck potion made from the essence of illusion-type spirits. Combined with some special materials, it can enhance a person's luck. Xiao Sui. Brother. Xiao Sui suddenly spoke up. Put it back. Don't worry, this is not a prohibited item, just rare. Brother. Xiao Sui paused her actions. Listen, older brother, I will use my own abilities to participate in this joint examination. I will get into Bashu University because that is my dream. Whether or not I have a mentor who values me is an issue of my own ability. I can't rely on you my whole life, brother. Xiao Sui remained silent, looking at his younger brother. After a long time, he opened the vial and poured its contents into his mouth. Xiao Sui blinked. Ice red tea, I got it from Chunxiao. When I came here, this small test tube is what I carry with me to hold samples. You do have talent. Just not enough flexibility in your mind and confidence. Xiao Sui laughed and patted his younger brother's shoulder. Now I feel much more at ease. So brother, is all this just to give me confidence? Xiao Sui's lips twitched slightly. Of course, there are no such things as luck potions in this world. If they exist, they would be at the Heavenly King or even legendary level. Where would I get that? So I'm just looking for a simple way to see if you have the strength. As for where this method came from, Xiao Sui couldn't say. He had read a book about 4 academies studying magic where someone drank a pumpkin juice called fortune potion. So he simply said, I need you to know that the confident you is entirely different from the unconfident you. However, it seems that's not necessary now. Xiao Sui patted his younger brother's shoulder. Do well in the exam. I won't embarrass you, older brother. I told you not to embarrass yourself. Xiao Sui gave his younger brother a playful slap on the head. In leaving, Xiao Sui stood up and walked out of the room. When Xiao Sui came back to his senses, he only saw a bottle of ice red tea on the table. It was cold, 1 liter in size. Xiao Sui. It really is the style of an older brother. The young man chuckled softly, looking up at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. You know, while you were in your brother's room, just now someone was watching you the whole time, right? Of course I know. Xiao Sui spread his hands. This thing is not illegal. Even if my brother really drinks it, it can only be considered a psychological suggestion. Essentially, it's not prohibited. You should be grateful that your brother didn't drink it, because if he did it would be prohibited. The young man sitting beside Xiao Sui remained silent for a moment before speaking. There really are potions that increase luck. The young man said, moreover, there really is one at Northwest University. It's just that you haven't reached the Heavenly King level yet, so you don't know about it. Do you know what the guardian spirit beast of Northwest University is? I don't know. Xiao Sui shook his head. Well, then I won't tell you. The young man suddenly stopped. If you want to know, ask your teacher. The butterfly on the young man's shoulder flapped its wings. Xiao Sui looked at the somewhat ill-tempered young man in front of him. Lifelong Heavenly King Lu Chuanji, the one with the best personality among all the Heavenly King professors in Bashu. As for why there was a difference in attitude toward him, one could even say it was slightly sinister. The answer is too easy to find. Are you very familiar with my teacher? I have been beaten by him. Lifelong Heavenly King seemed completely unconcerned about his dark history. He does indeed have a good personality. Always gentle towards juniors and doesn't care about his past. He can chat with everyone. But the kid in front of him is a student of the mountain-turning Heavenly King Wang Lai. Isn't wind supposed to restrain earth? Xiao Sui was somewhat puzzled. Is his teacher that powerful? Your teacher came to me for a meal when I was about to break through to Heavenly King. He said he wanted to spar with me only using master-level spirit beasts. Then he summoned the mountain-turning ape. Xiao Sui, let's find a place to spar. I'll only use master-level spirit beasts. Lifelong Heavenly King said with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not like your teacher. I have a good personality, and when I say master-level, I mean only master-level. I guarantee on my Heavenly King's honor that I will not send out any Heavenly King spirit beasts. Xiao Sui gritted his teeth. Just right, his little mouse lacked some suitable combat experience. Lifelong Heavenly King is famous for his control over wind, which undoubtedly presents a good opportunity for his little mouse, also a master-level spirit beast skilled in fine manipulation. Thank you, King Lu. It's nothing, I have a good relationship with your teacher. Lifelong Heavenly King said with a smile. Xiao Sui followed Lifelong Heavenly King to find a training ground. Anyway, since it's not a large-scale battle, if it's just sparring, a master-level spirit beast can be slightly restrained, and this place is enough. Xiao Sui stood in one corner of the training ground, poking at the little mouse on his head. Lifelong Heavenly King raised his hand. He released 3 contract magic arrays. Yes, he said he would absolutely not use Heavenly King level spirit beasts. But he has more than one master-level spirit beast. The little mouse stared at the 3 master-level spirit beasts in front of it, lost in thought. Gigi, the mountain fire walker of King Li will randomly transport you to the corners of the secret realm. All you need to do is survive on this island. Defeat those spirit beasts to earn badges from them. Meanwhile, there are 20 tall towers on the island filled with ample food and water. Entering a tower grants you supplies and half an hour of absolute safety. 1 point for defeating entry-level spirit beasts, 5 points for intermediate level, and 15 points for advanced level spirit beasts. There are a total of 20 elite spirit beasts, and for each one you successfully defeat and obtain a badge, you will earn 200 points. Each elite spirit beast will be monitored. If you conduct a team encirclement, you may report it on the badge. The staff will add points based on contributions. If you can single-handedly defeat an elite spirit, the master beast master in charge of the examination venue suddenly paused. Then, I believe you will attract considerable attention among the prestigious schools. Then I wish you all the best. The member of the admissions office, Xiao Sui, was naturally not present here. He sat in the monitoring room with several other heads of admissions from prestigious schools. With 1,001 students, there would naturally be 1,001 screens. Fortunately, the mental strength of a master-level spirit beast is sufficient to watch thousands of screens simultaneously. It can even promptly extract more exciting and important segments to display on the 4 main screens. Currently controlling the screens is a master-level telekinetic gold puppet. This is the final evolutionary form of the Alliance's 5 elements beast tamer, the gold puppet. The evolution chain is gold puppet, gold puppet, gold telekinetic, gold puppet, gold telekinesis. It possesses an exceptionally high mastery of mental strength. The examinees are entering one after another, a staff member said. He was just an ordinary elite-level beastmaster. However, the 3 or 4 rows of people sitting behind him were all master-level and king-level beastmasters. Logically, the highest responsible person for the college entrance examination should be Li Changji, the president of the Jiangnan Province Beastmaster Association. Due to the recent Xinjiang Tide God incident, he was currently unavailable. Thus, the on-site coordination was handed over to several veteran masters and the mountain fire walkers sent by Li Changji. And as for the security work on-site, the staff member glanced back. There were at least 10 master-level beastmasters here. However, the most important ones were the 3 sitting in the front row right in the middle. Jiangnan University King of Overturned Water Chen Fengsa, Basha University King of Gale Lu Chuanji, Vice President of Jiangnan Province, Beastmaster Association, King of Sun Luo Li Pingji. With these three kings present, let alone the Genesis Society, not even all the terrifying organizations of the Shanghai Star would dare to come to the college entrance examination venue. The Xinzhou Alliance places extremely high importance on the college entrance examination venue. If someone attempts to disrupt the examination, they will likely be hunted down to the ends of the earth. The previous incidents during the preliminary examination had already caused extreme anger. It is said that after the Tide God incident concluded, 14 Genesis Society strongholds within the Xinzhou Alliance were dismantled. 7 kings of the Genesis Society were killed. Essentially, all Genesis Society forces within the Xinzhou Alliance have been thoroughly purged. This was still without any casualties. If there had been casualties, the staff member seemed to recall certain things he had seen in the files, and his body shivered. The guardian deity of Xinzhou is actually not that easy to deal with. The staff member threw himself back into work. Xiao Sui's gaze remained focused on a small screen. That was his younger brother. As for the admissions matters, weren't there 3 other extraordinary junior students? Xiao Sui turned to glance at the 3 people behind him. The 3 were playing Do Diju. What are you 3 doing? Xiao Sui said with annoyance. Playing Do Diju. Senior Xiao 1 Junior raised their cards and said, we also brought mahjong. Do you want to join us? Xiao Sui, one of the students from Northwest University in the same cohort, scratched his head. Actually, you don't need to watch the whole time. The more outstanding candidates will be displayed on the big screen. That's when you should pay the most attention. With the telekinetic gold puppet present, there is no chance of missing candidates that have not been displayed and suddenly spotting hidden gems. Don't worry, I've been here twice. I'm very familiar with this process. The student said earnestly. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. Don't delay the important matters. Don't worry, Senior Xiao the Junior said seriously, tapping their chest. Only then did Xiao Sui turn back. But he found that one person was missing beside him. As a representative of Northwest University, a master-level beast master, he was seated in the front row, and the spot next to him. Aren't those 3 kids from your school supposed to be playing mahjong? Old Lu has developed a craving. He want to play mahjong. King of Sun Luo Li Pingji said, taking a sip of tea. Old Lu in King of Sun Luo's mouth refers to King of Gale, Lu Chuanji. Kings are still human. Perhaps they enjoy playing even more than you youngsters do. Li Pingji said calmly, you brat, 3 years ago, I sat here watching you dominate on the screen. Now look, you're not bad, you've grown fast. What our Xinzhou Alliance needs the most is young people like you. A few days ago during the Tide God incident, I was stationed at the Association Center and couldn't come over. Otherwise, I might have met a few more talented young people. Li Pingji lifted his old cadre teacup and patted his administrative jacket. The Beastmaster Association is an official organization. Essentially, it was established by the Xinzhou Alliance to manage Beastmasters. Li Pingji, as the vice president of the Beastmaster Association, holds an exceptionally high position. You're joking. Xiao Sui sat beside Li Pingji. I still need to learn a lot from seniors like you. Li Pingji just smiled. Xiao Sui, although you've been involved in the Tide God incident. However, your Northwest University has poached some good talents from Jiangnan Province. What you said is not right. How can it be called poaching? The talents of the Alliance have their own places. Xinzhou Alliance has its own talented individuals. Naturally, there are different choices. It's just that the 3 old gentlemen from our Northwest University are ready to take in a few students to pass on their legacy. Xiao Sui secretly wiped his sweat. How did he end up sitting next to this big shot? It was at this moment that the telekinetic gold puppet displayed an image on the big screen. The Beastmaster controlling the telekinetic gold puppet spoke. Examinee number 086. Xiao Sui is challenging an elite-level spirit beast Heathen. Number 014, elite-level beast Qingting Tree. Xiao Sui's hand suddenly shook. Candidate number 086. This number holds little significance as it is assigned based on the order of arrival in the candidate village. However, this name was enough to turn the heads of most of the masters present, gazing at Xiao Sui, who sat upright with clenched fists, as if gripping something. Your brother. My brother. Li Pingji wanted to continue asking, but was blocked by the returning king of the Gale, who had just finished a round of mahjong. This young king stood between Li Pingji and Xiao Sui. Vice Presidently, I am quite curious to see. Isn't there another top fire-type talent emerging from Jiangnan Province? The king of the Gale spoke calmly. He could sense that for some reason Li Pingji held a scrutinizing attitude towards Xiao Sui. There was even a hint of malice in his demeanor. Xiao Sui was clever but still young and might not perceive it. Though he had sparred with the king of the mountains several times, he had also received many gifts from him. Xiao Sui was considered his junior. The king of the Gale glanced at Xiao Sui. Let's see how your brother performs. Li Pingji did not speak further, merely turning his gaze towards the screen. Xiao Sui was nearly tearing the armrest of his chair apart. Are you ready, Tortoise? Xiao Sui took a deep breath. There were a total of 20 elite-level spirit beasts on the island. In fact, the green vine tree before them was considered average among all elite-level spirit beasts. For the vast majority of people in Jiangnan province, this was the most difficult choice, as wood restrains water. However, Xiao Sui was different. Of both of his summoned beasts were fire type. The body of the charcoal turtle was not large by any means. Its shell had a diameter of about 1 meter, and with the physique of a beastmaster one, could even carry the charcoal turtle while running. Yet it was an almost perfect meat shield spirit beast. As long as the charcoal turtle stood in front, the Qiyang eagle could safely engage in harassment and offense. Xiao Sui murmured softly, "The first rule of the wilderness: protect the beastmaster himself. Do not become a flaw for the spirit beasts. Tortoise, use fire shield. Eagle, accelerate and fly. Use your wings to cut through the flying vines." The fire shield did not encase the charcoal turtle, but instead enveloped Xiao Sui. The Qiyang eagle transformed into a red streak of light in the sky, cutting through the vines that the green vine tree had struck out. Xiao Sui knew very well that the vines that could be severed were composed of wood-type energy. They were not the main body. To harm the main body, sufficient instantaneous destructive power was required. Wood-type spirit beasts were known for their regeneration and endurance. The simplest method was to unleash maximum power and exhaust all vitality of the spirit beast in one go. The skills of spirit beasts are essentially a form of mobilizing their spiritual energy. Yet for beastmasters at their stage, it was very effective. Thus, Tortoise Red Mist. He concentrated the fire-type spiritual energy into red smoke and sprayed it out in one breath. This was the best method to scorch the opposing spirit beast. The particulate fire-type spiritual energy would adhere to the spirit beast's body, gradually seeping inward. However, this technique generally required elite-level or higher spiritual energy control to master. Xiao Sui did not stop. He simultaneously channeled his spiritual energy to restore the charcoal turtle while commanding the Qiyang eagle, which was harassing from the sky. Sky Fire Feather. The Qiyang eagle let out a loud cry. Red feathers shot out from its wings and landed on the vines. The fire-type spiritual energy exploded again. The result was that the particulate fire-type energy advanced into the main body of the green vine tree even deeper than before. Once the fire-type spiritual energy penetrated the main body of a wood-type spirit beast, the intense burning effect would begin to stack gradually. The anger of the green vine tree was palpable. It waved its vine whips wildly. At elite speed, it should have easily pulled the Qiyang eagle down from the sky. But it did not. The 4-meter wingspan of the Qiyang eagle gracefully danced between the gaps of the vine whips. Whenever a vine whip came close, a tiny red light would fall upon it. When the vine whips moved away from the Qiyang eagle, the red light would explode rapidly. Its specially trained agility and excellent spiritual energy control among elites were evident. Xiao Sui could no longer contain his smile. His younger brother's talent surpassed his expectations. After all, this was the first time he returned home in a year, and his younger brother's control over spiritual energy was entirely self-taught. As for the high mobility, Xiao Sui paused. It was clearly the credit of Bai Qinyu. The wind attribute had always excelled in agility. Bai Qianyu's talent was outstanding among all wind-type beastmasters. Xiao Sui was acutely aware of his shortcomings. He lacked knowledge in many areas and was not like his brother, who began learning resource allocation and mineral analysis from a young age. The only two things he could do were to master the manipulation of spiritual energy to its utmost and to learn everything he could from his surroundings. The particulate fire-type energy adorned the green vine tree, leaving it scarred. However, Xiao Sui understood that with the regeneration ability of wood-type spirit beasts, this slight damage would soon vanish. Thus, he transferred all of his spiritual energy to the charcoal turtle, while the Qiyang eagle distracted the vine whips. Qiyang Blast. This was a skill recognized as only learnable by elite-level extremes or even extraordinary-level practitioners. Dense fire-type spiritual energy transformed into a beam piercing through the green vine tree. However, this was not the most important aspect. Qiyang Blast was a skill used for internal battles among fire-type spirit beasts. Whichever side had stronger fire-type manipulation could detonate the fire-type energy of the other. The green vine tree's control over fire-type energy could not surpass that of the charcoal turtle, a fire-type spirit beast. Moreover, after the previous skills, the fire-type energy on the green vine tree was abundant. Many, Red Mist and Sky Fire Feather, were both lingering-type skills. Such lingering skills were generally difficult to master. Xiao Sui not only had his spirit beasts learn them, but had them learn both. This was already enough to astonish people. On this foundation, the emergence of Qiyang Blast was even more surprising, a skill that ignites fire-type energy like the sun. It left the green vine tree riddled with wounds. Ultimately, it could not withstand the assault and lost consciousness, leaving behind Xiao Sui and the charcoal turtle, who had exhausted all their spiritual energy. The Qiyang eagle in the sky dove down, snatching the badge from the green vine tree. Xiao Sui swiftly retrieved the charcoal turtle into the contract space and sat on the back of the Qiyang eagle. "Let's go, eagle. To the tower." After this battle, Xiao Sui let out a sigh of relief. He casually discarded the armrest he had broken, feeling much more relaxed. "Hey, I'm his brother." Xiao Sui leaned back against the chair, his mood significantly improved. He even took down the mouse perched on his head and rubbed it affectionately. Mouse Squeak Squeak, an elite-level spiritual beast, which is considered a boss monster for the majority of this year's college entrance exam candidates. It requires a group of people to confront. Xiao Sui showcased his exceptional control over spiritual power, demonstrating impressive affinity with fire elements and training tailored for high mobility. The immediate protection of the Beast Master himself layered tactical levels, and after the battle concluded quickly, allowing the Qiyang eagle to take him to a safe zone when he recognized his inability to continue fighting. This decisive ability to leave the scene swiftly was precisely what this group of students needed most. Xiao Sui was very satisfied with this, but even more so was the nearby King of Gale. "Your brother also came to bash you. As a fire element beast master, he must be going to bash you," Xiao Sui said. "All right." The King of Gale picked up the beast master's wristband. "Old Zhang, come over and grab someone. I found you a good student." The person on the other end of the beast master's wristband seemed somewhat puzzled. "What do you mean by finding me a good student? Didn't old Lu go to Jiangnan province? Can Jiangnan province produce good fire element talents?" The King of Gale remained silent, simply sending the video over. A moment later, the Beastmaster's wristband began vibrating continuously. "Flowing Fire King Zhang Yiqing, old Lu, is your East Wind Falcon still at the academy?" "Flowing Fire King Zhang Yiqing, let me borrow it." Seeing his old friend in such a hurry, the King of Gale gave an affirmative response. Flowing Fire King hurriedly extracted the King of Gale's East Wind Falcon from the Wind Element's secret realm. There was no time to waste. Bashu University has 3 Fire Element Kings. The other 2 this year are located in Bashu and have received some excellent students. Only Flowing Fire King with slightly less experience failed to secure good students. If it weren't for his old friend the King of Gale sending him a message, he might have had to wait until the entrance exam to snatch this good seedling. What if he can't compete with the other 2 old tamers then? Flowing Fire King hurriedly set off, riding the East Wind Falcon. The King of Gale glanced at Xiao Sui wristband. "My old friend Flowing Fire King Zhang Yiqing. His strength is comparable to mine. Don't worry, he's a bit reckless, but his temperament is excellent and very suitable for teaching your brother. The abilities your brother has displayed have already reached a level that can attract the attention of a king-level beast master. More importantly, this old friend of mine currently doesn't have any students. Kid, I assure you your brother will never be mistreated at Bashu University." "Your way of treating Xiao Sui is a bit strange," Li Pingji suddenly interjected. "You seem to be treating him as an equal. You are a king, and he is merely a master." Comrade Li Pingji, the King of Gale, turned to look at the vice president of the Provincial Beastmaster Association. "Since the establishment of the Shenzhou Alliance, there has been no distinction of status among us. Levels do not need to be fixed, and kings do not need to be high and mighty. Younger generations respect us for our achievements and strength, not because of so-called status." "I never said that, King of Gale," Li Pingji responded calmly. "You don't need to put a label on me. I was just curious why you seem to lower your attitude when facing this kid. Is it because his teacher saved my life? Is that sufficient?" The King of Gale fixed his gaze on Li Pingji. Li Pingji remained silent for a long time, finally turning his head to look at the screen. The King of Gale turned to Xiao Sui. "What did you want to ask just now?" "I actually wanted to say that I remember that if a king-level beast master wants to travel, applying for a plane is quite convenient. Is Flowing Fire King really that urgent?" The King of Gale fell into thought. His old friend seemed indeed to be a bit too hasty. Too hasty. Forget it, encountering good seedlings is like this. Didn't I just fly over a few days ago? To be able to single-handedly defeat an elite-level spiritual beast student at this time is quite rare. Across the nation, such talents are few and far between. In total this year, there wouldn't even be more than 10. Based on past years, there were probably only around 4 or 5. The King of Gale felt considerably more relaxed. It was truly incredible that Jiangnan province produced 2 this year. However, geniuses of this level are inherently hard to come by. The King of Gale thought he was lucky to have picked up a wind element genius. With this thought, he raised his head to look at the large screen. He saw an image that had just been brought up. To be precise, there were 2 images. On the left, Bai Qinyu had just defeated a soil element elite-level spiritual beast. On the right was an unfamiliar girl who had just taken down a water element elite-level spiritual beast. The King of Gale widened his eyes, watching as the frost descended slowly, freezing the spiritual beast. What kind of luck is Jiangnan province having this year? The master in charge of enrollment at Northeast University couldn't sit still. He moved closer to Xiao Sui. For a genius of this level that, previously regarding the regulations with Northwest University, if it is voided, the resources must be compensated according to the breach, and double compensation is required. Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow. That master-level beast master made a call to Northeast. Deal. Then it's all based on ability. Xiao Sui shook the hand of the master-level beast master from Northeast University. Then he raised his voice, Teacher Yen. This master-level beast master stiffened for a moment and slowly turned around. A tall woman stood there accompanied by a penguin almost as tall as a person. An emperor penguin. The evolution chain is Ice Penguin, Ice Water Penguin, Knight, Ice Water, Emperor Penguin, Ice Water. The king-level emperor penguin standing there directly revealed the identity of the tall woman. The newly promoted Ice Element King from Northwest University. Hanshan King Yen Qingzi. Relax, Xiao Sui. Now that I'm here, I want to see who can snatch my student. This king walked over raising an eyebrow. Xiao Sui automatically stood up to give her his seat, moving to the back to play mahjong with 3 other junior students. Yo Lu Chuanji, long time no see. Yen Qingzi, long time no see. The king of Gale seemed to be quite familiar with Yen Qingzi. But that had nothing to do with Xiao Sui. He tapped his Beast Master wristband. Unfortunately, he could only record a video. The live broadcast would likely be cut off by the staff. But it doesn't matter, he could send a video to his teacher. Watching something so amusing is ingrained in the blood of the people of Shenzhou. The Wind King, the Forest King, and the Water King. These 3 possess strengths that are comparable, all belonging to the second tier of kings. Recently advanced Yen Qingzi has only 2 king-level spirit beasts. If calculated strictly, they might be considered as belonging to the 3rd or 4th tier of kings. However, it doesn't matter. Yen Qingzi is not alone. To be precise, there are 2 brown bears accompanying Yen Qingzi. These 2 bears, nearly 4 meters tall, are clad in hard armor on their shoulders. Uniquely, the larger bear has armor on its chest and back, its muscles appearing even more robust. These 2 bears, nearly 4 meters tall, are clad in hard armor on their shoulders. Uniquely, it is evident that these are 2 spirit beasts of the same species, but have taken different paths of evolution. Fat bear, have you finished your evolution? Xiao Sui turned her head to look at the slightly smaller plump brown bear. The once imposing fat bear changed from standing to lying down, rushing over to lean against Xiao Sui. Ing. Although she did not understand why her fat bear, such a large creature, made this kind of sound, it had always acted this way when being affectionate since childhood. Xiao Sui patted the fat bear's head, setting aside her chair. Then she lay down on the fat bear's belly. So comfortable. The several kings exchanged glances, their eyes landing on the other, more robust brown bear. The Earth Rock Bear, the spirit beast of the Mountain King. Among all the spirit beasts of the Mountain King, it is second only to the Mountain Ape in strength. It is an evolved form of the Earth Rock Bear, one of the Alliance's 5 elemental beasts. Among all king-level spirit beasts, the Earth Rock Bear can rank in the 1st tier even. Isn't this Earth Rock Bear a bit off? The Wind King frowned. Although they are all 2nd-tier kings, there is still a difference. He is a 2nd-tier king primarily because among his spirit beasts, only the Wind Butterfly possesses sufficient strength, ranking among the elite of all king spirit beasts. The remaining spirit beasts are at most at the initial stage of king level. However, the Wind Butterfly informed him that this Earth Rock Bear is excessively powerful. Oh, the Earth Rock Bear has learned the Mountain Earth Law. Yen Qingzi spoke calmly. As you all know, my uncle operates discreetly. Such matters were never flaunted. I can testify that my teacher's Earth Rock Bear touched the threshold of the law months ago and entered the quasi-legendary level. Xiao Sui raised her hand high. At that time, it was completely kept under wraps. My teacher is simply too low-key. The Wind King, Water King, and Forest King simultaneously turned to look at Xiao Sui. These 3 share a commonality. The Wind King was beaten by the Mountain King when he was at the master level. The Water King was also beaten by the Mountain King during the league. The Forest King had a conflict with the Mountain King when he had just ascended to king level and was beaten. The first 2 could still be said to have sparred. The Forest King was purely on the receiving end of the beating. In the eyes of the 3 kings, the 6 characters of Mountain King Wang Lai have nothing to do with being low-key. Now the question arises. Do Xiao Sui and the Cold Mountain King understand Wang Lai's character? They are well aware. However, as students and a niece, they resolutely support their teacher uncle. The Cold Mountain King patted the Earth Rock Bear beside her, saying, "See, I told you no one can compete with me." Just kidding, our Northwest University has already made reservations. How could anyone snatch it away? How many resources were used, how much effort expended to secure such a good talent? If it were snatched by those from Northeast University, it would be quite embarrassing. Yen Qingzi spoke with righteous indignation. The Wind King acknowledged her strength and reason. Normally, such matters of snatching students are handled through negotiations between universities, after which they would contact the students in succession. The current situation is that Northwest University has already made contact. They had previously negotiated with Northeast University using resources. They even signed a contract. However, because this girl named Chun Dong possesses talent even beyond their expectations, Northeast University immediately chose to breach the contract and snatch her away. Such situations are not uncommon. They tend to arise every few years. When it reaches this point, there is only one best approach. Two kings fight, and whoever wins goes to recruit that student. Even if the student already has a preferred school, the kings believe it must be due to inadequate resources offered. Realistically, the Cold Mountain King, who has just broken through to king level, is not capable of fighting against the established Ice-type king of Northeast University. But she does not reason with others. That bear lies beside Yin Qingzi. Who would dare to move? Aren't all the kings seasoned? Fighting against a quasi-legendary spirit beast would be seeking punishment. The recruiting officer from Northeast University sent a message back to their king professor. King Yin, the master-level beast master, stood before the Cold Mountain King. Our school's king will not come. Regarding the resources promised by Northwest University, what do you think? You can discuss it with Xiao Sui. The Cold Mountain King pointed to Xiao Sui behind her. Xiao Sui glanced at the messy cards on the table and remained silent for a moment. Mouse, can you take over? I need to discuss something. The mouse lying on Xiao Sui's head was pulled down looking. It was placed on the table. Zhit. Xiao Sui then walked to the other side, starting to negotiate with the master-level beast master from Northeast University. Student Xiao, you are not being very fair in this matter. I know I did indeed conceal the fact that the Cold Mountain King has already arrived. But as you know, I was actually unaware that the Cold Mountain King also brought my teacher's Earth Rock Bear. The master-level beast master from Northeast University secretly rolled his eyes. Can't you feel that your spirit beast is nearby? Your Earth Rock Bear is practically identical in aura to the Mountain King's bear. It's obvious that it has been training alongside for a long time. How about this? Originally, we promised 4 king-level resources. We'll exchange that for the first contact with this student. Now it's slightly less. How about 2 king-level materials? Xiao Sui made a peace sign. 3, and then add a bit of master-level materials. The master-level beast master from Northeast University said, "Hey, this is where you are being unfair." Xiao Sui raised her eyebrows. In that case, I will take charge. I will ask the Cold Mountain King for 2 Tianshan Snow Lotus. Top-tier ice-type resources are just right for Northeast University. Or what type of resources do you want? I have plenty in the Northwest. Choose 2 types, and I will give them to you. No fuss. To avoid taking back 2 useless ones later. The Beast Master from Northeast University paused, seemingly still hesitating. Then Xiao Sui was seen stuffing a block of ice into his hand. Brother, you are also ice-type, so I'll just give you this block of non-melting ice. The master-level beast master immediately brightened up. Is it done? King Han sent a message to Xiao Sui on his phone. Sure, we managed to cut down to 2 out of 4 items. They can choose the categories themselves. Anyway, I didn't intend to take advantage of them. King Han silently typed another line. We're going all in, Teacher Yin. Xiao Sui put down her phone with satisfaction. In general, university students tend to take 2 paths. One way is to contract several spirit beasts, train them together, and use the school's resources to achieve a basic second evolution, making it comprehensive and convenient for future work after leaving school. The other way is like Xiao Sui. For now, she doesn't contract too many spirit beasts and focuses her resources on the 2 she has already contracted. Currently, both the fat bear and the mouse have completed 1 advancement evolution and are at the master level. Xiao Sui was about to start preparing to contract new spirit beasts. The Yuchi Jiao was unexpectedly contracted in that secret realm. The lava lizard was entrusted to her by the lava earth dragon, and it indeed matched her well. A beast master who specializes in 1 attribute also needs to fill their gaps to avoid being caught off guard in certain situations. For example, the Arctic Mammoth King that King Han mentioned. As for whether she needs a wind-type spirit beast, she felt truly sorry about that. On one hand, the AO dragon can carry her while flying. Moreover, the mouse and the fat bear can achieve a flying effect to some extent with their psychic powers. On the other hand, the only known wind-type and earth-type spirit beast is just 1. That spirit beast doesn't fit Xiao Sui's aesthetic. Teacher Yin was just that realistic. Xiao Sui thought to herself as she returned to her seat. The mouse slapped the table, causing the cards on it to topple. Meanwhile, the mouse waved its little paws. Zhi, give money, give money. Xiao Sui remained silent for a moment, feeling as if she might have led the mouse astray. She glanced at the Dada dragon lying next to the mouse, occasionally moving, and at the fat bear nearby, who was watching a tokusatsu series on a tablet. Also because of boredom, the AO dragon was currently frolicking alone in the contract space. Xiao Sui looked up at the sky. Suddenly she felt that her future was bleak. By the way, how much do you know about the Gale King? Xiao Sui glanced at her phone and found a message from King Han. Not very well. The only thing I'm clear about is that he was beaten by his teacher when he was young. King Han didn't reply anymore. Xiao Sui blinked her eyes and put her phone away. Only then did she lift her head to look at the big screen over. She had fallen from the front row to the third row. In fact, there were a couple of extraordinary level individuals sitting in the front row. It wasn't entirely composed of master level individuals, and she could have easily claimed a spot. If it were King Finshan, he would certainly do that. But she was Xiao Sui. Friend'll give you this, can you let me have this spot? The girl instinctively furrowed her brows. Although the senior in front of her was at the master level, she had negotiated with other extraordinary level individuals for quite a while to sit in the front row. Xiao Sui's hand now held a space thought stone. This was the most needed cultivation resource for psychic-type spirit beasts among extraordinary level individuals. It could mobilize psychic power, enhancing mental strength. Students at Magic City University more or less all have 1 or 2 psychic-type spirit beasts. Senior, please take a seat. You're so handsome, senior. The girl sincerely took the space thought stone. However, Xiao Sui's position had shifted from the original left side to the right side of the front row. The King of Water, sitting at the edge, remained silent for a moment. Actually, I could have asked the staff to add a chair. I remember you're quite short on credits. Well, I'm actually mainly short on credits, and it's just credits. I'm a minor. Moreover, I am one of the top 5 experts nationwide regarding secret realms related to mines. More authoritative than some king-level individuals. So, I need credits to purchase some things. But for king-level and master-level materials, you may not have as much as I do. Xiao Sui paused. King of Water. This water-type king extended his hand. Do you have any high-quality ice that doesn't melt? My newly contracted Lingjiang crocodile is about to evolve. I have a piece with a spiritual power concentration exceeding 90%. Oh, do you want it? But the price is a bit high. Everyone's contract space is unique. After reaching the extraordinary level, some gifted individuals can place items into their contract space and modify the internal environment. This allows them to reach a level more suitable for their contract beasts. As for Xiao Sui, his talent is called Child of the Earth. Honestly, it seems to him that this Child of the Earth talent is far superior to his previous ability that could only identify ores. It resembles a golden finger. Because when he awakened his talent, this was what appeared before him. Talent Child of the Earth. Talent abilities Earth Veins. The contract space transforms into a large mountain range, allowing 3 veins of, or to be filled within the mountains. The contract space can autonomously nurture, and the number of nurtured veins increases with one's cultivation level. Earth nourishment. As long as one stands on the ground, their spiritual power will continuously recover and receive a boost from the earth. Child of the Earth. As the Child of the Earth, you are qualified to gain recognition from and to contend for power. Earthly might. Your strength will gradually increase the longer you stand on the ground. Earth armor. Your entire body is blessed by the earth, making its hardness far exceed that of stone. Earth affinity. All spirit beasts related to the earth naturally have an increased affinity with you. Earth's wrath. When you are gravely injured and on the brink of death, the earth will aid you because you are a child of the earth. 03. Look, this is what a golden finger is. Xiao Sui feels as if he has a condition that makes him want to smile every time he thinks of his talent. Among the abilities, might, armor, affinity, and nourishment are all quite standard talents. The other 3, aside from the Child of the Earth, which Xiao Sui couldn't quite understand, the remaining 2 are quite extraordinary. What does it mean to carry a mountain with you? What does it mean that the earth will help you? The top talents are in some respects quite exaggerated. Like his teacher's talent, which is called Mountain Crossing, has 5 abilities, 2 fewer than Xiao Sui. It also possesses an extraordinary ability. While cultivating in the mountains, your spirit beast comprehension of natural laws will reach 5 times the normal rate. This ability is useless before reaching the pinnacle of the king level. However, upon reaching the pinnacle, it is equivalent to obtaining a legendary level entry ticket. As for other talents, Earth-type talents are actually quite similar, including but not limited to super strength, super defense, and super defense. The King of Overturning Water looked at Xiao Sui and drew a contract magic array with his hand. He was quite familiar with this half-summoning technique. The claws of the Jade Pool Flood Dragon extended, revealing 24 spirit stones. How the dragon dug more than needed. Xiao Sui sighed helplessly. Forget it, it'll give you this extra piece. King of Overturning Water. Ah, okay. The King of Overturning Water took the spirit stones, seeming momentarily stunned. What does dug more than needed mean? Oh, it's talent, Xiao Sui replied matter-of-factly. I have 3 veins in there, 1 of water spirit stones, 1 of fire spirit stones, and 1 of ice spirit stones. The king of overturning water swallowed hard. He really wanted to rob him. He truly wanted to rob him. Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow. He was not one to speak much. Previously, it was due to insufficient strength. Now it was because the current king was someone worth trusting. The king of overturning water knew his teacher, and although he had been beaten, their relationship seemed quite good. So Xiao Sui was right to say so. If I need materials in the future, I will come find you. The king of overturning water patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. If I have it, I'll sell it to you. If the points are sufficient, I have minerals with a concentration of over 95%. I really want to rob you. That thing isn't on me. Xiao Sui spread his hands. Forget it. The king of overturning water sighed. He'll be hunted down by old Wang then. Is it very embarrassing because of this? Xiao Sui paused. After a transaction, the two had become quite familiar. No, there are other king-level individuals being hunted down by old Wang as well. It hurts a lot, the king of overturning water said seriously. By the way, kid, do you have any ice spirit stones with a concentration above 90%? I can get you 5,000 each. Payment code. The king of overturning water raised his phone, not to mention the transactions in the monitoring room. At this moment on the joint examination island, Xiao Sui was leaning against a tall tower. He had 2 fire spirit stones in his pocket. The examination rules state that each examinee can bring no more than 5 spirit stones into the examination room to restore their spiritual power. As for why Xiao Sui could only bring 2, it was because during the security check at the examination site, it was discovered that their concentration was too high, so, to ensure fairness, 3 were confiscated. However, these 2 fire spirit stones gave him 2 opportunities to have his spiritual power fully restored for half an hour. The absorption efficiency is even higher. Where on earth did my brother get fire spirit stones with a concentration of 95%? Xiao Sui looked at the fire spirit stones in his hand, which had turned to dust. He stood up, took compressed biscuits and mineral water from the shelf. The examination supplies are too poor. Can't they prepare some self-heating rice or something? Xiao Sui muttered softly. Let's go, time to score points. Eagle boss, have you seen any places nearby with more spirit beasts? The red sun eagle let out a cry. Xiao Sui nodded and climbed onto the back of the red sun eagle. Let's go. This island is vast, so much so that over 1,000 examinees need to wander for a while to see each other. And it was exactly 2 hours after the exam began. A voice sounded, accompanied by a beam of light, as a candidate appeared outside the secret realm. Their face was filled with fear and exhaustion. They were sent out by the firewalker, the king of overturning water explained to Xiao Sui. They encountered an elite-level beast, couldn't fight back, and couldn't escape. Before the exam, a basic map was distributed, but they didn't pay attention and ended up in the territory of an elite-level beast. That's why they're in such a predicament. They never considered that many spirit beasts are social creatures. On the island, there are only 2 elite-level spirit beasts that live in groups, and they ended up in one of their territories. Being sent out is quite normal, the king of overturning water said. Every year there are a few unlucky ones, but unfortunately. Unlucky, but this is the college entrance exam, the final joint examination of the entire province. They have lost their chance for prestigious schools, but being among the top 1,100 in the province still allows them to enter a decent beast training university. Xiao Sui is aware of this, because Chen Chao experienced something similar. His luck was bad and he was eliminated as soon as he entered. In the end, he was admitted to the Mud Marsh Frog Academy. However, to be honest, Chen Chao really had no chance of getting into a prestigious school back then. Xiao Sui suddenly remembered something. His gaze returned to the screen. After Xiao Sui, Bai Qinyu and Chun Dong, the 4th elite-level spirit beast appeared along with the one who successfully defeated it. The Chun family, 3 brothers. Xiao Sui compared the data in his hand with the scene on the screen. He paused for a moment. Isn't this year's Northwest University a bit too arrogant? Are they poaching suitable students from Jiangnan University on their territory? This is simply too interesting. Xiao Sui rubbed his hands together, his face full of joy from the amusement. Of course, all this is based on the arrival of the Ice King Han Shantian and Yin Qingxi. If at this moment this newly established Ice King had not yet arrived, Xiao Sui would probably find a place to hide to avoid being beaten up by the powerful king. After all, if the Ice King is not present, he is the leader. The school is being unreasonable by sending 3 extraordinary figures over. The Chun family, 3 brothers. The Water King, who had just completed several transactions with Xiao Sui, glanced at him. You don't need to worry about this. The talents of the Chun family, 3 brothers, do not reach the level that requires a king-level competition. They are decent water-type talent holders, but that's about it. He continued, rather, it would be a story we water-type kings would like to see if the triplets were taught by those 3 old gentlemen. The Water King crossed his arms and seemed to be pondering something. If one day the Chun family, 3 brothers, can contribute greatly to the water domain like those 3 old gentlemen did back then, that would be a big gain. Water King are those three old gentlemen from our school highly regarded in the water domain. Xiao Sui was a bit confused as he had not looked into this before. Do you know about the Crescent Spring? The Water King sighed. It was about to dry up and those three revived. The Shinjo alliance is so vast there are many places that still do not have access to water. He continued. The three gentlemen dedicated their lives to researching water storage and accumulation. They ensured that many people had water to drink and use. He added they taught everyone that water-type beastmasters are not just destructive forces of raging waves, but also the life force that nourishes all things. He remarked, so when Northwest University first said they wanted these three sprouts, Jiangnan University disagreed. But later when it was known that the triplets would be taught by those three old gentlemen, everyone agreed. The Water King did not continue speaking, instead watching the screen. The four central screens lit up almost simultaneously, indicating that four groups of people had achieved remarkable feats worthy of special attention. Just watch carefully, Xiao Sui. He said you were on that screen for a full 3 days before being taken away. The Water King grinned. In 3 days you defeated 4 elite-level spirit beasts and broke through 2 packs of gregarious spirit beasts. We remember your remarkable feats quite clearly. He added at that time all the Earth Kings of the Shinjo Alliance were going crazy trying to recruit you. The Mountain King overturned 4 kings just to recruit you as his student. He added, I have always been aware of how capable my teacher is. Xiao Sui paused for a moment. But the teacher wasn't wise enough. He shook his head. Clearly I could have gone to other kings for a deal before following my teacher. The Water King. He chose not to respond, not wanting to engage with this troublesome kid. The next moment, both of their wristbands lit up simultaneously. Immediately after, all the wristbands of master-level beastmasters present lit up, including the mental power gold puppet stationed there. Master Beastmaster Summoning Order. Xiao Sui frowned and opened the wristband. The screen was filled with dense messages, but it can be summarized in 3 sentences. There is more than one tide god. The Money King is out of control, suspected of hiding a certain power within. The Money King Temple is under siege by a large number of water-type spirit beasts. Before Xiao Sui could stand up, he saw the Water King get up. Wind King and all master-level beastmasters present, follow me. Chen Jinlu, you stay behind and manage the examination site. The Water King instructed the Beastmaster of the Mental Power Gold Puppet. Ice King and Vice President Li Pingji, the safety of the examination site is entrusted to you. If possible. The Water King paused. The Ice King raised his hand and patted the side of the Earth Rock Bear. Roar. The Earth Rock Bear stood up and followed the Water King. He sighed in relief. At this moment, having an additional quasi-legendary spirit beast was extremely important. The 2 kings left behind. The Ice King had just recently broken through and would not be of much use in a war against legendary-level beings. The Forest King Li Pingji was skilled in defense, but not in offense. He was the best choice to ensure the safety of the candidates. The Forest King raised his hand and summoned 2 spirit beasts. One spirit beast flew directly through the secret realm and landed at the center, transforming into a towering tree that could cover the entire island. The Thousand Vines Tree. More precisely, it was a result of 2 stages of evolution, one to enlarge and another to specialize in vines, known as the 10,000 Vines Tree King. The examination will proceed as normal. The spirit beast appearing at the center of the island is under the control of the Forest King. The original examination site administrator, the Mountain Fire Walker, has an urgent task and has left. Please rest assured, candidates. The Shinjo Alliance will handle everything. Chen Jinlu's voice was stable and deep as his mental power gold puppet adjusted the screens. Beside the Forest King, a spirit beast with flowers on its head, resembling an elf from Western mythology. The Purewood Flower King, one of the Alliance's 5 elemental beastmasters, is the final evolutionary form of the Kapok flower. The evolutionary chain is Kapok Flower, Wood Elf, Wood Pure, Wood Flower King, Wood Light. Leave it to me with confidence. Li Pingji glanced at the Water King. You can rest assured about the examination site. The Water King of course felt it. Li Pingji, as an old king, remained stuck in the 2nd tier mainly because he truly lacked the talent to cultivate stronger spirit beasts. But precisely because of this, Li Pingji had nurtured many spirit beasts. This Forest King had cultivated a total of 12 king-level spirit beasts through a similar approach. This number is among the top among all beastmasters. The old gentleman has low talent and can easily hold grudges. However, he works exceptionally hard. Master-level beastmasters to the Money King Temple. He called Wind King, please follow me. He added, looking at the Earth Rock Bear. Water King, you can just call him Bearda. Xiao Sui said from the side. Bearda, come with me. The Water King nodded. Roar. The Mountain Fire Walker of the Qiyang King suddenly received an emergency task. Something significant must be happening outside. Xiao Sui spoke. Just moments ago, he had met by Qianyu at a tall tower. This was already the 2nd day of the examination. The 2 had each eliminated an elite-level spirit beast and had successfully regrouped, preparing to spend the next few days together. The main reason was that Xiao Sui had accumulated enough points. He had encountered a clan with over 30 spirit beasts yesterday afternoon, most of which were of advanced entry level. The Qiang Eagle directly activated its dual proficiency. Thus his score was now nearing 300. According to the score lines of previous years, achieving over 120 would basically guarantee admission to a prestigious school. After all, there were only so many spirit beasts on the entire island. At this moment, unaware that he had caught the attention of a certain king, Xiao Sui sighed. The Qiang king is among the top tier of kings in Jiangnan province. Even he has to undertake tasks indicating that matters are quite urgent. I suspect my older brother has also been summoned. For beast tamers, the master level is a threshold, while the king level is an even greater barrier. Only upon reaching the master level can one truly be considered a high-level beast tamer possessing the ability to intervene in large-scale disasters. The conflict between humanity and nature has never ceased. There are spirit beasts that are naturally inclined towards humans, and naturally, there are calamity beasts that wish to destroy humans. Moreover, there are terrifying organizations like the Genesis Society. However, for Xiao Sui and Bai Qinyu, all of this was still merely something they had seen in books and on television. They had yet to face such disasters themselves. Nevertheless, the news about the Qianjiang Bridge being blocked for 7 days did pique their curiosity, a curiosity about power and the unknown. Xiao Sui took a deep breath and said, "We have to become stronger quickly, Ayu. Let's go find an elite-level spirit beast to practice on. Once we go out, we won't find such good practice opportunities." It seems Xiao Sui had just remembered this. In the Qianwang Temple, I am your leading king, the flowing fire king Zhang Yeqing. A robust fire-type king stood before the crowd. What is now clear is that Qianwang is a beast tamer of both fire and earth types with a rather unique talent that allows him to empower spirit beasts of both types simultaneously. Currently, the situation is that a bit of power is awakening in the Qianwang Temple and the statue of Qianwang. It is suspected to be the residual power of belief left by Qianwang. We are all master-level beast tamers, and there is no need to hide anything from each other. The flowing fire king paused for a moment. This time, there are 2 tide deities appearing. As for the current situation in Jiangnan province, the only available legendary combat power is the Frog Celestial. The Frog Celestial is currently holding off those 2 tide deities. What we need to do is protect the Qianwang Temple and the statue of Qianwang, ensuring that the power of belief within can be reactivated. The Qianwang Temple is currently being besieged by nearly 300 water-type spirit beasts, most of which are elite and extraordinary levels. Flowing Fire King. 3 king-level spirit beasts and 2 quasi-king-level spirit beasts have appeared outside the Qianwang Temple. The Flowing Fire King frowned. Most of the beast tamers had been dispatched to the battlefield of the Qianwang statue and the Qianjiang River. After all, the Qianwang statue was right by the Qianjiang River where the main battlefield lay. The water-type spirit beasts in the Qianjiang River were far more numerous than they had imagined. Moreover, they had to ensure that the joint examination proceeded normally. Currently, in the examination venue, aside from the master-level beast tamer Qinjin Lu in the monitoring room, there were 4 other master-level beast tamers inside the venue. Master-level combat power is scarce. Only 6 had been assigned to the Qianwang Temple, 5 of whom were responsible for recruitment from universities. Their overall strength was below average among master-level tamers. The Flowing Fire King frowned. He was a second-tier king, but that was because he followed the elite route. The Flowing Fire King only had 4 spirit beasts, 3 of which barely qualified as first-tier at the king level. The remaining 1 had just been contracted recently. To be a first-tier king, one must have 6 king-level spirit beasts. Among king-level tamers, 1 dragging 2 is prone to accidents. Unknown is the safest. The current problem is that besides the 2 quasi-king-level spirit beasts, there are also a few master-level spirit beasts. Why haven't the reinforcements from Min Province Magic Capital and the neighboring provinces arrived yet? As a fire-type king from Bashu, dealing with a group of water-type spirit beasts is quite exhausting. The Flowing Fire King muttered angrily as he walked out. The master-level beasts assigned to him lacked sufficient strength. At most, they could hold off a few master-level spirit beasts. And what about the rest? The only solution was to send 2 king-level spirit beasts to hold off 3 king-level spirit beasts, even under a tribute disadvantage. Then another king-level spirit beast would need to deal with the 2 quasi-king-level spirit beasts. The Flowing Fire King felt a bit troubled given that both sides were at the same level. Attribute restraint became crucial. Furthermore, it was 2 against 3. He could only rely on his exceptional commanding ability. The Flowing Fire King made up his mind. He then reached out and drew a fiery red contract formation in midair. 3 figures leaped out from within the contract formation. Latest stage king level, the Luyang Divine Eagle. Latest stage king level, the Flowing Fire Celestial Crane. Latest stage king level, the lava giant turtle. This was completely different from the Luoyang divine eagle of the Qiyang king. Normally, the evolution of the Qiyang eagle into the Luoyang divine eagle is a rare shrinking phenomenon. The Luoyang divine eagle compresses energy, further resulting in a body smaller than that of the Qiyang eagle. The Luoyang divine eagle of the Qiyang king had evidently undergone further evolution and had grown considerably larger. In contrast, the Luoyang divine eagle of the flowing fire king was even smaller than before its evolution. The feathers on its wings had almost completely transformed into flowing flames. Its wingspan was just over 2 meters, losing the ability to carry a rider. However, the flow and destructive power of the flames had been significantly enhanced. Besides the enormous lava giant turtle, there was another spirit beast that wasn't particularly large. It was a crane slightly shorter than the flowing fire king's shoulder with a mix of red and white plumage. This was a unique spirit beast that had completed a stage of evolutionary advancement. Unique spirit beasts are usually only found in special locations. For instance, in irreplicable natural wonders. For example, the unique Aoao dragon of Xiao Sui's family was born in an ancient altar dedicated to the dragon clan. The flowing fire king's flowing fire celestial crane was born from a unique phenomenon of flames. When flames burn on the water's surface, the divine cranes dance within the flames. The flames flowed like water. This was the title of Zhang Yeqing flowing fire. Flowing fire king, I can help deal with the Quasi-kings here. Suddenly Zhang Yeqing heard a voice. He turned his head. Why do you seem familiar? And what is your name? And Xiao Sui, she replied calmly. And who is Xiao Sui? My younger brother. A faint knowing smile curved Xiao Sui's lips. And you are the undergraduate student at Northwest University. Lord Luhua's eyes widened in disbelief. You claim you can handle a quasi-lord. And not handle, merely hold them at bay. And not one, but two Lord Luhua. Xiao Sui raised 2 fingers toward Lord Luhua. And don't jest, Lord Luhua frowned sternly. A quasi-lord is no ordinary master-level cultivator. If you truly can restrain 2 quasi-lords simultaneously, then perhaps, and I could persuade several of our university's elite team members to simply return to bed. No inspector would ever jest in the face of calamity. Xiao Sui affixed a badge to her chest, then lifted her gaze to meet Lord Luhua's. Lord Luhua fell silent for a moment. And prove it to me. You have only one move, and Xiao Sui said nothing. Beside her Da Di Yin Xiong, the Ethrock bear, lifted its massive head and fixed its gaze upon the Lord. The air around them froze instantly, then compressed under gravity amplified nearly tenfold. And Lord Luhua instinctively bent his spine. And for him such force was negligible. Yet the sudden onset startled even him. And flames like cascading water erupted across his body, dissolving the gravitational pressure layer by layer until it vanished entirely. Don't push yourself, boy. Staying alive matters most. And I value my life dearly, Lord Luhua. And good, he replied, and said no more, leading the group out of Qianwang Temple. This weather-worn temple was modest in scale. And after the Chaoshan incident, it had been fortified with formation arrays and designated a high-priority surveillance zone. That decision proved prescient. In the array within Qianwang Temple was a pure isolation formation, impenetrable without intervention from a quasi-legendary cultivator. It differed fundamentally from the arrays along both banks of the Qian River. Those were immensely powerful isolation formations reinforced by spiritual energy and designed for repeated activation. They served as bulwarks safeguarding the riverbanks, built over generations capable of withstanding partial might of legendary tier beings. In Qianwang Temple's array, by contrast, prioritized speed and singular deployment. Yet it was exceptionally effective. Our objective is clear. Halt these spirit beasts before they breach Qianwang Temple, Lord Luhua declared. A cohort of master-level cultivators stood guard at the temple gate. And before them surged 35 spirit beasts, 3 lords, 2 quasi-lords, and 7 masters. 22 others ranged from elite to transcendent rank. And more striking still, every single beast was a Tu Zhaohua, the mud swamp toad. The faculty of the Tu Zhaohua Academy would salivate at the sight of those 3 lords, Xiao Sui mused. After all, the entire academy possessed only 2 lord-tier Tu Zhaohua, and those were relics left behind by the founding principal. And still this uniformity was hardly surprising. Only airborne or amphibious aquatic spirit beasts retained formidable combat prowess on land, unless they reached master rank and levitated via spiritual energy. The 2 Chaoshan deities acting swiftly had evidently selected the Tu Zhaohua, a species uniquely suited to assault Qianwang Temple. An entire clan led by lords. Lord Luhua, could we capture the entire Tu Zhaohua clan? Nan, deliver them to the Tu Zhaohua Academy. and he offered no reply, his gaze locked instead on the three lords before him. How many high-ranked spirit beasts dwell within the Qian River? These 3 Tu Zhaohua, all latest-stage lords. And this will be difficult. Lord Lu Hua muttered inwardly, then glanced at Xiao Sui, only to find her utterly unruffled, her eyes brighter than moments before. Wait, earth affinity is suppressed by water affinity. Why does she appear so at ease? And Lord Lu Hua remained unaware. Though Tu Zhaohua were aquatic, they also bore profound earth affinity. And earth affinity, in Xiao Sui sees son of the earth. Nas Lord Lu Hua surged forward to intercept the 3 lords. The battle commenced. Xiao Sui drew a deep breath. In Pang Xiong, in Shu Shu, Na resonant roar shook the earth. Pang Xiong struck the ground. 2 gemstones embedded in its shoulder pauldrons, igniting one by one. Then violet psychic energy coalesced, teleporting the 2 quasi-lord Tu Zhaohua to a distant location. And they reacted almost instantaneously. Muddy water jets erupted from their mouths, hurtling toward their targets, only to twist violently midair and crash harmlessly onto the ground. Stunned disbelief contorted the 2 Zhaohua's features as their own water streams splashed futilely at their feet. And what power was this? Earth affinity possessed a technique called earthweight pressure, a suppression method achieved by modulating Earth-type spiritual energy density. Psychic affinity, meanwhile, allowed precise manipulation of gravity within localized fields, a pinnacle application of psychic cultivation. And combined, they formed Pang Xiong's ultimate domain, earthweight dominion. In Pang Xiong slammed both paws into the earth. The technique consumed immense spiritual energy and risked shattering under sustained assault. Its efficacy demanded luring opponents step by step into its sphere. Fortuitously, in Shu Shu, celestial dance illusion, Xiao Sui commanded. In hovering midair, Shu Shu raised its staff and tapped lightly. Pink illusory energy descended upon the 2 Zhaohua's foreheads, briefly ensnaring them within a phantasmal realm, then forcibly drawing them into the heart of earthweight dominion. The 2 Zhaohua found themselves mired, as if sinking into viscous mud, paralyzed and immobile. In the sole distinction, this mire offered no warmth, no comfort, only crushing alien weight. Pang Xiong heaved ragged breaths, the strain immense. In both he and Shu Shu stood only at early master rank in spiritual cultivation. But it mattered not. And the son of the earth would awaken. An earthy yellow energy rose from Xiao Sui's soles, surging upward through her limbs and core. Earth's nourishment. In Xiao Sui placed her palm upon Pang Xiong's back. An energy supply and expenditure stabilized, reaching perfect equilibrium. And now came the attrition phase. All they could hope was that Lord Lu Hua would subdue the 3 lords swiftly. Ao Long, the transcendent tear dragon, circled Xiao Sui protectively, ensuring no ambush could breach her defenses. This afforded Xiao Sui a measure of relief. And she turned her gaze toward Lord Lu Hua's battlefield, where no advantage had yet emerged. Was her younger brother truly destined to become this lord's disciple? And Xiao Sui felt a pang of distaste. And Lord Lu Hua, grumbling bitterly as he fought evenly against foes boasting quadruple resistance, exited the communication channel. Excellent. Reinforcements, Li Changji murmured, clutching his chest. Thank goodness. Hantan Tianwang has brought old Wang's spirit beast. Huh. Why is it you Xiongda? Where is Desheng? How did you become a quasi-legend? The Qiyang Tianwang looked decidedly disheveled. The reason was not hard to fathom. The Dadi Yinxiong paid him no heed and simply swept past Li Changji. With an angry roar at lunge, before him stood a formidable giant Tuzioa. The 2 colossal beasts began to grapple with one another. To be precise, they were 2 spirit beasts of quasi-legendary rank locked in contest. Li Changji waved his hand, and the Qiyang Jinwu that had been circling above returned to him. Despite facing fourfold resistance, the Qiyang Jinwu, which had still managed to wound the Tuzioa considerably, alighted beside Li Changji. After consuming a scarlet blossom, it streaked off toward another skirmish. The wild spirit beasts of Xinjiang had long been registered with the Beastmaster Association. Most of them were actually benign toward humans, Tuzioa among them. Yet the Chaoshan's command was like a shackle carved deep into their hearts. It was the river's master issuing the orders. Within this stretch of the Xinjiang there were as many as 4 quasi-legendary beasts. Had Hua Tianzuan not before clashing with the 2 legends casually slain one of the quasi-legends, they would surely be in even worse shape now. In truth, with Li Changji completely countered, and able only to barely hold off a single quasi-legend Jiangnan province's other quasi-legend beastmaster, Xi Pingxiu, the current president of Jiangnan University. The old man was nearly spent. His lone white cloud Jiaosha, a solitary serpent, was bearing the brunt of battle against multiple foes, including a massive Han Hai quasi-legendary and Quisition Wang were entirely different. A masterclass could perhaps trade blows with a Quisition Wang, but a quasi-legend had already brushed against the realm of the laws. It could not be overcome by mere accumulation of strength. That the old man's white cloud Jiaosha could press these adversaries at all was remarkable. Leave the Hanhai. Li Changji dropped down to Qi Pingxiu's side. Qi Pingxiu exhaled as if relieved and directed his white cloud Jiaosha to lead its opponent away. The Hanhai, hardly colossal in build, became Li Changji's opponent. Compared with the Chaos Hen they had faced earlier, this Hanhai, he was far easier to handle. Li Changji allowed himself a breath of relief. The Hanhai, he did not resist fire techniques. Note Hanhai, is aligned with water and ice. Ice is countered by fire, while water resists fire, so overall it is neither resistant nor especially weak to fire. That put it within the realm of the manageable. As long as the two of us are not in a severe counter relationship, I will make you see what it truly means to be Qiang Tianwang. Li Changji raised his hand, and a crimson great sun appeared at his back. The solar fire, the apotheosis of the fire attribute, kindled little by little. Flame of the great sun. Qiang, burn it. Li Changji's voice rang with anger. The Qiang Jinwu, having endured a long and trying fight, uttered a clarion cry and spewed scorching crimson gold flames at the Hanhai before it. The fire blazed as dazzling as the sun. With the arrival of the Dadi Yinxiong, the quasi-legendary engagement began to change bit by bit. But on the battlefield above the Qianjiang, the fighting only intensified. The bamboo sword in Hua Tianzuan's hand had already blackened. The problem was that the two Chaos Hen before him, while not exerting the same suffocating pressure as that earlier Hanhai, he nevertheless countered him excessively. Fuhai Leijiao, water, lightning, legendary. Yeshuatan, water, poison, legendary. Both poison and lightning types counter water, lightning, even counters wood. More importantly, the Alliance Compendium contained only an entry for Yeshuatan. Its evolution chain ran Kangsai Tun, water, poison, Yeshuatan, water, poison. This species was rare. The vast majority of individuals bore hostility toward humans. But Yeshuatan was not the core concern. The creature beside it, provisionally named Fuhai Leijiao, was the real focus. There is a saying in spirit beast studies among wild beasts that have not been artificially bred, some are nurtured into being by singular extraordinary means. Unique beasts, singular entities, possess the highest innate talent and greatest strength among their kind. The Fuhai Leijiao before them, lacking a discovered evolution chain and resembling the legendary true dragons, was one such unique beast. That sort of strength, unrelated to any tribe and engraved in its very bones, was precisely what Hua Tianzuan found most troublesome. Moreover, lightning countered him fourfold. That Hua Tianzuan could still hold his own against the two legends for so long under such conditions, and even to some degree gain the upper hand, was astonishing. The truth was that besides mastering the laws of wood and water, he had also mastered the law of the sword. For a legendary beast that cultivates elemental laws, a law utterly devoid of attribute and devoted solely to lethality is itself difficult to comprehend. Hua Tianzuan sighed and let his sword swing. He felt exhausted. Why had no reinforcements arrived? He did not believe that the nearby provincial capitals had failed to receive the alert, nor did he believe that that old man from Modu would take so long to arrive. There could not possibly be a fourth Chaoshan, could there? Hua Tianzuan knew a red alert had been issued, and citizens were staying indoors, which at least assured some measure of safety. The quasi-legendary front seemed relatively stable. There was a stir near the Qianwang statue. If the faith power within the Qianwang statue and the Qianwang temple could be roused, they might swiftly resolve the two adversaries before them. If the legendary beasts were not being held here, they could overturn the entirety of Qianjiang City. They might even wreak catastrophic devastation across Jiangnan province. Hua Tianzuan understood this clearly. It was precisely because he understood it that his confusion deepened. Why hasn't that stinking monkey from Modu arrived yet? Qi Pingxiu. Principal Qi tapped his wristband and finally confirmed one thing. Hua Tianzuan. Qianjiang City has been sealed. Those two do not possess such overwhelming power. It is sealed by the power of faith. Principal Qi called back loudly. Hua Tianzuan was silent for a moment. Understood, he said simply. Now he had to prepare for the worst. If the enemy is not only the Chaoshan, but Qianwang as well, what do we do? Hua Tianzuan, he asked himself inwardly, and received only the clear ringing of steel. Then cut it open with the sword. Hua Tianzuan tightened his grip on the blade. Qingkong Yuan Wu Nian is a legendary being. The evolutionary chain is Qingmu Yuan Wu Nian Qingkong Yuan Wu Nian Qingkong Yuan Wu Nian. This is a monkey wearing a long robe floating in the sky with fur all over its body appearing green. At this moment the monkey is holding a wooden staff in its hand. In front of it is a certain barrier interspersed with yellowish brown and reddish colors. The power of faith. Qingkong Yuan frowned. Almost isolated from space, such means are rarely seen in modern times. Even in ancient times, only a few people who were believed in could achieve this. Can the Money King achieve this? Qin Kong Yuan was uncertain. However, behind him were reinforcements from the neighboring province of Jiangnan. Now they are blocked outside the city. A heavenly king from Min province stands behind Qin Kong Yuan looking grave. Can you open it, Senior Qin Kong Yuan? I can get in, but you can't. Qin Kong Yuan shook his head. This barrier requires at least legendary qualifications to pass through, provided that one has mastered the spatial laws like me. The 8 guardian beasts of the Xinzhou alliance possess similar strength. Qin Kong Yuan mastered the wood laws, the Nian laws, and the spatial laws. You stay outside, I'll go in first. If I don't go in soon, I'm afraid that old frog won't hold up. Qin Kong Yuan waved his staff and vanished from the spot. Although they often called each other Old Frog and Stinky Monkey as guardian beasts of the Xinzhou alliance, their relationship was quite good. Qin Kong Yuan was naturally worried. When the green figure appeared above the Qinjiang River, what Qin Kong Yuan saw was a being that had clearly been struck by lightning and was still poisoned. Yet it still unleashed unparalleled power, wielding a bamboo sword to suppress 2 legendary spirit beasts while confronting the Frog Lord. Old Frog, it seems you don't need me after all. Qin Kong Yuan waved his staff. Let's talk. Hurry up and help. The time for Jinshin Tongming is running out. Jinshin Tongming is a power gained by the Frog Lord after reaching the Heavenly King level and undergoing a second evolution. The stronger the Frog Lord's desire to defeat his opponent, the stronger his power becomes. Upon reaching the legendary level, this ability can last an entire day. To prevent widespread destruction in Xinjiang City, if he were to fall, the Frog Lord activated Jinshin Tongming from the very beginning. Now the time was almost up. Qin Kong Yuan could certainly see the Frog Lord's condition. He waved his staff, directing his Nian power towards the oversea Thunderflood Dragon. This powerful dragon-shaped spirit beast was pulled aside. He'll handle this one, you hold off the other one, Qin Kong Yuan said. If I hold it off, can you take down that dragon? The Frog Lord clearly did not believe it. No. Just stall for a day. When your Jinshin Tongming cools down, you can come and help me take down that pufferfish. Qin Kong Yuan said with confidence. The Frog Lord, holding the bamboo sword, was momentarily at a loss for words and only managed to strike the nearby jade water pig with the sword. Sword energy erupted. Without needing to hold back any longer, the destructive power capable of shattering the previous vast sea crocodile tide god's armor finally re-emerged. The jade water pig could not withstand it and retreated over 10 meters. Compared to the oversea thunderflood dragon, the jade water pig was much smaller, only about 2 to 3 meters in size. The oversea thunderflood dragon was only about 30 to 40 meters long, appearing less imposing than the earlier gargantuan creature. However, its strength was not to be underestimated. In unknown combat, the Frog Lord was better suited to deal with opponents of similar size. Come taste my sword. The Frog Lord brandished the bamboo sword, chasing after the jade water pig. The jade water pig invoked the laws, triggering the poison marks on the Frog Lord's body. Seeing the purple-black corrosion spread across the Frog Lord's skin, the jade water pig seemed pleased. You're about to be poisoned to death by me. The jade water pig laughed angrily. The Frog Lord thought for a moment. He raised the bamboo sword and sliced off the areas of skin that were corroded by the poison. The wood laws rotated, and then those pieces of skin regrew. What are you thinking? Aren't you also a water-type spirit beast? As a water-type legend, can't you also use the water laws to form an internal cycle? The poison is only superficial. Oh, just cut it and let it regrow with the wood laws. Do I really need to teach you this? The Frog Lord was somewhat confused, but still swung the sword. The jade water pig withstood the blow. The water laws he employed were completely different from those of the Frog Lord. His water flowed externally, able to block those strikes, but the inside was covered by poison. Although he was a tide god, the poison laws were truly his expertise. The jade water pig realized how troublesome this frog was. Damn, how did these righteous frog heroes cultivate to this level? The jade water pig let out a cry of, then he saw the Frog Lord before him, whose aura gradually weakened. A look of confusion appeared on the jade water pig's face. The Frog Lord took 2 steps back, using sword energy to harass the jade water pig. The jade water pig could sense that the destructive power of the sword energy was not as strong as before. Frog Lord Jinshin Tongming has cooled down. The Frog Lord gripped the bamboo sword, observing the jade water pig before him. Every sword strike from now on needed to be executed with caution. Without Jinshin Tongming, the Frog Lord was just a standard legendary being. However, that was fine. As a standard legendary being relying on his understanding of the sword laws, he could still suppress the jade water pig before him. Meanwhile, outside the Qinhuang Temple, Xiao Sui stood beside her fat bear, suppressing 2 quasi-heavenly king-level earth marsh frogs. These two fellows were nearly out of spiritual energy. She would soon be able to resolve the situation. After all, quasi-heavenly kings were not true heavenly kings, their energy reserves were not that abundant. In this situation, after a full day of suppression, the two quasi-heavenly king-level earth marsh frogs before her had basically run out of spiritual energy. But that was alright. Xiao Sui had endless confidence and strength given by the earth. Xiao Sui thought to herself, as long as I stand on the ground, I will never be defeated. Though it seemed like she was stealing a line from a certain big shot, that didn't matter. Xiao Sui knew very well that she could only rely on attrition to deal with quasi-heavenly kings. And being able to outlast the quasi-heavenly kings was completely reliant on her standing on the earth. The talent of the earth child was still too authoritative. The next moment a voice appeared in her mind. Do you want to hear a story? The voice was ancient, heavy, and even carried a hint of weariness. However, Xiao Sui cautiously stepped back, curling up in the protective circle formed by the Ao dragons. Who? The voice penetrated everything and reached Xiao Sui's ears. A story about 3 feet. By the time Xiao Sui reacted, the scene before him had already transformed. Before him on the vast river surface appeared a spirit beast he had never seen before, or rather one that existed only in books. This spirit beast had a slate gray back, a white belly, a slender snout, and a triangular dorsal fin. Its eyes, though seemingly small, exuded an unusual gentleness. Xiao Sui was momentarily stunned. Xinjiang spirit dolphin, he muttered. Of course he recognized this spirit beast. As a person from Xinjiang, he had seen its disappearance in books more than once. As a special spirit beast, the Xinjiang dolphin was a quintessential extraordinary spirit beast. However, it was not a unique spirit beast. They were like the favored children of the Xinjiang, possessing a small, but relatively intact community. Their strength was generally extraordinary, and occasionally 1 or 2 would reach master level. However, Xinjiang favored this group, so no one would dare to harm them. 12 years into the age of the spirit beasts, the Xinjiang spirit dolphin suddenly vanished completely, never to appear again. Since then, nearly 200 years had passed without a sighting of the Xinjiang spirit dolphin. And now before Xiao Sui there was one. Hello, little one. A gentle female voice emerged from the mouth of the Xinjiang spirit dolphin. You can call me Xinjiang Tide God. Xiao Sui suddenly looked up, pressing down with his left hand, causing a heavy contract array to shine like the earth itself. Then a creature was summoned from within. A small lizard with a mix of black and red. The dull dragon was momentarily stunned, glancing around before spotting the large creature before it. After staring blankly for a while, it turned and crawled onto Xiao Sui's body, finally resting on his shoulder, its eyes fixed on the large creature in front of it. However, its gaze still seemed a bit dazed. The lava lizard saw through everything. You can summon spirit beasts in my space. The tone of the Xinjiang Tide God held shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Even if my power has been plundered, the authority of the river god remains. Unless... The Xinjiang Tide God gazed intently at the youthful Xiao Sui, who appeared as heavy as the earth itself. The Xinjiang Tide God was silent for a long time and finally spoke with resignation. Perhaps involving you was not a wise decision. But never mind. As I mentioned earlier, do you wish to hear a story? A story about 3 thieves. Don't worry, I won't harm you. A child of the earth. Xiao Sui blinked, then leaned back. The Xinjiang spirit dolphin was in fact a child of Xinjiang, the most outstanding among them, destined to become the Xinjiang Tide God. This was Qianjiang's most compassionate and gentle gift to its own kin. For the Xinjiang spirit dolphin, the position of Xinjiang Tide God meant glory and responsibility. Until that day, just before the last Xinjiang Tide God was about to step down, a storm brought forth a new life. The Xinjiang spirit dolphin had never encountered another extraordinary spirit beast. To them, being extraordinary and born in Xinjiang meant being a child of Xinjiang, just like them. So they hurried over, following that aura, and found the dragon. The Thunder Sea Dragon was born in the moment lightning struck, simultaneously blessed by water vapor and thunder. It was a spirit beast of both water and thunder. After its birth, this little dragon was lovingly brought back to the clan by the kind Xinjiang spirit dolphin tribe and cared for with utmost attention. The values it learned were similar to those of the Xinjiang spirit dolphin. However, unlike the Xinjiang spirit dolphin, the Thunder Sea Dragon's talents were not confined. They could only grow to master level at most. They were favored by Xinjiang, but also bound by that favor. The Xinjiang spirit dolphin did not mind this, for as long as they existed in this world, it was for Xinjiang. This was a race endowed with a strong sense of mission, tasked from birth with guarding Xinjiang. But the Thunder Sea Dragon was different. As an extraordinary spirit beast, its talents reached the highest tier among all spirit beasts. It was qualified to challenge for the title of king, and even worthy of striving for legendary status. With the same training, the Thunder Sea Dragon acquired power more abundantly. Its talent was superior, and its progress was swifter. It was stronger. The Thunder Sea Dragon's talents resembled those of the legendary beings. In less than 3 years under the care and resource provision of the Qianjiang Spirit Dolphin tribe, it grew to become a king. The king was a realm that the former Qianjiang Spirit Dolphin tribe could hardly attain. It was one of the most powerful spirit beasts in the entire Xinjiang, backed by the Qianjiang Spirit Dolphin tribe. At the same time, it also befriended other races apart from the Qianjiang Spirit Dolphin. The earth marsh frog, the jade water dolphin, the vast sea crocodile, the white cloud dragon snake. The powerful races within Xinjiang were willing to respect this young king. At that moment, the Thunder Sea Dragon heard a rumor. It was said that the strongest Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin would receive the favor of Xinjiang. It would become the new Xinjiang Tide God. That was a legendary status, the highest position in nature, a divine being protected by favor. The Thunder Sea Dragon, desiring power, returned to the territory of the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin and found the esteemed elder. The Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin looked at this strangely appearing kin and gave the Thunder Sea Dragon an affirmative answer. In the eyes of the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin tribe, this spirit beast born in Xinjiang, extraordinary, like them, was favored by Xinjiang. It was merely a little strange in appearance, merely a variant of their kin. The Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin tribe always believed that the Thunder Sea Dragon was just a mutated kin. With outstanding talents and unprecedented lightning power, it grew to heights they had never reached in just 3 years. The elder of the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin gave the Thunder Sea Dragon an affirmative answer. You are our strongest kin. The position of Xinjiang Tide God rightfully belongs to you. The Thunder Sea Dragon was overjoyed, not knowing whether it was due to being recognized or the power that was about to come. However, there was never just one race in Xinjiang. Other races of spirit beasts were not as insular as the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin tribe. The Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin tribe was kind and gentle, but they rarely engaged with outside information. However, other races were aware. The Thunder Sea Dragon was not a Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin. The Xinjiang Tide God would only be the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin. When the Thunder Sea Dragon excitedly conveyed this news to its friends, no one knew what to say. They tacitly chose not to tell the Thunder Sea Dragon the truth, as if they knew nothing at all. The moment the Xinjiang Tide God appeared, all the Xinjiang spirit porpoises were summoned. When the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon was awakened from its slumber by its kin, it was puzzled as to why it had not received the call. For the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon, these matters were actually inconsequential. Raised by the Xinjiang spirit porpoises since childhood, it had always believed itself to be one of the Xinjiang spirit porpoise clan. Even without receiving the call, the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon would only think that the Xinjiang Tide God was simply too careless. When it arrived at the altar alongside its kin, a massive Xinjiang spirit porpoise floated there, exuding a pure and powerful aura. That kind of strength was exactly what the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon yearned for. The Xinjiang Tide God seemed to have noticed this extraordinary little creature. He lowered his head and gazed at the spirit beast. He had already heard the elder recount the story of this little one. He certainly knew that this little creature was not a member of the Xinjiang Spirit Porpoise clan. He didn't mind giving the position of the Xinjiang Tide God to it, but he simply could not. The Xinjiang Tide God leaned down and told the little creature before him, "I'm sorry, little one, but I cannot grant you the position of Tide God. The position of the Xinjiang Tide God is a gift, as well as a form of guilt from Xinjiang. The Xinjiang Spirit Porpoises were created by Xinjiang. However, when we were born, an accident occurred, preventing us from cultivating to a higher realm. Thus, the position of the Xinjiang Tide God is Qianjiang's way of compensating us. The position of the Xinjiang Tide God exclusively belongs to the Xinjiang Spirit Porpoise clan. You were born of heaven and earth, but you coincidentally appeared among the spirit beasts of Xinjiang. Yet you are not a member of the Xinjiang Spirit Porpoise clan. This is Qianjiang's guilt, and also its shackles. You are a child of great talent, and I can bestow upon you Qianjiang's blessing. One day, through your own efforts, you will reach the same height as the Xinjiang Tide God, or even exceed me." The Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon ignored the latter part of the statement. It only heard 2 sentences. One was that the position of the Xinjiang Tide God could not be given to it. Instinctively, it wanted to ask why. But it heard the second sentence. You are not a member of the Xinjiang Spirit Porpoise clan. The Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon was taken aback. Hovering in place, it instinctively lowered its head to look at itself. Its own claws, its elongated body, and its innate control over lightning. These were all completely different from its kin. It had never considered these aspects. The ingrained kindness and affinity of the Xinjiang Spirit Porpoise clan made them truly regard the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon as family. And the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon, from the bottom of its heart, believed itself to be one of the Xinjiang Spirit Porpoise clan. It was just that it looked a bit strange. But so what? Every clan has its anomalies. It was perfectly normal for the Qianjiang spirit porpoise clan to have such an anomaly. The Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon had always thought this way. Before hearing this news, all the Qianjiang spirit porpoises had thought the same. So it turns out Alei is not of our race. One Qianjiang spirit porpoise suddenly realized. The Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon was stunned and turned its head around. It had heard its friends say that when there's an anomaly within a race, that anomaly is often driven away. It knew, or rather it felt it should know, that it was about to leave. No wonder it is so powerful. The Qianjiang spirit porpoise continued. This statement left the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon momentarily speechless. Alei, you need to grow up quickly. That way we Qianjiang spirit porpoises will have a second guardian deity. The Qianjiang spirit porpoise joyfully exclaimed. For a moment, the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon didn't know what to say. By the time it came back to its senses, the Qianjiang Tide God had dropped a drop of water onto its brow. It was a gift from Qianjiang. Not out of guilt, but because the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon was born here. Because it grew up among the Qianjiang spirit porpoises. Yet it felt as if something was blocking its heart. Just like that, the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon accepted the Tide God's gift and turned to leave the altar. The Qianjiang spirit porpoise that had spoken earlier chased after it. The elder of the Qianjiang spirit porpoises wanted to say something. The Qianjiang Tide God stopped him, saying, "Let the children resolve this themselves." The Qianjiang Tide God appeared this time because he needed to find a new Qianjiang spirit porpoise to pass down this power. Each Qianjiang Tide God has a limited tenure lasting around 500 years. Normally, extraordinary spirit beasts aside from certain special races have a lifespan of only over 100 years. The Qianjiang spirit porpoise clan normally has a lifespan of only 200 years. Although inheriting the position of the Qianjiang Tide God, it could only serve as the Tide God for 500 years. Then it would return to nature. The Qianjiang Tide God was well aware of this. Thus, even if that little creature was qualified to inherit the position of Tide God, he would not agree. For the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon, who was already qualified to challenge the legendary level, the authority of the Qianjiang Tide God might not be a good thing. The Qianjiang Tide God did not overly dwell on this matter. He needed 3 years to prepare, and after 3 years, he would transfer his authority to the next Qianjiang spirit porpoise. He only needed to choose who would be it. If possible, let that little one who just chased after me be the one. The Qianjiang Tide God spoke with a smile. Authority in the hands of beings that are kind and value friendship is the best choice. Therefore my authority shall be given to that little one. The elder of the Qianjiang spirit porpoises nodded in satisfaction. That child is quite good. Within the Qianjiang spirit porpoise clan, there would be no quarrels over this position. This is a kind and somewhat overly pure race. They wouldn't even quarrel over such matters. Even if it involved more powerful strength and longer lifespans. They would only feel a bit envious. Becoming the Qianjiang Tide God is an extremely high honor. Protecting Qianjiang is an unparalleled glory. Until 3 years later. At the weakest moment of the Qianjiang Tide God, the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon burst in, accompanied by a jade water porpoise and a vast sea crocodile. They defeated the Qianjiang Tide God and seized his authority. The vast sea crocodile gained strength, while the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon obtained the source. The jade water porpoise acquired the resources accumulated by the Qianjiang Tide God over the years and refined them into poison. The Qianjiang spirit porpoises lost the protection of the Qianjiang Tide God. Eventually, they gradually disappeared from the historical stage, until the emergence of the Qian Wang, who suppressed the 3 Tide Gods and sealed them away. At this point, the story abruptly came to a halt. This made Xiao Sui instinctively lift her head to look at the Qianjiang Tide God before her. And then, there is no and then. The Qianjiang Tide God shook his head. Up to this point, this is all I know. Xiao Sui frowned. She had many questions. 3 questions. The first was it you who chased after the Qianjiang Lington to find the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon? It was not me. That Qianjiang Lington encountered trouble and died. I was only brought in later. I was not the one in this position at first. The second question, why did the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon suddenly attack you? I only know that it destroyed the entire Qianjiang Lington clan and stole the power of the Qianjiang Tide God. What I finally grasped was merely a fragment. The third question, do you have any means to resolve the battle occurring above the Qianjiang? I was the one who was eliminated initially, the Qianjiang Tide God replied helplessly. If it weren't for the assistance of the Qian Wang later, I wouldn't have retained any consciousness. Alright, I understand. Let's move on to the last question. Where is Qian Wang? On the eve of the Spirit Beast era, you humans erected a statue of Qian Wang on the banks of the Qianjiang. To ensure that my consciousness could survive, Qian Wang left the Qian Wang temple with his own faith power. The last remnant of Qian Wang's consciousness is right there. If we are to deal with the legendary beings, that remnant is the most likely to be effective. But it's merely a possibility. You cannot expect that a consciousness from 1,000 years ago would still have much. Can you leave the Qian Wang temple? If it's temporary, then yes. Moreover, those two Chao frogs outside the Qianwang temple should be under the orders of the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon. I can let them leave. Even if they do not listen to me once I leave, they will have no target. As the scene before them changed once more, the Earth Rock Bear was sitting on the back of a Quasi-King level 2 Chao frog. The mouse also pressed down on a 2 Chao frog, not daring to move. The Qianzhong Lington floated in the air, emitting an ethereal and elongated cry. The 3 2 Chao frogs fighting against the Liuhua King surprisingly came to a halt. The 3 spirit beasts slightly bowed their heads towards the shadow behind Xiao Sui. The Liuhua King, panting, turned around and saw the shadow behind Xiao Sui. It was another completely unfamiliar spirit beast. Was his spirit beast guidebook in vain? Though the study of spirit beast cultivation and evolution had advanced rapidly, how could he, a dignified king, not remember this? The Liuhua King signaled his 3 king-level spirit beasts to keep an eye on those 3 2 Chao frogs before approaching. Xiao Sui, who is this? The 4th tide god. Xiao Sui seemed to recall something, his lips twitching slightly. In any case, the 4th tide god. The Liuhua King's eyes widened. He lowered his head and began to fiddle with his Beastmaster wristband. What are you doing, Liuhua? 2 tide gods are already difficult to handle. I can't comprehend why the Qianzhong has 3 legendary beings. Now you're telling me there's a 4th. If you don't summon more people quickly, it will be too late. Of the 8 guardian beasts of the Shinzhou Alliance, 2 have to guard the national gates, leaving the remaining 6 within prestigious schools. Northeast University, Northwest University, Kyoto University, each one further than the last. The closest now is the one from our Bashu University. Please hold on, this 4th tide god is right behind me, not making a sound at all. Is it possible that this is likely to be an ally? The Liuhua King's movements paused. I think what you said makes sense. The Liuhua King lowered his hands. The one from our Bashu University has quite a temper. If they come and there's no fight, then I will have to fight him. More importantly, the Liuhua King sensed a certain power from the figure behind Xiao Sui. The power of faith. You seem to resemble a true god, the Liuhua King observed the Qianzhong tide god before him, who was also gazing at the man in front. That intense aura was quite uncomfortable for the Qianzhong Lington clan, who lived in water. Thus the Qianzhong tide god nodded quickly. Let's go, Liuhua King. There's one more question. The Liuhua King's expression was serious. What question? Xiao Sui clearly appeared somewhat grave. I do not have a flying spirit beast. My spirit beasts cannot carry anyone. Xiao Sui fell into silence. He looked at the Ao dragon, which had just been contracted for a month and could not yet carry anyone. He glanced at the fat bear sitting on the ground, the mouse perched on its head, and the Dai dragon on his shoulder. He also couldn't fly. Fat bear, can you teleport us there? The fat bear raised its hand, pointing at the Qianzhong tide god behind Xiao Sui. The energy level is too high. You can't move. Xiao Sui looked up, lost in thought. He and the Liuhua King, one a king-level beastmaster, the other a master-level beastmaster, had actually stalled on how to move quickly. The key is that although the Qianzhong tide god behind them has a high energy level, he is essentially an empty shell merely hanging onto Xiao Sui. Have we stopped? A somewhat familiar voice sounded, and Xiao Sui instinctively turned his head. 2 people walked out from the Qianwang temple. Yi Qiuyu felt incredibly unlucky. After finishing the interview in the contestant village, she came out and received another interview assignment. Due to the tide god incident, the Jiangnan provincial government decided to conduct a small-scale promotion of the Qianwang temple and the deeds of Qianwang. Yi Qiuyu was fortunate enough to receive this opportunity. However, half an hour after she arrived at the Qianwang temple, it suddenly went on lockdown. It suddenly went into red alert. She found herself trapped inside the Qianwang temple. Outside, there were a group of extraordinary master-level and even king-level beings. Other than huddling inside, she could do nothing. If it weren't for the cameraman Xiao Li bringing some bread, she might have even gone hungry. Only when the outside presence completely dissipated did Yi Qiuyu dare to come out, and as soon as she did, she saw a huge news story. How could it be you? Yi Qiuyu's eyes widened as she poked cameraman Xiao Li beside her, signaling him to film that shadow. Xiao Li instinctively prepared to raise the camera, but was pressed down by a large hand. It was a man who looked very authoritative. May I ask who you are? Cameraman Xiao Li swallowed hard. The Liuhua King. The Liuhua King spoke. Your name is Yi Qiuyu, right? I remember your spirit beast is the East Wind Falcon. Xiao Sui recalled something. The Qingkong Yuan and the Fuhai Leijiao simultaneously lifted their heads. The slightly less perceptive Wadianzhen and Yeshuan were a bit slower. There is a legendary aura along with a dense vapor of water. Wadianzhen gripped his bamboo sword. You have a 4th one. How did the Qianzhong give birth to a 4th tide god? The known legendary beings in the Yangtze River region only amount to 3. Why does Qianzhong have that? Wadianzhen was puzzled. although he himself was born from this vast body of water. However, part of the reason he was able to grow was because his beast master was truly reliable. The other part was due to his exceptional talent in swordsmanship. Did you not notice, old frog? The Qing Kong Yuan appeared beside Wadi Yanzhen. That guy who just arrived has an aura. It is completely different from the previous two. One could even say it is entirely so. It is too clean, Wadi Yanzhen said. Yes, it is too clean, Qing Kong Yuan nodded as well. Perhaps we misunderstood something. Perhaps this one who is coming is the true Tide God. Wadi Yanzhen forced back the Yeshuatan with a sword. I hope so, otherwise we will have to deal with 3 legends. It will be hard to fight. It is troublesome, Qing Kong Yuan also lamented. The laws of space lit up, isolating the lightning of Fuhai Leijiao. As the figure in the sky drew closer, the heavenly kings finally sensed that aura. Li Changji appeared in front of the East Wind Falcon in a startled manner, seeing the East Wind Falcon and the people in front of him. He saw Xiao Sui and the Liuhua Heavenly King. He relaxed slightly, focusing his gaze on the phantom behind Xiao Sui. Who is this? The initial Tide God. This matter is difficult to explain, Senior Li. Let's go down first. Li Changji did not refuse, but the phantom behind Xiao Sui suddenly let out a cry. The sound carried a certain soothing quality. Most of the spirit beasts confronting the heavenly kings unexpectedly stopped in unison. Li Changji was taken aback, and only then did he seriously examine the phantom before him. Qianzhong Lington. Li Changji waved his hand, and the Shanhua Xinger appeared beside him, then used his mental power to send everyone down. After finishing these tasks, the Shanhua Xinger staggered. Li Changji casually allowed the Shanhua Xinger to return to the contract space to rest. Shanhua Xinger, why do I always have to move some inexplicable powerful beings? With the stabilization of the Heavenly King battlefield, the Master battlefield also quieted down. Are there only Master level and Heavenly King level, and not even one extraordinary level? Yi Qiuyu was somewhat curious. Xiao Sui glanced, and explained as the East Wind Falcon was provided by her. The policy of the Shenzhou Alliance is: a Master-level Beast Master must have a preliminary grasp of certain combat abilities. Only under such conditions can battlefield safety be ensured. For any battlefield with danger reaching above Master level and below Beast Masters are not summoned unless absolutely necessary. Extraordinary level, elite level, and beginner level Beast Masters are responsible for evacuating crowds in the periphery. There are indeed many extraordinary and elite level opponents within the battlefield. However, having a Master level to withstand pressure is certainly better than an extraordinary level Beast Master being ambushed and killed without a care. Xiao Sui was silent for a moment. There was no such rule before. After the number of deaths increased, it was established. Yi Qiuyu did not ask further, and Xiao Sui did not continue answering. But Yi Qiuyu understood Xiao Sui meaning. The number of deaths increased. As an elite level Beast Master, she did not understand much until she entered the journalism profession. Only then did she realize that the news she had seen before, some areas were sealed off, and some areas were temporarily not allowed to pass. Sometimes it was due to something that happened. Alright, Xiao Sui, who is this behind you? Perhaps due to the pause of the war coupled with the phantom before them, which was the Qianzhong Lington. Thus Li Changji's tone was very gentle. One could even say it was excessively soft. He is the true Tide God. Xiao Sui paused and said. When the power of the previous Tide God and the current Tide God was transferred, the 3 Tide Gods we fought against ambushed the current Tide God and robbed him of his power. Later, relying on the remaining portion of power, they became legendary beings, which is what we know later as the protagonists of the Qianwang Shichao, those 3 Tide Gods. The one killed by Wadi Yanzhen before, and these 2 on the Qianzhong now, are both. Xiao Sui had tried to simplify the matter as much as possible. Li Changji frowned. Qi Pingxiu stood beside Li Changji. Understood, you came from the Qianwang temple. So this legitimate Tide God was later saved by the Qianwang and survived, right? He has only just awakened in the Qianwang temple until now. Coming with anger to settle accounts with these fellows, Qi Pingxiu did not know why, but seemed very familiar with this process. The Qianzhong Tide God remained silent for a long time. I do not have the ability to take revenge, and the Qianzhong will not continue to be ruled by the Qianzhong Lington clan. I have only come to see him. The Qianzhong Tide God gazed at the Fuhai Leijiao, which was battling against the Qing Kong Yuan above the Qianzhong. He was once raised by me. The Qianzhong Tide God revealed most of the information to Xiao Sui. However, there were some things he deliberately concealed. After the previous Qianzhong Tide God died, due to an accident, the position of the Qianzhong Tide God fell upon the strongest Qianzhong Lington present. And he, an elder of the Qianzhong Lington clan, the only Master-level Qianzhong Lington at that time, became the new Qianzhong Tide God. Just as he said, the Fuhai Leijiao was raised by him. He did not know why the Fuhai Leijiao would act against the Qianzhong Lington clan. But he was clear about one thing. Once the initial Fuhai Leijiao as a child taught hand in hand by their Qianjiang Lington clan. Even if a bit spoiled, he must understand what he should ultimately do. His heart must be kind. This point the Qianjiang Tide God could be sure of. He followed Xiao Sui and the others. The only help he could offer was to halt wars below the legendary level. He could not intervene in legendary battles. He wanted to know some things such as why the Fuhai Leijiao would do this. This question he wanted to ask back then. When the Fuhai Leijiao broke in, the purpose seemed more like revenge rather than seizing power. He did not come. This point the Qianjiang Tide God could be sure of. However, what could the Qianjiang Lington clan have to hate? The Qianjiang Tide God wanted to know the answer. No one knows the doubts of the Qianjiang Tide God. Yet on the battlefield of Qianjiang the fighting grew increasingly fierce. It seemed that upon sensing the arrival of the Qianjiang Tide God, the sea-covering thunder flood dragon became enraged and uncontrollable. It even attempted to bypass the Qingkong ape and directly attack the Qianjiang Tide God on the embankment. Its dragon-like eyes nearly leapt out of their sockets. That kind of anger was unmistakable. The Qingkong ape reached out and pointed at the space. The space morphed into a barrier firmly restraining the sea-covering thunder flood dragon. The sea-covering thunder flood dragon roared like a trapped beast, emitting a furious dragon's roar. Qianjiang Spirit Dolphin Clan. Old frog, something's wrong. Switch places. The Qingkong ape's expression changed. It used the laws of space to swap its position with the frog celestial. The frog celestial, holding a bamboo sword, forcefully blocked the enraged claw of the sea-covering thunder flood dragon. Stinky monkey. Am hit by quadruple weak lightning. There's no choice. I lack the ability to withstand it. If I dodge, the ones behind will suffer. The Qingkong ape spoke calmly. It reversed its hand to manipulate the laws of space, suppressing the jade water dolphin before it. The frog celestial pushed back the dragon before him with a sword. Moreover, your sword heart is clear, not just about being decent. Before the Qingkong ape could finish speaking, the frog celestial was sent flying by a claw. After bouncing on the water's surface like a stone, skipping, the frog celestial stood up covered in soot. Stinky monkey, once this is over, I'm going to tear down your tree in the demon city. The frog celestial's aura gradually intensified like a sharp sword standing between heaven and earth. 2 full days had passed since the battle began. Almost a day had also passed since the Qingkong ape arrived to provide support. Frog celestial, heart of the sword open. With the cooldown period over, the frog celestial struck the sea-covering thunder flood dragon with its sword, carrying a special resentment, seemingly wanting the dragon before it to pay a price. Sword energy surged, leaving deep wounds on the hard dragon scales. The sea-covering thunder flood dragon cried out in pain, lowering its head to stare at the frog celestial before it. The frog celestial's pupils suddenly widened as it shouted, "Stinky monkey." Years of tacit understanding made the Qingkong ape instinctively raise its hand. Space refraction. The space folded in an instant, transforming into something similar to a mirror, blocking the frog celestial's path. The lightning from the sea-covering thunder flood dragon was forcefully expelled, piercing through that mirror. The frog celestial raised the bamboo sword in its hand, blocking it in front of itself. The sword energy enveloped the sword body, stopping the brilliant beam of lightning. In the next moment, the sharp sword's law forcefully split that beam of light. 2 spatial refractions appeared just right, causing the 2 beams to separate and gradually weaken, eventually vanishing. The frog celestial looked up, panting heavily. The bamboo sword in its hand had turned black, seemingly enduring great hardship. The wood law lit up, but it couldn't repair the sword for the time being. Frog celestial frowned, then threw the bamboo sword aside. With a grasp of its hand, a water blue sword appeared in its grasp. Come on, let's continue. The frog celestial pointed at the sea-covering thunder flood dragon, its tone filled with anger. It had taken nearly 100 years to nurture that small bamboo sword. It is no exaggeration to say that this bamboo sword could even serve as one of the main materials for its 3rd advancement. Now it would take at least another 10 years to recover. The frog celestial was certainly furious, but fortunately, it had other swords. Do you want to die today? Roughly meaning, I'm going to kill you today. I tried. This is about how it sounds. Although I am a local from Hangzhou, I really don't know how to type our pronunciation. The Qingkong ape instinctively covered its ears. Most of the people standing by the river had heard the frog celestial cursing a few days ago, except for Yiqiu. This reporter, who had been cast out of the course circle and stood by the side watching, gazed at the frog cursing while chasing and hacking at the dragon. Fell into deep thought. Could cursing enhance combat power? This frog celestial seemed to be stronger than before. No one noticed across from the Qingkong ape, the suppressed jade water dolphin had a sinister glint in its eyes. The Qingkong ape was also oblivious. Its realm was at the late stage of the legendary level, on par with the frog celestial and the sea-covering thunder flood dragon. However, the Jade Water Dolphin was only at the mid-stage of the legendary level, relying mostly on poison. The poison couldn't reach the King Kong ape for the time being, because the space of the King Kong ape's body was isolated from this area. This spatial isolation was relatively fragile, as violent legendary beings like the sea-covering Thunder Flood Dragon and the Frog Celestial could easily break through. But the Jade Water Dolphin couldn't do that. The Jade Water Dolphin had no means to attack the space. Hence, the King Kong ape was currently keeping the pressure light. Moreover, do you want to compare speed with a spiritual beast that understands the laws of space? The King Kong ape looked at the Jade Water Dolphin with a teasing expression. On the embankment, a stream of poison was slowly creeping up. However, the Jade Water Dolphin forgot that every spiritual beast that practiced the laws of space was an absolute expert on the soul level. Not to mention the King Kong ape. The King Kong ape waved its staff, and that stream of poison fell directly into its hand. Extremely dense, terrifying poison, even directly targeting the soul. Very frightening power. But targeting the soul, are you aiming at that recently arrived legendary one? Exactly. The Jade Water Dolphin surprisingly admitted. The three of us hold a deep hatred against him. To be precise, we have a profound hatred for the entire Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin clan. The tone of the Jade Water Dolphin carried a deliberately suppressed rage. The King Kong ape felt puzzled. It furrowed its brow, vaguely recalling that the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin clan was known for their kindness. It could even be said to be somewhat overly compassionate. Those kings and quasi-kings who stopped upon hearing the voice of the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin could testify to this. If the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin clan did not have an exceptionally high reputation in the Xinjiang, they could not possibly make all the spiritual beasts quiet with just a sound. The King Kong ape threw the poison back at the Jade Water Dolphin. You better tell the truth. The Jade Water Dolphin clan does not lie. Do you think I believe the Jade Water Dolphin, which is inherently hostile to most beings in this world? Or do I believe the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin, known for their good intentions? The King Kong ape gazed at the Jade Water Dolphin. We took action against this race precisely because the Xinjiang Spirit Dolphin killed our dear friend. This race, with its reputation for kindness, is essentially thoroughly corrupt and oppressive. This race is filled with deception. The Jade Water Dolphin deliberately put on an angry expression. The Xinjiang Tide God, who heard all this, was left questioning. Who? Me. The voice of the Jade Water Dolphin gradually echoed in everyone's ears. Perhaps in the beginning the Xinjiang Spirit Pig truly possessed a kind heart. Otherwise, it would not have been able to nurture the former character of the sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon. Some beings might consider the kindness of the Xinjiang Spirit Pig clan to be mere hypocrisy, yet they have lived a lifetime of such pretense. What difference does it make compared to the saints? On such days, although the sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon left the territory of the Xinjiang Spirit Pig clan with certain emotions, it felt more a sense of grievance rather than anger. It was clearly you who told me that I could inherit the authority of the Tide God. It was you who gave me hope for strength, yet now you say I am unqualified. Unqualified. The sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon felt indignant. However, it believed that the elders probably did not know about this matter at all. It only felt wronged. Yet it was not truly angry. It simply wanted to go out and take a stroll, then return when the time was right. Just return at mealtime. Spirit beasts also need to eat, but what they consume is a type of substance rich in spiritual energy. Various types of spirit stones can also serve to satiate hunger. They can also eat the food that humans eat. As the wealthiest clan in the entire Xinjiang, the Xinjiang Spirit Pig clan's meals are abundant every day. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to push the sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon to its current realm. With this thought, it went out to find its friends to play. Currently among the Xinjiang, there are only 2 quasi-legendary beings, and the remaining kings can hardly match the sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon. The 2 quasi-legendary beings are relatively friendly with the sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon. The status of quasi-legendary beings is different from that of kings. The willingness of these 2 quasi-legendary beings to interact equally with the sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon is likely more due to the backing of the Xinjiang Spirit Pig clan. And behind the Xinjiang Spirit Pig clan is the Xinjiang Tide God clan. These 2 quasi-legendary beings are a somewhat adorable Yushui pig and the vast Haohai crocodile that has long lain at the riverbed due to its enormous size. The sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon found its friends and began to vent about the day's events. Its friends seemed to have somewhat strange expressions. However, the sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon did not notice. After all, it was just a 3-year-old child, albeit a bit stronger. Though it appeared slightly more mature, it was indeed just a child. The sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon continued to complain about this matter with everyone. A group of spirit beasts brought out wine, insisting on getting the sea-overturning Thunder Flood Dragon drunk. However, it had no idea what wine was. Nonetheless, it drank. Underwater, it had to use its spiritual energy to extract the wine from the jar. When it woke up, only the Xiao pig and the Haohai crocodile remained struggling to fend off the onslaught of the Qianjiang spirit pig clan. The Qianjiang spirit pig that had always followed it and grown up alongside it was now pierced through the body by a water flow controlled by that amiable elder. It returned to nature before its eyes. The Qianjiang spirit pig could not possibly possess such immense power. The sea-overturning thunder flood dragon was well aware of this. Hence the assailant could only be the Qianjiang tide god. The sea-overturning thunder flood dragon left Qianjiang with the Haohai crocodile and the Xiao pig delving deep into the East Sea in search of a refuge. During this process, the Xiao pig informed the sea-overturning thunder flood dragon the power of the Qianjiang tide god does not solely belong to the Qianjiang spirit pig clan. They are afraid. Afraid that with your talent Qianjiang will no longer favor them. Afraid that you will take away their position as tide god. Thus they wish to kill you even if it means using the power of the tide god. That little Qianjiang spirit pig just now came to deliver the message. You still have friends, my friend. It's just a pity that little Qianjiang spirit pig was also killed. The killing intent of the sea-overturning thunder flood dragon could no longer be restrained. Together with the Haohai crocodile and Xiao pig, it entered the East Sea. After several years of cultivation, the sea-overturning thunder flood dragon reached the quasi-legendary level. Then on the day of the Qianjiang tide god handover ceremony, they killed the tide god, destroyed the Qianjiang spirit pig clan, and seized the authority of the Qianjiang tide god. The Qianjiang tide god claimed they were thieves. This was incorrect. They were avengers, rightfully taking that portion of authority. Afterward, the Haohai crocodile enhanced its physical power while the Xiao pig refined toxins using all the resources accumulated by the Qianjiang tide god over the years. They completed their third advancement evolution and, relying on this evolution, achieved the legendary level. The length of the Haohai crocodile grew from hundreds of meters to several kilometers. The toxin of the Xiao pig completely became a toxin system law. Meanwhile, the sea-overturning thunder flood dragon, having mastered the water affinity that the Qianjiang tide god prided itself on, successfully broke through to the legendary level. The revenge officially concluded. However, later a person named Qian Wang sealed them. Yet our actions against the Qianjiang spirit pig clan were entirely of your own making. The sea-overturning thunder flood dragon floated in the sky, looking down at the Qianjiang tide god on the bank. I never expected that the race that raised me would be so despicable. Elder, how I once respected you. But now, the Qianjiang spirit pig clan would kill its own kin to secure their legacy. They would act against the beings of Qianjiang. Have you all gone mad? The sea-overturning thunder flood dragon's tone carried anger. It was a kind of anger that persisted even after being sealed for 1,000 years. It was the anger that remained after the massacre of the entire Qianjiang spirit pig clan. It wanted to see the agonized expression on the Qianjiang tide god's face. It wanted to witness the tide god's anger. It wanted to see the tide god's unwillingness. But it forgot that the Qianjiang spirit pig race had been endowed with an absolute kind nature since its inception. Moreover, the Qianjiang tide god's face was filled with confusion. What are you talking about? You're referring to Xiao Jiang, right? He was originally a candidate for the next Qianjiang tide god. He went missing on the day he chased after you. Otherwise, the later Qianjiang tide god would have had no relation to me at all. The enraged sea-overturning thunder flood dragon was momentarily stunned. The character of the Qianjiang spirit pig clan can completely be equated with that of a saint. They do not care whether others harm them, even if the reasons for the harm are unavoidable. They would even absolve that person. Only upon discovering that beings are wantonly slaughtering other beings would this race exhibit feelings of anger. At this moment, facing the sea-overturning thunder flood dragon, the Qianjiang tide god was almost overflowing with confusion. How could they possibly act against their own kin? Moreover, that was the candidate for the next generation of Qianjiang tide god. The sea-overturning thunder flood dragon's expression grew exceedingly strange. Sea-overturning thunder flood dragon. Don't believe their one-sided words. The voice of the jade water pig carried a certain sharpness. It seemed to have triggered an invisible line. The Haikong thunder flood dragon, which had just calmed down slightly due to the words of the Qianjiang tide god, was stirred once more. It became violent again. The frog deity and the Qingkong ape exchanged glances. Others naturally could not sense it, but the two legendary beings could feel it. At that moment, within the Haikong thunder flood dragon, an extremely subtle poison-based law stirred. No, it seemed to be something other than a poison-based law. It resembled a combination of illusion and poison. The Qingkong ape paused, looking at the frog deity beside him. The two guardian beasts nodded in sync. In the next moment, a voice resonated in the ears of the two quasi-legendary beasts, tamers Li Changji and Qi Pingqiu. Call someone over, bring that guy from the southwest corner here, and let that fellow from Bashu guard the southwestern border. The power of the Haikong Thunder Flood Dragon is off. It's poison. Let's take a gamble. Oh, we have records of the personality of the Qianjiang Spirit Pig. Raised by the Qianjiang Spirit Pig, what bad thing could it possibly be? Let's take a gamble. If this bit of poison is removed, perhaps our Xinzhou alliance will have a guardian beast of the thunder system. The voice of the Qingkong ape rang out. The two quasi-legendary beings exchanged glances. The body of the Qiang golden crow expanded as Li Changji leaped onto its back. Currently, the communication between Xinjiang City and the outside world was still cut off. They needed to fly out of Xinjiang City's range. Qi Pingxiu stood in place, gazing at the legendary battlefield. As a top-tier quasi-legendary beast tamer, Qi Pingxiu understood that the power of a legendary being and that of a quasi-legendary were fundamentally two different levels. Watching the battlefield over there grow increasingly intense, he suddenly asked, when the Haikong Thunder Flood Dragon attacked your altar, didn't the former Tide God take action? The Qianjiang Tide God opened his mouth. His long snout opened and closed. After a long time, the Qianjiang Tide God nodded. Qi Pingxiu closed his eyes and sighed. The Qianjiang Spirit Pig clan had been seen during the early period of the Spirit Beast era. At that time, the Qianjiang Spirit Pig clan was nearly extinct. However, these old fellows had still seen the original Qianjiang Spirit Pig. They were uncommonly kind-hearted, even somewhat stubborn. They were a group of soft-hearted individuals who had mutual help etched into their bones. Qi Pingxiu still clearly remembered his conversation with that Qianjiang Spirit Pig. Have you always been like this? I mean, helping others at all costs. Xinjiang gave us life, but we repay everything to the beings of Xinjiang. Isn't that how it should be? Qi Pingxiu was well aware of the character of this race. Precisely because he understood, he felt trust in the words of the Qingkong ape. If the Haikong Thunder Flood Dragon was under the control of poison. But what if the Haikong Thunder Flood Dragon was not controlled by poison? A spirit beast raised by the Xinjiang Spirit Pig clan. How bad could it possibly be? Qi Pingxiu acknowledged the viewpoint of the Qingkong ape. The Qingkong ape's thoughts were completely different. Qingkong ape, as long as this guy is clear-headed and hasn't harmed anyone, being completely controlled in this situation. The worst that could happen is to subdue it. As for the Jade Water Pig, it would be better to kill it. The Qingkong ape turned to look at the Jade Water Pig, which was currently watching the Qingkong ape and the frog deity with an extremely resentful expression. As a legendary spirit beast, the Jade Water Pig could naturally sense what the Qingkong ape had transmitted to the one that had just fled. But it could not intervene. Poison-type legends were better at preparing for battle because they could prepare enough toxins. In a sudden confrontation like this, as a poison-type legend, the Jade Water Pig could not pose a significant threat to the Qingkong ape before it. Unless it could pull out toxins that could affect space right now. The Jade Water Pig shook its body, attempting to send waves of toxins through the Qingkong ape's blockade to attack the people on the bank. But it was blocked by the power of space. Jade Water Pig, I don't care whether you are a Tide God, a thief, or a revenger. The answer to the Xinzhou alliance is the same. You should know what we are waiting for, the Qingkong ape said, waving its staff. This powerful legendary spirit beast stared fixedly at the Jade Water Pig before it. The Jade Water Pig was silent for a long time. Does the Xinzhou alliance still lack guardian beasts? Yes, the Qingkong ape frowned, but we don't need a guardian beast like you. So there's nothing to discuss. The Jade Water Pig's tone carried a hint of mockery. In that case, I still have a little backup left. The pupils of the Qingkong ape suddenly widened. In a certain secret realm of Xinjiang City, a deep purple beam of light shot out from the depths of the secret realm. It pierced the clouds, causing the entire sky to turn a dark purple. These clouds were trapped within the barrier that had previously confined Xinjiang City. The barrier, composed of the power of faith, played a crucial role at this moment. The soul inside the statue of the Money King flickered, almost on the verge of losing consciousness. These poisonous clouds no longer spread, at least the surrounding few cities of Xinjiang City would not be affected. But what about the residents inside Xinjiang City? Due to the red alert, everyone was hiding in their homes, and in such a moment, this kind of commotion still caused many to step onto their balconies, peering through windows to see the outside scene. The sky was covered with deep purple clouds, and the air was filled with a certain stench of toxic liquid. The purple clouds pressed down on the sky, seemingly about to fall at any moment. Legendary law skill. Poison crown the miles. If it weren't for that barrier blocking it, this move would be enough to cover 3 or 4 cities. Moreover, more importantly, poison tactics are very difficult to counter. Once those toxins fall, the entire Xinjiang City would turn into ruins. Most of the people in Xinjiang City would die. The hand of the Qingkong ape trembled. The frog deity's sword became steadier. At this point, anger and worry were of no use. They needed a legendary being who could block this. There was only one way. Go find the Money King, the Qianzhong Tide God suddenly spoke. Go kid, your aura is very special. Perhaps it can awaken the Money King. Perhaps it can bear the power of the Money King. Xiao Sui was taken aback, turning to look at the Qianzhong Tide God behind him. He did not hesitate. The chubby bear next to him mobilized its mental energy, sending Xiao Sui to the statue of the Money King, not far away. He did not know how to awaken the Money King, but he had to try. Listen, little guy. The Money King once received a gift from a certain individual. The power within you is even purer compared to that great figure, said the Qianzhong Tide God behind him. Using spiritual energy to sense the power left by the Money King, remember one thing. Only earth, not fire. The words of the Qianzhong Tide God were no longer audible to Xiao Sui. His consciousness had already followed the trace of spiritual energy into the statue. In the southwestern corner of Xinzhou, most areas are guarded by protectors. In the northeast, there is the National Protector Beast of Northeast University. The southeastern coastal region is home to the legendary frog Celestial and the azure sky ape. In the northwest, there is also the National Protector Beast of Northwest University. As the political center of the nation, the capital also has the National Protector Beast of Kyoto University stationed there. Above the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, there is said to be a legendary spirit beast that is not included in the count of National Protector Beasts. And in the southwestern corner, this is the area where the Xinzhou Alliance has the most friction with other countries. After the spirit beast era, with the resurgence of spiritual power, various nations have harnessed the power of spirit beasts. This has led to some countries that once refrained from provoking the Xinzhou Alliance to once again covet its region. For a long time, the southwestern corner of the Xinzhou Alliance has been guarded by a unique spirit beast with red and white fur. It is unclear when the unique spirit beast originally present along the border disappeared. The border military beast tamers also vanished. The entire southwestern border has been blocked by an invisible net. Any slight disturbance of this net will summon a gigantic figure that kills anyone who touches it. Surprisingly, today the net seems to carry less of a dangerous aura. There have been similar occurrences in the past, but today feels different, as if the owner of the net is absent. The border soldiers of Myanmar seem to have sensed something. The general is overjoyed. Regardless of what has happened to the legendary killer, this is a positive outcome. They can now enter the borders of Xinzhou openly. Since the owner of the net is not present, a gap can be torn open with just a few heavenly kings. After all, it needs to cover the entire southwestern border, so its strength won't be as formidable as imagined. Once the net is successfully torn open, the general of Myanmar, filled with hopes of promotion and wealth and the adoration of the people, leads his soldiers through the gap. No longer is it the forest simulated by the net, but the real mountains and forests of Xinzhou. The scent of resources is simply marvelous. The general of Myanmar takes a deep breath, raises his hand, and prepares to instruct his subordinates to loot this place. Until he rubs his eyes and looks up again. A figure as large as a small mountain appears before them. The mountain flame-eating iron beast, a legend. The large panda with a reddish-brown and white coat lounges there, looking at them with a mocking expression. Oh, aren't you the people from Myanmar? It's been many years you've grown bolder. You dare to run into the territory of Xinzhou. So what's your intention? To seize some resources or to offer some resources? As one of the two unique spirit beasts among the 8 guardian beasts of Xinzhou, the mountain flame-eating iron beast has long been stationed at the southwestern border, known for its aggressive demeanor towards outsiders while being relatively gentle within. It usually does not reside within Basha University, but rather in the panda nature reserve adjacent to. Like ordinary pandas, it eats bamboo, but due to the color of its fur, it appears to be a rare brown panda. It has been proven that even with the emergence of spirit beasts as a special life form, the people of Xinzhou's affection for pandas remains unchanged. In fact, due to the appearance of spirit beasts, pandas find it harder to survive in the wild. The treatment of pandas seems to have improved compared to before. The mountain flame-eating iron beast raises its paw and smashes the war chariot the Myanmar general was sitting on. Everyone leave behind one item, then roll back. Heavenly kings leave behind heavenly king-level materials, masters leave behind master-level materials, and extraordinary-level leave behind extraordinary-level materials. Why do you bring elite-level materials to invade others? The mountain flame-eating iron beast glances disdainfully. If the materials are insufficient, you can either contribute or simply send someone back to fetch them. Submit everything within today, if you don't, then. The mountain flame-eating iron beast slams its paw down, causing the ground to tremble instantly. I will take a tour around your capital. The Myanmar general shudders. Their entire country has only 1/3 of a legendary beast, because 3 countries jointly serve one legendary beast. Yet the mountain flame-eating iron beast before them is clearly not to be trifled with. Well, submit, well, submit. The Myanmar general retrieves materials from his spatial bracelet and places them before the mountain flame-eating iron beast. He then waves to the more than 300 soldiers behind him to hurry and line up to submit. For the few who did not bring materials, he does not feel pain to take from his own stock to submit. After all, he knows that once they return, he can extort double or triple from those who did not bring materials. The mountain flame-eating iron beast watches the Myanmar people leave. It glances at the great net before it. This is quite exaggerated, much easier than when I first came. The mountain flame-eating iron beast yawns and lies back down. It seems to sense something. I almost forgot there are still some fellows in the mountains here in the southwest. The mountain flame-eating iron beast, somewhat impatient, stands up. It looks up at the sky. Roar. A blazing light appears, transforming into a stunning fire cloud in the sky. This is actually composed of pure fire energy. It serves merely as a means of intimidation. After all, it has been many years since it last visited the border, and those toxic little creatures in the mountains might not recognize it. The mountain flame-eating iron beast thinks. It wonders if there are any little ones who still remember it, who might send it something to eat. Bamboo or something would be fine. The mountain flame-eating iron beast lies back down, lazily watching the borderline. The former owner of this great net, the national protector beast of the southwestern border, at this moment is speeding towards Xinjiang City. As a powerful spirit beast that cannot fly, it relies on elemental power to levitate. It has only one way to travel, the nearest flight, from Yunnan province to Jiangnan province, taking off in 3 minutes. Perfect, I can catch a ride. In 2 hours I will arrive. The purple little spider yawns. Although this flight does not go directly to Xinjiang City, it is still much faster than flying there herself. Fortunately, a member of the Beast Tamer Association spotted the spider. Senior Purple Gold, the Beast Tamer Association has arranged a Heavenly King-level wind spirit beast to take you to Xinjiang City. Oh, all right. Where is it? Follow me. The member of the Beast Tamer Association breathes a sigh of relief, thankful for the spirit beast provided by the Wind King stationed in Bashu. Does the Wind King only have one spirit beast with him? Doesn't matter, it's a good thing. After all, there are only a few Wind Heavenly Kings nationwide. How long has he been like this? Li Changji had already returned to the banks of the Xinjiang River. His gaze fell upon Xiao Sui, who was standing by the statue. 10 minutes. Shi Pingxiu frowned. I can confirm that the power emanating from the statue of the Qian King is not weaker than that of a legendary level. However, that level of spiritual power is already close to the realm of laws. At the realm of laws, it is not something a novice master can withstand. Shi Pingxiu said seriously. Is there any other way? No. Li Changji remained silent for a moment. Within Xinjiang City, there is no earth element king. The one with the strongest earth element resistance is probably Xiao Sui. Records in the Qian King's temple state that although the Qian King grew in both fire and earth paths simultaneously, he was primarily earth-based with fire as a supplement. We have no choice but to let this little guy take the risk. What about Senior Zijin? Shi Pingxiu asked. On the way, probably 2 hours. Li Changji calculated the time. From the moment he conveyed the message to waking up the mountain flame iron beast, and then having the mountain flame iron beast replace the position of the Zijin spider, finally the Zijin spider would come. Overall, it wouldn't take more than 2 hours. The King of Wind had already received the news, and had the alliance requisition the other wind spirit beast he left in Bashu to help the Zijin spider fly over. Fortunately, the Zijin spider was only slightly larger than a human head, otherwise the little guy left in Bashu by the King of Wind would not have been able to bring the Zijin spider over. How much longer until that cloud above? About an hour. Shi Pingxiu answered. The senior Qingkong ape provided the answer. How is the crowd dispersing? Not dispersed. Shi Pingxiu remained silent for a moment. We all know that ordinary buildings cannot withstand the venom. Only the old shelters built years ago and various secret realms should be able to withstand the venom. However, 1 hour is not enough time to relocate everyone to the shelters. Moreover, this cloud is set to descend in about an hour, possibly within an hour. Senior Qingkong ape is doing his best to entangle that Yeshuatan. The less energy the Yeshuatan expends, the later the poisonous cloud will react. That Yeshuatan has used all its water-based laws for defense. Its offensive means are only the poison laws, which are not a big deal for 2 legendary beings. However, for the residents of Xinjiang City, it is a catastrophic disaster. Shi Pingxiu looked at Xiao Sui before him. Li Changji did not care whether Shi Pingxiu's gaze was on him or not. What are you going to do? Right now, Xinjiang does not need us to fight, does it? Even those spirit beasts fighting alongside us can help control some of the aftermath. Therefore, we need to do what we ought to do. Li Changji patted his cheek, trying hard to wake himself up. 2 consecutive days of battle over a week of relentless work. This had plunged the strongest king of Jiangnan province into deep fatigue. After this ends, I will definitely request a leave from above. The king of Qiyang gritted his teeth. But before that, he turned around and beside him the crimson golden divine bird burst into flames. I must first protect this city. Before the poisonous rain falls from the sky, I must wait until I am completely exhausted. Qiang, do you remember that move? The king of Qiang spoke. The Qiang golden crow emitted a high-pitched cry. This scorching divine bird similarly responded with a bit of fatigue. He felt spirited. He felt exhausted. These two feelings were not in conflict. Fatigue came from the continuous days of battle. Spirit came from the belief of this divine bird and its master to protect. Suddenly the rain began to fall lightly. The toxins are very weak. As long as you stay indoors it will be fine. Qi Pingxiu rubbed his fingers. However, it may fall into the water. Understood. Leave the rest to me. The king of Qiang left behind a reliable figure as he sat on the back of the Qiang golden crow and flew towards the sky. His voice grew smaller and smaller. Yet it seemed to resonate with the entire Qianjiang city as the king's roar echoed Qiang. Use. Fiery sun heavenly way. A sun seemed to appear in the sky, evaporating the falling poisonous rain and even scorching the poisonous clouds above. That was the most powerful and representative king of Jiangnan province, nurtured from this gentle and watery Jiangnan region. A beast master as fierce as fire. Qi Pingxiu remained silent. His white cloud dragon snake had already entered the underground waters of Qianjiang city to ensure the purity of the water source. The formations along the banks of Qianjiang were already replaced by those quasi-legendary spirit beasts mainly provided by the bear Da from the family of the king of Fan Mountain. The slightly awakened oversea thunder dragon seemed to be in extreme struggle, but was quickly covered by a unique powdery purple color, continuing its frenzied attacks. This toxin could not be covered in a short time. It was likely to take years, decades, or even hundreds of years to gradually control subtly. But just as the Qingkong ape had guessed, how bad could a spirit beast raised by the Qianjiang spirit pig be? Even though it hated the Qianjiang spirit pig, when the oversea thunder dragon saw the Yushuitan attacking the entire Qianjiang city in this manner, its heart still felt extreme struggle. It was also at this moment that the statue of the Qian king standing by the banks of the Qianjiang began to glow gradually. Xiao Sui broke free from the statue and looked at her palm. How is it? Qi Pingxiu stood beside Xiao Sui. Do you have the ability to deal with the poisonous cloud above? I don't have a way to eliminate the poisonous cloud above. Xiao Sui shook her head, but the consciousness of the Qian king has finally given me a bit of authority to use the power of faith. I can use the barrier of that power of faith. It can block the poisonous cloud for about 20 minutes. Qi Pingxiu's expression stiffened. For a master level to be able to achieve this is already quite good. He was just a bit disappointed in the effectiveness of the Qian king statue. Principal Qi quickly pulled himself together. When the king of Qiang can no longer hold on, you take over. We absolutely cannot let the poisonous cloud in the sky affect ordinary people. Understood, Principal Qi. Xiao Sui nodded. Meanwhile, a voice sounded in the ears of the oversea thunder dragon, which was in a daze. The voice was deep and steady. Big guy, do you want to know the truth? The oversea thunder dragon trembled for him. The poison crown spans 1,000 miles, a skill created by the Jade Water Pig after breaking through to the legendary level, harnessing the unique power of legendary laws. This move can cover an area of 1,000 miles, unleashing a rain of poison based on these laws over the land. This poisoned rain is essentially a manifestation of the power of laws, and only the power of laws can counter it. In other words, it is a catastrophic skill that blankets 1,000 miles, capable of exterminating even king-level spirit beasts. The poison type is most adept at group attacks. The Jade Water Pig, being a legendary poison type, has perfected this aspect to an extreme. He concentrated all his water-based abilities into defense, allowing him to withstand the Qingkong monkey and even repel the Sword Heart Enlightened Frog. As long as he does not die within a short time, this city will serve as his burial place. The poisonous cloud has completely spread, and even the Jade Water Pig cannot retract it now. In a reckless abandon, the Jade Water Pig increased the power of the poisonous cloud and quickened its speed. He didn't even care if he was injured. The golden crow in the sky finally could not hold on any longer and fell. A pair of earth-colored large hands caught the golden crow and the person who was fainting from exhaustion on its back. The barrier surrounding the sky enveloped the poisonous cloud within. That power of belief is something the Jade Water Pig will never forget. Money King. The anger of the Jade Water Pig was almost overflowing. He sensed the weakness of that power, realizing it couldn't last much longer. He could only feel hatred, hating that the Money King, after a millennium, could still leave behind such power. Ocean-covering thunder dragon. At all costs, crush that frog. We are returning to the East Sea. The ocean-covering thunder dragon mechanically waved its claws as if it had increased its strength a bit, yet seemed to have done nothing at all. The Jade Water Pig glanced at the ocean-covering thunder dragon and then at the Qingkong monkey before him. This monkey's offensive capabilities were not strong, yet the frog's attacking power was simply exaggerated. He could neither withstand the frog's sword nor escape the monkey's pursuit. The only way was to let the poisonous cloud above completely descend. At that time, these two legendary beings who did not rely on area damage would have to protect this city. Only then would there be a slim chance to escape. He did not need to run too far, just dive into any secret realm within Xinjiang, and he could hide. Those two legendary beings couldn't possibly chase him indefinitely. Just a moment the jade water pig's movement suddenly halted. The barrier surrounding the poisonous cloud in the sky abruptly dispersed. Yet the poison rain did not continue to fall. Below the poisonous cloud, a spider opened its mouth wide, inhaling the entire poisonous cloud that covered Xinjiang into its belly. Such high-quality poison, I haven't had such comfort in a long time. The spider with an accent hard to place patted its belly. When that figure reappeared, it was already on the banks of Xinjiang. Senior Zijin. Qi Pingxiu stepped forward as the only one in Xinjiang with a complete consciousness and a relatively sound state among the Quasa legends. Upon seeing the Zijin spider, Qi Pingxiu relaxed completely. He stood beside the Zijin spider, describing the current situation. Behind him lay the fainted king of the Red Sun Li Changji and the recently fainted Xiao Sui. The Zijin spider poison illusion is at the legendary level. Oh, that stinky monkey wasn't wrong. It really is a blend of poison and illusion energy. When did that stinky monkey become so cultured? The Zijin spider patted its body and flew to the side of the Qingkong monkey resting on its head. Change. The Qingkong monkey waved its staff. Before the sword-wielding frog there was a flash, and it transformed back into the jade water pig. The sword-wielding frog hurriedly adjusted the internal circulation of the water-based laws within itself. If it had activated this when fighting the ocean-covering thunder dragon, it would not have been pleasant to be struck. However, using it against the jade water pig is much more effective. But just like that, he was swapped out. The sword-wielding frog exclaimed, "Dealing with spatial abilities is really infuriating." The Zijin spider hung on the Qingkong monkey, which waved its staff again. In the next moment, the Zijin spider appeared on the head of the ocean-covering thunder dragon. Two limbs forcefully pierced into the scales of the ocean-covering thunder dragon. The ocean-covering thunder dragon let out a painful howl. Following that was an even stronger, more domineering toxin flooding into its body. The powerful poison laws almost instantly found that trace of illusory poison. Like eating snacks, those toxins were directly consumed. The Zijin spider retracted its toxins. The massive ocean-covering thunder dragon plummeted from the sky, floating on the surface of the river. Although its size was not as exaggerated as that of the Hanhai crocodile god, the ocean-covering thunder dragon's body was still nearly 100 meters long. "Did you just kill this thing?" The Qingkong monkey frowned. "We were planning to recruit a thunder-type spirit beast for the Shenzhou Alliance." The Zijin spider's toxins are incredibly domineering, something the Qingkong monkey had previously experienced. Unlike the jade water pig, which combines water and poison, the jade water pig's poison is infused with charm and illusion, primarily not meant for lethality. In contrast, the Zijin spider with its poison and illusion powers kept them completely separate, mastering both the domineering poison and the bizarre illusion. On the basis of poison, it comprehended another kind of law. Similar to the sword laws and spatial laws, it is a high-level law known as the obliteration law. This is also one reason why the Zijin spider's poison is so domineering. At this moment, the Zijin spider remained silent, gazing at the ocean-covering thunder dragon before her. Its soul is sealed by some kind of power. If I had to describe it, it resembles the power of belief. The Money King's power of belief. No, it's different. That kind of power of belief from the sky, just now, is completely different from this one. The Zijin spider replied with certainty. This kind of power of belief I have never seen before. You know, in the southwestern region, there are many ancient rituals, but none of them possess this. This power of belief is too pure. It carries not a hint of other emotions. Most life forms beliefs stem from the desire for wealth, life, or power. However, the power of belief on this dragon is devoid of such things. It is simply the purest form of belief. I have never encountered such a genuine power of belief. It's as if the believers created a race whose sole purpose is to believe in it. It sounds like they are being raised. What if this race is called the Xinjiang Spirit Pig? The Xinjiang Tide God stood frozen in place. He gazed at the oversea thunder flood dragon in the distance. It was a child he had watched grow up. How could it not be kind? The Xinjiang Tide God was perplexed. He did not know what had happened during the years he was away, nor what the oversea thunder flood dragon had encountered. However, that power of faith was all too familiar to him. That was the deity he had devoted his life to. It was the deity whose power he later came to grasp. But why was this power manifesting in the oversea thunder flood dragon? The Xinjiang Tide God was at a loss. He flew forward with Shushu following behind, looking helpless. The Qianjiang tide god was not his true body. He needed a vessel to remain outside. Shui fainted. Ao Long was in a daze, and the little dragon was still a child. The fat bear sat nearby observing with little mobility. Thus the Qianjiang tide god naturally possessed Shushu. Shushu Ji feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts. The master-level Shushu flew over and plopped down onto the back of the purple gold spider. Among the 8 guardian beasts of the Shinjo Alliance, the purple gold spider, known for its strong wide-area destruction capabilities and strange modus operandi, was momentarily stunned. The purple gold spider poked the little mouse on its back with its limbs. "I like this little guy," it said. "Both of you get off my head." The Qinkong monkey waved its staff irritably, casually tossing the purple gold spider aside with a space law. Shushu followed the trajectory of gravity and landed on the Qinkong monkey's furry head. The Qinkong monkey sighed, thinking at least having this little mouse on its head was much more comfortable than being poked by that spider. The purple gold spider crawled back, settling on the shoulder of the Qinkong monkey. The Qinkong monkey didn't want to say a word, silently enduring the situation. Meanwhile, the frog lord, pressing on the Yushui river pig, shouted, "Is this thing going to kill or not? We'll talk about it later. You hold on for a bit. It hurts a lot when poisoned. Little spider, come give me some paralysis." The purple gold spider ignored him, continuing to poke the mouse on the Qinkong monkey's head. "Shushu Jiji, I'm going to die here." The master-level Shushu felt an overwhelming sense of oppression from the spiritual beasts in front of her. "Don't mess around with the juniors. No, this little guy has good illusion talent. Before leaving I might teach her What about her beast master?" the purple gold spider asked. "Fainted. Before you came, that power of faith was mobilized by that little brat." Although they had been fighting, the Qinkong monkey still had the energy to observe the surroundings. If that little brat hadn't mobilized a small part of the faith power left by the Money King, if you had come a bit later, you would have probably seen a dead city. The purple gold spider fell silent for a moment. "In that case, this beast master is an interesting little fellow. Does he have a teacher?" "Yes, one that is about to become a legendary troublesome creature." About to become a legendary creature. The purple gold spider might need to think about which of the current quasi-legendary beings had a greater chance of breaking through to legendary status. Upon hearing it was a troublesome creature, she immediately understood who it referred to. That brat from Fanphone can produce such a student. He was raised freely. Reasonable. The purple gold spider breathed a sigh of relief, but forget it, this little brat is attuned to the earth element, and I have no earth element. Furthermore, the purple gold spider turned her head and looked behind the statue of the Money King. Has the Genesis Association become this arrogant now? I don't know. Clearly they released a legendary being themselves, yet they can't figure out that there's a legend here. A quasi-legendary dark and ghost-type spiritual beast. It looks like the kind specifically used for assassination. If you say the Genesis Association is so generous, I don't believe it. Actually, the Qinkong monkey began to speak, but then waved its staff. A shadowy figure appeared, and the energy from its claws aimed at Shui and Li Changji, who were lying on the ground. Before the energy could fly out, that figure had appeared before the 2 guardian beasts. A phantom ghost second-level advancement, but the materials used during the second-level advancement were very cheap, basically eliminating the possibility of a third-level advancement and breaking through to legendary status. The law concentration is insufficient, and its strength is mediocre. The Qinkong monkey handed the ghost, which looked somewhat sinister, to the purple gold spider. "Are you taking it back for experiments?" "Sure, just right to test how effective the newly developed ghost poison is." "Monkey, bring the spatial cube." The Qinkong monkey nodded, extended its hand to condense a cubic structure of space, stuffed the phantom ghost inside, and then handed it to the purple gold spider. The purple gold spider opened her mouth and swallowed the little creature. After nodding in satisfaction, she looked back at the Qianjiang tide god standing there. This tide god, bearing similar divinity, was currently staring at the oversea thunder flood dragon before him. "The power within him is unfamiliar to me." The Qianjiang tide god was silent for a moment before speaking. "Unfamiliar?" "Yes, completely unfamiliar." The Qianjiang tide god nodded. "It is a power that is similar, yet entirely different." The Qianjiang tide god turned to look at the 2 legendary spiritual beasts. "I am also a tide god, and I can sense that the power within the oversea thunder flood dragon comes from Qianjiang. However, it is entirely different from the tide god power I have experienced before. This power is not righteous. It is not for the purpose of protection, but for the sake of continuation." The Qianjiang tide god said, "I do not understand why the oversea thunder flood dragon chooses to do this. If it were merely to prolong its own life, the lifespan of a legendary spiritual beast is already nearly infinite. At that time, the oversea thunder flood dragon was even less than 10 years old, yet it had already reached quasi-legendary status thanks to an abundance of resources. It was destined to reach legendary status. There was no need for longevity unless it had discovered something we did not know." The The Qianjiang tide god turned to look at the Yushui river pig. A complete fool, the Yushui river pig scolded. Little spider. Got it. Just to be clear, to hypnotize a legend thoroughly, I will need to be weakened for half a month. You all need to help me discuss with that fat panda to guard the southwestern border for half a month. I think Shanyan will enjoy it. The Qingkong monkey nodded. Meanwhile, the iron-eating beast Shanyan was working overtime. So, the purple gold spider floated up and landed in front of the Yushui river pig. In countless worlds, the patterns on the purple gold spider gradually changed, finally transforming into the manifestation of illusion laws. Now tell me, what have you hidden? The existence of the Qianjiang tide god is a complete deception. The core of the Qianjiang tide god is not the guilt of Qianjiang, but the greed of the tide god. Just these two sentences left all the legendary figures present frozen in place. The gasping frog supreme cast a glare at the Zijin spider, who could have acted sooner. Holding two swords, he stood on the back of the Fuhai thunder flood dragon. The sword intent constantly pressed down on the unconscious dragon. However, the story continues. The inheritance of the tide god is essentially a scam. This fact was only known to the Yushui dolphin before the appearance of the Fuhai thunder flood dragon. Although the Yushui dolphin clan has enmity with most creatures in nature, the Qianjiang spiritual dolphin was an exception. The Yushui dolphin clan is not foolish. They understand the importance of the Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan, and know that as long as the Qianjiang spiritual dolphins exist, it is a good thing for all of Qianjiang. At that time, the Yushui dolphin was only at the king level. Qianjiang did not have any quasi-legendary figures back then. The Yushui dolphin and the Hanhai crocodile were quite good friends. On that day, they fell together into a secret realm. This secret realm recorded certain things. There was also a statue of a Qianjiang spiritual dolphin. This statue was built by the previous Qianjiang tide god, or more accurately, the previous tide god, who still had self-awareness. At the base of the statue, 3 lines of text were carved. All the power you can inherit comes at a price. The soul that has emerged from the depths of your heart is not you. The Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan was created. Our only duty is faith. The 3 lines left the Yushui dolphin and Hanhai crocodile at a loss for what to do. They did not know what to say either. They received the gifts of the secret realm and became quasi-legendary powerhouses. However, until they appeared outside the secret realm, they still had not found the reason. After 4 years, the Yushui dolphin and Hanhai crocodile carefully examined the entire Qianjiang and finally found 2 similar secret realms. In the last secret realm, the Yushui dolphin and Hanhai crocodile found the answer. The tide god is not a god, but a spirit. A god is a guardian being chosen by nature, bearing the laws and powers of heaven and earth. A spirit is a special being born from this river, different from spiritual beasts, different from humans, also different from all ordinary plants and animals. Spirits inherently possess the ability and qualifications to become gods, and with the right guidance, they will naturally become gods. However, unlike orthodox god, spirits have selfish desires. And on the flourishing banks of Qianjiang, there are countless people. When spirits are born, it is in a time of chaos. At that time, what people desired most was only one thing: to survive. The newly born spirits were influenced by this strong will. To survive became the obsession of the spirits. But spirits are not gods. They lack powerful strength and eternal lifespan. To survive, spirits created a race. This race resembled their past forms. This race is called the Qianjiang spiritual dolphin. In modern terms, the spirits set 2 lines of fundamental code for the Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan. One line states, always obey the tide god. The other line states, always believe in the tide god. The Qianjiang spiritual dolphin, a race that was created. They are a race that cannot cultivate on their own, growing only with resources and the blessings of the tide god. From the moment of their birth, they had only one task. They must believe in the tide god, believe in that spirit. And that spirit, from the spiritual essence of Qianjiang, completed the transformation into the Qianjiang tide god. However, he soon discovered a problem. The Qianjiang tide god, a divine status created by the Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan, could not separate from the Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan. The race he created with his own hands became the cage that trapped him. Even more frightening was that he was aging uncontrollably. He needed to survive. That was the thought given to him by the people in a chaotic world, and it was another reason for a spirit to exist for a long time. Obsession. The existence of obsession made spirits want to live. It made spirits have to live. The spirit took 500 years to find a way. He gathered the Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan and declared that he would pass down the divine position. The Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan was delighted by this decision, and the spirit's decision allowed this tradition to continue for a full 4 generations. About 2,000 years. Since 2,000 years ago, the most outstanding one among the Qianjiang spiritual dolphins would be covered by the spirit seizing the body and becoming trapped in this divine status. Live for another 500 years. After 500 years, live for another 500 years. During the time of the third tide god, the Qianjiang tide god sensed something was wrong. It seemed he could no longer maintain complete control. The Qianjiang spiritual dolphin developed its own consciousness, and he would occasionally lose awareness for a period of time. It would not be until several decades later that he would fully take over this body. However, it was fine. This was still within the tide god's tolerable range. Everything was for the sake of survival, the Qianjiang tide god thought firmly. Until the emergence of the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon. For the first time, the Qianjiang tide god felt fear. He understood clearly that if the existence of the spirit was well suited to the divine status, then the unique spiritual beast born and raised here is the true favorite of Qianjiang. It is a being destined to compete with him for the divine status. The Qianjiang tide god gave a hint to the Qianjiang spiritual dolphins to let the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon be raised and adopted by the Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan. To let the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon recognize itself as a Qianjiang spiritual dolphin. He wanted to drive the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon away, but he could not directly act against the true favorite of Qianjiang. The spirit chose to take another path. He left a mark on the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon to determine its location. He showcased his power before the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon. Then when the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon went out, he manipulated the entire Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan. He bestowed them with power, allowing the entire Qianjiang spiritual dolphin clan to be empowered, summoning over 30 king-level beings to kill the friends of the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon. Unfortunately, the Qianjiang tide god, who was about to exchange his own power, lacked the capability to kill two quasi-legendary beings. The two quasi-legendary beings fled with the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon. This was precisely in line with the Qianjiang tide god's intentions. As long as the Fuhai Thunder Flood Dragon left Qianjiang, no matter where it went, it would not have the ability to seize the position of the Qianjiang tide god. He sought to survive. To survive, the most crucial thing is that the divine status of the Qianjiang tide god cannot be lost. As long as the divine status of the Qianjiang tide god is retained, nothing else matters. After all, how much chaos can just two quasi-legendary beings stir up? The Qianjiang tide god comforted himself deep within. Until 3 years later, 3 quasi-legendary spiritual beasts broke into his succession ceremony. The leading dragon made the divine status of the Qianjiang tide god within himself rejoice as if it had met its true master. When the Qianjiang Chaos Hen's power was only halfway transmitted, he lost his own strength. He divided his divine might into 3 parts. One portion remained within Fu Hai Leijiao, carrying that fragment of his consciousness. It sought to seize that body. Another portion fell to the one who would later become the Qianjiang Chaos Hen. It had been released at the outset and could not be reclaimed. The final portion, the one bound to vital life force, was swallowed whole by that crocodile. Afterwards, the 3 later Chaos Hen successively transcended legend. So this is the history of the Qianjiang Lington clan. Hua Tianzuan interrupted Yu Shuitan. More than that, I want to ask, what purpose does the toxin on this creature serve? Gradually regaining self-awareness and realizing it had revealed everything, Yu Shuitan fell silent for a moment. My toxin is the only thing capable of suppressing the power of the Qianjiang Chaos Hen. However, in the process, the toxin affects Fu Hai Leijiao's own mind, it continued. So by the time Fu Hai Leijiao was possessed and learned the truth, it was already too late. It is true we were attacked by the Qianjiang Lington clan, that is beyond dispute. My kin were slain by them, I avenged them and slew every Qianjiang Lington. That too is not wrong. Yu Shuitan spoke calmly. As for what came afterward, you discovered that controlling Fu Hai Leijiao was intoxicating. Far beyond your own strength and capacity for destruction, a somewhat feeble voice said. So you became addicted and grew accustomed to it. Zijin Zhu reclined on Qin Kong Yuan's shoulder, fixing its gaze on Yu Shuitan. You betrayed your friends, it said. You also betrayed the person you once were. Perhaps at first you were indeed courageous, Zijin Zhu went on, but later you feared death, you craved power shortcuts and the domination of forces mightier than yourself. You used the protection the strong owe to the weak to threaten the strong. Zijin Zhu spoke word by word. Like countless blades plunged into Yu Shuitan's heart. Yu Shuitan fell silent briefly, then nodded with candor. Yes, everything you said I did. That is true. But I do not regret it. That I fell to you is nothing more than this: my strength was insufficient, my toxin not as potent as yours, nothing more. There is no sin in seeking power. By threatening you with others' lives, I proved you could be threatened, that you were not yet strong enough, nothing more. Yu Shuitan's voice remained serene. I have never regretted it. whether in using Fu Hai Leijiao or in unleashing that poisonous rain above the city. So do as you wish. If one must say something, then grant me a death with some dignity. Defeat me one-on-one. Kill me. I will leave you the power to deal with the Xinjiang Chaos Hen. Yu Shuituan opened its mouth and spat out a bead. The bead hovered in Qin Kong Yuan's palm, suffused with a power of belief akin to that which dwelt upon Fu Hai Leijiao. I must remind you, the force within can temporarily restore Fu Hai Leijiao's sanity, but whether it can utterly slay that Xinjiang Chaos Hen depends on Fu Hai Leijiao's own choice, Yu Shuituan said. Now that frog, come with me. Yu Shuitan's words cut off mid-sentence. Suddenly it felt its whole body bound. Two long swords shredded its body. It had not the slightest power to resist. Qin Kong Yuan sheathed his staff. Awa Tianzuan rested his sword, as if nothing at all had happened. Only a blue-violet crystal remained. A natural crystal, the remnant left when a high realm spirit beast dies and returns to nature. Keep it a record the data with the Beastmaster Association when the time comes. It might even become the core material for some spirit beast's third evolutionary breakthrough, Qin Kong Yuan told Zijinzhu. Shu Shu covered its face with tiny paws, trembling at the sight. For Qin Kong Yuan and the others, this was no time for noble duels and honorable deaths. If Hua Tianzuan had been alone, perhaps his predatory impulse would have taken over. But with Qin Kong Yuan present, he would not be permitted to act so recklessly. They had to verify that the enemy's information was correct. This adversary could at any moment threaten all of Xinjiang City, perhaps even a sizable portion of the Xinzhou alliance. What remained was simply to kill it swiftly. Zijinzhu pocketed the blue-violet crystal and pointed at the bead Yu Shuituan had spat. Yu Shuituan did not lie. As a legendary illusion-type spirit beast, Zijinzhu's words carried considerable authority. Put this into Fu Hai Leijiao's mouth. Qin Kong Yuan said, at worst we have to fight again. Fight again. Hua Tianzuan murmured as he held the bead and placed it into Fu Hai Leijiao's mouth. Why it fell to him? Perhaps because he could endure the most. Under the watch of the three legendary beasts, Fu Hai Leijiao, before them finally began little by little to awaken. Fu Hai Leijiao blinked. Its eyes no longer bore the previous ferocity, but instead held a certain clarity. It ignored the three legendary beasts and instead lay down, leaning beside the Xinjiang Lington elder. Elder, Fu Hai Leijiao murmured, tears welling in its eyes. It knew the truth, that the Xinjiang Lington clan had been manipulated and that it had itself been briefly controlled. But by the time it learned the truth, another soul had taken up residence within its mind. During the hours it was governed by the toxin, it possessed only a faint awareness and could do nothing but obey Yu Shuitan's commands. To everyone's surprise, the Xinjiang Lington elder seemed little shaken by Yu Shuitan's revelations. Do not cry, child, the elder said. The Xinjiang Lington were created by the Chaos Hen. Our lives, the very depths of our souls, bear the imprint of faith in the Chaos Hen. But we will not turn our hands against our own children. You were not wrong. You killed the Chaos Hen and ended its succession. Yet the Xinjiang Lington exist for their faith. The existence of the Xinjiang Chaos Hen is the greatest of all. Still, the Xinjiang Lington will never again be mere puppets. Qin Kong Yuan frowned. He reached out and gripped firmly. The spatial law severed the link between Shu Shu and the Xinjiang Chaos Hen. With a wave of his staff, Shu Shu returned to its place upon his head. Something was wrong with the Xinjiang Chaos Hen's condition. The mouth of elder Xinjiang Lington continuously uttered different words as if two souls were engaged in an internal struggle. The key point is that this soul is resonating with another soul within the body of the Fu Hai Thunder Dragon. A dragon's roar echoed throughout Xinjiang. At that moment, the waters of Xinjiang seemed to be calmed. Elder Xinjiang Lington fell silent. Elder. The Fu Hai Thunder Dragon lowered its head. Elder Xinjiang Lington remained silent for a long time. Tears streamed from the corners of this elder's eyes. It's all right, elder. I've grown up now, and if you need it, you can lean on me and cry. Every being has moments of emotional breakdown. Including their elders, the Fu Hai Thunder Dragon was well aware of this, for it had experienced many breakdowns itself. The Fu Hai Thunder Dragon shyly surrounded elder Xinjiang Lington with its own body. Elder, please cry quietly, someone is watching. After an unknown amount of time, the Fu Hai Thunder Dragon relaxed its body. The Fu Hai Thunder Dragon stood before the three legendary beings, using its tail to shield elder Xinjiang Lington behind it. I deeply apologize for our actions. I will not excuse my friends Yushui Tun and Hanhai Crocodile, for they did many outrageous things in the past. We have no substantial grievances regarding being sealed by King Qian. At least I have no substantial grievances. The Fu Hai Thunder Dragon sighed, as it seemed to recall the actions of its friends. How do we resolve the issue of the Xinjiang Tide God? Asked the Qin Kong ape holding its staff. This is actually quite simple. The method of the Qianjiang tide god is flawed, meaning that as the vessel, I must remain alive. As long as I am dead, it will be fine. The Fuhai Thunder Dragon lowered its head. If needed, you can take my natural. As for the elder, the Fuhai Thunder Dragon remained silent for a long time. The elder knows that they cannot survive either. We will choose a dignified way to leave. The terms tide god will become a thing of the past, existing only in historical texts. Humanity is the guardian of this world. Perhaps Qianjiang does not necessarily need a god. The Fuhai Thunder Dragon said happily, as if shedding all burdens. The secret realm where I broke through to cross a legend in the East China Sea should still be there, and I will leave the location for you. I cannot leave behind any inheritance. After all, much of what I possess was created by me, modified according to my own powers. Moreover, as time passed, my consciousness was not as clear. I have one hope left. Can I, before I die, take a look at Xinjiang? I mean the entire Xinjiang. Actually, we can try to find a way to help you resolve the influence of the Qianjiang tide god. The Qingkong ape paused for a moment before speaking. No need, I am very clear about my condition. At most in 2 hours my consciousness will disappear. Before that I will die. Then what about the tide god? Asked the Wadiansen. What about the position of the tide god? In the future there will be no tide god. The Fuhai Thunder Dragon flicked its tail. It took Elder Qianjiang Lington and swam towards a certain place. Elder Qianjiang Lington is the puppet and tool of the Qianjiang tide god. It was something the Qianjiang tide god prepared for its own survival. But the ancestral land of the Qianjiang Lington is indeed real. The only mistake the Qianjiang tide god made was to shape the Qianjiang Lington species into blank slates and place them into Qianjiang. And on this blank slate of the Qianjiang Lington, kindness was written at the very first moment. When a species has nothing else in its heart, no greed, no jealousy, no negative emotions. When the hearts of this race are left with only the purest faith of beings, it paradoxically creates an incredibly kind race. Because the being they believe in appears kind in their eyes, they will follow their faith. Kindness is engraved in the bones of the Qianjiang Lington clan. This is perhaps why the Fuhai Thunder Dragon raised by the Qianjiang Lington possesses such a character. Even after experiencing many trials, it did not change the Fuhai Thunder Dragon's true heart. It spiraled above the altar of the Qianjiang Lington clan. This altar was in ruins, and the damage upon it was inflicted by the Fuhai Thunder Dragon itself. Here it killed the previous tide god. At that time it was filled with anger towards the entire Qianjiang Lington clan. Until it gained part of the tide god's authority, it understood what role the tide god represented. Previously, Yushui Tun and Hanhai Crocodile had not told it about this. Afterward, filled with guilt, the Fuhai Thunder Dragon entrusted Yushui Tun to suppress the tide god consciousness within itself. Yet it was gradually completely controlled by Yushui Tun. By the time it reacted, it had already been sealed. When the seal was lifted, the poison left by Yushui Tun in its body had undergone a millennium of sedimentation, and it was no longer something it could completely cast away. Then, the Fuhai Thunder Dragon looked apologetically at the elder beside it. Elder Qianjiang Lington gently patted the Fuhai Thunder Dragon with its snout. You will always be our child. You are the Fuhai Thunder Dragon, but also the Qianjiang Lington. Elder Qianjiang Lington nodded slightly. The Fuhai Thunder Dragon looked up, until that dragon's roar reverberated throughout Xinjiang. The body of Elder Qianjiang Lington gradually transformed into flowing light and disappeared. The Fuhai Thunder Dragon spiraled above the altar, slowly transforming into a crystal-like statue. A blue and purple intermingled crystal fell to the ground. That was the natural crystal left by the Fuhai Thunder Dragon. The Qingkong ape placed that natural crystal in the hands of the Wadiansen. It seems to be over. The Wadiansen carefully stored the natural crystal. After half a month it should be over. Fighting that crocodile before was no ordinary fatigue. The Wadiansen was somewhat helpless. Gigi. Throughout the whole process, all the mice were resting on the head of the Qingkong ape. The purple gold spider, which had originally been very fond of this little fellow, took it down. The mouse waved its little staff, inscribing a line of text beneath that statue. Fuhai Thunder Dragon, the second tide god of Xinjiang. The last tide god of Xinjiang. The second tide god because the previous tide gods were all the same. The last tide god because there will no longer be any tide gods in the future. Xiao Sui had done this before. The mouse happily put away its staff. The three legendary beings exchanged glances. I said it, this little fellow has great talent and a personality that suits me. Before I leave I should teach it a few tricks. The purple gold spider seemed quite happy to speak. It was at that moment that something seemed to move at the edge of the altar. An ancient altar of the tide god suddenly stirred. Several legendary figures instinctively prepared to take action, only to see a large cocoon appear at the edge of the altar. A massive sphere of energy formed before them. In the blink of an eye, the energy released by the Sea Thunder Dragon accelerated the formation of the sphere. As the sphere shattered, a brand new being emerged from within. This creature looked strangely familiar. Xianjiang spirit dolphin, but it seems to be only at the sub-entry level, similar to a normal juvenile spirit beast. The Qingkong ape grasped space, bringing the little creature right before him. The seemingly adorable little being blinked its eyes. It seems the restraints on the Xianjiang spirit dolphin have vanished. In the future, new Xianjiang spirit dolphins will be born in Xinjiang. We should aim for each person to have one as a unique spirit beast of Xinjiang. I remember that in Bashu each person gets a giant panda. The frog sovereign crossed his arms. In the blink of an eye there were already 10 Xinjiang spirit dolphins in front of them. It seems the complete disappearance of the tide god has provided some energy to Xinjiang, allowing new Xinjiang spirit dolphins to appear. Let's take two back to the Evolution Research Department at Jiangnan University for the students to study. We'll see if the Xinjiang spirit dolphin has any evolutionary chain or anything. To be honest, I feel that the possibility of each person having a Xinjiang spirit dolphin is much more reliable than the claim in Tianfu City about each person having a giant panda. The Qingkong ape said seriously. The three legendary figures left Xinjiang, explaining the situation to the Beastmaster Association, which was still very busy. The president was unconscious and the vice president was still in the college entrance examination secret realm. Yet they had to deal with the effects of the toxic clouds from earlier and resolve the issues in Xinjiang. They also needed to rebuild a statue of Qian Wang as the previous one had collapsed. Additionally, they had to accommodate the injured members from the recent battle. However, even under these circumstances, the joint college entrance examination had already progressed to the fourth. During this time, the Cold Mountain King, the Fierce Wind King, and the Flowing Fire King entered the secret realm to bring out the students they had their eyes on. After bringing Xiao Sui out, the first question the Flowing Fire King asked was, "Aren't your parents in Xinjiang?" Xiao Sui blinked. "I have a guardian consent form that needs to be signed. Although you are already an adult, your parents still need to be informed." The Flowing Fire King sighed helplessly, "And I need the admission notice and stuff, which requires an address and phone number. Can't my brother sign it?" Xiao Sui paused. "Your brother is unconscious and hasn't woken up yet." The Flowing Fire King shrugged. "When your parents return, they can take care of him. If your brother's Earth Priest is around, it might not be a problem. But that Earth Priest is currently learning from a big... I'm worried about that fat bear from your brother's house looking after him. So you'd better call your parents and have them come back. By the way, what do your parents do for a living?" The Flowing Fire King, dragged over by the Fierce Wind King, had not yet investigated Xiao Sui's family background. "My dad is a miner and my mom is an engineer. But since my older brother started making money, my parents stopped. They should be traveling around the country right now. They said they would meet in Bashu after a while." Xiao Sui sighed, seemingly a bit helpless. The Flowing Fire King didn't know what to say for a moment, so he decided to say nothing. "Forget it, let's wait for your brother to wake up." "What did my brother do?" Xiao Sui asked curiously. "Given your current realm, you shouldn't be qualified to know the answer. However, considering you are a relative and you are my first disciple, the very first student of this king." The Flowing Fire King patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. "Your brother saved the entire Xinjiang city." The Flowing Fire King spoke. "Teacher, I'm not an idiot. My brother is just a master-level beastmaster. If you don't believe it, then forget it," the Flowing Fire King replied with a pout. "You can ask your brother yourself." Although it was a coincidence, that kid did indeed save the entire Xinjiang city. His luck is indeed extraordinary and his talent is truly remarkable. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't defeat the mountain-flipping king, I would have tried to snatch students from him. "Teacher," Xiao Sui sighed. "Oh, I almost forgot that I have students to take care of now. Alright, are you coming with me to Bashu, or do you have other arrangements?" Xiao Sui paused. "That kid knows of a good fire-type place. Can he know more than I do?" The Flowing Fire King frowned. "What kind of joke is this?" Xiao Sui paused. "That kid knows of a good fire-type place. Can he know more than I do?" The Flowing Fire King frowned. "What kind of joke is this? As the Fire King, what fire-type spirit beast can I not find? Kid, don't you trust your teacher?" "But I still need to inform my brother. He's my guardian after all." Xiao Sui sighed. "And I also need to confirm things with a you." "Who is a you again?" "By Qinyu, the student of the Fierce Wind King, my girlfriend." As he spoke of this, Xiao Sui proudly puffed out his chest. The 40-year-old Flowing Fire King, who had been single for 40 years, raised his hand and tapped the boy on the head. "Alright, go and discuss it with your brother. We'll see later if you want to come with me or not." The Flowing Fire King sighed. He took Xiao Sui to the hospital. Apart from the few recommended students who had been taken away early, the remaining students were still battling in the secret realm. In the First People's Hospital of Xinjiang, a voice of extreme joy rang out from the special care unit on the 8th floor. "Yay, I made it." Xiao Sui, who had never been here, paused. "Who is it? It sounds like someone has succeeded in the imperial examination. Why does this voice sound somewhat familiar?" Xiao Sui glanced at his teacher beside him, only to find the teacher's eyes wide open. The middle-aged man who rushed out of the room looked increasingly familiar. Yo, flowing fire. I made it. My Qiyang is beginning to evolve. Ha ha. The president of the Jiangnan Beastmaster Association, a quasi-legendary beastmaster, the Qiyang King Li Changji, was excitedly shaking the Flowing Fire King's shoulder. I made it. The Flowing Fire King cleared his throat. Only then did the Qiyang King notice the young man beside him. Qiyang Tianwang's little episode soon passed. Regaining his composure, Qiyang Tianwang, accompanied by Lu Huatianwang and Xiao Sui, entered another ward. Peng Xiong, could you stop watching a show while holding the spoon? Turn off that tokusatsu you're watching. Peng Xiong scratched his head and reluctant set the tablet aside. His body was rather large, so he could only feed Xiao Sui with telekinesis, using a master-level physique to forcibly channel legendary faith energy. Even though Qian Wang's remaining faith energy was relatively gentle, he still sustained considerable injury. The damage resembled meridian impairment. Control of his spiritual power was nearly lost. His whole body ached, and he could scarcely move. Brother, you look truly bedraggled. Xiao Sui paused, eyeing Xiao Sui lying on the bed bound like a rice dumpling. You brat, are you asking to be beaten? Brother, in your current state you couldn't even hit me, Xiao Sui said with pride. Peng Xiong. Gore. Peng Xiong gave a soft growl and looked at the youth before him. He then lay down and nuzzled Xiao Sui with his head, handing over the earlier lunchbox and spoon. Xiao Sui held the lunchbox and fell into silence. The last time I fed you was when you came back from the mine in your senior year, all wounded. Big brother, you haven't been this disheveled for a long time. Aren't you always the one who says when the sky falls the tall one should hold it up? Is it possible that I am that tall one? Xiao Sui quipped. Xiao Sui snapped back. Would I play tough if I didn't have to? Lu Huatianwang sat silently in the corner of the ward. Indeed, it was strange that a group of Tianwangs present would leave such duties to a master-level youngster. The main problem was that among 6 or 7 Tianwangs, they could not find a single Earth-type Tianwang. Why does Jiangnan province always produce such anomalies? Why should Qianwang be part Earth and part Fire? Why would the first Fire-type legendary of the new era appear in Jiangnan province? As a Tianwang of Bashu University, Lu Huatianwang found the situation baffling. Bashu was after all a gathering place of fire types. Its fire resources outnumbered Jiangnan's many times over. Yet up to now Bashu had produced no fire-type legendary beastmaster. The Shanyan Shurtai beast possessed no beastmaster of its own. It was simply because the creature had grown up in Bashu that upon reaching legendary rank it naturally became a national guardian beast. The first fire-type legendary beastmaster of the new era, that is after the Ling beast era, came from water-famous Jiangnan province. The thought made Lu Huatianwang's chest feel tight with unease. Qiyang Tianwang had already crossed that most important threshold. What remained was like Fan Shan Tianwang to deepen the mastery of the laws enough to attempt a breakthrough into the legendary. If that proved risky, they would need to find resources for a third evolutionary advancement and rely on the energy feedback from that evolution to break into legend. Oh, Xiao Sui is awake. How did you know I was about to reach legendary rank? Li Changji entered carrying 3 boxed meals, pulled up a chair, and handed the other 2 boxes to Lu Huatianwang and Xiao Sui. Resources are limited for now. Once your brother recovers, he'll take you to eat something better. Li Changji waved his hand. All right, business. Li Changji paused. I told your teacher that I borrowed Qian Wang's faith energy. Your teacher wanted you to know in advance about the differences between quasi-legendary and legendary. The 3 national guardian beasts felt the same. We all believe that in the future you will inevitably touch the legendary. Li Changji spoke earnestly. Legendary rank means becoming a legend. In other words, the threshold you have just crossed must carry a certain narrative quality. Let me give a few simple examples. Hua Tianzhen's breakthrough was a sword that cleaves a river. Mai Qiang's threshold was becoming a sun. Was it what you did over Jiangnan City? Xiao Sui asked after a moment's thought. Exactly. That is the narrative quality, endowing a spirit beast with the nature of legend. A sword that cleaves a river, a body that becomes a sun. These are the tales of legend. Those stories are the crucial support for stepping across the legendary threshold. Each spirit beast requires a different kind of story to break through. You must seek it yourself, so compared with mastery of the laws, this path relies more on luck. Most of those narratives relate to the spirit beast's character and past. Of course, I'm only telling you this. In truth, once you reach quasi-legendary, someone will tell you, but your teacher decided to inform you early. Li Changji shook his head. Does the teacher hold that much sway? Lao Wang will break through to legend in at most half a year, Li Changji said with some helplessness. I will take longer, roughly 2 years, to complete my transformation. The time required for legendary transformation differs, some long, some short. For my Qiyang to complete its legendary metamorphosis, it must first become like a sun. That process is long. All right, enough. I have one last physical to finish. After that I must get back to the spoils from the Hanhai crocodile have yet to be distributed. The joint exams end in 2 days. Li Pingji has been steady. The students in the exams have not noticed anything amiss outside. Li Changji waved his hand and walked out of the ward. Li Pingji, vice president of the Beastmaster Association, he held grudges, was petty, and lacked great innate talent. But he was hardworking, dependable, steady, and possessed a sense of righteousness, a rare and valuable comrade. Li Changji hummed as he left the ward. Inside the ward, Xiao Sui twitched a finger. It was besides his mouth the only part that could move. What's wrong, big brother? Xiao Sui looked up. I want to ask if someone could let me finish my meal first. Don't feed me halfway, and then go eat yourselves. Pang Xiong. Stop watching the tablet. The Dai long beside Xiao Sui tilted its head, curled its tail around the spoon, and brought it to Xiao Sui's mouth. Xiao Sui swallowed the rice on the spoon. Dai long lifted the spoon again, but misjudged its force and pressed it against Xiao Sui's nose. Rice spilled over half the bed. Xiao Sui looked up at the ceiling. Where was Shu Shu? The dejected Xiao Sui lay there unwilling to speak. At that moment Shu Shu, who had been learning from the Zijin Zhu, sneezed and rubbed her tiny nose. Did someone miss me? As she squeaked. I mentioned the contract spirit beast to you before because I thought you would find a master-level mentor soon enough. Considering all the master-level mentors across the nation in terms of resources and connections, I should be in the top 20, Xiao Sui calculated and replied. Brother, haven't you only just become a master-level mentor for 2 or 3 months? Right. Forget it, let me tell you your brother's titles. Xiao Sui counted on her fingers. Thankfully her fingers could move. Third guest elder of the Shenzhou Alliance Mineral Enthusiasts Association. Honorary Deputy Director of the Shenzhou Alliance Environmental Protection and Development Bureau. Honorary Guest Elder of the Secret Realm Exploration Bureau. Chief Expert in Mineral Research Joint Program between Northwest University, Northeast University, and Kyoto University. Chief Person in charge of National Mineral Development in the year 208 of the Spirit Beast Calendar. The largest cultivation and evolution research laboratory in the country, Tianyan Laboratory, is the only designated supplier of high-concentration resources. Honorary Director of the Tianshan Resource Development Bureau. Third person in charge of the Northwest Development Plan. Secondary mentor at Northwest University. Oh, and there are a few more titles that you cannot know due to confidentiality regulations. Xiao Sui paused. So when you add it all up, it's not that many, right? The Flowing Fire King silently counted 3 question marks on the side. Therefore, the vast majority of master-level mentors can find fire-type spirit beasts for you, but none can compare to what I can offer. However, if your teacher is a fire-type king, that's another matter. Xiao Sui paused. You can first contract a spirit beast or temporarily hold off on contracting one and see what the Flowing Fire King arranges. For the 4th spirit beast, after I participate in the National University competition, I will take you to find one. Actually, I can arrange it for him. The Flowing Fire King frowned and said, well, Senior Flowing Fire, I can take him to the Taklamakan. I am the Honorary Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection and Development Bureau with quite high authority. The Flowing Fire King's brows suddenly relaxed. Do you need a king-level guide? I happen to be looking for a new spirit beast. The Flowing Fire King rubbed his hands. Do you know the Rift King? Xiao Sui paused and asked. The Taklamakan is not a good place to go. There are many king-level wild spirit beasts inside, and they may not be friendly to humans. Fire-type, Earth-type, Poison-type, and Illusion-type spirit beasts are all extremely common in the Taklamakan. There are even quite a few quasi-legendary ones. As for whether there are any legendary ones, it seems that there aren't any at present. Having one more king is indeed one more insurance. What if 2 legendary beasts jump out like in Xinjiang? The connection is okay, said the Flowing Fire King. I've met him a few times. Then should I have Rift King? Sure, the Flowing Fire King nodded. The relationships among the 6 prestigious universities are pretty good, it's just that Magic City and Kyoto University often argue. Basha University and Northwest University have academic exchanges every year. Typically, the departments of Spirit Beast Cultivation and Spirit Beast Evolution conduct regular academic discussions. At certain times, professionals like Xiao Sui in Environmental Exploration and Development are also invited. The group from the Spirit Beast Integration Theory Department is also invited. As for the Flowing Fire King, he is not in these fields. His responsibility lies in the Spirit Power Control and Development Department. The specialization at Beastmaster University is not as detailed as at non-Beastmaster universities. Candidates do not need to choose their departments in advance. Later they will be assigned majors based on their strengths, and if a mentor values them, they will automatically be placed in that department. The Flowing Fire King is not concerned about anything else. However, Xiao Sui can take him to the Taklamakan. That would be excellent. Since the Spirit Beast calendar with the revival of spirit power, about one-third of the Shinjo Alliance is off-limits without permission. Even kings need to apply in advance to enter, and the application may not be approved. Typical examples include the Himalayas, Taklamakan, Tianshan, and Kunlun Mountains. Many past scenic spots are now inaccessible. One-third of natural landscapes are completely closed off. Even Mount Tai has half of its areas forbidden. Keep in mind that the contracted spirit beasts within the secret realm may still have an adjustment period. The local spirit beasts of Shanhai Xing have almost zero adjustment period with beast masters. It can even be said that there is essentially no adjustment period. More importantly, the place where this spirit beast is discovered is likely the most suitable location for the spirit beast's first evolution. Flowing Fire King, I really want to progress Xiao Bureau. Putting aside the Flowing Fire King, Xiao Sui reached out and summoned the head of the Ao dragon. The Ao dragon carried a small cloth bag and placed it in Xiao Sui's hand. As for me, brother, I don't have anything else. This is a fire spirit stone with a concentration exceeding 90%, but since I also have a Dai dragon to raise, I can only give you this much. There are only 20 pieces inside, so don't complain that brother gave too little. And this lava stone. The Ao dragon flipped to the other side and revealed a stone that was at least 30 centimeters in diameter with its tail wrapped around it. Lava stone estimated energy concentration of 96%. When he presented the fire spirit stone earlier, the Flowing Fire King only thought this kid was quite wealthy. But when the 96% concentration lava stone was taken out, the Flowing Fire King nearly drooled. Such a high concentration mineral is incredibly hard to find. Does your environmental bureau have such resources available? The Flowing Fire King considered whether he should take a position in the environmental bureau. No, this lava stone was dug out by me from an active volcano in a certain secret realm. Xiao Sui shook his head. If you need it, you can come to Northwest University after the competition is over. I should still have slightly lower ones in my dormitory, but there are still some at 95%. However, it's limited to you alone and only for this piece. Xiao Sui added a note. When the time comes, don't invite other fire-type kings over. Xiao Sui was very concerned about this matter, because previously he had a batch of earth-type minerals that were divided among 3 earth-type kings from Northwest University. The reason is that his teacher is a big mouth. A certain Mountain Cross king quickly revealed this matter. Xiao Sui felt quite indignant about his teacher, but he couldn't fight back, and there was no place to report it. The president of Northwest University could no longer contend with the Mountain Cross king. The only way was to find the national guardian beast of Northwest University. However, so far Xiao Sui had not seen the national guardian beast of Northwest University. Don't worry, it's just me. Other kings actually don't really need to contract new spirit beasts, the Flowing Fire King said somewhat awkwardly. The 7th day of the joint examination. Having regained her ability to move independently, Xiao Sui returned to the monitoring room. At this moment, she was sitting in the front row. A small purple gold spider stood on her shoulder with a little mouse perched on its head. Hey, where did you get this purple gold spider? I remember that the purple gold spider doesn't have earth attributes, the king of Cold Mountain said curiously. Teacher Yin, I advise you not to touch it recklessly, Xiao Sui replied helplessly. Li Pingji approached and stood beside Xiao Sui. The elder gazed at her. Thank you for saving so many people in Xinjiang City. Vice President Li, I am also from Xinjiang. Even if I weren't, I would still do the same. You're much more serious than your teacher. Li Pingji smiled broadly. I believe that while my teacher may not seem very serious, he does not shy away from significant matters. Li Pingji fell silent for a long time. Forget it, it's just the old man being biased. Alright, the joint examination is about to end, I still have to host. By the way, this fellow on your shoulder. Xiao Sui nodded. Li Pingji took a deep breath and bowed. Vice President Li Pingji of the Beast Tamer Association of Xinzhou Jiangnan Province, I salute you, esteemed Purple Gold. What esteemed? I remember you all call each other comrades here. The purple gold spider waved its legs casually. He'll be going back in a couple of days. Comrade Purple Gold, Li Pingji felt it was a bit strange, but still spoke up. Alright, you have nothing to do here, go on, and be busy. Feeling much better, the purple gold spider said to Li Pingji. Li Pingji nodded and turned to leave. The king of Cold Mountain sat nearby looking bewildered. Information about the guardian beasts was public knowledge for the kings. However, the king of Cold Mountain had just broken through after 7 days. Having just broken through, she hurried to Jiangnan province to snatch people away. Now, after the 7 days of the joint examination, she had only just made her breakthrough. Therefore, she had no idea who was perched on Xiao Sui's shoulder. So who is this? The king of Cold Mountain asked cautiously upon seeing Xiao Sui sitting. One of the 8 guardian beasts of the Xinzhou Alliance, the esteemed purple gold spider stationed at the southwestern border, Xiao Sui replied. The weakened purple gold spider waved its hand in greeting. Currently, the southwest corner should be watched over by that panda. In my current state, if I go back, the centipede from Southeast Asia will probably come to challenge me. So, I need to rest for a while. Just right, this little mouse has good talent, I'll teach it a few things before I leave. The purple gold spider pointed to the little mouse on Xiao Sui's head. Mouse, finally it's my turn to shine. The mouse tugged at Xiao Sui's hair. Xiao Sui felt a bit helpless, but still patted the little mouse's head. She summoned a chubby bear and handed over the tablet to it, then laid back against the bear's belly. The purple gold spider and the mouse also lay on the chubby bear. Only the dazed dragon excitedly climbed up to the bear's forehead, watching a special effects show together with it. The howling dragon glanced around and coiled up to sleep. The king of Cold Mountain looked at the scene on the chubby bear, the legendary guardian beast. She fell into deep thought. Kid, take this. The purple gold spider suddenly spat out a small purple token which resembled spider silk in material. Alright, it is indeed spider silk. If you have any matters in the future, you can come to the southwest to find me once. Xiao Sui blinked and tucked the small token away. She opened her hand, revealing two similar small objects. A tiny wooden sword and a green crystal. Legendary level favors are rare, you on the other hand seem to have them wholesale. The purple gold spider said with a hint of annoyance. Yet it also understood that the things this kid had accomplished and his talents were indeed worth giving a little something from them, the guardian beasts. The purple gold spider raised its claw as if searching for something. But in the next moment it froze, looking to the left. On the last day of the joint examination, are you still brave enough to come here? The purple gold spider spat out spider silk, moving everyone behind it. Alone it faced the black-robed figure that had suddenly appeared. The three arrows of the Qian king along with the last bit of faith power. In a sense, they are nearly perfect advancement materials. However, we still need some things. For example, the fear of students and the greed of humanity. The black-robed figure savored the bottle in his hand. The bottle was filled with the emotion of fear. Goodbye, esteemed purple gold. We will meet again. The black-robed figure turned and vanished without a trace. The purple gold spider continued to stare intently in that direction. After a long time, when the frog celestial arrived, she finally relaxed. What was that? Xiao Sui asked. The Legend of the Genesis Society. As a terrifying organization that can make all countries of the entire Shanghai Star feel vigilant, the Genesis Society has a very powerful legendary figure. Currently, that guy's true body does not dare to appear within the borders of the Shenzhou Alliance. However, the avatars are also legendary. According to the current testing limit, there will be at most 3 avatars. As for why the true body does not dare to come in, it is mainly because among the 8 guardian beasts of Shenzhou, one has always been hidden. Only when you reach the quasi-legendary level will you be qualified to know information about that one. Let's put it this way, among us, only the frog celestial who has opened the sword heart can hold out a bit longer in front of that one. The purple gold spider waved its legs. The legendary figure of the Genesis Society is very strong, probably equivalent to me having opened the sword heart, the frog celestial said, while holding a fishing rod. Apart from me, the 2 guardian beasts from Northwest University and Kyoto University can also hold them off for a while. But if the legendary figure of the Genesis Society dares to enter the territory of the Shenzhou Alliance, they would probably be slapped to death in one go. The frog celestial seemed to recall something and smiled. By the way, kid, take good care of the small wooden sword I gave you. That is a tremendous opportunity, the frog celestial said with a grin. Alright, I'm off. The frog celestial flicked the fishing rod and left. Everyone's attention returned to the screen. Only the king of Cold Mountain, the only king present, looked at Xiao Sui. Does your teacher know about these matters? Hey, he should write. Xiao Sui scratched her head. Building good relationships with several guardian beasts isn't a bad thing, is it? Xiao Sui said earnestly. As for that legendary figure of the Genesis Society. Xiao Sui paused. I don't think I can manage it even if I wanted to. Teacher Yin, you know me. As long as it's not absolutely necessary, will always be the one hiding in the back. Xiao Sui said with a tone of pride. Hello everyone, I am Yi Qiu. The college entrance examination in Jiangnan province has successfully concluded after a month. We are currently in the contestant village interviewing the candidates who have just finished their exams. Yi Qiu stood in front of the camera, seriously holding the microphone. After more than half an hour, as the people in the contestant village began to leave, only then did Yi Qiu signal the cameraman, Xiao Li, to put down the camera. She let out a sigh of relief. Normally such a big news wouldn't be her turn. However, the major reporters at the station were busy preparing how to report on the recent battle on the Qinjiang River. Thus, Yi Qiu was once again assigned to accompany the candidates. Fortunately, today's conclusion came at a timely manner. It wouldn't affect her plans to enjoy a bowl of spicy hot pot after work. Yi Qiu patted Xiao Li on the shoulder. Come on, let's go eat spicy hot pot, it's on me. I remember there's a Yang Guofu restaurant not far from the contestant village. It's just past meal time, so there shouldn't be too many people. Xiao Li adjusted his shoulder where the camera rested. All right, thanks, Sister Qiuyu. Yi Qiuyu waved her hand, appearing to be in a very good mood. Having completed the interviews with the candidates, which went quite smoothly, Yi Qiuyu felt as though she had fully finished her internship. Additionally, she had met a few significant figures during this time. She led Xiao Li to the entrance of the spicy hot pot restaurant and pushed the door open. There were only a few people inside, just as Yi Qiuyu had said. It was no longer mealtime. She glanced around the fridge for ingredients, humming a tune, clearly in high spirits. Upon hearing a familiar voice, the two brothers simultaneously looked up. Along with them, the King of Cold Mountain and the King of Flowing Fire also mirrored their action. Oh, that reporter, the King of Flowing Fire, raised an eyebrow. Yi Qiuyu. Xiao Sui wiped his mouth and called out. Hearing her name, Yi Qiuyu instinctively turned her head. She saw the four-person group sitting over there, the King of Flowing Fire, Xiao Sui younger brother, and an unfamiliar woman. Yi Qiuyu blinked. She waved her hand while Xiao Sui looked at the large table for 8 where they were seated. He waved at the two. Yi Qiuyu handed the dishes she selected to Xiao Li, who sighed, and took the 2 boxes to the weighing station. She hoped Sister Qiuyu wouldn't forget to transfer some money to him. Yi Qiuyu sat beside the 4. Did the association send you a message? This time the resources should be enough to elevate your slightly damaged Dongfeng Falcon to the extraordinary level. Yes, they did. Yi Qiuyu nodded. Thank you. If it weren't for you being there at the time, it might have taken me and Senior Flowing Fire longer to get through. Xiao Sui nodded. Let me introduce you. This is the King of Cold Mountain, the newly appointed Ice-type professor at Northwest University. By the way, Yi Qiuyu. Xiao Sui seemed to remember something. He took out his phone. Let's add each other as friends. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me directly for resources. Let me treat you to this meal, Xiao Sui said. He casually transferred 1,000 to Yi Qiuyu. In an instant, Yi Qiuyu felt like she had transformed into a form of currency. So rich. Yi Qiuyu was not a full-time beastmaster, nor did she work in an industry related to beast mastery. She had no particular skills to earn money, living off the subsidies from the Beastmaster Association and her salary. The recent interviews could be considered a semi-significant news event. However, the bonuses would be disbursed next month along with her salary. Being able to generously treat Xiao Li to a bowl of spicy hot pot today was already quite extravagant. For someone not in the spirit beast industry, but needing to raise an elite level, or more accurately, an extraordinary level spirit beast, it was certainly a struggle financially. The 1,000 given by Xiao Sui was like a timely blessing. Yi Qiuyu glanced at Xiao Li, who was coming over, and transferred 100 to him. Then in front of the group, she opened an app. Tianbaochan Wholesale Platform. After a few clicks, she spent 400 to buy a bag of food for the Dongfeng Falcon. She spent another 200 to purchase a complete set of tools for grooming bird feathers. Finally, she bought herself $50 worth of snacks. Throughout this, Xiao Sui observed everything. Actually, if you take the Dongfeng Falcon to the Beastmaster Association, you might find many suitable tasks that can earn you some money and points. Things in the beast mastery industry are quite profitable. Xiao Sui seemed a bit helpless. But I love my current profession. There are so many beast masters in the world, having one more or one less doesn't matter. Yi Qiuyu said seriously. But those major events in the world need someone to report on them bit by bit. I am willing to do that. My Dongfeng Falcon is already extraordinary now. I have many places I can go to. The station won't mistreat me either. The bonuses are quite substantial, and I can fully support myself and off-phone. Living a bit frugally is nothing to worry about. In this life, one must live for their dreams. Yi Qiuyu patted her chest. The waiter brought over 2 large bowls of spicy hot pot. Xiao Li, puzzled why Sister Qiuyu was so generous today, quickly ate his meal. He naturally had a rather taciturn personality. Xiao Sui said nothing. The King of Cold Mountain pushed his phone forward. Yi Qiuyu was taken aback. Then she saw the King of Cold Mountain take her phone. He transferred 5,000. Yi Qiuyu, King of Cold Mountain, I can't accept this. It's fine, it's just this one time. Every person who strives for their dreams deserves a blessing, the King of Cold Mountain said with a smile. Just like I did back then. Yi Qiuyu clearly had no idea what was happening. Xiao Li had already finished his bowl of spicy hot pot and was leaning back against his chair. Yi Qiuyu blinked only to see the few people in front of her standing up preparing to leave. Xiao Sui shook his. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Yi Qiuyu nodded. The 4 left the restaurant. Xiao Li burped. Sister Qiuyu, who were those 2 who seemed very authoritative? Xiao Li didn't get involved in the following events and didn't even recognize the King of Flowing Fire. They are both kings, Yi Qiuyu replied. Xiao Li was stunned. Huh. They seem to be kings from another province here in Jiangnan province to recruit students. I haven't heard of these kings locally. Yi Qiuyu spoke. Although she wasn't specializing in beast mastery, she was still an outstanding student from Jiangnan University. Yichuyu glanced at her phone, which still displayed 5,000 alliance coins. The largest laboratory in Xinjiang. Inside the Xinjiang No. 1-inch laboratory, 2 researchers patted the heads of 2 little creatures. These are the Xinjiang spirit pigs which were just delivered a few days ago. The researchers were very excited when they first received these 2 Xinjiang spirit pigs. After all, these are legendary spirit beasts that have been extinct for a long time. It is astonishing that they have reappeared. However, the researchers soon discovered that the Xinjiang spirit pigs were completely different from the records. These little creatures seem to have an evolutionary chain, said an older researcher. All the materials we had about the Xinjiang spirit pigs proved otherwise. The Xinjiang spirit pig clan is a purely extraordinary spirit beast, and they are almost always trapped in the extraordinary level throughout their lives. Logically, this should not apply to the Xinjiang spirit pigs known as the darlings of Xinjiang. But the 2 little creatures we see now have quite good talents and even possess an evolutionary chain. Whoever can form a contract with one of these little creatures needs to know certain things to help this little guy quickly break free from its juvenile stage and attempt to evolve, said the older researcher. The younger researchers looked at him with strange expressions. The older researcher scratched his head and chuckled, haha, in that case. Let's decide by drawing lots. It was clear that this was not a matter of who could do it, but rather who could snatch. The older researcher brought out a lottery cylinder which they actually used quite often. As researchers of the Xinjiang No. 1-inch laboratory, they were not short on experiments, but these experiments had to be fought for. If they did not manage to snatch it, there would be no materials to work with. Moreover, experiments involving Xinjiang spirit pigs were even more competitive. In the end, it was 2 young researchers who formed a contract with the Xinjiang spirit pigs. After repeated research, they discovered that within the genetic bloodline of the Xinjiang spirit pigs, there seemed to be a trace of lightning energy. This was quite surprising. Lightning-type spirit beasts are very rare. The researcher reported his findings and requested more machines and resources for experiments, which continued until half a month later. 10 days had passed since the joint examination ended. Xiao Sui was still at home for the time being. The main reason was that the purple gold spider had just recovered and returned to the southwest half a day ago. Meanwhile, her younger brother and the idol Liuhua Tianwang were studying something. It seemed that Liuhua Tianwang had altered the usage of fire-type spiritual power based on his own talents. He was teaching this method to Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui's talent was indeed quite good, so he learned quickly. The silly dragon at Xiao Sui home was also practicing alongside. Hanzhan Tianwang had already taken his student back to Northwestern University. Xiao Sui was lying on the sofa watching television. The TV was broadcasting a special effects show featuring monsters battling each other. It was obviously something that Fat Bear had found. Just then there was a sudden knock at the door. Squeak. The rat flew over to open the door automatically. A middle-aged man was standing at the door. Uncle Li. Xiao Sui looked up. Qiyang Tianwang walked in and said, Xiao Sui, I apologize for the sudden visit without prior notice. We just received some news, or rather there is news from Xinjiang No. 1. One of the 2 Xinjiang spirit pigs has successfully evolved. Successfully evolved? Xiao Sui seemed a bit surprised so soon. What do you think? The evolution of the Xinjiang spirit pig should have been influenced by the Fuhai thunderflood dragon, resulting in a tendency towards lightning energy. After the formal evolution, this species will truly possess lightning attributes. Qiyang Tianwang took out a photo and said, currently this is still confidential and it will only be disclosed once the complete evolutionary chain matures. Xiao Sui took the photo from Qiyang Tianwang. Liuhua Tianwang and Xiao Sui leaned in at the same time. What they saw was a spirit beast that resembled the Xinjiang spirit pig by 70%. The difference was that this spirit beast had a small horn on its head. For now, the researchers have named it the Xinjiang dragon pig. The name was given after the researchers learned about the stories of the Fuhai thunderflood dragon and the Xinjiang spirit pig. Currently, this is just a stage of evolution. The second stage of evolution has not yet been successfully researched. However, it has been confirmed that a second stage of evolution exists, and it can almost be certain. It is an extraordinary pathway. Li Changji took a sip of water. The rat placed the water jug down and floated back to the top of Xiao Sui's head. So, did you come to find us just to share this good news? Xiao Sui blinked. No, there's one more thing. I resigned, or rather I am preparing to retire, Li Changji said calmly. The position of the Beastmaster Association in Jiangnan province will be replaced by someone else. I will transition to the shadows and wait for the Qiyang Jinwu to break through, taking on the task of guarding the nation. Your teacher's personality is too arrogant, coupled with some past events. His role will be to deter. Once your teacher breaks through, he will publicly battle some legendary spirit beasts from the west. This is to ensure the deterrence of Shenzhou. I will gradually disappear from the public, I possibly going missing or for other reasons. I will be responsible for guarding certain things while the Qiyang will become one of the guardian spirit beasts of the Shenzhou Alliance. So I came here to say goodbye. Should we really be told about this? Xiao Sui frowned. Oh, normally it shouldn't be, but you are an exception. Li Changji put his arm around Xiao Sui's shoulder. Everyone thinks you are an exception. I feel like your authority is now higher than that of Liu Hua. Liu Hua Tianwang heard his name and looked up briefly before lowering his head again. He pretended he hadn't heard anything. The master and apprentice duo shrank back like turtles. No need to hide, we don't plan to keep this from everyone, just a part of the spies abroad. Familiar faces will know. Xiyang Tianwang said somewhat helplessly. Liu Hua Tianwang and Xiao Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. The transformation of Qiyang will be completed within 2 years, and at that point the guardian spirit beasts within Shenzhou will increase from 8 to 10. Your teacher will probably take another 6 months. The only regret is that there are still a few elements without legends. Xiyang Tianwang shook his head. The people of Shenzhou have a strange obsession with gathering certain things. After all, there should be at least one legendary spirit beast from each element, right? By the way, Xiao Sui, although the second stage evolution of the Qianzhong spirit pig has not yet been researched, but that group of researchers has already prepared names in advance. Xiyang Tianwang suddenly spoke as if recalling something. What name, Xiao Sui was a bit curious. Xiyang Tianwang's lips curled up slightly. They want to call the second stage evolution of the Qianzhong spirit pig Qianzhong Tide God. Xiao Sui seemed to be stunned for a moment. He burst out laughing. This is truly the original Tide God. The first volume, The Last Tide God, ends here. In the northwest, there lies the city of Quangsha. This city was established after the era of spirit beasts. In truth, most people are unaware of what kind of city this really is. To enter this city, one must apply in advance. This city, located at the foot of the Tianshan Mountains, is not famous for Quangsha. There is only one reason for the establishment of this city. It is home to Northwest University, the largest institution among the 6 prestigious schools, both in resources and area. Within Northwest University, there are actually not many secret realms, at least fewer than the other 5 prestigious schools. However, Northwest University is not merely a pure university, it is a city. Over the years of development, the entire city boasts numerous special zones. Just the breeding areas for spirit beasts alone number 3. Half of the Rock Earth Bear clan, one of the 5 elemental alliances, was born at Northwest University. Here we must mention the principle of spirit beast breeding. Xiao Sui spoke up while sitting in the shuttle vehicle. Behind him, the 3 Chen brothers raised their heads in unison. Spirit beasts are products of nature. When the elemental energies in nature converge to a certain degree, spirit beasts will be born in different regions and environments. The breeding areas for spirit beasts at Northwest University are situated above a massive earth spirit stone vein, which can provide sufficient earth energy. Each of the 3 areas, depending on the environment, will breed 3 types of spirit beasts: rock earth bears, long-armed gibbons, and mountain-digging beasts. This is also one of the important sources of funding for Northwest University. Besides these 3 types of spirit beasts, some professors and instructors have other spirit beasts nurtured in their own areas, though their numbers are not as many. I brought you back from Jiangnan province, so my name is listed as your recommender on your student IDs. Xiao Sui pointed to the student IDs he had just given to the 3. The numbers on these student IDs will be entered into the Beastmaster's wristbands for unique binding later on. The school will give you 100 credits at the beginning of the semester, which is equivalent to currency. You can use credits to exchange for resources in the school's internal resource pool. Some special training grounds also require credits for entry. However, you don't need to worry too much about this. Seemingly recalling something, Xiao Sui's lips twitched. The 3 old gentlemen have more credits than they could possibly use. Alright, write down the numbers first. He added, after that you can access the credit section where you will find items available for exchange. Credits can be exchanged for points at a rate of 10 to 1, and these points are more precious as they belong to the Beastmaster Association. In other words, earning credits as a student is relatively easier, but after graduation you will realize that points are hard to come by. Additionally, the 3 old gentlemen are currently not at the school, as there seems to be an issue with the water system spirit beasts in the 3 Gorges region. They have been invited to handle it. If you have any issues at school, come here. Xiao Sui sent the 3 a location. Take note of this location for easier navigation, but for now I will take you directly to my dorm. There is no need to make a special trip to register at the student office. It has already been completed a few days ago. Official enrollment will be in August, and you will need to visit the student office again at that time. I suggest doing it 1 or 2 days before school starts, otherwise it might get crowded. Since you are special recruits, you can choose your dorms first. Xiao Sui spoke. Northwest University provides students with independent villas and small yards. This is because some spirit beasts are quite large, and if several people share a dorm it can get cramped. Moreover, Northwest University does not lack money or space. The 6 prestigious schools are all located in suburban areas precisely to provide enough space for students and industries. Of course, the other 5 prestigious schools cannot compare to Northwest University in terms of area, Xiao Sui said proudly. Gigi. The mouse perched on Xiao Sui head maneuvered the shuttle vehicle to a stop. This type of shuttle is specially provided by Northwest University and will automatically return to the nearest docking area. After all, many students do not have their own spirit beasts for transportation. Xiao Sui waved his hand, signaling the 3 Chen brothers to get off. Let's go first take a tour of my dorm. Senior Xiao, I have a question. The area you are in seems to be outside the range of dorms we can choose from. Oh, aside from being a student, I am also a level 2 instructor at Northwest University, which you can apply for once you reach the master level. The areas here are generally larger with bigger yards, and if needed, you can even plant some things. The people of Xinzhou tend to prefer planting something. That house over there connected to this small hill is all mine, Xiao Sui said seriously. The 3 Chen brothers instinctively exchanged glances behind him. They arrived at the gray-brown villa. I built this, the overall materials are quite expensive, but very sturdy. Xiao Sui patted the wall. At the entrance he scanned his face. Then he led the 3 brothers into his house. The entrance was unremarkable. The hall was ordinary. However, compared to a normal hall, this one had a pillar. The AO dragon usually curled around it. There was also a custom lazy sofa that looked about the same size as the regular sofa nearby. That was where the fat bear usually lounged. As for the mouse, it only lay on Xiao Sui's head or on the fat bear's belly. Directly in front was a large projector with a new gaming console underneath. There was also a full box of game cartridges. Chun Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Sui glanced at them and said, "Let's have dinner at my place tonight. You can play whenever you want later. In the evening I will take you back to your dorm. Have you chosen your dorms yet?" The 3 brothers nodded in unison. Xiao Sui waved to the group, signaling the 3 to come over. The 3 gathered around watching Xiao Sui stand in front of a door. This door is custom-made and very precious. It is explosion-proof. Even if a king-level spirit beast tried to break it down, it would take some time. Inside are my collection pieces from these past years. I will get something to show you later. Xiao Sui proudly patted the door. Chen Chun raised his hands, seemingly puzzled. Senior Xiao, this door is very sturdy. We can see that. What about the wall? Xiao Sui. He suddenly understood why his teacher was always able to obtain his collectibles. He would reinforce the wall when he got back. Xiao Sui was indignant. After a series of operations on the door, he finally opened the iron door. Xiao Sui opened the door, but did not invite the 3 brothers in. She just rummaged around in the corner to the right of the entrance, and then closed the door as she walked out. This space bracelet is for each of you. Your teacher will probably send one to you later, but take this for now. And now each of you has contracted 2 spirit beasts. Xiao Sui rummaged in a small bag and pulled out 6 crystal droplets resembling water. What is this? Chen Chun was taken aback. Natural essence crystals, haven't you seen them before? Xiao Sui handed the 6 droplets to the 3 brothers. Release your spirit beasts and let them absorb it themselves. They might have been kept for a while, so the energy is a bit low. But that's okay. Xiao Sui stretched lazily. The eldest Chen Chun held the 2 droplets lost in thought. After a struggle within himself, he finally spoke up. We can't accept this, Senior Xiao. Natural essence crystals are too precious. I of course know they are precious. Xiao Sui glanced at the group. The space bracelet is what I am giving you as superclass standard model. I brought back a few pounds from a factory earlier. The natural essence crystals were bought for you by your teacher. If we talk about who has the most of these things in Northwest University, it should be me. Xiao Sui shrugged. But this is definitely a friendship price, 2 for the price of 1. However, this is a gift from your teacher, not from. Just take it without worry and treat the 3 old gentlemen well. Alright, let your spirit beasts absorb it, and then go play games. Mouse helped them turn on the projection. Squeak. Mouse floated up and pressed the switch of the It conveniently connected to the game console, floating the game controller in front of the 3 brothers. Alright, you play games first. I need to go out for a bit. I'll be back in about an hour. At that time, I'll treat you to dinner and take you back to the dormitory after dinner. Tomorrow I'll show you the basic facilities. And also get to know the teaching building, etc. Xiao Sui clapped her hands. The AO dragon coiled around the pillar, while the fat bear had already picked up the specially made game controller. At that moment, he leaned back on his lazy couch and waved the game controller at the 3 of them. Roar! The Chun brothers raised their hands in unison, summoning their spirit beasts. 3 Lingzhang crocodiles and 3 Tianling fish. Tianling fish. Xiao Sui, who had not yet left, paused. He thought for a moment and sighed helplessly. Forget it. Wait, natural essence crystals cannot be casually given to Tianling fish. Xiao Sui opened that room again and fiddled for a while before coming out. He handed 3 bags to the 3 brothers. Inside are some special water spirit stones for the Tianling fish to absorb, arranged from low to high concentration. You should be able to feel how well the Tianling fish is absorbing. Once one absorbs enough, start with the next one. Keep the natural essence crystals for later use. The water system natural essence crystals need to be worn on the Tianling fish for a long time and used during evolution. How should I explain this to you? Xiao Sui scratched his head. The role of the natural essence crystal is to expand the water tank of the spirit beast itself. The Tianling fish is a rare spirit beast with a significant difference before and after evolution. If the water tank expands all at once, it might cause some adverse effects. Therefore, what the Tianling fish currently needs is a gradual expansion of this container. And the key factor is the natural essence crystal. The natural essence crystal is one of the core materials for the Tianling fish to evolve into the Hanhai whale. It also needs to be worn for a long time. Mouse, mouse, Xiao Sui suddenly shouted. Mouse, mouse helped Xiao Sui thread the 3 natural essence crystals onto silver threads, turning them into small pendants to hang on the 3 Tianling fish. Senior Xiao, you don't seem very happy. The eldest brother Chen Chun asked cautiously. I didn't look closely at your files, but those 3 old gentlemen must have looked carefully. They know that since you guys are coming to me, I definitely won't sit by and do nothing. So I was plotted against by your 3 teachers. Xiao Sui gritted his teeth. I have never suffered this loss before. Xiao Sui took Mouse Mouse and turned to leave. The Chun brothers stood awkwardly in place. Roar. The fat bear leaned against the wall. Fat bear roar. Don't worry, if Xiao Sui really got angry, you would have been thrown out long ago. Fat bear roar. Come play games. Fat bear waved the game controller in his hand. The 3 brothers still did not dare to move. Fortunately, Xiao Sui suddenly opened the big door, saying, go play by yourselves. This matter has nothing to do with you 3. They'll be back in an hour. At that time, I will introduce you to some people. Xiao Sui paused, seemingly remembering something. Don't casually go upstairs, play games in the hall. The Chun brothers nodded seriously. Once the big door closed again, the 3 brothers relaxed. They all sat on the couch simultaneously while the fat bear had already found the game. The Chun brothers glanced at each other. Chained together. With their triplet brotherly bond, this game shouldn't be too hard to pass. The 3 brothers confidently picked up the game controllers. Brother Bear, why don't we play something else? Chen Xia said. Or let's play a slightly less difficult game. Chen Xiao said, looking conflicted, and finally spoke up. The eldest brother Chen Shan had already laid back on the couch, his eyes losing their sparkle. He finally understood why the fat bear was so happy to call them over to play games earlier. This bear has a serious gaming addiction, but he really plays terribly. The whole time he was just dying and dying again. Half an hour in the game, progress was still stuck at the starting point with no sign of advancing. This made the 3 brothers feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fat bear roar, what an exhilarating game. The 3 brothers exchanged glances and decided to first feed their Tianling fish some water spirit stones. According to Xiao Sui, feeding once with water spirit stones takes half an hour because they also need to help their spirit beasts absorb it. Without playmates, the fat bear thought for a moment and looked at the 3 Lingjiang crocodiles. Having already absorbed the natural essence crystals, standing about 1.7 meters tall and resembling humans, they walked upright. The fat bear raised the controller. Roar. The 3 Lingjiang crocodiles exchanged glances and took over their beastmaster's duties. After all, their crocodile 3 brothers definitely had a good bond. It's just a bear, how could it affect their bond? In a high-level training ground at Northwest University. Why did you urgently call me over? Xiao Sui entered the venue with Shu Shu and Dui Long. It's June, and in 1 month the National College League will begin at the end of July. So far we haven't had a complete team training session. The man in front crossed his arms. We need to set a time, Xiao Sui. To schedule a team training session, I have no issues with that. The biggest problem is you, Xiao Sui. You can't go to the mine anymore this month. The young man patted Xiao Sui on the shoulder. Do you understand? I understand, Captain, Xiao Sui sighed. The young man nodded in satisfaction and patted Xiao Sui's shoulder again. The young man's name is Ji Fengchuan, the captain of Northwest University's team. He is about 1.85 meters tall, slightly taller than Xiao Sui, and always wears a yellow vest over his deep blue outfit. In Ji Fengchuan's own words, the vest has plenty of pockets, making it suitable for carrying things. Although Xiao Sui didn't understand why he needed this when he already had a spatial bracelet. Like Xiao Sui, Ji Fengchuan also possesses 2 master-level spirit beasts, the Yuanju Tama Master and the Panyan Dragon Beast. Their respective evolution chains are Toma Boy Earthwood, Toma Walker Earthwood, Yuanju Toma Master, Yan Jiao Lizard, Yan Dragon Lizard, Panyan Dragon Beast Earth. Both are relatively rare spirit beasts. The Panyan Dragon Beast is also of the extraordinary level, quite limited in number. The Yuanju Toma Master is even more special, often used in construction. Currently, Xiao Sui knows only Ji Fengchuan has trained this spirit beast into a combat type, which is on par with Xiao Sui family's fat bear, perhaps even stronger. Besides the two of them, the team has 4 other members, 3 official players, and 1 substitute. The 4 are also present today. One of them is sitting cross-legged on the ground, leaning against the wall and nearly falling asleep. That is Xiao Sui. He has intentionally long hair and a notably handsome face. He is known as the face of the team at Northwest University. Of course, this title of face of the team is self-proclaimed by Xiao Sui. He is also the sharpest spear of Northwest University's team. He has a master-level spirit beast, the second evolution phase of the Chuan Mountain Rock Beast, which is one of the pillars of the spirit beast industry. This is the Chuan Mountain Rock King. This spirit beast excels at burrowing underground, hiding amidst sandstorms to launch attacks responsible for ambushes and decapitation assaults. Not far from Xiao Sui, 2 individuals are sitting on a bench immersed in their own world. They are Huang Ro and Huang Hanheng, a pair of childhood sweethearts. They have been in the same school since childhood and are now a couple who both got into Northwest University. Huang Rao's master-level spirit beast is a mountain-climbing monkey, one of the Earth-type spirit beast trio. It is of the same species as the mountain-climbing king that Xiao Sui teacher has. However, the mountain-climbing king's monkey is more focused on strength, while Huang Ro's monkey clearly emphasizes skill. Huang Hanheng's master-level spirit beast is the lava giant turtle, one of the elemental guardians of the Alliance. Yes, it is one of the fire element guardians. The lava giant turtle combines fire and earth elements, fitting well with Northwest University's nurturing environment. Moreover, the lava giant turtle has one of the highest defenses among all spirit beasts. This lava giant turtle is the indispensable shield of the entire team. As for the remaining substitute member, it is the young man training on the field. The young man appears clearer and perhaps more innocent than the others. This is quite normal. Substitute members each year are typically candidates for the next league's captain. The league occurs every year, usually at the end of July or the beginning of August, which to some extent determines the allocation of resources among colleges. The young man's name is Xiao Sui, currently a sophomore at Northwest University, transitioning to junior in the 2nd semester. He has 2 extraordinary level spirit beasts, primarily a water-type Tuchao frog and an ice-type ice mammoth. Both spirit beasts have earth as a secondary attribute, and Xiao Sui's talent is called Earth's Nurturing. One of its effects is that when Earth is a secondary attribute, the cultivation speed of the spirit beast increases. One can only say that the world is full of wonders. Fortunately, Xiao Sui talent has no such limitations. As long as it is Earth-type, it can benefit from the talent effect. Currently, the configuration of Northwest University's team is as follows: Captain Ji Fengchuan, a generous Northwest man, the most reliable member of the team, excelling in unknown challenges. Vice Captain Xiao Sui, gentle as water. Coffee, young man from the southern Jiangnan water town, skilled in meticulous control. Member Xiao Sui, a laid-back character who is simultaneously the sharpest spear of the team, the main combat force for decapitation actions. Huang Ro, the versatile member who fills in the gaps, the technical mountain-climbing monkey, is a typical hexagonal spirit beast capable in every direction with the most stable strength. Huang Hanheng, the shield at the forefront of the team, the lava giant turtle, is among the most resilient spirit beasts of the same level, especially since Huang Hanheng's variant enhances Earth-type shielding. Substitute member Xiao Sui, a prospective junior student at Northwest University, a candidate for the next team captain. Most tasks are only open after the junior year, so Xiao Sui is in a relatively clear phase. He has yet to undergo sufficient training. Of course, they also have a coach. You all gathered here quite well today. A robust man, at least 1 meters tall, happily patted his chest. Behind him walked a Chuan Mountain Rock King, standing 12 meters tall carefully. A normal Chuan Mountain Rock Beast is about 2 meters tall, better suited for assassination and speed. The Chuan Mountain Rock King behind the robust man has undergone its first evolution, becoming enormous with a height of about 20 meters at that time. Now, after a second evolution, it has shrunk considerably, but still stands out in height. However, since Xiao Sui has seen the 8-kilometer-long Hanhai crocodile, he doesn't find the Chuan Mountain Rock King particularly large. Mountain King. Xiao Sui gazed at the robust man and his muscles. Your muscles don't seem as strong as before, Xiao Sui. Looks like you've become quite lazy. Mountain King looked at Xiao Sui. Oh, is this lava lizard your newly contracted spirit beast? I heard you made quite the haul in Xinjiang. So what do you say? Want to give it a try? Mountain King said, excited. Don't worry, I only use master-level spirit beasts. Xiao Sui seemed to recall something and shrank back. I think you'll pass, Mountain King. By the way, if everyone is free tonight, you can come to my place for dinner. Of course, I have 3 freshmen there, Xiao Sui said, crossing his arms. Oh, 3 students that old Li is preparing to take in. Mountain King asked curiously. Let's go. We'll head to your place. Mountain King gave Xiao Sui's shoulder a hearty pat. The Mountain Split King casually lifted the sleeping Xiao Sui. The mountain-digging rock beast behind him bent down, placing several people onto its shoulder. They finally exited the training facility and headed towards Xiao Sui residence. Fortunately, the training venue was designed to accommodate certain large spiritual beasts. The mountain-digging rock beast could walk through the doorway without even bending. The beast, about 3 stories high, marched down the road, causing the ground to tremble and leaving several footprints. The Mountain Split King seemed accustomed to all of this and tapped on the beast tamer's wristband. Soon some students came over, directing their spiritual beasts to fix the road. Not only could they practice their control over spiritual energy, but they could also earn some credits. This was truly a delightful matter. Thanks to the Mountain Split King, the student took their spiritual beast and left the spot. Meanwhile, the Mountain Split King had already led several people quickly to Xiao Sui residence. Every time I come here, I feel like it's a waste, old Xiao. In such a large place, you haven't planted anything at all, Ji Fengshun said with indignation. If you want to plant, you can come by yourself. Ooh, I don't have any wood element spiritual beasts, Xiao Sui said helplessly. In that case, I'll have my little monkey come over to help you till the land, Huang Ro said from the side. Huang Hanheng scratched his head in some distress. His talent leaned towards the fire element, so he was not very good at farming. As for Zhang Shoren, he was still asleep. The Mountain Split King glanced at Xiao Sui house. Although it was not his first time here, he still wanted to complain about this guy's extravagance. The outer wall of this house was made from a special material called earth-condensed stone. This mineral is not cheap, costing 1 credit per pound. It may not sound expensive, but it is quite dense. A pound of earth-condensed stone is roughly the size of a finger. Xiao Sui used several tons to cover the entire villa's outer wall. It was all for safety. Altogether, over 10,000 credits were used, which equates to thousands of points. If converted into resources or alliance currency, it would be enough to raise a spiritual beast from its infancy to a transcendent level. Xiao Sui simply used it to build a house. After all, to prevent disruption of the normal currency market, credits and alliance currency are kept separate. However, 1 credit can be exchanged for 10,000 alliance coins. Alliance coins cannot be exchanged for credits, and the maximum credits that can be converted into alliance coins each month is 10. Moreover, credits are hard to earn. Many valuable resources can only be exchanged for credits. This is also a deliberate arrangement set by the Beast Tamer Association's task system. Even though Xiao Sui was quite wealthy, many resources could only be exchanged through credits. Minerals cannot be directly exchanged for credits. His teacher was also a miser, spending most of the points to help the mountain monkey break through to the legendary level. That was until after the Qianjiang City incident. Xiao Sui regained his wealthy status. The Beast Tamer Association rewarded him with credits amounting to several tens of thousands. For now, he couldn't spend them all. Tens of thousands of credits were enough for Xiao Sui to prepare for an advancement evolution for his dragon. Originally, the rewarded credits were even more than this. But the credits were exchanged for a higher authority. Usually, only those who have made significant contributions to the alliance can obtain the authority to exchange for legendary items. Legendary items are generally used when a spiritual beast undergoes its 3rd advancement. For Xiao Sui, the 3rd advancement evolution is still far off. However, it is always good to be prepared for the authority to exchange for legendary items in advance. For instance, the natural crystals obtained by the 3 guardian beasts after killing the Tide God are typical legendary items. The authority to exchange for legendary items is very precious. Over 90% of legendary items are stored within the Beast Tamer Association. Thinking of this, Xiao Sui sighed. They jumped down from the shoulder of the mountain-digging rock king. Xiao Sui opened the door and saw the 3-headed Lingjiang crocodile sitting there staring blankly, along with the 3 Chen brothers, who also had lost the spark in their eyes. Glancing at the excited fat bear, Xiao Sui quickly understood what had happened. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. All right, stop lying down. Sit up, sit up. Let me introduce Fat Bear. Go get the barbecue grill from the storage room and put it outside. After playing for an hour, or rather dragging for an hour, Fat Bear was obviously in a good mood. He turned around and went into another room on the 1st floor to find the barbecue grill. Xiao Sui stood in front of the group and woke Zhang Shoren, who was still asleep. These are members of the school team, your seniors. These 3 are Chen Chun, Chen Xia, and Chen Xiu. Xiao Sui pointed at the 3 and said, "Fortunately, the colors of your clothes are different, otherwise I wouldn't be able to recognize you." Xiao Sui said something. Zhang Shoren rubbed his eyes, sat up, glanced at his teammates, and then looked at the Mountain Split King behind him. "Is it time to eat?" Ji Fengshun raised his hand and slapped the back of this kid's head. "Eat, eat, eat. If all you know is to eat and sleep all day. At this rate, I will have to replace you. Captain, you need to find someone who can beat me if you want to replace me." Zhang Shoren rubbed the back of his head. Only then did he notice the 3 boys standing in front of him, looking like duplicates of one another. "Oh, new students." Zhang Shoren instinctively felt for his pocket. "Xiao Sui, can I borrow some?" "Xiao Sui, You go accompany Fat Bear and help him with the charcoal. You are not needed here. Zhang Shoren nodded vigorously and dashed out. The remaining 5 raised their hands in unison to support their foreheads. Actually, when Xiao Sui mentioned that he had 3 new students at home during training, everyone had tacitly prepared a little token that wasn't particularly precious. Most of it was just a few spirit stones or something like that. After all, everyone was a student, and apart from Xiao Sui, it was hard to find such wealthy students. Thinking of this, Ji Fengchun stepped forward and stuffed a few pieces of wood into the hands of the leader Qin Shan. Then came Huang Ro and Huang Hanheng the couple. Lastly, there was only the transcendent Zhao Buqian. Zhao Buqian was the most earnest among them. He took out 3 swamp stones from his spatial bracelet. Perhaps because Zhao Buqian was the only one among them with a water element spiritual beast, he carried water element resources with him. Xiao Sui was taken aback. He noted down this matter, preparing to compensate Zhao Buqian for this resource later. When the Tumetaron Mountain Split King stood in front of the 3 brothers, the 3 brothers instinctively shrank back. The Mountain Split King said nothing. He merely patted the shoulders of the 3 and placed 3 small stones into their hands. The next morning in the training ground, Xiao Sui was leading her silly dragon through a simple warm-up exercise. It's rare to see you here so early. The second person to arrive at the training ground, Ji Fengchuan, spoke up. He took off his vest and set it aside. Then he summoned a large, earthy yellow dragon. So what do you say should we practice? The Fat Bear has completed its first advancement, but I estimate. Xiao Sui paused. Still can't beat you. Ji Fengchun raised his eyebrows with a smile. How would we know if we don't try? Unlike Xiao Sui, Ji Fengchun's approach was not as wild. Ji Fengchun's family owns a sizable construction company, which although unrelated to beast taming still provided ample resources and money from a young age. Beside him was the earthy yellow giant dragon, standing about 2 meters tall. Weighing at least 4 tons, it was a typical heavy warrior. The Pancher Dragon Beast is a typical high-attack, high-defense melee-type spiritual beast. Relying on its Earth-type energy protection and impact resistance, the Pancher Dragon Beast can face most spiritual beasts on Yenon, and it often emerges victorious with relative ease. Thus, although both were special recruits at Northwest University, Ji Fengchuan, as a student of the Mountain Splitter King, possessed greater overall strength than Xiao Sui. In terms of destructive power and control, however, Xiao Sui surpassed Ji Fengchun. The Fat Bear from Xiao Sui family is the top damage dealer and second in control within the university's team. Xiao Sui Shushu is the first in control and second in damage output within the university's team. But in an unknown match, whether against the Pancher Dragon Beast or a land and construction master, Xiao Sui would not win. In a Tuntuo scenario, however, Xiao Sui would have the upper hand. In the earth element, which excels at defense and counterattacks, it's rare to see someone with an offensive capability as strong as Xiao Sui. How about we go back to how we used to? Ji Fengchun seemed to recall something and spoke up. What do you mean by going back to how we used to? I mean, how about we have a match? Ji Fengchun pointed to himself and then to Xiao Sui. You haven't lost your martial arts skills, have you? Xiao Sui grinned. The physical attributes of a beast tamer grow alongside their spiritual beasts. Given the current physical strength of Xiao Sui and Ji Fengchuan, they could barely match an extraordinary level spiritual beast. Of course, that only applies to the weakest type, who before becoming a king their physical attributes wouldn't undergo a qualitative change. After becoming a king, one could only compare themselves to master-level spiritual beasts, still falling significantly short of their beasts. Thus, unless some possess special talents that enhance their combat abilities, the mainstream combat style remains commanding spiritual beasts. I might not have been able to beat you before, but that's not the case now. Xiao Sui stripped off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. He enveloped his fist with Earth-type spiritual energy and swung it towards Ji Fengchun. Oh, Earth, grant me strength. By the time Huang Ro and Huang Hanheng arrived at the training ground, they saw 2 shirtless teenagers lying on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Why is your strength so great? Ji Fengchun clearly looked puzzled. I want to ask you, how did your body become so tough? I inherited a small part of the Money King's body refining technique and have been practicing for half a month to achieve this. Xiao Sui lay on the ground looking up at the sky. What about you? You know, my special talent allows me to absorb a part of the Earth-type spiritual energy to enhance myself, though it's limited. In fact, my talent can't even be considered a talent that enhances combat abilities. But the scales dropped from the Pancher Dragon Beast are incredibly suitable for absorption. Ji Fengchun sat up and patted his chest. There were slightly more dragon scale patterns on his muscular body. Xiao Sui turned his head to glance, lying there weakly, without speaking. Hey, why are you lying down? Captain Ji, Vice Captain Xiao, it's been a long time since I've seen you in such a sorry... Oh, it seems I have no choice. Zhang Shoren rubbed his fists. Then he saw the 2 getting up from the ground. One of them punched him. Moments later, the place where the two had been lying turned into three people lying there. Only one of them looked more disheveled, as if he had purely taken a beating. That felt good, Xiao Sui said with his eyes closed. Indeed, Ji Fengshun bumped fists with Xiao Sui. Much better, the captain said happily. When you weren't here, I was in a bad mood, and would often beat up Zhang Shoren. After a good beating, I felt much better. Ji Fengshun rubbed his shoulders. Zhang Shoren, I want to protest, Captain. This is mistreatment of the team members. The only one you can beat in the team now is Xiao Zhao, Ji Fengshun said with annoyance. Who was it that challenged Huang Ro and got knocked out cold? That was an accident, purely an accident. Zhang Shoren sat up. You're slandering me, Captain. I have no shame. We're all on the same team. Why care about face? Ji Fengshun rolled his eyes. Zhang Shoren looked around and noticed that Zhao Buqian hadn't arrived, yet instantly feeling much better. Great, at least none of the juniors witnessed this. Zhang Shoren lay back down. Starting tomorrow morning, you'll practice that Money King's body refining technique with Xiao Sui. I think that's feasible. Xiao Sui gave a thumbs up. Shu Shu floated over from outside, tossing 3 bottles of chilled liquor onto the 3 boys. Thanks, Shu Shu. Ji Fengshun waved his hand. All right, get up and tidy up. The teacher will be coming soon. Ji Fengshun stood up and kicked the 2 lying on the ground. Today's training task is us 5 along with 5 spiritual beasts to deal with one of the teacher's king-level beasts. Is the Mountain Splitter King trying to abuse us, eh? Xiao Sui sat up, falling into deep thought. A few master-level beginners are supposed to deal with a king. That's what the teacher said. Ji Fengshun crushed the empty plastic bottle and tossed it into the trash can. Why is it that I returned to such a large training load? Xiao Sui muttered under his breath. No, old Xiao, you don't know the captain's training load was this high even before you came back. Zhang Shoren pulled Xiao Sui aside and whispered. Xiao Sui didn't want to talk. As one of the best students in Northwest University, he found this training load acceptable. It definitely wasn't because of the fact that someone named Ji had his arm draped over his shoulder. Absolutely. Only a mere month and a half remains until the league. How can we afford to be so lax? Ji Fengshun had a whistle clenched in his mouth. Get moving, get moving. Fat Bear, stop chasing that special effects drama. Amu, take Fat Bear. The construction master obediently stood behind Fat Bear, grabbed his shoulder armor, and dragged the entire bear away. Fat Bear whimper. He did not resist. Although Fat Bear was plump and lazy, addicted to the internet, he was still a good bear. Didn't he see that his beast master was training over there? Fat Bear looked at Xiao Sui, who was carrying a tire while walking. His extraordinary physique allowed Xiao Sui to attempt to lift items weighing around a ton. Spirit beasts do not rely on their own strength as their core. Most spirit beasts possess low innate power, and even at the extraordinary level, they might not be much stronger. For beast masters, their physical response is essentially limited to strength. Currently, beast masters lack the ability to harness elemental forces, of course excluding special talents. Xiao Sui can utilize a bit of earth elemental power while being the captain of the Northwest University team. Ji Fengshun's personal combat power has always overshadowed him. Very spirited young man, the king of cracks appeared at the entrance of the venue seemingly out of nowhere. A few people instinctively turned their heads while Huang Ro raised her hands. All right, the king of cracks grinned widely. And the young ladies too. Let's begin today's training. The king of cracks raised his hand and summoned his 12-meter-tall mountain. The Mountain Rock King stood in the center of the training ground, gazing at the surrounding little guys. It was already the 5th day since Xiao Sui returned to Northwest University. This kind of torment had already lasted for 3 days. Xiao Sui stood before Mouse and Fat Bear. At the front of the line stood the tall construction master and the heavy-bodied rock dragon beast, blocking everyone. Behind the 2 spirit beasts was the Riadi Toe Strike Mountain Monkey and the poised Mountain Rock King. In front of the 5 beast masters was a lava giant turtle resembling a small mountain. The lava giant turtle had already completed its first evolution. Although it wasn't a size transformation, the specialized evolution of the earth element made the lava giant turtle significantly larger than before. This giant beast was about 10 meters long with a shell diameter of over 8 meters. Compared to those that underwent size evolution, it was clearly lacking. However, having an 8-meter-wide giant grinding wheel in front of a person provides a sense of security. Xiao Sui closed his eyes, and the earthy waves lit up, transforming into a special map visible to everyone. Elemental perception is excellent. The child of the earth is truly exceptional, Zhang Shoren remarked while clapping his hands. His Mountain Rock King seemed to have received some sort of signal. Cracks appeared in its scales. Then it suddenly swiped with its paw. A sharp light fell on the massive Mountain Rock King, causing slight damage to its scales. The Mountain Rock King of the King of Cracks casually patted its own scales, and almost as soon as the dust settled, the injuries on the Mountain Rock King healed. They certainly couldn't hurt a king-level spirit beast. The King of Cracks trained them this way more to help them understand the level of their current strength. The rock dragon beast roared and charged forward alongside the construction master. The two melee-type spirit beasts raced towards the mountain rock king. Behind the two spirit beasts, the mountain monkey raised a massive stone and hurled it at the mountain rock king. The stone seemed to be empowered by some force like a cannonball, leaving the barrel. Behind the mountain monkey, Fat Bear slapped the ground, causing the earth to ripple like waves. A vast gravitational force pressed down on the mountain rock king. Mouse appeared in front of the mountain rock king, vigorously waving a small staff in its claws. Illusion technique, celestial dance of many illusions. Illusion technique, visitors from all directions. Illusion technique, dream mark. Mouse waved the staff, pink light glowing, followed by the last illusion technique taught by the golden spider. Before this, she hadn't fully mastered it until now. Illusion technique, mark explosion. The mountain rock king let out a muffled grunt and stepped back 2 paces, its always calm eyes revealing an indescribable surprise. This quickly transformed into extreme admiration. Mouse did not cease her actions. Squeak! With Mouse's high-pitched call, the construction master and the rock dragon beast at the front quickly retreated. Fat Bear took their original position and slammed his claws heavily onto the ground. Roar! 2 massive rock hands at least 30 meters high reached out from either side of the mountain rock king, swiftly enveloping it. Master-level earth technique, grasp of the earth. Normally, a standard grasp of the earth would be around 10. Fat Bear's move was clearly only possible with Mouse's assistance, and Xiao Sui enhancement as the child of the earth, barely managing to execute it. Fat Bear panted heavily, but still used telekinesis to swiftly return to the rear. Hiding behind the mountain monkey construction master and rock dragon beast, Fat Bear sighed in relief. The energy cost of using this move was substantial, and even with Xiao Sui enhancement, it would take a while to recover. Fat Bear patted his belly. Turning his head, he saw the King of Cracks standing on the shoulder of the mountain rock king, laughing heartily. Not bad at all. To think you could pose a threat to a true king, though the threat is nearly negligible. However, in an unknown battle against the king, your move could already influence the outcome, Xiao Sui said, patting Fat Bear's head. He also stroked Mouse, who had returned to his head. Others performed well too. The mountain monkey's support was timely, and the rock dragon beast and construction master's frontline capabilities reached master-level peak, nearly equivalent to Quasi-King's. The mountain rock king performed decently, the King of Cracks said as he looked at Zhang Shuren. It's just that my mountain rock king is of the same clan, so it is overly restrained. High attack, high speed, it's a qualified assassin unit. Zhang Shuren waved his hand, indicating he heard. The King of Cracks prepared to teach this kid a lesson later. As for Huang Hanheng, the King of Cracks gazed at Huang Hanheng. The defensive power of the lava giant turtle is absolutely top-notch among master-level beasts. I've tried before, and the positioning was finer. It can definitely protect the Beastmaster. The only issue is, have you thought about how to deal with the fourfold restraint of water? Everyone knows that our opponents are mainly the other 5 prestigious schools that are also top-tier. Prestigious schools are directly granted entry into the top 64 without having to participate in the preliminary rounds. After entering the top 64, most of the school team members you will encounter are extraordinary. Even those students who manage to enter prestigious schools may only graduate at the elite level. Even if these students are close to the elite level upon entering the prestigious schools, some may not break through to the extraordinary level due to luck, talent, or resources. Most graduates from prestigious schools are extraordinary. Among teams outside the prestigious schools, most are extraordinary, with the stronger teams typically having a master-level captain. Only prestigious schools can ensure that each member of the team has at least one master-level member. The University League format consists of 2 types: individual matches and team matches. The individual match format is unknown, with students taking turns to battle. The losing side leaves while the winning side continues to defend the stage. The team match, on the other hand, follows a standard 5-5 format. For the individual matches, Ji Fengchun will handle everything. Ji Fengchun will go on stage first, then take on all 5 opponents. The others will send out their spirit beasts to warm up, with Ji Fengchun as the backup. As long as the lava giant turtle can withstand the first wave of attacks, the Fat Bear will be able to take out most of the opponents. After a long discussion, he glanced at the 3 people huddled at the side. The top 64 will be divided into 4 groups. Among the 16 teams, 8 will advance, meaning the quarterfinals. One reason is that the National League aims to allocate resources for the next year, so schools with higher talent and strength will naturally receive more. The other reason is that the National League also needs to maintain viewership. If the 6 prestigious schools are eliminated too early, there will be no viewership left. So perform well. You are the best batch selected by our Northwest University in recent years. Last year we didn't even make it to the top 4, it was quite embarrassing. I remember we lost to Jiangnan University last year. The weakness of water was too severe, teacher. In the individual matches we were completely obliterated by a frog knight. That senior Qian was just a pure earth type. Not only was the wood type weak, but the water type was as well. We were completely overwhelmed. Ji Fengchun spread his hands. Because of this, the mountain-splitting king has high hopes for this year's captain. As the captain, Ji Fengchun is not only his student, but more importantly, he has a master-level earth and wood types. This combination does not have a weakness against water. Although they suffer 4 times against wind and ice, it's fine. He has already reviewed this year's data and found that none of the team members from the 6 prestigious schools specialize in wind. As for the 4 times weakness against ice, whether or not they can overcome the northeast side, there is still the rock dragon beast, which is only twice the weakness against ice. Generally, the captain of a school team is the strongest in combat. But this Xiao Sui is not to be underestimated either. This year, even if Northwest University's lineup consists entirely of earth types, they could still contend for first place. Therefore, in team battles, the most important thing is whether the lava giant turtle can withstand the first wave. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and looked at Huang Hanheng beside him. What do you think about the 4 times weakness against water? What can I say? I can just sit and watch. The turtle diamond shield. The lava giant turtle stomped its feet, and a gold-and-silver energy shield encircled its back, causing its fiery shell to shine with a metallic luster. Turtle diamond shield flame, shield earth protection light, shield whirlwind rotation. Layer after layer of shields gradually enveloped the lava giant turtle's back. Metal fire, earth light wind. I can stack another 2 or 3, but I won't show them. The morning 2 days later, Xiao Sui stood in the training ground looking at the time displayed on the Beastmaster bracelet. 6:45 currently, he was the only one in the training ground. Huang Ro and Huang Hanheng would probably arrive around 55. The captain would come a bit earlier, likely around 6:50. It would be good if Zhang Shorin could arrive right on time. That kid Zhao Buqin came early, but since he hadn't officially participated in the secret realm until now, he hadn't brought everything. He was sent back by Xiao Sui to get his things, because some items in the secret realm could be life-threatening if not brought. As for the King of Cracks, this amiable and powerful king was currently hiding and he was likely observing their condition on purpose. Xiao Sui sighed and glanced at the time, noticing Ji Fengchun running towards him. Good morning, Xiao Sui. Ji Fengchun naturally handed his backpack to Xiao Sui. Energy bars for stamina replenishment, emergency fire starters, water lighting, and medical gauze. Not bad, there's some improvement compared to before. Ji Fengchun was still wearing his usual yellow vest. Xiao Sui, on the other hand, had changed a lot. Xiao Sui wore goggles on his forehead with a light in the center. In some secret realms, electrical devices would lose their effectiveness, so this light was powered by a small spirit stone. Other types of spirit stones could also be used, though the light would be slightly dimmer. Xiao Sui was dressed in a special windbreaker made primarily from fibers cultivated by wooden spirit beasts with materials condensed from ice and fire spirit beasts as secondary. It was a set of black-brown windbreakers with protective capabilities that could also maintain a constant temperature. On his shoulders, chest, and knees there were special materials similar to fluorescent powder that could reflect a faint glow in the dark. Additionally, to prevent certain spirit beasts from being triggered by light, these reflective areas could be covered with Velcro at any time. On Xiao Sui's hands were similarly specially designed gloves. These gloves could withstand temperatures above 1,000 degrees and were designed to prevent injury while fitting almost perfectly to the skin, allowing for delicate tasks. How many credits does this outfit of yours cost? Ji Fengchun raised an eyebrow. Over 2,000, Xiao Sui replied. But if you calculate it hard, it's actually just over 200 credits. This price is acceptable considering that we are currently entering an ordinary secret realm, so I only prepared for myself. If we were preparing to enter the Taklamakan Desert, I would prepare a set for each of you in advance. Xiao Sui paused. After all, staying alive is the most important thing, and you don't go out often. Regardless of whether it's a secret realm or a natural wonder, the dangers are very high. Unless you are absolutely confident, try to be prepared. Xiao Sui suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Even if you are absolutely confident, you should still do your best to ensure protection. Xiao Sui looked up at the sky. He didn't want to experience coming out of a secret realm without clothes again. Therefore, he packed several extra sets of clothes in his backpack and spatial bracelet. After all, for a master-level beast master, this little weight was nothing. Xiao Sui, Captain. Huang Ro pulled Huang Hanheng's hand and walked over from a distance, waving and calling out. Xiao Sui nodded, and Ji Fengchun nodded in sync. Since they saw each other every day, there was no need for much formality. Huang Ro and Huang Hanheng also handed their backpacks over to Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui glanced at them and saw that the items they brought were similar to Ji Fengchun's. This is not right. The expiration date of the antidote cannot exceed 3 months. We will be in the secret realm for at least 2 weeks, and your antidote will exceed 3 months after 7 days. 3-month antidotes can indeed neutralize a lot of toxins, but they will react with some special toxic spirit beasts and toxic materials. These antidotes are issued by the Beastmaster Alliance and can neutralize most toxins, so we must bring the list. As Xiao Sui spoke, he tossed the 2 antidotes into his spatial bracelet. He then took out 2 new antidotes from the bracelet and placed them in the backpacks of the 2. The main function of the backpack is to prevent certain areas from being suppressed by natural restrictions or from being in spaces where the spatial bracelet cannot be used. Additionally, if there are no water-type spirit beasts, conserve your water. Also, after entering the secret realm, try not to summon large spirit beasts. Huang Han Hung, keep your lava giant tortoise in the contract array. Zhang Shoren, summon the mountain rock king first when we need to explore. Captain Earth Architect. Ji Fengchun nodded. The recently arrived Zhang Shoren yawned. You wouldn't even help me check my backpack, Xiao Sui. Did you see the list I sent you yesterday? I did. Zhang Shoren raised an eyebrow. Then that's fine. You value your life more than anyone, so you don't need to worry. Xiao Sui spoke. Zhang Shoren tightened his backpack. The tardy Zhao Buqian handed his bag to medical kit, antidote, lighting tools. That's all right. I'll supplement the rest of these items for you, Xiao Sui said, while taking items from his spatial bracelet and placing them inside. After the 3rd year, the classes will cover these things, so you don't need to be anxious. Will they cover them? Zhao Buqian was taken aback. Huang Han Hung was also momentarily stunned. He remembered that when they first went into the secret realm with old Xiao, except for Zhang Shoren, everyone else, including the captain, had been scolded. You and Huang Ro didn't come to class that day, and later the teacher called you over to write a reflection. The captain hardly attends class and mostly trains with the king of cracks. I was the one who was free-arranged, so I went to almost every class during that period. Xiao Sui paused. As for later, I found out the teacher wasn't actually as knowledgeable as I was. Mystical Realm number 064 in Guangsha City. This is the 64th discovered mystical realm in Guangsha City. The number of mystical realms in Guangsha City is relatively few, and one could say that with such a land area, this quantity of mystical realms is quite rare. It may be because it is adjacent to the Tianshan Mountains, where the energy is overwhelmingly dense. It could also be due to the fact that Guangsha City itself possesses abundant energy. It should be noted that Guangsha City was originally called Mining City. There are mines here. Moreover, there are many mines. However, all of this has little to do with the current members of the expedition team. The process of developing a mystical realm primarily involves mapping the basic layout and surveying powerful spirit beasts. As the first group to enter the mystical realm, our main objective is not to map the area, but to investigate what powerful spirit beasts reside within. The energy fluctuations in mystical realm number 064 are approximately at the king level. A mystical realm of this energy fluctuation level typically has a diameter of about 50 to 60 kilometers. If a second king-level spirit beast appears, it would still be reasonable. However, if 3 or more king-level spirit beasts show up, everyone should not concern themselves with anything else. I will lead everyone to retreat towards the exit of the mystical realm as quickly as possible. Remember, within the mystical realm, everything must be obeyed. Xiao Sui looked seriously at the few people next to him. I am the commander. Don't worry, old Xiao. Ji Fengchun patted Xiao Sui on the shoulder. Now adjust the beast tamer's wristband to silent mode and put your phones into your spatial bracelets. We are about to enter the mystical realm. Xiao Sui seemed to relax a little. Once everyone was ready, they followed the king of Mountain Rock as they entered the mystical realm. After they entered, a ripple appeared behind them in the mystical realm. The late-arriving king of Cracked Mountains quietly followed them in. Snowy ground, rocks, coniferous forest. Xiao Sui quickly surveyed the surrounding environment and walked in a particular direction. Don't we need a compass or something? Zhao Buqian, who was following Xiao Sui into the mystical realm for the first time, asked quietly. Firstly, most compasses are useless in mystical realms. Secondly, we have Xiao Sui, Ji Fengchun replied. Later on the way, we will teach you some basic methods to determine direction. But do not use your subjective thoughts to make suggestions. Xiao Sui is essentially a walking compass. This kid has an innate sense of direction even before reaching the extraordinary level and awakening his exaggerated talent. A human walking compass. Ji Fengchun whispered. Captain, up ahead we are clearing the path with the king of Mountain Rock. Huang Ro explained a few things about the mystical realm to Zhao Buqian. Huang Hanhing, stay in the middle ready for half-body summoning at any time. Ensure that attacks from any side can be blocked. Zhang Shoren, draw the map. All right, old Xiao. Zhang Shoren was very satisfied with his task, and leave it to me, rest assured, Zhang Shoren said seriously. Xiao Sui did not refute this point. Zhang Shoren was able to cultivate the king of Mountain Rock, despite his lazy personality, while also accurately directing it to perform assassinations. This was because he had a photographic memory. In fact, across the entire Shinjo alliance there might be a few who could do that. However, individuals like Zhang Shoren, who had an all-encompassing photographic memory, were rare. Zhang Shoren could even sense the humidity and temperature of the air. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhang Shoren's lazy personality of being easily distracted, Xiao Sui would have had to take him down the mines several more times. This ability is extremely useful. In coniferous forests and snowy grounds, the common types of spirit beasts are snowy cliff fox, ice mountain tiger, and polar squirrel. Among them, the snowy cliff fox and polar squirrel are quite common, while the ice mountain tiger is relatively rare. The highest threat comes from the snowy cliff fox. The snowy cliff fox is an ice and illusion-type spirit beast. I have seen the snowy cliff fox of the king of cold mountains. Although it has not yet reached the king level, it is very strong. Illusion-type abilities are the most bizarre. Secondly, there are ghost-type abilities. Additionally, besides spirit beasts, one must also be cautious of normal animals. This world is not devoid of ordinary animals. In fact, both in the mountains and seas, or within mystical realms, there are quite a few ordinary animals. Ordinary animals can provide us with sufficient sources of heat. At the same time, be careful, as large ordinary animals likely won't survive in the territories of spirit beasts. However, there are still many small animals. I was once ambushed by poisonous insects. Do not be stingy with the detox agents. Use the ones in your spatial bracelets first, and not those in your backpacks. Remember, the supplies in your backpacks should only be used when your spatial bracelets are unavailable. Huang Ro glanced at Zhao Buqian, who was following her. Make sure to remember most of the things old Xiao said are directed at you. Oh, okay, senior sister, Huang Han. How many detox agents did you bring? Did Xiao Sui give you any new ones? Senior Xiao gave me a new spatial bracelet filled with supplies. I calculated that it would take at least 400 credits. Zhao Buqian said quietly. Then why did Senior Xiao ask me to go back and get them? To help, Huang Hanheng said impatiently. He can't accompany you every time into the mystical realm, so you must remember what to bring. As for those supplies, you don't need to feel pressured. Old Xiao lacks credits. To be precise, he lacks top-tier materials that can only be purchased with a large number of credits. You can easily trade your supplies for 2 pieces of stones with old Xiao. A person who spends at least 270 days a year living in mystical realms and various mines. You cannot even imagine how wealthy he is, Huang Hanheng said enviously. Then you should go too. Huang Ro poked her childhood friend. Huang Hanheng sighed. If I had that ability, I would have gone long ago. The problem is that I don't. My sense of direction is insufficient. My understanding of minerals and materials is also completely inadequate. We often criticize the captain for being a brute. Yet we all know that Xiao Sui is truly the biggest brute. This kid hardly gives himself any time to rest. He bought a game controller just for Fat Bear to play with. Zhao Buqian quietly took out a notebook to jot these down. Suddenly Xiao Sui raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He frowned. Ice-type energy. Zhang Shoren, how much has the temperature dropped since just now? Between 4 to 5 degrees. Zhang Shoren also sensed something amiss. Approximately 3400 meters to the secret realm's entrance, Zhang Shoren said. 15 to 16 degrees east of due south, Xiao Sui added. He recalled Chuan Shan, Yin Wang, and stepped forward himself, peering cautiously through the gaps between the coniferous branches. There stood a cave, and within it a tiger, snow white from head to tail, adorned with azure markings, and at least 5 meters in length. Bingshan tiger. Xiao Sui paused. A master-tier beast. He has already sensed our presence. Shushu, can you project goodwill, or diminish our perceptibility? Squeak squeak. Shushu waved its staff, then replied moments later. It bears no ill will toward us, Zhang Shoren noted down. This territory belongs to this master-tier Bingshan tiger. A master-tier beast appearing so close to the secret realm's entrance suggests its spiritual energy concentration far exceeds our expectations. Far higher. Xiao Sui's expression turned grave. There may be more than one tyrant-tier beast, just as I mentioned earlier. Should their number exceed 3, we withdraw immediately. Because that would almost certainly indicate the presence of a quasi-legendary beast, Huang Ro explained deliberately to Zhao Buqian beside her. Quasi-legendary. Zhao Buqian clearly had never encountered a spirit beast of such rank. Both our principal and Xiao Sui's mentor Fan Shan Tyrant possess quasi-legendary or spirit beasts. No need to dwell on it. Just understand that quasi-legendary or beasts are utterly beyond our reach for now. Encountering a tyrant-tier beast, we might still flee, or even attempt tentative communication. But against a quasi-legendary or beast, only Lai Shan Tyrant could possibly secure our escape. Huang Ro elaborated. The Bingshan tiger says there's a vastly stronger creature to the north, Xiao Sui said. Its disposition toward humans is tolerable. Zhang Shoren recorded that. Zhang Shuren nodded and jotted it down in his notebook. Within the secret realm, nothing proved more reliable than paper and ink. Electronic devices were prone to failure. Only pen and paper offered absolute reliability. Lao Xiao, shall we head north to investigate? Ji Fengchun turned around. That's our mission, Captain, Xiao Sui replied with faint resignation. A significantly stronger beast. Among ice elemental large-tier spirit beasts, there aren't many candidates. Likely the polar mammoth. And a large-tier polar mammoth, especially a tyrant tier 1, almost certainly signifies a small established polar mammoth population here. Such rare spirit beasts demand our utmost attention. They constitute an exceptionally valuable resource, Xiao Sui declared with solemn gravity. Proceed onward. Chuan Shan Yin Wang. If danger arises, retreat instantly, Xiao Sui instructed the beast forging ahead. Chuan Shan Yin Wang glanced at its master before nodding. Meanwhile, Ji Fengchuan's Yuan Zhu Tu Musher stood nearby shielding the team. The squad's emergency defense rested primarily with Huang Hanhing Eveready to summon his spirit beast mid-body. Yet its core defense lay in Shushu, perched atop Xiao Sui's head. Spirit beasts of illusion, psychic ghost, and dark affinities possessed innate advantages in wilderness survival. Their heightened spiritual senses made them ideal guardians. Xiao Sui knew well compared to the polar mammoth she just named. The truly vital resource, for Northwest University and the Zhongshan Alliance alike, was something else entirely. It was Burong Bing, unmelting ice. And polar mammoths dwelled exclusively along veins of unmelting ice, or unmelting ice was an extraordinarily unique substance. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a mineral at all, but rather a crystallization of pure ice elemental energy, formed gradually over millennia in perpetually frigid environments impervious to thawing. Most ice affinity spirit beasts required unmelting ice for cultivation. Simultaneously, it served as the essential evolutionary catalyst for elite spirit beasts such as the Hanhai crocodile and the emperor penguin. Curiously, polar mammoths themselves did not require unmelting ice for evolution. Thus, though unmelting ice veins invariably bordered polar mammoth habitats to the mammoths, it functioned merely as abundant nourishment and a tradable resource. Polar mammoths showed no objection to human extraction of unmelting ice. Unmelting ice existed in 3 tiers of purity. 50 to 70% purity, typically found on the periphery of unmelting ice veins, served well as cultivation material for ice affinity spirit beasts. 70% or higher qualified as evolutionary catalysts. 90% or above constituted rare, premium-grade ice elemental material. The specimens Xiao Sui collected were nearly all 90% or pure, peerless materials capable of laying the foundation for a tyrant-tier spirit beast. Even master-tier beasts could still utilize such high-grade material. More crucially, as long as the polar mammoth herd remained resident here, unmelting ice regenerated naturally, permitting repeated harvesting. Xiao Sui understood this, the others did not. Are you withholding something from us? Ji Fengchun clapped Xiao Sui on the shoulder. Not withholding, simply unnecessary knowledge for you, Xiao Sui shrugged. None of you plan careers in secret realm development. Huang Ro and Huang Hanheng study skill development. They focus on innovating new training methodology. You train under Lishan Tyrant. You're enrolled in Spirit Beast Combat Technique Development. Zhang Shuren is actually a researcher, specializing in Spirit Beast cultivation. Only I am a frontline practitioner, majoring in environmental survey and development. Xiao Sui pointed to herself. You need not grasp how these resources are developed or sustained. What you must master is how to wield these resources to strengthen the Zhongshan Alliance, Xiao Sui said, patting the captain's shoulder. Our responsibilities differ. Precisely because each fulfills their distinct role has the Zhongshan Alliance risen to its present stature. Xiao Sui spoke with quiet conviction. Ji Fengchun offered no rebuttal, nor was any needed. Her words were fact. Frontline developers like Xiao Sui existed solely to supply researchers behind the lines with sufficient raw materials. We've arrived. Xiao Sui suddenly halted. The others stopped in unison. She had sensed the dense earth elemental energy ahead, not through sight or sound, but through resonance with the land itself. Ice and earth combined, and at tyrant-tier strength. Indeed, the polar mammoth clan. Xiao Sui paused, then said firmly, let us first attempt communication with the polar mammoth. Same-species spirit beasts tend to respond more favorably. Zhao Buqian, summon your polar mammoth. Zhao Buqian nodded and raised his hand, calling forth his mammoth. At that very moment, a thunderous, enraged elephantine bellow erupted from ahead. Danger! The sound of a lion's roar accompanied by a massive stomping filled the air. Ji Fengchun and Zhang Shuren swiftly recalled their spiritual beasts. Xiao Sui Mouse used telekinesis to pull them away. Just as the six of them distanced themselves from their original spot, a figure resembling a small mountain appeared there. Xiao Sui glanced back. Then the mouse fled even faster. Mouse squeak. After running 3 to 4 kilometers and confirming that the Arctic mammoth did not follow, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Arctic mammoths are generally gentle in nature. How could it suddenly turn aggressive? Ji Fengchun was drenched in cold sweat, turning to look at Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui paused for a moment. I'm not sure the Arctic mammoths I dealt with before were indeed very... Zhang Shoren suddenly spoke up. That Arctic mammoth has teeth that are slightly shorter than normal, and the ice blue fur on its head appears light blue. Its eyes show a deep blue. What does that mean? Xiao Sui frowned. A typical post-production site, Zhang Shoren explained. Spiritual beasts give birth through their own spiritual power. They have no gender distinction. They simply tend to lean towards male or female psychologically. A newly birthed spiritual beast will have its strength reduced by 60% compared to its peak. Arctic mammoths are one of the few species that are extremely united. Once an Arctic mammoth has birthed offspring, other Arctic mammoths will definitely protect it. Not to mention, it is a king-level Arctic mammoth, a leader of its kind. But when we escaped just now, it was the leader of that king who chased us out. Xiao Sui. This indicates that there is another king, at least a quasi-king, attacking the Arctic mammoths group. Xiao Sui took a deep breath, understanding Zhang Shoren's meaning. We need to go back. The Arctic mammoths group is very important. We cannot let it disappear for such a reason. If we were unaware, it would just be a regret, but now that we know, we absolutely cannot ignore it. Xiao Sui said earnestly. If it's a king, we will seek the King of Cracks. The King of Cracks is aware of the value of the Arctic mammoth group. If it's not a king, then the teacher wouldn't intervene, Ji Fengchun said. But if it's not a king, we have 7 master-level beasts here. If it's a quasi-king, I will handle the delay, Xiao Sui said seriously. If it's not a quasi-king, we will push through. Xiao Sui poked the mouse on his head. Mouse squeak, I don't want to go back. Mouse squeak. ITLLB deadly squeak. You've seen legendary beasts, so why fear this? Xiao Sui poked the mouse again. It'll make you something delicious when we return. Squeak, 3 days of food. Deal. Xiao Sui clapped his hands. The mouse sighed, and the illusionary mark left behind began to stir. In the next moment, everyone appeared at the previous location. The weakened Arctic mammoth had not left, instead it stood there seemingly sensing something. The Arctic mammoth let out an angry roar, staring at the group before it. Upon seeing Xiao Sui, the Arctic mammoth paused. The atmosphere quieted slightly. However, the roar still carried a violent undertone. Earth affinity. All Earth-related spiritual beasts naturally have an increased affinity with you. The Arctic mammoth is a spiritual beast of ice and earth. Towards Xiao Sui, it felt a slight familiarity, though it remained in a state of vigilance. But it still wouldn't directly attack Xiao Sui. Zhang Shoren clapped his hands. Zhang Shoren, this is purely an Earth-type special attack enchantress. Xiao Sui raised a piece of unmelting ice. Predecessor Arctic mammoth, we mean no offense. We happened to pass by and discovered that you just birthed offspring while your group seems to be under attack. We are willing to help your group, provided we can exchange for some of this. Xiao Sui presented the unmelting ice before the Arctic mammoth. Spiritual beasts are very pure. However, as a leader of a group, the Arctic mammoth needs to know the intentions of the people before it. But just this. Helping their group requires just a little food. The unmelting ice is considered food for adult Arctic mammoths. The Arctic mammoth sensed the aura emanating from Xiao Sui, which made it feel closer. However, it was doubtful about Xiao Sui's strength. Xiao Sui understood the Arctic mammoth's meaning. He snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the others synchronized and summoned their ace spiritual beasts to release some aura. Along with Xiao Sui, Mouse, and Fat Bear, there were a total of 7 master-level spiritual beasts. The Arctic mammoth was momentarily stunned and extended its nose. Xiao Sui stepped forward and touched the Arctic mammoth's nose with his own. This was a way for the Arctic mammoth tribe to express friendship. In the next moment, the Arctic mammoth wrapped the 6 of them with its trunk and ran towards the tribal land. Arctic mammoth, don't panic everyone. Your leader has brought back reinforcements. The Arctic mammoth ran back with the 6. Hidden in a corner, the King of Cracks was messaging the King of Cold Mountains. A new secret realm. No. 064 has revealed an Arctic mammoth group. The leader is at the king level. The King of Cold Mountains responded with 3 question marks. Coordinates. Not yet. After you exit the secret realm, head southeast. You will arrive in about 5 kilometers. The King of Cracks replied. Move quietly. It's currently the training time for the school team. The King of Cold Mountains made an okay gesture. He turned to the girl behind him. Let's go, Qindong. The teacher will take you to see some fun. Qindong instinctively tilted her head. Yet she was already taken away by the decisive King of Cold Mountains. Meanwhile, the school team members had been brought into the tribal land by the Arctic mammoth. It was a unique ice and snow plain with a river running alongside it, and to the east lay a blue substance embedded in the earth resembling some sort of vein. The unmelting ice vein, a product of the Arctic mammoth tribe. In a slightly southern area there stood 4 Arctic mammoths and 6 cold ice mammoths. At the center of this flat area, several frost snow elephants in their juvenile stage lay there. One looked particularly weak, seemingly just born not long ago. And indeed, that was the offspring birthed by the king-level Arctic mammoth. Opposite this group of Arctic mammoths stood a wolf interspersed with ice blue and white, accompanied by a dozen similar-looking wolves confronting the Arctic mammoths. Frost wolves. Xiao Sui spotted the pack of wolves. Looks like we've found the reason. Moreover, it's a quasiking, not a king, and there is only one quasiking. The good news is that it is indeed a quasiking level. The bad news is that this species is the frost wolf. The evolution chain of the frost wolf is ice dog, snow wolf, frost wolf. This tribe has its own characteristics. The more numerous they are, the stronger the wolf king becomes. They can even stack a quasiking level wolf king to a degree capable of harming a true king level. The wolf king only has one strike, while the formidable mammoths ahead are numerous. These mammoths, of course, cannot withstand a blow enhanced by the pack. However, the wolf king has only this one strike, so it must be used on the weakened mammoth. As long as it obtains the mammoth's natural crystal, the wolf king can rightfully become the new king level. The frost wolf king gazed at the mammoth herd before him. He made his decision to strike during the time when the true king mammoth was absent. He released the tribe's enhancement and charged forward with the pack. With quasiking level strength and 10 master level frost wolves behind him, the frost wolf king successfully tackled the leading mammoth. Then in the next moment, he heard a soft call. Fat bear, Xiao Sui. Earth's heavy domain. Xiao Sui softly exclaimed. The earth type and enhancement type fat bear appeared before the wolf king. The sudden increase in gravity caused the wolf king to collapse to the ground. He then struggled to rise again. Xiao Sui waved his staff. Illusion technique mark explosion. Xiao Sui Zhi. Are you asking when I stack the illusion mark? Xiao Sui Zhi. Doesn't it start as soon as you see it? As the illusion mark exploded, the frost wolf king was momentarily dazed. In the next moment, he raised his head and let out a wolf howl to the sky. A whoa! The frost wolf pack responded, and the pack's enhancement once again fell upon the frost wolf king. Fat bear maintained the gravity suppression, but realized a serious issue. He was too close. When the wolf king's claws were about to strike Fat bear, summoning a spirit beast was too late. Until a turtle shell appeared before Fat bear, firmly blocking the wolf king's claws. A quasiking level claw strike fell, yet it barely damaged the turtle shell. The wolf king quickly retreated 2 steps. Huang Hanheng retracted half of his summon and fully summoned the lava giant turtle, positioning it in front of Fat bear. I had the lava giant turtle stack 3 layers of flame shields, 2 layers of light shields, and 2 layers of earth protection in the contract space. Xiao Sui glanced at her friend. No wonder the league regulations stipulated that stacking enhancements before matches is prohibited. This is too exaggerated. Huang Hanheng snapped his fingers, and the lava giant turtle opened its mouth, a golden red glow igniting. Then it stacked a layer of diamond shield on itself. The crowd. The recently fleeing wolf king instinctively raised its claws to rub its eyes. Wolf king, no bro, why are you still stacking defenses? The wolf king felt a degree of confusion. Except for the wolf king, both the mammoths and the remaining wolves simultaneously looked towards the giant turtle. In the understanding of the natural world, a being that only stacks defenses almost represents a lack of offensive power. Very few spirit beasts would do this. However, the mammoths and the frost wolf pack are quite similar in some respects. Both are very united and understand the significance of teamwork. When a spirit beast is willing to stack everything on defense, it signifies that its teammates behind it must have extreme offensive strength. Roar! Fat bear released the gravity, and Xiao Sui leaned on Fat bear's shoulder. Xiao Sui waved his staff, while Fat bear clapped down onto the ground. Earth-type, high-level skill, Earth's Grasp. A colossal rock hand rising up to 20 meters emerged from either side, pinching the wolf pack in between. Frost wolves are not large spirit beasts, and even the frost wolf king is only about 3 meters in length. These 2 rock hands nearly encapsulated the entire wolf pack. The frost wolf king was pressed down by the heavy earth power, and he instinctively jumped forward. He leaped out of the range of the rock hands, but 6 out of the remaining 10 master-level frost wolves were trapped inside. Fat bear did not strike with full force for the time being. The frost wolf king obviously did not realize this. He prepared to escape with the remaining 4 frost wolves. Turning his head, he saw a giant dragon covered in rocks and a robust figure. The rock dragon beast, the earth mason. The two spirit beasts acted simultaneously with the rock dragon beast restraining the injured wolf king with its foreclaws. Meanwhile, the earth mason extended his hand. Ji Fengchun's two spirit beasts were not adept at dealing with high-level spirit beasts. Thus, they did not perform particularly well against the mountain-shattering king. However, a Quasi King is not a true king. In combat within the same realm, the earth mason's hand began to glow with a combination of yellow and green light. Earth and grass high-level fusion skill earth would divine strike. Earth Mason taste the wrath of the Earth Masons. This is the only exclusive ultimate move of the Earth Mason clan at present. The explosive power of Earthwood Divine Strike is almost on par with the Earth's Grasp unleashed by Fat Bear. This is also why the team competition of the Northwestern University team has two sets of tactics. Because when the Earth Mason and Fat Bear team up, they can truly push through. If it weren't for the restriction of one spirit beast per person, the Earth Mason Shushu and Fat Bear. With 3 spirit beasts deployed, they would directly start bombardment. Who says Earth types are better at defense? The lava giant turtle took 2 steps back and casually added another flame shield to itself. Then it nodded towards the few people behind it. Several floating shields also appeared on the bodies of the 6 members of the team. The mountain monkey and the mountain shattering king, who had just trapped the remaining 4 frost wolves, also gained 3 shields. At the forefront, the rock dragon beast and the earth mason had an additional 5 layers of shields on them. Turtle, this is the area of group protection. Only then did the mammoth pack realize and prepare to take action against the frostwolf pack. The lava giant turtle blocked the advancing mammoths. Huang Hanhing calculated his spiritual energy reserves and nodded at the turtle. The turtle raised its paw and tapped several times. The mammoths found that they had gained some shields. The leading mammoth was initially stunned. Then it joyfully charged forward to beat the fallen wolf. Observing from the back, the weakened mammoth king was momentarily stunned. She rushed forward, poking the lava giant turtle with her nose. The turtle reflexively cast a shield on the king-level mammoth. The king-level mammoth happily rushed in to join her kin in beating the fallen wolf. The joy of spirit beasts is this simple and pure. Fat Bear, maintaining the earth's grasp, scratched his head. Meanwhile, Shushu, resting on Fat Bear's shoulder, yawned. Seemingly sensing something, it returned to the top of Xiao Sui head. Ji, are you saying that the Polar Mammoth clan does not intend to take lethal action against the Frostwolf pack? Xiao Sui poked the mouse on top of her head. It indeed appears to be the case, even if they are currently rushing in to beat a group of drowning wolves. In reality, they are just playing and having fun. The Polar Mammoth clan is characterized by its benevolence, actively protecting the creatures within their territory regardless of whether they are ordinary animals or other spiritual beasts. In the eyes of the polar mammoths, the frostwolf pack before them may resemble troublesome children in their territory rather than genuine enemies. Once the threat is eliminated, there is no need to take lethal action against these problem children. A lesson is sufficient. Of course, the choice is to respect the thoughts of the polar mammoths. Otherwise, would they really want to fight with the polar mammoth clan? Can't you see that the top polar mammoth, who was having the most fun fighting, is already in a slightly better state than before? A king is a king, and the Frostwolf pack, aided by their clan, can indeed injure the polar mammoths, who are currently in a weakened state with only 40% of their usual strength. And then what? There is no then. The injured polar mammoths may not be so easy to deal with. A king is indeed a king. Xiao Sui is well aware that her little mouse and the fat bear are currently the strongest and need to conserve their skills. They can only inflict real harm on the weakest king. Just like the previous mountain king, the earth-shattering king, who was simply playing around with the 2 small ones. The mouse's illusionary mark could momentarily stun the earth-shattering king, which is already quite remarkable. The foundation of a king is elemental control. Elemental control means a king can completely envelop their body with elemental power. Without elemental power of the same level, there is practically no chance of breaking through a king's defenses. Xiao Sui thoughtfully stroked her chin. Finally, she nodded. Everyone come back. She spoke up. Zhang Shuren yawned and casually rested one hand on Xiao Sui's shoulder. I didn't go. Zhang Shuren pretended to be serious. You go away. Xiao Sui kicked Zhang Shuren irritably. Call back your own spiritual beasts. Xiao Sui addressed the group. Fat Bear, retract the grip of the earth. Fat Bear scratched his head and raised a paw. The 20-meter-high rocky hand gradually disappeared, revealing 6 frost wolves beneath it. The 6 frost wolves instinctively shrank back. The rocks of the grip of the earth did not actually press down on them. However, the dense earth-type spiritual energy completely made the frost wolves lie down. Fat Bear's current realm is probably mid-level master, and he has completed a phase of advanced evolution, enhancing his control over Earth's spiritual energy and telekinesis. In simple terms, he is moving further away from the path of a mage. Most advanced evolutions specialize in enhancing a particular aspect of the spiritual beast. The changes brought by advanced evolution are not as significant as those from previous evolutions. For spiritual beasts, evolution is a leap in their life tier, while advanced evolution is a channel for them to master more powerful abilities. Fat Bear ran back to Xiao Sui's side. Xiao Sui rubbed the big head of her fat bear, feeling considerably more relaxed. Did you forget that you could fly over with your telekinesis? Xiao Sui helplessly patted Fat Bear. Alright, do you want to go back to the contract space or stay outside? Fat Bear, ing. Okay, then stay outside for a while. When we leave the Polar Mammoth clan, I will let you in. Roar. No, there's no signal in the secret realm. Why do you keep thinking about watching shows? What do you mean the idol drama has been updated? Aren't you watching a special effects drama? Xiao Sui fell into contemplation. Fat Bear shook his head, sitting down on the ground with a pitiful expression. You say there's nothing to watch, so you'd rather go back to sleep. Forget it, you can go to the contract space to play with the Ao dragon. I'll summon the Dai dragon to keep me company. Xiao Sui sighed, raising her hand to draw 2 contract formations. One allowed Fat Bear to drill in while the other summoned a reddish-orange lizard. The Dai dragon looked around. Upon seeing the group of polar mammoths, the little lizard adopted a cat-like puffed-up posture. Then it climbed onto Xiao Sui's shoulder and lay down, appearing considerably more relaxed. The little guy gazed at Zhang Shoren beside him with wise eyes. Old Xiao, when is your lava lizard planning to evolve? It should be close to the entry level, right? Pretty much once we leave the secret realm, we can start preparing for evolution. Xiao Sui poked the little lizard on her shoulder. The Dai dragon blinked its eyes and bit Xiao Sui's finger. Xiao Sui. Luckily, the little guy knows how to control himself, just biting lightly as a form of affection without using any force nor letting the magma inside itself flow out. As one of the most dangerous spiritual beasts in its initial stage, the lava lizard indeed has magma inside. After Xiao Sui pulled her finger from the little guy's mouth, Yuan Zhu, the Earth Architect, brought the Frostwolf King back to the group. This tall bodyguard floated back to Ji Fengchun's side, then turned to look at the nearby Polar Mammoth clan. He dropped the Frostwolf King to the ground, or rather right in front of the king-level Polar Mammoth. It was clear that Yuan Zhu understood the Polar Mammoth's intention, allowing them to deal with this matter themselves. The 5 members of the school team understood very well that the nature of the Polar Mammoth clan is just like this. More importantly, the greatest trouble brought by the Wolf King. Actually, it is the king-level Polar Mammoths that could get hurt. They were merely injured. The Wolf King, underestimating its own capabilities, charged in, but did the Polar Mammoths not know this? The Frostwolf King could not harm them at all. The leader of the Polar Mammoths paused, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, she raised her nose and nudged the Frostwolf King's head. The Frostwolf King extended a leg, and the Polar Mammoth raised its foot and stomped down. A crisp breaking sound echoed. This was the punishment. The Polar Mammoth waved its nose, signaling the Frostwolf King to leave. The Frostwolf King lowered its head, indicating submission, and then limped away. Zhao Buqian scratched his head, clearly not understanding why the Polar Mammoths were letting the Frostwolves go. Huang Hanhing looked around. Huang Ro was directing the Flip Mountain monkeys to handle the scene, while the captain and Old Xiao communicated beside the Polar Mammoths. Zhang Shoren was sleeping. Huang Hanhing sighed and began explaining to the younger students. The Polar Mammoth clan is the guardian of this area. The Frostwolves, rather than being their subjects, are more like children under their protection. This whole farce is merely a case of the children misbehaving. The choice of the Polar Mammoth clan did not raise much suspicion. This includes the Frostwolf clan and the 5-member team from the school, except for Zhao Buqian, who was in a critical state. In nature, the roar of an elephant herd usually clears all living beings around them. However, the temperament of the Polar Mammoth clan cannot be described as good. It is an exaggeration to say, so Xiao Sui explained. Therefore, the Frostwolf King is actually aware of this. A fracture, a broken leg for a master-level spirit beast, after a period of rest it will be fine. But if he succeeds, he can become a heavenly king. If he fails, given the nature of the Polar Mammoth, they would let them go. Of course, this premise is because we have arrived. If we hadn't come. If we hadn't arrived, and the Frostwolf King truly struck with that paw, the furious Polar Mammoth would not care much. Xiao Sui paused. So in fact, we helped the Frostwolf pack a bit. I left a mark on the Frostwolf King, and later I can ask for some. Xiao Sui's eyes seemed to shine. Zhao Buqian was momentarily stunned. Zhang Shoren yawned. This group of old friends had long been accustomed to Xiao Sui antics. You see, Xiao Zhao, this is how to conduct oneself in society. Look, I beat them up, and they still have to thank us. Spirit beasts are very simple creatures. Ji Fengchun interjected from the side. But that's not the reason you can fool them. What are you talking about? Is Xiao Zhao not a very simple creature? Xiao Sui spoke with righteous indignation, but then went with Ji Fengchun to find the leader of the polar mammoths. The heavenly king polar mammoth was preparing to give them some unfrozen ice. Zhao Buqian, standing in place, pointed at himself. He looked around and noticed Huang Ro, who had just finished cleaning up the mess, walking over. Senior, is Xiao Senior's remark implying that I am easy to fool? No, that shouldn't be the case. Huang Ro shook her head. If you were truly easy to fool, you wouldn't have realized, just like the previous Han Hong. Zhao Buqian. Huang Han Hong. Zhang Shoren stretched and turned to look at the three behind him. Keep up, or we are splitting the loot. Zhao Buqian finally reacted and hurried to catch up with the others. Huang Han Hong glanced at his lava giant turtle and found that it was surrounded by several polar mammoths and ice mammoths. He scratched his head and decided to let his turtle stay outside a bit longer. Then he followed behind the team. We don't need too much, after all we haven't helped much. Xiao Sui was communicating with the polar mammoths. Ahaha, you are too polite. For someone of your heavenly king level, such opponents are hardly anything. As you know, we are just passing through. There are many places in this secret realm we need to visit, so we certainly can't stay too long. Will you invite us to stay for a meal tonight? Of course, no problem, senior. I believe that the food of the polar mammoth clan must be exquisite delicacies that I have never tasted. Oh, I understand what you mean. Rest assured, when we humans come in to develop the secret realm, it will definitely not affect your clan. Even if we are looking for resources, you can rest assured that it will not affect your clan's subsequent life. Xiao Sui stood in front of the polar mammoth, rubbing his hands together. You see about the unfrozen ice? Oh, we can choose it. Well, that would be too embarrassing. You are joking. If we find high-quality resources, we will definitely let you see them in advance. The polar mammoth snorted dismissively. Isn't that just where they eat? What's the fuss about? Everyone can take a few pounds. Just don't affect their meals. The polar mammoth casually patted Xiao Sui's shoulder with its trunk. Xiao Sui received the promise and then pulled a few people toward the unfrozen ice vein. Ji Fengchun spoke softly. Old Xiao, did you find something good? Not yet, but where the polar mammoths are, there are plenty of good things. Moreover, it is a clan guarded by a heavenly king, polar mammoth. Xiao Sui rubbed his hands, his face showing a greedy expression. Ji Fengchun said nothing, but reached out to place his hand on Xiao Sui's forehead. However, he found he could not sense anything. The kid had a pair of goggles on his forehead. Ji Fengchun twitched the corner of his mouth, raised his hand, and tapped his friend's head. You better behave yourself. No, Captain, you have to trust me, Xiao Sui said earnestly. The polar mammoth clan genuinely has good things. More than 90% of the unfrozen ice is merely considered slightly better food by the polar mammoths. But for us it is very precious. Besides unfrozen ice, the polar mammoth clan also has some byproduct minerals. Sometimes these associated minerals are the most valuable things in our eyes. Xiao Sui led Ji Fengchun to the vein and took out a pickaxe from his spatial bracelet. Can I have one? Ji Fengchun asked. No, you better not. Without proper training, if you strike once, all you will get is inferior products. Xiao Sui shook his head. Ji Fengchun's mouth twitched, slightly unsure of what to say, but he didn't insist further. Meanwhile, the other four were sitting around the polar mammoth. What do you think old Xiao is so excited about? Huang Han Hong stroked his chin. Probably because Xiao Sui is a bit excited to see the polar mammoth. Huang Ro spoke up. Currently, there are no more than 15 known heavenly king-level polar mammoth clans in the country. Zhang Shoren yawned. The polar mammoth is almost synonymous with unfrozen ice, Zhang Shoren explained. You don't study these, so you wouldn't know. Unfrozen ice is not only the main material needed for some second-stage evolution of spirit beasts. It is also a supplementary material for some first-stage advancements of spirit beasts. Honestly, this thing is quite precious. I feel it is normal for Xiao Sui to be so happy. But you all know I am actually just a cultivation student, unlike Xiao Sui, who goes down to the mines every day. I don't know what byproducts there are. I only know how to use these materials. Zhang Shoren spread his hands. So asking me is not very useful because I don't understand much about this. Just then, everyone heard Xiao Sui's voice. Damn it. It's really here. Xiao Sui's voice was filled with excitement. The crowd was puzzled and turned their heads in unison. They saw Xiao Sui holding up a piece of ice blue stone, his face full of excitement. North. What is this? Ji Fengchun clearly did not understand. He stared at the ice blue stone in Xiao Sui's hand. To him, this stone seemed to be just slightly different from ordinary ice at most. A bit more visually appealing. He knew that Xiao Sui has always liked beautiful stones. Xiao Sui, that's because precious materials are usually quite beautiful. Collecting is one thing, but it must have collectible value. Xiao Sui patted Ji Fengchun's shoulder. Calm down, Captain. And you, Zhang Shoren, don't get too close. Is that the core of the unmelting ice? Zhang Shoren appeared beside them at some point, holding that ice blue stone. The core of the unmelting ice, a king-level material, one of the top-tier materials in the ice category, excluding legendary grade. and more importantly. Zhang Shuren paused. The unmelting core is suitable for the second-level evolutionary advancement of king-level spirit beasts. It is particularly effective for those spirit beasts that use unmelting ice for their second-level evolution. Moreover, we have a king-level ice type at Northwest University. The recently advanced king-level ice type likely has spirit beasts that haven't undergone secondary evolution yet. Zhang Shuren did not continue. Holding the unmelting core, Xiao Sui stood before the ancient ice mammoth. Ancient ice mammoth, I must inform you that the value of this material is very high. It can be considered extremely precious. Xiao Sui paused. If we take it, we will exchange something for it. The ancient ice mammoth glanced at the unmelting core and scratched its head with its trunk. It seemed to feel that there was nothing wrong. I understand that from your perspective it may seem ordinary, but we must be honest and cannot rely on deception. Xiao Sui was well aware of the nature of spirit beasts. If at this moment they were to deceive the ancient ice mammoth and take it as if it were ordinary unmelting ice, even if the ancient ice mammoth did not say anything, it would still feel uncomfortable inside. Instead, it would affect the relationship between the ancient ice mammoth and the future developers of the secret realm. As long as this matter is laid out openly, the ancient ice mammoth would feel that it's nothing. This is the special nature of the unmelting ice materials. Both unmelting ice and the unmelting core were born from the ancient ice mammoth clan, but the growth of this clan does not require the use of unmelting ice and the unmelting core. In fact, from the perspective of the ancient ice mammoth, there is not much difference between the unmelting core and unmelting ice. It's just a food that tastes good versus one that tastes really good. That's all. Facing Xiao Sui's sincere attitude, the ancient ice mammoth felt as if it was putting its friend in a difficult position. It extended its trunk and patted Xiao Sui on the head. The ancient ice mammoth signaled that it was fine with giving something. Xiao Sui breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that the ancient ice mammoth would refuse completely, as they would not be able to forcefully take it. The existence of the ancient ice mammoth clan here equates to a continuous supply of unmelting ice veins. If they were to wipe them out, that would be the end. Moreover, the policy of the divine province has always been to leave all spirit beasts with certain productivity and those that are friendly to humans untouched. Efforts should be made to communicate through peaceful means. The focus is on a sustainable development strategy. In contrast to the policies of the divine province, the West has split into two extremes. One part seeks to wipe out spirit beasts in secret realms, while the other takes nothing at all. Some extreme animal protection organizations believe that spirit beasts should not be contracted, and even if they are contracted, they should not fight. It is said that they later plan to establish a new terrorist organization to threaten the government. However, without contracted spirit beasts and armed forces, they failed. They were directly pierced through by a king-level spirit beast. Xiao Sui understood that being sincere is the best way to interact with these wild spirit beasts. He stood before the ancient ice mammoth and activated the contract formation. The sleeping fat bear was roused and began mining with the Ao dragon. Then through a half-body summoning, two claws reached out. A pile of ice spirit stones was placed on the ground. Then another pile. Then another pile. Another pile. A pile. Zhao Buqian couldn't help but ask Huang Hanhing beside him, just how many ice spirit stones does Xiao Senior have? An entire vein, the renewable kind. Understanding this, Huang Hanhing sighed. So when we told you earlier that the supplies he bought for you were nothing much, we meant it. Zhao Buqian took a deep breath. The already cold environment seemed to drop a bit more in temperature. All right, ancient ice mammoth, here are 40 pounds of ice spirit stones with a spirit power concentration guaranteed to be above 70%. This is in exchange for the material I mentioned to you earlier. The ancient ice mammoth's gaze shifted from initial helplessness to gradually brightening. Then it nodded vigorously. A little food can be exchanged for so many resources. That is simply fantastic. Unlike unmelting ice spirit stones are a cultivation resource needed by all ice-type spirit beasts. Without a mining vein, finding ice spirit stones in the wild can be quite difficult for spirit beasts. Moreover, the quality of these ice spirit stones is so high. For the ancient ice mammoth, using a piece of delicious stone to exchange for a pile of cultivation resources is definitely a bargain. For Xiao Sui, using a pile of ice spirit stones that can be bought with alliance currency, or even those that he can regenerate to exchange for an unmelting core, is also a huge profit. Moreover, he could later use this unmelting core to extort King Han's Han. Xiao Sui stored the unmelting core away, and his mood seemed to have improved significantly. The only thing I need to consider now is that when I extort teacher Yin, she doesn't suddenly pop out. Xiao Sui rubbed his chin. Ji Fengchun stared at the 40 pounds of ice spirit stones piled on the ground like a small mountain, lost in thought. The density of spirit stones is quite low. A standard-sized spirit stone weighs about 50 grams, meaning there are about 10 stones in a pound, and 40 pounds equal 400 ice spirit stones. The concentration is all above 70%. Yet taking these out, Xiao Sui didn't even feel much pain. Ji Fengchun was silent for a moment. Should he just rob this little brat, Xiao Sui, instead? It feels like it's more profitable than doing tasks. Xiao Sui sneezed. He didn't know if it was because someone was thinking of him or simply feeling cold. No, wait, how could a master beast master feel cold? Xiao Sui rubbed his nose. He turned around and glanced warily at a few teammates beside him. After confirming that several teammates did not have any guilty expressions, he turned back. Could it be that King Liashan is coveting his materials? In the shadows, King Liashan rubbed his nose. Xiao Sui clearly did not sense anything. He raised his head and communicated with the ancient ice mammoth before him. Are you implying that in this secret realm besides you, there is another king? In the southwest part of the secret realm, right? Are there 2 king-level beings in the south, but none in the north? Xiao Sui was taken aback. You mean there's a presence in the north that makes you afraid to approach? Xiao Sui's expression suddenly became significantly more serious. In the face of 2 king-level beings, why does the north dare not approach? Our goal is to survey the southern part of the secret realm, Xiao Sui decisively stated. There's no need to consider the north. There will be king-level professors going there later. Xiao Sui had no intention of showing off. He was well aware that when facing ordinary kings, they still had the ability to escape. However, when confronted with a quasi-legendary being, their small team could only perish on the spot. Xiao Sui sighed as if recalling something. By the way, Senior Extreme Mammoth, do you know what race that king in the southwest is? Oh, it's an extreme... Xiao Sui suddenly realized. Extreme squirrel. Xiao Sui blinked. Is it the kind of extreme squirrel I know? The extreme squirrel is a spirit beast that has long been at the bottom of the spirit beast food chain. This spirit beast is not only unskilled in combat, but has also been treated as food for a long time. The extreme squirrel family has always belonged to the category of those who are eaten. This race excels in only 2 things throughout their lives. The first thing is eating. The second thing is storing food. Extreme squirrels generally reside in tree holes. It's worth mentioning that the initial form of the extreme squirrel, the ice squirrel, although called the ice squirrel, does not possess ice attributes. After all, the first person to discover the ice squirrel looked at its white and brown mixed fur and would naturally think it had ice attributes. Later, after 2 or 3 years, once the ice squirrel was contracted by humans, it was discovered that it did not contain ice attribute spiritual energy, but rather a purer, wood attribute spiritual energy. Only after that was it confirmed that the ice squirrel belongs to the wood attribute, and its evolution into the extreme squirrel represents both an evolution and its final form. It embodies both ice and wood attributes. Although it has faced some hardships, the ice squirrel clan is notoriously weak. Even when contracted by a beast master, their combat power only becomes formidable after reaching the later stages and undergoing a second evolution. Yet for an extreme squirrel to become a king in the wild without sufficient resources or specialized evolutionary preparation is indeed a remarkable feat. Oh, did you say the extreme squirrel has a bad temper? Xiao Sui paused for a moment. It's fine, don't worry. If we sense something amiss, we'll escape at the first opportunity. Moreover, we carry the scent of the extreme mammoth clan on us. You know, your clan has the best reputation in the natural world. I believe the extreme squirrel's temperament won't turn against you and your clan. Xiao Sui said with a smile. Then he saw the personified extreme mammoth let out a sigh. It raised its nose and patted itself. It seemed to be reminiscing about something. Xiao Sui clearly froze for a moment, looking at the extreme mammoth before him. The extreme mammoth said nothing. Neither did Xiao Sui say anything. How about you accompany me? Xiao Sui paused and asked softly. The extreme mammoth shook its head vigorously. Xiao Sui looked around, noticing that his teammates weren't very reliable. Just tell me, if we go over, is there any life-threatening danger? Xiao Sui asked sincerely. The extreme mammoth flicked its nose. Alright, if there's no life-threatening danger, then it's fine, Xiao Sui said to the extreme mammoth. After thinking for a moment, he leaned forward and touched the extreme mammoth's nose with his own. Then he turned and returned to his teammates, waving goodbye to the extreme mammoth king. We're leaving now. We won't be staying for dinner tonight. We'll come back to see you later. Xiao Sui waved. The extreme mammoth also waved its nose, bidding farewell to Xiao Sui and the others. Extreme mammoth, come again and bring more things next time. Xiao Sui looked around, seemingly sensing something, and glanced to the north. Only then did they leave the territory of the extreme mammoth. In the direction Xiao Sui was looking, King Lilon was watching the recently arrived King Hans Han. Did you fail to suppress your aura? That kid seems to have discovered where we are. King Hans Han paused. No way can that kid achieve such a level. No way. The entire time it was my imperial penguin leading us, moving at high speed. Moreover, both I and Xiao Dong deliberately suppressed our auras. That kid definitely couldn't detect my aura, and Xiao Dong's aura has always been concealed by me. Didn't you say not to interfere with their training? So I was very careful coming here, King Han said with a frown. Then I don't know, I can confirm that the kid Xiao Sui has already noticed you've arrived. King Lilon stated seriously. By the way, that kid Xiao Sui discovered a non-fusion core. King Han was taken aback and suddenly looked up. Did that kid take it away, eh? He took it away, King Lilon nodded. You can go check if there are any more. No need in a non-fusion ice vein, there can only be one non-fusion core at a time. I'll just go directly to find that kid to exchange for it later, King Han said somewhat helplessly. King Lilon's research focus is primarily on the application of spiritual energy in combat. King Han is a member of the Meteorological Bureau, mainly studying the impact of weather and climate on spirit beasts. However, as an ice attribute king and the niece of the mountain-turning king. Although one certain mountain-turning king is almost outdone by her own student in terms of expertise, she is still one of the top 5 experts in the industry. The mountain-turning king has always been dedicated to teaching his only niece. Thus, King Han is also knowledgeable about various mineral materials. Alright, I came here for another matter. King Han suddenly spoke up. That king extreme mammoth has offspring. King Lilon raised his head, focusing on the King Han before him, then shifted his gaze to Chen Dong beside. Yes. The precondition is that you can gain this one's recognition. This was directed at Chen Dong. Only if Chen Dong's talent is strong enough and gains the recognition of the king extreme mammoth, would it be possible to take away the young frost snow elephant. After all, that is the offspring of a king. Chen Dong was well aware of this, but she had a question. Teacher King Lilon, Senior Xiao the Earth attribute. Doesn't he have more ability to request a contract with the king extreme mammoth? You can think that way, and I'm quite gratified. The tall King Han ruffled Chen Dong's hair. But there's no need to worry for that kid. This extreme mammoth is more focused on ice attributes. On Tianshan Mountain, there's an extreme mammoth it has known for a long time, which is more earth attribute. And it's also a king. So just feel free to try it out. King Han patted her student on the head. In just 7 days you explored nearly 1,000 square kilometers, engaged with 2 king-level groups, and conducted basic negotiations with 12 master-level clans. You've discovered 3 rare mineral veins, 3 ice spirit stone veins, and 1 earth spirit stone vein. Did you even draft the specific mining strategy? Senior, were the tasks from your previous explorations in secret realms always this challenging? Zhao Buqian lay on the ground at the entrance of the secret realm. They had already left the secret realm. Just as planned, they didn't head north, leaving that for the subsequent king-level professors. However, just 7 days of relentless pace had completely worn Zhao Buqian out. Ji Fengchun patted Zhao Buqian on the shoulder, saying it wasn't like this if our previous secret realm preliminary exploration tasks were not this demanding. In fact, what we've done should have been required of the personnel for the 3rd wave of secret realm exploration. But haven't you noticed? Ji Fengchun pointed to Xiao Sui. As everyone knows, Huang Hanhing sighed and leaned back. Only following Xiao Sui would make it this exhausting. Huang Ro sighed. Generally speaking, only the team leader can keep up with Xiao Sui efficiency. Huang Hanhing added. Zhang Shorin cannot match Xiao Sui's stamina, but can keep up with his intellect. Zhang Shorin doesn't recognize those minerals, but after hearing Xiao Sui mention them once, he basically remembers them. He can even clearly mark on the map where those things are located. Ji Fengchun scratched his head, though lazy, his mind is indeed sharp. Honestly, I think Xiao Sui is right. If only Zhang Shorin weren't so lazy, it would be great to take him along every time we enter the secret realm. Ji Fengchun spread his hands. Zhao Buqian beside him still lay on the ground, unwilling to speak. Zhao Buqian Senior Xiao is simply superhuman. Xiao Sui closed his small notebook. You'll get used to it. He spoke. In fact, there are still many areas that need to be cleared, but our abilities are limited to this. A large team will enter later. Zhang Shorin, have you noted down the habits of the Arctic squirrel? Yes, that Arctic squirrel likes to drink. I've never heard of a squirrel that enjoys alcohol in all these years. But it's fine, that has a poor tolerance, but decent manners. After getting drunk, it actually becomes more talkative. Speaking of which, that Arctic squirrel is quite strange. It seems to have consumed some special alcohol brewed by a spirit beast in its youth. Generally speaking, only certain monkey-like spirit beasts can brew alcohol. They can make monkey wine. However, the alcohol that Arctic squirrel had previously consumed was clearly not monkey wine, because most monkey wines are essentially fruit wines, and in most cases they are not very strong. But the Arctic squirrel particularly loves high-proof alcohol. At that time, Zhang Shorin smelled the scent of alcohol. Then Xiao Sui prepared vodka from his spatial bracelet to warm themselves. The Arctic squirrel got tipsy after just 1 sip. A few minutes ago, it was bombarding them with king-level skills. Just a few minutes later, it began to call everyone brothers. This was precisely why Xiao Sui finally understood why the expression of the Arctic Mammoth King was so peculiar. So before leaving the secret realm, they visited the territory of the Arctic Mammoths again. They discussed this matter with the Arctic Mammoth. The Arctic Mammoth obviously knew about it, already merely nudging Xiao Sui with its nose. Laughter never ceased from beginning to end. As for Xiao Sui, he simply looked around left and right, noticing that the number of Arctic Mammoths seemed to have decreased a bit. However, the laughter of the Arctic Mammoth was simply too joyful. This made Xiao Sui, who could not take it any longer, helplessly lead his teammates away, a certain captain who had completely lost command. Until they exited the secret realm and returned to the territory of Guangsha City, the few finally relaxed. Or rather, as the commander, Xiao Sui finally allowed them to rest a bit. To ensure efficiency, they had been running all day. Zhang Shoren also put away his small notebook. By the way, old Xiao, did our coach report this task for us? How many points can we exchange for? 1,000 to 2,000. Xiao Sui calculated and spoke. That's about it. When I reinforced the dam at Xinjiang, I only got 2,000 to 3,000. Master-level tasks aren't valued very high, but it's not unsatisfactory. If you complete about 10 of this level of tasks, you can basically gather the materials needed for a spirit beast's first advancement. It's just that such tasks are relatively rare. Zhang Shoren was momentarily stunned, glancing at the nearly 6-digit points on his wristband. Students in the Spirit Beast Cultivation Department are like this. Earning credits and points is particularly enjoyable. Taking care of a king-level spirit beast for a few days can yield hundreds of points, and one can earn several batches in a day. Mountain King what? Which king is so wealthy that they give points? Xiao Sui what? Taking care of a king-level spirit beast can also earn points. Xiao Sui, who had been raising spirit beasts for his teacher for over a year, clearly hadn't heard this news. Otherwise, he would have likely stormed up to the Mountain King and scolded him while grabbing his collar. And the Mountain King would have happily given this little brat a beating. You're turning things upside down, helping your teacher raise a spirit beast, and wanting money for it. Xiao Sui tucked away his notebook. Let's tidy up and have dinner at my place tonight. Xiao Sui suggested. Also, Zhao Buqian, I'll check if I have any books you can use, and I'll give them to you later. Senior Xiao, don't you need those books yourself? Zhao Buqian was taken aback. Not necessary, they're just some old textbooks I've used before. Besides, I actually don't need them much. What I need most are actually high-level resources. Moreover, many of the required textbooks for your semester are actually written by me. At least they were revised by me. The books on the previous Secret Realm investigation are a bit outdated. They didn't even mention how to handle encounters with king-level spirit beasts. This is simply absurd. Old Xiao. Ji Fengchun pressed his hand on Xiao Sui's shoulder. To be honest, I think third-year students don't actually need to learn how to handle encounters with king-level spirit beasts. Ji Fengchun seemed somewhat helpless. I know that's why these books are universal for every grade. Anyone who wants to take this class can attend. It's not a required course. The course is called Responding to Emergencies and Field Investigations. The entire book is written by me, Xiao Sui said proudly. Why do I feel like there wasn't this class last year? Ji Fengchun was momentarily puzzled. It's an elective course, I thought it should cover some real material. Xiao Sui spoke. So this is actually your class. Ji Fengchun sighed. Yes, second-level instructors are qualified to teach their own classes. It's just that the teacher for this class is slightly younger, teaches fewer times, and takes more leaves. Xiao Sui spread his hands. You can't deny my efforts just because of this, Captain. Xiao Sui put on a very serious expression. Ji Fengchun didn't speak, only gazing at his old friend. How many points does the school give you? 600 points a month. One class per month. Doesn't take up much time, Xiao Sui nodded. Ji Fengchun understood Xiao Sui's character very well. This fellow was purely motivated by self-interest. Perhaps when it came to treating friends, his character was decent, even commendable. However, when it came to matters like teaching or attending classes regularly, Xiao Sui was most of the time in a rush. The fact that he would do this only proved one thing. Xiao Sui had indeed gained considerable benefits from it. 600 points was quite a lot. Ji Fengchun contemplated for a moment before speaking again. Old Xiao, where do I apply for this course? Even for enrolled students, those with teaching positions must write their own textbooks to apply for a course. Xiao Sui said somewhat helplessly. If you don't have your own textbook, you basically have no qualification to apply. Captain, I can apply for this mainly because I am an authority in natural environment surveys and mineral resources nationwide. Xiao Sui struck a proud pose. Ji Fengchun paused for a moment. He raised his hand and gave his friend a strong pat on the back of his head. Xiao Sui rubbed his head, clearly accustomed to Ji Fengchun's behavior. All right, everyone go wash up and come over to my place for dinner tonight, Xiao Sui said with a smile. Pang Xiong stood beside Xiao Sui, and after Xiao Sui finished speaking, he instantly teleported away. Zhao Buqian scratched his head. May I ask if Senior Xiao is used to holding a celebration banquet after? Actually, I kinda want to sleep. What celebration banquet? Ji Fengchun crossed his arms. Do you think you can only earn a few points as a reward? According to the Shenzhou Alliance's secret realm development law, except for large-scale harvesting, all materials obtained from secret realms belong to the individual. You only need to pay the mineral tax based on their value. You don't think we came back after 7 days with nothing? That kid Xiao Sui is quite the opportunist, Ji Fengchun explained. So we actually went there to divide the Zhao Boqian's eyes lit up little by little. What are you doing? When Ji Fengchun arrived at Xiao Sui house, he saw Xiao Sui, who was still wet-haired, typing something on the computer. Preparing something, Xiao Sui replied. Dai Dai Long. Xiao Sui turned and shouted. Dai Dai Long crawled over and rested on Xiao Sui's head. I've discovered that fire-type spiritual beasts are quite authoritative in terms of drying, Xiao Sui said as he touched his dried hair. What are you applying for? Ji Fengchun saw Xiao Sui's computer screen. Oh, you know there is a vein of earth spirit stones in there, and I couldn't resist since it's pure wild. So I cut off a small portion. You know my contract space can now hold 4 veins, and this happens to be. However, this is considered large-scale mining, so I need to file a report. Just file a report. Ji Fengchun frowned. Xiao Sui did not speak, but took out a document from the folder beside him and placed it in front of Ji Fengchun, Deputy Director of the Natural Environment Development and Protection Bureau of the Shenzhou Alliance. Ji Fengchun. Now I have earth, water, ice, and fire spirit stone veins in my contract space. It's a pity the space is full, otherwise I would want to find some other veins, Xiao Sui said as he rubbed his hair and took out a fire spirit stone, placing it in Dai Dai Long's mouth. Old Xiao, that's enough. It's fine, Xiao Sui shrugged. You know, Captain, I have a bit of a fear of insufficient. Ji Fengchun looked up at the sky, lost in thought. What does it mean to have a fear of insufficient funds? Does such a condition even exist in the world? Xiao Sui stood up, closed his laptop, and handed the tablet beside him to Peng Xiong. Haven't you started the Ji Fengchun knew that every time he came to Xiao Sui's house, it was basically for barbecue. No need for charcoal. Oh, we're having copper pot hot pot today. But doesn't the copper pot hot pot also require charcoal? Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow, then took out a fire spirit stone from his pocket and ignited it. A steady stream of heat began to emanate. Only you would do something like this, Ji Fengchun said with the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Xiao Sui shrugged. A fire spirit stone costs 300, it's not exactly cheap. Moreover, while the heat is stable, it requires conduction, so I didn't use it for barbecuing before. It's just right for hot pot. The energy can be used up, and I can still feed Dai Dai Long as a snack. Xiao Sui retrieved a pot from the storage. He placed the fire spirit stone inside, and poured clean water and seasoning packets into the pot. The seasoning packets looked alarmingly plain. Kyoto style. Ji Fengchun was taken aback. Yes, I also prepared some sesame sauce. Xiao Sui took out a small jar from his spatial bracelet. Where did you get all these things? A friend from Kyoto sent them. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and replied. You know, I actually have a position at Kyoto University. Xiao Sui rummaged through the refrigerator and pulled out several bags of beautifully marbled beef. Beef. The snowflake beef is from a friend in Northeast, and the 5-flower hoof underneath is from Guangdong. The mushrooms are from Yunnan. The lamb is from tan sheep. Oh, a friend wanted to send me some free-range chickens, but I'm not in the Northwest, and sending them over is quite troublesome. I have to go to Guangdong myself, or raise some myself. Let's just do it recently then. You let Yuan Zhu build a chicken coop for me later, and he'll raise some for you to eat. We're about to go to the league soon. I know. So I'm flying to Guangdong tomorrow to get a batch of free-range chickens, and after raising them for a few days we'll eat them. Xiao Sui said very seriously. Ji Fengchun felt like giving this guy a couple of punches. Xiao Sui was particularly serious about 2 things. One was mining. The other was eating. Ji Fengchun had even seen old Xiao grabbing some skewers while having known him for a long time, this fellow had automatically transformed. Oh, everyone is here. Xiao Sui raised his hand. Huh. Teacher Yin Qindong, why are you here too? Shu Shu, go get 2 more sets of chopsticks and 2 chairs. And bring out 2 packs of beef balls. Senior Xiao, we actually didn't come here for dinner. Qindong spoke softly. Xiao Sui looked up, seeing King Hans Han naturally pick up the chopsticks. Sit down. Your teacher has been here before. Xiao Sui sighed. There are 2 reasons why the Mountain King chose to send food to his niece through Xiao Sui. On one hand, the Mountain King has only 2 students, and the other student is currently working at the Environmental Bureau, effectively making them Xiao Sui subordinate. On the other hand, this little guy really knows how to eat. While Xiao Sui can manage home-cooked meals, at most he belongs to the level of a cook who can prepare food that is not unpleasant. However, when it comes to eating, Xiao Sui is simply an authority. Over the years traversing various caves across the land, his favorite activity is to enjoy a good meal the moment he exits a mine. Thus, before heading to any place, he quickly finds the best eating spots locally. After locating these places, Xiao Sui uses his connections and negotiation skills to procure especially tasty ingredients. He would regularly send a batch to Northwest University. In fact, there was a time last year when the quality of meals at the school cafeteria improved significantly, all thanks to Xiao Sui buying in excess. It seemed that he accidentally ordered an extra 0 when placing the order. Then Xiao Sui ended up buying 10 tons of meat. Admittedly, purchasing a ton of meat is already quite extravagant. However, it was still within the realm of what Xiao Sui and Fat Bear could manage to eat. Having bought 10 tons, since they couldn't waste it, they had no choice but to hand it over to the school cafeteria. When the cafeteria saw this, they thought it was great. Thus, the school sold braised beef for half a month. That was one of the few times Xiao Sui stayed at school, as at that time the Cold Mountain King was in an important seclusion period and Xiao Sui was responsible for delivering meals to him. The Cold Mountain King also ate braised beef shank for half a month. By the end, he was truly tired of it, so Xiao Sui distributed the leftover braised beef to the polar mammoth tribe on the mountain. It was during this time that a king-tier polar mammoth which leaned towards the earth element formed a deep friendship with Xiao Sui. The pregnant polar mammoth, making a swift decision, wanted to contract her offspring to Xiao Sui. The result was that Xiao Sui, who was not yet at the master level, was beaten by the Cold Mountain King, who was already halfway into kinghood. Fortunately, he had the protection of the king-level polar mammoth, otherwise Xiao Sui felt he might not be able to move after being beaten. Xiao Sui thought the Cold Mountain King really is petty. By the way, teacher, Yin, why did you suddenly come here? I came to buy high-quality ice spirit stones. And that non-melting core of yours, the Cold Mountain King said. Don't worry, teacher, Yin, I prepared the non-melting core long ago. Xiao Sui took out a box carved from non-melting ice, inside which lay the ice blue non-melting core. How do you plan to pay? Xiao Sui blinked. If it were in the past, I would have just robbed you. The Cold Mountain King sighed. But now that I'm a king, I must maintain my dignity. So you'll have to treat me to a meal. And then respectfully present this non-melting core to me. Qindong, who had just picked up his chopsticks, paused and turned to look at his teacher. Qindong thought, teacher, you're so shameless. Sitting nearby, Huang Ro, Huang Hanheng, and Zhao Buqian instinctively shrank back. Zhang Shoren. He had already dozed off on the sofa. If you want to snatch it outright, teacher, Yin, you can just say so. Xiao Sui sighed. With our 6-month friendship, I wouldn't disagree, right? The teacher wouldn't say anything either. Or I know taking for free, don't bring up my uncle. The Cold Mountain King. Otherwise we'll both get beaten. The Cold Mountain King's words made Xiao Sui shudder. Alright, the market price is 14,000 points for a non-melting core. This one you have is very good, with a spiritual power concentration of over 80%. They'll give you 16,000. Compared to the non-melting ice that can only sell for 500 points with a concentration of over 90%, the non-melting core is far more precious. After all, it is one of the main materials for the second-tier evolution of spirit beasts. Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow. The Cold Mountain King actually did not try to cheat him. That's rare. Xiao Sui placed the non-melting ice box into the Cold Mountain King's hand. The Cold Mountain King casually transferred the points. Looking at his points with some pain, recently promoted to king, the Cold Mountain King actually did not possess the wealth typical of a normal king. The non-melting core is only one of the main materials for the second-tier evolution. The remaining main materials require even more points. More importantly, selling it to the Cold Mountain King here is actually considered cheap. King-level materials still require corresponding permissions to exchange. They are available in the Alliance's vault, but the Cold Mountain King has just been promoted and does not yet have much exchange authority. Therefore, he can only resort to smuggling transactions. This concentration of non-melting core, if placed within the Beastmaster Association, would sell for this price with the right permissions. Xiao Sui had saved her a permission. If she had sought out others for purchase, it would have been even more expensive. Please keep an eye on the water source for me, or I'll contact you if there is news. Xiao Sui responded. Also, you don't need to pay for the training resources for your junior sister. The Cold Mountain King returned to her previous state. Xiao Sui's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that this was the normal Cold Mountain King. He sighed in relief and reached up to grab the mouse on his head. Then he stuffed the mouse into the contract space. Fat Bear was playing a game while the howling dragon coiled around a pillar and the dazed dragon. You can't expect a little lizard to mine. Mouse squeak. Can a little mouse do it? A moment later, a small cloth bag appeared in Xiao Sui's hand. Here are the ice spirit stones with a concentration of over 80%. By the way, why do you suddenly need this? Did Qindong contract a new spirit beast? Xiao Sui, the Cold Mountain King, glanced at her student. Qindong raised his hand and released a small frost. You contracted the offspring of the king from the secret realm. Xiao Sui was taken aback. I felt the aura of both of you at that time. I wondered why there was suddenly water element spiritual energy in the ice and earth regions. So it was the Emperor Penguin. Xiao Sui realized. He touched the spatial bracelet and took out a piece of earth spirit stone. You can focus on ice, but remember, don't completely abandon the earth element. Any dual-element spirit beast requires both elements to be balanced. After the departure of King Han and Chun Dong glanced at his teacher. Teacher, actually What? Feeling guilty. No need, that kid is quite wealthy, he really doesn't care about this bit of spirit stone. King Han patted his student's head. Also, I have a good relationship with that kid. He has been delivering meals to me for half a year after all. When I was at Tianshan, that kid Xiao Sui was quite familiar with me. That kid is very rich, even wealthier than me, the king. To be honest, it doesn't matter to him. No, that's not it. Chun Dong rubbed his stomach. Teacher, I'm actually not full. Should we go back and eat a little more? This tall ice-type king glanced at her student, and after a moment, she chuckled lightly. She must have known that this group of kids had something to discuss when she left with her student. Let's go, we can eat another meal at my place. She waved her hand. At this time at Xiao Sui home, Zhang Shoren was waking from his slumber. Actually, it was because the chubby bear woke him up with a plop. Today's topic finally got to the point. Alright, let's start by discussing the more precious resources. Whoever wants them can just say so. At the end we will settle the accounts together, Xiao Sui said. The first one is the Earth-type Frozen Age. This is one of the main raw materials for most anti-aging skincare products on the market. Among spirit beasts, only a very few can use it, and the price is inflated relative to its effectiveness. Before Xiao Sui could finish speaking, Huang Ro raised her hand high. As expected, I will keep a small portion for myself to make something later. The rest will be yours, or should I find someone to make it into skincare products for you? You find someone, Huang Ro. Xiao Sui took out a pair of plain glasses from her pocket and noted it down in a small notebook. Huang Ro, Frozen Age soil processing fee from 400 to 600 alliance coins. Huang Ro. Xiao Sui, do we need to account for this? Of course, I am a businesswoman, Xiao Sui said with a serious expression, casually adjusting her plain glasses. She tried hard to appear wise, then turned and placed the Frozen Age soil in front of Zhang Shoren. It's up to you, old Zhang. Zhang Shoren glanced at Xiao Sui. I knew it was me. You can deduct that 400 to 600, right? Zhang Shoren sighed. Old Zhang is still righteous. Huang Hanheng wrapped his arm around Zhang Shoren's shoulder. What's so righteous about it? You two just transfer the money to me, why let old Xiao profit as the middleman? Zhang Shoren raised an eyebrow. 400 alliance coins, that price is already discounted to the extreme. Huang Hanheng expressed his desire to remain silent. Xiao Sui then took out a second small stone. The stone had a slight glimmering sheen. Flowing pebble, a material that most water-type spirit beasts need for their first evolution. No need to say more, just give it to Xiao Zhao, Xiao Sui said, while handing over the material that looked like a pebble. Doesn't your Aolong need it? Zhang Shoren suddenly asked. Has your Aolong prepared how to evolve for the first? I must remind you, the first evolution is very important. Your fat bear and Shushu did not follow the previous mature path, and Aolong will definitely not either. Unique spirit beasts do not have reference plans. My talent, Xiao Sui said. The child of the earth will remind me which materials I can use without conflict. Regarding auxiliary materials, can you help me take a look later, or should I go find my teacher? Xiao Sui said. Actually, this ability does not come from the talent of the child of the earth. Previously, during Shushu and Fat Bear's first and second evolutions, Xiao Sui had not even activated the talent of the child of the earth yet. This was a gift from Xiao Sui Golden Finger that could only obtain information about ores. It could match ores correctly. Xiao Sui, I guess you still have some use. Accompanying Xiao Sui through her weakest phase, the golden finger silently popped out 3 question marks. Xiao Sui waved her hand. She took out the third item from her spatial bracelet. Zhao Buqian, bewildered, accepted the pebble. Why was the process of dividing the spoils so casual? Oh, this is a wood-type material. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm giving it to you, Captain. Ji Fengchun took the material. This one is a fire-type material, but it's not suitable for the lava giant turtle. They'll keep it for Dai Long. This can help your turtle achieve a flowing flame effect. You keep it. Huang Hanheng gave an okay sign. Old Zhang, this is a gravity light stone. There are quite a few. You can take it back for your mountaineering king to eat. It can increase speed. Zhang Shoren accepted the material, took a look, and put it away. Alright, those are the more precious items. Oh, what does everyone think? I will find channels to sell the remaining materials, and then distribute the points to everyone. Xiao Sui paused. The same as before. No problem, Ji Fengchun nodded. We are the same. Huang Ro answered for Huang Hanheng, who was busy eating. You do as you wish, you just leave me any interesting materials. Zhang Shoren waved his hand. Xiao Sui, I want participate. Stop it, Xiao Sui rubbed her forehead. I say, Xiao Zhao, you've known us for so long, don't you understand our personalities? The points will be evenly distributed. It will be about 2,000 for each person. The materials aren't very precious, but since we are the first batch to explore the secret realm, they are still relatively objective. Of course, all of this combined is still less than 1 unmelting core. Xiao Sui paused. If there are any issues, speak now. If not, I will handle it myself. I have a question. Why isn't the unmelting core distributed to us? Zhang Shoren raised his hand. I exchanged it with my resources for the polar mammoth. Xiao Sui raised her hand and gave Zhang Shoren a hard knock on the head. She certainly knew he was joking, but it didn't matter. Knowing it was a joke only meant she should give him a couple more knocks. Xiao Sui picked up her chopsticks again and glanced at the table. Shushu, bring 2 more bags of meat. Xiao Sui silently set down her chopsticks. Old Xiao, your phone is ringing. Ji Fengchun frowned. Xiao Sui glanced over and saw it was her younger brother. She picked it up and answered the call. Hearing Xiao Sui's voice on the other end, she exclaimed, "Brother, I need help. Teacher is being beaten." Xiao Sui, brother, you don't think I can help just because the Flowing Fire King is being beaten, do you? Moreover, Xiao Sui paused for a moment. Aren't you at Bashu University? Within Bashu University, how can the Flowing Fire King be beaten? Isn't the Flowing Fire King a professor at Bashu University? Brother, the one fighting the Flowing Fire King is another Elder King. Elder Wind King is trying to mediate, but it seems they are both being beaten now. Au, who came 2 days earlier than me, told me that someone is fighting 2 kings. The title is the Flame Pool King. Delayed. Xiao Sui was taken aback. The flame refers to fire, and pool refers to pond. Xiao Sui sarcastically remarked, although I also think this title is a bit hasty. But brother, this big shot has 3 near-legendary ranks and 7 latest-stage kings. He is the greatest stabilizing force in all of Bashu. The president of Bashu University, also the president of the Bashu Beastmaster Association and the director of the Meteorological Administration. Among fire-type Beastmasters nationwide, he was ranked first before, but now he has dropped to second due to the breakthrough of the Qiyang King. Xiao Sui was taken aback. If you say Flame Pool King, I might not know, but if you say the director of the Meteorological Administration, I'm familiar with that. Isn't that from the neighboring department? As the honorary deputy director of the Environmental Protection and Development Bureau, Xiao Sui flipped through his Beastmaster wristband and found the name Yang Yanxi. Then he made the call. What an elegant name, Xiao Sui thought. This name sounds like that of a graceful man, perhaps a very knowledgeable elder. Xiao Sui thought. The communication function of the Beastmaster wristband comes with video, and it is mostly on. Then he saw it. Standing there directing the spirit beasts, pressing the Flowing Fire King and the Elder Wind King to fight. A little girl. A small lowly no more than 1.50 meters tall. Director Yang. What's the matter? Speak directly, don't disturb me while I'm beating people. The little lowly said irritably. Xiao Sui. Help me, Xiao Sui. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Sui looked through the video. He saw the Flowing Fire King being beaten over there. Do you know him? The Flame Pool King commanded his spirit beast to stop. It was a monkey glowing with flame. Yes, I know. Xiao Sui swallowed hard. Aren't we separated by tens of thousands of miles? Why is the sense of oppression so heavy? Here to plead for mercy. Director Yang, I want to ask, why are you beating the 2 elders? Director Yang, still calling them elders, I remembered. The Flame Pool King frowned. You are that little master who was exceptionally promoted to deputy director of the Environmental Bureau. You are quite handsome. The little lowly glanced at the projection of the young man on the wristband. All right, these 2 little guys snatched a good student behind my back, just as I was in a bad mood, so I beat them up. Director Yang, if what you said is correct, that good student you mentioned is my younger brother. Xiao Sui paused. Although my younger brother has good talent, he shouldn't need a beast master of your level to snatch. Oh, you're his brother. Just right, come tell this Flowing Fire kid that I snatched that student from him. The little lowly seemed quite excited. Director Yang, may I ask why you were so interested in my younger brother? Xiao Sui was silent for a moment before he asked, I have something called red fire resonance, which is one of my innate. The Flame Pool King glanced at Xiao Sui and explained with grace. However, Xiao Sui estimated that this grace was because he was Xiao Sui's brother. I can resonate with future exceptional fire-type talents. I can sense what level of fire-type talent this. Your younger brother Xiao Sui will awaken a very terrifying talent at the extraordinary level. Far surpassing mine, even surpassing the Qiyang King's heart of Qiyang. There's a chance he can match you. The Flame Pool King seemed to remember something. Your teacher also has a similar talent. She spoke to Xiao Sui. It's called mountain resonance. That's why your teacher beat a bunch of people and took you away. And your talent is that of the child of Earth. It is the best among all Earth-type talents seen in Shenzhou, or even the entire mountain and sea star. Whether it's digging up ancient texts or finding among modern Earth-type beast masters. It's all. Our talents, which I call red fire resonance, and your teacher's mountain resonance, essentially represent. The Flame Pool King suddenly stopped halfway through her sentence. Behind her, a somewhat cute brown panda appeared. The Flame Pool King, Flowing Fire King, and Elder Wind King instinctively bowed. I've met the guardian beast. The Flame Pool King spoke. I haven't seen this kid, but I've heard of him. The panda saw Xiao Sui through the Beastmaster wristband. A very good little guy. Don't make things difficult for him. How about this Flame Pool? I'll make the final decision. This kid can follow Flowing Fire for cultivation. Oh, Flowing Fire's talent is quite good and can teach him. Anyway, you don't have much time. You are his teacher and Flowing Fire is also his teacher. One is nominally the teacher and the other is the actual teacher. In that case, Flowing Fire will naturally be at a disadvantage. You take him to contract the spirit beast. Go deep into Bashu and contract one of those little guys. The panda said calmly. As for this little guy named Xiao Sui, the panda leaned closer. Extremely rich fire-type power. And this little girl, extremely exaggerated wind-type energy. The panda paused for a moment. Go call out Chong Kong. Don't stay in seclusion. Still trying to break through his legend the opportunity. Xiao Sui looked at his wristband. The panda turned back around. You can call me Shan Yin, the Shan Yin, iron-eating beast mountain of Shan, red flame of Yin. Zijin has mentioned you to me. A very good little guy. The Shan Yin, iron-eating beast gazed at Xiao Sui. Perhaps this meeting is a choice of fate. Although just a glance from afar I still feel this way. What you say is a bit too mystical. We will meet soon, little guy. The Shan Yin, iron-eating beast, seemed to remember something. Soon. However, I think before that you can take a look. The one in the northwest. The messages on the Beast Master wristband abruptly stopped. Xiao Sui, Zhang Shoren shouted from behind. Old Xiao, are you going to eat or not? If not, I'll finish it. Master. Well, what a rare guest. You've actually come to me of your own accord. Xiao Sui appeared somewhat exasperated as he gazed upon the burly man embedded deep within the mountain face. Master, I wish to meet that one from our Northwest University. That one. Fanshan Tian Wang arched an eyebrow. His entire body was nearly petrified. Only his wrists and face retained mobility. Beside him loomed a Fanshan ape, likewise fused into the bedrock. Law assimilation, the final step of legendary evolution. In less than half a year, Fanshan Tian Wang would officially ascend to legendary tier beast tamer. Ah, you mean our nation's guardian divine beast. Whether you'll meet him depends entirely on fate. Go directly to Quangsha City's secret realm now. 001. I've granted you access authority. Whether you meet him is entirely up to you. Fanshan Tian Wang tapped his beast tamer's wristband with his right hand. Standing beside him was a lean, yet upright middle-aged man. Senior Lai Kong. Xiao Sui bowed respectfully toward the man before him. Lai Kong Tian Wang flashed a grin. You brat, I still remember how you sent that young girl off to Bashu. Weren't you and Lai Feng Tian Wang supposed to settle matters through combat? Xiao Sui rubbed his hands together. This surely isn't my fault, is it? Enough. I won't hold it against you. Lai Feng's Lai Feng Sky Butterfly is formidable. My Dong Feng Falcon simply couldn't prevail. Go on then. Seek out the guardian divine beast. Lai Kong Tian Wang waved dismissively. Xiao Sui turned and sprinted away fast. He knew better than to linger. Indeed, Lai Kong Tian Wang had never bested Lai Feng Tian Wang, but only in single combat. He was without question a standard first-tier Tian Wang. All 6 of his spirit beasts stood at the late Tian Wang stage, and each held genuine potential to break into quasi-legendary ranks within the coming years. As for full legendhood, that remained uncertain. To date, Lai Feng Tian Wang possessed only one spirit beast, his Lai Feng Sky Butterfly, reaching first-tier status. Of course, this stemmed largely from his youth. Lai Feng Tian Wang was merely 40, Lai Kong Tian Wang 70, of the same generation as Fanshan Tian Wang and Shiyang Tian Wang. Precisely because he was comprehensive, formidable, and a veteran first-tier Tian Wang, he bore the solemn duty of safeguarding Fanshan Tian Wang's ascension. Lai Kong Tian Wang fully understood he lacked time to mentor this student, so he entrusted the task to a younger wind-affiliated peer instead. Later they discovered, even without holding back, he still lost in unknown combat. These youths truly rise with astonishing speed. Lai Kong Tian Wang settled beside Fanshan Tian Wang. Old Wang, do you think your student will find our divine beast? He certainly will. Fanshan Tian Wang shook his head. That one bears earth affinity. Upon sensing Xiao Sui, she'll inevitably draw near to sniff him. Lai Kong Tian Wang paused, then nodded slowly. Indeed, no one seemed concerned whether Xiao Sui would fail to locate Northwest University's elusive divine beast until he stepped into Quangsha City's secret realm No. 001. It was a gentle hillside dotted with cultivated trees. Among them moved several familiar spirit beasts. Rock soil bear, long-armed monkey, burrowing stone beast. Truly distinctive of Northwest University, Xiao Sui murmured under his breath. He raised his gaze, preparing to search for traces of the university's legendary divine beast, when from among the trees emerged a divine deer striped in yellow and green. Cliffhorn deer, earth wood, legendary tier. Base evolution chain, soil sprout deer, earth, cliffhorn deer, earth wood. Xiao Sui recognized it instantly. The bestiary had cataloged it. The cliffhorn deer was not renowned for combat prowess. Its natural standing ranked barely above the Arctic squirrel. Yet this one before him was unmistakably legendary. So, gentle Jiang Nan had birthed the fierce frog celestial lord, while their own northwestern sandstorms had nurtured this tender legendary being. You may call me Tianya, came the deer's voice, soft as spring water. Her gentle feminine tone made Xiao Sui lift his eyes. After my third ascension, my former tamer bestowed upon me this new name, Tianya Deer. A beautiful name. First meeting child of the earth. Tianya Deer approached Xiao Sui and lowered her head gracefully. Do you know me? Xiao Sui blinked in surprise. I do not know you, but I know others. And more importantly, the essence born by the earth's child cannot be concealed. Tianya Deer gently touched Xiao Sui's forehead with her antler. So, it was Shan Yin who sent you to me. You can discern even that. Naturally, child. Tianya Deer smiled faintly. Legendary beings cultivate cosmic laws. Of the 8 guardian divine beasts, each masters not only their native elemental law, but also to varying degrees a higher, more profound law. Mine is the law of fate. Tianya Deer spoke calmly. Xiao Sui jerked his head upward stunned. The law of fate. No wonder Lai Feng Tianwang once claimed the world truly possessed fortune elixir. And indeed it resided right here at Northwest University. At the time, Xiao Sui had assumed it referred to some innate luck-bestowing trait. But now, he realized their divine beast cultivated the law of fate. Though neither Frog Celestial Lord nor Zijin Spider Elder had ever disclosed their respective laws, the law of fate sounded profoundly. Xiao Sui paused, weighing his words. Shan Yin sent you to me solely to verify your fortune aura. Tianya Deer spoke softly. In truth, this is the least necessary of all tasks. Her voice remained serene, unshaken. Your fortune, your fate, must never be declared by me. You will discover it yourself, and walk your path alone. Tianya Deer brushed his brow once more with her antler. When Xiao Sui regained awareness, he stood at the secret realm's entrance. Beside him stood Hanshan Tianwang, a tall statuesque figure. Teacher Yin. Newly ascended Tianwangs must present themselves before him within 1 month. Hanshan Tianwang explained calmly. The past fortnight has been overwhelming. I've finally found time today. Why are you here? Elder Shan Yin of Bashu instructed me to meet our Northwest University's guardian divine beast. Xiao Sui scratched his head. So here I am. You've encountered rather many legendary spirit beasts, haven't you? Hanshan Tianwang fell silent for a moment. Possibly. Xiao Sui instinctively scratched his head again. I'll take my leave, Teacher Yin. Hanshan Tianwang nodded. Xiao Sui felt something deeply amiss. The 8 guardian divine beasts of the Shinzhou Alliance. Had he already met 5? Old Xiao, you are half an hour late for training today. Ji Fengchun stared at Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui, however, patted Ji Fengchun's shoulder. What are you thinking about, Captain? I'm here to ask for leave. I have 2 things to do today. First, my Dai dragon is about to evolve for the first time. Second, I need to prepare for the arrival of my 5th brother from Tianshan. Ji Fengchun was taken aback. Is your lava lizard ready to evolve? Yes, Xiao Sui nodded, rubbing her head. The materials are almost ready, and it's been over a month since the contract was signed. With the master-level spiritual energy support and all the resources I piled up, the Dai dragon has successfully broken through to the entry level. At this stage, the talent consumption is almost done, so it needs to expand. Xiao Sui said, Old Zhang will help me prepare the evolution ceremony, but for this type of evolution, there is basically a fixed process. I just have slightly better resources. Moreover, the environmental requirements for this type of evolution are not that high. I've applied for the school's intermediate fire evolution room. So what do you think? Do you want to go and take a look? Xiao Sui said. Ji Fengchun looked at her and paused for a moment. Forget it, anyway, Zhang Shoren will go with you. It's not really necessary for the rest of us to train separately. Huang Ro Huang Hanheng. Xiao, let's go. Training is off for half a day today. Ji Fengchun waved at the few people who were training. The most diligent member of the team, Zhao Buqian, seemed to have no particular sentiments. Huang Hanheng and Huang Ro were very grateful to Xiao Sui. After all, ever since that secret realm experience, the captain's training has been nothing short of madness. Huang Hanheng had recently lost quite a bit of hair himself. His turtle shell was polished. As for Zhang Shoren, he hadn't shown up today at all. Student Xiao Sui from the class of 05, applying for the intermediate fire evolution room, using the time from 7 a.m. to noon tomorrow. A total of 145 credits. The system will deduct it automatically, said the junior from the spiritual beast evolution department at the front desk after calculating. Evolution room no. 5. Enter the 4th room on the left side. The energy supply is abundant, but if the machine breaks, compensation is required. The junior from the spiritual beast evolution department said earnestly. Also, if you need to replace the materials in the evolution room, please be gentle. Do you know me? Xiao Sui blinked. Senior Xiao, when you were a sophomore, you broke 3 of our evolution department's machines. The junior gritted her teeth. Our entire group worked on that experiment for half a year. Xiao Sui lowered her head and dashed inside with her friends. I dare not provoke her. Although Xiao Sui remembered that she later compensated for the damages, that compensation was enough for the evolution department to conduct 2 more experiments like that. But still I felt guilty. Xiao Sui opened the evolution room with her magnetic card and found Zhang Shuren already standing inside. The ground was covered with a thin layer of spiritual sand crushed from spirit stones. Ignition stones spiritual energy concentration 96%. Earth lotus spiritual energy concentration 95%. Wo core material lava crystal spiritual energy concentration 97%. Not old Xiao, how are you able to get such rare items? I dug them myself, saved them up, and my friends gifted. Xiao Sui pointed at each item. The Earth Lotus was a gift from a friend, the rest I accumulated myself. The energy concentration is generally above 95%. Now that I have money, I might as well use better materials. When Fat Bear evolved for the first time, I searched for ages and could only use low-quality items with a spiritual energy concentration of 94%. Xiao Sui seemed to be quite concerned about this matter. Zhang Shuren nodded. Pursuing excellence in evolution materials is certainly a good thing. However, what do you mean materials with a concentration of 94% are low quality? I can't even find such materials in the laboratory. Zhang Shuren turned to look at Xiao Sui. For your next spiritual beast evolution, it'll provide 1 material with a concentration above 90%. Xiao Sui swallowed hard. 95. Zhang Shuren wiped his hands. 1 piece. Deal. Zhang Shuren returned to his previous lazy demeanor. He squatted down and looked at the Dai dragon which raised its head in front of him. It does look quite dazed, old Xiao. Listen carefully, little guy. Zhang Shuren pointed to the Earth Lotus placed in the center of the evolution room. Take these 2 and lie down on the Earth Lotus. Then start with this one. Zhang Shuren pointed at the ignition stone. Then when you feel the power in your body beginning to churn, start eating this. Zhang Shuren pointed at the lava crystal. The little lizard glanced at its beast master, then looked at the fist-sized ignition stone and the 2 fist-sized lava crystals. Then it looked at its own total length of less than 40 centimeters. The lava lizard raised its head and used its skill. The Dai dragon's gaze. JPG. The effect was excellent. The beast master Xiao Sui was defeated. Xiao Sui rubbed her forehead. Energy bodies, energy bodies. Dai dragon, these 2 are energy bodies. You don't need to actually chew them down. After you bite them, they will automatically transform into energy and enter your body. The evolution of the lava lizard into the magma subdragon is a crucial step. Because the lava lizard only has the fire element, it only acquires the earth element after becoming a magma subdragon, essentially adding another element. The Dai dragon nodded, struggling to carry the 2 materials with its small body, making its way toward the Earth Lotus. Xiao Sui placed a fire spirit stone in Zhang Shuren's hand. Replace the fire spirit stone in the machine with this one, which has a concentration of 95%. You really have money, old Xiao. Zhang Shuren pinched a piece of fire spirit stone between 2 fingers and looked at it. It'll give you the extra. All right. Zhang Shuren jogged over to the machine. This is the basic principle of the evolution room. Crush the spirit stones to provide a similar fire element environment. The higher the concentration, the better the effect. Xiao Sui gazed at the center of the evolution room. The Dai dragon struggled to climb onto the Earth Lotus with the 2 materials. This was a soil-colored lotus flower blooming from the soil. It had a diameter of about 1 meter. The Dai dragon opened its mouth and bit down on the ignition stone. A warm current flowed into the Dai dragon's body. Dai dragon, the beast master, didn't deceive me. When it felt the energy swirling uncomfortably within its body, the Dai dragon bit down again. The lava crystal transformed into spiritual energy, settling on the Dai dragon. The Earth Lotus below began to expand, gradually forming a massive light cocoon, enveloping the Dai dragon within. It seems to be on the right track. Despite having gone through numerous evolutions, Xiao Sui still let out a sigh of relief. Evolution, a sacred discipline. Zhang Shuren inexplicably pulled out a small blackboard. He tapped the blackboard with the pointer in his hand, signaling everyone to listen attentively. In fact, it was just a flaw in his occasional desire to teach, wanting to share some knowledge. Furthermore, Zhao Buqian was indeed not very familiar with these concepts. First, we need to understand what evolution is. The essence of evolution is a leap in life, an expansion of the container. Some spirit beasts undergo tremendous changes through evolution, leaping to become apex predators in the food chain. A typical example is the Tianling fish evolving into the Hanhai whale. Some spirit beasts may gain attributes from other systems through evolution, For example, the lava lizard, which is evolving into a magma wyvern, will acquire earth attributes. Of course, some spirit beasts simply expand their own containers. This brings us to the necessity of Zhang Shoren continued. Spirit beasts are beings nurtured by nature, yet they are limited by their own forms. You cannot expect a small tianling fish to bear the same level of power as a Hanhai whale. For a spirit beast, if it has great talent and grows rapidly, then evolution is essential. If they do not evolve, their original bodies and platforms cannot support such immense power. At this point, if they do not evolve, they may be unable to continue growing, stuck in place. Worse yet, their talent may be exhausted, leading to death from the inability to withstand the pressure. Thus, evolution of spirit beasts is necessary. Initially, some people formed an anti-evolution alliance due to certain anime and games featuring spirit beasts. In reality, it means that unless a spirit beast has poor talent or is kept as a pet, evolution is required. Later, those in the anti-evolution alliance, driven by their selfish desire to preserve the cute appearance of spirit beasts in their childhood, ultimately caused the death of those spirit beasts. As a result, members of the anti-evolution alliance became advocates for spirit beast evolution. They even became pioneers in the research of safe evolution rituals. Speaking of this history, Zhang Shoren couldn't help but make a remark. People only regret after truly being harmed, but thankfully such individuals have become rare. When it's time to evolve, one must evolve. After over 200 years of research, the current evolution process is already very complete. Generally, an evolution ritual consists of 4 key points. First, environmental factors, which are evolution rooms created by major universities and beast masters associations to simulate a high-energy environment. This environment is mostly suitable for the first evolution or for second-stage evolutions without attribute changes. Second, guiding materials, similar to the ignition stones used earlier. Ignition stones are a typical guiding material. During the evolution process, the spiritual energy within the spirit beast must remain highly active. The role of guiding materials is just that. Third, encapsulating materials. These are the primary energy source for the light cocoon produced during spirit beast evolution, like earth lotus. They serve as the shell during evolution, usually made from plant materials. If the spirit beast gains an additional attribute during this evolution, materials from that attribute will be used. Fourth, core materials. This refers to the lava crystal just used. It's needless to say different spirit beasts correspond to different core materials, and advanced evolution materials are even more varied. The unfused core excavated by Old Xiao before is an excellent core material. However, that material can already be used for second stage evolution. Zhang Shoren waved his hand. According to Dr. Liam, the father of modern evolution, in his work on evolution, the essence of evolution lies in the external forces inducing changes internally. Meanwhile, Mr. Li Jing'an, a pioneer in evolution studies in our country, deliberately pointed out in his evolution scheme studies that when the above 4 points are met, evolution is usually successful. Zhang Shoren spoke as he flipped through a book. Therefore, as it stands, the academic authority rests on the 4-point evolution theory. Including advanced evolution, most cases also follow this principle. Even unique spirit beasts adhere to this principle. Mr. Li Jing'an truly deserves great merit. Zhang Shoren, still not finished, put away his book. He was a rather lazy person. He enjoyed lying down. Yet he was highly talented, with a photographic memory capable of keeping up with some younger PhD students in research. Furthermore, he simultaneously pursued dual degrees in the evolution and cultivation disciplines. In the future, he would probably remain at the university to conduct research. As for the Zhang Shoren they usually saw, he genuinely did not want to train. He even preferred to read while lying down. Little Zhao, here are 2 books for you. Take them back and have a look. They are quite effective. Zhang Shoren took out 2 books from his pocket and handed them to Zhao Buqian. One was on evolution by Liam, and the other was evolution scheme studies by Li Jing'an. Zhao Buqian looked at the 2 books in his hands, falling into silence. There was no need for this, Senior Zhang. Even if I took these back, I wouldn't understand them. Xiao Sui's gaze remained fixed on the inside of the evolution room. They were currently in the control room connected to the evolution room. Otherwise, while the flames inside would not harm them, burning their clothes would be a different matter. It should take about another hour. The initial evolution of a spirit beast generally does not exceed 3 hours. The quality of the materials you provided is very high, so it may take a bit longer. But it should be around 3 hours. Within that time, you will definitely be able to see your Dai dragon. Zhang Shoren patted Xiao Sui on the shoulder. Xiao Sui nodded. Zhang Shoren squatted down to give lecture to Zhao Buqian. Xiao Sui continued to watch the light cocoon until an unknown amount of time passed. A clear sound rang out within the evolution room. It was transmitted to the control room via the recording equipment. Everyone looked up while Xiao Sui placed her palm on the glass. The light cocoon began to shatter, revealing the figure within. About 2.5 meters long, its body covered in black and red scales. The scales had an obsidian. It resembled a large lizard over 2 meters long, but its dragon head already had a hint of the shape of a western dragon. It looked quite imposing. Until the magma wyvern turned its head, looking at Xiao Sui with familiar eyes. Dai Dragon's gaze. JPG Xiao Sui smiled broadly. No need to send me off, old friend. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of your little cub. This is my On the Tianshan mountain, Xiao Sui was waving at a gigantic polar mammoth. Unlike the group of polar mammoths in the previous secret realm, this group of polar mammoths is smaller, yet their overall strength is greater. Because they are not in a secret realm, the polar mammoths living on the mountainside of Tianshan require more resources. Thus their competitiveness is stronger. Although the group is small, the polar mammoths on Tianshan are more powerful. There are 3 quasi-king level members among them. The only king-level polar mammoth is at the peak of king level, infinitely close to quasi-legendary status. More importantly, unlike most polar mammoths, this king-level polar mammoth, while mastering the ice and snow frenzy, has not lost the stability of the earth. He has achieved a balance between earth and ice, with the earth element even taking a slight advantage. At that time, the then non-king level Han Mountain King reached some sort of agreement with the polar mammoths. A house was built nearby for seclusion on the snow mountain. Xiao Sui was sent by the Han Mountain King to deliver food to him. It was under such circumstances that Xiao Sui met the polar mammoths. Facing such a peaceful tribe, Xiao Sui initially felt indifferent, often bringing food to share with until the leader of the polar mammoths, one of the top-tier polar mammoths on Tianshan, mentioned that he was if Xiao Sui didn't mind, he could raise his offspring. Xiao Sui, I would be more than happy to. Following that, over the course of more than half a year, the offspring of the polar mammoths gradually matured. Finally, 2 or 3 days ago, they were successfully born. The offspring of a peak king-level spirit beast, still a polar mammoth with such a high compatibility. Xiao Sui was waiting outside the cave for the polar mammoth to give birth. Although the birthing process of spirit beasts is quite different from that of normal animals. When Xiao Sui saw the offspring of the polar mammoth, the frost snow elephant, it was already noon the next day. It is worth mentioning that the frost snow elephant has no earth element. It is purely an ice-type spirit beast. It only acquires the earth element after evolving into the ice mammoth. However, this frost snow elephant is different as the offspring of a polar mammoth with a very exaggerated earth power. The frost snow elephant is born with a strong innate earth affinity. Even without formally possessing the earth attribute, it can still sense the reassuring aura of earth spirit beasts emanating from Xiao Sui. Thus this little creature began to cling to Xiao Sui the day after its birth. Polar mammoth, isn't this my cub? The polar mammoth was indignant. It poked Xiao Sui backside with its tusk. This calmed it down considerably, while also affirming its action of clinging to the big leg. The polar mammoth had long sensed the aura on Xiao Sui. It would definitely be a robust big leg in the future. Fun fact, the gestation period for a king-level spirit beast to bear an offspring is about 6 months. It was likely after becoming familiar with Xiao Sui that the polar mammoth made this decision. Polar mammoth, in this day and age it's really hard for descendants to succeed. I can only see if I can cling to a big leg. The polar mammoth looked resentfully at the little figure following Xiao Sui as it walked away. It used its trunk to roll up a portion of the 10 tons of beef left by Xiao Sui and put it in its mouth. Spirit beasts are generally omnivorous and eat anything. Xiao Sui brought a full 10 tons of beef up the mountain mainly so that the polar mammoths could feast. As for himself, he quietly left Tianshan with the frost snow elephant. He returned to the interior of Northwest University, back to his dormitory. He patted the frost snow elephant, which was about a meter tall, beside him. It is still in its juvenile stage. By the end of this stage, the frost snow elephant could grow to about 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall. By then it could attempt to evolve. The ice mammoth stands about 2.4 meters tall, while the polar mammoth is close to 4 meters. Xiao Sui looked at his room with some worry. He began to consider whether he should expand his house by doubling its size and redecorating it. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Ji Fengchuan, dressed in a yellow vest, stood at the door. Behind him were Huang Ro, Huang Hanheng, and Zhang Shoren, who had returned from the laboratory and transformed back into someone with difficulty getting up. There was also the cheerful Zhao Buqian. And finally, standing at the back was the towering Lie Shan Tian Wang, who stood at 2.1 meters tall. Xiao Sui was taken aback. Why is everyone here today? Ji Fengchuan tossed a bag to Xiao Sui. It's July 23rd. We should prepare to head to the league's main venue. Ji Fengchuan raised an eyebrow. You didn't completely forget about this, did you? Xiao Sui was taken aback and pulled out the matching yellow jacket from the bag. Though the color is a bit outdated, the design of Northwest University is still quite good. The combination of earthy yellow and white gives this team uniform an unexpectedly beautiful feeling of being swept up in a sandstorm. Xiao Sui put on the jacket and glanced at the others. Huang Rao's jacket is short, and she wore a skirt pants that didn't hinder combat on her lower half. Huang Hanheng rolled up his sleeves high with his arms crossed over his chest. Ji Fengshun's team uniform didn't even resemble a jacket, it was merely a vest with the Northwest University emblem. Even the sleeves had been removed. Zhang Shoren wore his normally, but he had a cyan crystal hanging around his neck, which looked quite nice. Only Zhao Buqian wore the team uniform honestly standing in place. Xiao Sui sighed helplessly and put on the team uniform. You guys didn't even let me know when you distributed the uniforms. You were on Tianshan. Ji Fengshun shot Xiao Sui an annoyed glance. True, Xiao Sui shrugged and took out his goggles from the space bracelet, placing them on his forehead. Only then did he put on the jacket and stand alongside the others. Let's go. How are we setting off? Xiao Sui inquired. By flying spirit beast. No, we are taking a plane. Liaishan Tianwang said indignantly. I initially wanted to borrow a wind-type spirit beast from Lie Kong. He refused. I can't fly, Liaishan Tianwang complained. So I simply applied for a special plane from the school. It should take about 2 hours to arrive. In previous years they would lend me one, but this year Lie Kong is. Liaishan Tianwang paused and glanced at Xiao Sui, implying that the remaining few actually didn't have the authority to know about this matter. Got it, coach? Xiao Sui deliberately interrupted Liaishan Tianwang's words. By the way, where is this year's league being held? Bashu, Liaishan Tianwang replied. They broke through Kyoto in the finals last year. Let's go. Liaishan Tianwang led the way. To Bashu, Xiao Sui thought to himself, why the mountain flame iron-eating beast told him they would meet soon. Tianfu City Bashu University. As the annual intercollegiate competition commenced, Bashu University gradually welcomed a multitude of guests. Most schools would have first-level mentors on campus to make contact and arrange placements. A standard team typically consists of 7 to 9 members. Some schools might bring a few extra students to broaden their horizons, but according to the rules, only 6 can participate in the actual match. Except for the 6 prestigious schools, everyone else brings their main players. The 6 prestigious schools would, as usual, bring 5 students who were about to graduate and 1 younger student. That younger student serves as a backup and a candidate for the next team leader. Thus, in the absence of shared internal personnel data among the 6 prestigious schools, the only information available is the name of the team leader. Meanwhile, on the plane, Ji Fengshun took out the documents from his bag and projected them onto the large screen. The only information we have at the moment involves these 5 individuals. Team leader of Kyoto, Li Muan. Talent radiance between. His abilities, apart from the basic affinity for light and enhancement of light energy, include one crucial aspect. Li Muan can create a radiant small space for his spirit beast, known as Radiance Between. In a short time, he can engage in unknown battles. Of course, if he tries to pull me in, that would be his misfortune, Ji Fengshun grinned. In terms of solo combat abilities, his 2 spirit beasts are likely the most stable and powerful among this cohort. At the very least, according to Li Muan's current data, there isn't a single beast that could potentially defeat Ji Fengshun in a unknown. Team leader of Jiangnan by Luoqing. Talent fusion with spirit beasts. Enhances body-type talents commonly referred to as fusion-type talents. Ji Fengshun projected the next slide. The image showed a young boy with blue hair and 2 ears on his head. These 2 ears signify fusion. If it were an unrestricted individual battle, he would be our greatest threat. However, if it were a team battle with restrictions on Beastmasters, it wouldn't be as exaggerated. Ji Fengshun clicked to the next slide. Team leader of Bashu Yinjingxing. Talent fire and lightning intertwined. He possesses special enhancements for fire-type and lightning-type spirit beasts, which is rare for someone to enhance 2 attributes simultaneously. There is a particularly unique spirit beast in his team. Ji Fengshun pointed at the projection. It appeared indeed special, as this fellow had used 2 pages in the PowerPoint. A dog with a body of alternating white and red with lightning on its back appeared before everyone. This is a special mutated spirit beast. Its attributes are a combination of fire and lightning. Essentially a member of the flame god dog lineage, but due to its uniqueness, it is more commonly referred to as the lightning fire god dog. Of course, those who need to pay attention to this are actually the folks from Jiangnan University. The reasons are clear to everyone. Ji Fengshun shrugged his hands. For times weak against Earth. Xiao Sui put down the information she was holding. Yes, this fellow is 4 times weak against Earth. However, due to its lightning attribute, it has certain advantages against water type. In the past, Bashu University faced off against Jiangnan University, but now we sit on the same side. Ji Fengshun remarked with some sentiment. Next up is Magic City University, Zhou Tsiyu. One of the 2 females among the team leaders this time. Moreover, she is a natural superpower user. Her talent is extremely unremarkable telekinesis enhancement. So simple, yet different from all known telekinesis enhancements. Xiao Sui's telekinesis enhancement is at least 5 times stronger. Historically, achieving double enhancement has already been considered extraordinary. The explosive damage is extremely high. This should be something I can handle. And finally, the last person. Northeast University, Mu Xinyan. Ji Fengchun's expression turned more serious than before. He did not mention talents, nor strength, nor spirit beasts, just uttered 4 words. Quasi-King level. The youngest Quasi-King Beastmaster at present. Xiao Sui, I know you have dealt with Quasi-King level spirit beasts before, but the Quasi-Kings in the wild, and those held by Beastmasters are entirely 2 concepts. At the same time, Mu Xinyan's main spirit beast, Ji Fengchun, displayed another image. This image depicted an exceptionally elegant purple weasel. Cold snow purple weasel. Xiao Sui sat up as if he thought of something. Mainly after seeing the Tianya deer, he obtained some information. Everyone knows the evolution chain of the cold snow purple weasel. The evolution chain is snowy purple weasel ice, snow purple weasel, cold snow purple weasel ice. Ji Fengchun tapped on the projection. The extraordinary level pathways are not uncommon for us. But if I say this cold snow purple weasel is the legendary descendant from Northeast University, Xiao Sui sighed. He completed Ji Fengchun. The guardian spirit beast of Northeast University is an advanced version of the wind and snow purple weasel combining ice and wind attributes, but before the advancement, it is the cold snow purple weasel. It is currently the only guardian spirit beast among all with descendants. A legendary descendant top-tier resources coupled with Mu Xinyan's exceptional talent. Ji Fengchun fell silent for a moment. Quasi-King level is actually not that difficult. This is our biggest opponent this time. More importantly, the ice attribute restrains the earth attribute. Ji Fengchun paused. Our only countermeasure is Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui waved his hand. It's actually quite simple as long as you can hold this thing off. I can take them all out in one go. If it's a personal match, whatever damage is dealt is dealt. They'll go first, you finish it off. If we can't win, there's nothing we can do. Xiao Sui spread his hands. What else can we do if we can't win? We can only endure it. Xiao Sui, what you just said is a bit. Ji Fengchun twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. What can I do? If I can't win, I can't win. You can't expect me to go hard at it, right? Xiao Sui stretched and yawned. Ji Fengchun raised his hand to his forehead. Xiao Sui blinked as if he realized something. He turned around and looked behind. The Mountain King stood there watching him. Coach, I was just joking. Rest assured, I will definitely perform well. Xiao Sui said softly. I won't lay a hand on you. The Mountain King moved his robust body. Thank you, but I sent what you just said to your teacher. Xiao Sui. Oh no. This is bad. The spiritless Xiao Sui slumped in his seat. Tianfu City, Basha University. Basha University is located on the outskirts of Tianfu City, where the fire-related resources are particularly abundant. Compared to Northwest University, Basha University has a smaller campus area, but possesses numerous fire-related secret realms. The biggest difference from Northwest University is that the residential area of Basha University is carved out of a mountain with students living inside the mountain. Honestly, this living area feels more like an earth element specialization than anything else. Xiao Sui sat on the sofa quietly complaining. Brother, don't tell me you came all this way just to mock me a little. Xiao Sui sighed helplessly. Since his younger brother was admitted to Basha University, Xiao Sui simply came over to find Xiao Sui. After greeting Basha University, the reception staff from Northwest University changed from a second-year Basha student to Xiao Sui by Qianyu and that second-year student. After all, the opportunity to host students from such a prestigious school is hard to come by, not just a matter of credits. It's all about connections. Second-year student Zhou Chuanda stood in front of them. In his view, this was merely hosting Northwest University while also accommodating 2 first-year freshmen. These 2 freshmen were students of Professor Tianwang. Zhou Quan's eyes were always gleaming with light. After glancing at the first-year students before him, he maintained a perfect attitude. Seniors, I know a nearby hot pot restaurant with extremely authentic Bashu flavors. Want to give it a try? Xiao Sui looked at Zhou Chuanda and contemplated the strategy he had prepared beforehand. He nodded slightly. Senior, you don't mind going to a smaller restaurant, do you? Zhou Chuanda seemed to suddenly remember something and scratched his head. Xiao Sui's eyes lit up instead. Lead the way. He shoved a high-concentration fire spirit stone into Zhou Quan's hand. Hurry up, I'm starving. Zhou Chuanda glanced at the fire spirit stone in his hand, falling into contemplation. Normally, students from prestigious schools wouldn't casually give gifts, because most students from prestigious schools are quite proud. If one had some insight, they would know that sending materials over wouldn't usually be effective and might even backfire. Zhou Chuanda didn't think this senior would act so unwisely. Although the captain of this group stood on the side the young man in the vest, it was evident that the one with the most influence was Senior Xiao, who wore goggles. Thus he used his spiritual energy to examine the seemingly ordinary fire spirit stone, which costs 300 at the store. Zhou Chuanda, this is a concentration of over 90%. Zhou Chuanda wasn't studying this, he couldn't determine the concentration of the stone by himself. However, he could still feel that it exceeded 90%. Spirit stones of this concentration are treasures. Normally fire spirit stones sold in stores only have a concentration of 50 to 60%. It's quite reasonable for such a stone to cost 300. The most valuable stone he had seen was the 87% concentration fire spirit stone he managed to obtain for his spirit beast's evolution. That fire spirit stone cost him 2,000 alliance coins, and more importantly, it was priceless. Who exactly is this senior to be able to casually give away such a precious item? Zhou Chuanda carefully stored the fire spirit stone. Take us to the restaurant you know well. A small place is fine as long as the food is good. That fire spirit stone can be considered as payment for the meal. We'll follow you for the next couple of days since it affects your cultivation time. 4 such fire spirit stones, I can give you one a day. Let's just say 2 pieces then. Senior, actually we are hosting you to earn credits. Zhou Chuanda gritted his teeth and finally spoke up. I know that, of course. Xiao Sui patted Zhou Quan's shoulder. Northwest University has similar tasks. I too have my own selfish motives. When I leave, please take care of my younger brother and sister-in-law for me. Xiao Sui lowered his head and walked in front of Zhou Chuanda, whispering something. Finally, he placed a small bag into Zhou Quan's hand. Zhou Chuanda, going through fire and water, senior. Zhou Chuanda stored the small bag carefully and led everyone out of Bashu University. They walked into a small alley and entered a slightly worn-down hot pot restaurant that was packed inside. Xiao Sui nose twitched. The spicy aroma surged up. It had even permeated into the interior of the building. He smacked his lips. If you were new to a city and happened to encounter a few hasty-looking male college students with no particular image, this was precisely mealtime. Following them would surely lead to a rewarding experience. These local college students often can guide you to the most cost-effective, delicious hidden gems. Still, as the saying goes, if you don't have some skills, you can hardly survive in a college town. Xiao Sui rubbed his hands and approached the condiment station. He skillfully prepared the oil dip. Zhou Chuanda, a local from Bashu, was momentarily stunned. How could he be more skilled than him? Xiao Sui returned to the table with the oil dip, looking at the swirling grid before him. He narrowed his eyes. It looked fantastic. Having been in Bashu for a month, but still not accustomed to the spiciness, Xiao Sui fell into thought. He felt that his brother was here to torment him. Meanwhile, Xiao Sui was very content as he picked up a slice of beef tripe with his chopsticks. At that moment, Ji Fengchun raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the small restaurant. A young man stood there, giving off an inexplicable feeling of integrity. Ji Fengchun was first taken aback, then his eyes brightened. He raised his chopsticks. Shall we share a table? The young man glanced around. Most tables were full, and he was indeed alone. Clearly the young man whom Ji Fengchun knew walked over and sat beside him. You guys arrived quite early. The timing is quite normal, but our vice captain is keen on finding good food. So we came here first and unexpectedly ran into you. I haven't tried Bashu hot pot yet. Ji Fengchun waved his chopsticks and called for the waiter to bring another set of bowls and chopsticks. Others were curious about how Ji Fengchun knew someone here. Moreover, this person looked somewhat familiar. Until Xiao Sui put down his chopsticks and raised his head. Nice to meet you, I'm Xiao Sui. Nice to meet you. I am Yin Jingxing. The young man responded. Captain of Bashu, Yin Jingxing. Everyone simultaneously raised their heads in realization. That's why he looked familiar. We met during last year's league. As you all know, I was last year's substitute. The league last year was held in Kyoto, and Bashu University ultimately emerged victorious. We were rather unfortunate as we were defeated by a heroic frog. Ji Fengchun shrugged. There was nothing we could do. The property restraint was too severe. By the way, Yin Jingxing, do you have any thoughts on trying to break that curse? The curse that the league champion cannot be consecutive. Ji Fengchun raised an eyebrow. Let's give it a try. Yin Jingxing sighed and casually snatched a piece of beef from the pot. Xiao Sui, who had his beef stolen, raised his head again. He looked at Yin Jingxing with a mischievous glint. Yin Jingxing helplessly said, Shall I treat this meal? Ill treat, ill treat. Zhou Chuanda hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Senior Xiao, senior Yin, harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. Are you still bullying us Bashu students? Yin Jingxing was taken aback, looking over with an expression similar to Xiao Sui. Senior Yin, senior Yin. Zhou Chuanda leaned towards Yin Jingxing, whispering something. A fire spirit stone appeared in Yin Jingxing's hand, and after a moment he nodded and returned the fire spirit stone to Zhou Chuanda. Oh, it's all a misunderstanding. Eat up, Vice Captain Xiao. I was just a bit too quick earlier. It's fine. Xiao Sui sighed as well. Am not as hungry as I was before. Isn't that because you finished most of the food on our table while they were talking? Xiao Sui patted his elder brother on the shoulder. Brother, at least leave us something. Actually, the only ones who didn't get anything are that little girl by your side and those two over there. Zhang Shoren pointed at by Qinyu, and then at the pair from Basha University sitting over there. We had more food together with your brother, so we've gotten used to this eating pace. Hey, old Zhang, what do you mean by eating pace? Can you speak a little more nicely? Xiao Sui said, clearly dissatisfied. He also called the waiter for a menu to order more dishes. Xiao Sui, who had adapted to this pace, as well nodded in agreement with Zhang Shoren's statement. As for Bai Qinyu, beside her the little girl was already frozen in place. She stirred the pot with her chopsticks. Where was the beef she had just put in? By the time Xiao Sui, looking guilty, received the plate from the waiter and placed it on the table. Xiao Sui, who was already somewhat full, looked at Yin Jingxing. Speaking of which, Captain Yin, how come you are eating? It's a long story, so we'll keep it short. Yin Jingxing took a sip of his drink. In simple terms, they were called for extra practice. The specific reason is actually quite simple. Jiangnan University arrived a day earlier than you, and we mutually agreed to test each other in advance. The method of testing is also very simple. The captain fights the remaining 4 members, and 2 spirit beasts fight 4 spirit beasts. Yin Jingxing paused. On our side, we were breached. I faced the 4 opponents, but could only manage to suppress them. Although there was an issue of property restraint, being breached is still being breached. That kid by Luoqing, when he merges, is no different from a war god. He just keeps charging forward. Yin Jingxing sighed. Water type is inherently durable, and with an advantage over fire type. Even though my dog has lightning attributes, it couldn't compete against their 4. Fortunately, we came late. You all weren't fighting us. Ji Fengchun patted Yin Jingxing's shoulder and pointed at Xiao Sui beside him. Old Xiao's strength is not weaker than mine. If it's a team battle, he is even stronger. Normally, a captain of a prestigious school team should have at least 2 master-level spirit beasts capable of exerting half a crushing level of power over the other team members. This year, both Jiangnan University and Basha University are in similar situations. That is why the titans of both sides would allow Basha University and Jiangnan University to have a symbolic spar. The results are already known. Within Northwest University, the internal situation is actually not much different. Except for Xiao Sui. Yin Jingxing seemed to have taken an interest looking at Xiao Sui. Practice. No need, Captain Yin. Xiao Sui put down his chopsticks. What can be encountered on the competition stage can be revisited. Even if not, we can come back later. After all, the league stage is at Basha University. There will always be time. Yin Jingxing fell silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, Yin Jingxing replied. We'll talk about it later. Among the 6 prestigious schools, Northwest University has the lowest desire for the league's top spot. Perhaps because Northwest University doesn't really need the resources allocated by the official Shenzhou Alliance. The resources of Northwest University are not only self-sufficient, but can also greatly contribute back to the country. Moreover, it seems that the students of Northwest University do not care much about this position. Thus, in the eyes of the public, Northwest University is an old prestigious school and established power. However, if one were to say which of the 6 prestigious schools might be pulled down, it would definitely be Northwest University. The king of the cracked sky yawned, indicating that this thought was quite amusing. The Tianya deer took a nap, indicating that if you could see me, I would consider it a loss. The 6 prestigious schools are quite clear that the characteristic of Northwest University lies in its stability. Terrifying stability. This school, which grows in the wild sands and takes root in the earth, produces few geniuses each year, but just enough. Other schools have more or less experienced short-term generations. Every few years, there will be a shortage, but Northwest University has not. This school's ranking in the league is always in the middle of prestigious schools, occasionally winning once or twice. However, it has never dropped to the last place. Terrifying stability. As if among this land, each person that grows is a towering figure. They participate in the league not to prove how powerful they are, or how many geniuses they have produced this year. They simply want to prove that they are right there. By the way, Xiao Sui suddenly spoke up. Captain Yin, can you get in touch with the guardian beast of Basha University? I can help you contact our coach. Yin Jingxing furrowed his brows. Although he didn't know why Xiao Sui wanted to meet the guardian beast, he felt that agreeing to help this kid might bring considerable benefits. Don't underestimate the instincts of a master-level beast tamer. Brother, if you want to meet Senior Shan Yan, I can directly take you there. Xiao Sui spoke up. Teacher Yin Shi told me before where to find Senior Shan Yan. He'll take you there after we finish eating. Senior Shan Yan mentioned to me before that he actually wanted to meet you. Just in time, Senior Yin is here too. Let's go together. Yin Jingxing, who had never seen the guardian beast, fell into contemplation. Zhou Chuanda, who had never even heard of the guardian beast, blinked beside him. Tianfu Panda Park. Xiao Sui gazed at the grand entrance, lost in thought. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake, little brother? Definitely, brother. Xiao Sui knocked confidently on his chest. Teacher Yin Shi said to come directly here, then go to Panda Garden No. 7 to find a panda. Look for the panda visitor area with the name Shan Yin written above it. Yin Jingxing, who followed behind, felt a bit of stomach discomfort. That is the only brown giant panda in Tianfu Panda Park. You just told me that it's actually a spirit beast, and a very powerful one at that. I suppose. Xiao Sui scratched his head. Xiao Sui Xiao Sui by Qinyu and Yin Jingxing entered the panda park together. The remaining team members were taken by Zhou Chuanda back to the school to rest. After passing through several popular panda areas, they arrived at the only brown panda area. At the moment they arrived, the seemingly adorable panda blinked and trotted over to the internal exit of Shan Yin, the iron-eating beast. I got off work early today. The brown giant panda squeezed into its room. Unlike other pandas, this place was definitely not a cage. It was a warmly decorated room. Even the one responsible for daily meals was a master-level beastmaster. When Xiao Sui and the others were brought into this room by an unfamiliar master-level beastmaster, the plump brown giant panda was lounging on the sofa, tossing small cakes into its mouth. Senior Shan Yin. Xiao Sui was the first to enter, greeting the Shan Yin iron-eating beast. Xiao Sui, my boy. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast sat up and picked up a piece of sugarcane from the table. Want some? Sure. Xiao Sui hesitated for a moment before accepting the sugarcane. Only then did the Shan Yin iron-eating beast turn its head to look at Xiao Sui. Indeed, the child of the earth. Though I am a secondary cultivator of the earth element, I can still sense that strong affinity for the earth element within you. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast patted its forepaw and walked up to Xiao Sui, stuffing a small bamboo segment into her hand. Xiao Sui remained silent for a moment. She patted her pocket. A small wooden, sort of small crystal of spider silk, token a piece of fallen deer, antler, and now this bamboo. Oh, all old friends. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast leaned over. These tokens aren't particularly useful. They're just to ensure you can see us anytime in the future. They don't have any special effects, not even the ability to protect you from danger in the past. Just treat them as a pendant. But I suggest you keep them away. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast returned to its sofa and lay back down. Out in the wild, some audacious fellows might deliberately seek you out because of the legendary aura surrounding you. Legendary resources are too rare, you might never. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked at Xiao Sui. Are you carrying any legendary materials? The Shan Yin iron-eating beast frowned. How? Xiao Sui was extremely surprised. None of the legendary figures she had encountered before, even the longest-staying purple gold spider, had detected this. You should know that the 8 guardian beasts of the Shinjo Alliance are all latest-stage legendary beasts. Each has 2 elemental laws and 1 special high-level law. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast remained silent for a moment. Forget it, it doesn't matter to tell you guys. Frog sovereign practices, swordsmanship, sky, ape cultivates space, purple gold spider controls obliteration, and the deer master of the end of the world governs fate. This seemingly silly and somewhat cute giant panda spoke. These are all the legends you have encountered. I observe causality. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast continued. Xiao Sui suddenly looked up. Isn't it a bit exaggerated for our guardian beast to say this? What causality, space, fate, obliteration, all stuffed in there. Are other countries still in the game? Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. Of course I'm different from a few others. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast waved its paw nonchalantly. My combat power is mainly based on fire and earth elemental laws. In Jiangnan province, the frog sovereign mainly relies on swords for offensive means. In Demon City, the sky ape relies entirely on the space law for fighting. I only observe causality, but I don't rely on that for fighting, and my development is relatively weak. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast spoke. But I can tell you that you possess legendary materials. Just knowing is enough. The rest is not much. So do you have any questions you'd like to ask during your visit? The Shan Yin iron-eating beast inquired. Xiao Sui scratched her head. I just came to see you after you suggested I find that person from our northwest after arriving in Bashu. It's fine, just go back. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast waved its hand. Just as you all arrived, I need a day to rest. This group of fans outside is utterly annoying. Hey, can you raise a brown giant panda yourselves? Hey. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast took a bite of bamboo. You can't just change my name every once in a while claiming there are brown giant pandas in the panda garden. With so much money made from tourism, you should at least provide some fun. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast raised its cup of water. The master-level beast master standing beside side. Senior Shan Yin, I'm just an ordinary beast master here to help you communicate. I'm not a giant panda breeder. Well, then just let them know that I'm sick and need some time to rest. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast yawned. I feel like I need a break these days. All right, you little ones can go. Come back again after the league is over. The Shanyan, iron-eating beast, seemed to remember something and said. Xiao Sui paused for a moment and glanced at the Shan-yin iron-eating beast before her. The Shan-yin iron-eating beast gazed at her. It seemed to see something. The brown giant panda patted its belly. See you then, little one. The Shan-yin iron-eating beast spoke. The next moment, as a yellow-brown light glowed, the group vanished from the spot. Beside them stood an old man who had suddenly appeared. Yin Jingxing, who had just been beside them, was now gone. The old man was looking at Bai Qianyu with an excited expression. Xiao Sui instinctively protected Bai Qianyu behind her, until another voice appeared in their ears. Calm down, Chong Kong. The oppressive feeling faded and Xiao Sui turned her head. Xiao Sui Li, Lowly King, Cough Yin Shi King. The Chong Kong King, a renowned beast tamer, emerged during the era of spiritual beasts. The limit lifespan of a king-level beast tamer is generally around 300 years. Most do not live to see that age as they have sustained injuries in their youth. The Chong Kong King is already 280 years old, possessing for quasi-legendary spiritual beasts, and has been stuck at this realm for nearly 200 years. The Yin Shi King fell silent for a moment, gazing at Bai Qianyu. Currently among all the wind system beast tamers in the nation, Chong Kong stands as the only leader. He is your most perfect support for now, and more importantly. The Yin Shi King turned to look at the old man. She needed to confirm certain things. The Chong Kong King nodded excitedly. It seemed like endless winds swept past the old man. The Chong Kong King's talent is called Endless Skies. The talent inside includes a skill called Sky Resonance, which resonates with my red fire, and the Mountain Resonance of the Mountain King. They are all of the same essence. These resonance abilities are part of our innate talents and represent a unique mission. This mission was confirmed by the senior from Tianya in the Northwest. The legendary law of fate has defined what our mission is. We are responsible for seeking out the destiny of a specific system. The Yin Shi King paused. This is similar to the Earth Child like Xiao Sui. Moreover, after finding the destiny, the resonance will provide us feedback. The Mountain King's talent is the highest among us, but under normal circumstances, he would only have the opportunity to break through to legend around 100 years old. After encountering Xiao Sui in just 3 short years, he is about to become legendary. Yin Shi King, I would like to ask something. Xiao Sui suddenly spoke. What is our feedback? Regarding the situation, I am not clear about it. The Yin Shi King shook her head. So far you are the first case. Xiao Sui remained silent for a moment. Then I currently have no issues. No need to say more about the others. The Yin Shi King shook her head again. Little girl, I have already discussed with your teacher, the Liao Feng King, that before you reach master level you will train under. After reaching master level, the Chong Kong King will take full responsibility for your training. Like that little brat, Xiao Sui, your nominal teacher, will be the Chong Kong King. This may seem unfair to your teacher. Bai Qianyu frowned. There will be a portion. The Yin Shi King said seriously. But it must be this way. Our talents are destined to become your guardian. For Xinzhou, this is the best choice. For your teacher, we will provide corresponding compensation. Moreover, little girl, the Chong Kong King suddenly interjected. In the past, it was quite common for kings to compete for students. The Chong Kong King stroked his beard. Previously, it was mainly done through fighting. Only after the chaotic early period of the spiritual beast era passed did things calm down. Thus, gradually, there was much more peace. However, in our era, if one was not strong enough, they could hardly attract students. The Chong Kong King stated calmly. I have met the Liao Feng King. That young man is the best among the younger generation of kings. However, if he were to teach you at this level, it would not be enough. Therefore, he will teach you for a while. During this time, he will break through to legend. The Chong Kong King suddenly spoke. The Yin Shi King instinctively turned to look at him. Has he succeeded? The moment I saw this little girl, that lock opened. The Chong Kong King paused for a moment. Isn't it quite exaggerated, Yin Shi? Perhaps I need to take a trip to the northwest to consult Tianya. Let's find an opportunity. The Chong Kong King nodded to several people before disappearing from the spot. The Yin Shi King remained silent for a moment. You all should return to your accommodations and rest. The competition begins in 3 days. The Yin Shi King looked at Xiao Sui. You all from the northwest might have a chance to win the championship this time. After all, the competition format has changed a bit. Xiao Sui clearly did not realize what the Yin Shi King meant. He just scratched his head, looking at the younger brother in front of him and his own potential sister-in-law. Shall we go? Senior Shan, Yin, did you forget to send me out? Yin Jingxing squatted in front of the giant panda, waving his. Do not disclose my identity to outsiders. Also, do not mention the legendary materials and tokens on Xiao Sui. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast yawned. Rest assured, I definitely know how to handle it. That will suffice. Return now. You can walk by yourself. Those 3 little ones have someone waiting for them, and I only sent you out. Whoever is there, please send him off. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast pointed to the master-level beast tamer beside him. Little one, if anything happens, the Shan Yin iron-eating beast suddenly spoke. You can come find me once. But just once, do you understand? Thank you, Senior Shan Yin. Yin Jingxing replied. Go on. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast yawned, watching Yin Jingxing leave its abode. This batch of Bashu students is quite lively. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast mumbled to itself. The next moment, it saw the master-level beast tamer approaching. Senior Shan Yin. From the Zijin spider's side, there is a request for assistance. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast sat up straight. The Zijin spider's power is definitely among the upper echelon of the legendary level. Moreover, it is in the southwest corner, a place that is extremely compatible with the Zijin spider's combat style. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast gazed at the master-level beast tamer before it. After a long while, the scene before them suddenly flickered. The earthy yellow ripple caused the Shan Yin iron-eating beast and the master-level beast tamer to switch places. This was a super-large secret realm existing beneath the Panda Garden. It was the true habitat of the Shan Yin iron-eating beast. Only at this moment did the Shan Yin iron-eating beast fully relax its body. The Earth System's spiritual beast has a skill called size adaptation, which allows it to change its body size based on the degree of mastery. The Shan Yin iron-eating beast, having fully expanded its body size, resembled a true mountain, a massive mountain stretching over 10 kilometers. This colossal beast lowered its head, gazing at the master-level beast tamer before it. The ones from the Genesis Society. Your audacity is growing bolder. The master-level beast master stood before the divine beast, which was as large as a mountain with a face as calm as a robot. A beast master forcibly controlled by some special illusion, in a sense, was no different from a robot. Even when the mountain flame iron eater fully unleashed its pressure, it primarily harmed the physical body of this master-level beast master. The mountain flame iron eater fell silent for a moment. This giant beast spoke, asking, what do you want to do? I just came to tell you that the purple gold spider is going to be injured, that's all. Just relying on that guy from Southeast Asia won't be able to harm her. The mountain flame iron eater replied with utmost certainty. But what if it's not just that guy from Southeast Asia? After saying this, the master-level beast master suddenly closed his eyes and fell back. The mountain flame iron eater transformed into an ordinary giant panda, standing before this beast master. He raised his hand to look at the sky. What news did I receive? Have I been probing all along? The mountain flame iron eater shook its head and returned to the original room amidst earthy fluctuations. Take this little guy for an examination, the mountain flame iron eater said. This powerful guardian beast turned its head to look eastward. Moments later, he sighed. And also help me contact the purple gold spider. I have two things I don't understand. Xiao Buqian knocked on Ji Fengchun's door and asked. He walked in only to find that the remaining few people were all present except for Vice Captain Xiao Sui. You speak, Ji Fengchun said with a yawn. As prestigious schools, why would Jiangnan University and Bashu University spar at this point in time when we are competitors? Isn't this exposing one's own information? Oh, that's actually quite normal. Ji Fengchun patted the seat beside him, indicating for Xiao Buqian to sit down. Neither side reveals their true combat power. What Bashu University can perform Jiangnan University? You must remember one thing, a member of a prestigious school team is absolutely outstanding among their peers in the entire Shenzhou Alliance. Therefore, unless someone of the caliber of Northeast University, Captain Mu Xinyan, appears, whether it's me, Yin Jingxing, or by Luo Cheng, who claim to have defeated the remaining 4 Bashu team members in an instant, we cannot handle the remaining 4 team members in a Onetaphore situation. We can easily deal with most team members, but we cannot face 4 at the same time. And the first Jiangnan University together with Bashu University engaged in this sparring. There are only 2 possibilities. This year Bashu University wants to showcase their skills. Or this year Jiangnan University is unsure of how far they can go among prestigious schools. So they found a suitable control group. Neither side went all out. Then, Captain, why do you seem to deliberately mention Senior Xiao's strength to Captain Yin? Xiao Buqian pondered for a moment before asking. This is also quite simple. Zhang Shoren, who was nearby, explained captain-level combat power is indeed different from other combat strengths. Now with Xiao Sui included among the 6 prestigious school team captains, the situation will become chaotic. Yin Jingxing is the one who would love to see this happen. Only when the situation is stirred up do they have the best chance to bring down the Quasiking Beastmaster of Northeast University. Fire elements restrain ice elements. Or rather, ice elements are simultaneously restrained by both lightning and fire elements. Yin Jingxing is the most likely among all captains this year to defeat Mu Xinyan. And by releasing some information about the vice captain, they will have to be more vigilant. They do not understand Xiao Sui combat style because of his high status. They cannot find any records or incidents of his actions. Therefore, Bashu University will strive to publicize this matter, creating concern among everyone. Zhang Shoren yawned. Ji Fengchun continued along with Zhang Shuren's words. Even if this ranking isn't very good since Xiao Sui name has spread, Northwest University, possessing the strength of 2 prestigious school captains, has also gained a relatively loud reputation among all prestigious schools. Aren't we? Not very competitive. Zhao Buqian sat there lost in thought. Not being very competitive doesn't mean we don't want to win. Ji Fengchun patted the young man's shoulder. Since we arrived here, the psychological struggle has begun. With psychological pressure, there is a possibility of making mistakes. The more mistakes the opponents make, the greater our chances of winning. Ji Fengchun spoke. Thus the information we released is intentional. Yin Jingxing truly does not know he will unexpectedly encounter us. However, after encountering us, Yin Jingxing made the decision to give us some small troubles as well. See, we need to start being wary of Bai Luochen. Ji Fengchun said. So there are so many intrigues going on, huh? Zhao Buqian fell into contemplation. This is just the beginning, you will know more later. Otherwise, why do you think we brought you out here? These people are very scheming. By the way, Captain, where is Vice Captain Xiao? He went to mine. Zhao Buqian slowly threw out 3 question marks. I sent him. He is the honorary deputy director of the Environmental Bureau and an expert in secret realm development. Such news cannot be concealed. This kid also has another identity. He is the chief expert of mineral research from the joint team of Northwest University, Northeast University, and Kyoto University. Some things simply cannot be hidden. The initial battle won't be very pressured. This kid going to mine is also fine. Moreover, it can add a psychological effect on our enemies. Our so-called vice captain, whose combat power is similar to the captain's. He even looks down on fighting with you. The opponents from prestigious schools want to know Xiao Sui methods, but they can see nothing. Because Xiao Sui is not even present. For those not from prestigious schools, whether Xiao Sui is there or not is irrelevant. In both team and individual matches, I will be there to support. Ji Fengchun said calmly. Of course, to give the outside world a sense of urgency, we deliberately get. This can create a tense atmosphere. Perhaps it can fool some people. Ji Fengchun said cheerfully. Zhao Buqian, you bunch of scheming people, how dirty. All present. Today is July 29th, the official commencement of the league. At 10 o'clock this morning, the 64 teams that advanced through the open qualifiers will enter the arena one after another. As in past years, the renowned schools will appear in sequence. More importantly, a school's entrance represents its face. Ji Fengchun slammed the table. What do you mean by looking like you haven't woken up? Xiao Sui, who had just returned from one mine and was preparing for the next, lifted his head. Come on, Captain, we'll be lively by the time we go on. Huang Hanheng and Huang Ro both nodded. Zhang Shuren nodded drowsily. Zhao Buqian sat among several senior students, unsure what to say. They were already in the waiting area, poised to hear the announcement at any moment. When the announcer called their names, they would have to step forward. Ji Fengchun's mouth twitched faintly as the responsible captain studied his few teammates. He had just opened his mouth to speak when the loudspeaker cut in. Let us warmly welcome those forged in swirling sands who have risen through fierce winds. Xibei University. Pang Xiong. Xiao Sui reached out and patted the Pang Xiong at his side. Pang Xiong clapped his hands, and in the next instant the 6 members of Xibei University appeared on the field amid ochre waves of earth energy. Earth-aligned spiritual energy concentrated beneath their feet, forming a 20-meter-high rocky hand that lifted them into the air. At its core and entrance is a demonstration of strength. This segment is usually handled by the captain, as with Dongbei University, which had come out before Xibei. Let Basha University's field under the blazing sun be showered by a drifting snowstorm. Compared to Xibei's simple display, Dongbei University's entrance was even more startling. The subtle mastery to induce localized snowfall and cooling is a measure beast tamers truly appreciate. But Xibei was different. They chose the most unadorned entrance, appearing seated upon a stone. Yet that stone had been conjured in an instant, a block over 20 meters high. More tellingly, Dongbei University's Captain Mu Xinyan was watching the Pang Xiong who had produced that trick. She was certain it was not Ji Fengchun's spirit beast. Thus the rumor that Xibei University possessed a second captain-level combatant was not mere gossip. Mu Xinyan looked toward the boy with goggles perched on his forehead and a trace of fatigue in his face. Xiao Sui noticed the gaze and turned to meet Mu Xinyan's eyes. He gave Mu Xinyan a slight nod, then together with Xibei's members took his place. Right after Xibei came Jiangnan University's team, conjured from the rolling waves. Modi University's team painted a splendid fireworks display in the air. Zhao Buqian wondered aloud why a school famed for the Nian discipline would put on such a flashy performance. All those bursting effects are essentially controlled by Nian power, Xiao Sui explained quietly to Zhao Buqian at his side. Zhao Buqian, so cool. Is there a spirit beast whose primary attribute is Nian and secondary is earth? Then a spirit beast, its body cloaked in gold, and radiating an uncanny aura pierced the sky and carried several people into the opening ceremony. Jingdu University, as ever the brightest of them all. Xiao Sui curled his lip. The golden griffin-like spirit beast was called Jiguang Tianyi. It was a lightened wind-aligned spirit beast. Moreover, this creature has been the unified ace of Jingdu University's captains for generations. The evolution chain of Jiguang Tianyi runs Jiguang Sun Jiguang, Jiguang Tianyi Light Wind. Only one who possesses a masterclass Jiguang Tianyi qualifies to be Jingdu University's captain. Light-aligned spirit beasts are rare by nature. Even in a provincial capital like Xinjiang City, they are seldom available for sale. Jingdu University's renown for light beasts stems largely from Jingdu University maintains a dedicated breeding ground for light-aligned spirit beasts, a place that yields several unique varieties. So beautiful. Zhao Buqian, dazed, was suddenly tapped on the back of the head by Xiao Sui. The previous champion Basha University, by old custom, is the only school at the opening ceremony whose Tianwang will appear. Zhao Buqian instinctively lifted his head and saw a rain of red. Xiao Sui seemed to know who had come to lead the team and open the ceremony. The fire-aligned spiritual energy fell like warm, unscorching raindrops upon everyone present. A divine crane danced across the sky, shedding motes of firelight that flowed like water. A unique Tianwang-class spirit beast. Liuhua Tianyu. Xiao Sui. Like Li's student was stolen by the Liuhua Tianwang. The Liuhua Tianwang, accompanied by firelight, led Basha University's team onto the field. As custom dictates, we will draw one of the 6 famed schools to stage an exhibition match between the leading Tianwang and the organizers. Huang Hanheng whispered the explanation to Zhao Buqian. The Liuhua Tianwang had already stepped onto the platform and tapped a button. The giant screen scrolled until it revealed the refined face of a middle-aged man. Please welcome Jingdu University's Jiguang Tianwang Sun Jingping and Basha University's Liuhua Tianwang Zhang Yeqing. The Liuhua Tianwang seemed to exhale in relief. The Jiguang Tianwang was an elder veteran in the circles. Even the very first Jiguang Tianyi in spirit beast history belonged to him. He was a seasoned Tianwang, nearly 2 centuries old. He was also Jingdu University's regular team leading Tianwang. The elder commanded respect, so much so that the Liuhua Tianwang admired him greatly. If they had sent out a more battle-hungry Tianwang, say the Lizhan Tianwang, then today's exhibition might have erupted into a commotion of terrifying scale. The Liuhua Tianwang raised a hand and summoned his beast. The Liuhua Tianyu appeared on the field. Unnoticed, the Jiguang Tianwang opposite him thought for a moment. The veteran Tianwang lifted his hand, condensed a golden contract array, and from it strode forth a griffin. The Liuhua Tianwang froze in place. No, has the elder reached such lengths now? It's only an exhibition. Friend, pulling out a near-legendary Jiguang Tianyi is a touch excessive. Emotion flitted across the Liuhua Tianwang's face, from shock to struggle to helplessness. Ah, hey. Take it easy. The Liuhua Tianyu. Boss, take it easy means be careful so I don't get killed, right? Fortunately, the Jiguang Tianwang was clearly holding back. The old master understood this was an exhibition. Liuhua Tianwang, I need some stress relief medicine. Brother, don't you have a match? My current plan is not to fight until the quarterfinals. After the quarterfinals, your brother will step in as the ace. Xiao Sui struck a proud pose and ruffled his younger brother's hair. This year's tournament format has changed. Competitors eliminated in the round of 64 won't be fully disqualified, though only 2 teams per group still advance. This time, cross-group challenges are permitted. Each university team receives 1 challenge opportunity, and likewise only 1 opportunity to be challenged. First 4 teams are selected from the 16 within each group. These 4 teams may each receive 1 challenge. Upon victory, they earn eligibility for a second challenge. 4 groups, 16 teams, compete for 8 positions. Defensive stance. 8 teams hold the defensive positions, the remaining 8 launch assaults. Each of these 8 defending teams may be challenged up to 3 times. Once per contest format. Unknown combat until total defeat. Standard team battle. And newly introduced a life or death solo decisive match. Each school nominates 1 student for a unknown duel. Victory grants advancement, defeat results in elimination. Exclusively in the quarterfinal assault rounds. Of course, none of this concerns your brother. At least not yet. Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow. His sole role is to remain idle until the quarterfinals. Before then, his only task is to amuse himself elsewhere. So I've secured access to an intriguing newly opened realm. Would you like to go mining? Xiao Sui spoke with earnest sincerity. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. Au has recently been summoned by Lord Lai Feng for intensive training, he said quietly. Whoa. Xiao Sui clapped his younger brother on the shoulder and led him out of the dormitory. racing toward a newly developed realm. News of the revised format swiftly reached every participating university. It seems Northwest University truly holds us in utter contempt. In the Kyoto University restroom, Captain Li Muin furrowed his brow. Beside him, a griffin lay motionless. Captain, I must raise this point. Another team member lifted his hand. Xiao Sui is officially registered at Kyoto University. He serves as a senior researcher and top-tier mineralogist. I suspect he's discovered unusual ore deposits in the Bashu region and intends to conduct field investigation. For a world-class mineralogist, such behavior is perfectly reasonable. The team member paused, his tone subtly strained. Yet as a team member, it's profoundly irresponsible. Preliminary analysis suggests this was pre-coordinated with other team members, but another possibility remains. The team member continued. His personality is simply that impulsive. Li Muin gazed steadily. The team member's voice dwindled. You're telling me it's just because he's impulsive? Li Muin's brow remained deeply furrowed. Captain, one more detail. Xiao Sui brought his younger brother Xiao Sui down into the mine. Xiao Sui is an incoming freshman at Bashu University, and the first disciple of Lord Lu Hua, who performed at the opening ceremony. Another team member adjusted his glasses. Captain, in my view, even the most impulsive person wouldn't act so recklessly. I even suspect a tacit agreement between Bashu and Northwest Universities, though another possibility exists. Xiao Sui of Northwest University possesses formidable strength. So formidable that a touch of impulsiveness hardly matters. The team member fell silent for a moment. If that's the case, we may face two elite captain-tier combatants. Indeed, in team battles, Northwest University might even contend with Northeast University. Li Muin remained silent. His innate talent, radiant confinement, forcibly draws opponents into a luminous domain for an unrestrained, unknown duel. Within that domain, he even gains augmentation from light elemental spiritual energy. Yet this year's captains present unique challenges. Ji Fengchun, his earth elemental stability is legendary in solo combat. He relies solely on endurance. Mu Xinyan, while dragging him in, would be borderline suicidal. By Luochen, summoning him is akin to deploying two master-tier combatants. His fusion ability renders him absurdly overpowered in unknown duels. And Zhou Xiaoyu from Shanghai is a natural-born superhuman. Li Muin murmured inwardly, whom can I actually draw in? Only one opponent gave him confidence, in Jingxing. Though his fire and thunder interweave technique boasts tremendous destructive power against the rest of this year's elite captains, it appears comparatively ordinary. Even Ji Fengchuan's true ability remains unknown, hidden with exceptional subtlety. Xiao Sui, I'd love to know too, what power could possibly suppress me as son of the earth in single combat? At this thought, Li Muin sighed deeply, collapsed into his chair, and seemed to lose the spark in his eyes. Captain, don't disturb me, I need quiet. Li Muin sank into contemplation. His teammates exchanged glances, recognizing their captain had slipped once more into his emo mode. They gathered among themselves to discuss upcoming matches. As for the captain, no concern, he'd done this before. Typically, he'd regain composure within minutes. And when he did, his strength would surge further. Radiant confinement harbors a peculiar secondary trait. Inner radiance, when lost in doubt, piercing through the fog of uncertainty, unlocks a new threshold of power. Li Muin's initial aptitude had been unremarkable. Not until attaining the transcendent rank did his potential bloom. He falters in battle, doubt ensues, power surges, doubt returns, power ascends again, ad infinitum. The incremental growth may seem modest. Yet for Li Muin, whose nature leans toward hesitation and self-questioning, this trait proves extraordinarily potent. Meanwhile, Xiao Sui had already guided his younger brother into the realm. This is Chengdu's newest realm, a fire elemental one. Unsurprising given Chengdu's abundance of such realms. I secured exclusive first access rights through the Environmental Bureau. Internally, no one in Chengdu possesses greater expertise than I do. Xiao Sui declared this with unwavering confidence. He lifted his gaze and beheld someone he never imagined encountering here. Father. The middle-aged man stood over there with a robust physique. Behind him was a similarly strong earth swamp frog, albeit only at the elite level. In fact, Xiao Sui and Xiao Sui's father, the middle-aged man before them, was not originally a beast master. In his era, there was no mature spirit beast cultivation system, and most people could not afford to contract spirit beasts. Once contracted, they could not be cultivated. This earth swamp frog was bought by Xiao Sui when he brought his father to the Spirit Beast Center in his third year of high school. At that time, Xiao Sui was already an entry-level beast master, even very close to elite level. Their father Xiao Gu in that winter accompanied his son to select his first spirit beast and made a contract. At that time, the earth swamp frog was just an ordinary frog from the bottom of a well. After 3 years of training despite having poor talent with the resources provided by Xiao Sui, Xiao Gu managed to raise his frog to the elite level limit, just a step away from the extraordinary level. And when his youngest son's career as a beastmaster was also on the right track, and showed quite good talent, Xiao Gu began to travel the world with his wife and frog. In fact, they were just going out to have fun. Of course, Xiao Gu himself was quite a professional old miner and elder who had dug his way out of the mine with knowledge of minerals that was no less than that of most experts. After acquiring a spirit beast, he even managed to get into the Environmental Bureau. Note at that time Xiao Sui was not yet the deputy director of the Environmental Bureau. But seeing Xiao Gu here, Xiao Sui and his brother were somewhat puzzled. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Xiao Sui scratched his head. "Do you know who was the first to apply for this secret realm exploration before you?" Xiao Gu looked at his eldest son. Xiao Sui raised his hand and flipped through his Beastmaster wristband. From the application records of the Environmental Bureau, he found his father's name. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. The energy density of this secret realm was not high, basically between elite and extraordinary. He brought his younger brother here originally just to have some fun or find something to do. The spiritual energy concentration of this secret realm, according to his father's current condition. Actually, it could be fully explored. There was hardly any danger. He decisively shifted the topic. "Then let's go, Dad. I have reprocessed your application in the background. It's approved, and you can accompany me. By the way, Dad, where's Mom? We've been in Bashu for half a month. The Lao Bai family came. That's your brother's girlfriend's family. Your mom is out shopping with them. I'm just bored, so I came to mine a bit. My hands are itching." Xiao Gu held a pickaxe in his hand with a spotlight on his head. "All right, Dad, are you following me or not? Let your dad lead the way." There was a peculiar sense of determination in Xiao Gu's eyes. It was the conviction of a father wanting to show off in front of his child. Then this old father walked ahead and encountered an early extraordinary spirit beast. "Help, son. Get it. Xiao Sui sighed, protecting his father and brother behind him, and dispatched the Ao dragon. The Ao dragon charged forward with a roar, turning the magma sub-dragon into a spinning top. Ao dragon am of the same race as the Dada dragon. The Ao dragon was quite happy recently. As the largest but weakest among Xiao Sui spirit beasts, he could only be let out when at home, or when fighting. But recently, he had gained 2 new companions in the contract space. The new friend Frost Snow Elephant was named by Xiao Sui the Hoo-Hoo Elephant, because its call sounds like the wind blowing, hoo-hoo. The Hoo-Hoo Elephant had a very cheerful personality and could easily frolic with the Ao dragon. But since the little guy was still young, the Ao dragon needed to control his strength. And the Dada dragon was even better. Although this fellow didn't like to move much, it was particularly warm to curl up on. Moreover, it had an exceptionally good temperament, and the Ao dragon could play with the Dada dragon's tail when it was free. Now it was even let out to fight by Xiao Sui. Lively and active, the Ao dragon, which even looked a bit like a silly husky, was having a great time playing. "Xiao Sui, this is the unique spirit beast Yu Chi Jiao. I remember I told you, Dad." Xiao Sui sighed. "Once the Ao dragon breaks through to the extraordinary limit, I will prepare for its first evolution. The innate talent of a unique spirit beast is enough to support them to reach the master level. So it can only be prepared for evolution after reaching the master level. This evolution is equivalent to the first advancement evolution of other spirit beasts. However, discussing this with you doesn't have much significance." Xiao Sui patted his father's shoulder. "It's already great that you can break through to the extraordinary level. Xiao Sui, remember this. No matter what, I am still your father." Xiao Sui did not realize the importance of this statement. He only noticed that his father had pulled out a belt. It was the familiar 7 wolves. Xiao Sui patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Good luck, little brother." By the time Xiao Sui reacted, Xiao Sui had already disappeared from the spot. Only the Ao dragon was left to protect them. Xiao Sui swallowed hard. "Dad, this is clearly brother-provoking you. Can I find out where he is? Should I take you to him?" "No problem. Anyway, you are also an entry-level beastmaster now. In a year, I might not be able to beat you. As for now, it's a rainy day to hit the kids. Being idle is also idle." "Dad, it's not raining today. It doesn't matter if it's sunny." "Dad, I want to tell Mom on you." Xiao Sui protested strongly. Hiding in the shadows, Xiao Sui felt he needed to get his father a better belt. Xiao Gu suddenly shivered. By the time he reacted, his eldest son, who had just disappeared, had reappeared. By Xiao Sui gazed at the end of the tunnel. The fat bear and the mouse appeared before him. At the end of that tunnel, a king-level flame divine dog emerged from the shadows. The problem was that this flame divine dog seemed strangely familiar. Xiao Sui waved his hand. "Is that Uncle Li's? You actually recognized it?" Li Changji's voice held a bit of incredulity. "This secret realm was just opened up by my family's Qiang, so the energy density is not high. This is one of the places where I will live in the future. Li Changji stood before Xiao Sui. Or rather, you should know what Qiyong needs. Li Changji blinked. And shouldn't you be competing now? I remember there's a competition with Northwest University. We have a chance to defeat a prestigious school. The speaker was the captain of a university team from Jiangnan province. The name of this university is Kuteng Shu University. Yes, this school excels at cultivating Kuteng trees. Previously the king of all vines, Li Pingzi's vine king, was nurtured with their assistance. Li Pingzi is also an honorary professor at their school and occasionally comes to teach. As a first-rate university with a king professor, Kuteng Shu University had long aspired to challenge a prestigious school. Among all the prestigious schools, surprisingly, the stable Northwest University seemed to be the softest target. Perhaps it's because other schools occasionally have exceptionally talented individuals. Relatively speaking, the steady Northwest University has become the soft target. Moreover, today is a team battle. During team battles, Kuteng Shu receives significant boosts. This year's rules have undergone some changes. Before this year's team battle, a minute was allotted for preparation, a time that can be used for rooting. This year they have 2 master-level 1,000 vine trees. At this stage, these prestigious schools are more inclined to farm experience and won't truly deploy all their master-level resources. At most, they would only send 1 master level as a backup. This is the best opportunity for Kuteng Shu University to shine. Victory is assured. Everyone is at the master level, and who knows who can truly outmaneuver whom. The team from Kuteng Shu University took the field with 5 identical 1,000 vine trees. Kuteng Shu University adopted a rooting strategy. The whistle for the match blew. The members of Kuteng Shu University found their newly rooted roots unresponsive. The earth mason placed his hand upon the ground. The earth was sealed and the roots within were stripped of their right to use. Earth mason, you guys are quite skilled at farming. It's mine now. With the rights to the wood-type energy seized, the members of Kuteng Shu University quickly lost their ability to resist. The earth mason raised his palm and yellow-green energy coalesced in his hand. The captain of Kuteng Shu University quickly raised his hand in surrender. Losing now would preserve some strength for a later challenge at the top 8. This captain understood clearly that his team's strategy was simple, but effective. Had they not encountered a counter, they might have actually won. Even if they cannot defeat the prestigious school, securing a position in the top 8 is still a significant achievement. The captain of Kuteng Shu University decisively conceded. Meanwhile, Ji Fengchun recalled the earth mason. Glancing at the surrounding audience area, Ji Fengchun smiled broadly. Northwest University did not seem to possess a strong competitive spirit. However, securing this first place is still a good thing. Therefore, Northwest University's current strategic guideline is. Ji Fengchun held nothing back. After all, Ji Fengchun has only a few strategies, but they are rather insurmountable. Ji Fengchun is a typical hexagonal warrior relying on his stable strength to engage in trades. To the other team captains, Ji Fengchun is a formidable yet manageable opponent. When everyone's focus is on Ji Fengchun alone. When Ji Fengchun demonstrates sufficient strength, the previously circulated rumors about Xiao Sui abilities will be gradually underestimated. In fact, because Xiao Sui has vanished from the public eye, other prestigious school participants may believe the previous gossip was merely to boost morale and apply pressure on other teams. Ji Fengchun felt he was a mastermind planner. This plan is simply too naive, said a young man with white hair as he threw the documents onto the table. But it is quite effective. Ji Fengchun's actions have indeed drawn all eyes to him. However, he seems to have overlooked something. The young man paused. Does he not realize that I and that Xiao Sui are from the same examination cohort? Back then, that kid blew up the machine right next to me. After entering the secret realm, he also slaughtered several spirit beast clans. At that time, my fox cub and I were right there watching. As the young man spoke, the humanoid fox standing beside him vigorously nodded. This is the young man's initial spirit beast, a very rare humanoid spirit beast. 9-tailed sword immortal. The evolution chain is by Chun Ling, who water wind, Qing Lan Jian, who water wind, Jiu Wei, Jian, who water wind. And this boy who is sitting here to complain. Naturally, he is by Luoqing, the captain of Jiangnan University's team. If it weren't for that kid being taken away by the king of Northwest University, I wouldn't have had much confidence in securing the top score. By Luoqing's side. A genius of this caliber still in school, and also a national-level mineral expert. I truly don't believe he would fade into obscurity. Let's step up our game and say I admit I am not as good as him. Bai Luoqing seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke up. Let's have Mu Xinyan go find trouble with Xiao Sui. Captain, I must remind you of one thing. A team, the top 8 competition is randomized. By then, if we can trick that group from the northeast into crippling themselves, what if we end up fighting? No, you don't understand, Mu Xinyan. Bai Luoqing waved his hand. That guy doesn't care about these things. In my view, Northeast University will intentionally lose a match. Then as challengers they will take down a randomly chosen team to enter the top 8. What do you think will happen if Northwest University and Northeast University clash early? Bai Luoqing had a look of amusement. Captain, the 6 prestigious schools. The team member seemed to want to say something more. The 6 prestigious schools are interconnected, while I'm aware of that. Rest assured this is the thinking of after all the presence of prestigious schools makes the league feel stagnant, with everyone competing for just those last 2 spots. In the vast land of China there are many who possess great talents in the extraordinary realm. These individuals are one of the purposes of the competition reform. On one hand they want to see if there are good seedlings outside of prestigious schools. On the other hand, Bai Luoqing paused appearing like a jaded young master. Watching the 2 schools sparring was actually quite amusing. Bai Luoqing did not voice this thought. He merely tapped the table gently. After a long pause he asked, "Do you know which room Northwest University is in? I'm going to take a look." Bai Luoqing suddenly spoke. "I know, but Captain, I have a feeling perhaps this year's ultimate winner may not necessarily be Northeast University," Bai Luoqing stated. "You must trust the instinct of a swordsman." Bai Luoqing raised his head. "Open the door, someone's here." "Xiao Sui, why are you here at this late hour instead of sleeping?" Bai Luoqing sat on the sofa crossing his legs. A long sort of blend of white and silver lay beside him. "It's simple." Xiao Sui looked at Bai Luoqing. "Among the 16 teams we need to choose 8 champions, and this selection is based on seizing opportunities. With Northeast University in the mix, it's going to be tough for us to secure first place this year in Magic City." Xiao Sui continued, "So I want the position of the first champion when we reach the top 8. Xiao Sui gazed at Bai Luoqing. "You have to help me." "Wait, Xiao Sui." Bai Luoqing raised an eyebrow, still reclining with his legs crossed, studying Xiao Sui in front of him. "What gives you the right? You come to me asking for help. Why should I assist you in seizing that position?" Xiao Sui added, "Don't you know that the champion position means a lot to me as well?" Bai Luoqing paused, glancing at another team member nearby. "Actually, it's not that important." He uncrossed his legs, looking at Xiao Sui. "The question is, what can you offer in exchange?" "You see, right, Xiao Sui." Bai Luoqing rested his chin on his hand. "Answer me 2 questions, and then I'll decide whether or not to help you." "Forget it, just 1 question then." "I Bai Luoqing along with our entire Jiangnan University. Why should we help you in Magic City to seize that first arena?" "Because Magic City is very wealthy," Xiao Sui replied. Bai Luoqing stiffly raised his head. "That's it. What comes next?" "Just that they're very wealthy." "That's enough, Bai Luoqing." Xiao Sui responded. "Isn't that the answer you were looking for? If I were to throw out a significant offer, it would imply that Magic City University lacks sincerity. But what I'm saying now demonstrates that Magic City University is quite sincere and everything is negotiable. Magic City University has a good relationship with Jiangnan University, so everything can be negotiated. You just need to help us block Kyoto. The rest we can handle ourselves." "Sounds good in theory," Bai Luoqing stretched. "Northwest University won't compete with you for that position, and Northeast University. I don't know what they're thinking, but they want reveal all their strengths at this stage of the top 8. As for Bashu, how could they possibly be faster than your instantaneous movement? The only ones who can potentially stop you are Kyoto. And we can handle Kyoto. You have a good plan, Xiao Sui. So what's your decision?" Xiao Sui looked at the white-haired youth in front of her. The white-haired youth leaned back on the sofa and extended a hand. "Pleasure working together." "Pleasure working together," Xiao Sui said, gently shaking his hand. By the time Bai Luoqing spoke again, Xiao Sui had already vanished from the spot. "Natural-born superhumans are a hassle," Bai Luoqing shrugged his hand. "I will discuss this with Magic City later. Or I might just leave it to the coach." Bai Luoqing paused before speaking. "One more thing, when we block Kyoto, let's not be too obvious. We should also compete for first place, letting Kyoto collide with us. Do you understand?" Bai Luoqing said. "Captain, what happens after we stop Kyoto?" "We'll see when the time comes," Bai Luoqing stretched. "Why are there so many whys in life? By the way, I didn't quite enjoy that restaurant yesterday. Let's try a different place. And don't forget to give a gift to that younger sister who took us around to eat. We shouldn't let her pay when we go out to eat. The places we went to these days are all tourist spots, expensive or not. We've already come out, so don't think too much about it." Bai Luoqing yawned. "By the way, where's the coach?" "King Fushui said an old friend is nearby, and he went to meet him," the team member replied. Bai Luoqing nodded. He rolled up his sleeves. "At this point, it's time for a thrilling game of mahjong. I just learned Sichuan mahjong after half an hour." In the secret realm, Xiao Sui was sitting opposite the fiery King Qiyong. "Uncle Li, what brings you to Bashu?" "Because the fire attribute is rich here," Li Changji replied. "Although I am from Jiangnan province and grew up there, the concentration of fire-type spiritual energy in Jiangnan province is not enough for me to break through to legend. At least not enough at the moment," King Qiyong said. After all, Jiangnan province is famous for its water system, and it has been since ancient times. The emergence of a fire king is one of the few fire-type resources Jiangnan province could offer. King Qiang rubbed his head. So I came to Bashu. The concentration of fire-type spiritual energy here is sufficient for me to develop a complete fire-type secret realm to help me and Qiang complete our final transformation. This process will take about 2 years, at most 3 years. Within 3 years, I will become the new legend, King Qiang stated. By the way, is this your brother and your dad? King Qiang glanced at the two people behind Xiao Sui. They look as if they're carved from the same mold. King Qiang stroked his chin. Your brother has good talent. It seems he is doing well at Bashu University. He was not yet aware that Xiao Sui had been taken as a student by King Yanxi. On another note, King Qiang seemed to remember something and spoke up. This secret realm was developed from scratch by Qiang, and no one else will be allowed to enter. It is a fully enclosed secret realm. There will be military personnel guarding outside. Inside, I brought over several fire-type spirit beasts from other secret realms. So if someone comes, I will be able to sense it. You have a higher authority, so the soldiers at the entrance will not stop. As for your dad, when he applied, I didn't even have time to refuse. You cut in line. King Qiang recalled the situation and twitched his lips slightly. He patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. Someone's coming. Xiao Sui tensed up. However, with the calm tone of King Qiang, there should not be any major issues. He turned his head to look at the passage they came from. At the end of the passage, a figure that Xiao Sui found familiar. So you chose this place in the end, Old Li. King Fushui appeared in the secret realm. This veteran water-type king was evidently very familiar with Li Changji. After all, both were king-level professors at Jiangnan University. Although King Qiang was only nominally one. Yes, Fushui. King Qiang clasped his hands behind his back. What brings you here at this time? In King Qiang's eyes there seemed to be a sun. Don't be too excited, old friend, King Fushui sighed. Just then they heard a bark. Fiery divine dog, great fortune is coming. The white cloud dragon of the Water King perfectly blocked the impact of the fiery divine hound. This brought a sigh of relief to the Water King. The Water King was indignant as he looked at his old friend. Why do you just start attacking without warning? The fiery king waved his hand, preparing to command his other spirit beasts to attack. Then the Water King picked up a small wooden sword. What is this? The frog deity sent me to find you, the Water King sighed, because I am the leading king of this selection team. Aren't you supposed to know about this? Additionally, I came to let you confirm the authenticity of this item. In a couple of days, another person will come with the same token to help protect you on your journey. After all, you're not on our Jiangnan province's own territory. Jiangnan University cannot take the initiative to help you. Since you are of the fire element, the person coming to protect you must be capable of dealing with water and earth elements, and they must be a top-tier king. Within the realm of the divine land, there are only so many top-tier wood element kings. Thus, there aren't many. The fiery king sighed, seemingly recalling something. Isn't it just that one? The Water King glanced around, noticing Xiao Sui and Xiao Gu stealthily hiding in a corner to avoid hearing what they shouldn't. He nodded and began to explain to Xiao Sui. Currently, the only wood element king who has stepped into the top tier of the Divine Land Alliance is also a strategic level top king. King Wan Tung Li Chung Tian. Of the 12 spirit beasts, 6 are advanced evolutions of the Thousand Vine tree, similar to the Wan Tung tree king you previously saw, which belonged to King Sin Luo. Of the 12 spirit beasts, nearly all are top tier, which means they are at the late stage of king level or even peak king level. They are typical strategic level kings. This time, besides the quasi-legendary Wan Tung tree king stationed in the north for regular negotiations, the other 11 kings of spirit beasts are also here. By the way, Senior Water, why does Uncle Li look? Xiao Sui asked in a low voice, although he knew that speaking softly wouldn't work with the fiery king. But it's a matter of attitude. The Water King also spoke in a low voice. Li Chung Tian also shares the surname Li. He is the second uncle of the fiery king. Indeed, our Jiangnan province is truly a land of talents, producing a restrained fire element legend and a wood element quasi-legend that counters water. Not to mention Senior Water, speaking of which, does the elderly Ping Ji also share the surname Li? Don't think too much about it. King Sin Luo simply has the surname Li. He has probably only attended a few lectures by King Wan Tung. You two are enough already. The fiery king placed his hand on the shoulders of the two. Do you two not take me seriously? Uncle Li, don't be... Xiao Sui scratched his head. This doesn't reveal any dark history, does it? Exactly, Old Li, you are just not very straightforward. The Water King's words were interrupted as he saw the fiery king snap his fingers. In the next moment, they were transported out of the secret realm. The Water King scratched his head. He glanced at the three beside him, his gaze falling on Xiao Sui. Are you coming back to the arena with me, or what? Tomorrow the top 16 will be decided. And when the top 16 is determined, the teams below will have one chance to challenge any school within the top 16. Do you want to go back to oversee things? Xiao Sui flipped his hand ring, finding no new secret realms nearby. He could only sigh. Little brother, tell mom and dad that they'll come to watch the match tomorrow. Come to the family area of Northwest University. All right, see you then. Big brother, be steady. Don't mess things up later. I won't. Xiao Sui calmly patted his younger brother. If at this time I need to take action, then these people are just wasting their time. Fortunately, among us kings who participated in the Qianjiang incident, due to confidentiality regulations, we cannot disclose certain matters to our students. Otherwise, your information would have been exposed long ago. Kings do not interfere in the league, right? Xiao Sui spoke up. The Water King and Xiao Sui sat atop the white cloud dragon, flying towards the direction of the Basha University League venue. Since you were sitting here with me, do you think anyone would suspect that Jiangnan University and Northwest University have teamed up? The Water King suddenly asked. How should I put it? Xiao Sui's lips curled slightly. This is also quite good, isn't it? The Water King did not continue speaking, merely closing his eyes to rest. It was not until they were nearing the league venue that Xiao Sui summoned the Fat Bear and teleported himself to the preparation area of the Northwest University team. How did you come back? Ji Fengshun looked at Xiao Sui. Probably because. Xiao Sui rubbed his nose. I ran into an old acquaintance. Old acquaintance? Forget it, you have acquaintances everywhere, I'm used to it. Now that you're back, get ready. Once the top 16 is out, it will start immediately. Competing for a spot in the top 16. The remaining 48 teams shouldn't cause trouble for the prestigious schools, right? Zhao Buqian seemed a bit puzzled. No, actually, tomorrow the busiest ones will be us prestigious schools. Xiao Sui shook his head. He began to explain. The reason for setting up this segment is quite simple. Most students from non-prestigious schools cannot secure good combat missions. Thus, this time tomorrow is the best opportunity for combat. It allows them to experience the world. Only a small portion truly has the capability to compete for a top 8 position, but those schools that were eliminated due to accidents will target non-prestigious positions. For example, the Bittervine Tree University we dealt with before. Ji Fengshun came over to add a comment. They are quite typical and qualify to challenge for higher positions. They won't come after us. And our current policy is, since Xiao Sui is back, then you take over the support. Others will use extraordinary level spirit beasts. We'll practice a bit too. If the opposing team has a master level spirit beast, Xiao Sui, eliminate them if you can. Ji Fengshun paused. We need to showcase something. At the very least, we must tell other prestigious schools. Your combat strength is genuine. But we cannot let them see too much. Captain, what if we encounter a good seedling? You decide for yourself. Ji Fengshun glanced at Xiao Sui. Then let Shu Shu work overtime. Shu Shu squeak. 3 schools, challenging our academy. About right. Not too many, not too few. Ji Fengshun studied the dossier in his hands. All here for practice. Only one master-tier trainer, Xiao Sui. You'll cover for him. Ji Fengshun gazed at Xiao Sui and noticed something off about the young man's demeanor today. Xiao Sui nodded absent-mindedly. Very well. I'll send my pangolin Rock King up first for some warm-up rounds, Ji Fengshun said, tossing the dossier to Xiao Sui. By the way, Xiao Sui, Ji Fengshun paused abruptly. Go on. Is something troubling you? You seem unusually distant. No, Xiao Sui shook his head. What could possibly weigh on my mind? Don't worry, Captain. Ji Fengshun remained silent, his eyes fixed steadily on Xiao Sui. My parents are in the stands, Xiao Sui sighed, twisting his lips wryly. Relax. I've no hidden anxieties. I'm just pondering how to make this fight look especially dazzling. Ji Fengshun withdrew his gaze and made a sudden decision. You'll take the first match with Aolong. I'll have your back. The first challenger is Bayou Crane University, a top-tier institution, though this year no extraordinary prodigies have emerged. No master-tier beast tamer among them. Go ahead, Xiao Sui. Deploy your transcendent tier spirit beast, Ji Fengshun said, clapping his friend's shoulder. I understand perfectly. Your parents are watching. It would be awkward if you didn't even get a chance to step onto the field. So, you lead the charge. Fight with grace. A transcendent tier spirit beast battle isn't about concealing secrets. Your parents are watching, aren't they? Truth be told, if my own parents were seated in those stands, I'd wrestle you for this spot. I'll cover for you. Zhao Buqian, the originally scheduled starter, spread his hands wide and gestured toward the arena entrance. Xiao Sui blinked, then rose and returned the gesture with a firm pat on Ji Fengshun's shoulder. You're utterly dependable, Captain. Leave everything to me. I'll handle it flawlessly. Thanks, Xiao Zhao. I owe you dinner. Xiao Sui strode forth with unshakable confidence. He stood at the edge of the arena, adjusted his goggles, and let a faint self-assured smile lift the corners of his mouth. Challengers held the right to select the format of combat. Bayou Crane University chose individual matches, best of 5. Thus Xiao Sui could remain on the field as the defending champion. As he stood there, the wind ceased, abruptly, unnaturally, as though a mountain had risen to block its path. The opening contestant from Bayou Crane University stared startled at this unfamiliar figure who had never before appeared on the battlefield. "How shall we begin?" Xiao Sui asked calmly. The Bayou Crane University contestant seemed not to hear, or perhaps simply failed to comprehend, the question. Instead, he summoned a fully second-evolved Changyan sky crane. Xiao Sui raised his hand in turn. Two shimmering contract arrays bloomed, one earthen ochre, the other deep azure. A thunderous dragon's roar split the heavens, a sound so piercing that every competitor present instinctively froze. At that instant, the core representatives of the other 5 elite academies turned their attention sharply toward the source. A unique spirit beast. Pity, it's only transcendent tier. Otherwise, this tournament might hold genuine suspense. Mu Xinyan paused, then withdrew her gaze. Virtually all unique spirit beasts possess exceptional innate talent, especially those linked to mythos or dragons. Had Aolong attained true master tier status, it might wield astonishing exclusive abilities. But as a mere transcendent tier beast, it posed no real threat. Mu Xinyan crossed her arms before her chest. On her slender shoulders perched a tiny violet weasel. Xiao Sui had no time to observe such details. Aolong, engage in close-quarters combat. Conserve energy. Stick to it relentlessly. Xiao Sui issued the command aloud. Aolong answered with an exhilarated soaring cry, utterly unlike its behavior back in Xinjiang City, where Xiao Sui had bonded with Yuqi Jiao less than a month prior. Though Aolong was born transcendentier, it remained in its infancy. Its body still undeveloped, its claws and muscles yet unmastered. Thus it served mostly as a harasser. Now, however, things had changed. Over the past month, Aolong was now brimming with raw power. Its claws, even matched against peers, could rival those of a Pan-Yin rock beast. This assessment came directly from Ji Fengshun himself. Aolong's got tremendous strength, and facing 5 spirit beasts of equal rank, strategy demanded restraint. Conserving spiritual energy was paramount. Xiao Sui treated this bout not merely as a contest, but as an experience boon for Aolong. The opposing Changyan sky crane soared skyward. Aolong, with Shushu and Pang Xiong, Xiao Sui could delegate full command, but Aolong, lacking battlefield experience, required his undivided direction. Ascend, seize it, then hurl it down. Aolong tilted its head upward, its lithe form blurring into streaks of light as it shot skyward after the crane. Do you grasp the sheer force behind brute strength? Aolong seized the Changyan sky crane's talons with wild, unbridled fervor. The airborne crane had clearly never encountered such a creature. Here lay another peculiarity worth noting. Every spirit beast bearing the title dragon was without exception a unique spirit beast. Those capable of evolving directly into dragon forms fell into 2 categories: Western dragons, or serpentine beings like Baiyun Jiao snake, which resembled dragons superficially but retained the essence of serpents. Yuqi Jiao was a unique spirit beast, born transcendent tier. Xiao Sui estimated that after 2 further evolutionary ascensions, his Aolong might transform Yuqi Jiao's Jiao into a true Long, a celestial dragon. Any Eastern dragon suffix signaled overwhelming superiority, akin to a game's base stats being exceptionally high. Aolong. Seeing Aolong seize the crane's talons, Xiao Sui repeated his command, this time with unmistakable urgency. Bring it down now. Earth tremor. A draconic roar echoed, accompanied by seismic vibrations across the arena. A marshborn Jiao dragon lunged upward, seizing the airborne white crane. They plummeted like meteors. The wind-affiliated spirit beast, stripped of flight, shrieked in agony, while the earth itself answered its conqueror with thunderous resonance. Earth tremor intensified. The ground rippled with a unique resonant pulse, peaking at the moment of impact. It collided with the descending body amid a deafening, earth-shaking boom. When the dust settled, the mud-smeared Jiao dragon pinned the once soaring crane beneath its claw. It lifted its head and unleashed a commanding dragon's roar, its vertical pupils locking onto the Bayou Crane University team's position. Beneath its talons, the Changyan sky crane lay unconscious. Xiao Sui raised his hand with perfect timing and declared, "Next, a pinnacle extraordinary level, Changyan Tiana." Xiao Sui furrowed her brows. Her Aolong was only at the mid-extraordinary level. It seems that the Bayou Crane University in front of her was indeed not very fortunate. If luck were on their side, they might have drawn a master-level beast and contend for a position in the top 16. However, since they were on stage, they had to perform beautifully. Xiao Sui snapped her fingers. Aolong. Resonance with the earth. Resonance with the earth, an extremely rare spiritual beast skill. The function of this skill is to draw power from the earth as much as possible and resonate with the earth element. Normally this technique can only be mastered by a Quasiking level spiritual beast. However, the four little ones of Xiao Sui family, including the still striving Aolong, had already mastered this move perfectly. Xiao Sui, do you understand the significance of being a child of the earth? Xiao Sui rubbed her nose. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, accompanied by the dragon roar of the Yuchi Jiao, some changes occurred within the earth. It seemed to envelop the Yuchi Jiao in that instant. The earth-type spiritual energy gathered on its scales provided by the earth. The water-type power gathered on its teeth and claws, consolidating all the water-type spiritual energy within Aolong's body, transforming into sharp spears. In the next moment, a yellowish stream of light streaked across the night sky, and the long roar of the dragon resounded. The claws flowing like water clutched the gale swirling in the sky. A very advanced use of spiritual energy, Xiao Sui commented. Aolong. In the next moment, Aolong's body suddenly halted in midair and fell to the ground. Changyin Tianhe seemed somewhat confused, but the limitations of the competition venue meant that even wind-type spiritual beasts could only fly this high. This restriction, somewhat unfair for the sake of aesthetics, was not a limitation for extraordinary-level spiritual beasts. Most extraordinary-level spiritual beasts couldn't even reach such heights. Once they reached master level, even if they couldn't fly, they would have mastered some means of floating or aerial maneuvering. The captain of the Bayou Crane University's team frowned. He had taken the stage early. From the very beginning, they had no real expectation of winning, as it was nearly impossible. What they sought was simply a battle that would allow their spiritual beasts to gain combat experience. The member from Northwest University in front of him seemed overly excited for some reason. At this point, if they sent out a spiritual beast of mismatched strength, not only would they gain no experience, but it could even lead to some negative effects on their team members. It would be better for him, the captain, to go up personally and fight this guy, but this guy lacked martial ethics. The skill resonance with the earth is something we can actually use at our current stage. The captain of the Bayou Crane sighed. The complete dialogue was too bloated, but this person only appeared in one chapter, so I abbreviated it. He began to command. Changyin Tianhe, use it. Raging Windstorm. Raging Windstorm, a signature skill of the wind type, is one that almost every extraordinary level wind type spiritual beast can perform. For Changyin Tianhe, it was extremely simple. Yet few could execute this move effectively. A typical example is the Raging Wind Butterfly from the Raging Wind King family. In Xiao Sui view, this move indeed seemed unremarkable. However, the momentum it created was sufficient, giving her a chance to prepare for the surprise move hidden behind the Raging Windstorm by the captain of Bayou Crane. Aolong, use it. Wrath of the Swamp. This is a skill that can only be learned by spiritual beasts that are both water type and earth type. It belongs to a high-level elemental fusion skill. More importantly, it is purely a long-range technique. Aolong clapped its claws, and on the ground, which had been soaked at some point, a glimmer of yellow-brown and water-blue light emerged. It sounded like some unwilling roar. Accompanied by the roar, deep yellow beams shot straight out from the depths of the earth, carrying violent energy fluctuations towards Changyin Tianhe. Changyin Tianhe seemed completely unprepared. The captain of Bayou Crane quickly commanded, Changyin Tianhe, use Feather Dance. The power of Wrath of the Swamp was far stronger than the captain of Bayou Crane had imagined. It could even easily pierce through the defenses of Feather Dance and strike Changyin Tianhe's wings. Changyin Tianhe blocked its wings in front of itself, taking the hit heat in. Then it spread its wings, gathering blue light in its beak. It charged straight at the Yuchi Jiao. Aolong watched the incoming blue beam and kept slapping the ground again. Wrath of the Swamp. Captain of Bayou Crane, no. How can you still come again for a second time? The captain did not understand, but that beam gradually overshadowed the light beam spewed from Changyin Tianhe. The wind-type energy dissipated little by little under the impact of water-type and earth-type energy. Finally, it transformed into specks of light and completely scattered. The residual force of Wrath of the Swamp landed on Changyin Tianhe, causing the already injured Changyin Tianhe to plummet from the sky. Aolong soared up with a roar, pinning Changyin Tianhe beneath its claws. Aolong, did you not expect this? This dragon is a noble lawmaster. Aolong excitedly swished its tail. Until Changyin Tianhe beneath its claws was withdrawn, a certain aura on its body seemed to disperse and then recondense. Aolong instinctively scratched its head with its claws. Xiao Sui breathed a sigh of relief. At the later extraordinary level, it actually broke through. It should be able to challenge the master level soon. Come back, Aolong, Xiao Sui called softly. With the opposing captain off the field, there was no need for her to continue fighting. There were still 3 opponents left, so she might as well let Zhao Buqian practice his skills. Zhao Buqian excitedly stepped onto the field, summoning a mud swamp frog. Senior Xiao is really great leaving me a swamp field even as they are leaving. The members of Bayou Crane University's team had clearly noticed that Xiao Sui had already stepped down. They also sent someone up to continue the combat experience accumulation that had not been completed earlier. Mud Swamp Frog Wrath of the Swamp. Wrath of the Swamp. Wrath of the Swamp. The members of Bayou Crane University's team completely had no chance to accumulate any experience. In the end, they finished this battle with a whimper. Northwest University successfully secured a place in the top 16. The next second and third rounds of the top 16 challenge are just around the corner. It will be postponed until tomorrow. After all, not all teams are as unscathed as Xiao Sui and her team. One match in the morning, another in the afternoon. The morning match is unknown, single-round decisive victory. The contestant stepping up is a master-tier beast tamer, captain of the Minxing University team. Though not among the most prestigious institutions, it ranks among the nation's elite universities. Xiao Sui, stay steady. Ji Fengchun glanced over at Xiao Sui, who lay sprawled contentedly on the sofa. Got it, Xiao Sui replied. Don't worry, Captain. I'll handle this. No problems whatsoever. Xiao Sui patted his chest. Tomorrow I'll send Mouse straight onto the field, unless that opponent can actually defeat you in single combat. No, let Fat Bear go instead. Ji Fengchun spoke. Fat Bear's cultivation level is higher, and more crucially, he is a pure offensive-type spirit beast renowned for overwhelming destructive power. Mouse's battlefield control abilities must remain concealed, whereas Fat Bear already appeared during the opening ceremony. So even if others grow suspicious, they'll merely assume you're exercising caution. Mouse, however, is different. Phantom affinity spirit beasts are famed for peerless control and exchange capabilities. Even against MODU University's thought affinity specialists, he could hold his ground. Thus, Mouse must stay hidden. But Fat Bear poses no risk. After all, Northwest University's Uthrock Bear is widely known. Xiao Sui pondered briefly, then nodded. Fine. By the way, what is that master-tier spirit beast? That's another reason I'm assigning Fat. Ji Fengchun spoke. Mouse's offensive style is extreme, essentially instant annihilation. Fat Bear, however, allows for probing and assessment. The master-tier spirit beast from Minxing University is the Frost Snow Violet Weasel. Their captain hails from northeast China, later enrolling at Minxing University. The Frost Snow Violet Weasel is exceedingly rare, truly extraordinarily rare. Therefore, we must ascertain its combat methodology. Preferably, test every possible variation. Ji Fengchun declared with grave seriousness. I even suspect someone tipped off Minxing University. Otherwise, why bypass the 16-strong bracket entirely to challenge us? And why choose unknown combat specifically? Zhou, that was me. MODU University's reasoning was straightforward. They knew full well they couldn't overcome Northeast University this year. Then which team appears most likely to triumph this year? Northwest University. The rationale is simple. Northwest fields 2 captain-level combatants, a fact already confirmed. These 2 captain-level combatants stand a genuine chance of defeating Northeast University. But what advantage does such a victory confer upon MODU University? None whatsoever. Beyond earning a passing mention, they orchestrated this. It may etch their name faintly into memory, or perhaps even forge a subtle debt of goodwill. After all, it's merely an ordinary strategic investment. MODU University thrives on precisely such calculated investments. Zhou deliberately sought out the sole other captain in the official league known to possess a Frost Snow Violet Weasel, Minxing University's captain. With substantial resources, she persuaded Minxing University to challenge Northwest University. For elite universities like these, resource disparities remain negligible unless they advance beyond the top 8. Yet for Minxing, this year possessing only one master-tier combatant, the top 8 is virtually unattainable. Better then to seize this opportunity, and perhaps gain favor from 2 elite institutions. Of course, MODU University's generous resource offering also played a role. Ultimately, Minxing University approached Northwest University and opted for a unknown duel. This outcome proves advantageous for Northwest University and beneficial for Minxing as well. Resources gained plus potential goodwill from 2 top-tier schools. For MODU University, the investment may yield a far greater return, a significant favor owed. Zhou believed Northwest University surely housed sharp minds capable of deducing MODU's hand behind this maneuver, such as that astute Ji Fengchun. Ji Fengchun and me. Xiao Sui had gleaned fragments of the truth, but lacking familiarity with MODU, he resolved to verify the matter at his earliest convenience. So my objective is to probe the Frost Snow Violet Weasel's combat style? Xiao Sui asked. At least partially, yes. Ji Fengchun spoke. Moreover, Mouse must absolutely remain concealed at this juncture. Trust my overarching strategic planning, Xiao Sui. My oversight has always governed the grand strategy, Xiao Sui replied wryly. Only tactical improvisation benefits from your input. Old Xiao, you've grown less accommodating than before. Ji Fengshun sighed. I did cede you my position after all. Very well, I'll endeavor to extract intelligence on the frost snow violet weasel. As for what follows, if we face Northeast University, we'll give our absolute all. We'd do that regardless. Ji Fengshun scratched his head. Lacking fervor for first place is one thing, but losing drive altogether is quite another. Understood, Xiao Sui said. Also, tomorrow's match won't be easy. Master tier midstage. Xiao Sui pointed to the dossier. Fat Bear is likewise master tier midstage, and will hold something back. Perhaps tomorrow will prove truly spectacular, wouldn't you agree? Xiao Sui smiled. Ji Fengshun nodded. Zhao Buqian yawned beside them. The remaining 3 team members had already retired to rest. Zhao Buqian, however, could not rest. He was the designated next captain, and with no confirmed strategist, yet identified, he bore added responsibility. Zhao Buqian needed to cultivate discernment. Ji Fengshun, though outwardly unassuming, possessed inner depths, dark, intricate, and layered. Only because Xiao Sui served as his external intellect could Ji Fengshun navigate decisions so effortlessly. Now Zhao Buqian required both Xiao Sui and Ji Fengshun beside him, guiding him step by step, lest he fall prey to deception without even realizing it. Xiao Sui suddenly lifted his gaze toward the door. Ji Fengshun, someone's approaching. Ji Fengshun snapped upright and summoned his spirit architect, Yuan Zhu Tumusher. Who? A perfectly timed knock echoed at the door. Their eyes met. Ji Fengshun stepped forward. He possessed superior unknown combat capability, making him the safer choice. He opened the lounge door and beheld Zhou Tsiyu. Greetings, Captain Ji. Zhou Tsiyu stood at the threshold, her smile polished and precise. Shall we strike a deal? Oh, and Deputy Captain Xiao is inside too, correct? Captain, Xiao Sui's voice came from within. Let her in. The specifics. Xiao Sui looked at the person in front of her. Zhou Tsiyu. I already know. This matter will be discussed with your heavenly king by our coach later. Xiao Sui counted on her fingers. We don't need much, perhaps just a favor or something. Can you make that decision? Zhou Tsiyu raised an eyebrow. I will notify the Lirshan heavenly king. Xiao Sui nodded. Northwest University doesn't mind helping you secure the first arena position. I'm actually quite curious, Xiao Sui. How did you know? Zhou Tsiyu frowned. Jiangnan University wouldn't tell you, would they? Right, Jiangnan University didn't inform me. Xiao Sui nodded. But that doesn't mean I don't have other channels for information. No one from Jiangnan University told me, but it's not something you can't guess. I figured you came because you received. I came back with the Fushui Heavenly King. And I'm from Qinjiang City. You're worried that Northwest University might want to take that position from you, right? Zhou Tsiyu looked at Xiao Sui. Alright, that's fine. Let the 2 Heavenly Kings discuss the subsequent matters. Northwest University doesn't need to intercept other teams for us. Just don't come to contest that position. Zhou Tsiyu spoke. Xiao Sui waved her hand. Got it. Northwest University isn't interested in fighting for the position of the first champion. You all can fight for it with Kyoto. We're not interested at the moment. Here's an extra piece of information, Zhou Tsiyu. Tomorrow you'll be facing Fujian province. The master level from Fujian is the cold snow purple weasel. Xiao Sui paused for a moment, then stood up. He squatted down again and took a bottle of iced tea from the small fridge in the lounge. When he turned around, Zhou Tsiyu had already vanished. Old Xiao, when did she leave? No need to care, this group of naturally gifted individuals are basically like that. Xiao Sui yawned. Then what did her last sentence mean? Ji Fengshun thought for a moment and still asked. Although there was a touch of darkness in his heart, he didn't understand these convoluted matters well enough. It's actually quite simple, Xiao Sui replied. What we want at most is just a favor. Such a favor can be significant or trivial. There's no concrete way to measure it. And she deliberately told us that their Modi University has already extended a favor to us. Clearly, Fujian province has sent a master-level captain with the cold snow purple weasel to engage us on Ianon. Originally, we thought this somewhat deliberate and even a bit mystical behavior was in fact a transaction between Modi University and Fujian University. Regardless of the purpose of this transaction, we are the ultimate beneficiaries. Since we learned of this matter, we have already owed Modi University a favor, large or small. Xiao Sui added. Therefore, the favor they owe us later isn't big, even quite small. It's better to simply exchange it for some resources. Xiao Sui took a sip of her drink. Alright, let's go rest. We still have to deal with Fujian province's school team tomorrow morning. Aren't you going to take it on alone? Ji Fengshun crossed his arms over his chest. That's true. Xiao Sui sighed. Then fine, I'll head back to rest first. The rest is up to you, Captain. Xiao Sui stretched, casually tossing the bottle into the trash can as she turned to leave the lounge. Why did I get hurt? The golden spider looked at the mountain flame iron beast through the video. How could I possibly get hurt? Were you deceived by someone from the Genesis Society? I just used some time to repair the net that was previously torn down and strengthen it a bit. A while back in Xinjiang, the little mouse's clever ideas inspired me. I discovered that this silk can be combined with illusions. So I made some modifications and enhancements. That's why I didn't have time to communicate with the outside world. That guy from the Genesis Society deliberately controlled a master-level little guy to tell me some news. The Mountain Flame Iron Beast was silent for a moment. If it's confirmed that you're okay, then the only one who can provide me support at any time is left. The Mountain Flame Iron Beast had not spoken for a long time. Can you contact that guy on the plateau? Let the Beastmaster Association people handle it. The Golden Spider replied. After all, unlike us, that guy doesn't protect the country. He only guards the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. If we go over and something conflicts, it would be problematic. Let's wait a while, Mountain Flame, the Golden Spider said. If there really is a problem over there, our boss won't just ignore it, right? After all, it's still within the borders of the Shinjo Alliance. If any issues arise, we cannot disregard them. The Golden Spider moved its limbs a bit. I can't move for now, the centipede over in Southeast Asia has been quite active lately. If I'm not around, I won't be able to suppress it. If you come over, it's the same, but it's better for me to stay here at least. Poison type can suppress poison type. Be careful, the Mountain Flame Iron Beast nodded. The video before him was cut off, and the Mountain Flame Iron Beast yawned and lay down. It had been 3 or 4 days since Xiao Sui and the others arrived. The Mountain Flame Iron Beast had returned to its previous state of boredom. Open the door. I'm going out to be a mascot. A brown giant panda wobbled out of the room and into the open exhibition hall. Mountain Flame was very popular in the panda park, mainly for 2 reasons. First, the brown giant panda had a particularly cute point, plus the Shinjo people's special love for different colors. Second, Mountain Flame is a fire-type spirit beast unafraid of cold or heat. Regardless of the weather, it is always very energetic, crawling around the outdoor park as soon as it sees people. Sometimes it could even climb trees and bounce around doing some acrobatics. Of course, there was another point. This brown giant panda is very low maintenance. It does not require a caretaker at all. It goes in to eat on time and comes out to play in the afternoon. Only for some reason it often feels unwell and needs to take leave. The public once thought that the panda park was mistreating this giant panda. They even collectively complained to the panda park officials. The park director, you have no idea, right? I know it well. You think I can control the movements of that living ancestor? A certain master-level beast master, you have no idea what you are really photographing and feeding. Min Province University, Qinxi. Northwest University, Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui stood on one side of the competition field. On this football-sized arena, 2 spirit beasts were standing at that moment. 4 master-level spirit beasts this size of the arena actually affects their performance significantly. However, if the arena were larger, the audience in the stands would not be able to see clearly. The essence of the league, besides the resource allocation for the next year, also involves a certain promotion for beast tamers. It serves as external propaganda for the Education Bureau. Previously, the Education Bureau's promotion relied on the live broadcast of the final college entrance examination. Later, this method was discontinued as it could easily impact the candidates' performances, especially affecting those with poor mental states. Thus, they completely halted it and switched to broadcasting the league matches. Min Province University is a top-tier university among all universities nationwide. Every year, there are usually 1 or 2 master-level spirit beasts. This year's master-level beast happens to be from the northeast, and it even has a master-level cold snow purple weasel. The purple weasel, which is about half a meter long, lay on the ground. If it weren't for the master-level beast tamer's keen eyesight, Xiao Sui might not even see it. It was too small. Yet this purple weasel instilled a sense of crisis in the usually relaxed Fat Bear. At least right now, Fat Bear was quite serious. Most of the time, when dealing with enemies, Fat Bear prefers to float. This allows for greater mobility. However, Fat Bear is fundamentally a spirit beast primarily based on earth attributes. Only when standing on the soil can it unleash its strongest power. At this moment, Fat Bear had its 4 limbs pressed against the ground, gazing at the purple weasel in the distance. Until the moment the referee's whistle sounded. The ground transformed into endless waves, quickly spreading outward from the center of Fat Bear. The sky abruptly darkened and snowflakes began to drift down from the dark clouds. Weather type ability, Xiao Sui frowned. He did not deliberately command Fat Bear, but simply let it respond on its own. Unlike the howling dragon, Fat Bear, having experienced many battles, possesses fully matured tactical abilities and does not necessarily require direct commands. Instead, as its beast tamer, he needed to keep up with Fat Bear's actions, and to achieve this he required. Xiao Sui tapped his forehead. Universal skill for beast tamers, spirit beast synesthesia. Once he synchronized his own feelings with those of Fat Bear. Yellowish spiritual energy waves transformed into huge rock spikes piercing straight up from the ground. The cold snow purple weasel dodged left and right, soaring over the spike. Yellowish spiritual energy waves transformed into huge rock spikes piercing straight up from the ground. The cold snow purple weasel dodged left and right, soaring over the spikes. Then it concealed itself once again within the falling snow. Fat Bear lifted its right front paw, and this time the area of the Earth attribute energy's fluctuation was larger and more exaggerated. Advanced Earth-type skill Earth Thorn. Dense rock spikes suddenly spread across the entire arena, and even the nimble cold snow purple weasel was grazed by the sharp spikes. The yellowish earth attribute spiritual energy sliced through the cold snow purple weasel's paw, causing its movements to momentarily falter. Fat Bear. Roar. The raging wind and snow were shattered by the calm, heavy earth attribute spiritual energy. From below to above it surged straight into the sky. Earth's grasp. A 20-meter-high rock hand abruptly emerged from the ground, and the hindered cold snow purple weasel looked around. The essence of Earth's grasp is not merely the oppressive force of those two rock hands. What is more important has always been the intensely rich Earth attribute power attached to that rock hand. As long as you are within the coverage area of those two large hands at the moment Earth's grasp appears, you are bound to be subjected to gravitational suppression, unable to move an inch. This itself is a form of ultimate control over gravity. At this moment, the cold snow purple weasel transformed into a stream of white light, forcefully escaping the range of Earth's grasp. Xiao Sui clicked his tongue. Although Fat Bear's trump card is not Earth's grasp, it is still one of its strongest regular skills. Could it not be controlled? Xiao Sui scratched his head, seemingly troubled. He had clarified the characteristics of the cold snow purple weasel. In snowy weather, the cold snow purple weasel is nearly impossible to find. Even with the eyesight of a spirit beast, it is hard to spot. Xiao Sui estimated that only the captain of the Magic Capital team, Xiao Sui, could rely on her abilities to find the cold snow purple weasel. Xiao Sui himself relied purely on precise control over Earth attribute spiritual energy. In other words, it was actually dependent on large-scale control skills. However, if such skills are used in a team battle, they can easily harm allies. More importantly, I need to rely on the trajectory of ice attribute spiritual energy to locate the cold snow purple weasel. Otherwise, it's quite difficult. But what if this snowy day doesn't rely on the cold snow purple weasel itself gathering the snow, but instead uses another spirit beast? Xiao Sui mused. Fat Bear turned to look at Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui understood Fat Bear's intentions. The Earth's grasp it demonstrated indeed reached the threshold of a top-tier university's captain-level strength. However, without the support of Squirrel and his Earth's child power, the Earth's grasp Fat Bear used now did not match the strength it had when facing the Mountain King back then. To solidify its position at the captain-level strength, it still needed more. Thus, for this battle, he originally planned to reveal one or two more trump cards such as Fat Bear. Xiao Sui spoke softly. Earth Shockwave. Fat Bear eagerly pounded its four paws on the ground. Dense Earth attribute power coalesced on its shoulder armor. Finally gathering in its mouth, the yellowish light wave swept horizontally across the entire arena from left to right. By the time the dust settled, the cold snow purple weasel had been pinned against a certain spot on the barrier, losing consciousness. That kind of absolute destructive power had at least reached the destructive power threshold of a quasi-king. It drew the attention of captains from other prestigious universities. As one of the rare master-level battles in this morning's combat, everyone was highly attentive to this fight. And within this battle, Xiao Sui demonstrated strength sufficient to solidify his captain-level power. And moreover, the nearly overwhelming destructive force that threatened to overflow the barrier. The true main attacker of Northwest University. By Luoqing toyed with his long sword. I said that those who presented themselves from Northwest University before lacked aggression. See, it has emerged. By Luoqing pointed at Xiao Sui's position. His eyes filled with an indescribable excitement. And not far from Bai Luoqing, a certain youth lowered his head and fell into a shell. Why is he so strong? Li Muan once again fell into a cycle of confusion. The afternoon battle against the other school has come to an end. This contest did not exert much pressure on the members of Northwest University. In fact, one could say it was quite manageable. After all, it was merely a school-seeking combat experience. Just having some extraordinary members participate was sufficient. The majority of the pressure was left for Zhao Buqian to hone his skills. At this moment, all members of the Northwest University team were in the lounge. Xiao Sui set up a small blackboard. First, let me introduce our opponents. Xiao Sui pointed to the blackboard. Among the 16 schools, most are vying for the last two positions. But remember, according to the new rules, each arena has 2 opportunities to be challenged, and each team only has 1 chance to challenge. Therefore, to play it safe, prestigious schools generally stand ready on the platforms to be challenged. This is because the challenge party chooses the format of the competition. Our goal is the third arena, or possibly the fourth arena. This follows the consistent strategy of Northwest University. We should keep a low profile. Xiao Sui continued, we won't compete for the best positions, nor will we seek to stand out. Based on past policies of Northeast University, they might also adopt a similar approach. Actually, I initially thought that Northeast University might choose not to participate in the arenas at this time, letting a prestigious school take their place. Ji Fengchun added from the side, but now that's unlikely. Ji Fengchun glanced at Xiao Sui. I believe Northeast University wants to meet us in the finals, provided that we can make it out of the preliminaries. Ji Fengchun paused. The first arena is reserved for Modi University. Xiao Sui stated they've accepted the placement. Aside from the positions we aim for, ignore the others. The format for seizing the arena tomorrow will likely be a direct contest at the venue of the quarterfinals. Whoever runs fastest will secure it. Xiao Sui said. Wait a minute, old Xiao, run fast. Huang Hanheng raised his hand. Us. Our Earth-based attributes. Can they possibly be related to running fast? No, you all don't need to summon spirit beasts. The fat bear will teleport us there. It can be said that the arena seizure tomorrow will primarily rely on the instantaneous movement of the mental system alongside the speed enhancements from wind and lightning systems. You all don't need to worry about it. My target is the third arena, and you don't need to concern yourselves with anything else. As for why the third arena, Xiao Sui stroked her chin. Modu will be contesting for the first arena, and Kyoto will engage with them at best, securing the fifth or sixth arena. The second arena will most likely be taken by Northeast University. So for now our goal is... Xiao Sui paused. He suddenly stopped and looked at Ji Fengchun. Ji Fengchun spoke up. Let me ask you a question first. Do you all want to compete for the championship? Captain, how can you say that? Huang Ro raised her head. We just don't have such grand aspirations, but it's not that we lack ambition. Since it's a possibility, why not give it a try? Huang Hanheng nodded in agreement. Zhang Shoren zized. Oh, I agree. Zhang Shoren, who was pulled up by Xiao Sui, raised his hand, firmly supporting the proposal. Although he wasn't sure what the proposal was, agreeing at this moment was enough. Xiao Sui paused, realizing that Zhao Buqian was not in the lounge. Oh, the upcoming matches were no longer closely related to Zhao Buqian. He had learned what he needed to learn. Thus the king of the Cracked Mountains took this poor child away for additional training. The focus from here on will mainly be the quarterfinals. What do you think? Is it better for us to seize the third position or the fourth position? In the odd-even grouping, if we choose the fourth position, we are likely to encounter Northeast University early on. If we choose the third position, our opponent will be Modi University. Old Xiao, do we not care about the rest? Huang Hanheng raised his hand. No, we should care. I just can only confirm these two. Thus I prefer the third position to meet Northeast University in the finals. Xiao Sui took a deep breath. What if Northeast University's Quasiking level unexpectedly gets eliminated? Zhang Shoren raised his hand. Xiao Sui looked at Zhang Shoren with a gaze that seemed to say he was foolish. Fine, forget I mentioned it. Zhang Shoren raised both hands. So if we encounter Northeast University in the finals, how do we fight? That's not a question for today. Xiao Sui shrugged. Today I called you all here just to determine exactly which arena we will seize tomorrow. Isn't this something you can decide on your own, old Xiao? Zhang Shoren looked perplexed. Yeah, I just let him decide. Oh, I, as the captain, handed the decision-making power over to him. Ji Fengchun threw up his hands. Xiao Sui always talks about democracy. We must discuss these matters together. Since we have external brains, why think for ourselves, eh? Ji Fengchun spoke with conviction. Xiao Sui, you all get back to rest. Xiao Sui sighed. Leave the remaining matters to me. You don't need to worry about it. It's all in the hands of the fat bear for tomorrow's arena. By the way, Captain, do you have any news from Kyoto? Xiao Sui paused and asked. I'm not sure. The commanding authority in Kyoto University isn't there, Captain Li Muan. Similar to us, another vice-captain is in charge, but that vice-captain's strength doesn't compare to yours. What do you mean? Kyoto University will likely clash with Modi University. Xiao Sui said. We have already agreed with Modi University not to interfere, so tomorrow we can teleport directly to the arena and watch the show. Let's see if Modi University and Kyoto University will reveal any hidden cards. More importantly, Kyoto University undoubtedly wants to face Modi University early on, so if they cannot seize against Modi University, the fifth arena will be their best choice. Thus I speculate that the order of the arenas tomorrow will likely be: first arena, Modi University; second arena, Northeast University; third arena, ourselves; fourth arena, Basha University; fifth arena, Kyoto University; sixth arena, Jiangnan University. Xiao Sui said. And for the seventh and eighth arenas, do you want to take a gamble? A slight smile appeared on Xiao Sui's lips. The previous first match, the Bitter Vine University that fought against us will occupy one position. As for the remaining position, I bet it will be Yuzhou University. Xiao Sui spoke with a hint of certainty. The competition for the top 8 officially begins with a piercing whistle, and in an instant everyone disappears from their spots. The Aurora Skywing, led by Kyoto University, hovers in midair, but a long sword blocks its path. By Luocheng, Li Muan calls out sharply. Looking up, Magic City University has already taken the first stage. Realizing there was no hope, Kyoto University changes direction and flies towards the 5th stage. The first 6 stages will not see other schools competing. This is the battlefield of prestigious institutions. But when everything settles down, Xiao Sui looks around. The first stage is Magic City University. The second stage is Northeast University. The third stage is Northwest University. The fourth stage is Bashu University. The fifth stage is Kyoto University. The sixth stage is Yuzhou University. The seventh stage is Bitter Vine University. The eighth stage is Qilu University. Xiao Sui rubs her eyes, looking around, feeling that something is amiss. Wait, where is Jiangnan University? They are standing below, seemingly not interested in competing for the stage at all. Yuzhou University initially did not want to move, but seeing the 6th stage empty, they rushed up directly. Ji Fengchun explained. So the current situation is... Xiao Sui rubs her forehead. The 3 teams over there are clearly very nervous, but... Ji Fengchun places a hand on Xiao Sui's shoulder. Members of 5 prestigious teams are now watching the members of Jiangnan University below. We all know this clearly. Ji Fengchun's lips curl slightly. Since someone is willing to be the first to take the risk, they cannot retract now. I am more curious about which team he intends to target. Ji Fengchun says. At this moment, Bai Luocheng stands below, cradling his long sword and wandering around. Just as Ji Fengchun said, he flies past the subsequent 3 schools with the members of Jiangnan University. Do you think apart from the prestigious schools can we see a top 4 this year? Bai Luocheng's voice is loud, as if deliberately reminding something. After all, in the vast land of China, there can't be talents only from prestigious schools, right? Bai Luocheng looks at the members of the prestigious schools on stage. To be honest, we struggled for a long time last night, discussing for more than 2 hours. Finally, we decided to take a gamble. Some seniors say that the current university league is like a stagnant pool, with all non-prestigious students competing for those 2 spots. And prestigious schools rely on resources and student sources. We are always in the top 6 every year. Honestly, I really want to try being the first one not in the top 8. Will we be criticized? Jiangnan province is a water town, and we live in a water town valuing the importance of flowing water. So we will be that flowing water. The first source. Last night we spent 2 hours before making this nearly crazy decision, Bai Luocheng says. But we argued for half an hour about who to fight against. This question has yet to be settled. So I think it's not us who choose our opponents. I want to ask everyone, who is willing to be our opponent? Bai Luocheng spreads his hands and puts down the sword in his hand. The long sword is embedded in the ground. It seems like there is a soul within it. The 9-tailed fox spirit behind him gradually merges into his body. Talent fusion with spiritual beasts. As the boy in front of him grows 2 fox ears atop his head of white hair, 9 tails emerge behind him. The essence of a swordsman rushes skyward in an instant. The moment he steps forward with Jiangnan University, they gain 2 new identities. Rebels in the eyes of those who cling to tradition. Pioneers in the eyes of those who innovate. Yet regardless of the outcome of this competition, whether win or lose, they have already stepped forward. In this gentle water town, there will always be some passionate souls capable of piercing through time. Now they await the response of like-minded individuals. They wait. However, it does not take long. Xiao Sui removes Ji Fengchun's hand from her shoulder. She glances at her friends. Should I take charge? You take charge. Ji Fengchun shrugs. Xiao Sui smiles slightly as she looks towards Jiangnan University's team. Hey, Bai Luocheng. The boy with goggles on his forehead sits at the edge of the stage, seemingly looking at an unseen old acquaintance. This challenge. We from Northwest University accept it. What format do you want? No matter the format, we accept. If we must choose a format, it might be a bit disadvantageous for you. After all, we have fought for this. Bai Luocheng says. So let's have a 5-on-5 team battle. I can participate. The last sentence was clearly added by Bai Luocheng himself. Normally, due to past 5-on-5 team battles, some talented beast masters overestimate their capabilities, leading to serious injuries. Therefore, in large-scale 5-on-5 team battles, beast masters are not allowed to participate. This is a disadvantage for Bai Luocheng. Northwest University does not want a weakened opponent, a winning like that would not be honorable. Thus, the Beastmaster Association has actually added a rule. If both sides agree with the consent of the supervising teachers, participation is allowed. Northwest University Captain Ji Fengchuan agrees to this proposal. Ji Fengchuan stands behind Xiao Sui. Northwest University Supervising Coach King of Cracked Mountains, Xian Jiqing agrees to this proposal. King of Cracked Mountains appears behind them at some point. Jiangnan University Captain Bai Luoqing agrees to this proposal. Bai Luoqing cheerfully raises his hand. Jiangnan University Supervising Coach King of Overturned Water Chen Fengsi agrees to this proposal. Proposal approved. The main organizer responsible for hosting this match appears between the two teams. By me, King of Flame Pool and President of the Bashu Province Beastmaster Association Yang Yinshi approved. King of Flame Pool stands between the two teams. On August 3, 207 of the Spirit Beast calendar application submitted at 9:35 a.m. On August 3, 207 of the Spirit Beast calendar application approved at 9:39 a.m. Now confirm the match will take place on August 3, 207 of the Spirit Beast calendar at 1:00 a.m. Match referee. King of Flame Pool pauses before speaking. President of the Bashu Province Beastmaster Association and almost legendary Beastmaster King of Flame Pool Yang Yanshi. She gazes at the two teams, as if searching for her younger self. The waters of Jiangnan, the sands of the Northwest. Two entirely different elements, yet the only similarity lies in the fact that both thrive upon the great land of Xinzhou. A fiery heart. Hey Xiao Sui. Bai Luoqing stood in one corner of the arena. Compared to the previous competition venue, the team battle area was much larger, approximately the size of 4 football fields. The audience could only see the broadcast displayed on the large screen. Meanwhile, the lowly king sitting in midair was accompanied by a firewalker. The telekinesis of the quasi-legendary firewalker was sufficient to prevent any accidents. For the members of Jiangnan University and Northwest University, this battle could very well be the most significant one in history. It represented the long-standing elite university structure, which had remained unchanged due to the presence of legendary spirit beasts, now voluntarily allowing some changes. For the team members standing at the edge of the arena, this was more of an unprecedented, exhilarating battle. Xiao Sui raised her hand. As the contract array lit up, the spirit beasts on both sides appeared one by one. Northwest University Mountain Ape, Earthquake Rock, King Lava Giant, Turtle Earth Construction, Master Earth Rock Bear, Fat Bear. Jiangnan University White Cloud Jiao Snake, Earth Marsh Frog, Vast Sea Crocodile, Vast Sea Whale by Luoqing, Nine-Tailed Fox Immortal. A collection of spirit beasts rich in regional characteristics. According to this year's rules, there was a 1-minute preparation time before the team battle. This time was sufficient for master-level spirit beasts to accomplish many things. Thus, on the master-level battlefield there existed another unwritten rule. No stacking of states. Skills similar to Earth Resonance and other state-related abilities were prohibited. Using such skills wouldn't violate the rules, but it would be somewhat embarrassing. However, many skills were not within the restricted scope. For example, Vast Sea Whale Charged Tsunami. Vast Sea Crocodile Charged Tsunami. The team members of Jiangnan University commanded. Tsunami was a unique water-type skill, and the longer it charged, the greater its power. The more prolonged the charge, the more exaggerated the waves that would erupt. Turtle Diamond Shield Flame, Shield Earth Guardian Light Energy, Shield Whirlwind Spin Shadow Barrier Forest Vines. Huang Hanheng shouted out a series of commands as if ordering food. This voice was naturally amplified, reaching everyone's ears, including the spectators in the stands watching the match through the screens. As Huang Hanheng continuously called out commands, the lava giant turtle was indeed enveloped in 7 distinct colors of spiritual energy: platinum, red, yellow, bright, gold, blue, deep black, and green. Different defensive skills of varying attributes instantly covered several spirit beasts. The effects continued to stack until the minute was up. The 5 spirit beasts of Northwest University each bore at least 6 to 7 layers of shields. Jiangnan University. Tsunami. With the second whistle sounding, the match officially commenced. A towering wave of 20 meters suddenly appeared towards Jiangnan University's direction, crashing toward Northwest University. Mountain Ape, Huang Ro commanded. Wall of Size. Unlike the energy shield used by the lava giant turtle, the Wall of Size was a manipulation-type skill. As a massive earthen wall rose before the spirit beast, the destructive force of the towering wave was diminished, and then heavily crashed onto the 5 spirit beasts of Northwest University. As the wave receded, the Vast Sea Crocodile and Vast Sea Whale re-entered their charging state. The lava giant turtle at the front remained silent, merely activating its shields. Lava giant turtle, come. Strike me with more than 10 layers of shields. Isn't it just a 4-fold counter? This is so exciting, Zhang Shorin quietly remarked. When the gaze of Jiangnan University's team members returned to that area, they found that one spirit beast was already missing. Following that, the arena began to stir up dust. The mountain ape waved its arms and forcefully struck the ground. Earth-type, high-tier skill sand dust surge. Among the spirit beasts, the mountain ape's overall strength was the weakest. However, it was incredibly versatile, having learned nearly all the skills available at this stage. Huang Ro had guided the mountain ape in mastering them all. As the sandstorm swirled, the white cloud Xiao snake let out a cry and shot up into the sky, summoning dark clouds, and the sound of rain began to patter across the arena. The earth marsh frog slapped the ground, transforming the dry earth into a moist marsh. But this was only for that brief moment when the sandstorm enveloped the arena. A figure had already appeared behind Jiangnan University, claw raised to strike the vast sea whale. The vast sea crocodile was forced to end its charge and block the blow. The vast sea whale was the strongest in group attacks among Jiangnan University and could not afford to lose any members at this time. Even if the vast sea crocodile ended its charge early, it was acceptable. The vast sea crocodile stood in front of the Earthquake Rock King. As a typical heavy-armored warrior, it had the advantage against the Earthquake Rock King, who was trained as an assassin. The vast sea crocodile had a complete advantage. The Earthquake Rock King swiftly retreated after missing its strike. However, with the vast sea crocodile in the back, only the relatively less defensive earth marsh frog and white cloud Xiao snake remained at the front. At the junction of the torrential rain and the swirling dust, a figure emerged from the storm hand, glowing with a blend of blue and yellow light. Northwest University's second strongest individual combat spirit beast, Ji Fengshun's second spirit beast. Earth Construction Master. Earth God Strike. As a signature skill of the Earth Construction Master lineage, this attack's explosive power relied entirely on the Earth Construction Master's inherent qualities and the enhancement of the Beast Master's talent. And both of these aspects were exceptionally high in Ji Fengshan. The blue-yellow glow pierced through the curtain of rain and fell upon the Earth Marsh Frog. In the next moment, the Earth Marsh Frog vanished from its position. The firewalker in the sky brought the Earth Marsh Frog back to Jiangnan University's area. The Earth God Strike, which carried wood-type energy, struck the Earth Marsh Frog, which was at a fourfold disadvantage. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the firewalker, the Earth Marsh Frog would have suffered serious injuries. The firewalker intentionally slowed down for a moment. The Earth Marsh Frog had indeed lost its combat ability. To avoid any disputes later on, absolute fairness had to be ensured. Ji Fengshan frowned. The Earth Construction Master had already rushed to the front of Jiangnan University, yet until now the strongest force of Jiangnan University. The combined spirit beast by Luoqing had shown no signs of appearing. How could it be unless? "I'm ready." Bai Lucheng's voice rang out. The fox-eared boy held a blue and white longsword. Surrounding him seemed to be the flow of water and the rush of the wind. This state was something the people of Northwest University had never seen before. Except for Xiao Sui. This thing seemed a bit too familiar. Xiao Sui instinctively rubbed her eyes. Bai Luoqing let out a soft shout. Sword Heart illuminates, activate. By the time anyone reacted, Chuanshan Yanwang had already been hurled back into Xibei University's sector by the Pyro Walker. Bai Luchen's sword moved so swiftly that even Chuanshan Yanwang, the assassin among Xibei University's team famed for his speed, had no time to respond. "Each side will lose one member," Xiao Sui said, rubbing his chin. "Captain." "Understood," Ji Fengshan nodded. "1 minute. Leave it to us." Huang Ro and Huang Hanheng exchanged a glance. The volcano on the back of the Rongyan Jugu flared to life, and a dense surge of fire's spiritual energy began to spout. Their best defensive bastion, and when necessary their second battery, erupted like a volcanic explosion as molten flame and lava surged forth toward Bai Luochen in the distance. The spiritual energy fluctuations in the hands of the Fanzhan Yuan never ceased. He kept channeling them one after another into the Yuanju Tamushi. Yuanju Tamushi use it. Dugong Tianqing. Dugong Tianqing, another exclusive skill of the Yuanju Tamushi, greatly augments close combat capability and fortifies defense. But it required time to take effect, an archetypal stacking buff much like Bai Luchen's earlier activation of Jinshin, Tongming, which also needed time to prepare. Xibei University chose to concede a casualty first, while Jiangnan University chose to ensure that their core struck first with an amplification skill. Because Jiangnan relied more heavily on Bai Luochen in their team strategy, whereas Xibei adopted a dual-core approach. Bai Luochen surged forward, long sword flashing in his hand. A single stroke landed on the Fanzhan Yuan, but it rang with a crisp sound accompanied by the shatter of a shield. Bai Luochen frowned as he regarded the Fanzhan Yuan before him. The Fanzhan Yuan grinned. Among the 7 spirit beasts fielded by the school team, his overall power was the weakest, but he was excessively well-rounded in a way that defied easy description. Even facing Bai Luochen in his spirit beast fusion state, capable of crushing most captain-tier opponents, he could still hold him at bay for a short while. The price was simple. The Fans Han Yuan bore 20 layers of shield, while the shields that had once adorned the Rongyun Jugu had already been stripped away one by one. Shield transfer. The Fans Han Yuan raised his arm and smashed down hard. Bai Luochen, intrigued, thrust his sword. The outer shields began to fracture swiftly layer by layer. One strike broke a single layer, then a strike broke two. The shields succumbed ever faster. Behind them, the Hanhai Jing had reached the limit of what it could control. Torrential. A 30-meter-high wall of water surged towards Xibei University. Bai Luochen merged into the water, and the towering wave struck the Rongyun Jugu that had absorbed every transferred shield onto the Fans Han Yuan. The Rongyun Jugu, weakened fourfold by weak water, was swept out of the arena. As the lava giant turtle was expelled, the shields on the Fans Han Yuan evaporated layer by layer. Bai Luochen's blade struck the Fans Han Yuan. Powerless to resist, the Fans Han Yuan was likewise expelled from the field. But the time had been bought. A minute had passed. At the start of the third minute of the match, Bai Luochen activated Jinshin Tongming and began to swing his sword with an intensity akin to the unmatched form. The situation had shifted from 5 versus 4 to 2 versus 4. Yet unease nagged at Bai Luochen. The Dadi Yinxiong, clearly a captain-tier force capable of handling an ordinary quasi-heavenly king, still had not acted. It had not yet moved. Bai Luochen frowned, then suddenly perceived a ripple of telepathic intent. Jiangnan University and Modi University had a close relationship. Most of their people were highly attuned to matters of the mind. Bai Luochen spun around, ready to rush back and support his teammates. But a huge hand seized his arm. Bai Luochen looked up to see the Yuanzhu Tamushi holding him down, the force greater than his own though lacking finesse. He shrugged off the large hand and caught the Yuanzhu Tamushi grinning at him. Bai Luochen instinctively knit his brow and tightened his grip on the long sword. In the distance, Ji Fengchun pressed 2 fingers to his brow. Ji Fengchun's talent was rarely spoken of, but to ensure battlefield coordination, he had confided it to Xiao Sui. This talent is called Kumu Fengchun, not a wood-type gift, but a rare, attributeless talent. Its effects can be summarized in 4 parts. First, when you train together with your contracted spirit beast, your bodily strength is enhanced by Kumu Fengchun and grows markedly stronger. This is why Ji Fengchun had always wondered how Xiao Sui could fight him in close quarters. Ji Fengchun, I swear you don't even look human. Xiao Sui, the earth armor is just too authoritative. Second, your contracted spirit beasts, endurance, power, spiritual energy, control, and defense are all greatly improved. Third, when one of your contracted spirit beasts is on the brink of death, Kumu Fengchun can restore it to peak condition within half an hour, boosting its strength by 5 times this 5x stacks with all pre-existing buffs. Cooldown 30 days. Fourth, when your contracted spirit beast duels a human unknown, its strength is 3 times its baseline. This bonus can stack with the third effect. Ji Fengchun calmly pressed his brow. The unknown 3x bonus significantly amplifies attributes, and crucially that unknown multiplier can stack with the recently used Dugong Tianqing. At present, that made him roughly equivalent to 2 top-tier masterclass combatants. The Yuanzhu Tamushi firmly held by Luochen in place, his strength nearly matching Bai Luochen's spirit beast fusion state. Ji Zibai's unknown king, Fengchun. Bai Luochen knitted his brows tightly. Behind him, before the other students of Jiangnan University, a Dadi Yinxiong, resonating with 3 layers of earth resonance, clapped its massive paws. Earth shockwave. A soil-colored energy flared, though several spirit beasts before it had double resistance. That rotund bear, stacked with 3 layers of earth resonance, had become a force those few beasts could not hold. It was pure numerical domination. Bai Luochen gritted his teeth as he watched his teammates being swept away one by one. The Dadi Yinxiong had returned to stand before him. The Yuanzhu Tamushi's strength had dipped slightly, and the unknown bonus waned, yet the stout bear stood. 2 captain-tier forces stacked with augmentations faced him. Bai Luochen's Jinshin Tongming had been learned from Hua Tianzuan. With his current strength, he couldn't sustain it for long. Bai Luochen frowned, then broke into a sudden smile. Oh well, it's lost for us anyway. Then let us simply savor the battle. He tightened his grip on the long sword. A towering 9-tailed fox apparition rose behind him, suffused with the gentleness of flowing water and the long wind of youthful ardor. Jianjua Lufeng, sword art, flowing wind. The ground was marked with ravines and puddles of water, clearly indicating how intense the battle had been moments ago. Ji Fengchun extended his hand and helped Bai Luochen, who was lying on the ground, to his feet. Bai Luochen did not suffer defeat. To be precise, he had not been defeated during the period of his sword's clarity. This was perhaps the most intense battle since the League's inception. Bai Luochen managed to hold on for 10 minutes, losing only when the time of his sword's clarity ended. At that moment, the Yuanju Tama master and the fat bear, both spirit beasts, were also slightly out of breath. The endurance of the master-level spirit beasts had yet to reach a qualitative change. Under 10 minutes of relentless bombardment, the spiritual energy of the fat bear and the Yuanju Tama master was still sufficient. The withered tree met spring with a solid blow. The earth provided a powerful impact. However, Bai Lucheng's own stamina was beginning to falter. Fortunately, the duration of his sword's clarity had ended, otherwise he might not have been able to hold on. As Bai Luocheng had said, in the end it was about enjoying the battle. After the event, the Panyan dragon beast was strongly reprimanding its beast master, questioning why it had not been allowed to participate. Shushu was crouched on Xiao Sui, head trembling slightly. Shushu squeak squeak. Xiao Sui poked her timid little Shushu, asking, "So what are you all planning to do next?" Xiao Sui looked towards Bai Luocheng. "What else can be done?" Bai Luocheng crossed his arms, saying, "If it's time to leave, then we leave. If it's time to go home, then we go home. Leaving as a loser from Bashu isn't too shabby as long as there's no hiding or shame." Bai Lucheng's hands were behind him, the blue and white long sword cradled in the arms of the nine-tailed sword immortal beside him. "Let's go, well settle this next time. If you find time to return to Jiangnan, invite me for a meal." Bai Luocheng waved his hand. The king of overturned water looked at this outstanding student from his school with a peculiar expression. This kid must have some talent to be taught two techniques by the frog deity. He is reasonably clever, though sometimes a bit thoughtless. "Are you all going back on your own?" The king of overturned water sighed. "Even though you went up, you lost. But the 4 matches in the top 8 and the subsequent 2 matches in the top 4 are all officiated by the 6 major schools' kings. If you can leave, I can't. Wasn't it just confirmed? Should I wait until I finish hosting tomorrow's matches before I leave?" The king of overturned water said irritably. "Have you forgotten so soon?" Bai Luocheng scratched his head. "Is that so? I told you last night." The king of overturned water raised his hand and knocked on the kid's head. "You can wait a bit, or I can give you some face. When the teams that lose are decided, I'll ask their coaches to have their captains face you in a match. What do you think?" Bai Lucheng's eyes widened. "What a good deal, coach." The king of overturned water said without further comment. The task that the frog deity had specifically instructed him to carry out was to protect Bai Luocheng a bit. Helping out casually was not a problem. After all, it was the first time in many years that the frog deity had taken such a serious interest in a student. The remaining team members will also be arranged to face some opponents for continued practice. "Coach, will we get scolded for being eliminated?" "Now you know about this." The king of overturned water glared at Bai Luocheng. "Why didn't you think of this when you were clamoring to do it last night?" "Don't worry, there's no issue on the principal's side. Our national protector beast from Jiangnan University is actually quite pleased to hear about this." The king of overturned water was silent for a moment. Xiao Sui thought about the frog deity's personality and felt this behavior was exceedingly reasonable. The frog deity, upon hearing of actions that could change an era, might even draw his sword, demanding to take over. Xiao Sui draped her arm over Bai Luocheng's shoulder. "Speaking of which, Bai Luocheng, can you merge again? What do you want to do?" Bai Luocheng looked at Xiao Sui with a wary expression. "Your ears." Xiao Sui began swallowing hard. Bai Luocheng drew his long sword, resting it against Xiao Sui's neck. Xiao Sui turned around, took Shushu off her head, and began to rub him in her hands. "Shushu squeak squeak." Xiao Sui said nothing, merely looking up at the distance. The king of cracked mountains approached, saying, "The matchups for the top 8 progressing to the top 4 have been released. We have it relatively easy. We are facing Bitter Vine Tree University." All 8 guardians from the top 8 had secured their positions, and under such circumstances, generally the 3rd-ranked team faces the 7th and the 1st faces the 5th. So the question arises. The 1st ranked is Modu University and the 5th is Kyoto University. This matchup is quite normal. A pure revenge matchup. However, the 3rd ranked is Northwest University and the 7th is Bitter Vine Tree University. These two have already faced off once in the 64-32 round. Later, Bitter Vine Tree University made it through to the top 16 and even secured a spot in the top 8 in the end. Their opponent was Northwest University. During the top 8, they couldn't afford to hold back, bringing out 5 master-level spirit beasts from Northwest University. Ji Fengshun looked at this data, lost in thought. Why do they feel a bit unlucky? By the way, according to this grouping, the remaining matchups are. Ji Fengshun raised his head. The 2nd faces the 6th, the 4th faces the 8th. No swap, the odd-numbered group. The 2nd faces the 4th and the 6th faces the 8th. This is the result they discussed. This year's top 4 will have one that is not a prestigious school. When did the higher-ups become so bold? Why are you leaning in? Xiao Sui asked. Because the national protector beast does not participate in politics, the king of overturned water said with a complex expression. This is the baseline, so the reformist and conservative factions have always been evenly matched. Even the conservatives have an extra quasi-legendary figure. But now it's different. Your teacher, the overturned Mountain King, and the Qiyang King from Jiangnan Province. Both of them are typical reformists. In fact, the overturned Mountain King is not a reformist at all. He is purely an extremist. It is quite reasonable to allow a non-prestigious school to receive resources prepared for the top for this year. From our perspective as reformists, this is quite normal. Bashu Northeast, Jiangnan Northwest, these four schools are all reformist factions. The king of overturned water paused. Most of the kings from Kyoto and Modu are conservatives. Is Modu also conservative? Xiao Sui frowned. Is Kyoto conservative? I didn't feel that way when I went there before. To be precise, neither the capital nor the Magic City can be considered purely conservative anymore. However, there are still a few conservative kings among them, including those from Bashu, Jiangnan, and Northeast, with one or two conservative kings within each region. The proportion of conservative kings in the capital and Magic City is relatively high. Most of the conservative kings are quite elderly. Only Northwest University has all its kings being radicals. Lord Fushui complained. Lord Liashan, Lord Liekong, Lord Fanshan. Lord Fushui said to Xiao Sui, "These are the ones you are more familiar with. The king of the metal system from Northwest University, Lord San Tai, the king of the wood system, Lord Huang Cao, and that masterless king, Lord Lingfa, as well as the newly promoted Lord Hanshan. All of them are radicals, disdaining the reformists as too conservative, the kind that needs to be restrained by reformists during meetings. Especially Lord Lingfa, your Northwest University, was the real stabilizing force before Lord Fanshan. Lord Lingfa's talent is to enhance the lethality and comprehension of long-range skills. He is a typical masterless king, but comparatively he has more contracts with Earth-type spirit beasts. He has contracted with 6 spirit beasts, 5 of which are near legendary. Previously, Lord Lingfa was a backbone and leader of the reformists. Now the backbone is your master. As for the conservative kings, you have also seen them." Lord Fushui paused, not revealing more. Lord Senluo, Xiao Sui spoke up. Lord Fushui nodded. Old man Senluo is a typical conservative king. They equally love the Shinjo. But they forget that change is necessary. 20 years ago, the conservatives occupied the vast majority. Then shortly after, the newly promoted Lord Fanshan and Lord Qiang broke through. They penetrated the entire conservative faction, except for all king-level beast masters who are near legendary. They turned the situation upside down, winning all their matches over the course of about 2 months without losing a single one. Lord Fushui paused. That year I was 41, just stepping into the king level. Now I am 61, still stuck in the second-tier ranks behind those two. You know how it is. Lord Fushui patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. Since then, the power of the conservatives has gradually weakened, and now the reformists hold the upper hand. Ever since your teacher began preparing for the reformist transformation, it has completely been under their control. As for how I know this so clearly, Lord Fushui shivered. I was originally a member of the conservatives, one of those whom your teacher and Lord Xiang dealt with back then. Lord Liashan patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. Teacher Senior Fushui, why are you deliberately telling us? Ji Fengchuan frowned, looking at the 2 senior kings before him. Shouldn't we still be at a stage where we don't need to know these things? Because generally speaking, these matters are revealed to you after the league. Members of prestigious universities who can participate in the league are all candidates being contended by both factions. Jiangnan University has already been eliminated, just wanted to mention it. Lord Fushui spoke. Anyway, after that match, you lot have already been classified as reformists. You have been directly cast into the radicals. Lord Fushui's corner of his mouth twitched slightly. But that's fine, the conservatives will definitely not act against their own nation's geniuses. The conservatives are merely conservative, not dogmatic. Moreover, currently the entire Bashu conservative faction actually only has one member. The king leading the team from the capital, Lord Jiguang. So you have nothing to worry about. Lord Fushui looked at Xiao Sui. By the way, I came to find you for another matter. Lord Qiang wants to meet you. Xiao Sui was momentarily Go. Tomorrow's match is against Bittervine University. The 4 of us can handle it, and having Zhao Buqian to fill in is enough. Ji Fengchuan patted his old friend's shoulder. When you come back the day after tomorrow, you can just join us for the semifinals. For the semifinals, you can just choose one from the Magic City or the capital. Both are fine, at least there's no countering involved. Ji Fengchuan seemed to recall something. I feel like it might be easier than today. That's right, Bai Luochen said proudly. Moreover, our Jiangnan University is definitely strong in this cohort. Bai Luochen put his arm around Ji Fengchuan's shoulder. Very strong. Xiao Sui indicated that she didn't want to speak. She patted Fat Bear's body, letting Fat Bear take her away from the spot. Lord Fushui raised an eyebrow, turned his head to look at Lord Liashan. Tomorrow morning Bashu faces northeast. Yes, Bashu faces northeast. Lord Liashan nodded. It's highly probable that they won't win, but that kid in Jingxing might still be hiding. Still hiding. Lord Fushui raised an eyebrow. Lord Liashan was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Fushui, what do you think? This year, is there any possibility of two near kings emerging? Lord Fushui immediately turned his head to look at Lord Liashan. The two kings remained silent for a long time. Uncle Li and Senior Shanyan. Xiao Sui stood in the secret realm greeting the two seniors before her. Although she didn't understand why Shanyan's iron-eating beast was also here, but Xiao Sui still sat obediently. You little brat, are you Earth-type affinity? Lord Qiang frowned. Uncle Li Senior Shanyan should be able to sense this. Xiao Sui scratched her head. Then are you interested in taking a task? Around this December. Xiao Sui was momentarily stunned. Don't worry, it's not just you, there should be a few you need to participate in a trial. It won't do you any harm, only good. This concerns the legends of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, whether it can transform from merely guarding the plateau into a true national guardian beast. The iron-eating beast of Shanyan said very seriously. So if you agree. I agree. Xiao Sui's expression was somewhat peculiar. Why wouldn't I agree? Of course I will agree. Xiao Sui spoke. I want to go to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. I know the Qinghai Tibet Plateau has abundant resources in wind, earth, and ice systems. There are also many mines that no one has developed yet. Let's go. Of course we have to go. By the way, who else is there? Currently the only one confirmed aside from you is one other person. The iron-eating beast of Shanyan fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the secret realm, a young girl walked in. So the legendary figure atop the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Earth and ice affinity. Xiao Sui rubbed his chin. Never heard of such a being. Surely not a polar mammoth. A unique spirit beast. Shan Yan, iron-eating beast, spoke. Just like me. If it's ice affinity, I'm considering bringing along another person. We've just admitted a new student this year at Northwest University, Xiao Sui said. The young woman who had just arrived turned her head and glanced at him. I know. The incident nearly sent a professor racing all the way to Northwest, Mu Xinyan remarked calmly. That's perfectly normal. I was there myself, Xiao Sui shrugged palms up. Truth be told, I'd been hoping a heavenly king from Northeast would appear on site. After all, Xinjiang City's condition at the time was rather dire. Even the Liuhua heavenly king from Bashu was assigned to combat duty. Xiao Sui grumbled. For some reason, his first impression of Mu Xinyan wasn't particularly favorable. Perhaps it was because the young woman before him radiated such profound coldness. Xiao Sui frowned slightly. Who'll lead the expedition to Qinghai? No heavenly king will lead. Qiyang heavenly king replied. You'll choose your own team captain. Mu Xinyan pointed at Xiao Sui. My command capacity isn't exceptional, and this mission involves communicating with spirit beasts and surviving in the wild. I trust an expert jointly certified by 3 universities, Mu Xinyan stated serenely. Agreed, Xiao Sui replied without false modesty, and curiously his mood brightened considerably. In wilderness operations, the most vital asset is a disciplined, self-aware teammate. No matter how formidable one may be, failure is inevitable without proper situational awareness. This wasn't merely anecdotal wisdom. It had been distilled into pedagogical principle by their instructor. When experienced personnel are present, deference is paramount. Should personal insight arise, report it immediately. In untamed terrain, experience and instinct. Indeed, the inner sanctum of a realm-locked domain rarely poses the gravest peril. Far more dangerous are the natural hazards of Shanghai Star, feral beasts, and anomalous phenomena alike. Within such domains, centuries of accumulated spiritual energy have partitioned territories among resident spirit beasts, while life proceeds with quiet, stable rhythm. Yet across certain regions of Shanghai Star, volatility emerges, whether over scarce resources or other existential stakes. Your fellow teammates' details will be transmitted to your wristband shortly. Qiyang Heavenly King added, as captain you'll finalize these arrangements. Xiao Sui glanced sidelong at Mu Xinyan beside him. You decide, Mu Xinyan said. So long as no one hinders progress. Those who disobey orders, or those inserted via connections, I may dismiss them, correct? Xiao Sui lifted his gaze toward Qiyang Heavenly King. You hold that authority unquestionably. Few possess greater backing than you do, Xiao Sui. Should insubordination occur, seek your teacher first. If he declines, come to me, your Uncle Li. Qiyang Heavenly King declared solemnly. With that assurance, I'm at ease, Uncle Li. Xiao Sui nodded, satisfied. Right? What are you waiting for? Return and prepare for the competition. Qiyang Heavenly King waved dismissively. Northeast University has a match tomorrow, doesn't it? Xiao Sui, you stay. Shan Yan has matters to discuss with you. Qiyang Heavenly King gestured again. Shan Ho Walker materialized beside him and escorted Mu Xinyan out of the realm-locked domain. Shan Yan, iron-eating beast, settled onto the ground, eyes fixed upon Xiao Sui. You possess a fire and earth affinity spirit beast, don't you? Shan Yan, iron-eating beast, asked. Summon it. I'll impart some knowledge. Rest assured, it will suffer no harm. Shan Yin, iron-eating beast, spoke with quiet certainty. Xiao Sui raised his hand and summoned the binding formation. Dai, long absent from the field, tilted its head quizzically. Well trained. This little one shall remain with me until the league concludes. You may reclaim it afterward. Return on your own. Oh, and your frost snow elephant, when you journey to Qinghai this December, seek out the one residing there. It may learn something worthwhile. Though that being refuses to leave the Qinghai Tibet plateau, it treats juniors with unexpected kindness. Shan Yin, iron-eating beast, settled once more onto the earth. Before Xiao Sui could blink, he found himself expelled from the domain. By the time he reappeared at the competition grounds, Northwest University's match had already ended. Quarterfinals to semifinals unfold one match per day. By the way, Basha University faces Northeast University tomorrow. Has the format been announced? Xiao Sui asked. Yes, Ji Fengchun paused. Yin Jingxing petitioned the tournament committee, and thus the final arrangement is this: Yin Jingxing versus Mu Xinyan, unknown single decisive bout. Xiao Sui froze stunned. Ji Fengchun's expression grew grave. You understand the weight of that statement. It signifies the tournament authorities deem Yin Jingxing capable of matching Mu Xinyan in direct confrontation. Which means, Ji Fengchun drew a deep breath. Yin Jingxing, a quasi-heavenly king. Xiao Sui supplied the title for him. So, Captain, you've somewhat tarnished our reputation, Ji Fengchun. Xiao Sui clapped his shoulder. Why haven't you ascended to quasi-heavenly king yourself? Panyan Dragon Beast, Master Rank late stage. Yuan Zhu, Earth Masonry Master, still stalled at Master Rank mid-stage. Both possess only one core spirit beast. Ji Fengchun rubbed his nose. Logically, team captains should each command 2 Master Rank spirit beasts to ensure optimal synergy within the squad. Yet this year nearly all captains pursue extreme specialization. Both Mu Xinyan and Yin Jingxing do so, and even Bai Luochen's nine-tailed sword Immortal draws near quasi-heavenly king rank. Ji Fengchun massaged his temples. Our semi-final opponents will be either Shanghai or Beijing. Xiao Sui, I ask you one thing, can you win? What do you mean? Xiao Sui blinked startled. I'll petition for a unknown match. You'll face their captain directly. And what of you? I'll attempt to elevate Panyan Dragon Beast to quasi-heavenly king rank. This steadfast, responsible team captain patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. I'll try. He spoke with unwavering resolve. Xiao Sui fell silent for a long moment. If you secure approval, I swear to you, I will not lose. Xiao Sui affirmed, voice steady and absolute. Ji Fengchun exhaled relieved. Turning, he strode out to negotiate with the captains of Shanghai and Beijing teams. Xiao Sui rubbed his temples. I never expected you to deliberately bring up the challenge of unknown combat. Mu Xinyan stood in one corner of the arena, gazing into the distance. After a long while, she lowered her head. But since preparations have been made, let's treat this battle seriously. Mu Xinyan murmured softly. The cold snow purple marten hanging around her neck fell into the center of the arena. The blizzard began to swirl the moment it landed. Indeed, after inheriting the power of legends, your cold snow purple marten possesses wind attributes after its first evolution. Yin Jingxing seemed to recall something. However, my Thunderfire Obliteration Dog is not just a name. What kind of thunder is this? Taking advantage of Mu Xinyan's moment of distraction, a purplish red light darted through the gaps in the blizzard and lunged toward that figure. Dog use. Thunderfire Mirage. The barking of the dog rang out like a warning bell, accompanying the figure of the Thunderfire God Dog. The blizzard was forcefully torn open like a powerful beast ripping through the night. Just before it could pounce on the cold snow purple marten, the figure of the Thunderfire God Dog suddenly halted. Before them lay a dense web of ice lines blocking the cold snow purple marten. A crimson glow began to light up on the body of the Thunderfire God Dog. From the very beginning, he had no intention of attacking the cold snow purple marten in close quarters. Yin Jingxing did not understand what the offspring of a legendary spirit beast represented, but he was very clear that Mu Xinyan was strong. That cold snow purple marten, even though he had also broken through to Quasiking level. Even though his dog was indeed a Quasiking spirit beast, fire could still restrain ice. However, if the flames were not hot enough, they would be covered by ice and snow. In the next moment, a purple phantom lit up on the Thunderfire God Dog. It gradually contracted back onto the Thunderfire God Dog. That was the Thunderfire Mirage that Yin Jingxing had just commanded. It was a tactical maneuver. In previous league battles, there would be instances where someone deliberately reported another technique, but the spirit beast did not actually use that technique. Yin Jingxing instructed the Thunderfire God Dog to run wildly, pretending that he was not using Thunderfire Mirage. But secretly, he still had the Thunderfire God Dog execute this move. Thunderfire Mirage was a typical amplification skill. The aura of the Thunderfire God Dog suddenly surged. Realizing she had been deceived, Mu Xinyan did not get angry, because at this moment, the blizzard had completely covered the entire arena, and that cold snow purple marten had entirely disappeared into the ice and snow. Yin Jingxing spoke again. Dog use. Thunderfire storm. Xiao Sui straightened in her seat. To be precise, all the master beast tamers in the stands sat up straight in unison. The sphere of intersecting thunder and fire flew into the sky. In the midst of the raging blizzard, it forcefully blasted a gap. A new weather-type technique. Xiao Sui narrowed her eyes. This technique is almost exclusively suitable for fire and thunder spirit beasts. Isn't it just a pure enhancement for this kid? Xiao Sui fell into silence. The ability to create new weather-type techniques indicated that Yin Jingxing's talent was higher than they had assumed. No, it's that Thunderfire God Dog. Its talent is higher than we previously thought. Bai Luoqing sat beside Xiao Sui. The members of Jiangnan University's team were now in the stands of Northwest University. After all, they had already been eliminated. Mutated spirit beasts are terrifyingly formidable in certain aspects. The original Fire God Dog was more adept at close combat, but Yin Jingxing's Thunderfire God Dog excels not only in close combat. Its control over energy is exceptional, but unfortunately, Bai Luoqing shook his head. The hole in the sky was slowly being filled by the wind and snow. When everyone looked back at the center, the Thunderfire God Dog already bore a gruesome wound. That was purely caused by the howling wind. A torn wound. It was among the most difficult to withstand in nature. The wild and free wind. Above that wound there were traces covered by ice and snow, and the ice-type spiritual power that penetrated to the bone was gradually suppressing the raging flames on the Thunderfire God Dog. Yin Jingxing could no longer see the figure of the Thunderfire God Dog. The blizzard was too fierce. But it didn't matter. The bond between spirit beasts and beast tamers relies on contracts and emotions. Fire is the element most adept at explosive growth. Yin Jingxing suddenly raised his hand. Flames began to ignite. Thunderfire storm. At that moment, the raging wind seemed to become the ally of the flames. Accompanied by a surge of crimson energy from the feet of the Thunderfire God Dog, the wild wind transformed into a massive vortex, ultimately enveloped by even more violent flames. The figure of the cold snow purple marten appeared in the arena. The blizzard began to diminish. The eyes of the Thunderfire God Dog burned with the same bloodlust as its beast tamer. Woof! The barking echoed, accompanied by the blazing Thunderfire storm. The Thunderfire storm expanded gradually until it enveloped the entire arena. Xiao Sui raised her hand and poked her mouse. Can you do it? Mouse squeaked. Xiao Sui did not pressure. After all, this level of destructive power could only be achieved by 2 Quasiking levels combined. Currently, even with both the mouse and the fat bear, they could barely manage. This was still because the 2 little fellows coordinated well, plus the enhancement from Xiao Sui, the child of the earth. Xiao Sui sighed. I spent too much time mining and not enough on your training. The mouse tugged at Xiao Sui's hair with all its might. The Thunderfire storm gradually dissipated, and the somewhat disheveled cold snow purple marten shrank into a corner. That was a piece of wind and snow that was being fiercely protected. The Thunderfire storm was kept at bay, and at the center of that Thunderfire storm, the Thunderfire God Dog glanced around. With a pitiful whimper, it collapsed onto the ground. Clearly, it had exhausted its energy. Yin Jingxing sighed and reached out to summon the contract formation, bringing his dog back. He patted his dog's head. This captain of the Bashu team, known for its outrageous destructive power, nodded at the referee with his dog. The referee confirmed that there were no issues with the contestants before blowing the whistle. Northeast University wins. Mu Xinyan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as the cold snow purple marten jumped back onto her neck. She stroked the cold snow purple marten hanging around her neck and glanced at the charred ground. After a long while, Mu Xinyan turned and left the arena. Meanwhile, Bai Luoqing beside Xiao Sui was excitedly shaking the shoulders of the Water King. Coach, I want to fight that one. The Water King punched Bai Luoqing on the head. All you know is to fight. All right, once everyone has rested, I will help you talk. We'll talk about it then. Whether others agree is another matter. The Water King sighed. It seems you are not sad at all, Yin Jinghang. Xiao Sui sat in the hot pot restaurant gazing at Yin Jinghang. There's nothing to be sad about. Yin Jinghang shook his head. What is there to be sad about? After all, given the current situation, it's a problem whether I can even defeat Mu Xinyan. Yin Jinghang stretched lazily. Why did you think of inviting me for hot pot? Is this meal for gathering intelligence on the enemy, or something else? There's that. Xiao Sui paused for a moment. If it has to be said that it's for gathering intelligence, then yes, I did have that thought. That's quite normal. Yin Jinghang shook his head. I can only tell you that such control over spiritual energy is incredibly unreasonable at our current stage. Do you still remember what the mark of a king level is, right? Elemental control. Xiao Sui was taken aback. Only at the king level does one possess immense destructive power. It is because the spirit beasts have mastered elemental control, which is the first step in wielding the forces of heaven and earth. It is also a mere fragment of the laws. It is precisely because of elemental control that the status of a king can be so transcendent. Xiao Sui frowned. Are you sure it's elemental control? I'm sure. Yin Jinghang placed the tripe into his bowl. It is definitely elemental control. I suspect it's the power of that national guardian beast leaving a portion of its strength within its offspring. This method of connecting through bloodlines and shared energies can indeed inherit a portion of power. However, the comprehension of laws cannot be inherited. But elemental control can be partially inherited. Therefore, I am quite certain that Mu Xinyan possesses incomplete elemental control. Actually, you didn't need to ask me. The accompanying king-ranked coach should have already noticed. Unless you are confident in limiting her elemental control in a short time, or if you can master elemental control yourself in a short time. Otherwise, the chances of victory are basically minimal. Yin Jinghang said earnestly. And what about your preparations for the upcoming competition in 2 days? Isn't your captain going to challenge the quasi-king level? Yes, so we agreed that regardless of whether Magic City or Kyoto wins, it will be a unknown. Just like your situation today. Xiao Sui spoke. You will go? Yin Jinghang raised an eyebrow. I'm actually quite curious. They all say you are a captain-level combat power, and I can indeed see that. However, I always feel that your Earth Rock Bear hasn't unleashed its full strength. At least it didn't exert its full power in the previous battle against Jiangnan University. Xiao Sui scratched his head. In any case, as long as those two captains are not quasi-king level, I am 90% confident I can win. What if they, like me, are hiding their strength? Yin Jinghang spoke. What if either Li Muan or Zhou Ziyu is a quasi-king? Then I would only have a 40% chance. Xiao Sui frowned. Yin Jinghang. 40% chance. Xiao Sui, let me confirm you are not a Xiao Sui nodded. I calculated based on the strength you've shown today. As long as their strength is similar to yours, even if they are quasi-king level, the chances of winning are about 40%. Actually, the strength you displayed today isn't much different from by Luo Cheng, who opened his sword heart. I know I watched that match you fought. But my question is, you are clearly weaker than by Luo Cheng by a level. Moreover, in individual matches you won't have much time to stack your state. Under such circumstances, you tell me you have a 40% chance of defeating a quasi-king. Yin Jinghang fell silent for a moment. Are you serious? In the previous battles, I didn't use my talents. Xiao Sui also fell silent for a moment, but still revealed a little to Yin Jinghang. The endurance of the fat bear is purely developed by itself. As long as it drags into a prolonged fight, I will only grow stronger. You may not fully understand my talent. As long as I can withstand the first wave, even a quasi-king can be defeated. Why don't you go watch today's battle between Kyoto and Magic City instead of coming to find me? Yin Jinghang furrowed his brows. Once their battle ends, it will determine who will fight you. It's actually this. Xiao Sui shook his head. To me, it's all the same. Neither the mind system nor the light system can restrain the fat bear. Xiao Sui paused. It can fight. Xiao Sui said calmly. As long as it can withstand the first wave, it can fight. This is a promise to Ji Fengshan. Our captain always likes to take all the failures of the team onto himself. Now that he wants to go all out, I have to help him a bit, Xiao Sui said. Moreover, my fat bear is already in the late master level. A few days ago, it was still in the mid-master level, right? You're not using some resources to hastily promote it, are you? Yin Jinghang frowned. Small realm breakthroughs can actually rely on a large amount of resources, but the later you get, the lower the absorption efficiency. So there was no need to use this method before. But now that there is a need, I will use it. Xiao Sui pointed at himself. I don't lack these resources for cultivation. I gave the fat bear 100 spirit stones with a concentration of over 95%. Also 50 mind crystals with a concentration of over 95%. It worked hard for a night and wasted some resources. And then it broke through. Yin Jinghang. What? 100 spirit stones with a concentration of over 95%. Spirit stones of various systems are almost the main resource for cultivation. Only after reaching the king level does one no longer need spirit stones for cultivation. 4 master-level beast tamers spirit stones with a concentration above 90% are still the main resources for cultivation. However, spirit stones of such concentration are hard to find. Therefore, no one can use such spirit stones for cultivation in the long term. Except for Xiao Sui. He has a mine. Occasionally doing this is not a big deal. Mainly because the ore veins in his contracted space can grow and replenish themselves. Xiao Sui, the Earth Sun, is still too authoritative. So your Earth Rock Bear is already in the late master level. Yes, but it's impossible to push it to quasi-king. It can only rely on understanding elements. Only by mastering the embryonic form of elemental control can one enter the quasi-king level. Xiao Sui lowered his head, looking at his lit phone. After taking a sip of sour plum soup, he finally opened his phone. He paused. It seems my opponent for tomorrow has appeared. He put his phone down again. As you expected. Yin Jinghang raised an eyebrow. Quasi-king. Quasi-king. When dealing with Kyoto University, there are basically only two methods. In a team battle scenario, the opposing captain will pull our captain in. This way everyone can engage in a delightful brawl, and the battle will end once one side's captain emerges first. Alternatively, we could trick Kyoto University into pulling in the remaining team members. Thus the captain can unleash their full potential outside. The reason Magic City University agreed to collaborate with Northwest University is due to mutual benefits. Kyoto University agreed to collaborate with Northwest University because they have two captain-level figures. If they refuse, it wouldn't matter if Ji Fengchun didn't enter seclusion. He could still be pulled in and might not even win. The remaining captain can unleash their full power outside. The only fortunate aspect is that Li Muin has passed a week-long period of confusion. He has comprehended something new. Therefore, he has now reached the level of a quasi-king beastmaster. In his battle against Magic City University, he pulled Zhou Tsiyu into the radiant space. Then he swiftly won the match. Kyoto University could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, when Li Muin emerged, he saw that all his teammates had already fallen to the ground. He was the only one left in the arena. Fortunately, now that he is a quasi-king, Li Muin can unleash his full power to eliminate the remaining opponents. It is precisely because of this that Kyoto University could smoothly advance to the top 4. As for Magic City University, as the university with the most evenly matched combat power except for Zhou Tsiyu, the other 4 team members rank among the top in non-captain team members. Unfortunately, Zhou Tsiyu has never defeated Li Muin. As for Li Muin, now he is in a state of having ended his period of confusion. He is at his most spirited moment. At this moment, his opponent is the honorary deputy director of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Development of the Shenzhou Alliance, a chief expert of mineral research in a joint project between Northwest University, Northeast University, and Kyoto University, vice captain of the Northwest University team. Xiao Sui. Li Muin. Know what is that long string of titles you have? Xiao Sui, you didn't even report everything. Why are you so nervous? Li Muin fell into a brief state of confusion. After a night of contemplation, Li Muin emerged from his confusion and became slightly stronger. Xiao Sui. Regardless, this battle has already begun. With the sound of the whistle, Li Muin snapped his finger. In the next moment, Xiao Sui and Fat Bear were both pulled into the area surrounded by light-type spiritual energy. Fortunately, the connection to the earth was not severed. Li Muin. Xiao Sui had his hands behind his back. Speaking of which, I researched before that your radiant space can indeed pull people in. Xiao Sui rubbed his nose. Aurora Wing, Aurora Flash. Li Muin ignored Xiao Sui's words and merely commanded. Xiao Sui shook his head. Fat Bear, hold on, use it. Earth Resonance. Fat Bear roared, extending his front paw stubbornly, withstanding the advancing Aurora Wing. The light-type spirit beast resembling a griffin was pressed to the ground. Rocks grew automatically, grasping the claws of the Aurora Wing. Li Muin frowned. In the next moment, the Aurora Wing transformed into beams of light, appearing in another corner of the radiant space. One of the characteristics of the radiant space. In this space, Li Muin's spirit beasts can shift through light-type spiritual energy limited to 5 times per day. Aurora Wing Radiant Beam. The Aurora Wing flew in the sky, releasing a golden beam towards Fat Bear. Another characteristic of the radiant space. Using techniques here requires almost no charging time. Fat Bear Earth Shockwave. Fat Bear's limbs sank into the floor of the radiant space, raising its head as a yellow energy beam spewed forth. It was clearly thinner and weaker than the radiant beam. After all, in the radiant space, the Aurora Wing received enhancements. Fat Bear is merely at the late master level, while the Aurora Wing is quasi-king level. However, why is it not stopping? Li Muin widened his eyes. His Aurora Wing possesses a high light-type boost and enhancement, enabling it to reach such a level. But why is that Earth Rock Bear showing no signs of stopping? It even looks stronger. Li Muin was confused. However, the Aurora Wing's endurance is starting to falter. Li Muin gritted his teeth. Aurora Wing quickly dodged backward, then use Aurora Charge. Aurora Charge is a typical close combat charge technique. For a long time, this move was regarded as a signature technique of the Aurora Wing family, until later it was discovered that another type of spirit beast could also execute this move. Li Muin's thought was, your ranged ability and endurance have become this strong. It must be the area you excel in, thus let us return to the field where my Aurora Wing excels. The Aurora Wing is a very typical close combat spirit beast, accompanied by a golden stream of light, more powerful, faster, and more destructive than before it struck Fat Bear. Fat Bear had somehow acquired a layer of yellow armor. The Aurora wing was caught in Fat Bear's grip only to find in terror that it could no longer move. This fellow's strength is greater than before. It has even reached a level it cannot withstand. This is under the condition that Xiao Sui fully utilized her talents. After over a minute of direct confrontation, Xiao Sui 3 talents had completely enhanced Fat Bear. Earth nourishment. As long as you stand on the ground, your spiritual power will continuously recover and be enhanced by the earth. Earth giant strength. Your strength will gradually increase the longer you stand on the ground. Earth armor. Your entire body is blessed by the earth far harder than rock. On this basis, Fat Bear also activated Earth Resonance. Although it is indeed more adept at ranged combat, the Earth Rock Bear tribe strength is also quite impressive. Moreover, Earth Giant strength. Xiao Sui spoke. Fat Bear raised its paw and pressed it against the Aurora wing. The terrifying giant strength sounded with the crack of bones, pressing the Aurora wing to the ground. Fat Bear's right paw pinned down the Aurora wing. The left paw raised up. Earth Grip. A massive rocky hand came crashing down. As long as the control is precise enough, it won't harm Fat Bear itself. Li Muin fell silent for a moment. He raised his hand to end the radiant space. I concede. The captain from Kyoto spoke. You are much stronger than me. Li Muin replied. Perhaps you could win. Xiao Sui blinked. The referee then announced, Northwest University victory. And the captain with the surname Li fell into confusion once more. In another match of the quarterfinals, the victor is Yuzhou University, having defeated Qilu University. Thus, the 4 finalists are Northwest University, Kyoto University, Northeast University, and Yuzhou University. And now it is you and Northeast University who are competing in the finals. How did Yuzhou University perform? Xiao Sui raised her head, looking at the mountain-cleaving king before her. To be honest, they performed quite well. Yuzhou University has 4 masters this year, almost catching up to the prestigious universities. However, Northeast University is missing Mu Xinyan. The mountain-cleaving king furrowed his brows. It seems they are preparing for the finals in 2 days. Has there been any news from Ji Fengshan? Xiao Sui rubbed her temples. Since the captain has not been leading in the past few days, Xiao Sui felt her sleep quality had worsened. He has been consolidating. The mountain-cleaving king paused. It has been quite successful. He is already at the quasi-king level. The 6 prestigious universities this year are quite impressive. Xiao Sui commented. While watching at the quasi-king level, Ji Fengshan, Li Muin, Yin Jingxing, and Mu Xinyan, 4 quasi-king level beast masters. Over at the Magic City, Zhou Tsiyu is a standard captain-level combatant, but the remaining 4 team members, if they were to face off. The Magic City University has the highest quality in its ordinary members. Xiao Sui scratched her head. So our next opponent in the finals is Northeast University. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. Even if we defeated Kyoto University, it feels too difficult. That quasi-king from Northeast University is not on the same level as the others. Did you notice that? The mountain-cleaving king was somewhat surprised. Elemental control, Yin Jingxing told me. Xiao Sui paused. The problem is it's completely unsolvable. There's really no solution. Elemental control is not something we can handle at this stage. I can only limit it for 10 seconds at most. But 10 seconds is useless. 10 seconds is actually enough. The mountain-cleaving king suddenly spoke. It just depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. By the way, who are you planning to send in tomorrow? Shushu. Xiao Sui poked the shushu on her head. Ji Fengshan will definitely use the rock dragon beast, but if I let Fat Bear go, the control will be insufficient. Once they reach the semi-finals, as long as there are no special requests, the fighting style is basically team battles. Perhaps because team battles are more exciting to watch. They also showcase the team synergy. Just like you said, coach. 10 seconds is not too little. But can the rock dragon beast of the captain keep up? Xiao Sui was silent for a moment. If you don't even believe in your teammates. The mountain-cleaving king placed his hand on Xiao Sui's shoulder. Then no one can believe in him. You are right. Xiao Sui seemed much more spirited. Unfortunately, I am not Li Muin. Oh, I lack the ability to become stronger through confusion. Xiao Sui stretched. Otherwise, who knows? I might have entered the quasi-king level in these few days. Is your earth sacrificial priest only at the mid-level of master? It's at the late stage. I just need to give Shushu the resources used for Fat Bear. Xiao Sui waved her hand. The mountain-cleaving king looked up at the sky. He understood why Old Wang said this kid's resources are particularly impressive. Xiao Sui, after you return, are you planning to go to the Taklamakan Desert? Yes, it's expected to be me, Ji Fengshan, and another master-level individual who hasn't joined the school team. Northwest University only has these 3 students. Zhang Shoren is too lazy to go. Huang Ro and Huang Hanheng are not very interested in this kind of adventure. The leading king is the Sky-Cleaving King, and it is expected that there will also be the Flowing Fire King. Isn't the Sky-Cleaving King currently guarding your teacher? The Mountain-Cleaving King furrowed his brows. Yes, logically speaking, the sky-cleaving king shouldn't be able to find time now. But it seems that this is the last month for the teacher. This last month will be personally guarded by Senior Tianyad. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and spoke. You should be able to find out about this matter soon. The mountain-cleaving king remained silent. No, he shouldn't know about this matter. The breakthrough of the mountain-cleaving king is of utmost importance. Even among king-level individuals, not many know about this. The fact that Tianyadir is personally guarding it is something the mountain-cleaving king doesn't quite believe, unless Tianyadir saw something in the trajectory of fate. Thus, the one truly guarding the mountain-cleaving king is probably the former Divine Needle of Northwest University. A quasi-legendary beast master, the Spirit Law King. Has the sky-cleaving king mentioned if you need anything special for your trip to the Taklamakan Desert? The mountain-cleaving king asked. In fact, I am the one leading this trip to the Taklamakan Desert. Xiao Sui scratched her head again. Whether it's the sky-cleaving king or the flowing fire king, they mainly play the role of bodyguards. The mountain-cleaving king. Well, that's true, this kid has always been like this. The mountain-cleaving king said nothing more, just shook his head. Alright, we will talk about it then. If you encounter any good spirit beasts, remember to bring some back. Don't worry, I will definitely bring some back. Xiao Sui nodded. The Taklamakan Desert is also one of the few areas within the Shinjo Alliance that have not been fully developed. Xiao Sui spoke. For a student specializing in environmental studies, this undeveloped environment is worth its weight in gold. Xiao Sui rubbed her hands, seemingly very excited. Meanwhile, the mountain-cleaving king sat beside her and reached out to give her a hard pat on the head. The league hasn't ended yet. Why are you thinking so much right now? Hurry up and call Zhang Shorin and the others. Prepare the tactics for the battle 2 days later. Xiao Sui rubbed her head and nodded. You seem very worried. In the Northeast University's resting room, a young man sat next to a tall girl. The Northeast Twin Stars. Mu Tsinyin and the vice-captain of Northeast University, Qianlu. Yes. Mu Tsinyin nodded. Xiao Sui is stronger than I imagined, and today Ji Fengchun didn't show up, probably because he is breaking through to the Quasi-King level. 2 Quasi-King level individuals create considerable pressure. Can your Han Shui be compared to a standard Quasi-King? The young man's mouth twitched slightly. Moreover, who doesn't have 2 Quasi-Kings? I remember very clearly, Captain, I only have one task. To summon an everlasting blizzard across the entire arena. The 207th year of the Spirit Beast University League Finals. Northeast University versus Northwest University. Both teams are requested to summon their spirit beasts with 1 minute to prepare. The King of Flame Pool stands high in the sky. Indeed, the judge for the finals is this very one. Both teams act simultaneously. Northwest University Rock Dragon Beast, Shushu Earth Sacrificer Lava, Giant, Tortoise Mountain King Mountain Monkey. Northeast University Cold Snow Purple Weasel Snow Cliff Fox Ice Mountain Tiger Polar Mammoth Emperor Penguin. At the moment both teams summoned their spirit beasts, the gazes of Xiao Sui and Ji Fengchun fell upon the Snow Cliff Fox simultaneously. The second Quasi-King. What kind of luck is Northeast University having this year? Xiao Sui gritted her teeth. Where are all these Quasi-Kings coming from? Xiao Sui was partly correct. The appearance of a second Quasi-King at Northeast University is to some extent due to luck. When the Snow Cliff Fox first advanced, it unexpectedly obtained some special treasure. Wind and snowstone. This is a typical king-level material. The environmental conditions for advancement and evolution are hard to meet in an indoor artificial setting. Thus, the Snow Cliff Fox advanced on Changbai Mountain. Then mysteriously halfway through its advancement, a stone flew out of the snow and landed in the Snow Cliff Fox's advancement ritual. Then the Snow Cliff Fox took a shortcut, achieving Quasi-King level even faster than the Cold Snow Purple Weasel. More importantly, this Snow Cliff Fox is exceptionally adept at manipulating blizzards. Xiao Sui gritted her teeth, while Ji Fengchun placed a hand on her friend's shoulder, saying, "Calm down, Xiao Sui. The referee's whistle has already sounded. The lava giant tortoise has stacked its shield, but the raging blizzard has already enveloped the entire arena. The figure of the Cold Snow Purple Weasel has vanished without a trace. Shushu is lying on the shell of the lava giant tortoise, resembling a harmless little beast." However, Northeast University does not feel the same. Previously, they had not seen Xiao Sui send Shushu into battle. But Shushu has always been on Xiao Sui's head, and Xiao Sui as the vice-captain of Northwest University. The other captains from renowned schools are well aware that Xiao Sui is the one in charge. It is impossible to send a weaker spirit beast into the finals. There is only one answer facing Northeast University. This Earth Sacrificer is more targeted than the Earth Rock Bear. Mountain Monkey coordinate with Shushu use. Xiao Sui took a deep breath. Dust Storm Surge. Earth-type, high-level skill, Dust Storm Surge. Huang Hanheng, Huang Rozhang Shorin. At the very start of the team battle, they handed over all command of their spirit beasts to Xiao Sui. They knew very well that the moment Xiao Sui sent Shu into battle, their best assistance was to relinquish control. This guy will handle the micromanaging himself. The sandstorm mixed with the blizzard settled on the arena, giving the ground a frosted texture. And that layer of dust clung to the Mountain King. At some point the Mountain King also disappeared into the Ji Fengchun. Got it. Ji Fengchun took a deep breath. Rock Dragon Beast use. Dragon Scale Body. The exclusive skill of the Rock Dragon Beast clan, which is also a typical status skill. It significantly enhances its own defense. This significant enhancement even goes beyond Ji Fengchun's talent Wither Tree in Spring. A yellow-brown light illuminated the Rock Dragon Beast. It was as if it had gained some sort of enhancement. However, that enhancement did not appear to be defensive. In the next moment, the Rock Dragon Beast transformed into a streak of light charging directly into the blizzard. This was a special skill that weakened its own defense while greatly increasing attack power and speed. It was merely a ruse to shout out Dragon Scale Body, creating a deceptive effect. The Rock Dragon Beast was surrounded by 5 layers of shields. Those were just transferred from the Lava Giant Tortoise. Accompanied by the charge of the Rock Dragon Beast, another figure emerged from the ice and snow. It was the Mountain King, which had just concealed itself. This spirit beast appeared in the rear of Northeast University at some unknown time. The 2 spirit beasts, one in front and one behind, rushed towards the Snow Cliff Fox controlling the blizzard. On the Northwest University side, Shu looked left and right, wary of a sneak attack by the Cold Snow Purple Weasel. This clearly seemed like a very successful ambush tactic. The next moment, the Cold Snow Purple Weasel appeared behind the Mountain King, striking it with a claw imbued with ice and snow. In an instant, the Mountain King was sent out of the arena. The gap was too great. The Rock Dragon Beast had no chance to retreat, as the way behind it was blocked by the Polar Mammoth. Moreover, the Rock Dragon Beast was still in a relatively weak defensive state. Everyone felt that Northwest University was in danger now. Too impulsive, too aggressive, but only this way could there be a chance to seize that slim opportunity to win. Zhou Tsiyu shook her head. Unfortunately, it failed. The leader of the team from Magic City University glanced at his own team captain, but acknowledged this point. Most of the kings present believed that this battle had already come to an end. However, the corner of the Split Mountain King's mouth slightly lifted. Yesterday in the lounge, he had heard Xiao Sui narrate the entire process. It was a plan more aggressive than imagined, crazier than anyone present had perceived. Even the Split Mountain King himself had not considered such a combat approach. The limitations were too great. However, if it really came to fruition, there would exist a possibility of victory. Even facing 2 Quasi-King spirit beasts, even if one of those Quasi-Kings had elemental control. Dense waves of energy smashed toward the Rock Dragon Beast. Accompanied by its painful roar, this spirit beast crouched forward and fell. The members of Northeast University collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent's strongest combat force has already fallen. This battle was nearly secured. The Cold Snow Purple Weasel guarding beside the Rock Dragon Beast licked its paw. Not good. Mutsun shouted loudly. Why hasn't the fallen Rock Dragon Beast been sent out? In the next moment, the fluctuation of teleportation lit up. Only 10 seconds, Captain. That's enough, old Xiao. 2 voices echoed. Shu appeared beside the Rock Dragon Beast, and then raised its staff. Illusion skill Dream Mark. The Cold Snow Purple Weasel was forcibly dragged into the illusion, losing its ability to control elements. However, Shu was also controlled by this move, unable to move for a short time. Thus, the 2 spirit beasts trapped deep within the enemy camp. Everyone frowned. Then they saw the fallen Rock Dragon Beast rise up. Its aura was stronger than before, much stronger. The unparalleled defense of the Rock Dragon Beast had returned to its original state. Talent Withered Tree in Spring. When your contracted spirit beast is on the verge of death, it gains the enhancement of Withered Tree in Spring, restoring to full strength within half an hour with a power increase of 1. 5 times this one. 5 times can stack with all enhancements before nearing death, with a cooldown time of 30 days. Defense fully restored. The original attack power and speed increased by 1. 5 times. The Rock Dragon Beast raised its head and let out a roar. The Panyan Dragon Beast. As a typical melee-type spiritual beast combined with the effect of reviving Withered Wood, this massive yellow dragon is now stretching its body, preparing to execute a move known as Powerful Strike. The Panyan Dragon Beast raised its claw and struck down at the icy snow purple marten before it only to be met by a flurry of surrounding snowflakes. Panyan Dragon Beast. Ji Fengchun immediately made a decision. The Panyan Dragon Beast let out a furious roar, its immense body displaying a ghostly speed. With a series of thuds, the remaining 4 spiritual beasts from Northeast University fell to the ground simultaneously. The Snowy Fox attempted to resist, but was swatted away by the Panyan Dragon Beast. Among a group of energy-renowned spiritual beasts suddenly emerged a creature with little ability to manipulate spiritual energy, merely focused on enhancing its own strength and armor. Moreover, this creature's combat power is leading among its peers. At this moment, one must consider just how immense its strength truly is. Yet the Panyan dragon beast remained silent, simply raising its claw again to strike at the icy snow-purple marten. The icy protective barrier finally emitted a sound of shattering under the strain. With the shattering of the barrier, the icy snow-purple marten vanished from sight. It was a skill inherited from the legendary wind and snow-purple marten of the previous generation. Wind and Snow Shield. A passive skill exclusive to it. This skill, which is always active, requires half an hour to reboot each time. At the same level, a spiritual beast would need at least 3 strikes to break it. Once shattered, the icy snow-purple marten would be randomly teleported to the nearest area of wind and snow. It is an extremely exaggerated life-saving skill. However, the Panyan dragon beast shattered it in just 2 strikes. The Panyan dragon beast and the now alert mouse quickly turned their heads. In the moment of the shield's destruction, the icy snow-purple marten had already appeared on the other side of the snowstorm. The downsides of the small battlefield became evident. The icy snow-purple marten, protected by the wind and snow, found itself before the lava giant turtle and the mountain-turning ape. The sandstorm was covered by wind and snow, and with 2 streaks of light, the reacting icy snow-purple marten swiftly used its claws to send the mountain-turning ape flying. The lava giant turtle, with its powerful defense, transferred all its strength to the Panyan dragon beast and mouse, adding 4 to 5 shields on their bodies. Then the icy snow-purple marten struck again, and the lava giant turtle vanished from sight, already sent out of the arena. Xiao Sui furrowed her brow. That layer of shield. We don't know how long it will take to regenerate. Ji Fengshan. Understood. Ji Fengshan nodded. Panyan dragon beast dragon scale body. Fueled by anger from having its life-saving skill shattered, the icy snow-purple marten charged forward. The Panyan dragon beast shook the ground, infusing itself with heavy earth-type spiritual power, causing the almost completely vanishing form of the icy snow-purple marten in the snowstorm to hesitate momentarily. Mouse waved her staff, and the pink aura on the staff gradually brightened. Illusion technique explosion of the mark. The icy snow-purple marten's movement paused for a moment. Mouse quickly left her position. The next moment, a thin needle made of ice and snow appeared where Mouse had been. As a genuine mage, when Mouse teleported to another location, she found the icy snow-purple marten suddenly appearing right before her. With her empty left hand extended, she firmly withstood the blow with a layer of yellowish energy, then grabbed the icy snow-purple marten and tossed it away. Icy snow-purple marten. Mouse let out a sigh of relief. Mutsun clearly lacked the endurance talent of Xiao Sui and Ji Fengshan. The previous attack from the icy snow-purple marten was evidently aimed at fragile mouses like her. The amount of spiritual energy used was not that much. There was also a certain underestimation of Mouse's close-range strength. Xiao Sui, the power of the earth and the armor of the earth is truly too authoritative. However, next time, if the icy snow-purple marten uses more spiritual energy, Mouse would likely not be able to withstand it. The current display of strength from the icy snow-purple marten is almost equivalent to 2 Sword Heart Clear by Luoqing. By Luoqing, am I a unit of measurement now? Even if Mouse reaches the latest stage master level, the Panyan dragon beast will be at the quasi-king level. Both of them have also stacked a considerable number of statuses. Yet facing the icy snow-purple marten before them, they are still in a suppressed state. More importantly, the Panyan dragon beast has less than half an hour of combat time left. After that, it will completely lose its fighting power. It would take at least 1 or 2 days to recover from such a state. Xiao Sui is well aware that they need to eliminate this creature within half an hour, because the statuses they have stacked are estimated to last only half an hour. The icy snow-purple marten, however, has completely concealed itself in the snowstorm. Even Mouse cannot find the icy snow-purple marten. There remains only one option. Mouse. Panyan dragon beast. Earthquake. The ground began to tremble slightly with the vibrations spreading throughout the entire arena. Yet the figure of the icy snow-purple marten did not appear. Xiao Sui furrowed her brow. Masters can float using spiritual power, and furthermore, the upgraded icy snow-purple marten inherently possesses wind attributes. Flying is not a difficult task. But what about themselves? Currently, Xiao Sui Earthchild talent basically requires her to be on the ground to exert its effects. The pair of wings on the back of the Panyan dragon beast serves primarily a defensive purpose, making it impossible for it to fly. If the icy snow-purple marten truly takes to the skies, they would only have the option to forcibly bring it down. Mouse glanced at the Panyan dragon beast preparing to employ one of the Big Brother's ultimate moves. The gravity capabilities of the Earth type are also considered a signature ability. Just then the surroundings suddenly began to shake. In a corner of the competition area, Xiao Sui suddenly knelt down in pain, covering her chest with her hand. She looked up, her face filled with terror. Beside her, King Yanqi suddenly appeared, placing a hand on the kneeling Xiao Sui's shoulder. The spiritual energy within her showed no signs of change. This unusual pain felt more like. Xiao Sui raised her head. In the next moment the ground began to shake, but it was not the spiritual beasts in the arena that were moving. The entire land was in motion. Is there a powerful Earth-type spiritual beast underground? King Yanqi asked. No, it's an earthquake. Xiao Sui gritted her teeth. The pain just now was nothing else. It was a warning from the Earth. It told me to leave, but... Xiao Sui, what just happened was only the beginning. King Yanqi Northwest University requests a competition pause and to urgently issue a summons for all beast tamers. All. On the 10th of August, year of the spirit beast. At 10:23 a.m., a massive earthquake struck Sichuan province, causing catastrophic destruction locally. The Earth Dragon turned over. Within 5 minutes after Xiao Sui spoke those words, King Yanqi remained silent for a moment before swiftly taking out his Beastmaster bracelet. In his capacity as a quasi-legendary Beastmaster, he issued a call for all Beastmasters. She believed in the judgment of the Earth's child. More importantly, in such matters it's better to believe there's something to it. At worst, she would lose face, or even lose her position as the president of the Sichuan Province Beastmaster Association. At the very worst, she would bear it all alone with only herself to blame. After the year of the spirit beast, humanity's development of energy became increasingly complete. Theoretically, such a massive earthquake should not occur without any warning. But since Xiao Sui said so, King Yanqi was willing to believe. At worst, she would gamble her own future. King Yanqi did not care. Because in that silent minute she asked Xiao Sui a question. The Earth is warning you to run. Why aren't you running? The young man wearing goggles spoke with a strange yet firm tone. I am a master-level Beastmaster and a student at Northwest University. Moreover, I hold several titles. In my position, I must fulfill my duty. One should contribute according to their abilities and save as many lives as possible. If you are willing to trust me, I will follow behind the seniors to rescue people and resolve the disaster. If you are unwilling to trust me, I am willing to be that tall person. Halfway through these words, the call for Beastmasters had already been sent to all Beastmasters in Tianfu City. Opposite Mu Xinyan and members from Northeast University raised their hands, looking at the bracelets on their wrists. Surprised, this group of young people who received the nation's finest education and resources were astonished. The first batch left the competition venue. Members of the Sichuan Province Environmental Bureau sent messages a few minutes later. Geological conditions showed fluctuations, and the epicenter was very close to the surface. In the next moment, a small county town, less than 50 kilometers from Tianfu City, became the source. The ground quickly vibrated and spread, accompanied by the collapse of buildings, human screams, and the cries of livestock. Extraordinary-level Beastmasters swiftly head to the epicenter for disaster relief. Master-level and above Beastmasters, follow me to the Hengduan Mountains. King Yan Kai's voice. Numerous extraordinary-level Beastmasters under the telekinetic control of the Firewalker beside King Yanqi were teleported toward the county town. Meanwhile, master-level Beastmasters rushed toward the Hengduan Mountains. Natural disasters are something that can never be escaped. Generally, they will also bring about another kind of catastrophe. Spirit beast riots. Wild spirit beasts without Beastmasters relying solely on their instinct for survival would begin to riot, wanting to escape their residing places. To the west lies the Tibetan Plateau, where many spirit beasts cannot ascend. However, they sensed the intense tremors and needed to leave the mountains. More importantly, most wild spirit beasts lack common sense and are guided by their inner emotions. The fluctuations of the Earth's veins will simultaneously trigger a riot of spiritual energy, causing most spirit beasts to lose their reason. They would flee from the mountains. At such times, they would mistakenly rush toward residential areas. Among them, there were even some kings. By the time a group of master-level Beastmasters appeared at the outskirts of the Hengduan Mountains, countless spirit beasts had already rushed down from the high mountains, charging toward the city. Dust rose, covering half the sky, darkening the entire expanse. The Northwest University team was among the first to stand at the forefront. The damage from this earthquake was far more exaggerated than the most severe earthquakes. Xiao Sui knew from his past life, even to the extent that the Earth had to remind him to run. But how could he run? Northwest University was the place that understood the Earth best. We need to isolate the tremors from the Hengduan Mountains from the previous earthquake. It may take considerable time. Ji Fengchuan recalled the rock dragon beast. It will be too weak by then and won't be effective. Coach, how many Earth Element Kings are there in Tianfu City now? Just me. King Lisher took a deep breath. I have 6 King-level spirit beasts. Xiao Sui also took a deep breath and picked up his Beastmaster bracelet. All Earth Element Masters, please swiftly head to the coordinates displayed on the map with the help of your companions or by your own means. Xiao Sui, Honorary Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection and Development Bureau of the Shenzhou Alliance. Several teammates nearby simultaneously raised their heads. Apart from Ji Fengchun, who knew a little, the other 3 were completely unaware of this matter. Yet everyone understood that now was not the time to dig into details. Xiao Sui rubbed his head. He projected a map, using his bracelet carefully, selecting 6 locations. Coach, at these 6 locations, please send 1 spirit beast to stabilize the internal earth veins. There are no pure earth element spirit beasts, but there are 3 fire element and earth element king spirit beasts. King Lisher glanced at his bracelet. Please inform them to head to these 3 places. Xiao Sui seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He marked 3 more points on the map. This way it will be more stable. There aren't many master-level earth element beastmasters. There are few master-level beastmasters. Xiao Sui anxiously rubbed his hair. If it weren't for the League, there wouldn't be so many master-level beasts. The resources in a city are limited, and the high-level beastmasters that can be cultivated are also limited. In a first-tier city like Tianfu, the master-level beastmasters residing there long-term are around 100. Extraordinary-level beastmasters number 2 to 3,000. Elite-level beastmasters number 40 to 50,000. Due to personal talent and resource limitations, despite Tianfu City having a nearly 20 million permanent population, there are over 4 million registered beastmasters, but the vast majority are just beginners. Beginner-level spirit beasts resemble pets more. Only over 1 million have truly entered the field. The nature of the earthquake in Shanghai Star is significantly different from the earthquakes Xiao Sui knew from his past life. The earthquakes here are more destructive, affecting a wider area, with the core being the damage to the earth veins. Only master level and above earth element beastmasters can stabilize the earth veins at this time. Fortunately, due to the League, many leading teachers and non-prestigious earth element master level beastmasters are present. Just like now. Xiao Sui was still heading to each coordinate point when a familiar voice suddenly rang out nearby. Captain Su Yais of Yuzhou University team here to assist. 12 earth element master level from various universities have gathered. We are here. The sky was covered in dust. Spirit beasts were affected by the fluctuations of the earth veins, leading to a bout of frenzy. Looking up, it was a black afternoon. Aside from these shining people, Director Liu Yawei of the Environmental Protection and Development Bureau of Sichuan Province has taken command of this operation. We have gathered over 1,000 extraordinary beast tamers, 15,000 elite beast tamers, and 50,000 beginner beast tamers who have already arrived at the disaster area as the first wave. The second wave of support is about to arrive. We will conduct saturation rescue efforts in the disaster-stricken area. A calm middle-aged man held a walkie-talkie directing the scene while contacting others using the beast tamer wristband. The earth trembles and the earth dragon stirs. This disaster is exaggerated in both its range and severity. It poses a great danger to life. 17 seconds after the first earthquake, the teams arrived at the disaster area through prior organization and the spatial transmission of thought-based spirit beasts. The collapsed buildings were lifted by spirit beasts and beast tamers. 3 minutes and 40 seconds later, aftershock struck. The earth trembled once more with another wave. This fluctuation of the earth's pulse is nearly impossible to withstand. The beast tamers accelerated their rescue efforts, racing across the ruins alongside their spirit beasts, pulling individuals from the debris. The sensitivity of the spirit beasts is heightened. What they need is guidance and the steady presence of their... If the beast tamers were absent, these spirit beasts would, like those within the Hengduan Mountains, be affected by the damaged earth pulse and lose their rationality. 10 minutes after the second aftershock, less than 15 minutes after the first earthquake, the sound of trucks echoed. Military beast tamers arrived on the scene, taking over as the new authority. The local military district has assumed command of the disaster relief efforts. The director of the Environmental Protection and Development Bureau of Sichuan Province, a king-level beast tamer, quickly handed over his duties and left the disaster area to head for the Hengduan Mountains. In the entire Tianfu City, there are no more than 20 king-level beast tamers who can arrive within an hour. This is still under the condition that there are leading kings from the League. Most of the long-term station kings in first-tier cities number around 10. Each province has about 20 or so kings. Kings are extremely precious and valued combat forces. When I came here before, how did I not notice so many Quasa legends in the Hengduan Mountains? King Yanxi cursed. In just this short time, 5 Quasa legends have emerged. 5. Aurora. Can you be of it? First, tell me why there are dark-type quasi-legends inside the Hungduan Mountains. King Aurora also cursed facing a quasi-legend-level shadow beast. This dark and wind-type spirit beast is as mobile as his Aurora wings. Moreover, the dark type restrains the light type, although both types are mutually restraining as a traditional and conservative academic king. King Aurora has lost the combat qualities he had when he was a frontline combat king. He is currently being suppressed. Meanwhile, King Yin Chi single-handedly dealt with for quasi-legend spirit beasts without losing ground. However, the fluctuations of the Earth pulse have not been interrupted. Without a beast tamer as a stabilizing anchor, wild spirit beasts continue to surge out from the Hungduan Mountains. Strong wind. Can you block one? There are few kings in the first echelon, and though King Strong Wind is not among them, he is still one of the stronger ones. The main force, the Strong Wind Butterfly, is a standard first echelon king-level combat power. King Strong Wind, who? Me. Hold for 30 seconds. King Aurora shouted. King Strong Wind gritted his teeth and commanded his Strong Wind Butterfly to charge forward as a violent wind swept up. Meanwhile, King Aurora's Aurora wings emitted a golden light. In the next moment, a beam shot out, piercing through the shadow beast. King Aurora breathed a sigh of relief, but discovered that yet another quasi-legend emerged from the Hungduan Mountains. He cursed and charged forward. As one of the two quasi-legends present, nearly 200 years old, King Aurora just wants to retire. This battle has lasted a whole afternoon. Then came the night. There were too few master-level Earth-type beast tamers. It wasn't until late at night that the surrounding Earth-type beast tamers gradually arrived. The dense nodes marked on the map by Xiao Sui were finally completely covered. He issued commands. In the next moment, the Earth emitted a response. The spiritual energy of the Earth-type spirit beasts gradually flowed into the ground, calming the agitated Earth pulse. This lasted for a full 3 hours, until the sun rose in the east. The dust raised by the fluctuations of the Earth pulse and the agitation of the spirit beasts gradually disappeared. The Earth pulse returned to tranquility. The agitation of the spirit beasts within the Hungduan Mountains gradually ceased. During this process, the master-level beast tamers who had been in a passive position were finally able to stop and guide the wild spirit beasts back into the mountains. The Earth-type beast tamers who had nearly exhausted all their spiritual energy throughout the night were now gathered around, lying in a vast open space. The sky is golden, Xiao Sui suddenly said. Year 207 of the Spirit Beast Era, August 11th. 6:22 a.m. The golden dawn hung on the horizon. The spirit beast agitation has ended. The fluctuations of the Earth pulse have returned to calm. Disaster relief in the disaster area is proceeding in an orderly manner, with most people in the disaster center already rescued, leaving only a few locations still being checked. We have received news from the disaster area, Ji Fengchun said. According to previous data, the number of people still unaccounted for in the disaster center is roughly over 400. The number of people rescued has exceeded 150,000. The confirmed death toll is 127. If it weren't for your timely warning, teams would not have arrived at the disaster area so quickly. More people might have died. Xiao Sui no longer had the strength to check the beast tamer wristband. Saturation rescue. Saturation rescue. In the disaster area, temporary schools have been established, and the students seem to have a bit of grievance. Ji Fengchun suddenly spoke. Xiao Sui lay on the ground looking up at the sky. That golden dawn. In the southeastern border on the other side of the great net, a completely red centipede and a completely white cow appeared. Both are latest-stage legendary beasts. The legendary spirit beast revered by the 3 Southeast Asian countries, the Earth Flame Centipede, and one of the national guardian beasts of the land of Tianzhu, the Holy Cow Nandi. Of course, the name of this holy cow was given by the people of Tianzhu. Before these 2 legendary spirit beasts, the Mountain Flame Iron Eater and the Purple Gold Spider, stood quietly. They did not step out of the country, even half a step. Yet they stood guard there. The duty of the national guardian beast is not to invade, but to protect. The fluctuations of the earth veins that had lasted for a day finally subsided. At the very moment the earthquake began, this large-scale and highly active fluctuation could be felt. Some things cannot be concealed, just like the 2 legendary beings that had arrived together at the southwestern corner of Shenzhou. From the perspective of strength, both the Earth Flame Centipede and the Tianzhu Sacred Bull were latest-stage legends. However, if a real fight broke out, the Mountain Flame Iron Eater and the Purple Gold Spider could easily overpower them, with a chance of keeping them here. The hallmark of latest-stage legends is the mastery of 3 fundamental laws. The 3 laws of the Mountain Flame Iron Eater are earth, fire, and causation. The 3 laws of the Purple Gold Spider are poison, illusion, and obliteration. This represents the most orthodox and solid path of law advancement. However, the Tianzhu Sacred Bull and the Earth Flame Centipede are completely different. The 3 laws of the earth flame centipede are fire, poison, mountain, stone, and poison-related laws. The earth flame centipede itself is actually a spiritual beast that combines fire and earth elements. This unconventional approach prevents the earth flame centipede from fully unleashing its power. Whether it is fire, poison, or mountain stone, they are merely ordinary laws under the umbrella of advanced laws. Xiao Sui, teacher the Mountain King, has a large earth rock bear that comprehends similar mountain and earth laws. However, the legends of Shenzhou insist on using advanced laws to enter legendary status, so if the earth rock bear wishes to ascend to legend, it must first accumulate the mountain and earth laws to a certain degree, and then comprehend the earth laws from them. Of course, there is more than just pure earth laws in the advanced laws of the earth system. Just as the Mountain King instructed Xiao Sui, Xiao Sui is more suited to directly learn how to comprehend the earth laws. Of course, these are matters for the future. For Shenzhou at present, the best choice is actually to remain still. However, I have been displeased with that centipede for a long time. The purple gold spider whispered while lying on the mountain flame iron eater. Is there anyone who can back me up? If so, I will go for it. At worst, let the Tianzhu people move their capital a bit further south. Aren't their principles just to be near the Ganges River? The mountain flame iron eater's eyes brightened. More than half of the 8 guardian beasts of the Shenzhou alliance are battle maniacs. Having had no fights for so many years, they were quite pent up. The mountain flame iron eater clapped its bamboo stick, tossing aside the half-eaten piece. Let's do it. The mountain flame iron eater exclaimed excitedly. The purple gold spider rubbed its limbs, letting down a large pink-purple web that descended from above. In the next moment, the earth flame centipede, who was ready to dodge, was horrified to find itself bound in place. By the time it looked up to confirm the trajectory of the large web, it was already ensnared in an illusion. The purple gold spider opened its mouth excitedly. A cloud of poison appeared in the sky. This was a special skill acquired after the purple gold spider entered the legendary realm. It is capable of unleashing all the poison techniques it has seen before according to its current strength. And this cloud of poison was the one used earlier by the Jade Water Pig. Legendary law skill. Poison crown for thousands of miles. The purple gold spider compressed this skill, further transforming it into a small area of poison law that pursued and poisoned the earth flame centipede. More importantly, although the earth flame centipede also mastered poison laws, the water poison within the poison crown for thousands of miles could suppress the earth flame centipede's fire poison. The purple gold spider excitedly rubbed its limbs. The Tianzhu sacred bull rushed over. To say the Tianzhu sacred bull is indeed a sacred bull. The Tianzhu sacred bull is stronger than the earth flame centipede, and as one of the guardian beasts of a great nation, it has mastered 3 laws: the moisture law, the earth movement law, and the purification law. Among these, only the purification law is a genuine advanced law. The earth movement law allows the Tianzhu to perceive the fluctuations of the earth veins within Shenzhou and is the primary cause of earthquakes. The purification law can truly purify that cloud of poison in the sky. After all, it can even purify part of the Ganges River water. The purple gold spider remarked, I must say this thing is truly impressive, capable of purifying Ganges water. The Tianzhu sacred bull attempted to step forward, but found itself unable to move. It looked up in panic, realizing that its nearly 20-meter-tall body was currently caught in a bare paw. The Tianzhu sacred bull lifted its head with an expression of extreme fear. It discovered that the mountain flame iron eater was watching him mockingly. The mountain flame iron eater did not fully extend its body, yet it could easily play with the 20-meter-tall Tianzhu sacred bull in its paw. As for the purification law of the Tianzhu sacred bull, the mountain flame iron eater said, come on, why don't you try purifying a causation for me? Alright, just don't make too much noise. Be mindful of balance. A light sigh came from nearby. Reluctantly, the mountain flame iron eater shrank its body, while the purple gold spider disinterestedly retracted the net covering the earth flame centipede. It feels like they aren't as strong as those mid-level legends from the Qiantang River. The purple gold spider flexed its limbs. Why are you here? The Qinkong monkey stood at the southwestern border, letting out a helpless sigh. It's better for us guardian beasts not to meddle in diplomatic matters. The duty of the divine beasts is to protect the country, not to invade. It is about proper defense, understand? The Qinkong monkey said very seriously. I got it, I've heard it 100 times. The purple gold spider scratched its head and returned to the back of the mountain flame iron eater. Have you recorded it? The Qinkong monkey looked at a Tianshi-level beastmaster behind him. I have seen your Qinkong. Then be prepared, the subsequent diplomatic matters will be left to you. In 2 months we will reach out to these countries. When our nation is in crisis, they dared to come to the border. Not killing them is already a mercy. Next you will negotiate with them for some compensation. The Qinkong monkey said calmly, emphasizing the word. Senior Qinkong, it would be fine to go to Tianzhu. Those people are timid. But the earth flame centipedes in Southeast Asia are not bound by human constraints. Therefore the Mountain King will accompany you. The Qinkong monkey said. The Mountain King will go with you in a month. Then it's settled. The Tianshi from the diplomatic department felt much better. Our task now is just to keep the Mountain King from being too arrogant. The Qinkong monkey was at a loss for words. It simply glanced at the purple gold spider and the Mountain Flame Iron Eater. I need to make a trip to Kyoto. Mountain Flame, do you want me to take you back to Bashu? That works. The Mountain Flame Iron Eater nodded. In Bashu Province, Tianfu City, the main venue of the league. In the Northeast University Lounge. So how did the negotiations go? What did they say in the end? Should we have another match with them? If you ask me, the odds of us winning that battle were actually quite high towards the end. Besides, we have an advantage over Northwest University. Qianlu, be quiet. Mu Xinyan stood at the door and after a long pause spoke again. Northwest University has conceded. The vice captain of Northeast University, Qianlu, stood there dumbfounded. Have you lost even this little courage? Qianlu, go back and study your academic subjects properly, especially politics. Don't be so brainless in the future. Mu Xinyan sighed. She recalled the scene from just now. When she arrived at the Northwest University Lounge, only Xiao Sui was left inside. The others have all gone back, Xiao Sui said. The fluctuations of the Earth's veins are quite troublesome. Even if I find the right note, it requires a lot of energy. Almost all Earth-type spirit beasts are in a state of exhaustion, Xiao Sui paused. To compensate for the damage to the source during this disaster, all Earth-type beast tamers who might have suffered any source damage. Northwest University has decided to open its internal sacred ground. That is the No. 001 secret realm of Kwangsha City, blessed personally by the guardian beast of Northwest University. I am here to confirm the ownership with you. Additionally, I am an expert on the fluctuations of the Earth's veins and geological surveys. Only I need to recheck everything to ensure there are no issues. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. Xiao Sui pointed to the silver trophy on the table over there. We are taking this with us. The first place is yours, Mu Xinyan, Xiao Sui said frankly. After all, if we played again, the captain's talent cooldown hasn't finished, and we still wouldn't win. So it's better to just let you have it. Coincidentally, Zhao Buqian can visit Northeast next year, and the weather will— Xiao Sui stretched lazily. Are you really leaving just like this, skipping the awards ceremony? Mu Xinyan was silent for a moment. I want to attend. Gets meaningless, Xiao Sui replied. Fat Bear and Shushu also need to go back. The consumption caused by the fluctuations of the Earth's veins is quite severe. If not handled quickly, it may have certain effects on the future of the spirit beasts. Our three old gentlemen from the water element have all put down what they're doing to go back and open the Crescent Spring. Only with the blessing of the Crescent Spring and the guardian beast can we ensure that this time the Earth-type beast tamers won't face major issues. Xiao Sui scratched her head. At this time, staying behind to enjoy the cheers isn't really that important. If we must distinguish a winner and loser, it seems equally unnecessary. First place is originally what you should have earned. Northwest University didn't think too much about it, so it's better to end it like this. After all, everything that could be done in this competition has already been done. More importantly, perhaps next time a student from a non-prestigious school could rely on their own strength to defeat a prestigious school, becoming one of the top 4, or even the runner-up. At this point, Xiao Sui seemed very happy. Xiao Sui, you seem to really hope that a student from a non-prestigious school defeats us with their own strength. Not to defeat us, Xiao Sui shook her head. The college entrance examination is a significant dividing line for us beast tamers. But there will still be some unlucky individuals who get eliminated. Those people are also the future of our Shenzhou, whether from Northwest University or Jiangnan University. Everything we are doing is simply to make Shenzhou better. Xiao Sui put on her backpack and adjusted her goggles back onto her forehead. Our goals are the same, but paving the way is our job. We'll go first. Xiao Sui opened the door and glanced back at Mu Xinyan. Remember to keep up. After all, we are like-minded individuals. The door closed again, seemingly bringing Mu Xinyan back to reality. Qianlu watched Mu Xinyan remain silent. He just shrank into the corner holding his Snowcliff fox. They left. What about us? If we leave, wouldn't it be embarrassing for Bashu University to host this league? Mu Xinyan shook. But what about Northwest University? If they leave like this, isn't it embarrassing for Bashu University as well? Qianlu, you need to understand the position of the 6 prestigious schools. Mu Xinyan paused. She looked at the leader of Northeast University, the elderly Ice Element King, who glanced at several students before speaking. The 6 prestigious schools have clear missions. Northeast University is the developer. Jiangnan University is the reformer. Moda University is the developer. Kyoto University is the guardian. Bashu University is the executor. And Northwest University, they are the pioneers. Our duty at Northeast University is to develop, create, and renew everything related to progress. Northwest University is different. They are pioneers exploring all possibilities beneficial for human growth and all places that will make Shenzhou prosperous. And the pioneers who take the greatest risks do not need to concern themselves with these matters. They are the most radical, yet also the most stable group. They are the vanguards of all dangerous places, wherever there are unknown regions that need development. As long as there are people from Northwest University, they will be the first to venture in. So to say they are not giving Bashu University face is a very wrong notion. Because if a nation wants to hold on to progress to become stronger, it cannot hold back the pioneers. Now the pioneers need to rest, and after resting, they must continue to move forward. The elderly Ice Element King remained silent for a long time. He closed his eyes. Perhaps in this competition, we should be the ones to concede. Qian Lu opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiao Sui boarded the plane back. He looked left and right, spotting a familiar-looking guy beside him. "Oh, Xiao Sui, I submitted an application to go to Taklamakan with you. What do you think? Am I a good bro or what?" Bai Luochen patted Xiao Sui on the shoulder. His nine-tailed sword immortal sat beside him, calmly sipping tea. Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. "Noted, and I approve you. Isn't this something I decided?" After triple-checking, Xiao Sui gazed at her beast tamer bracelet. "How did your application get approved?" "I begged Elder Lishan Tianwang for a spot, relentlessly, shamelessly." "Forget it." Xiao Sui lowered her hand. "Once we reach the Northwest, you might just meet someone who resonates with you deeply." "Resonates?" "Yes, resonates." Xiao Sui spoke plainly. "Like you, he wields a sword. He is the other master-level beast tamer entering the Taklamakan this time. The interior of the Taklamakan is perilous, but our expedition's strength disparity is unusually wide. Originally, the plan called for 1 Tianwang 5 masters and 5 transcendents and elites combined. Of those 5 masters, they are myself, Ji Fengchun, and the one I just mentioned. If you secured your spot through sheer persistence, then only 1 master-level slot remains. Let me ask, just 5 transcendents and elites? Fewer than 5 wouldn't matter at all." Xiao Sui paused. "This expedition aims for deep reconnaissance. Bringing transcendents and elites serves primarily to navigate potential realm-restricting sanctums within the Taklamakan. And I have a personal motive. I intend to bring my younger brother inside to bond with a promising new spirit. The 5 slots exist because in danger we must avoid slowing down Master's escape speed, so each Master may carry at most 1 person. Even our lead Tianwang is Kong Lai Tianwang of Northwest University, a wind attribute Tianwang exceptionally adept at speed," Xiao Sui declared solemnly. "Should we encounter a quasi-legendary Kong Lai Tianwang, can swiftly evacuate us all. That is precisely why Kong Lai Tianwang leads this expedition. The Taklamakan poses substantial danger to us. If you've joined, you must follow my orders." Xiao Sui retorted, exasperated. "Understood, Director Xiao. By the way, this league, couldn't you simply leverage your authority as director? Northeast University would surely." "Humph." Bai Luochen arched a brow. Xiao Sui slapped him squarely on the head. "Silence." "Oh." Bai Luochen pouted and slumped aside. "Director Xiao, may I bond with a spirit beast while accompanying you into the Taklamakan? So long as it isn't a unique spirit beast, you're free to bond with any. What if I happen to discover a unique spirit beast first, before anyone else, and bind it? Then you must file an official report." "Just a report, nothing more," Xiao Sui affirmed. "It's been the Sacred Land's long-standing decree whoever discovers a new spirit beast holds priority rights to bonding. That's how my AO dragon came to be." Xiao Sui glanced at Bai Luochen. "I should warn you beforehand. Unique spirit beasts follow arduous ascension paths. Frankly speaking, they're extraordinarily expensive to cultivate. Of all sword wielders I've met, not a single one is wealthy." Xiao Sui sighed weary. Bai Luochen fell silent. He sank into contemplation. "Suppose, just suppose, I discover a new unique spirit beast and sell my bonding rights. Would that fetch a fortune?" Xiao Sui stared, speechless, at the white-haired youth before him. Utterly, he nearly struck him again. "We'll see. By the way, do you need personnel?" Bai Luochen suddenly asked. "This Taklamakan expedition marks our preliminary deep survey to confirm resource locations, then publicly announce internal conditions. In truth, we require people to document and film everything, later disseminating it widely, primarily declaring that Taklamakan's development proceeds smoothly. Journalism majors excel at such tasks, but Northwest University lacks this discipline. Moreover, journalism students across most universities possess insufficient combat capability. In today's era, battlefield journalists are almost exclusively trained within military zones. Without military credentials, mobilizing them proves difficult, I'll return and seek assistance where possible. Do you have candidates in mind? Actually, I do. Bai Luochen scratched his head. He hadn't expected such serendipity. I know a senior, currently a graduate student in journalism at Jiangnan University, a transcendent-level beast tamer. Her cameraman is another journalism senior, already graduated, now working at Jiangnan Provincial Television Station. That senior appears deeply intrigued by this mission, and she's exceptionally rare. Bai Luochen, an idealist. Xiao Sui closed her eyes. Yi Qiuyu. You know her? Bai Luochen spread his hands. I'll summon 3 qualified candidates from relevant disciplines. They've already been pre-selected. You inform Yi Qiuyu to come to Guangsha City for assessment. If she passes, she joins us in the Taklamakan. May I inquire about the assessment format? Bai Luochen, I'll take them down a mine shaft next time. Xiao Sui rubbed her palms together. You'll accompany us too. I must verify whether you can keep pace with my rhythm. This was never meant to be concealed from you. I need to gauge precisely how much wilderness experience you truly possess. From the outset, I made clear we descend into mines. Under that premise, you determine what gear to bring. Choosing equipment is itself part of the assessment. Xiao Sui massaged her temples. By the way, upon arriving at Northwest University, apply at Student Affairs for temporary housing, roughly half a month. Half a month costs 3,000 Alliance credits. 3,000 for 15 days, standard Northwest University villas. That's remarkably affordable. For outsiders, this is standard pricing. Director Xiao Bai Luochen pondered seriously. Might I stay at your residence instead? Perform well in the Taklamakan expedition. If feasible, I'll include you in a subsequent mission too. Xiao Sui didn't answer. Bai Luochen glanced left and right. Xiao Sui lifted her gaze toward. She froze. Then a faint smile curled her lips. The aircraft neared Guangsha City. Yet that wasn't why she smiled. Tell me, why should I trust Kong Lai Tianwang to accompany us? Xiao Sui murmured softly. She lowered her hand. A grand spectacle awaits shortly. Bai Luochen. The entirety of Guangsha City lies at the foot of the mountains south of the Tian Shan. It resembles a vast valley. The only exit is to the east, while the west and south are enclosed by the mountain's ridges. Xiao Sui teacher, the mountain king Wang Lai, was embedded in this mountain long before. He felt nature engaged with the laws and perfected the transformation of legends. The transformation began approximately a year and a half ago. Normally, legendary transformations take between 1 to 3 years. For those like the Red Sun King, who establish secret realms based on their own efforts to achieve a balance of fire energy, the process is slightly slower. In contrast, those like the Mountain King, who directly lean against the ridges of Tian Shan to begin their transformation, progress much faster. Here it must be mentioned how convenient it is for earth, wood, and water system transformations. Earth system, find a mountain. Wood system, dive into the deep mountains and forests. Water system, the vast ocean. As the plane gradually descended, Xiao Sui frowned and summoned Fat Bear inside the cabin. Fat Bear let out a roar using telekinesis to control the entire plane. Then came a strong wave of air. Fat Bear waved his paw helplessly, guiding the plane safely to the ground as the two hurriedly disembarked. Looking up, there stood the mountain blocking the southwestern corner of Guangsha City. It had risen. Xiao Sui, what does it mean that the mountain has stood up? Bai Luochen rubbed his eyes as Xiao Sui regained her composure. Composure, my foot. Xiao Sui cursed, looking up. Until a figure appeared beside him, their emotions seemed to calm instantly. The Mountain King has broken through. The laws of mountains, the mutated laws of the Earth system, belong to the high-level laws. Unlike the Earth system laws, the laws of mountains are more aggressive, extending from your teacher's talents, traversing peaks and valleys. Essentially, it communicates with the mountains rather than the Earth. It is an extreme variant of Earth system laws, moving mountains as if they were mere hills. The voice spoke with a tone of appreciation. For our Earth lineage, it is not easy to have a legendary figure primarily focused on aggression. Xiao Sui continued to gaze at the mountain, while Bai Luochen turned to the yellow and green spot divine deer beside him. This senior is. Xiao Sui then turned around and bowed to the divine deer before her. Junior Xiao Sui, greetings to Senior Tianshan deer. Senior Tianshan deer nodded slightly, and Xiao Sui tugged at Bai Luocheng's clothing. Bai Luocheng finally reacted. Junior Bai Luocheng, greetings to Senior Tianshan deer. Senior Tianshan deer nodded again, lightly tapping Bai Luocheng with its antlers. It then vanished from the spot. What was that? Bai Luocheng touched his forehead where he had just been tapped by Tianshan deer's antlers. A national guardian beast, Tianshan deer. That was a blessing. This guardian beast governs fate, and its blessings can provide a bit of luck. As for why Senior Tianshan deer appeared, it is likely because. Xiao Sui pointed at the rising mountain. Tianshan deer was standing atop it, lifting a hoof. With a single hoof, it kicked the mountain back into the ground. A certain white-haired youth silently watched as the mountain was forcibly embedded back into its original position. Mountain King, didn't I say not to create such a commotion? This was the first time most students from Northwest University had seen a national guardian beast. For most people this would also be the last time. A certain Mountain King thought to himself and raised his head happily. Senior Tianshan, shall we spar? Tianshan deer felt its good temper beginning to wane. Go outside Quangsha City. Deal. The Mountain King happily vanished from the spot. He had never expected that Tianshan deer would agree to this. Tianshan deer nonsense, what if I can't win in the future? As the two vanished, the mountain returned to calm. The cracks that had first appeared now seemed to have completely vanished. It was as if nothing had ever happened. How is this possible? Bai Luoqing was somewhat puzzled. The application of Earth system laws. This is the nature of legendary level strength. I am not clear about the path your teacher took, but the Earth system is mostly the strongest on solid ground. Xiao Sui spoke. Therefore our understanding of the Earth is profound. Both the teacher and Senior Tianshan are like this. If the mountain can be moved, it can also be returned, not merely fit tightly. It becomes as it was before. Bai Luoqing obviously did not understand the meaning of this phrase. Let's, Xiao Sui sighed, forget it, I'll have Shushu prepare a guest room for you later. How many spirit beasts do you have now? Bai Luoqing thought for a moment and raised a finger. You only have one spirit beast. Yes, my talent is spirit beast fusion, but as you should know, while spirit beast fusion is powerful, it is generally my spirit beast fusion can enhance the power of the fused spirit beast by about double, plus my fox cub has a good sword Dao talent, so it learned a bit from Frog Heavenly Sovereign. Its strength can reach several times that of a standard master level. However, I can only form contracts with fox-type spirit beasts. I have searched for a long time, but haven't found a second fox spirit beast that uses a sword. Why are you so fixated on using a sword? Xiao Sui's expression was somewhat strange. How many spirit beasts can you fuse with? 1 extraordinary level, 2 master level, and probably 3 king level, Bai Luoqing replied. 1 more at each realm. Isn't that great? Xiao Sui said. The talent for simultaneous fusion is the highest among all fusion talents. Of course it's great to enhance everything on the sword, but have you thought about it? Your sword Dao talent is more about your spirit beasts, right? Xiao Sui paused. Bai Luoqing nodded. Isn't that good? Your 9-tailed sword immortal excels in sword Dao, but that doesn't mean each of your spirit beasts has to follow the sword Dao. Why not contract with other foxes? How about a Snowcliff fox? We have a secret realm here. But, you know, that's quite reasonable. After all, the talent for sword Dao lies more with the 9-tailed sword immortal. My own talent is actually more about spirit beast fusion and a special affinity with fox-type spirit beasts. So for Bai Luoqing, switching up combat styles is also a choice. He certainly can't contract 6 9-tailed sword immortals, can he? Bai Luoqing fell into deep thought. Xiao Sui, on the other hand, looked towards the other side of the mountain. 2 legendary figures are fighting. Oh, inside Zoosu's villa, the burly man who pushed the door and waved his hand, noticing that his student had an unexpected guest with long hair. A young man. Oh, it's a boy. I thought you had finally woken up, kid. The king of mounts curled his lips. I was thinking you brought me a daughter-in-law, and I had prepared a gift for the meeting. Teacher, isn't this meeting gift a bit difficult? Xiao Sui sighed. Even if I really brought back a girlfriend, you would just be sending her some stones from the mountain, right? What are you talking about? With the current strength of my great sage, even if I pluck a few hairs, they are still top-notch materials. Behind the king of mounts there followed a 2-meter tall monkey. It even looked shorter than the king of mounts himself. This is the great sage. The king of mounts' initial spirit beast, an unremarkable mountain climbing ape. When the great sage first advanced, the king of mounts took an aggressive path that no one had walked before. After that, his great sage acquired the metal attribute, becoming a spirit beast with both earth and metal attributes. Then it underwent a second evolution, hardening its armor. The third time it compressed its spiritual energy. During the compression of its spiritual energy, the great sage completed its own legendary story. If the fiery sun crow of the Fire King shone upon a city like a blazing sun, then the great sage of the King of Mounts completed a level-up challenge in a direct, unknown confrontation. The great sage fought evenly with both quasi-legendary and legendary spirit beasts, although the time spent on equal terms did not exceed 3 minutes. However, the great sage's legendary journey was already completed. The story associated with this legend granted the great sage an exaggerated combat ability. It even further promoted the great sage's third evolution. The great sage's third evolution used the mountain as a cocoon and legend as a guide. The core material was crafted by a master beast master from Northeast University, specializing in forging. A stick. That stick is now being held by the great sage to its ear. The size manipulation skills that large earth-type spirit beasts must learn have been perfected by the great sage. It can be said that the current Great Sage is already on the path to becoming the legendary Great Sage. A false journey to the west produced a real Great Sage, but the true northwest has produced a real Great Sage. Long time no see, Great Sage. Xiao Sui looked at the stone ape before him. He reached out and placed his hand on the ape's shoulder. Do you have monkey wine? The Great Sage raised his hand and playfully tapped the little guy on the head, grinning. Yes. Xiao Sui's eyes widened in surprise. You can talk now. Spirit beasts are quite unique. Except for those with special talents, our spirit beasts can only fully grasp human language after reaching the legendary level. So there's no need to be so surprised. Long time no see, little guy. Let Fat Bear out or I want to play games with. The Great Sage excitedly rubbed his hands together. Xiao Sui paused for a moment, a corner of his mouth twitching, then released his Fat Bear. Fat Bear also excitedly followed the Great Sage to the living room to grab the game console. While watching, who had just picked up the game console, was thrown aside by the two spirit beasts. The King of Mounts and Xiao Sui sat down at the dining table. Have you been to Crescent Spring? There's a Q teacher. Fat Bear and Shushu are not too badly injured because of me and can last another 2 days. He'll go after everyone is done. You, on the other hand, made such a big noise as soon as you came out of your retreat. If I didn't make such a noise, I wouldn't be Wong Lai. The King of Mounts laughed heartily, patting his student's shoulder. How have you been feeling lately? Any pressure? Have you found any new or veins? If you want to extort me, just say so. Xiao Sui sighed again helplessly. No, I'm already at the legendary level. Why would I need to extort my own student? The King of Mounts patted his student on the shoulder. Seriously, Xiao Sui, do you need anything? I need a water and earth composite king-level guiding material. Xiao Sui looked at his teacher's serious expression, thought for a moment, and said, I see. The King of Mounts stroked his chin. How about I go to Tianju in a couple of days to extort a legendary item for you? Xiao Sui thought, what do you mean? You're not taking it from your own pocket, are you? But that's fine. Just don't take the Ganges water. Xiao Sui suddenly remembered something and spoke. Let out all your spirit beasts. I want to take a look. The King of Mounts said. Xiao Sui raised his hand and released his remaining 3 little guys, the Ayao dragon, the dull dragon, and the Yeto Reach entry level, Hoo elephant. The polar mammoth with ice and earth attributes. You handle the master level material yourself. For the king level evolution material, it'll take you to northeast later. Water and earth composite is harder to find. I'll go to Tianju to extort one for you. Fire and earth composite is tough as well, a legendary fire and earth materials. How about I go kill that earth flame centipede in Southeast Asia and use its natural crystal as your evolution material? The King of Mounts said seriously. Forget it, that earth flame centipede's crystal is a bit impure. It has all sorts of messy things mastered. The King of Mounts patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. We'll talk about it later. Even if your talent is far better than mine, not everyone can become legendary, right? The King of Mounts teased. Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow. Do you look down on me that much, teacher? No matter what, I am a child of the earth. Apologies for interrupting you too. But Fan Shan, I am here to see you. A monkey with blue fur appeared in the room. Senior Chinkong, Xiao Sui stood up. Bai Luoqing, who had just been thrown out of the living room, also followed suit. You should have received the matter of the diplomatic mission to Tianju, right? The Chinkong ape ignored the 2 little ones, just looking at the King of Mounts. Of course, isn't it already prepared to get some resources for my student? The Chinkong ape took out a list and placed it in front of the King of Mounts. These items were prepared in advance. They are the bottom line. A Tianju must compensate for these. 3 legendary materials and 30 king-level materials. Superb level materials, 400. Is that it? No elite and entry-level materials. Wong Lai raised his head. No superior level materials have self-cleaning functions, but those below superior do not. The Chinkong ape was silent for a moment. We all agree that materials without self-cleaning functions are too dirty to bring back to Shenzhou. The King of Mounts nodded in agreement. After Fans Han Tian Wang and Chinkong Yuan departed one after another, Bai Luoqing, having witnessed Pang Xiong's warped way of playing, abandoned the idea of gaming with him. Bai Luoqing, what on earth is this kind of play? As for that great sage of Fans Han Tian Wang, Bai Luoqing, legendary rank truly, is something else, willing to let others win even in games. What magnanimity. Have you contacted Yi Qiuyu? Xiao Sui asked. She has already bought a plane ticket, Bai Luoqing said, rubbing his chin. She asked whether Xibei University provides meals. After buying the ticket, she has very little left in her pocket. Xiao Sui fell into thought. He glanced at Bai Luoqing, then thought of Yi Qiuyu, who likewise kept only a single spirit beast. One was a master-level beast tamer, the other a transcendent-level beast tamer. One could not even scrape together 3,000 in rent, the other emptied his pockets buying a ticket. Xiao Sui, how on earth did you two end up like this? Come to think of it, I met senior sister Yi when I was buying instant noodles at the campus supermarket. Bai Luoqing rubbed his nose. After all, at the beast taming university, those who buy instant noodles actually are rather few, Bai Luochen admitted sheepishly. Xiao Sui, it's probably only a handful of you, right? He still could not fathom how these few had come to be in such a state. Xiao Sui decided to help his friend out a little with some alliance credits. How much do you need? Xiao Sui asked Bai Luochen. First, no extravagance. This is only a temporary loan. When you find any materials, you must repay it. 2,000. Bai Luochen held up 2 fingers and asked cautiously. Xiao Sui, 2,000 will only buy you 6 spirit stones. 6 spirit stones is already a... Bai Luochen said solemnly. The sword I use now needs only 6 spirit stones a month for maintenance. Let me see it. Xiao Sui sighed. Bai Luochen, a little possessive, stroked his long sword and reluctantly placed it into Xiao Sui's hand. Xiao Sui inspected it from every angle and fell silent for a long moment. This sword is made of Tianwang grade materials. Yes. To avoid excessive upkeep costs later, when I hired that master, I specifically had him add something extra. So the sword can sustain itself by absorbing water and wind, elemental spiritual energy. Xiao Sui returned the sword to Bai Luochen's hand. I see why you were so broke. Not all beast tamers were like Xiao Sui, who lacked little in materials. High-end materials demanded vast amounts of points and a great many common components to match. Forging such a sword must have consumed a great deal of Bai Luochen's materials and funds. He'll transfer some alliance credits to you for now, so you won't go hungry. Xiao Sui sighed and transferred 10,000 to Bai Luochen's account. We'll discuss the rest later. I'm not home tonight. Don't break the game console. I'm going to Yuya Spring to restore Shu Shu and Pang Xiong's conditions. It was originally scheduled for the day after tomorrow, but the 3 elder masters said they'd make an exception tonight. Do you want to come along? Xiao Sui suddenly asked. No need, they aren't looking for me, Bai Luochen shrugged. I don't want to cause trouble. Xiao Sui, hey, you have some self-awareness. Having been merely polite, Xiao Sui turned and left. Guangsha City had only one water-type secret realm, the Yaquan realm. The Yaquan realm was the second place those earth-type beast tamers grievously wounded in the Bashu incident came to. After arriving at Shibei University, they first went to Guangsha City's No. 001 secret realm to ask Tianya Lu for a blessing, then soaked at Yuya Spring to recover their conditions. When Xiao Sui arrived, there were still about 16 or 17 master-level Earth-type beast tamers within Yuya Spring. Entry was already restricted at this hour. Once their spirit beasts recovered, they would depart at once. After all, what could restore them was the spring water diverted from Yuya Spring. This spring water was one of the things the 3 elder masters had studied their entire lives. Beyond storing water, it had the effect of stabilizing one's condition. This made the spring water exceedingly precious. It was only used in serious circumstances. The 3 elder masters were not stingy, but in most cases there was no need to draw from Yuya Spring. For spirit beasts of Tianwang rank and above, the spring's usefulness was limited. Xiao Sui is here, a voice called. Xiao Sui looked up to see an elderly man who appeared somewhat portly. Elder Li Guanyue, the eldest of the 3 elder masters. Although they were triplets, slight differences in build made them easy enough to tell apart. Li Guanyue was the roundest. Li Guanqing was the tallest. Li Guanri had little hair left on the crown of his head. The 3 elder masters had respectively brought Chen Xiu, Chen Xia, and Chen Chun. Yes, in reverse order, the eldest master Li Guanyue accompanied the youngest Chen Xiu. Although they were triplets, their births were only a few hours apart. Grandpa Guanyue, Xiao Sui said, standing behind the elder and massaging his shoulders. Have your spirit beast soaked by the spring mouth, Li Guanyue said smilingly. The 3 old men were on very good terms with Xiao Sui, this little rascal. Perhaps it was because Xiao Sui often brought small items for them to study. As they grew familiar, and since the 3 elder masters had no direct heirs of their own, they did have a younger brother who later had several children. That brother's grandson was on very good terms with. Gradually, Xiao Sui began calling the 3 elder masters Grandpa. Where are Grandpa Guanyue, Grandpa Guanqing, and Grandpa Guanri? There has been a small problem inside Yuya Spring, Xiao Sui was told. They are sorting it out. Because recent days have seen an increased demand for Yuya Spring water, if we do not address it, it could cause some problems for the spring itself. There is little water in the northwestern Gobi, let alone Yuya Spring, the elders said, patting Xiao Sui's hand. Come accompany me to see them. By the way, the 3 young men you brought back are here as well. Those 3 have good aptitude, but they are not as clever as Li Guanyue chuckled as he spoke, although he said that he was plainly satisfied with his students. Li Guanyue led Xiao Sui toward the spring mouth with a smile. Then an angry roar rang out. Chen Chun, how many times have I told you? You nearly dismantled Yuya Spring. Hearing this voice, Li Guanyue scratched his head, seemingly unsure of what to say. The 2 of them arrived at the source of the crescent spring. An elderly man with thinning hair was instructing a young boy on how to use the instrument in his hands. Chen Chun, If you keep messing around like this, you will surely break this crescent spring head. It was indeed the old master Li Guanji and his closed-door disciple Qin Shan. Among the three old masters, Li Guanyue was the most adept at developing water conservancy facilities. Li Guanxing was best at locating water sources. Li Guanji excelled in modifying water sources. Because of this, when selecting students, Li Guanji chose the most steady and intelligent-looking Qin Shan among a few candidates. And thus it had turned into what it was now. Third, Grandpa, could you please be a bit more careful? A young boy stood beside Li Guanji. The young boy carried a golden and azure-long sword on his back, dressed in clothing primarily yellow with silver-white trim. He had a badge embroidered with a black dragon pinned to his collar. He seemed to exude a faint sense of detachment. The boy sighed while standing next to the old master Li Guanji. Unfortunately, he was unable to help the junior brother in front of him clean up the mess. He had merely heard that the three grandfathers had returned and came to take a look. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon such a big issue. Hearing someone approach, the boy lifted his head. Great uncle, Xiao Sui. The boy was taken aback. You returned from Bashu? Yes, I just arrived this afternoon. Xiao Sui crossed his arms in front of his chest, gazing at the warm and gentle boy. Long time no see, Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen nodded. Xiao Sui stepped forward and put his arm around the boy's shoulder. The boy smirked slightly, but said nothing. The acquaintance between Li Yuchen and Xiao Sui originated from Li Yuchen's training in a secret realm where he met Xiao Sui, who was mining. At that time, Xiao Sui had just finished his second year, while the two bears and mouse were only at the extraordinary level. Li Yuchen was also at the extraordinary level back then. So the two had a fight. It was after that encounter that Xiao Sui began to pay attention to the training of the Beastmaster's physical body. Why would a Beastmaster's physical body be so strong? Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. Li Yuchen's talent was known as the swordsman. How to put it, it was a rather rare talent. Xiao Sui once doubted whether this kid was cheating. When Li Yuchen turned 18, just like everyone else, he underwent the first soul power test, preparing to contract a spirit beast. For 2 months after the test, Li Yuchen did not contract any spirit beasts, until he went out with his three grandfathers. In a relic, a sword flew directly out of the ruins and landed in front of Li Yuchen. A very, very rare weapon-type spirit beast. Generally speaking, weapon-type spirit beasts are usually infused with some mental illusion or ghostly attributes. They are more akin to an ancient legacy. However, this relic was not ancient at all. The sword seemed to be something that the relic itself had condensed. On that day, Li Yuchen contracted this sword. Indeed, the first spirit beast was a uniquely extraordinary spirit beast. Furthermore, this spirit beast was a sword. Contracting an extraordinary spirit beast not only placed little burden on Li Yuchen's soul, it even allowed Li Yuchen to leap beyond the entry level and elite levels, becoming an extraordinary beastmaster. He awakened his talent, swordsman. The swordsman was not as outrageous as Xiao Sui and Ji Fengchun. If calculated, its abilities were probably only 3. First, the unique sword. You can only possess one sword in your lifetime, 11. Second, sword heart. Your comprehension ability of swords is greatly enhanced, and your understanding of swordsmanship will enhance yourself. Third, your own talent depends on the sword you contracted. Xiao Sui, are you in the wrong scene? Xiao Sui did not quite understand why such an exceptional being with enhanced combat power emerged in a Beastmaster world. But later they gradually had several meals together, forming a good friendship. Li Yuchen's personality was the kind that seemed cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. In Xiao Sui words, Xiao Sui, this person is not very straightforward. By the way, come back with me later, he'll introduce you to a friend. Don't worry, you two will definitely hit it off. Xiao Sui rubbed his hands excitedly. Li Yuchen felt that this guy most likely had no good intentions. But he still nodded. Xiao Sui, have you confirmed the personnel for this trip to the Taklamakan Desert? No, currently there are 4 confirmed master-level individuals, and among the elite and extraordinary levels, only my brother, whom I plan to take in, is confirmed. As for the remaining slots, 2 positions are reserved for record keepers. There remains 1 master-level position and 2 non-master-level positions. Do you have any juniors you want to bring in? Just so you know, if you want to come in, you must pass my personal assessment. Xiao Sui said seriously. The Taklamakan Desert is no joke. If you can't even follow basic instructions, you'll only end up dead there. I suppose he could be considered a junior. Old Master Li Guanyue nodded. My second brother wants to go in with you. He said he wants to take his student to see the water in the desert. Old Master Li Guanyue spoke. The second brother he referred to was naturally the only one among the 3 old masters who was not present. He was also the one who had conducted the most field investigations among the 3 old masters. Of all the water sources discovered in the Northwest, including the majority born under the nurturing of spiritual power, 2/3 were investigated by this old master. A genuine national treasure-level figure. Xiao Sui fell into contemplation. To be honest, from the perspective of the team, Having such a top-notch environmental investigation expert in the team is definitely a good thing. Even if he had to temporarily leave the team, this team would still have an absolute brain and think tank. Moreover, as a master-level beastmaster before the old master's physical functions completely collapsed, his stamina could keep up. Additionally, the old master himself was also the type who had been running in the wild for a long time. His practical ability was undoubtedly the best among the three old masters. He could even carry a person and run away more easily. However, to bring a national treasure-level figure into the Taklamakan Desert for an adventure, this pressure might be a bit too much. I will go back and discuss it with King Lai Kong and King Lu Hua, who will arrive in a couple of days. Grandpa Guanyue, please call Chen Xia to me. Let's do some training together. We will have to participate in the assessment in a couple of days. Xiao Sui sighed. As long as they could ensure the safety of old Master Li Guanqing, bringing him along would be completely beneficial. Long time no see, senior sister Yi. Bai Luoqing greeted Yi Qiuyu with a cheerful smile. Upon seeing the returning Xiao Sui, he seemed to recall something. By the way, Xiao Sui, where do senior sister Yi and the others live? The villa that was previously prepared to rent to you for 3,000 a month, Xiao Sui replied. Are they also 3,000? Bai Luoqing blinked. No, they don't have to pay. Xiao Sui shook her head. Journalism and recording are somewhat scarce in the Northwest, so they are classified as special talent introduced to reside in Guangsha City, and their stay is free for no more than 6 months. What about me? Bai Luoqing pointed at himself. Am I not considered special talent? Not really, Xiao Sui shook her head. You sword-wielding folks don't receive any special privileges at Northwest University. Northwest University is not short of pure combat units. Don't forget, this is the stronghold of the radical faction. Xiao Sui spoke with a very determined tone. Beside her, a figure drifted by carrying a sword on their back. Oh, right, by watching, this is the person I wanted to introduce you to. Li Yuqin, like you, is a swordsman, but your talent comes from the fusion with a spirit beast. Li Yuqin is different. His talent is simply called a swordsman. Xiao Sui pointed at Li Yuqin. Does he have any policy privileges? Bai Luoqing paid no attention to the talent called swordsman. No. But his great-grandfather is named Li Guanyue, his second grandfather is named Li Guanqing, and his third grandfather is named Li Guanri. So in Guangsha City, the Li family can command the winds and the rain. The entire water conservancy project of Guangsha City was built by the three old gentlemen themselves. Xiao Sui spread her hands. Bai Luoqing fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the cameraman Xiao Li, who came with Yi Qiuyu, raised his head. He thought, since his surname is also Li, can he blend in? Bai Luoqing has made everything clear to you, right? Xiao Sui looked at the two in front of her. He has explained it very clearly. Yi Qiuyu nodded vigorously. We will conduct an assessment with you. If you pass, you can stay. If not, you must. Airfare will not be reimbursed. When Yi Qiuyu said this, Xiao Sui, who was standing still, was taken aback. Airfare reimbursement? Xiao Sui was silent for a moment. I'm not short on your little airfare money. This assessment plan is initiated in the name of the Environmental Bureau, which has allocated funding. How could I possibly lack this little money? As long as you return smoothly and complete the assessment, there will be additional settlements in points or materials based on what you record and film. This does not include anything you discover and bring back in the Taklamakan Desert, Xiao Sui said in a rather strange tone. The Environmental Bureau does not lack these points or money. How could it be that they don't even reimburse a plane ticket? Xiao Sui looked perplexed. Haven't you ever taken on formal tasks before? By watching Yi Qiuyu and cameraman Xiao Li simultaneously looked at Xiao Sui. The look in their eyes seemed like they were about to bury Xiao Sui alive. Startled, Xiao Sui shivered. Instinctively shrinking back, the mouse on his head was awakened, tugging at Xiao Sui's hair as it looked around. It's fine, you just sleep. Xiao Sui poked the mouse on his head. Meanwhile, Li Yuqin, standing beside Xiao Sui, observed the three in front of him. Xiao Sui, let's go eat at the first hotel in Guangsha today. It's my treat, Li Yuqin said. Xiao Sui expressed her agreement. The first hotel in Guangsha, literally the very first hotel in Guangsha City, is also the largest hotel in Guangsha City at present. More importantly, this hotel uses a considerable amount of elite level and extraordinary level materials as auxiliary ingredients, and the ingredients are the top-notch ones from the entire Shanghai Star. Thus, dining here requires points. Xiao Sui is quite short on points, so even when treating friends to a meal, she often tries to leverage connections to get top-notch ingredients from far and wide. Then she cooks them herself at home. She rarely takes friends to such high-standard places to eat. However, Li Yuqin is different. Without relying on family resources, Li Yuqin's level of poverty was nearly equal to that of Bai Luoqing. But in certain specific situations, Li Yuqin becomes very wealthy. For example, he has a membership card. The black gold membership card of the first hotel in Guangsha City. As a supplementary card, the main card belongs to Li Guanyue, Li Yuqin's great-grandfather. Old Li Guanyue is a true gourmet having his own private room and dedicated chef at the first hotel in Guangxia City. There are a total of 5 supplementary cards for this card. They belong to Li Yuqin's father Li Guanxing Li Guanri, and Li Yuqin's paternal grandfather, the younger brother of the 3 old gentlemen Li Guantian. Among the 4 brothers, only the youngest has a single child. This child is the only grandson. If it weren't for Li Yuqin wanting to prove himself and grow independently, currently Li Yuqin would probably be swimming in a sea of points. The points earned by the 3 old gentlemen would be enough to support someone with no background at all to rise from the entry level to the legendary level. Indeed, the 3 old gentlemen even have the authority to exchange for legendary level materials. However, due to their limited talents, they are restricted to the master level and cannot even master the elements at the king level. It's not easy for the family to produce a good seedling. They must cultivate it well. Xiao Sui, I don't envy this at all. My teacher will help me extort legendary level materials from neighboring countries. Mountain King, I really can't understand why some people can manage to hoard points. Therefore, for the matter of Li Yuqin treating guests, Xiao Sui is 1,000% in favor. So are we going to? Yi Qiuyu and cameraman Xiao Li asked softly from behind. Unlike Yi Qiuyu, the eyes of cameraman Xiao Li lit up. Yes, Li Yuqin nodded. After a long while he added, after all, we are all friends. Xiao Sui wrapped her arm around her friend's shoulder. It seems that during the time I was away, you've become quite outgoing. Li Yuqin silently pushed Xiao Sui away. You pay for yourself. Xiao Sui. Old Li, you're being unreasonable, Xiao Sui muttered softly. Then just say less. Li Yuqin, carrying the long sword, walked out of Xiao Sui's house. The long sword on his back seemed to have awakened, floating in the air and bowing to the group. Bow. Bai Lucheng's eyes widened. This is a spirit beast. A unique spirit beast, the Qianxiao sword, Xiao Sui supplemented from the side. Envy had jumped out on its own to contract with him. Let me reiterate once more, what you need to do this time is simply to stay close to me, nothing else. Xiao Sui gazed at the few people before her. The 2 teams were paired similarly to Yi Qiuyu and her partner, a combination of a reporter and a photographer. Then there were Xiao Sui and Bai Luocheng. As for old man Li Guanxing, his experience in wilderness survival far surpassed Xiao Sui, though he was slightly lacking in the aspects of mining development and exploration. Just 5 minutes ago, Xiao Sui checked the backpacks of these individuals. The result was that apart from her younger brother and Xia, none of the others were qualified. Her younger brother had previously gone into the mines with her, while Xia learned these things under old man Li Guanxing. As for the others, this guy Bai Luocheng even came directly with a spatial bracelet without even a backpack. Is the outdoor investigation education level at Jiangnan University prenatal education. Xiao Sui's lips twitched slightly. Bai Luocheng, tell me, did you not attend a single outdoor investigation class? Very clever, I only went to the first class of the semester. Bai Luocheng hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Sui, size 42 foot, kicked his handsome face. I told you to skip class. I told you not to study properly. How did you become the captain of the Jiangnan University team? Do you know about natural spatial suppression? Do you know about spatial lockdowns and secret realms? Do you know about ruins and secret realms? Do you know that spatial bracelets are often useless in many situations? You don't listen when I tell you to attend class, yet you don't attend. After a while, Xiao Sui finally calmed down and took a mineral water bottle handed to her by her younger brother, finishing it in one go with a sigh. Take this. Xiao Sui tossed a bag beside Bai Luocheng. She turned to look at the 6 people standing over, 3 pairs of reporter editors and photographers. To be honest, looking at the items they brought, there wasn't much difference between the 3 groups. All belonged to the category of having little experience in outdoor investigation. The only thing that surprised Xiao Sui was that Yi Qiuyu and photographer Xiao Li brought antidotes. It seems these 2 paid close attention during their environmental investigation class. He handed each person a new bag, and when it came to Yi Qiuyu and photographer Xiao Li, he paused for a moment. He understood why these 2 were better prepared. You 2 do not have your own spatial bracelets, do you? Xiao Sui fell into thought. In the year 35 of the Spirit Beast era, Dr. Guo Jing'an from the Shenzhou Alliance invented the spatial bracelet, and 3 years later mass production was achieved. Since then, although the price has always been high due to cost reasons, the cheapest spatial bracelet is around 10,000 with an internal space of 1 cubic meter. For elite-level beast tamers, having a spatial bracelet is basically standard. Even most entry-level beast tamers are equipped with spatial bracelets. The price of 10,000 Alliance coins is roughly equivalent to that of a slightly high-end phone. Even those who are not beast tamers would often buy one for the convenience it offers. And the 2 impoverished individuals, they didn't even have a spatial bracelet on hand. Actually, I did have one before, but later my Eastern Wine Falcon got injured, so I pawned it for some resources. Yi Qiuyu said, somewhat embarrassed. Although he didn't know what use a few thousand alliance coins would be for an Eastern Wind Falcon that had already reached the elite stage. However, Xiao Sui still expressed understanding and acknowledged their hardship. When Shushu disappeared for a bit and returned home, he already had 2 new spatial bracelets in hand. The standard for extraordinary level beast tamers with an internal space size of 8 cubic meters. Xiao Sui sighed, this time don't pawn this thing off. Everything in these backpacks is a gift for you. Even if you don't pass the assessment this time, bringing it back to sell would still be worth quite a bit. 50 to 60,000 alliance coins, Xiao Sui said. This time we are going into a secret realm that has long been developed by Northwestern University. This task is originally designed for students around their second year. Xiao Sui is already a prospective fourth-year student. Her goal is to figure out which of this group of people adapts best to wilderness living. Moreover, to train Xiao Sui Xinxia and by Luqing's wilderness survival skills. By the time they reach the Taklamakan Desert, the environment and conditions will be much more difficult. Xiao Sui was well aware of this, so she had to ensure that her teammates remained stable in their emotions at critical moments. She glanced at the few people and spoke. Come on, let's go into the mines together. Are we taking a plane there? Where are we going first? Myanmar. The middle-aged man sitting next to the Mountain King said. People from Myanmar, Vietnam, and Siam are currently waiting for us in the capital of Myanmar. The things these 3 countries can offer are limited, and combined, they have only one legendary figure stationed. That legendary figure was seriously injured by Senior Purple Gold Spider recently. Now they are likely to be hiding, waiting for us to leave before coming out to drain the 3 countries of their resources. This may be the sorrow of small countries. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. After so many years in diplomacy, do you still have such sentimental feelings? The Mountain King leaned back in his chair. No, not at all, just reflecting on things. The middle-aged man also leaned back in his chair. I am very clear that if it weren't for them appearing at the border of Shenzhou at the first moment during the disaster in Shenzhou. Shenzhou's stance is to maintain peace as much as possible. We do not like fighting. We love peace. However, dignity only exists at the tip of the sword. All diplomacy between countries is based on their own strength. Therefore, this trip, we are only after a portion of things. This portion is the price they have chosen to pay themselves. The middle-aged man said calmly. But this is not the main deal. The main deal is in Tianjin. In terms of population, Tianjin is not much less than Shenzhou. The middle-aged man said with a smile. So what is the idea of your foreign affairs department? The Mountain King raised an eyebrow. The legendary figures must not die. The middle-aged man replied. And what else? Anything else is acceptable. The middle-aged man said calmly. His previous title was the Golden King, a highly prominent king of the metal element. Later, after becoming the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he changed to a different title. The title of Minister of Foreign Affairs is passed down through generations during their tenure. It is directly referred to as the Foreign Affairs King. Must the legendary figures really not die? If they die, can we still return? The Foreign Affairs King fell silent for a moment. What if I say we can return? Try not to kill them. The Foreign Affairs King looked at the Mountain King before him. Give Tianjin some face. Additionally, the Mountain King stood up and sighed. It seems someone doesn't want to live anymore. He suddenly appeared outside the plane. And on the trajectory of the plane's advance, a gigantic centipede was flying in midair. Dian Centipede, what brings you here? Fanshan Celestial King stood atop the aircraft's nose, gazing steadily at the colossal centipede before him. Is this all the Zhongshan Alliance has sent? Dian Centipede lowered his head, a faint, inscrutable arrogance curling across his features. Do they truly believe I care for the patronage of a few nations? Hey, your arrival merely serves as the feast for me. Oh look, a newly ascended legend. What exquisite nourishment. Do you fear Zhongshan Alliance sanctions for this act? Diplomatic Celestial King stood beside Fanshan Celestial King. Oh, how pitiful. You've already been abandoned by your own nation. Dian Centipede spoke with biting mockery. The world is vast. Where then could a legend not go? Isn't that so? Indeed. The world is boundless and no place lies beyond a legend's reach. Xiong to take the aircraft and depart. Fanshan Celestial King patted the massive Uthrock bear beside him. By the way, do the spoils belong to me? Diplomatic Celestial King nodded. The gemstone upon the Uthrock bear's shoulder flared, and in an instant telekinetic force surged. The aircraft, pilot and Diplomatic Celestial King alike, vanished from sight. Fanshan Celestial King hovered midair, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Your interception point isn't ideal. This region is nothing but mountains. Great sage. In the next breath, a golden staff blazed into existence. A celestial pillar piercing heavenward, descending with crushing authority. It slammed Dian Centipede down from the sky. He offered no resistance. not out of weakness, but because as an Earth-affiliated spirit beast, he drew strength directly from the land itself. A mere novice legend. Yet still, Dian's centipede suddenly felt an overwhelming, incomprehensible pressure descend upon him. His form was immense, over 50 meters long, yet beneath that force, even such a colossal body remained utterly immobilized, incapable of the slightest movement. Fanshan Celestial King arched a brow. His innate talent mountain crossing mastery comprised 5, no 6 distinct abilities. First, mountain sundering strength. Within mountainous terrain his physical might surge dramatically. Second, mountain sundering resilience. Within mountainous terrain his defenses and immunity to control effects intensified significantly. Third, mountain sundering wrath. While within mountainous terrain his emotions resonated with the peaks themselves, enabling him to manipulate localized gravity. Fourth, mountain resonance. Upon encountering a successor of S legacy, he would unlock his 6th ability and gain eligibility to inherit its power. Fifth, mountain spirit attunement. When cultivating within mountains his cultivation speed accelerated markedly. Sixth, mountain sovereignty. While standing upon mountainous ground his overall combat prowess doubled, granting him formal recognition as a mountain crosser. Fanshan Celestial King gestured lightly. The great sage's staff pressed firmly onto Dian's centipede's back. Height here Earth affinity technique, size transformation. Instantly the great sage swelled into a third turtle primate, then settled heavily atop Dian centipede, flashing a toothy grin. Weaker than I imagined, Fanshan Celestial King observed, eyes fixed on Dian centipede. That monkey suppression technique, is it a lock-on ability? Dian centipede gazed at Fanshan Celestial King and laughed. That ape can't move a muscle right now, can he? A fledgling legend managing to suppress me with a unique technique is already extraordinary. Without legendary tier strength, how precisely do you intend to harm me? How utterly terrifying. Dian centipede's expression shifted once more, back to that same mocking, disdainful smirk. Fanshan Celestial King stepped forward and placed his hand upon Dian centipede's carapace. Have you ever encountered a legendary beast tamer before? Fanshan Celestial King's tone carried an odd, almost unsettling cadence. Upon attaining legendary rank, a beast tamer may harmonize their innate talent with their bonded beast, wielding power commensurate with the beast's own tier. Like this. Fanshan Celestial King retreated several paces. He raised his hand and plunged it deep into the mountain itself. At that moment the peak seemed severed from the earth. Then Dian centipede's eyes widened in sheer horror, watching as the burly man before him heaved the mountain, several kilometers long, onto his shoulders. Dian centipede. There was no time left for hesitation. The mountain crashed down, burying him completely. Under ordinary circumstances a mundane mountain could never wound a legend. Yet the sheer force imbued within this one rendered Dian centipede utterly unable to break free. That lethal, inescapable threat loomed above him. Dian centipede lifted his head. This legend-level spirit beast long feared across Southeast Asia was crushed into pulp beneath the mountain's weight. Fanshan Celestial King grinned, then gently returned the peak to its original place, while the great sage who had previously pinned Dian's centipede emerged unscathed. The great sage retracted his staff. Fanshan Celestial King sealed Dian's centipede's remains within his spatial bracelet, then carefully polished the naturally formed crystal. A pity, his Dao laws lack refinement. Otherwise I might have gifted him to that brash young man Xiao Sui. Fire toxin and mountain stone are merely transitional foundational laws. Best to deposit him in the Alliance treasury for merit points. Fanshan Celestial King stretched lazily. Meanwhile, diplomatic Celestial King, brought here by Xiongda, surveyed the battlefield before him. He had witnessed the entire confrontation. Even, did you simply grow restless and crave combat? Diplomatic Celestial King asked. If the great sage had acted alone it would have ended far more swiftly. Within mountain ranges the great sage suffers no assault from the peaks themselves. Were I to suppress him directly there'd be no need for such theatrics. One strike from the great sage's staff would have ended him instantly. To be frank, I've always believed that ranking legend-level spirit beasts solely by the number of Dao laws they command is fundamentally flawed. After all, consider my great sage, by spiritual energy reserves and attunement to nature. He stands only at the threshold of legendhood. Yet he has already grasped 2 Dao laws. Neither is particularly profound, but under this metric he qualifies as mid-tier legend. Externally, however, his aura barely surpasses that of a fledgling legend. In truth, though, he has mastered 2 Dao laws. Fanshan Celestial King spoke with quiet conviction. What is his second Dao law? Diplomatic Celestial King pondered, then asked. Gung metal. One of the most aggressive battle-oriented laws within the metal affinity. Fanshan Celestial King replied. The finest defense is relentless offense. That is the truth I've forged through decades of war. Fan Shan Celestial King stroked the crystal in his palm with quiet satisfaction. Diplomatic Celestial King fell silent. Decades of war. You mean you've defeated every conservative faction domestically, haven't you? Fan Shan Celestial King, just joking. Did you think I spared the reformists or radicals? Remember, minds in this world fall into only two categories, those with fragile structures and those with stable ones. Within the former, powerful spirit beasts rarely dwell in great numbers. Within the latter, however, formidable spirit beasts commonly make their homes. Of course, that is true only from your perspective. For an explorer, mastering how to discern where a mind's primary danger originates is already a considerable achievement, Xiao Sui explained to the group. The mine we've entered belongs to the first category, conventionally unstable, prone to collapse. Its main structural material is called laying spirit rock, a substance remarkably sturdy when intact. Yet should even a single fulcrum fail, the entire structure may collapse catastrophically. Our objective today is to venture inside and retrieve laying spirit essence, the symbiotic mineral of this rock. Laying spirit essence serves as a catalyst for earth-aligned spirit beasts undergoing ascension. For certain species, it even functions as cocoon material. Given its substantial volume, highly concentrated laying spirit essence can naturally envelop smaller spirit beasts, forming protective chrysalises around them. As Xiao Sui led the group forward, she spoke softly. The team was compact, each member wearing specialized earpieces, ensuring her quiet voice reached every ear. Among them, only Chen Xia and Xiao Sui maintained stride and posture nearly identical to Xiao Sui's. Were this not deep within a mind, Xiao Sui might have kicked Bailuo Chen on impulse. Fortunately, Bailuo Chen obeyed without question, following Xiao Sui's instructions precisely. She took the lead, clearing the path ahead, while Shushu hovered at the rear, monitoring each member's condition. Shushu noted key observations. The first team's cameraman secured his camera to his wrist with a strap, an effective habit under extreme weather or natural disasters. Equally commendable was his discipline as a documentarian. He kept the camera rolling through every moment, even during fierce clashes between mighty spirit beasts. Yet surviving in the Taklamakan demanded something far more vital, knowing precisely when to raise the camera and when not to. Shushu scribbled notes onto her checklist. In the Taklamakan's brutal environment, no photographer could sustain prolonged running while holding a camera aloft. Exhaustion would overtake him, violent sandstorms would ravage delicate machinery. And above all, this expedition sought not polished footage, but raw, unfiltered truth about the Taklamakan. Moreover, such total dependence on the camera inevitably left him with only one functional hand, when, in contrast, Xiao Li excelled. The young cameraman, trailing Yi Qiuyu, employed an ingenious slipknot, binding the camera securely, yet reversibly, to his hand. He used a compact action camera, one short safety cord anchored firmly to his wrist, quickly detachable, another slightly longer, and knotted with greater complexity, fastened across his shoulder. Even if the wrist knot came undone, the rugged camera remained tethered to his body, never impeding his escape nor compromising future shots. A brilliant adaptation. Shushu nodded approvingly, marking a check on her form. The second team fared significantly better than the first, treading cautiously, staying tightly bunched. Their movements betrayed prior field experience, yet their attire was deeply flawed. They deliberately exposed calves wearing shorts. In wilderness, especially the Taklamakan, uncovered skin invites injury. Proper clothing forms the first barrier against countless hazards. Xiao Sui had noticed too, but this was correctable, likely born of inexperience. That vigilance, however, could not be feigned. Shushu jotted, pending on her form before shifting focus to Yi Qiuyu, the last arrival. Dressed in a high-performance windbreaker and crowned with a headlamp, she appeared the most disheveled. Yet her steps were unwavering, not those of a sheltered academic nor of a purely pragmatic field veteran. Shushu's eyes gleamed. This woman was different, distinct from both preceding teams. She possessed conviction, a genuine desire to witness, to record, to bear truthful witness. That faith stood in stark contrast to the other's motives. Fame, spectacle, personal glory. Faith transforms one's response to crisis entirely. Shushu recalled her master tamer's prior acquaintance with this reporter. Perhaps that knowledge, whatever it entailed, had persuaded Xiao Sui to permit their participation in this trial. Shushu knew few details, yet intuition sketched a plausible outline. She glanced once more at the checklist clutched in her paw, and nodded. A sharp crack echoed. Xiao Sui instinctively raised her hand, halting the group. She turned, her gaze settling upon the middle-aged man directly behind her. He held a tawny spirit stone, pried moments earlier from the wall. Though not native to the Earth's spirit stone vein itself, such stones often boasted unusually high concentration. Earth spirit stones formed here only with immense difficulty, and when they did, their purity invariably exceeded 85%. Such stones were exceptionally rare, valuable enough to warrant attention even from someone of Xiao Sui's means. Had she seen it? Undoubtedly. She knew full well in a laying spirit rock, mine disturbing any surface was perilous. This mine was inherently fragile. Xiao Sui sighed. Pang Xiong materialized beside her, and in the next instant they stood outside the mine entrance. The man still gripped the spirit stone in his palm. When Xiao Sui's gaze swept over him, he reflexively concealed the stone. I recall, you were recommended by Huang Hanning. Rub your temples, then head home. Send me your flight details, I'll reimburse you. Congratulations, you've earned several 10,000 coins on this trip at least. I merely took one spirit stone. That's standard mining practice. Indeed, standard mining practice. If your team's strength were truly elite tier, the mine has already, you'd all be buried alive. Xiao Sui's tone held no anger, only calm finality, as she gently patted the man's shoulder. While my temper remains pleasant, the man opened his mouth to protest. His cameraman shot him a look heavy with silent reproach. Pang Xiong instantly banished both men from the secret realm. Xiao Sui turned back to her remaining companions. Moving forward, I trust nothing like this occurs again. Agreed. She spoke with deliberate patience. Bai Luoqing shrank his body slightly. He could tell that Xiao Sui was desperately suppressing his emotions. Disobedience was not a problem, discipline could be enforced. Not understanding is not a problem, one can learn. Lack of caution is not a problem, one can practice bit by bit. But greed must be avoided. After many years of struggling in the mine, Xiao Sui understood all too well what would happen if a person was controlled by greed. Xiao Sui looked around and realized that there was no one present to calm his elder brother's emotions. He could only step forward and place his hand on his brother's shoulder. Brother, please calm down. Rest assured I am very calm. Xiao Sui rubbed his forehead. Going to the Taklamakan this time, as long as one listens, is actually just a low-risk benefit for elite and extraordinary levels. Because all the risks will be blocked by this group of master-level and king-level beast masters. Thus many people are actually thinking about whether they can get a lift. Xiao Sui did not mind, as bringing along a few individuals of lower rank was part of the plan. It is commonly referred to as broadening horizons. It is normal for everyone to have selfish motives, as Xiao Sui himself had brought his brother along. Huang Hanheng and Huang Ro were introduced earlier part of the first group. That middle-aged man and his cameraman were professional journalists, and also fellow townsmen of the two. Their professional skills were quite decent. However, this personality was completely unacceptable. The second group members were introduced by Zhang Shuren. It was said that they were from Zhang Shuren's personal research institute. Xiao Sui, when did you even have a personal research institute? The two people recommended by Zhang Shuren were very committed and had no excessive greedy thoughts. That kind of caution was admirable. However, they were evidently not well acquainted with the outdoors. They had the look of researchers, the kind who rarely step outside. Xiao Sui decided to give it another try. After all, there was still a mine to visit. He stored the layer's spirit essence that Shushu had just taken out into the spatial bracelet. He turned around to signal the few people behind him to follow. Chen Xia tightened the straps of his backpack. The time spent training with his teacher was not any easier than now. Compared to Li Guanji, who had taken Chen Chun as a student, Li Guanqing had a very high opinion of his students. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on bringing himself and Chen Xia. Chen Xia was a steady character, keen on exploration and attentive. He was simply a natural talent for surveying. Li Guanqing sending Chen Xia to Xiao Sui was for learning, not training. Because Chen Xia had set a full training plan for himself. Xiao Sui, Chen Xia, and Bai Luoqing quickly followed Xiao Sui. The relatively physically fit Yi Qiuyu and cameraman Xiao Li kept pace. The remaining two exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, they spoke to the few people in front of them. Master Xiao, I think we should withdraw from the assessment. The journalist said. We came to participate in this assessment because Director Zhang heard that you lack someone to document things. Xiao Sui stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at the two behind him. So with our professional knowledge being quite decent, we can be seconded here. But we actually prefer to stay in the research institute and document a few things. You already have people here, don't you? The journalist said earnestly. He was not a journalist at all, but merely a research recorder with a journalist's badge. Xiao Sui was silent for a moment. He originally thought Zhang Shuren just had some selfish motives to stuff people in. He didn't expect it was to help Xiao Sui directly, sending the backbone of his research institute over. This kid was too righteous. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and sighed. He took out 3 small cloth bags from the spatial bracelet and placed them into the hands of the two. You take these 2 for yourselves, and the heavier one take it back to Director Zhang. This one is a bit too precious. It's fine, since you've come, you've come. Xiao Sui patted the shoulders of the two. Let's go. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Then we will trouble Master Xiao's Earth Rock Bear to get the chubby bear that had just run backside. Does this mean we have passed? After the two left, Yi Qiuyu keep up. Xiao Sui turned around and led the way. Xiao Sui by Luoqing and Chen Xia instinct. Yi Qiuyu and cameraman Xiao Li glanced left and right, and then followed along. Everything I teach you next you must learn, Xiao Sui voice rang out. Because in the Taklamakan this knowledge can save your life. We have less than half a month until we depart, and there is much for you to learn within 10 days. But remember, there is only one core principle to keep in mind: do your utmost to survive. Southeast Asia capital of Myanmar. Whom your guardian spirit passed by just now, and was in a bad mood, so I took it down. The overturned mountain king raised an eyebrow, and looked at the few people beside him. The diplomatic king stopped the overturned mountain king, and said, during your time of peril you coveted the resources of the divine continent. Such behavior is normal from the perspective of state to state. But now we have survived this disaster. Therefore it is also normal to come here to cause you trouble. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Myanmar looked at the two before him, showing a look of difficulty. Gentlemen, we did not send the earth flame worm to your country's border at all. It was entirely the earth flame worm's independent action, and it has absolutely nothing to do with our three countries. Are you not planning to compensate? The overturned mountain king spoke again. No, we have already prepared quite a substantial amount of supplies. The Myanmar foreign minister glanced at the Vietnamese foreign minister and the Siamese foreign minister. We only hope your country can show mercy. After all, there are no legends here anymore. If that's the case, the overturned mountain king pressed down on the diplomatic king's shoulder. I have one more request. I need a marsh lotus with a concentration of over 95%. I know you have this here. Rest assured this will be absolutely no problem. The Myanmar foreign minister said earnestly. We will definitely find you the best high concentration materials. And send someone to deliver it to our border. There will be someone to receive it there. The diplomatic king did not care about the overturned mountain king's recklessness. After all, this was not their home ground. They were heading to their next destination. We are going to Tianju. The overturned mountain king glanced at the few people before him. To go in the guise of legends. Tomorrow we will set off for the Taklamakan desert, said Xiao Sui. So soon? Can't we have a day to rest? Bai Luoqing murmured from the side. We just returned from the mine half a day ago. You should at least consider the elite level Xiao Sui and Chen Xia. After this task ends I still need to go to Qinghai to bet, so time is a bit tight, Xiao Sui said. Everyone, the supplies I arranged earlier have all arrived as well. One more thing, if it weren't for time constraints we would have departed this afternoon, possibly catching the most dangerous time in the Taklamakan desert. We were originally set to depart this afternoon. The stamina of elite beast masters is not as poor. Even if Xiao Sui and Chen Xia have just become elite beast masters, they have still received positive feedback from their spirit beasts. Xiao Sui picked up a backpack and tossed it beside Bai Luoqing. Bai Luoqing lay on the sofa resembling a fish that had lost all hope. Xiao Sui, who was playing games beside him, glanced over, took out a suit of clothes from the bag. The outfit was predominantly silver, but from a distance it seemed to blend into the environment. Bro, this thing looks very expensive. Not just looks expensive, Xiao Sui added. A complete outfit costs 140,000 alliance coins. All materials used are sourced from spirit beasts. It reflects light, mimics surroundings, and ensures basic camouflage. It can also control temperature, and at the same time. Xiao Sui paused, took out a dagger, and slashed it across the surface with force. I am a master-level beast master, my personal strength at the pinnacle of the extraordinary level, and my full strength cannot damage this. Put down the sword, Bai Luoqing. Bai Luoqing reluctantly retrieved his long sword. Currently, it can be confirmed that extraordinary level spiritual attacks have little effect on this outfit. Xiao Sui said. As for master level, that can't be bought with alliance coins. Xiao Sui shrugged. This task is issued by the Environmental Bureau, a semi-private task. By using the Environmental Bureau's channels, I will essentially lead the investigation. Therefore, the Environmental Bureau only grants appropriate points based on the final investigation results. No funding is provided during the process, but the benefits are relatively free. So, all the things you see here. Xiao Sui weighed the backpack. Were prepared entirely by me. Each person has 2 suits of clothing along with all the basic supplies. An extraordinary level space bracelet with supplies for regular use inside, while the backpack supplies are for emergencies. So next we will head to the Taklamakan desert. Xiao Sui paused. The current team situation is 2 Heavenly Kings, King of the Rift, King of Flowing Fire. 5 Master Level Xiao Sui Ji Funxuan by Luoqing Li Yuchen Li Guanqing. 2 Extraordinary Level Yi Qiuyu Cameraman Xiao Li. 2 Elite Level Xiao Sui Chen Xia. Theoretically, there is still space for 1 more person in the team. But after thinking about it, it's better to have 1 less person to lighten the burden. What surprised Xiao Sui the most was that cameraman Xiao Li was actually an extraordinary level beast master with an extraordinary level earth swamp frog. At that moment Xiao Sui realized that he seemed to have not remembered cameraman Xiao Li's name. Cameraman Xiao Li, just call me Xiao Li. I think Xiao Li sounds better than Li Erniu, cameraman Xiao Li said. Xiao Sui decided to call him Xiao Li, although this cameraman Xiao Li was actually a bit older than him. Cameraman Xiao Li nodded in agreement. Xiao Li sounds nice, it just sounds youthful and humble. Xiao Sui pulled his thoughts back, looking at his younger brother and by Luoqing in front of him. Take care of your clothes and handle your things properly. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we will head to the Taklamakan Desert. By Luoqing said, shaking his clothes as he compared his size. By car, of course, Xiao Sui replied with a somewhat strange tone. With 11 people we will prepare an off-road pickup truck. The back will be set up like a transport vehicle with a tent ready. Once we reach the edge of the Taklamakan Desert, we will get out of the car and the vehicle will be stored in the space bracelet. We will need to drive back once we exit the desert. Xiao Sui said seriously, the car isn't mine. If it gets lost, I will owe the Northwest Garrison a lot of money. The Northwest Military Region is located on the border. This distance is not far. If a war breaks out, Tianya Lu can reach within 5 minutes. Earth-type spirit beasts once elevated to high tiers are second only to instant movement, and wind-type spirit beasts in speed, as long as it's not crossing the ocean. They can burrow underground. And on this land what is most abundant is earth. However, for Xiao Sui at the moment, that is not the main point. The main point is that the vehicle he borrowed is actually a small transport vehicle. Not returning it completely wouldn't be good. Xiao Sui stroked his chin, waved at the two, and turned to leave. He needed to go somewhere else to deliver supplies. Surely he couldn't let everyone change clothes on the spot, could he? Bai Luoqing and Xiao Sui exchanged glances. How about trying on the jacket first? Bai Luoqing said seriously. Brother Bai, honestly, are you just curious to see if a sword can cut this jacket? How can you think of me like that? Bai Luoqing said, pointing seriously at the chubby bear beside them playing game. If you're afraid Chubby Bear will tell on you, you can just say it. Xiao Sui sighed helplessly. What do you mean by I'm afraid he'll tell on me? Bai Luoqing said, puffing his chest out confidently. Suddenly, he felt something and turned his head stiffly. Chubby Bear was holding up his game console, looking at Bai Luoqing. To avoid being kicked out, Bai Luoqing sat down resignedly. Brother Bai, Xiao Sui said, you're a bit cowardly. Bai Luoqing tapped Chubby Bear on the shoulder, saying, what I am doing is called being wise to circumstances. A certain white-haired youth said very seriously. Xiao Sui looked at Bai Luoqing beside him with a strange expression. Oh. Bai Luoqing leaned back, naturally picking up the game controller next to Chubby Bear. Fortunately, after these few days of gaming time, Bai Luoqing's gaming skills had smoothly risen to the same level as Chubby Bear. So now he was very enthusiastic about playing games with Chubby Bear. The Taklamakan Desert is located in the northwest of the Divine Land, nestled between the southern side of the Tian Shan Mountains and the northern edge of the Tibetan Plateau. It is encircled, devoid of any water source. As the world's second largest shifting desert, the Taklamakan of the Shanghai Star is far larger than the one remembered by Xiao Sui. According to current data, the Taklamakan in this parallel world spans nearly 2,000 kilometers from east to west due to the existence of spiritual energy. The convergence of fire-type and earth-type spiritual energy here has rendered the vast Taklamakan even drier than the Dead Sea from Xiao Sui past life. Yet it simultaneously gives birth to countless precious resources and spiritual beasts. Among them is a type of spiritual beast that is the most typical and common within the Taklamakan, the quicksand scorpion. The celestial king of the rift jumped down from the vehicle, appearing somewhat frail with a cigarette in his mouth. 2 elite quicksand scorpions, just right for the 2 little ones to practice their skills that one. The celestial king of the rift casually pointed. Yes, that white-haired one, keep an eye on it. Bai Luoqing scratched his head, realizing he was the only white-haired person there. So he had to go and watch Xiao Sui and Chen Xia battle with the 2 quicksand scorpions. The quicksand scorpion is one of the most common spiritual beasts in desert terrains. Its evolution chain is shattered sand scorpion, quicksand scorpion, earth. Celestial King Smoke, lest there are children here. Old man Guanjing, the youngest here, is already 18 and adult. The Celestial King of the Rift sighed, tossing away the cigarette as he stepped on the ground. He looked up to find Li Guanjing and Xiao Sui staring at him. This Celestial King, who could be considered one of the top among the first-tier side. He bent down, picked up the cigarette, and tossed it into his spatial wristband. The 2 nodded in satisfaction and leaned over to look at the map. The Celestial King of the Rift felt somewhat constrained in his role as a bodyguard. After all, normally a Celestial King would be in absolute control during such a task. However, Xiao Sui's experience with minerals and geological environments far surpassed his own. And Li Guanjing, not to mention, was an on-site investigator who had been out in the field for years. The Celestial King of the Rift shook his head in frustration, realizing he should have gone abroad with the mountain expedition. The celestial king of the flowing fire saw the celestial king of the rift smacking his lips and thought for a moment. He passed him a lollipop. This is how I quit smoking. When my little niece was born, my sister forced me to quit, and I later replaced it with this. The celestial king of the flowing fire shrugged. I don't really need it now, but I still have the habit of keeping a little on me. The celestial king of the rift thought for a moment and nodded. He took the lollipop and put it in his mouth only to spit it out again. The celestial king of the rift felt a bit unfortunate. Switch it out, ew, I'm allergic to mango. Oh, got it. Meanwhile, Xiao Sui and old man Li Guanjing were scribbling on the unfolded paper map. First head south for about 100 kilometers, then start moving southwest. Our goal is to reach the exact center of the Taklamakan, and then turn back. Xiao Sui pointed at the map. Then why not head southwest right from the start? Old man Li Guanjing furrowed his brows. We are the first group to publicly announce this survey mission, but in reality the Environmental Bureau has already sent people here a few times before. Xiao Sui said earnestly. About 100 kilometers to the south there is a hidden entrance to a secret realm. Inside it produces Earth's spirit essence, a highly valuable mineral that can be used as a guiding material for the first advancement. Xiao Sui pointed at the map. Xiao Sui, old man Li Guanjing frowned. Do you think this old man is easy to fool? Xiao Sui paused for a moment. There are traces of legendary creatures there. To be precise, it is a nest of some legendary spiritual beast. We need to check if there are any new discoveries inside that nest. Whether the legendary spiritual beast has abandoned this nest, and if it might return to take a look. Can we ensure safety? Old man Li Guanjing gazed at the young man before him. I won't take my brother into a certain death situation. Xiao Sui pondered and responded to Li Guanjing in a different way. The old man remained silent for a long while before nodding. I trust your judgment. The old man's outdoor experience is not bad. We will combine our knowledge when the time comes. Li Guanjing stroked his beard. If you need to leave for a short while, I will take over command of the entire team. If we both need to leave briefly, the team will be handed over to the Celestial King of the Rift for command. Xiao Sui spoke. Li Guanjing nodded. Although not a specialized environmental investigation professional, the 70-plus-year-old Celestial King of the Rift often fought in the wild and was a soldier in the Northwest Military District during his youth, receiving professional training. The two glanced at the Celestial King of the Rift, who was gnawing on a lollipop, then turned back. You and Shun Xia confirm your participation in the team. Our route will go a bit further south. There is an oasis there which may have some characteristics regarding outdoor water sources. Thank you. No need to be polite, Grandpa Guanjing. We've known each other for a long time. Xiao Sui said with a smile. He put away the map and stood up. Have those two dealt with it? Xiao Sui turned to Li Yuchan and asked. They have dealt with it. Li Yuchan nodded. It seems it wasn't difficult. Xiao Sui's destructive power is stronger than I imagined. Shun Xia is somewhat weaker, but in an environment like the Taklamakan, achieving such an effect with water-type spiritual beasts is no easy feat. Li Yuchan nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Sui had put these two through special training for 2 days. It appears the results were quite good. The quicksand in the Taklamakan is very dangerous. Xiao Sui looked around. The quicksand of Shanghai Star is not the same as in my past life. That stuff is clearly a vortex of Earth-type energy capable of obliterating even master-level beast tamers. Therefore, everyone must stay close to me. I will take the lead. Yi Chu Yu Xiao Li Xiao Su Chan Xia, you walk in the middle. Celestial King of the Rift Li Yuchan by Luochen. You are responsible for the rear. Celestial King of the Flowing Fire, you and I along with old man Li Guanjing will walk in front, responsible for leading the way. Ji Fengchun. Hearing his name, Ji Fengchun raised his head. You keep them safe? Xiao Sui pointed to the four standing over there. The earth and wood architect beside Ji Fengchun reliably gave a thumbs up. Xiao Sui glanced at the people lined up behind him, grinning. He turned his back to this Dead Sea. He spread his arms wide and shouted loudly. Everyone, are you ready to enter the Dead Sea? Regardless of whether you are ready, you can at least listen. This place is currently speaking to us. Welcome to the Taklamakan. The most common spirit beast in the Taklamakan is the Lusha scorpion we just saw. Their attitudes toward humans vary tremendously from individual to individual. Half display a good disposition, the other half do not. They possess great strength. To survive in such an environment saturated with earth elements, Lusha scorpions do not rely heavily on venom. They exert notable control over the drifting sand and boast exaggerated physical power. They are among the rare spirit beasts capable of contending with a Panyan rock dragon beast. Xiao Sui pointed at Ji Fengchun and then toward the distant Lusha scorpion. The Panyan rock dragon beast ranks among the top 10 spirit beasts known to humanity in pure physical strength. That book was written by Dr. Zhao Shunsheng of the Shenzhou Alliance's Spirit Beast Research Team, it lists the top 10 spirit beasts in bodily strength at equivalent realms. The Panyan Rock Dragon Beast is 6th and a mature Luxia Scorpion is 9th. However, the Suisha Scorpion only needs a single evolutionary stage to become a Luxia Scorpion. Relatively speaking, their cultivation cost is lower, so in the Northwest Military District the majority of soldiers' first contracted spirit beast is the Luxia Scorpion. Easy to raise, yet not lacking in potential. Adult Luxia Scorpions that have undergone their first evolution can generally reach elite grade. Moreover, Luxia Scorpions are abundant in the desert. There is no shortage of their sources. Xiao Sui continued, besides Luxia Scorpions, there are several other common spirit beasts in the desert. When we see them I will explain each one to you, Xiao Sui said calmly. This remark was mainly aimed at the 7 people aside from Li Guanqing and the 2 Tianwangs. Oh, and exclude Li Yuqian and Ji Fengshan. The 2 of them already possessed sufficient knowledge. So among the master-level practitioners, the only one who truly needs to hear this is Bai Luochen. Xiao Sui did not mind teaching them. However, only here. Back at school, attending his classes would require academic credit. At that moment, Xiao Sui raised his hand to halt everyone. He picked up a small stone and tossed it toward a spot. This is the most typical funnel-shaped quicksand, Xiao Sui said. The stone slid along the flowing sand and was slowly swallowed. Generally speaking, such quicksand contains a small earth element spirit energy node that continuously draws in surrounding sand, thus forming a highly fluid funnel-shaped environment. The one before us is a small funnel-shaped quicksand, Xiao Sui said, pointing to the sand. To the master level eye, it was possible to see that the sand was moving slowly. For transcendents and elites, it is somewhat harder to discern. Evidently, Chen Xia made out part of it, while Xiao Sui stood there scratching his head. That was all right. Chen Xia had learned more from old master Li Guanqing, but at worst, he would return and train harder with his younger brother. At the same time, these small funnel quicksands also have a probability. Xiao Sui paused. They serve as hunting grounds for another common desert spirit beast, namely the desert antlion. The desert antlion is a predator that makes its home in the dunes. Evolution chain: small antlion sand soil, antlion desert, antlion earth. They usually inhabit the funnel-shaped quicksand areas. Their hard carapace and affinity with the desert allow them to live within the flow and feed on the prey the sand brings. Moreover, they can absorb earth-type spiritual energy from the quicksand to complete their evolution, Xiao Sui explained. Evolution in nature differs from the forms humans have studied. It simply requires more time and less stringent conditions. For example, a sandsoil antlion that remains within quicksand for half a year will in most cases emerge having successfully evolved. There is a sandsoil antlion currently undergoing evolution inside. We must not disturb it, Xiao Sui instructed, and the group skirted that area. How can you tell? After they had passed the quicksand, Chen Xia could not help asking. The patterns of spiritual energy flow differ. The internal core is distinct. Xiao Sui explained, but this is not something a beast tamer alone discerns. It is sensed by the spirit beasts. He nodded toward the little mouse perched atop his head. The core strength of a beast tamer lies in the contract with their spirit beast. Do not rely solely on yourself and your experience. Learn to trust your spirit beast. That is essential for any beast tamer. Xiao Sui said this with solemn seriousness. Then he bent down, plunged his hand into the sand, and drew out a tiny antlion no larger than half a palm. A pre-novice little antlion typically appears around quicksands, and these spirit beasts are very docile toward humans. Xiao Sui stroked the little antlion's head and gently returned it to the sand. He wore specially made gloves that generated a unique spiritual energy field, an experimental product of Dongbei University. Fortunately, he had wide connections. Xiao Sui signaled for everyone to follow. There's a leaside dune ahead. Shortly, Pang Xiong will build a small stone platform there. That will be our place to rest tonight. The Taklamakan is dangerous at night. There are many master-grade spirit beasts about, so try not. Xiao Sui said this with seriousness. He took a couple of steps, seemed to notice something bent down, and produced a small ochre stone from the grit. Luxia stone, a common material. He passed the stone back so the 2 little ones and the 2 journalists and photographers who had come along could get a clear look. It can be used for a stage of evolution for a little antlion, though few people actually do so. Most of the time, Luxia stone acts similarly to an earth-type spirit stone. It's a special energy body. Xiao Sui said this as he continued leading them forward. Li Guanqing nodded in satisfaction. This was why he insisted, even if calling in a favor, that he and his closed-door disciples join the expedition led by Xiao Sui. Last June, Li Guanqing had followed Xiao Sui into a mine. The old man was astonished. Faced with unfamiliar, or Xiao Sui could quickly name its basic function. With minerals already cataloged, he was even more familiar with them. The key was his understanding of geology, environment, and the proper demeanor when encountering different spirit beasts. In the wild, he knew how to find the most suitable resting place and how to locate water. Xiao Sui understood all of this, and on top of those skills he had a teacher's mouth ever ready to instruct. He did not hesitate to impart this precious knowledge to every member of the team. To explorers and guides, it was as valuable as anything. Xiao Sui was willing to teach wholeheartedly anyone who joined him on a mission. He was exceptionally gifted and possessed extraordinarily rich surveying and exploration experience. He also embodied a spirit of teaching without discrimination. Xiao Sui mused wryly, am I really that noble? At that moment, he suddenly raised his hand. Everyone froze. Liu Chen, there's something ahead. You handle it. A dense swarm of hundreds and thousands of ants appeared before everyone. They were desert army ants. Liu Chen glanced at Xiao Sui, then at the countless fist-sized ants in front of him. Me? Of course. Xiao Sui nodded. Desert army ants are typical earth-type and poison-type spirit beasts. If you don't deal with them, who will? We only have you to counter the poison type here. Xiao Sui adopted a very serious tone. Liu Chen merely nodded, and the dust sky sword behind him unsheathed itself. With a horizontal slash of the sword, golden and green sword energy cut through the surface sand of the Taklamakan desert, landing before the ant swarm. Poison-type spirit beasts instinctively avoid the power of the gold type, as gold is extremely effective against poison. If there were a desert ant emperor among this swarm, it might be able to overcome this. However, this swarm clearly numbered only 600 to 700, so it was impossible for a desert ant emperor to exist. Desert army ants. Seeing Xiao Sui looking at the map, Li Guixing took over the teaching task. The evolution chain is desert army ant earth poison, desert ant emperor earth poison. It is a rare form of clustered evolution with a significant distinction between levels. Ordinary desert army ants throughout their lives will only reach the entry-level advanced stage with their feeding and growth. However, when a team of desert army ants reaches over 5,000, they qualify to nurture and compete to produce the strongest desert army ant. This desert army ant will receive support from the entire species, becoming the desert ant emperor. With a swarm led by a desert ant emperor, the level of unity will be drastically different from before, but at the same time it becomes nearly impossible to produce a second desert ant emperor. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. During the early days of the establishment of Northwest University, a swarm led by a quasi-legendary desert ant emperor appeared. The number of desert army ants in that swarm reached an astonishing 120,000. Then it was kicked down by Senior Tianya. Xiao Sui added from the side. Later, that team of desert army ants became the main force in the infrastructure of Quangsha City. They are quite useful. As if recalling something, Xiao Sui said seriously. I have seen that quasi-legendary desert ant emperor. It is now in Quangsha City. Well cared for. It is one of the defensive forces of Quangsha City, and it even has a chance to break through to legendary status. But this has nothing to do with us. Xiao Sui spoke. In the desert, if you encounter a swarm of more than 5,000 ants, just run away. Xiao Sui seemed to recall something and told the others. Any successfully evolved desert ant emperor is basically at the king level. Even if it has just evolved successfully, it is at the peak master level, and combined with the powers of the entire swarm, it is not much different from a king level. For a desert ant emperor, the king level is considered the standard for adulthood. Once it matures, the desert ant emperor will have at least over 10,000 desert army ants under its command. Just think about it, 10,000 ants the size of a human fist, advanced intra-level, capable of using strong acidic poison and possessing earth-type spiritual power. Plus a king level with extremely exaggerated power, the desert ant emperor. By the way, the desert ant emperor can also fly. So aside from running away, I can't think of any way to survive. Xiao Sui said seriously. The fat bear slapped the ground, building a stable rock on this wind-sheltered small sand dune. Xiao Sui led the others up. Even though their clothes had temperature control effects coupled with the physique of beast tamers, they still sweated a lot. Since entering the Taklamakan, they had only traveled less than 40 kilometers. However, the paths inside the sand dunes were too difficult to traverse, and they had not yet adapted on the first day. Moreover, it had only been half a day since they entered the desert. In these 3 months, they needed to travel nearly 10,000 kilometers, walking over 100 kilometers every day. Only beast tamers could dare to do this. It was truly exaggerated. They had to walk for at least 14 hours a day and deal with some spirit beasts along the way, avoiding dangerous areas. They had to maintain a speed of about 15 kilometers per hour. Xiao Sui, we are simply superhumans. He took out a sleeping bag from his spatial bracelet and spread it on the rock. Master level beast tamer, king level beast tamer. Due to the increase in their mental power, they can actually feel quite refreshed after sleeping every 3 to 4 days. However, extraordinary and elite beast tamers have not yet gone through a qualitative change in their mental power, especially you two elite level tamers. Your resting time at night cannot be less than 6 hours. The Taklamakan at night is a bit too dangerous, so we want to continue exploring. You can rest assured and sleep. We 6 will keep watch. As Xiao Sui said this, he looked at the old man, Li Guoxing, sitting beside him. You should sleep too. I, the old man, am in good health. Li Guoxing snorted. You promised that after coming out you would listen to me. Xiao Sui looked at Li Guoxing. The old man was silent for a moment, opened the sleeping bag, and laid it on the ground. Xiao Sui took out the energy paste from his backpack. This specially made food can sustain an adult's energy needs for a day with just 1 stick. If the spatial bracelet is sealed, or we are trapped here, this thing can sustain us for a month. Do I have placed it in everyone's bags? Before he finished speaking, Bai Luoqing tore open the packaging and took a bite. It tastes a bit like jelly, feels like human cat treats. Xiao Sui. Bai Luoqing quickly finished a stick of energy paste. He patted his stomach and found it truly satisfying. Xiao Sui stood stiffly in place holding the energy paste. After a moment of silence, he put the energy paste back in his bag. Then he wiped his spatial bracelet and took out a frying pan, summoning his Dai dragon as a stove. He then took out the cut beef. Yes, in the mine most of the time, I actually ate the same energy paste as you. Because some mines can't withstand high temperatures, and occasionally spirit beasts that I didn't notice would pop out. But here is the Taklamakan. Here the wind direction changes every few minutes, and the scent will linger nearby. Even if powerful spirit beasts catch a whiff, they won't come over. So to adjust our mood, plus under the conditions that allow it, Xiao Sui deliberately paused. We prefer to eat something good. Field investigations are very exhausting, so even the energy paste tastes quite nice, all fruity flavors. Eating something sweet indeed helps improve one's mood. Freshly cooked meat is even better. Xiao Sui said seriously. Everyone come over and take 2 pieces of steak. We only brought 2 sets of cutlery, so they will be prioritized for the old man, and Yi Chiu, the others will have to make do. Elders first, ladies first. We can use our hands or cut it with our small knives. Bai Luoqing watched as the crowd barbarically tore at the beef. He rubbed his belly and fell into contemplation. He shouldn't be in such a hurry. Dried meat, take some to eat on the road. Li Yuqin handed over a small handful of dried meat. This was made by my great-uncle himself. The taste is excellent. Anyway, you won't be able to eat anything for dinner tonight. Li Yuqin, Bai Luoqing said, gratefully patting Li Yuqin's shoulder. I will remember this kindness. Li Yuqin remained silent, simply using a small knife to cut his portion of steak, forked it, and brought it to his mouth. Although it was a small dagger, it appeared indescribably elegant. The meat is good. It can even rival that batch from my elder brother. Moreover, it's tastier than that made by my elder brother. Old Li Guanjing said, holding his knife and fork. Though my elder brother loves to eat, his cooking skills are average. Yours, however, is quite impressive. Old Li Guanjing nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Sui expressed that he had actually obtained a chef's certification. After everyone had eaten their fill, Old Li and the 4 youngsters who hadn't reached master level went to rest. Xiao Sui waved to the others. The second half of the night watch is a bit more tiring. In our team, only I, the Flowing Fire King, and Old Li Guanjing have enough experience in the wild. So I, Bai Luoqing, and the Flowing Fire King will take the second half of the night watch. Ji Fengchuan, Li Yuqin, and the senior from the Rift will take the first half. As long as you have spent time in the wild, you understand that the second half of the night is far more grueling than the first. Actually, it's possible to stay awake the entire time, Li Yuqin said. Li Yuqin, remember, underestimating this desert is a prelude to death, Xiao Sui said, patting Li Yuqin's shoulder. Right now you are full of energy, but what about in a few days? What about in half a month? We need to rest, and with just a small amount of rest we can return to our peak. Then why not? If danger arrives and you're in poor condition, you might not notice it, Xiao Sui continued. Here in the wild, whether it's in the desert, forest, or cave, try to maintain your rest time, because only with enough rest can you survive when you need your spirit the most. Never underestimate this wasteland. Xiao Sui pointed at the desert before them. This is a lesson left behind by countless predecessors in environmental assessment. Underestimating it can lead to death. Being careless can lead to death. So you take the first half of the night, and we will take the second half. Xiao Sui patted Li Yuqin's shoulder. Lying in his sleeping bag, Old Li Guanjing, who had not yet fallen asleep, slightly curled his lips. It's good to be out here with this kid, Xiao Sui. Not only can he teach his students, but he can also teach his proud little grandson. The old man closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep first. Meanwhile, Xiao Sui and the Flowing Fire King had already lain down preparing to sleep. Although the Flowing Fire King seldom ventured outside, he still had some outdoor survival experience. After all, he was a king. As for Bai Luoqing, this guy was reluctant to sleep. Eventually, he was lulled to sleep by a spell from the mouse. The mouse was simply too versatile. Xiao Sui nodded in satisfaction and fell into a deep sleep. By the campfire, the Rift King sat still glancing around. He was very familiar with this kid, Ji Fengchuan, a student from the Rift. As for Liu Chen, he was even more familiar with him, having watched him grow up since childhood. Both of these two were quite reliable, much more so than the white-haired guy who had been lulled to sleep. The Rift King cleared his throat, pondering for a moment, seemingly unable to find a suitable topic. So this old king, who appeared to be only in his 40s, but was actually 70, reached out and patted the shoulders of the two young men. You two, do you have partners? The older generation chose to open the conversation with marriage pressure, then quickly shut it down. When Xiao Sui woke up, he saw 3 people sitting there, each more silent than the last. Xiao Sui clearly had no idea what the 3 had discussed. He only knew that after the Flowing Fire King woke up, the Rift King quickly lay down and fell asleep. Xiao Sui scratched his head. What was that about Senior Rift? Senior Rift tried to find a topic to chat with us a few hours ago, Ji Fengchuan interjected quietly. And it ended up on whether or not we had partners. The thoughts of the older generation were still quite interesting. Xiao Sui rubbed his temples and noticed Liu Chen lying down somewhat stiffly. Ji Fengchuan patted Xiao Sui's shoulder and lay down next to Liu Chen. Xiao Sui indicated he didn't know what to say, pulling the sleeping by Luo Cheng up while walking toward the campfire. He casually tossed a piece of low-concentration fire spirit stone into the fire and sat back down. Xiao Sui, what are you? The Flowing Fire King looked at Xiao Sui with a strange expression. As a king, the Flowing Fire King actually didn't lack these low-concentration spirit stones. But even if he wasn't lacking, how could he use them as fuel? The Flowing Fire King felt a bit pained, but upon careful consideration, it wasn't his spirit stone. His mood instantly improved a lot. By the way, Flowing Fire King, did you come to the Taklamakan Desert with any specific spirit beast you wanted to contract? Xiao Sui placed the teapot by the fire. Tea or coffee? Is there anything sweet? Bai Luocheng rubbed his eyes. The Flowing Fire King then answered Xiao Sui's earlier question. Yes. 4 fire-type and earth-type spirit beasts. There are currently 4 known types. Not counting unique spirit beasts. There is one among the Taklamakan Desert. Are you talking about the Flowing Fire Scorpion? Xiao Sui asked. Yes, the Flowing Fire Scorpion. The Flowing Fire King nodded. In my team, I already have strong offensive, speed-oriented, and defensive spirit beasts. I need one that can... The Flowing Fire Scorpion is a good choice. Moreover, its ability to control flames is famously high, aligning well with my talents. More importantly, the Flowing Fire Scorpion is only found in a few places, mostly in the desert. In the country, the Flowing Fire Scorpion is only distributed in the Taklamakan. Therefore, my goal in coming to the Taklamakan is very clear. By the way, what are your thoughts on your younger brother? My younger brother? Xiao Sui paused. Let's see if he has any ideas for himself. There are plenty of fire-type spirit beasts in the Taklamakan. He can choose which one he wants. I can't make decisions for my younger brother casually. The Flowing Fire Scorpion, a spiritual beast born from intense heat. The evolutionary chain is Flowing Fire Scorpion Fire Poison, Flowing Fire Spirit Scorpion Fire Earth, Flowing Fire Heavenly Scorpion Fire Earth. The Flowing Fire King would choose this kind of spiritual beast, and Xiao Sui found it unsurprising. After all, the talent of the Flowing Fire King is inherently connected to the mastery of fire-type spiritual energy. However they can be found, the Flowing Fire Scorpions are not numerous in the Taklamakan Desert, but they are not scarce either. Taking this trip, they would definitely encounter them. At that time, it would depend on the Flowing Fire King's own choice. Xiao Sui lowered her head and poked the fire pit with a stick. Old Xiao, is there something over there? Bai Luocheng frowned, staring at the west. Suddenly, a vast yellow line appeared between heaven and earth, sweeping towards their direction. That's a sandstorm, Xiao Sui said calmly. Why do you look so composed with a sandstorm approaching? You can see this sandstorm because your master-level Beastmaster vision is good enough. That thing is actually about 2 hours away from us, roughly 70 to 80 kilometers. However, the fact that it can be seen from so far away proves that the sandstorm is quite significant. The noise it makes might be considerable. Aren't you the least bit nervous? Bai Luocheng looked at Xiao Sui with a peculiar expression. No, the sandstorm doesn't really affect us much. Among all natural disasters, earthquakes, blizzards, and flash floods cause much more impact and harm to people than sandstorms. The sandstorm is impressive, but the harm it causes is almost the least among all major disasters. With our physique covering our mouths and noses is usually enough to get through it. The terrifying part is the spiritual beasts within the sandstorm, those that move along with it, which pose the real danger to us. In such a large sandstorm, there are at least quasi-king level spiritual beasts, and it's possible that ordinary kings might be following along. This is why we need a king as our bodyguard for this trip. Xiao Sui pointed to the left where a Dongfeng falcon was lying asleep on the edge of a rock. This Dongfeng falcon had a wingspan of over 20 meters and stood about 8 meters tall. The Dongfeng falcon of the sky-rending king at the peak of king level is half a step into quasi-legendary level. As a purely wind-type spiritual beast, it is an absolute authority in manipulating air currents. We just need to sit here, and when the sandstorm arrives we can take a look up. Just waking the Dongfeng falcon will suffice. Xiao Sui yawned. Is it really that simple? You should know why the sky-rending king is called sky-rending. Xiao Sui replied confidently. Wild spiritual beasts that can cultivate to quasi-king level or king level are quite intelligent. They weigh their options should they pass by or challenge a king that seems stronger than themselves. Spiritual beasts are clever, Xiao Sui yawned. So before resting the sky-rending king deliberately let the Dongfeng falcon out. Unless we encounter a quasi-legendary beast we really don't have to move. Quasi-legendary beasts are uncertain. The flowing fire king suddenly interjected. Xiao Sui, think about what you encountered in Xinjiang City. Xiao Sui, that was clearly an accident, okay? Besides, even if we really do encounter a quasi-legendary beast, look at this stuff. Do they dare to come up, boy? Xiao Sui proudly waved the small pendant in his hand. A small piece of deer antler, a small wooden sort of crystal stone, a purple spider silk pendant, a small piece of bamboo, and a tiny stone stick. My buddy has a background. The flowing fire king blinked, falling into deep thought. Bai Luochen clearly did not understand what these items were. However, the flowing fire king understood. As a king, he was well aware of the legendary items present in Xin. Tianya deer frog, heavenly sovereign Qing sky, ape, purple gold spider, mountain flame, iron eater, and the newly promoted mountain rending king. 6 legendary tokens. The flowing fire king swallowed hard. Xiao Sui put those pendants back into the spatial bracelet, leaving only a piece of deer antler hanging on him. In the words of several legendary big shots, among all legendary tokens, only the deer antler of the Tianya deer brings a definite positive effect. As for the rest, only the Qing sky ape faced slightly fewer enemies when it was young. The others in terms of ideology are all from the same faction as the mountain rending king. If it weren't for the iron law that the guardian beasts do not interfere in politics, there would be no conservative faction in the Xinzhou alliance at all. If they could intervene in politics, there would only be 2 voices in Xinzhou. Radicals and conservatives who think the radicals are too conservative. These guardian beasts claim to protect the nation, yet each one clamors to fight outward. Only in recent years after recuperation have they finally calmed down. Only the Tianya deer with its unique affinity can give Xiao Sui a slight sense of familiarity with other spiritual beasts. After all, his talent only benefits Earth-type spiritual beasts. Generally speaking, the most common spiritual beast in the sandstorms of the Taklamakan is the desert army ant. Some sandstorms can turn several small groups of desert army ants into one after they pass. This is crucial for the internal ecology of the Taklamakan. The sandstorm is actually an essential part of the ecosystem. As Xiao Sui explained to the 2 in front of him, he lifted the teapot and poured himself a cup. Thus, sandstorms are unavoidable. In fact, some sandstorms are actively stirred up by powerful spiritual beasts within the desert. Some solitary king-level spiritual beasts even ride the sandstorms to move to another place. A typical example is the desert ant lion. The desert ant lion clan has little self-mobility. Sometimes they need to rely on sandstorms to move. As Xiao Sui spoke, he took out a small pot and began to cook porridge. During the night watch, one has to find something to do. He looked up and realized that half an hour had passed since they woke up and noticed the sandstorm. The sandstorm was faster than they had imagined. In fact, it was much quicker. At most half an hour before it, Xiao Sui frowned and put away the pot for cooking porridge. He stood up, feeling the spiritual energy in the earth. In the next moment, Xiao Sui clenched his fist. Wake everyone up, Xiao Sui said. It's the sandland dragon. We need to get through. The sand dragon is the apex predator of the desert. Its evolutionary chain is sand earthworm, sand earth dragon, sand dragon earth. This elongated creature resembles a snake adorned with a single horn atop its head. It is one of the most formidable predators within the Taklamakan desert. One could even say it resides at the very top of the food chain there. Capable of manipulating massive sandstorms, the sand dragon moves swiftly through the sea of sand. Its strength places it among the most powerful of all spiritual beasts. More importantly, this spiritual beast lacks rationality and will attack any living being that crosses its path. It is born with a desire for destruction. The king of the void has awakened. He has summoned another spiritual beast, a firestorm butterfly, that looks completely different from the one belonging to the king of firestorm. This firestorm butterfly's wings are coated in metallic hues resembling sturdy blades. In gaming terms, this firestorm butterfly is more adept at physical attacks. Xiao Sui led Xiao Sui Chen Xia Yiqiu and the cameraman Xiao Li to hide behind him, positioning himself behind the King of the Void and the King of Firestorm. In the distance, a sand dragon lifted by the sandstorm was flying towards them. The sandstorm showed no signs of abating. However, this was to be expected, as at this point the sandstorm itself could not possibly cease. But that sand dragon moving through the storm gazed at them with an extreme and greedy look. "Brother, is it looking at you?" "Yes," Xiao Sui nodded. "It seems this fellow is a plunderer, a thief. Among earth element spiritual beasts, most are favored by the earth. Yet there are always some exceptions. Among the Sand Dragon clan, about 30% evolve through plunder, plundering the power of the earth. I have placed it here, almost merging with the earth." Xiao Sui rubbed his temples. "King of the Void, we have a problem." "No worries," the King of the Void replied calmly. Before him stood the East Wind Falcon, a massive bird with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, gazing at the sandstorm. 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers. The East Wind Falcon suddenly moved. With a powerful flap of its wings, a vertical line appeared in the heavens. Air currents split apart in the middle. Or rather, in the center of the sandstorm, a line drawn by the air currents suddenly appeared. This line stayed there, causing the entire sandstorm to freeze, as if the pause button had been hit. In the next moment, the left half of the sandstorm, no longer controlled by the sand dragon, succumbed to the gravitational pull of Mother Earth, settling down as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the sand dragon within the right side of the storm stared at the East Wind Falcon with an expression of extreme terror. "What in the world is this?" The sand dragon, nearly 30 meters long and larger than the East Wind Falcon, stood frozen. The East Wind Falcon wasted no words and flapped its wings again. Another gust of wind severed the right side of the sandstorm, leaving only the central section completely under the sand dragon's control, less than 100 meters wide. Within the vanishing sandstorm, dense clusters of desert army ants fell to the ground, forming a new group, then quickly turned and left the scene. In terms of seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune, desert army ants are quite professional. The sand dragon looked left and right, realizing that its army of spiritual beasts had nearly vanished. It let out an enraged roar. Xiao Sui's eyes suddenly lit up as he stepped forward and patted the King of Firestorm's shoulder. "Did you see that King of Firestorm in the lower right corner at the edge of the sandstorm? That firestorm scorpion. Its body is at least half a meter long, and its tail isn't reddish-brown, but rather pure red. It is affinity with the fire element, and has developed well. Although it is only at the entry level, it is quite suitable for you." The King of Firestorm followed Xiao Sui's finger and saw that little creature at the lower right corner of the sandstorm, getting caught up in the storm and looking a bit dazed. His eyes also brightened. As a king, although he didn't understand spiritual beasts as well as Xiao Sui, the King of Firestorm was extremely knowledgeable about fire elements. This firestorm scorpion's talent is undoubtedly quite good. The King of Firestorm paused, glancing at Xiao Sui, then at his student. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely said, "Forget it, let's give it to Xiao Sui." "Huh?" Xiao Sui was taken aback. "This kid doesn't have a third spiritual beast yet, so I think this contract suits him better. It's hard to find such a suitable spiritual beast. The King of Firestorm's talent is quite good, ranking among the standard strong kings. As long as the number of spiritual beasts increases, becoming a top-tier king is inevitable." The King of Firestorm is well aware of his own gifts, but he also knows that his student, based on current displays of talent, likely surpasses him. That resonance from the King of Flamepool is the best answer. It would be more beneficial to do a favor and give this excellent spiritual beast to Xiao Sui. "Huh?" Xiao Sui looked up. "No need." Xiao Sui patted the King of Firestorm's shoulder. The Firestorm Scorpion is a typical support-type spiritual beast capable of utilizing some mental power and toxins. You really need these. The Firestorm Sky Crane, the Solar Divine Eagle, and the Lava Giant Turtle all lack support capabilities. As for Xiao Sui, I didn't bring him to the Taklamakan Desert this time to find him a support-type spiritual beast. Xiao Sui paused. "He doesn't lack support-type spiritual beasts," Xiao Sui asserted. "Teacher, do you want me to compete with you for a spiritual beast?" Xiao Sui leaned forward. "You should contract it yourself, don't worry about me too much. Once you contract this one, won't you have exactly 6 spiritual beasts, allowing you to prepare comfortably to challenge the top tier? To avoid any misunderstandings, let me clarify that when the King of Firestorm was assisting Qianjiang City, he had 4 spiritual beasts, 3 kings, and 1 entry level. Later, the King of Flamepool took on a disciple and compensated him by allowing the King of Firestorm to contract a rare fire element spiritual beast, which will be discussed later." Xiao Sui scratched his head. "You can rest assured, how could my brother treat me unfairly?" Xiao Sui nodded. The King of Firestorm remained silent for a moment before nodding. In the moment of his nodding, the sandstorm before them suddenly dispersed, filled with flowing flames that lit up the sky. The sand dragon fled in panic. Meanwhile, the small firestorm scorpion was brought before the group. Of course, it only looked small from a distance. In reality, a scorpion nearly 50 centimeters long could be quite intimidating. Fortunately, the spiritual beasts in this world still have a hint of adorableness about them. Xiao Sui stroked his chin, watching as the king of firestorm contracted this spiritual beast, casually handing over 2 high-concentration fire spirit stones. Only then did he glance at the time. "I think you all need to sleep for another hour," Xiao Sui said seriously. "In an hour we'll wake up for dinner. Go, sleep a bit more." As Xiao Sui spoke, he glanced at the sandstorm behind him. After the sand dragon disappeared, numerous spiritual beasts emerged from within. There were still many that were dazed and had yet to awaken. Bai Luochen gnawed on dried meat as he stood beside Xiao Sui. "Old Xiao, tell me, among these spirit beasts, could any be unique spirit beasts?" "Possibly, but the odds are exceedingly slim." Xiao Sui shook his head. "Firstly, the Taklamakan Desert is vast. It must harbor unique spirit beasts. Current research on unique spirit beasts has firmly established 2 facts: their innate talents surpass those of most ordinary spirit beasts, and even exceed those of spirit beasts born along transcendent tier paths. Moreover, the conditions required for their emergence are extraordinarily complex. Consider this: a unique spirit beast might manifest within the tidal surges of the Xinjiang River, or arise amid violent thunderstorms sweeping its surface. The nature of spirit beasts born in a region correlates directly with its intrinsic transformations. Within the Taklamakan, unique spirit beasts exist, and their presence is certain. And we are the first cohort to undertake deep exploration and development of the Taklamakan. Logically, our chances of encountering a unique spirit beast are far from negligible. Yet encountering one still hinges upon fortune." Xiao Sui pointed first at himself, then at Lu Hua Celestial King and Li Yuchen. "Among the 11 beast tamers present, only 3 command unique spirit beasts. Though we ourselves are exceptional, this statistic proves unique spirit beasts are not vanishingly rare. According to the Zhongshan Alliance's official registry, there are currently 116 documented within our nation. That number is substantial. Globally registered unique spirit beasts approach 500, excluding forbidding realms like Antarctica or the Sahara, where human presence remains virtually non-existent. Within our territory, few regions remain unexplored. The most prominent among them are the Qinling Mountains, Shenanjia Forest, and the Taklamakan Desert. Such places undoubtedly shelter unique spirit beasts, but meeting one demands serendipity." Xiao Sui paused, then spoke again. "If your fortune runs true, you might just encounter a fox in this sea. Should you truly meet such a fox, I might well seize the chance to form a pact before you do." Bai Luochen scratched his head, glancing down at the strip of dried meat in his hand. "To be frank, this dried meat tastes rather unremarkable. Elderly Guan Yue excels solely at eating, and nothing else." Xiao Sui sighed. "Calling his cooking merely average is generous. Truth be told, it borders on inedible. And speaking ill of Elder Li's elder brother right beside him, won't he report you the moment you return?" Elderly Guanxing had appeared silently beside them. "Grandfather Guan Yue only ever greets us with warm laughter, and leads us straight to sumptuous feasts." Xiao Sui spread his hands wide. "You impudent brat. Fine, forget it," said Elderly Guanxing, folding his hands behind his back. In the east, over the Taklamakan, the sun rose slowly, casting its first golden light across the dunes. Elderly Guanxing fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Bai Luochen, who continued chewing his dried meat. "Did Li Yuchen give that to you? If it's truly unbearable, discarding it matters not. After all, it really isn't palatable." Elderly Guanxing's lips twitched faintly before he added, "But don't repeat that I said so when you return." "Yes, sir." Bai Luochen exhaled in relief and tossed the remaining half strip onto the sand, burying it swiftly beneath a handful of grit, before stretching luxuriously. "Old Xiao, what's for breakfast?" "Plain congee, pickled mustard greens, salted duck eggs," Xiao Sui replied. "I have to say, it tastes better than school cafeteria fare." Bai Luochen's eyes lit up. "Our canteen in Xinjiang City." Xiao Sui paused thoughtfully. "Truthfully, the food isn't bad. No dragon-fritzed mooncakes, at least. It's perfectly ordinary." Xiao Sui pondered a moment, then asked, "Have you ever seen dragon-fritzed mooncakes?" Bai Luochen leaned in, intrigued. When Elderly Guanxing cleared his throat softly beside them, Bai Luochen instantly understood. "Ah, it was Elderly Guan Yue who cooked that, wasn't it?" Then turning back to Xiao Sui, "Speaking of which, since sand-dragon serpents seem relatively low-risk, why did you rouse everyone so early?" "Simple." Xiao Sui paused. "Ordinary sand-dragon serpents are communicative. To preserve ecological balance, we avoid forcibly disrupting sandstorms. We need only negotiate. Persuade the serpent to open a passage through the storm, then slip through. Hence waking everyone, we must traverse the sandstorm. But the one we encountered earlier was no ordinary sand dragon serpent, a devourer of earthly chi, a traitor to the land itself, comprising roughly 30% of their kind. Centuries ago, they constituted half, or even 60%, of the population. Only after being subdued by certain formidable entities did their numbers decline to 30%. Still, such predators remain a minority. Thanks to Elder Tianya's presence, spirit beasts within the Taklamakan are comparatively docile. In contrast, nearly 40% of sand dragon serpents in the Sahara still sustain themselves by plundering terrestrial energy. Plundering carries a certain grim dignity, but this is mere theft. Xiao Sui shook his. Then why let that sand dragon serpent escape? Bai Luochen asked again. Sand dragon serpents are exceedingly rare. Fewer than 100 individuals in the entire Taklamakan have evolved into this form. Of those, fewer than 30 are devourers. These predators are akin to fleas upon the earth. Currently, the situation is only earth element beast tamers can slay a sand dragon serpent within the desert itself, unless the beast voluntarily ventures beyond its arid domain. Other elemental spirit beasts may also overcome them. That is in part why Northwest University lies so near the Taklamakan's edge. Crack Mountain Celestial King patrols the entire desert perimeter regularly to ensure no sand dragon serpent escapes. As Xiao Sui spoke, he knelt and lifted the lid from a pot. Crack Mountain Celestial King himself commands a sand dragon serpent, a near-legendary grade 1 he left behind during his recent journey to Bashu. That serpent now stands sentinel at the desert's easternmost border. It guards against any spirit beast fleeing the Taklamakan. Should residents east of the desert witness sudden sandstorms rolling in from the west, they will not flee, for they know this is a guardian, not an invader. Xiao Sui took a bowl and ladled kanji for elderly. He handed the ladle to Bai Luochen, motioning for the young man to serve himself. Brother, when do we depart? Xiao Sui approached, freshly roused from sleep. In roughly half an hour. Once everyone finishes breakfast, we continue onward, Xiao Sui replied. Speak plainly. Xiao Sui raised his hand and tapped his younger brother's forehead lightly. Brother, I wish to find a location within the Taklamakan for Gui's second evolution. Xiao Sui faltered momentarily. Xiao Sui's charcoal fire tortoise had already reached elite rank, and was by all accounts ripe for evolution. This evolution was pivotal to safeguard future potential. No further ascension evolutions would occur between elite rank and transcendent rank. Premature ascension would irreparably drain the spirit beast's latent power. The Taklamakan is no ideal site. I shall consult Elder Liekong Luhua Celestial King and Elder Li Guanxing on this matter. Should consensus prove elusive, I'll secure an alternative location for the evolution upon our return. As for why Xiao Sui's charcoal fire tortoise bore the affectionate name Gui, that detail held little significance. Across the realm, mature magma giant turtles were universally nicknamed Gui. Spirit beasts themselves discerned effortlessly which tamers belonged to them. The soil toad of cameraman Xiao Li helped clean the pots and pans. Xiao Sui stuffed the half-body of the howling dragon back into the contract formation. Previously, when Xiao Sui went out, the one responsible for washing the dishes was the howling dragon. The water-type spiritual power could clean everything in a swirl. Unexpectedly, cameraman Xiao Li's soil toad was even better. This muscular toad's dishwashing speed is unparalleled, as if it had been trained from a young age. Cameraman Xiao Li was trained in the rented apartment. As cameraman Xiao Li withdrew his soil toad, Xiao Sui glanced at the sky. Let's go, we continue our. Today we will walk more than yesterday, probably nearly 40 kilometers. After tomorrow we will enter a secret realm. That secret realm has an environment that can facilitate the evolution of Xiao Sui's turtle. Half an hour ago, Xiao Sui had mentioned this to King Liekong, King Liuhua, and Old Man Li Guanxing. Unexpectedly, none of the three opposed. King Liuhua was supportive because the kid was his student. Old Man Li Guanxing wanted to investigate the secret realm and just needed some time. King Liekong expressed that it was up to them, after all he was just a bodyguard. The others in the team had no objections either. For a spirit beast undergoing an elite-level second evolution, it typically requires about 8 hours. If it's an advanced evolution, it might need to last a day or nearly 2. 8 hours is completely acceptable for this team. More importantly, Xiao Sui, as the older brother, was willing to spend money to solve this issue for his younger brother. Xiao Sui gave King Liekong a fine wind-type material, allowing King Liekong's East Wind Falcon to teach Yikia's East Wind Falcon during this time. Cameraman Xiao Li received an almost top-configured camera. Xiao Sui, although this thing was originally intended for him. As for the remaining few, Ji Fengchun said he was used to it. Li Yuchan said it didn't matter. Bai Luochan was kicked aside by Xiao Sui, clearly not intended to be included. Bai Luochan. Xiao Sui paused, raised his head, and looked at the few people beside him. Get ready to set off. Xiao Sui organized his backpack. He stood at the front of the team again, leading everyone. Their current target was the secret realm. Along the way they might encounter some unique spirit beasts and stop to explain a few things to the little ones. 2 little ones, 2 big ones, and a mixed bag of specialties. But these lectures were just incidental. Their main objective was to document the interior conditions of the Taklamakan. It seems there's a mine ahead, Xiao Sui frowned. A mine? Bai Luochan leaned in. Old Xiao, are you not feeling well? How can there be a mine on the surface of the desert? Don't tell me you can sense the mine underground. No, I can't sense the mine underground, Xiao Sui shook his head. But indeed there is a mine ahead. As for spirit beasts, mines that contain spiritual energy can exist in any corner. Xiao Sui snapped his fingers. The fat bear appeared beside him and used telekinesis to lift the sand covering the area, revealing the rocks that interacted with and were nurtured by spiritual energy. Among these rocks, there were some transparent crystals. Inside the crystals flowed sand. Huh. Old man Li Guanxing took out a pair of glasses, squatted down, and began to study it. I don't think I've seen this before. Not domestically. Xiao Sui held a crystal in his hand which was just dug up by the fat bear. This is flowing soil sand and is not suitable for the evolution of any spirit beast. In the general consensus of the mineral world, this type of mineral only exists in Africa, specifically around the Sahara. There should be some inside, but we can't go in. Flowing soil sand is a type of armor-like material. If the fat bear's shoulders need to be repaired later, flowing soil sand can be used, which is quite a good armor repair material. For the fat bear's armor, the lava giant turtles, shell, and spirit beasts like the telekinetic gold puppet, flowing soil sand can be used for repairs. A relatively rare material, we previously had to rely on imports, and the quantity was limited. Now it's good. Xiao Sui rubbed the flowing soil sand in his hand. Fat bear. The fat bear nodded and dug out several more crystals. The rocky mine vanished from everywhere. Did you just dig this thing into collapse? Li Guanxing frowned and turned his head. In his impression, Xiao Sui would not do that. The flowing soil sand mine might not be the same as other mines. Xiao Sui scratched his head and began to explain. This type of mineral exists deep within quicksand, crystallized from it. The rocks we saw earlier are actually mobile. Xiao Sui's hand gestured in the air. They are akin to animals in nature, and flowing soil sand can create quicksand much like the offspring of quicksand. Those shattered moving rocks in the desert are animals, while flowing soil sand as the offspring of quicksand is akin to birds. By leveraging these moving rocks to bring out the flowing soil sand, new quicksand is produced. During this process, the flowing soil sand gradually embeds into the moving rocks. Those moving rocks are actually exhausted earth-type spirit stone mines. With the flowing soil sand, they can be reactivated. When the energy is sufficient, one day they will stabilize. They will become new earth-type spirit stone mines. Most of the flowing soil sand exists within exhausted spirit veins, Xiao Sui gestured. And the portion of flowing soil sand we took actually had most of its spiritual power absorbed, so it no longer has much effect on that mine. Only the special property for repairs remains. Therefore, taking this portion away is inconsequential. Moreover, the appearance of such mines is random. It's fortunate to find one. Taking a little more is fine. Next time it appears on the surface, who knows when it will be. As Xiao Sui spoke, he led the group to set off again. Old man Li Guanxing thoughtfully glanced at the flowing soil sand in his hand. He decided to go back and learn more. Among the remaining people in the team, probably only King Liakong and Chun Xia understood a part of it. The rest were like listening to the scriptures. Behind them, a small figure emerged from the sand. It was still chewing on a piece of jerky. The entrance of the secret realm is a mysterious object resembling a vortex. Most of these entrances firmly rest on the ground, while at times they are supported by something akin to clouds floating in midair. This is a marvelous passage into a small world. At this moment, Xiao Sui is pointing at the secret realm entrance in front of her, turning to look back at the crowd behind her. This is the secret realm we discovered earlier. It was initially an environmental agency's first survey of the interior of the Taklamakan Desert. After all, while the interior of the Taklamakan Desert is highly dangerous, it is still feasible to explore. The Taklamakan is said to contain legends, and there are certainly quasi-legends within an acceptable range. Unlike the Sahara, where there are undeniably numerous legends and quasi-legends. Xiao Sui scratched her head. But none of this is important. What matters most next is, we are preparing to split into several groups. Xiao Sui pulled out another map. Here is an active volcano, which is what I've mentioned as a suitable place for the evolution of Xiao Sui spirit beast. They'll take him with me, said the Flowing Fire King. Xiao Sui, do you have? The Flowing Fire King opened his. I know that Flowing Fire Scorpion has reached the stage for evolution. Xiao Sui looked at her spatial bracelet. After a moment, she took out 3 materials. After evolution, the Flowing Fire Scorpion's poison attribute will disappear and transform into an earth attribute. Luckily, I have plenty of entry-level materials. Take this. The concentration of spiritual energy is above 95%. When we return, transfer the points to me. Xiao Sui said with great seriousness. It's not a gift. The Flowing Fire King. He had prepared some materials himself, but their concentrations were generally only around 93 or 94. This kid really has money. Teacher, these materials were prepared by my elder brother in advance, Xiao Sui. I heard earlier that you were looking for a new spirit beast, so my elder brother calculated the fire attribute spirit beasts in the Taklamakan and prepared some universal materials. He rummaged through his little treasury for over half an hour before he came out. This kind of mineral concentration is basically a collector's item. The Flowing Fire King felt moved. Xiao Sui didn't care about the two master and apprentice lost in their emotional state. She silently pointed to another corner of the map. Here is the center of the ruins where there are suspected traces of legendary spirit beasts. The three of us, Sky Ripper King, I, and Li Guanxing, definitely need to go here. Yi Qiu Shaoli, you too. Should not go here, you won't be able to resist the urge to write something later. The legendary ruins are not intended to be reported to the outside world for now. Yi Qiu Shaoli by Luoqing Li Yuchen Ji Fengchan. You five can go to the southwest corner of the secret realm, where there is a medium-sized sand dune to continue adapting to the desert environment or wander around and take notes. Ji Fengchuan, you will be the team leader. The reliable Ji Fengchun nodded. We will probably stay in this secret realm for about 12 hours. Xiao Sui glanced at the time. It is now 3 in the afternoon. I rest here for 3 hours, and then you five can decide where to go. Tonight we will likely not rest. Flowing Fire King Xiao Sui will be under your care. Do you remember that your brother is actually my student? The Flowing Fire King sighed. Xiao Sui nodded and turned to look at the elderly Li Guanxing. Shun Xia followed closely behind the old man, clearly prepared to go with him to take a look at the ruins. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Sui did not refuse this matter. Letting Qin Xia learn something strange might be a good thing. We will first enter the secret realm and set off half an hour later. Xiao Sui said to the elderly Li Guanxing. Sky Ripper King sat at the side, resembling an ordinary person. If one ignores the king-level latest Gale butterfly beside Sky Ripper King, this king truly appeared to be an ordinary person with little presence. Xiao Sui stroked her chin, pulling her thoughts back to the current situation. Only then did she stand at the forefront and step into the secret realm. As for why they only entered the secret realm, now the reason is equally simple. The moment they stepped into the secret realm, an overwhelming wave of heat surged towards them. It was a temperature even more exaggerated than that of the Taklamakan. Even though they were wearing temperature-controlling special clothing, it was impossible to remain cool. The air temperature is approaching 70 degrees. Li Guanxing frowned, and a frog knight jumped out beside him, wrapping a layer of water membrane around Qin Xia. Xiao Sui was in good condition after all, being a fire attribute beastmaster. The two weakest beastmasters in the team were doing fine, so Xiao Sui turned her head to look at the two extraordinary-level beastmasters over there. Yi Qiu and the cameraman Shaoli. Shaoli had already summoned a mud frog and covered them both with a layer of water membrane. How does it feel? Barely acceptable. Yi Qiu reached out to touch the water membrane and quickly drew back. Is this temperature really normal? This is why I said this secret realm has traces of legendary levels. Xiao Sui spread her hands. This long-maintained temperature has already exceeded the limits of kings. Sky Ripper King supplemented from the side. I definitely can't do it. The Flowing Fire King chimed in. To maintain this temperature can only be the ability of legendary level laws. The ruins are the hottest place. On the contrary, the sand dune area I pointed out to you earlier has a relatively lower temperature. Xiao Sui spoke. The temperature inside the ruins may approach the boiling point of water, around 100 degrees. The backpacks I prepared for you are all specially made, and the temperature-controlling materials are better than our clothing. The items inside the backpacks will not be affected by the temperature. As for temperatures in the 90s, they are still acceptable for master-level beastmasters. Xiao Sui patted her. Extraordinary-level beastmasters have physical qualities similar to entry-level spirit beasts. Many of them are even inferior to entry-level spirit beasts. However, master-level beastmasters have physiques equivalent to relatively good extraordinary-level spirit beasts. Oh, the temperature near that volcano will be even higher, possibly above 100 degrees. Xiao Sui turned her head to look at the Flowing Fire King and Xiao Sui. These two are fire-type beastmasters. No problem then. By the way, you two go to that sand dune and help me collect 2 bottles of sand. The sand here is quite special, and I want to take some back for research. Xiao Sui seemed to remember something and took out 2 2-liter glass jars from her backpack. After thinking for a moment, she took out 2 more. 4 bottles. In the end, let Li Guanxing take one back too. Li Guanxing nodded in satisfaction. This ruin was discovered roughly 3 years ago, Xiao Sui said, tapping the searchlight mounted on his goggles. Beast masters of master rank and above possess excellent dynamic and night vision. Yet some things remain unseen, so the searchlight proved useful. A small mouse shushu lay atop Xiao Sui head clutching his hair. The light spirit stone within the searchlight supplied enough energy to illuminate the murals on the wall. Those paintings told the story that lay at the heart of their present expedition. Camel. Li Guanxing spoke abruptly. The camel has been appearing far too often. Yes, the last team that made a rough appraisal believed this legendary grade figure has a strong possibility of being a camel. Currently known the only camel-like spirit beast. Li Guanxing frowned. Is the earthen light type? The Xinguang Tuo clan rarely appears in the Taklamakan. The prevailing assumption is that on Xinzhou soil the natural environment to birth such a spirit beast does not exist. Only within a few secret realms might a Xinguang Tuo be born, Xiao Sui added. So we have two hypotheses at present. First, this camel is a unique spirit species native to the Taklamakan. This hypothesis is plausible because unique spirit beasts are more likely to mature on their own, like the Shanyan Shirtai show which matured without a beastmaster. Second, long ago the lands of the Xinzhou Alliance could nurture Xinguang Tuo. My personal inclination is the second, Xiao Sui said after a pause. It was uncertain before. After that exploration team returned, the Environmental Bureau located some records on Xinguang Tuo. We procured a Xinguang Tuo from the Sahara. This spirit beast is currently exceedingly rare across the world. On the Xinguang Tuo's head there is a golden crown, Xiao Sui said, pointing at the mural. Around its neck, between its two eyes, sits a tawny gem. All of these details match. The remaining differences can only mean this camel underwent an advanced evolution, its form having changed considerably. Xiao Sui spoke as he pointed to the mural. Therefore I am inclined to believe this is a Xinguang Tuo. The mural had faded so that the original colors were indistinct, yet the gem crown and mane were all present and unmistakable. The only troubling question was this: if the Xinguang Tuo is earth plus light, where did the intensely saturated fire energy permeating this place originate? Xiao Sui did not know, though he tended to trust that the mural preserved the legend. There is one more possibility. The Laikong Tianwang, who had been silent behind them, paused. Beyond the legend. Beyond legend there is another realm. Senior Tianyao Lu spoke of it. After Lao Wang broke through the legend, he too perceived it in some vague way. But the concentration of spiritual energy is insufficient. If, and I say if, scholars presently hold that spirit beasts may possess at most two element types. What if beyond the legend a beast could have three? Xiao Sui was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of this. He glanced at Li Guanxing. The old man placed his hand on the mural and showed no surprise. Chen Xia pointed at his own ear, then at Laikong Tianwang's mouth. Evidently his hearing had been obscured by spiritual power. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. I understand. He nodded. Then we must change our approach, record these murals, and at the same time, we need to find something. Find traces of the light element power on this camel. Xiao Sui drew a long breath. Perhaps the center of the ruin will hold a clue. Li Guanxing withdrew his hand. They had already recorded these murals with the instruments they carried. Senior Xiao, why couldn't I hear Laikong Tianwang's voice just now? Chen Xia looked around, curiosity overcoming him as he leaned in to ask softly. You are not yet qualified to know these things. Xiao Sui raised a hand and tapped Chen Xia lightly on the head. Oh. Chen Xia rubbed his scalp and fell back into step behind his teacher. Li Guanxing did not become angry. An 18-year-old's curiosity was natural. Those like Xiao Sui and Ji Fengchuan calm to an almost uncanny degree were the exceptions. He merely patted his student's shoulder. It is all right not to know certain things yet. You will learn them in time. Li Guanxing smiled. Chen Xia made an effort to restrain his thoughts. Among the three brothers, the eldest Chen Chun was the steadiest, the youngest Chen Xiu the cleverest. He, the middle son, was the most meticulous and also the most adventurous, sometimes unable to keep his inner impulses in check. That, however, was normal. Someone who spent long periods on field expeditions must be both careful and daring and possess a wealth of knowledge. A reserve of knowledge is vital to those who live in the wild. He followed his teacher, clutching his notebook. Encased within a membrane of water, he presented the most glaring weakness in the team's formation. He became the focal point, and a quicksand scorpion suddenly appeared at the edge, charging toward the small party. It was a transcendent-level quicksand scorpion. Why a spirit beast of such rank would dare to attack so boldly was inexplicable. Li Guanxing, however, admired the creature's courage. Hua Daxiao at Li Guanxing's side pinned the beast to the earth with a single sword stroke. He did not kill it outright. There was no need. Xiao Sui crouched before the scorpion and fell silent for a long while. I still cannot make sense of why that thing. I am a child of the earth. That creature clearly is not a plunderer. It is a genuine earth-type spirit beast. My innate affinity for earth beasts is well established. How could it possibly raise a claw against me? Xiao Sui pondered. unless something is directing it. And whatever it is, it can evade the perception of Likong Tianwang, who stands at the apex of the Tianwang. Li Guanxing suddenly stopped in his tracks. The sound of their heartbeats became the only wind in the ruin until a soft laugh rang out from within. Xiao Sui turned and looked toward the center of the ruin. Sometime without their noticing, Lifeng Tianwang's Eastwind Falcon had been released. Its presence nearly reached quasi-legendary levels. From the direction of the center, a single shaft of light began to glow, gradually brightening. "The sand here is indeed white," said the cameraman Xiao Li as he captured the scene with his camera. The white sand sprawled across the earth, resembling the most beautiful snow. "If you want to publish the photos later, remember to confirm with Xiao Sui in advance," Ji Fengshan remarked with a glance. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. "Of course, don't worry, I won't let them out casually. At most, I will put a few up in my own home." "Didn't you return the lease when you arrived?" Yi Qiyu glanced at Xiao Li. Xiao Li's situation wasn't much better than Yi Qiu's. As a duo who rarely engaged in Beastmaster work, neither had much money. The monthly subsidy from the Beastmaster Association was barely enough to take care of their own spirit beasts. Yi Qiu needed to take his own Eastwind Falcon to the park for some exercise. Xiao Li needed to take his own mud frog back to his alma mater to swim in the pond there. The two of them wore expressions that clearly screamed poverty. Ji Fengshan had never seen such impoverished, extraordinary Beastmasters. How could an extraordinary Beastmaster be living in a rental? Ji Fengshan fell into thought and turned to glance at Bai Luoqing, who was currently staying at Xiao Sui Place and residing in a student dormitory after returning to Jiangnan Province. "Why are they so poor?" Ji Fengshan muttered softly. "I remember Jiangnan Province is developing quite well, much better than our northwest. The economy is quite developed. I don't know, maybe it's because they're not ambitious." Li Yuchan, who didn't have much social knowledge, pondered and replied. Ji Fengshan looked at Li Yuchan with a look of disbelief. "You call these three unambitious? Idealists are mostly like this. Many people can't distinguish between ideals and reality, blindly pursuing their ideals. It's fine when you're alone, but if you have family, you might inadvertently become a burden to them." Li Yuchan thought for a moment and spoke again. "This saying is from my grandfather." Unlike his three older brothers, Li Guanxin's talent, while equally difficult to reach the pinnacle, leaned more towards social development. Thus he shared his insights on sociology with his grandson. Li Yuchan was infatuated with swords, but still remembered quite a bit of what his grandfather said. Ji Fengshan thought for a moment and nodded. Not far from them, Bai Luoqing lay on the white sand, gazing up at the sky. "I always feel something is off." Bai Luoqing scratched his head. Water flowed over his hair, washing away the sand that had gotten stuck. He reached down and grabbed at the sand. A small antlion appeared in his hand. Where did this little antlion come from? Bai Luoqing pondered and sat up. The white-haired youth sat cross-legged on the white sand, looking at the small antlion in his hand. "Ji Fengshan, Li Yuchan, come over here and take a look. Doesn't this little guy seem a bit odd? It would be even better if they could discover something interesting along the way." Ji Fengshan looked down at the small antlion in Bai Luoqing's hand. Traveling outside. "It would be even better if they could discover something interesting along the way." Ji Fengshan looked down at the small antlion in Bai Luoqing's hand. This creature was less than the size of a fist small, and currently resting in Bai Luoqing's palm, gazing at the few people in front of it. It looked very docile. The desert antlion species is generally quite gentle towards humans, so there is nothing wrong with that. However, this one seemed a bit off. Does this thing have light attributes? Ji Fengshan fell into contemplation. Bai Luoqing and Li Yuchan reacted in unison. "How do we test it?" Li Yuchan frowned. "It's simple. Well, I have only contracted 3 spirit beasts up to now," Ji Fengshan replied. The desert antlion itself is a qualified shield, a typical low-speed, high-attack, high-defense type of spirit beast. This kind of spirit beast was already on my contract list. He'll contract it. If it really is a mutated spirit beast of earth and light attributes, I hit the jackpot, and everyone will know what the little guy's talents are, and later let the researchers at Northwest University study it. If not, it won't be a loss for me. Anyway, I was already in Taklamakan, contracting my 4th spirit beast. Bai Luoqing and Li Yuchan exchanged glances. The white-haired youth placed the docile little antlion into Ji Fengshan's hands. The innate intelligence of the antlion was not very high, so contracting it was not difficult. It was just that the small antlion was a spirit beast that was relatively difficult to cultivate in the early stages, so those who contracted it were fewer. Ji Fengshan drew the contract formation in the air. This was a required course for every Beastmaster, although they would only carve it a few times in their lifetime. In the next moment, Ji Fengshan sensed the connection between himself and the small antlion. He blinked. If he were to organize all the information he perceived, it would go something like this. Small antlion earth light mutated, not yet initiated, suspected to be blessed by a legendary spirit beast. Ji Fengshuan, it seems I've stumbled upon a treasure. Light attributes. Ji Fengshuan revealed his intentions to the two. Suspected to be blessed by some legendary spirit beast, Ji Fengshuan patted the little antlion's shoulder. The two beside him blinked, clearly not surprised, even having little reaction to the notion of being blessed by. Li Yuchan lacked sufficient concepts of legends. He could only possess one sword. Bai Luoqing, on the other hand, was aware that he would soon be able to join the ranks of legends. The formal kind. And he only contracts foxes. What a great opportunity. Bai Luoqing stroked his chin. Ji Fengshuan, shouldn't you treat me to a good meal? Ji Fengshuan. They'll grab something good from Xiao Lao's fridge for you, Ji Fengshuan said earnestly. He realized that the two in front of him didn't feel any jealousy or discomfort regarding his contract of such a spirit beast. Bai Luoqing stroked his chin again. So we have indeed made quite a contribution. At the very least, we can confirm that the legend in this secret realm is related to light attributes. Bai Luoqing cheerfully lay back down, gazing at the sky. Let's continue to rest. It's hard to find such relaxing time. This secret realm is much more comfortable than outside. Bai Luoqing spoke cheerfully as he lay down on the sandy ground. He closed his eyes, preparing to enjoy this leisurely time. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his chest. He opened his eyes. A small creature had appeared on his chest. It had yellow fur, a pair of large ears, and looked exceedingly adorable. More importantly, it looked like a fox. Bai Luoqing. This thing looks oddly familiar, Ji Fengshuan muttered as he scooped up the little creature. The fox twisted its head and bit down hard on his finger. Ji Fengshuan's finger burned with pain. He flicked the little fox back toward Bai Luoqing. Shock filled his eyes. He was Ji Fengshuan, a masterclass beastmaster. Because of his innate talent, Ji Fengshuan's physical constitution was almost on par with that of a typical masterclass spirit beast. How could the nip of such a tiny creature make him hurt? What rank of spirit beast would have to bite him to cause pain? And this was only a fox that looked so small. Born extraordinary. A unique spirit beast, Bai Luoqing murmured. His eyes brightened little by little. And the little thing climbed affectionately onto Bai Luoqing's shoulder and rubbed its ear against his head. Cameraman Xiao Li captured the moment with his camera. He studied the photo with satisfaction. It looked better than the landscape shot from before. Bai Luoqing brushed the fox's cheek with his hand. The creature opened its mouth and, to his surprise, held half a strip of dried meat between its teeth. Bai Luoqing froze. Li Yuqin cast Bai Luoqing a dangerous look. Bai Luoqing, is this? Bai Luoqing moved quickly and shoved the half strip back into the little fox's mouth. Taken off guard, the fox swallowed it all. It regarded Bai Luoqing with plaintive, resentful eyes. Bai Luoqing pondered for a moment. He produced an energy paste, the so-called human cat stick. The fox licked once, its eyes shining, but hugged the treat between its forepaws and began licking eagerly. Bai Luoqing relaxed. The white-haired youth looked at the fox with the fondness one might reserve for a daughter. It looks a bit like a large-eared sand fox. Ji Fengshuan rubbed his fingers. What do you intend to do? Bai Luoqing had already drawn half of the contract formation. He admitted he was a little rusty. It had been a long time since had drawn one. The little fox raised its head and fixed Bai Luoqing with huge liquid eyes. It tilted its head and lifted a small paw. The paw smacked onto the contract array. Contract established. Bai Luoqing's eyes sparkled. After a beastmaster binds a spirit beast, they receive the beast information, a sort of data panel. The readout looked something like this: Sandland, large-eared fox, earth wind, early transcendent stage. Talent, sand dust spirit. Born with the ability to command small-scale sandstorms, a favored child of the sandstorms. Bai Luoqing blinked. What did it mean to be a favored child of the sandstorms? I hereby declare from today onward you shall be called Huzai. Bai Luoqing said happily, ruffling the creature's head. Beside Bai Luoqing, a humanoid fox looked puzzled and pointed at himself. The Jiawei sword immortal pointed to himself. They call it Huzai. What about me, eh? From now on you'll just be called Jiawei. Bai Luoqing patted his spirit beast. In the future, when you, my beastmaster, bind new spirit beasts, the smallest ones will all be called Huzai. Jiawei gripped his sword, half tempted to deliver a teaching strike to his beastmaster. In the end, he only sighed and sheathed the blade. Li Yuqin watched the bickering pair of foxes. Unique spirit beasts each possess their own distinctive talents. My Qinxiao Jian can teach itself human sword techniques and turn those moves into skills uniquely its own, Li Yuqin said. Among all talents, the rarest are those tied to terrain and to weather. Xiao Sui Yuqi Jiao is a typical terrain-type talent. Once it appears, whatever the setting, it will tend to convert the area into a marsh. I sent you a paper on unique spirit beasts. Take a look when you get back. Li Yuqin flipped through his beastmaster wristband. Communication through the wristband relies on spiritual power, so it works even inside secret realms. Phones won't work. The Taklamakan has no signal towers. Unique spirit beasts are special. Later you should ask Lao Xiao to add you to a group. That group doesn't use wristbands for chat, they use phones. It's just for sharing things. When newcomers join, members chip in and give something, usually a gift. Most often it's material for a first breakthrough. When Lao Xiao joined, people actually prepared to pool resources for his first step up. But for some reason Lao Xiao didn't accept. It seemed the giver's rank was lower than his, so accepting it would count as bribery. Liu Chen set his mouth twitching, as if remembering something. The Xinzhou Alliance controls roughly 70 spirit beasts in the hands of the Environmental Bureau. Exploration teams are more likely to encounter unique spirit beasts. And Xiao Sui himself is the deputy director of the Environmental Bureau, Ji Fengchun added from the side. For now he's an honorary deputy director. Once Xiao Sui reaches the Tianwang rank, he'll be the formal deputy director, Liu Chen continued. After Xiao Sui attains quasi-legendary status, the bureau chief post will be his. If those positions didn't have strict qualification requirements, Xiao Sui could try for the chief post now, Ji Fengchun remarked. His understanding of ores probably surpasses 99% of people in the Xinzhou Alliance. Minerals and environmental development. He's reached levels ordinary people can hardly imagine. Bai Luochen glanced around, then down at the little fox in his arms. By the way, what's your talent, little fox? Liu Chen asked. If you'd rather not say, that's fine. Oh, it controls sandstorms, Bai Luochen said deliberately, using a casual tone. It commands sandstorms. Ji Fengchun stood frozen. It commands sandstorms. Bai Luochen could not conceal his prideful tone. Ji Fengchun suddenly stepped in front of him. He wore an expression of utmost seriousness as he looked Bai Luochen in the eye. Bai Luochen, he began, I am Ji Fengchun. I serve as a 4th-level inspector of the Xinzhou Alliance, a 1st-level mentor at Xibei University, and a senior member of the Xinzhou Spiritual Power RD Bureau. In the name of the Liaison Tianwang lineage, I make this request. I hope that after you graduate you will come and work in Xibei. Xibei needs this power. The expression that had been smug on Bai Luochen's face fell away. Oh, he was taken aback. He could not say why, only that the tone carried great weight. After a few moments of silence, Bai Luochen hesitated. All right, I will accept, he said. I promise you. A radiant light appeared. When the four regained their senses, they found themselves in an oasis. By the water's edge stood a snow-white camel. It radiated a sacred glow. The Sky Rift King instinctively shielded the three behind him. Meanwhile, the white camel paid no heed to this. After lowering its head to take a sip of water, it lifted its head again, looking at the few people before it. In the next moment, they abruptly appeared less than a meter away from the white camel. You carry the essence of the earth, a gentle voice echoed. And the essence of the white deer as well. The white camel nodded slightly. I will not harm you, but you will not retain any memories of this place. The white camel looked at the group and spoke. It is not yet time. The voice of the white camel was a soft feminine tone. You are 4 in number, and I can answer 4 questions for you. The answers to these 4 questions will unlock their seals when you achieve legend. In terms of memory, this knowledge will temporarily vanish. The Sky Rift King gradually retracted his arm. At the same time, I can bestow a simple blessing upon one of your spirit beasts. No worries. The white camel said calmly as it lowered its head to look at the few people. It is not that I am stingy, but if too much power is taken out. This is not good. Xiao Sui took a deep breath and stepped forward, patting the Sky Rift King's shoulder. The Sky Rift King said nothing and simply made way for Xiao Sui. 4 questions. 4 questions, the white camel added. The answers you take with you may also influence. For the first question, what is your realm? I can exclude you from this question, as I believe those legendary figures outside already know the answer. The white camel said calmly. Xiao Sui paused for a moment. The openness of this white camel exceeded his expectations. Then for the second question, Xiao Sui did not mention the first question again. Does a legend exist within the Taklamakan? In the Taklamakan, for now my presence is sufficient, the white camel answered. For the third question, when will the second spiritual tide occur? I am unsure, child, but I think you should hope that the spiritual tide does not come too soon. For the fourth question, what is the child of the earth? What exactly is it? Xiao Sui was very aware that the white camel was wary of something. The white camel's willingness to answer their 4 questions was largely due to the pendant Xiao Sui presented as soon as he entered. That was the token of 6 legends. Therefore, these 4 questions could not be too deep. Delving too deep might provoke the white camel's emotional instability. He could sense that the white camel held some wariness towards him, yet there was also a sense of familiarity. That familiarity stemmed from the child of the earth. Thus, he wanted to clarify this question. What exactly is the child of the earth? I am not sure either. The white camel shook its head. In truth, this talent has already been placed before you. The child of the earth, a child of the earth, has chosen a successor from all the earth-related spiritual powers and laws. And that successor is you. You are the inheritor of the earth. However, the earth is currently in its prime, and it is willing to bestow its authority upon you. But the premise is that you must demonstrate sufficient power to the earth. The child of the earth is a qualification. To protect its successor, the earth will also give birth to a protector. This protector will quickly grow into a legend after meeting you. As for whether you can bear this qualification, the white camel lowered its head, gazing intently at Xiao Sui. After all, the world is vast. Xiao Sui felt a moment of disorientation as the four of them appeared back in the previous ruins. Old Master Li Guanxing placed his hand on the mural. He momentarily dazed, retracting his hand. Did we just discover something? Old Master Li Guanxing rubbed his forehead. Among them, the most resilient Xiao Sui closed his eyes. He could feel that warm, radiant power like an eraser, gradually wiping away the answers he had received in his mind. He did not resist deliberately, as it was unnecessary. These answers would one day be revealed. Xiao Sui sighed and turned around. My memory has also disappeared, leaving a gap, Xiao Sui said. Old Master Guanxing. The Sky Rift King frowned. Xiao Sui, should we send someone over later, or? No, this is no longer a decision we can make, Senior Rift. When we return to Northwest University, please make a trip to the Holy Land. Inform Senior Tianya Lu about this matter. Xiao Sui took a deep breath. Above legend. Above legend. Xiao Sui rubbed his head, striving to calm himself. Senior Rift, can you give me a guarantee? Is there currently anything above legend in the Xinzhou Alliance? This question used spiritual energy to isolate Xinxia. The Sky Rift King was silent for a moment. Yes. His reply isolated Old Master Li Guanxing and Xinxia. Among the 8 guardian beasts of the nation, one has never shown itself. The Sky Rift King was silent for a moment, patting Xiao Sui's shoulder. There is one more question, Senior Rift. How many quasi-legends are there at Northwest University? One will tell you about this matter. The Sky Rift King was silent for a moment, patting Xiao Sui's shoulder. There is one more question, Senior Rift. How many quasi-legends are there at Northwest University? Except for Hans Han. All of them, the Sky Rift King said, this time not shielding Li Guanxing. Li Guanxing looked at Xiao Sui. He then turned to the Sky Rift King. You don't need to tell him too much. He is still just a child. Old Master Li Guanxing subconsciously protected Xiao Sui. Old Master Li Guanxing, he is not a child, but the cornerstone that even you must trust, the Sky Rift King said earnestly. Xiao Sui seemed oblivious to everything. He simply glanced at the few people before him. Next, I will act as if I know nothing. After leaving the Taklamakan, I will seek out Senior Tianya Lu to ask a few things. Additionally, Senior, are you able to tell me these things now because your teacher has become a legend? The Sky Rift King provided the answer. Xiao Sui nodded. Throughout the process, he watched Xinxia, who was deep in thought as the 3 before him were animatedly speaking. The capital of the Tianzhu Kingdom. After the beast chronology, this city is known as the 7th Sacred City. It stands tall on the Deccan Plateau. To showcase the might of a great nation, the Tianzhu Kingdom employed a special method. This was developed by the scholars of the Tianzhu Kingdom through the principles of half-summoning by beast tamers. The secret realms are treated as the contract space for beast tamers. Then a large opening was created in the 7 largest secret realms adjacent to the 7th Sacred City, suspending them in the sky. They are connected to the 7th Sacred City, making these secret realms part of it. It appears magnificent and grand. According to the Tianzhu Kingdom's own claims, within the 7th Sacred City, there are 7 legendary guardian spirit beasts stationed. However, in reality, those with discerning eyes know that the entire Tianzhu Kingdom only has 3 guardian divine beasts. Yet being able to independently command more than one legendary beast is already considered a standard for a great nation. Next door, the Eastern Japan has only 1 legendary spirit beast. At the same time, this method of projecting a part of the secret realm into the present world is one of the few contributions of the Tianzhu Kingdom to the entire Shanghai Star. Although it is said to be for show, it is indeed effective. It can improve the concentration of spiritual energy in a place while expanding the area. Prestigious universities like Magic City University and Kyoto University, established in urban areas, have basically adopted this method. They connect their campuses with secret realms to ensure adequate internal space. And at the same time, because of Tianzhu's actions, it indeed makes the capital of this country appear as one of the largest and most magnificent capitals in the entire Shanghai Star. After all, that is a secret realm. If one ignores the slums still existing within the 7th Sacred City, as well as the roads that have yet to be paved with asphalt, has the road in Xinzhou already started to be fully converted to spiritual materials? The Mountain King. Yes, the second batch of replacements was completed a few years ago. Now most of the roads within Xinzhou use basic spiritual materials which are durable, have high production rates, and are more convenient than asphalt and concrete roads. The diplomatic king sat beside the Mountain King. The 2 of them are currently seated in the ceremonial chariot used by the Tianzhu Kingdom to welcome foreign guests. This is a chariot pulled by elephants. It is not a spirit beast, but the most standard Asian elephant that could be seen before the beast chronology. This kind of ceremony is very ancient and indeed represents the respect of the Tianzhu kingdom. However, it also represents one thing. It is quite smelly. Elephants are essentially animals, and without fully developed intelligence combined with the not-so-superior taming skills of the Tianzhu kingdom, these elephants will defecate on the streets. The Tianzhu people believe that elephants are sacred and that the dung they produce is something good. Thus they will not stop this. The Mountain King and the Diplomatic King have already closed their noses with spiritual energy and are communicating silently with each other through it. I said from the beginning that we should have brought more people, at least a chef. The Mountain King said quietly, "Don't worry, my thought-controlled golden puppet can cook, and I have pots, bowls, and ingredients in my spatial bracelet." The Diplomatic King replied proudly, "After all, I've done diplomacy many times." The Mountain King gave a thumbs up to the Diplomatic King's foresight. "If we run out of time later, I still have instant noodles here. You can take them to eat first. Beef flavor. Do you have pickled vegetables?" The Mountain King asked. "Don't worry, I have prepared chicken stew with mushrooms." The Diplomatic King answered. Just as the two were talking through spiritual energy, the ceremonial chariot suddenly stopped. "Please disembark, esteemed guests. His Highness the Elephant King is waiting for you." The Elephant King, the actual ruler of this generation of Tianzhu. He is also a legendary beast tamer, just like the Mountain King. In fact, such matters are quite common in most countries. After the beast chronology, the increase in individual power has led to an imbalance in the internal political system. At the same time, to ensure that their leaders are not assassinated by spirit beasts, many countries appoint the strongest individuals as their first leaders. Including within Xinzhou, national agencies like the Environmental Bureau require their directors to be beast tamers of at least quasi-legendary rank. The first leaders of the nation are also required to be quasi-legendary beast tamers. Due to the existence of dark ghost illusion and telekinesis, spirit beasts assassination has become much easier than before. This is a choice made out of necessity. However, the leader of Xinzhou is not a legendary beast tamer. He is merely a relatively ordinary quasi-legendary beast tamer. This is related to Xinzhou's unique system and ideology. However, that is not the focus at the moment. "It seems they came here for your sake," the Diplomatic King said. Normally, in two countries' diplomacy, a nation's top leader would not appear. The diplomatic team below would be the first to appear and then apply to meet the top leader. The Elephant King stepping forward now makes sense. He wants to meet the Mountain King. Or rather, he wants to meet the legend of the mountain. The Mountain King grinned, standing half a step behind the Diplomatic King. He followed into the Seven Sacred Palace. Surprisingly, this resplendent palace is very beautiful and clean. At the entrance of the palace, there stands a statue of a white elephant. This is one of the guardian divine beasts of the Tianzhu kingdom and also the contracted beast of the Elephant King. A unique spirit beast, the shaking heaven white jade elephant. However, this is merely its scientific name. The Tianzhu people prefer to call this white elephant Ganesh, a latest-stage legendary spirit beast, the foundation upon which the Elephant King has ruled the Tianzhu kingdom for nearly a century. Passing through the hall where the statue stands in the guest area on the east side, the two finally met the Elephant King. He has the typical appearance of a high-caste Tianzhu person. Upon seeing the two walk in, a smile was still on the face of the Elephant King. However, when he saw the Mountain King lagging half a step behind the Diplomatic King, the smile on the Elephant King's face froze instantly. It was an extremely strange expression, as if he was receiving some sort of challenge. He quickly regained his previous demeanor. The Elephant King stood up from his throne and walked up to the two of them, clapping his hands. The Elephant King's shaking heaven white jade elephant is the only legendary beast in the entire Tianzhu kingdom that can match the combat power of the guardian divine beasts of Xinzhou. All three laws are high-level laws. He proactively guided the two to sit down. "I am honored to welcome the two guests. In light of the previous offense, the Tianzhu kingdom is willing to make reparations. For specific reparations, I hope the Diplomatic King and our Ministry of Foreign Affairs can discuss. I hope to have a discussion with your new legend." The Elephant King spoke. The Elephant King knows the Diplomatic King of Xinzhou. This is a group that during their tenure set aside their own honors, names, and wholeheartedly fulfilled their duties. Previous diplomatic kings regarded their duties as more important than their lives. He would not refuse. The Diplomatic King stood up and left the palace with another attendant. The Mountain King gazed at the Elephant King before him. "Shall you speak first?" This robust man from the northwest spoke with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Your Highness the Elephant King." Xianshan Tian Wang narrowed his eyes. "I suspect your delegation's visit to our realm extends far beyond merely requesting these modest resources. The Zhongshan Alliance has always governed its people with strict rigor. Yet a single calamity is said to have shattered its political structure. I find that claim implausible. The Elephant King placed his hand upon the table. Xianshan Tianwang now grasped the truth in the Elephant King's eyes. His actions were purely political, nothing more. A diplomatic maneuver, exerting pressure on a neighboring nation stricken by disaster. Should that neighbor collapse, one strikes swiftly, or should it endure, one declares oneself a benevolent ally. Should it endure, one declares oneself a benevolent ally. After all, no sovereign power would rashly provoke open warfare against a peer great nation. Such a breach of decorum would be unthinkable. They were men shaped by fundamentally divergent value systems, debating the same matter through irreconcilable lenses. Thus, at their very core, they could never truly converse. Xianshan Tianwang stretched his limbs, yet made no move to strike. To engage the Elephant King now, and risk his death, could plunge Tianzhu into chaos, potentially unleashing waves of refugees across the Zhongshan border. Such an outcome would severely damage international perception. Your Highness the Elephant King, Xianshan Tianwang spoke suddenly. For the sake of bilateral friendship and mutual growth, I propose a public demonstration of martial skill. Would that not be fitting? Xianshan Tianwang smiled faintly. The Elephant King paused momentarily, taken aback. Agreed. The monarch of Tianzhu nodded slowly. Yet it shall not be I who faces you. Your opponent shall be Naga. Naga, the revered serpent deity of Tianzhu. Like the sacred bull Nandi who had appeared earlier along the Zhongshan frontier, and the white elephant Nagash bound to the Elephant King in covenant, Naga was one of Tianzhu's 3 guardian divine beasts. Among these 3 legendary beings, Naga's strength surpassed that of Nandi the sacred bull, yet fell short of Nagash the white elephant. For a newly ascended legend from Zhongshan, Naga would indeed prove a formidable adversary. The Elephant King understood Zhongshan's national character well. Were it not for the necessity of mastering higher-tier laws to break through, many quasi-legends would already stand upon the threshold of true legendhood. Yet they chose restraint, pursuing greater strength before ascending. Why then did Tianzhu lack such an abundance of prodigies? The Elephant King lowered his gaze, reflecting upon his decision 30 years prior to abolish universal education. Naga, Xianshan Tianwang stroked his chin. A worthy opponent, it seems. Tell me, Your Highness, what if I slay Naga? The Elephant King lifted his head, brow furrowed, as he fixed his gaze upon Xianshan Tianwang. He was no paragon of leadership, no ideal sovereign. Yet his political instincts remained razor-sharp. Even cloaked in legendary arrogance, he knew full well Zhongshan alliance never acted without purpose. Moreover, this burly man before him, a name scarcely known to him, was utterly unfamiliar. Within Zhongshan's inner circles, every Tianwang recognized Xianshan Tianwang. Yet among Zhongshan's broader cohort of masters, Xianshan Tianwang was perceived merely as an unremarkable professor at Northwest University, perhaps at best a standard Tier 1 Tianwang. Under a unified veil of silence maintained by Zhongshan's Tianwangs, Xianshan Tianwang's identity remained obscure abroad, until his ascension to legendhood. That transcendence could not be concealed, not when Xianshan Tianwang himself shouldered an entire mountain during his breakthrough. Leaders across nations, including the Elephant King, had taken note. They acknowledged him as a newly risen legend, awed by Zhongshan's latent might. But how powerful was he truly? That question remained unanswered. The incident in Myanmar, where Dian Wu had intervened, occurred in utter isolation. No witnesses survived. Myanmar, Siam, and Vietnam alike chose silence, refusing to disclose the event. And critically, Tianzhu had lost all contact with Dian Wu. Dian Wu had struck a pact with Tianzhu to probe Zhongshan's defenses. Now communication had vanished entirely. Before him sat Zhongshan's newest legend, silent, composed, undeniable. The Elephant King knew a choice lay before him. He exhaled deeply. How shall we fight? I propose, Xianshan Tianwang grinned, that you face me yourself. What say you? At the very least, it preserves Tianzhu's dignity. The Elephant King gripped the armrests of his throne until his knuckles whitened. Dignity. Was he truly to descend into combat solely to uphold national decorum? Who do you think you are? Do you presume Zhongshan's beast tamer, merely upon ascending to legend, is instantly divine? I shall crush you, not with mere force, but with overwhelming, annihilating supremacy. Then let us set the duel for 3 days hence. Does that suit you? The Elephant King forcibly stilled his rising fury. Xianshan Tianwang in turn regarded him with newfound respect. Having provoked him so brazenly, yet the Elephant King still withheld his wrath. As for confronting the white elephant Nagash, frankly, Xianshan Tianwang held little confidence. Nagash's might rivaled that of Zhongshan's 8 guardian divine beasts, Tianzhu's most profound foundational power. Yet outright annihilation was unrealistic. Xianshan Tianwang had already tested his own limits and confirmed his resilience. The great sage had fought Tianyadir and been soundly defeated. Yet when Xianshan joined forces with the great sage against Tianyadir, they held their ground. Surely no one imagines Tianyadir lacks offensive prowess. Xianshan knew his place among the 8 guardian divine beasts. He ranked beneath them, under ordinary circumstances. But these were not ordinary circumstances. This was the Deccan Plateau, the highest mountainous region of Tianzhu. And plateaus, after all, are mountains. Thus Xianshan Tianwang within the mountains, and Xianshan Tianwang outside them existed on wholly different planes of power. He stroked his chin. Your Highness, where shall our duel take place? Within the 7 sages' secret realm lies a vast basin, ideal for such a contest. I shall dispatch a mind-weaving quasi-legend to ensure the duel is broadcast globally. Ah, then we shall likewise provide a mind-weaving quasi-legend, shall we? A subtle smile curved Xianshan Tianwang's lips. The Elephant King fell silent for a moment. He nodded slowly, puzzled. This legend possessed a quasi-legend companion. And yet, he appeared so 70 years old, was indeed youthful among legends. Xianshan Tianwang rubbed his chin. His bear companion Xiongda had indeed attained quasi-legend status. Perfect. An opportune moment to refine his comparatively underdeveloped mind-weaving abilities. A true legendary beast must master all faculties. Taklamakan Desert, the White Sand Secret Realm. The speed is faster than we imagined. We encountered something in the secret realm, so I can't tell you for now. Xiao Sui looked around feeling unusually hot. He decided to summon his own Hehuxiang to forcefully cool himself down. The Hehuxiang, which hadn't appeared for a long time, shook its nose and happily rubbed against Xiao Sui. Then it noticed the temperature around them was 70 degrees. Born in Tianshan and later residing in Xiao Sui contracted space, the Hehuxiang, which always felt cool, fell into contemplation. It waved its nose, causing a small dark cloud to appear in the sky. The dark cloud began to release snowflakes. The Hehuxiang joyfully waved its nose, letting the snowflakes land on its nose tip. Xiao Sui stared in confusion at the white snowflakes landing in his palm. Blizzard. No, I remember your father was more inclined towards the earth element, wasn't he? Aren't you just at the entry level? How did you bring out a blizzard? Xiao Sui shook the Hehuxiang's head. The Hehuxiang thought its beast master was playing with it, and happily shook its ears. Xiao Sui. Allow dragon, take a look deep inside the ice spirit stone vein. Is there a missing lotus flower? Xiao Sui opened half of the contracted space and spoke. The allow dragon, who was playing with the dotted dragon, let out a sound and flew towards the depths of the ice spirit stone vein. Moments later it flew back and nodded. The allow dragon had been in this contracted space for more than half a year and was very familiar with it. Besides, that lotus flower was recently placed in by Xiao Sui. That was a wrapping material you needed for your first evolution. Xiao Sui rubbed his forehead, sitting down and leaning his face against the Hehuxiang to feel the coolness. He said somewhat helplessly, I wanted you to feel it, not to eat it directly. Delicious. Xiao Sui could sense the Hehuxiang's conscience. Forget it, he'll find another one later. That lotus flower is called the snow lotus. About a third of the wrapping materials in the world used during evolution resemble this type of lotus flower. The snow lotus that Xiao Sui prepared had a concentration of 95%. It was considered top tier. However, if the Hehuxiang ate the snow lotus, it would bring 2 troublesome issues. First, the Hehuxiang's ice energy became somewhat imbalanced, which meant that the core material needed to be replaced, otherwise the Hehuxiang might not successfully give birth to the earth element during evolution. Second, the next wrapping material must be a snow lotus with a concentration higher than that of the previous one. It must be a snow lotus, otherwise it may conflict with the spiritual energy within. Xiao Sui rubbed the Hehuxiang's head. You must not eat randomly next time. The Hehuxiang seemed to sense its beast master's emotions, leaning against him and wrapping its trunk around him. Xiao Sui didn't directly scold his Hehuxiang. The hearts of spirit beasts are quite simple. Some things just need to be taught. These things do not need explicit teaching. The versatile Shushu would step in. The Shushu, which had been lying on the Hehuxiang's back, looked up and then chose to lie down and enjoy the coolness. In the entire small team of 11, the Hehuxiang was the only ice-type spirit beast. And this ice-type spirit beast had just entered the entry level. Actually, after reaching the elite level, the Lingjiang crocodile can evolve into the Han-Hai crocodile, Shun Xia said softly. If his Lingjiang crocodile evolved, it would also be ice-type. Speaking of which, why doesn't the teacher have an ice-type spirit beast? Aren't water and ice types supposed to be closely related? Li Guanxing approached, also leaning against the Hehuxiang, enjoying the rare coolness. The one-metal little elephant waved its nose again, making the dark cloud in the sky grow a little larger. After the snowflakes fell by, Luoqing leaned closer to Xiao Sui. How did you know I contracted a unique spirit beast? Xiao Sui. He raised his hand and gave his friend a tap on the head. How could I not know? Do you think I wouldn't notice that a little guy has been following us? Earth type has been following us all the way from underground. Why do you think I had no idea at all? Xiao Sui said irritably, picking up the little guy who had been following them from Bai Luqing's shoulder. Earth type, and this one is wind type. Unique spirit beast. What is its talent? Controlling sandstorms. Bai Luoqing said honestly. Xiao Sui eyes lit up. He turned to look at Ji Fengshan. Ji Fengshan nodded at him. The Sky King and Li Guanxing began to write acceptance letters with the Beast Master wristbands. Oh, this is an employment notice. Issued by Northwest University. Although Li Guanxing is only at the master level, he technically doesn't qualify for a professor's position. The professor position is specifically reserved for the king-level big shots. However, the three elders of the Li family are part of the principal. The Beast Master wristband can also contact the outside world within the secret realm, but it consumes more energy. But you know the Beast Master wristband is charged with spirit stones, and I don't lack spirit stones. Xiao Sui rubbed his hands together. Li Guanxing waved his hand. It's done. Jiangnan University has agreed. After graduation, your records will be transferred here. Directly registered under Li Kong's name. Anyway, Li Kong doesn't have any students yet. Temporarily registered. Of course, Jiangnan University has raised a serious objection. We paid quite a price. Li Guanxing said earnestly. After leaving Taklamakan, you should return to Jiangnan and learn swordsmanship from the senior frog Tianzuan. Come back after graduation. Li Guanxing rubbed his hands. Oh, what a good seedling. Li Guanxing. Bai Luoqing scratched his head and glanced at Xiao Sui beside him. Old Xiao, am I now eligible for that special talent introduction policy? Xiao Sui began to doubt whether the elder's decision was too hasty. How did this guy manage to become the captain of the Jiangnan University team? Bai Luoqing, I punched my way in. The white-haired youth scratched his head, clearly unaware of what Xiao Sui was thinking. Xiao Sui raised his hand and summoned the Ao dragon. Standing up, I'm going to take a look at my brother's place. The Sky King nodded. For some reason, the Sky King felt very at ease in this secret realm. The volcano is not far from here. I will be in charge of guarding everyone here, the Sky King said. Xiao Sui nodded and mounted the back of the Ao dragon. The Ao dragon let out a long cry and flew into the sky. Xiao Ao dragon has grown up. I can fly now, Sui. Within the White Sand secret realm, there stands a volcano. Such a place is the perfect evolution ground for fire and earth attribute spirit beasts. When Xiao Sui jumped down from the sky, the sand scorpion of the Flowing Fire King had just completed its evolution. He looked at Xiao Sui with a hint of envy. Although there were two wind attribute spirit beasts, neither the Flowing Fire Sky Crane nor the Fiery Sun Divine Eagle could currently carry a human to fly. The Flowing Fire King still couldn't fly. Moreover, the physical quality and spiritual energy manipulation ability of a king-level beast master can at most be compared to some master-level spirit beasts. Hence, flying was not an option. Flying consumes too much spiritual energy. However, the Flowing Fire King could not find a suitable mount spirit beast. As a fire attribute king, having two wind attribute spirit beasts in the team was already too much. Adding another would disrupt the team composition. However, there are not many flying spirit beasts without wind attributes. A typical example would be the ace of the Qiyang King, that blazing golden crow. The golden crow is purely a fire attribute beast, but due to its nature as a bird, it can carry humans, can fly, and even does so at a decent speed. Xiao Sui also did not have a wind attribute spirit beast, but his Ao dragon had grown up and could now carry him to fly. When he was in Xianjiang City, the Ao dragon had just been contracted and was only 6 or 7 meters long. At that length, combined with the fact that the Ao dragon was not fully developed at the time, riding it felt quite awkward. Now, half a year later, after Xiao Sui had invested a large amount of resources, this juvenile had already grown to 15 meters long, becoming a qualified Mount Dragon. Xiao Sui stood beside the Flowing Fire King. He looked down at the Flowing Fire Scorpion beside the Flowing Fire King. The Flowing Fire Scorpion was not large, measuring only about 60 centimeters in length, categorized as a small to medium spirit beast. The Flowing Fire Scorpion has abandoned the poison attributes of the Flowing Fire Scorpion and specialized in the powers of earth and fire. It is a typical support-type spirit beast. It can play a significant role in various aspects. After evolving, it would become the Flowing Fire Scorpion. After evolving, the Flowing Fire Scorpion would reach about 4 meters in length. Although it cannot fly, its speed is not slow with the enhancement of earth attributes. It is a qualified ground mount, as long as one does not mind its slightly hard carapace. Xiao Sui touched his spatial bracelet, took out a red and black striped stone, and placed it near the mouth of the Flowing Fire Scorpion. The Flowing Fire Scorpion glanced at its beast master and then opened its mouth, safely swallowing the stone. The regular food for the Flowing Fire Scorpion is a mineral known as volcanic carbon. Xiao Sui revealed a new stone in his hand. Would you like to buy some to take back? Xiao Sui raised his. How come you have everything? The Flowing Fire King twitched his lips. I remember this stuff is sold in the general store. The Flowing Fire King said helplessly. I can go through internal channels of the Environmental Bureau and offer a 30% discount. The price for 75 concentration volcanic carbon is about the same as the 50-60 concentration you would buy at the general store. Xiao Sui spread his hands. If you don't want it, forget it. How much? The Flowing Fire King paused for a moment, sighed. This guy is truly sincere. No rush. Xiao Sui took out a small bag. Feed this for now, and after we leave, I will have you sign a contract. Okay. The Flowing Fire King nodded. This bit is a gift for you, Flowing Fire King. Can't you just... The Flowing Fire King sighed and put away the bag. Actually, I could, but there is no need. Xiao Sui draped his arm over the Flowing Fire King's shoulder. I consider you my brother, Flowing Fire King. A 40-year-old brother, I think senior sounds better. The Flowing Fire King patted Xiao Sui's hand. He was just teasing. After all, Xiao Sui's public and hidden identity is even higher than that of this king-level professor. By the way, where is my brother? Inside the volcano by the magma. If the lava giant turtle receives some of the magma's power during its evolution, it will become stronger. My lava giant turtle is guiding and protecting nearby. Don't worry, nothing will happen. The Flowing Fire King pointed to the location of the volcano's mouth. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and released his own dazed dragon. The dazed dragon, which had not appeared for a long time, glanced at its beast master. Xiao Sui sat on the back of the dazed dragon. The dazed dragon was actually less than 3 meters long. Normally, a lizard of this size would obviously not be able to carry a person. However, this length does not count the tail. The dazed dragon's body is about 2.5 meters long and over 1 meter tall. With the strength of the lava subdragon, it could easily carry Xiao Sui. However, sitting on it felt a bit unstable. Fortunately, the dazed dragon had a steady gait. The dazed dragon is the type that is very typical. A well-raised good child. If one were to categorize the current configuration of Xiao Sui team, it would roughly be as follows: Destruction type Mage Fat Bear, Control type Mage Mouse, Frontline Melee Mage Mount Ao Dragon, Frontline Tank type Dazed Dragon. As for the Hoo Elephant, which has just reached beginner level and has not yet undergone its first evolution, Xiao Sui's current plan is to cultivate it towards a support type direction. The Arctic Mammoth tribe possesses tremendous strength and destructive power. However, that is not the main point. The key is that the Arctic Mammoth's body can accommodate a wide variety of skills. The Arctic Mammoth can learn skills from various attributes. The personality of a spirit beast is a crucial aspect in its cultivation. The Hoo Elephant is the most clingy of all Xiao Sui spirit beasts. Such a spirit beast is not suitable for being at the front lines. High-level beast masters will adjust the tactical position of spirit beasts based on their personalities to maximize their effectiveness. The existence of advanced evolution allows beast masters to further develop the potential of spirit beasts according to their suitable directions. These two are completely complementary. The personality of the dazed dragon is likely influenced by the lava earth dragon guarding in that secret realm. Calm and simple. From a personality perspective, it is definitely a qualified shield for the team. Moreover, the lava earth dragon tribe possesses a high defensive talent second only to spirit beasts like the lava giant turtle among fire attributes. Naturally, Xiao Sui placed the dazed dragon in the position of the team's shield. However, these are matters for later. The dazed dragon's steps are steady yet swift. Xiao Sui soon spotted the light cocoon that was undergoing evolution near the magma. Xiao Sui was sitting on another lava giant turtle watching the light cocoon in front of him. Xiao Sui jumped down from the back of the dazed dragon. He ran towards his brother. It looked like he was running much faster than the dazed dragon. Dazed dragon. Mouse landed on the dazed dragon's head and poked this silly brother with its claws. The dazed dragon let out a sound. Dazed dragon big sister, is our boss a bit silly? Mouse helplessly rubbed its forehead with its claws. Mouse squeaked. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly emerged from the magma, heading towards the light. At the same moment the stream of light appeared, Shushu waved its staff, seemingly intending to do something. Xiao Sui reminded Shushu to stop through their contract. The stream of light fell into the luminous cocoon. The energy on the cocoon gradually brightened. Was the treasure choosing a master? No, it didn't seem like it. Xiao Sui walked to the edge of the lava pool, his gaze fixed on the interior of the magma. A towering lava giant turtle stood behind Xiao Sui. The Flame King, receiving the news, quickly appeared by Xiao Sui's side. After a long while, there was finally some movement in the lava pool. A giant claw grasped the edge of the lava pool and a massive figure crawled out from within. It was a lava giant turtle over 10 meters tall. Its shell had a diameter of more than 15 meters, resembling a massive volcano on its back. The lava giant turtle lowered its head, gazing at the 3 individuals before it. Shushu floated in front of Xiao Sui, clutching the staff with its claws. The chubby bear had been summoned at some point, its paws pressed together. The heavy earth energy provided Xiao Sui with ample confidence, until he lifted his head to look at the lava giant turtle. A quasi-legendary. Who knows if it is a quasi-legendary? The lava giant turtle suddenly spoke. Do not worry, little one, I mean no harm. Xiao Sui instinctively frowned, shielding Xiao Sui behind him. The Flame King stood at the forefront, also frowning deeply. Speaking is a standard feature of legendary spirit beasts. However, this large creature before them was clearly not a legendary one. The spiritual energy has not yet undergone a second revival, and there cannot be too many legends in the world. The lava giant turtle merely stated this. Besides, I am not a legend. I'm just an old thing that has lived long enough to learn how to speak, nothing more. The lava giant turtle glanced at the luminous cocoon. Do not worry, that was merely a gift. It is not a curse. The lava giant turtle chuckled lightly. Under the gaze of the three, the lava giant turtle unexpectedly transformed its entire body into magma and slid back into the lava pool, vanishing completely. At that moment, the luminous cocoon enveloping Xiao Sui finally shattered. A lava giant turtle approximately 3 meters long appeared before everyone. It looked invigorated with an abundance of fire energy on its shell. Xiao Sui paused for a moment before stepping forward. Can you discern anything? I can only feel that the turtle is in very good condition, Xiao Sui replied. Xiao Sui had a very simple method. After all, the lava giant turtle was a fire and earth-type spirit beast. So all he needed to do was. Xiao Sui reached out and broke off a piece of the turtle's shell from its back, holding it in his hand. The long-absent golden finger emerged to showcase its presence. Lava turtle shell, an excellent fire and earth material blessed by lava pseudo. Xiao Sui breathed a sigh of relief. The blessing of lava was indeed a good thing. As for the pseudo, it was likely because the blessing from a quasi-legendary was not complete, lacking sufficient law power. Xiao Sui placed the piece of shell back onto the turtle's back. Then he slapped it hard, and a yellowish light glowed, reconnecting it to the previous gap. Thus the turtle shell was not stripped away. Xiao Sui patted the turtle's shell. By the way, little brother, when is your Luyang divine eagle going to evolve? Not quite sure. My teacher said they would take me to a special place later. Xiao Sui replied. Xiao Sui glanced at the Flame King behind him. Not that, teacher, Xiao Sui added. Xiao Sui nodded in satisfaction. Flame King. Flame King, are you looking down on me? Let's prepare to leave, Xiao Sui said. He looked down at the time. It is still night in the Taklamakan Desert. We can rest for about 3 hours over at the White Sand Desert. Departing 3 hours later, Xiao Sui waved his hand, seemingly eager to leave this place. The Flame King could not discern Xiao Sui's impatience. But Xiao Sui noticed it. Brother, is there something in this secret realm? Yes, there is, Xiao Sui said, placing his hand on Xiao Sui's head and giving it a rough rub. Although Xiao Sui was about the same height as him, the habit from his youth made him still do this. We won't stay in the secret realm for too long, and regarding the subsequent matters of this secret realm, it will be left to legends to resolve. Is there really a legend here? The Flame King asked. I lean towards the notion that it's not a legend at all. This time Xiao Sui did not understand the statement. The Flame King did. To ensure the legitimacy of Xiao Sui as a student, the Flame King was directly made a junior disciple by the Flame Pool King. He then shared a small portion of knowledge only quasi-legendary beast masters would know. For instance, there are realms above legend. The Flame King expressed shock. And regarding Xiao Sui's current statement, the Flame King was surprised, but for some reason, he felt that coming from Xiao Sui's mouth it did not mean much. Perhaps it was because this kid had seen too many legends. At that moment, Xiao Sui was stuffing his protective pendants back into his spatial bracelet one by one. He left only a fragment of a deer horn hanging at his waist. Xiao Sui then nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, I'll take you to find them to regroup. We still have a long way to go in the Taklamakan Desert. Xiao Sui patted the Flame King's shoulder. The Flame King nodded and followed Xiao Sui as they left. However, there was still one question. When they first came here, Xiao Sui had ridden the Nodiat evolved Qiang Eagle. After all, the Qiang Eagle was large enough to carry a person, and the Flame King had run over here relying on the body quality of a king-level beast master. Now on the return, Xiao Sui could release the Ao dragon to take Xiao Sui along. But what about the Flame King himself? Xiao Sui, can I borrow your Qiang Eagle? The Flame King said somewhat shy. Teacher, can't you find a way to fly yourself? Xiao Sui sighed. Still looking, the Flame King sighed as well. Once your teacher has 2 more spirit beasts evolved, your teacher will be able to fly. Xiao Sui released his Qiang Eagle. The Flame King finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mainly because the 2 brothers had flown back on their own, and he was left to run back alone. Very embarrassing. As a king, not being able to fly was itself quite embarrassing. Moreover, among this group, there was one of the best flyers in the entire Shinjo. The flight skills of the Sky Rift King ranked among the top in all of Shinjo. The Flame King looked at the two spirit beasts beside him, the Luyang Divine Eagle and the Flame Feather Crane. Both were top-tier flying spirit beasts. In aerial combat skills, even at king level they stood out. However, they could not carry anyone. The Taklamakan Desert. Following our preliminary survey, we have confirmed its distinctive resources. It had been 3 days since they emerged from the Baisha secret realm. Xiao Sui pointed toward the dune before them. Beside him, Pang Xiong stepped forward and plunged both paws deep into the sandy slope. Then with sheer force, he wrenched free a massive slab of rock, its surface studded with crystal-like ore. Xiao Sui snapped off a shard of the crystal and addressed the others standing nearby. This substance is called Tusha crystal. We refer to this rock as the desert vessel. Tusha crystal is a relatively rare mineral. Like the flowing earth sand we encountered earlier, its ore veins are inherently unstable in location. Yet unlike other minerals, Tusha crystal grows directly from the desert vessel. Given sufficient earth element spiritual energy, a desert vessel can regenerate an additional segment of Tusha crystal. We call this the Tusha crystal motherstone, Xiao Sui said, patting the colossal rock. A single intact Tusha crystal motherstone, without external infusion of high-concentration spiritual energy, can yield at least 3,000 Tusha crystals. Its lifespan is approximately 30 years, meaning roughly 100 crystals per year. Xiao Sui waved the crystal in his hand. This crystal serves as one of the primary materials for beast tamer bracelets. Xiao Sui tapped the screen of his own bracelet. Nearly the entire display is crafted from Tusha crystal. One standard Tusha crystal yields about 25 screens. Previously, the Tusha crystal motherstones within Northwest University's secret realm were more than sufficient. Because we supplied ample earth element spiritual energy, the motherstone's lifespans extended to roughly 50 years. They now produce approximately 120 crystals annually. Northwest University maintains a dedicated secret realm solely for cultivating this mineral. There around 1,000 motherstones reside. Collectively, they generate no fewer than 120,000 Tusha crystals each year, divided into 3 portions. 30,000 are allocated to research institutes. Certain precision instruments require Tusha crystal, and the crystal itself is consumed extensively in experimental studies. Another 30,000 serve as specialized material to explore further development pathways for the Tusha crystal motherstone. Of the remaining 60,000, 5,000 are reserved for unforeseen contingencies. Only 55,000 are allocated for manufacturing beast tamer bracelets. That translates to nearly 1.4 million bracelet components annually. At first, this output was more than adequate. After all, Zhongshan has endured for millennia, and in earlier eras spirit beast cultivation techniques were underdeveloped. Spirit beasts remained prohibitively expensive and beast tamers exceedingly rare. But as research into spirit beast gestation advances, and costs steadily decline, the number of beast tamers surges, and the beast tamer bracelet remains indispensable equipment for every practitioner. Currently, the Zhongshan Alliance trains over 400,000 new beast tamers annually. At minimum, that demands 400,000 bracelets. Moreover, bracelets sustain damage during secret realm explorations. Beyond those 400,000 trained through academic channels, there exist military beast tamers. Their numbers constitute the true bulk. Presently, Northwest University's Tusha crystal output is falling short. Xiao Sui spoke plainly. One of our objectives on this expedition is to retrieve motherstones. The Taklamakan holds abundant reserves of motherstones. We aim to secure no fewer than 50 specimens. This will substantially alleviate the current shortage of beast tamer bracelet materials. As he spoke, Xiao Sui instructed Pang Xiong to store the motherstone within his contract space. As team leader, Xiao Sui possessed the greatest utility among them. Few practitioners possess a contract space capable of storing physical objects, yet Xiao Sui's could and held vast capacity. Rest assured, we'll traverse many locations on this journey. Over the next 3 months, we'll locate numerous Tusha crystals. As he spoke, Xiao Sui led the group onward. After 1 week traversing the desert, the group's demeanor had markedly shifted, most notably by Luo. Once nurtured in the mist-shrouded waterways of Jiangnan by Luochen, now confronted the Taklamakan, a land of wind and sand utterly devoid of water. This was his first prolonged expedition into such an unforgiving environment. Xiao Sui never stinted on provisions, but the Taklamakan's ceaseless wind and sand taught them all why this land had long remained humanity's forbidden zone. They wore top-tier gear, exceptionally resilient and temperature-regulated, yet wine defied containment. Sand infiltrated every seam carried by gusts into clothing, abrading skin with relentless granular friction. Even elite beast tamers found it intolerable until habit dulled sensation. The environment would not adapt to you. Only you could adapt to it. Good news, Xiao Sui consulted his map. Though lacking Zhang Shoren's photographic memory, his innate sense of direction rivaled it. He also possessed extraordinary sensitivity to subtle shifts in terrain. Tomorrow we'll reach an oasis. On its periphery lies a small volcano. Volcanic ash has enriched the soil, forming mineral-rich volcanic silt that retains moisture. Occasional rainfall across the Taklamakan further replenishes the oasis's waters. Subterranean aquifers contribute additional sustenance, breathing life into the oasis. And upon that volcano dwell a few rare spirit beasts. They're the third spirit beast I've selected for you, Xiao Sui said, glancing at his younger brother. Xiao Sui's eyes gleamed with quiet confidence. Though his elder brother had vowed not to impose, Xiao Sui trusted his judgment implicitly. A volcano, in the Taklamakan. Lu Huatianwang hesitated. What spirit beasts dwell there? My bestiary knowledge is exhaustive. I should know them all. Exhaustive though your bestiary may be, some exceedingly rare spirit beasts remain absent from conventional records. Xiao Sui grinned. You'll see soon enough. Lu Huatianwang sensed yet another riddle, but dusk had fallen and Pang Xiong dutifully erected a stone platform. Only after dinner, when the group lay resting, did Xiao Sui speak again. Tusha crystal serves not only as a primary component of beast tamer bracelets, but also functions as one of our most vital catalysts. It acts as a guiding medium for first evolution, especially for spirit beasts requiring an additional earth element affinity to complete their metamorphosis. It is also one of the essential materials for Huhu elephant's evolution. Xiao Sui understood the evolution of the Huhu elephant very well. The wrapping material was the white snow lotus. Fortunately, the Beast Master bracelet still allowed contact with the outside world. Xiao Sui sought out King Hanshan to help her find a new and better white snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain. King Hanshan thought it would be a good opportunity to train his student, so he took Shindong up the mountain. The guiding material was a piece of earth sand crystal mother stone. Of course, it was just a fragment, not a complete whole. It was a fragment of a mother stone that had given birth to at least 40 pieces of earth sand crystals. This was taken from the secret realm responsible for the production of earth sand crystals at Northwest University. As for the core material, Xiao Sui had previously prepared the frozen earth of Hanshan. This is a material primarily of the ice element with a secondary earth element, which can allow her Huhu elephant to give birth to the earth element without overshadowing the ice element. Xiao Sui was very clear that her Huhu elephant had a higher talent in the earth element. However, it had devoured the white snow lotus in one bite. Therefore, Xiao Sui could only look for new materials. This task was also assigned to King Hanshan. There was a material called Hanshan stone on Tianshan, primarily of the earth element, with a secondary ice element. To ensure her Huhu elephant could evolve smoothly, Xiao Sui needed materials with a denser earth energy. Hanshan stone was just right, but Xiao Sui only had one with a concentration of 94%. At this moment, the tool King Hanshan played a role. There were 3 types of ores in the Hanshan mine, namely Hanshan stone, Hanshan crystal, and Hanshan essence. Each corresponded to a level of evolution, the first, second, and the first advancement. The Hanshan family was known for their loyalty. More importantly, King Hanshan's title derived from the discovery of an entire Hanshan or vein during his first field survey. King Hanshan remembered this event and took Hanshan as his title. Thus, in all of Xinzhou, no one understood the Hanshan or vein better than King Hanshan. Not even Xiao Sui. As for why he deliberately mentioned the guiding role of the earth sand crystal to those present, it was actually quite simple. Can this thing allow spirit beasts that originally had no earth element to evolve smoothly into a state with the earth element? Li Guanxing asked. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be any problem. High concentration earth sand crystals can even be considered elite level materials. Xiao Sui responded. Li Guanxing stroked his chin. As a longtime outdoor worker, he understood that earth element spirit beasts were incredibly useful in certain places. He had originally planned to have Chun Xia contract a mud frog. Li Guanxing glanced at his student. Chun Xia looked up bewildered. Old man Li Guanxing was not familiar with these minerals. However, he trusted Xiao Sui's judgment. Xiao Sui, how is the provision of earth sand crystals calculated? This thing belongs to strategic materials, right? Not quite strategic. Xiao Sui shook her head. Currently, only the Xinzhou Alliance uses Beast Master bracelets made from earth sand crystals. It is classified as a high-grade civilian material. If you want to exchange it, just use points to trade. Li Guanxing was taken aback. This kid actually didn't ask for benefits. That was unreasonable. Earth sand crystals are not managed by the Environmental Bureau. Xiao Sui roughly understood the expression on old Li's face and sighed helplessly. Old man, Li Guanxing nodded. That was more like it. Old man, you don't need to look at me with that expression. Xiao Sui shrugged. Do I look like a greedy person? Old Li Guanxing said without much courtesy. Just then sand began to swirl in the nearby sandy ground. A tall sand dragon emerged from within, seemingly injured, even giving off a familiar feeling. The sand dragon, sensing the familiar aura, turned its head to look towards the direction of the exploration. It saw the King of Cracks sitting over there. The sand dragon shook its entire body and flew away. King of Cracks frowned. The next moment, a gale butterfly appeared in front of the sand dragon, signaling it to return. The king-level sand dragon cautiously curled up in front of the crowd. It's becoming clearer. It's no longer the original predator. What happened? Xiao Sui was puzzled. Did you eat something? Xiao Sui stared at the sand dragon in front of her. The sand dragon curled up cautiously. When I was running towards the outskirts with the sandstorm, I was kicked by a white deer, and I became much clearer. This sentence was translated with the help of Xiu Shu. After all, the sand dragon was king level and had not yet developed speech capabilities. The people present exchanged glances upon hearing this. They fell into deep thought. Xiao Sui, Li Guanxing, King of Cracks and King of Flowing Fire. All knew what the white deer was, but the others did not know. Neither Ji Fengchuan, Li Yuchan, nor Bai. They all had a limited understanding of the guardian beast of Northwest University, let alone the camera-wielding Xiao Li and Yi Qiuyu. As for the two elite-level Xiao Sui and Chen Xia, clearly at this moment no one cared about their feelings. When did this happen? Xiao Sui suddenly spoke. 3 days ago, the sand dragon said softly. Xiao Sui, Li Guanxing, and King of Cracks exchanged glances. The White Sand Secret Realm, Xiao Sui articulated. Beyond Legends, King of Cracks added. The trajectory of fate, old man. Li Guanxing paused for a moment before speaking. Senior Deer of the Ends of the Earth noticed the trajectory of fate and decided to meet the one in the White Sand Secret Realm, which caused our memories to become fragmented. Xiao Sui pointed to her head. Just knowing this is enough. King of Cracks concluded the topic. Xiao Sui was silent for a moment and nodded. The others could only see a few people's mouths moving. King of Flowing Fire silently counted 3 question marks. What have you learned without me? The capital of the country of Tianzhu, 7th Sacred City. A legendary battle is about to take place here. The two sides of the battle are the leader of Tianzhu, the Elephant King, and the envoy of the Shenzhou Alliance, the legendary Wang Lai. Since 3 days ago, this war has been continuously promoted. Half of the population of the country of Tianzhu is already aware of this matter. In the embassies of various countries in 7 Sacred City, now the major powers in the world have sent representatives to observe this war. The Free Federation and the strong nations led by the White Bear Kingdom are also prepared to swiftly report the results of this battle back home. Everyone is clear that this is the mysterious Eastern great nation showcasing its power. An oasis, a treasure amidst the desert. Water is the source of life, and the oasis is one of the few places in the desert that can stably provide a water source. The water source comes from the underground river. Old man Li Guanxing sat within the oasis, instructing Chen Xiao beside him. The Taklamakan Desert is indeed arid. However, beneath the Taklamakan, there is actually no shortage of water resources. The underground river is a very peculiar resource. Generally speaking, after the Beast Era, large-scale underground rivers are likely to contain veins of spirit stone. Old man Li Guanxing sat by the lake of the oasis, reaching out to poke the water's surface. Although it is only a small lake, the water within is not stagnant, but alive. I can explain it to you in a... The nearby volcano erupted, creating an opening in the surrounding surface. Thus, a passage for the underground water to reach the surface was born. On this basis, the volcanic ash, composed of volcanic silt aided by abundant fertility and seeds carried by the wind, transformed into grasslands. It retains this portion of water. This is the origin of the oasis. As for the trees within the oasis, some are from wind-blown seeds, while others come from unexpected animal droppings. Besides spirit beasts, there are also many ordinary animals. These animals spread seeds further than spirit beasts do. This is the charm of nature. The old man spread his arms. Everything you can learn comes from the laws summarized by humans. All laws originate from nature. Old man Li Guanxing tapped the head of a dazed student. Nature itself carries endless knowledge. Most of what humanity has learned and utilized comes from this planet beneath our feet. Li Guanxing spoke. All right, the time for idle chatter has passed. Pay close attention to the state inside. Observe the direction of the water source in this lake. Observe why this oasis can store water. Observe if there are any spirit beasts near the water source. If you encounter a frog at the bottom of a well, you can call for your master to take a look or wait for Senior Xiao to return. All of you who were admitted early have referral persons in your files, and your referral person is Xiao Sui. That kid won't mind giving you a bit of help. Old man Li Guanxing stroked his beard. Chen Xiao nodded. The cameraman Xiao Li held a small tablet, sorting through the recent footage. Senior Lai Kong, which ones can we release? Lai Kong Tianwang sat beside the photographer, took the tablet, and fell silent. Ji Fengchun. Ji Fengchuan, resting by the lake, opened his eyes and sat up. Coming. Lai Kong Tianwang had been responsible for protecting Fan Shan Tianwang these past few years and was somewhat clueless about these matters. Ji Fengchuan was very clear about the current situation, knowing what could be released and what could not. A picture and a short video of the Baisha secret realm can be released. Then add an explanation. Something like this is a special scenic spot in the desert. Because the Taklamakan will definitely be developed again later, although it won't be urbanized, it will slowly become a development point. The future Baisha secret realm will likely become a restricted area, while other places will be open for exploration. Eventually, it will become a natural area similar to the greater Xing'an range. In a semi-developed state. Ji Fengchuan paused. It will probably need to be edited into about an hour and a half per episode of the documentary. Need 4 to 5 episodes perhaps. There is still a long way to go, and you can shoot quite a bit more material. Most of the other videos can be released. Do we need to provide the script and voiceover for you? No need for that. Cameraman Xiao Li nodded, confirming what could be released and what could not. By the way, can we release the explanations given by Xiao Sui along the way? Regarding the ores, we need to ask about that. Ji Fengchuan thought for a moment. All parts concerning spirit beasts can be released. No problem. Cameraman Xiao Li tapped on the tablet. Xiao Sui's calm voice came through. The most common spirit beast in the Taklamakan is the sand scorpion we just saw. I recorded all the explanations given by Xiao Sui specifically for explaining these things. The remaining voiceovers and scripts will be prepared by Sister Qiuyu herself. When can we leave the Taklamakan approximately? Early November, Ji Fengchuan replied. So, early next year we will be able to prepare everything. By early January we can send the documentary to you. Cameraman Xiao Li put away the tablet. No problem. Ji Fengchuan nodded. This matter is mainly handled by the Environmental Bureau. I am not from the Environmental Bureau. However, during the mission the main responsible persons listed are me, Old Xiao, and Senior Lai Kong. So I can still guarantee these things for you. As for using Old Xiao's voice in the footage, Xiao Sui himself won't mind. After all, it can't be. Not many people knew about Xiao Sui's position as deputy director before later he temporarily took over on-site command in Bashu. This matter has spread. To be honest, a young, honorary deputy director like him must surely have some discontent behind the scenes. Lai Kong Tianwang added. But that kid is quite competitive. He truly played a significant role during that geological fluctuation. To be honest, unless a legend intervenes, there is no Earth system beast master who can do better than him. The geological fluctuation is a few light words in the news. That was Xiao Sui betting his entire reputation and all his future. So now the older generation cannot speak against this kid's identity anymore. As for those who still think Xiao Sui is unworthy of this position, Ling Fa Tianwang has already spoken to them. Lai Kong Tianwang, with a cigarette in his mouth, casually exhaled a puff of smoke. Ling Fa Tianwang, cameraman Xiao Li, and the recently joined Yiqiuyu were both taken aback. The previous pillar of Northwest University, a quasi-legendary beastmaster. Lai Kong Tianwang casually extinguished the cigarette, looking around, and finding that Xiao Sui and old man Li Guanxing were not present. He casually put the cigarette butt back into the spatial bracelet. Forget it, this is after all an undeveloped good place. Having an extra cigarette, but would be inappropriate. There are many things you little ones do not know, Lai Kong Tianwang said as he relit a cigarette. In the secret realm, there had been almost nothing to smoke. Xiao Sui and Li Guanxing had watched him like hawks. Moreover, Lai Kong had constantly felt as if something had been watching him within that hidden place. Now at last he could rest and smoke a few more. Lai Kong glanced at the three beside him. By the way, where are Li Yuchen and Bai Luocheng? Li Yuchen went with Old Xiao and the others to take a look at the volcano. Bai Luocheng is at the edge of the oasis teaching the newly contracted little fox how to control sin, Ji Fengchuan replied. Good, as long as they haven't gotten lost. In the vast Taklamakan desert, anyone with a poor sense of direction could be impossible to find. They won't be lost. Ji Fengchuan sighed helplessly. To prevent Bai Luocheng from wandering off, Old Xiao's Hohu elephant is following him. Then there's no problem. Lai Kong nodded in affirmation and turned his gaze in one direction. There stood a volcano of modest size, and upon its slopes 4 figures were slowly making their way upward. Brother, what kind of spirit beast are you taking me to find? Xiao Sui, walking last, asked softly. You already have 2 spirit beasts, the magma giant turtle and the red sun eagle. Xiao Sui said, your offensive and defensive capabilities are sufficient, but you lack large-scale destructive power. I came to help you find a spirit beast capable of widespread devastation. Xiao Sui clapped his hands, to a light shone in the youth's eyes. This is the place where one is most likely to appear. The 3rd spirit beast I have chosen for you is Qi Yin Wanqi. Xiao Sui and Li Yuchen clearly had never heard the name. Liu Tianwang froze for a moment and glanced toward Xiao Sui. There are Qi and Wanqi here. Yes, Xiao Sui nodded. There is a small clan here. The spirit beast group numbers no more than 30. But every few years a new Qi and Wanqi is born. The Qi and Wanqi clan is exceedingly rare, extremely rare. At present, the only nation in the world that has formed a covenant ensuring a Qi and Wanqi beastmaster in each generation is the Ribeluo Empire. Are Qi and Wanqi very powerful? Li Yuqin could not help asking. Transcendent tier paths are already rare enough, aren't they? Xiao Sui said, and Li Yuqin nodded. Qi and Wanqi belong to a quasi-master path. If they complete 2 stages of evolution, they reach quasi-master. With a little more effort, they become true masters. Xiao Sui continued. So far, there are only 3 quasi-master paths in the world. Qi and Wanqi is one of them. Aside from unique spirit beasts, the Qi and Wanqi clan ranks among the most innately gifted of spirit beasts. Do you know why we have to climb step by step? Because that is the way the Qi and Wanqi clan grants recognition. We must walk the path with our feet on the ground to earn the chance to meet them. What a pity, Liu Tianwang sighed. My Liu Tianyu's talent is high, and it overlaps somewhat with the Qi and Wanqi. Otherwise, I'd really like to try to contract a Qi and Wanqi. Gaining the Qi and Wanqi's approval is not simple, Xiao Sui said, pausing. If you can win their approval and take one of their young, Xiao Sui said earnestly, it is not merely a spirit beast. It is the recognition of a whole race. A beastmaster who contracts a member of the Qi and Wanqi will be respected by other Qi Yin clans. That respect even extends to the legendary Qi Yin Wanqi of the Ribeluo. Luo's eyes brightened. But the odds are slim. Xiao Sui doused the hope with cold reality. After all, the Qi Yin Wanqi clan will at most give up one youngster at a time. Contracts favor the young. As he spoke, Xiao Sui stepped onto stairs that had suddenly materialized. The metal steps, crimson red, served as the Qi Yin Wanqi clan's reception. When they reached the end of the stairway, a humanoid spirit beast clad in scarlet gold armor sat upon a throne, calm-faced, fixing its gaze upon their approach. A quasi-legendary pinnacle Qi Yin Wanqi fire metal, half a foot into the legendary tier. Liu Tianwang instinctively shielded the others behind him. The Qi Yin Wanqi, or rather the Qi Yin Qishir Wang, suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily potent aura. Liu Tianwang's brow tightened. Flames that flowed like water rolled along its sides, slowly countering that might. Xiao Sui patted Liu's shoulder, and only then did Liu grasp the Qi Yin Qishir Wang's intention. In the next moment, spiritual energy burst from Xiao Sui, calm, weighty, as if the very earth had arrived. The Qi Yin Qishir Wang's expression changed subtly. Its gaze shifted to the two standing beside Xiao Sui. The youth on the left bore a sword on his back. His posture was erect and disciplined. It felt like a blade that could pierce heaven and earth. A fine gift, but unsuited to the Qi Yin Wanqi clan. The earthborn child had deliberately leaked part of his pressure away. That portion of pressure landed on the youth standing behind him, the boy who bore some resemblance to the first. His aura rose like flame. It was not uncontrollable, explosive, or wildly destructive. It was disciplined, ordered aflame, carrying a deliberate will. The magma giant turtle and the red sun eagle appeared beside Xiao Sui. The flames burned gently, suffused with the boy's stubborn pride and youthful vigor. The Qi Yin Qishir Wang's pupils contracted, as if it had seen something within the youth. After an unknowable span, it withdrew its pressure. The one who wishes to contract with my clan, is it him? A voice sounded directly in their ears. This was not ordinary speech, but a mental communication conveyed through exceedingly high spiritual force. The Qi Yin Qishir Wang pointed at Xiao Sui standing over there. Xiao Sui nodded. The Qi Yin Qishir Wang rose and strode to stand before him. Towering at 2.5 meters, the Night King regarded Xiao Sui. You are commendable. You may contract a member of my clan. I will give you 2 choices, the Qi Yin Qishir Wang said, pausing before he continued. This year our births produced 3 newborns. They are currently entry-level Qi Yin attendants. You may choose one as your companion. There is another choice. You can leave now and return when you have reached the Tianwang level. Or contract me, the sovereign declared. The group looked up in startled unison. A quasi-legendary spirit beast. Almost half a foot into the legendary realm, it suddenly said, before you, I am waiting for you to contract with me. Such an event would be considered absurd, even in novels. Yet it happened. And it occurred right before Xiao Sui's eyes. Xiao Sui blinked in confusion. Senior, are you serious? I am serious, the Red Flame Night King nodded. I see the possibility of breaking into the legendary realm within you. This possibility makes me willing to invest in you. Spirit beasts have inherited memories. We understand that sometimes following a beast master makes breakthroughs easier. This world is quite cruel. To break into the legendary realm without relying on others Most of them are unique spirit beasts. Unique spirit beasts inherently possess a higher chance of breaking through. A typical example would be the mountain flame iron-eating beast and the Southeast Asian earth flameworm. They have grown into legendary beings relying solely on themselves. As a Quasimaster level lineage, the Red Flame Knight clan's talents are second only to unique spirit beasts. However, they still need a push. The Red Flame Knight King genuinely believed that following this kid might lead to the legendary realm. Xiao Sui was momentarily stunned. Xiao Sui had somehow moved from in front of Xiao Sui to behind him. He placed his hand on Xiao Sui's shoulder. Xiao Sui was taken aback, feeling significantly more confident. He lifted his head to look at the Red Flame Knight King before him. Senior, I think I should meet the 3 newborns you mentioned first. The Red Flame Knight King paused, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, and he nodded. He extended his hand. Please do not resist. In the next moment, several people vanished from their original spot. They appeared inside a volcano. It was a vast square carved out of the rock. The ground of the square was covered with metallic materials of a reddish-gold hue, resembling the armor worn by the Red Flame Knight. Bring the 3 little ones here, the Red Flame Knight King instructed another Red Flame Knight beside him. That Red Flame Knight nodded. Only at this moment did Li Yuqin quietly ask, Xiao Sui, do Red Flame Knights also have teleportation? Red Flame Knights are spirit beasts that master flames and wear armor made of metal. The evolutionary chain is Red Flame Servant, Red Flame Knight, Fire Metal, Red Flame King, Fire Metal. Moreover, the Red Flame Knight clan possesses mental powers that are not inferior to ordinary thought and illusion system spirit beasts, allowing them to master numerous skills from these systems. This includes teleportation, Xiao Sui added. The reason this race is considered Quasimaster level is that they are exceptionally versatile and have outstanding destructive power. More importantly, the Red Flame Knights are not renowned for their destructive capabilities. Their most remarkable trait lies in their control over energy, exhibiting a unique rhythm and order. This kind of power is something most races can only achieve after exhausting their lifetimes. Red Flame Knights are born with it and can fully master it once they reach the Red Flame Knight stage. Xiao Sui added. He glanced at his brother. Brother, I don't want to contract with the Red Flame Knight King. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. I know, Xiao Sui nodded. The Red Flame Knight King does not truly wish to contract with you. He merely wants to see if your heart holds the qualification to earn the friendship of the Red Flame Knight clan. That's all. Xiao Sui was taken aback. He had not experienced nearly as much as his brother. Even with excellent talent, Xiao Sui could not see through such tests. What he could do was simply follow his heart. However, in the eyes of the Red Flame Knight King, honoring one's heart was enough. The Red Flame Knight King was seeking an answer from Xiao Sui. Did you come today purely for power, or for a companion? Influenced by his inner self, Xiao Sui chose companionship. Thus the Red Flame Knight King expressed admiration. Therefore the Red Flame Knight clan would become Xiao Sui's friends. A pure heart is one of the most precious things in the world. Xiao Sui was unaware of this, but the Red Flame Knight King understood. The inherited memories made this king less pure than he appeared. Xiao Sui rubbed his head, clearly not quite grasping what his elder brother was saying, until the Red Flame Knight King brought the 3 little ones before the crowd. The Red Flame Servant is a spirit beast standing about 1.2 meters tall. Dressed in a red robe, it appears to be a rather pure servant. However, the Red Flame Servant possesses high fire talent and is very loyal. This is a race that once it recognizes a person will not change. The 3 little ones stood before the group. The one at the back was timidly gazing at the people in front of it. The one at the front stood proudly flaunting its strength. The one in the middle calmly yawned. These 3 little ones are all intra-level. The Red Flame Knight King introduced to the group. This little one is currently the limit for contracting. The Red Flame Knight King pointed at Xiao Sui. By the way, young one, tell me your name. Shenzhou Alliance, Basha University, Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui stared at the Red Flame Knight King before him. It seems someone informed you of why I want to contract with you. The Red Flame Knight King was taken aback. Xiao Sui's demeanor had changed quite a bit, no longer the panic from before. However, in such a short time, a boy who had not experienced much clearly would not quickly come to terms. It was evident that someone had directly told him. He laughed. Such behavior did not anger him, instead it made him feel quite comfortable. Upon confirming that he would give away a little one, the Red Flame Knight King needed to verify the Beastmaster's strength and whether they could adequately protect this little one. The Red Flame Knight clan did not care about backgrounds because they were powerful enough themselves. However, as a king of the clan, the Red Flame Knight always hoped that those who sought friendship with his race would not be without background. It now appeared sufficient. Xiao Sui stood behind Xiao Sui. The Red Flame Knight King could see that this boy, as steady as the earth, was Xiao Sui's elder brother. Very well. My invitation still stands. You can take away a little one, and when you reach the Heavenly King level if needed, you can return and establish a contract with me. The Red Flame Night King spoke with a smile. Now you can choose a little one. Of course the little ones from our clan will also choose you in return. The Qian King Rider, an exceedingly rare spiritual beast, was once a representative beast of the Sun Never Sets Kingdom. They are powerful, composed, and embody the loyalty and kindness of a knight. Globally, the population of Qian King Riders is extremely scarce. Even in the Sun Never Sets Kingdom, where these spiritual beasts were first discovered, the method of their breeding has yet to be uncovered. From the moment this tribe was discovered, it seemed to carry a sense of responsibility, to guard everything that needs protection, to dedicate all you have for the one you wish to serve a lifetime. And now it is time for these three little ones to make their choice. How did Xiao Sui come to know of this tribe's existence? Because from this group of fewer than 30 spiritual beasts, one Qian attendant is sent out to the outside world every few years, entrusted to the Shenzhou Alliance. 15 years have passed since their discovery. The Qian King Rider clan proactively left the Taklamakan Desert and established contact with the Environmental Bureau, sending a total of 6 Qian attendants. The Qian Night King is helping his junior find a beast master. I hope our visit this time will not affect the friendship between the Environmental Bureau and the Qian King Rider clan. Xiao Sui spoke. The Qian Night King stood beside Xiao Sui, arms crossed over his chest. No, it will not. You are different. He shook his head. The Qian King Rider clan needs a belief that binds us for a lifetime. The newly born little ones will still be sent to the Environmental Bureau, but your brother will make the selection first. The Qian King Rider clan has a newborn every few years. In all the previous instances, there were only 2 Qian attendants. But this time there are 3. This indicates that one is currently being nurtured. He has foreseen his destiny. The Qian Night King spoke in an obscure manner. Xiao Sui remained silent, merely watching his brother make a choice. The 3 little ones stood before Xiao Sui. One stood tall and proud, another was calm as water, and the last one still bore a hint of shyness. The proud one tried to showcase itself. The calm one yawned. The last shy little one looked up at Xiao Sui, and its expression suddenly became much steadier, as if a subject had encountered his king. Xiao Sui stood before the 3 little ones. He fell silent for a moment, then slowly began to ignite flames around himself. He had not reached the extraordinary level, yet merely an elite beast master, and had not even awakened, but the flames on his body were undeniably real. They were not large, but stable, full of vitality, yet still possessed the destructive power of flames. Xiao Sui was searching for that little one who resonated with him. He turned his head and saw he gazed upon this seemingly ordinary little one who had a heart beating with the rhythm of flames. Xiao Sui was taken aback. He could hear the conversation between Xiao Sui and the Qian Night King. Through the translation of the spiritual beast, he learned that the shy little one was the youngest. He originally thought that based on his personality, the eager little one would be the most likely to resonate with. Fate-wise, the one just born like an angel descending to meet him would be the most probable. He never expected that the final answer from the flames would come from this seemingly ordinary calm little one. Xiao Sui grinned. He said nothing more. He merely extended his fist towards the little one. The little one hesitated not for long. It extended its right hand to fist bump with Xiao Sui. Sometimes a partner does not need to rely on fate, nor on showcasing themselves. Just coincidentally at the same moment, the 2 similar hearts resonated in an instant. Xiao Sui drew the contract formation, while the Qian attendant raised its hand and slapped it onto the contract formation. The contract was complete. From today onwards, you shall be called. Xiao Sui fell into thought. The Qian King Rider clan, or rather the 3 Quasimaster level spiritual beasts discovered so far, each have their own names. Xiao Sui interjected. He truly questioned his younger brother's naming talent. One is called Eagle Boss and the other Turtle Witch. Sounds a bit off. Xiao Sui muttered under his breath. This comment went unheard by Xiao Sui, but Li Yuqin beside Xiao Sui heard it clearly. Li Yuqin looked at Xiao Sui with a strange expression. Doesn't your comment about being off include yourself? Fat Bear Mouse, AO Dragon, and Hoo Elephant. Li Yuqin fell into contemplation. Hearing his brother's words, Xiao Sui squatted down, looking at the little one before him. What is your name? The Qian attendant softly replied. The sound reached Xiao Sui's mind along with the contract. Then from now on I will call you Qihong. Xiao Sui stood up and placed his hand on the little one's head. The contract had been completed. Xiao Sui patted his brother's shoulder. Qian Night King, we shall take our... The Flowing Fire King stood beside them and nodded. Li Yuqin seemed very interested in the combat methods of the Qian King Riders. However, bringing this up now seemed rather unwise. So he let it go? The Qian Night King nodded and waved his hand. He handed a stone tablet to Xiao Sui. Then he waved again. By the time the others reacted, they had already appeared at the foot of the volcano. Xiao Sui and the others headed towards the oasis. Meanwhile, on the square of the Qian King riders, the one who brought the three little ones looked at the Qian Knight King. King, it seems you are quite reluctant. The little one possesses a strong fire element power, the Qian Knight King replied. As you heard, I do not mind becoming his spiritual beast. But later I realized that the flames within him seem rather special. Perhaps it is a different path from mine. The Qian Knight King shook his head. So even if I truly establish a contract with him, it may not lead to legends. Then it would be better to let go. The Qian Knight King said calmly. What about his brother? The Qian King rider paused for a moment and then asked again. I hate it, the Qian Knight King spoke candidly. I only hate that I do not possess earth attributes. The Qian Knight King fell silent for a moment. O child of the earth! Truly, an enviable talent. The Qian Knight King shook his head. We shall keep one of the two little ones for our own training and send the other to the Environmental Bureau, just like before, to maintain our friendship. Crimson Flame Attendant. Old Master Li Guanxing gazed at the spirit beast. Unlike the other two old masters, Old Master Li Guanxing held positions in both the Water Resources Bureau and the Environmental Bureau. The Crimson Flame King rider is indeed an extraordinary spirit beast. King Likong stroked his chin. Cherish it well, young man. He patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. Rest assured. Xiao Sui nodded earnestly. How could I possibly neglect my own spirit beast? The eagle leader flapped his wings, slightly looking at him with intent. They'll take you out for evolution. Xiao Sui whispered. Only then did the eagle leader pause a bit and burrow into Xiao Sui's contract space. Xiao Sui actually couldn't recall when his eagle leader had come out. In fact, if the bond between the spirit beast and its beast master is strong enough, it can leave the contract space at any time to appear in the outside world. Both of Xiao Sui's spirit beasts were capable of doing so. The Crimson Flame Attendant Chimang was currently right beside Xiao Sui. The affection level of Xiao Sui had already been maxed out. Now among the 5 spirit beasts in the Beastmaster space, only the Dimensional Dragon could not come and go freely, because the Dimensional Dragon simply disliked moving. Therefore, if it wanted to come out, Xiao Sui needed to notify it in advance to let it out. Dimensional Dragon moving even a step consumes energy. We'll stay in the oasis for another day and leave tomorrow noon. Xiao Sui glanced at the time. Next, there won't be any significant places that require us to stop for inspection. We'll walk and stop along the way. Stop when we see places that need to be recorded and make sure to find a safer route out. I'll document this relatively safe route as a result of our first exploration. When we return, we'll go in a straight line heading northeast back to Northwest University. This is our first route. In the future, others will develop a second and third route, until the expedition team can safely enter the Taklamakan. Xiao Sui smiled as he spoke. He knew very well that dealing with the Taklamakan could not be done in the same manner as in his past life. In the past, people's approach to deserts focused primarily on afforestation and improving the desert environment. However, the Taklamakan of Shanghai Star cannot be improved. It is rich in resources unique to desert regions. As long as the desert does not continue to expand, that will suffice. The beast masters of this world need the resources of the Taklamakan. Additionally, due to the presence of spiritual energy and the fact that the land area of this world is larger than in the past, people do not lack resources, nor do they lack land to inhabit. Housing prices are significantly lower than in the past. This is likely also because the resources consumed by beast masters account for a large portion. And it's not that ordinary people occupied less space than the beast masters. Xiao Sui spoke up. There will probably be 3 to 4 more developments within the Taklamakan. This time we came without any tools or teams. The Environmental Bureau will conduct 2 or 3 more explorations and develop several safe routes. Then we will develop a route paved with spiritual materials directly traversing the entire Taklamakan. However, this will be carried out by the military. As Xiao Sui spoke, he took out a map. The route we took this time is from the northeast of the Taklamakan, first heading south then west. The Xinzhou military will use the White Sand Secret Realm as the first station and the oasis where we currently are as the second station. Along the path we took, a road will be constructed. The way back will go northeast in a straight line, which is one route is farther but has a station suitable for the military, while the other is closer, suitable for the expedition team. Once we reach the center, we will bury this there. Xiao Sui took out a piece of metal, deeply buried in the ground as a signal. Then people from the far west, south, and east will successively open up 3 routes. The destination is the place we are currently at. There will be a moderately sized town established there, possibly with only tens of thousands of inhabitants in the end. 5 routes, 5 different entry methods. Then in the center, leave a city. This is the approach to developing the Taklamakan. Xiao Sui put away the map. We haven't overdeveloped just 5 routes in 1 city. The rest will be left to the beast masters. We will not destroy the original ecology of the Taklamakan. We need the resources here, but we cannot harm nature. We leave faint traces behind, leaving the footprints of humanity. In this sea of death we have forged a path belonging to humanity. Xiao Sui set down his bag. This is the meaning of exploration, he said calmly. We do not we simply leave civilization within nature. Xiao Sui seemed to recall something, suddenly breaking into a smile. You all know this. We still have several hundred kilometers to go. This exploration will last for over a month, and the return journey will take over a month as well. Speaking of which, the pressure is quite high. After all, unlike other teams, when we head back this time, we also need to confirm another route. These routes will be synchronized to the Environmental Bureau's backend as data for the next team. The spirit beasts we encounter will be recorded and used as references. We are the team under the most pressure. Xiao Sui spoke in a vague manner, then suddenly relaxed, leaning. After a moment, when everyone looked over again, they found that the young man had already fallen into a deep sleep. Several people gathered around Old Master Li Guanqing. The old master sighed and took out a document from his backpack. Take a look. I know you all have questions. This kid is actually being honest with us. He's admitting that he's a bit tired and needs rest. Old Master Li Guanqing pointed at the document. 2 years ago, in the year 205 of the Spirit Beast calendar, having just entered the extraordinary level, Xiao Sui formally joined the Shenzhou Alliance Environmental Protection and Development Bureau. At that time, Xiao Sui was merely a senior reconnaissance officer. He ran through many secret realms, confirming the necessity of the Western development. Starting from January of 206, the extraordinary senior beast master Xiao Sui began knocking on office doors one by one, using minerals to pave the way. King Fan Mountain and King Lingfa, these two pillars of Northwest University, personally supported this kid. In January of 207, this document was created. Northwest Great Development Plan Phase 1, Taklamakan. Li Guanqing pointed at the document in his hand, then placed his finger on the lower right corner of the document. Proposer Senior Reconnaissance Officer Xiao Sui from the Shenzhou Alliance Environmental Protection and Development Bureau. That year, Xiao Sui was 21 years old. 3 months later, in April, Xiao Sui broke through to master level. The Northwest Great Development Plan was officially established. The Taklamakan Development Plan was entirely promoted, planned, and ultimately led by this kid himself. I distinctly remember what that kid said. Old Master Li Guanqing fell into recollection. People often say that we from Northwest University are pioneers, but pioneering can happen anywhere, I believe. The Sea of Death needs development. There are too many places on this vast land of Shenzhou that we have yet to see. But there are always those who say it's too dangerous, but does that mean there's no need for development? Nature and we coexist harmoniously, but the premise is that we need to learn to understand nature. You don't dare to come. I will. The Northwestern Grand Development, a plan that had long been shelved in Shenzhou. This brings us to the historical events following the era of spiritual beasts. In the early stages of this era, due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, countries around the world fell into significant turmoil. The power of beast tamers was overly exaggerated. An entry-level beast tamer posed a threat comparable to that of a soldier wielding a gun. They possessed the capability to kill at any moment. The issue lies in the fact that firearms can be strictly regulated, but spiritual beasts cannot. Spiritual beasts existed in every corner of the world, even in the sewers of your home, where a spiritual beast could potentially emerge. In such an environment, numerous outlaws gained sufficient power. Local law enforcement at the time awaited orders from above and did not contract with spiritual beasts on their own. Thus, when individual power exceeded local armed forces to a certain extent, riots would ensue. The country at that time stabilized the situation, relying heavily on conventional weapons. This state of affairs lasted for about 3 months. The first contracted elite-level spiritual beast made its appearance. Elite-level spiritual beasts had power that was entirely inconsistent with entry-level ones. Their destructive capability was akin to having a tank at one's disposal. The destructive power of elite-level spiritual beasts was fully unleashed. Within the Shenzhou Alliance, a large number of terrorists quickly emerged. These terrorists wreaked havoc using the power of spiritual beasts. The military suppressed them with bullets. However, even though their destructive power was only equivalent to that of an ordinary tank, the control of spiritual power by elite-level spiritual beasts made bullets ineffective against them. Even other conventional weapons gradually lost their effectiveness in the face of spiritual beasts. It wasn't until the first extraordinary beast tamer of the era of spiritual beasts appeared. This beast tamer awakened a high level of talent, and accompanied by official military personnel and other beast tamers suppressed domestic forces. He rapidly grew into a master level and then a king level figure. In the 9th year of the era of spiritual beasts, most of the domestic terrorists were suppressed. In the 12th year, the first king level beast tamer appeared in the Shenzhou government. From that point on, the Xinzhou government regained political control and established a new Xinzhou alliance government. They set up a beast tamer association and relevant institutions. They separated beast tamers from ordinary people and through ideological education instilled the duty of protection in beast tamers. After that, the status of beast tamers gradually normalized from an initially extremely high position. We differ in status, but our character remains undivided. The scars left by the early wars among beast tamers took over 30 years to settle. People began to accept beast tamers and gradually recognize their children as beast tamers. In the 51st year of the era of spiritual beasts, the first legendary beast tamer appeared. In the 77th year, the first beast tamer university was officially established in Xinjiang, Jiangnan province. It was founded by the first principal of Jiangnan University, a legendary beast tamer, as one of the first members of the reform. In the 100th year of the era of spiritual beasts, new beast tamer universities were spread to nearby areas centered around the 6 prestigious schools. By this point, the Xinzhou alliance was basically stable and beast tamer education was incorporated into the core scope by the Education Bureau. However, before the era of spiritual beasts, many regions that Xinzhou was developing temporarily lost the possibility of further development. This included the Taklamakan. These areas were generally too dangerous, and at that time the spiritual beast resources were sufficient for all beast tamers across the country. The northwestern region was still under development in the city of Quangsha. Apart from the legendary Tianyadir, the entire Northwestern University had only one king-level spiritual mage stationed. The combat power of a king level was essential for developing most regions. This included the Taklamakan. Over a century, the inheritance of beast tamers became increasingly complete, and more people became beast tamers. The initial radicals, the pioneers of Northwestern University, although they maintained consistent stability, continuously developed numerous secret realms. Yet they never prioritized the development of the Taklamakan. It was as long as no one brought it up, it was unnecessary for anyone to act on it. The king-level spiritual mage, who was the former pillar of Northwestern University, was nearing 200 years old. The standard lifespan of a king-level beast tamer is estimated to be between 300 and 400 years. At 200 years old, the king-level spiritual mage was in a sense already an elder. He lacked a bit of courage, as this age is the most prone to hesitation. Until a young man named Xiao Sui emerged. With an almost resolute attitude, he called for the development of the Taklamakan. He even quickly provided a development plan. He confirmed 2 things to everyone. The first was that the Taklamakan did not need to be fully developed, only a road to the center. The second was that he would handle this matter himself. The plan was ready. The risks would be borne by this little fellow himself. The greatest assurance was led by the nearly invincible king of mountain transformation, who was in his prime. With the king of mountain transformation and the re-energized king-level spiritual mage as guarantees, Xiao Sui obtained the approval for the first phase of the Northwestern Grand Development Plan. Then, after breaking through to master level and completing the league, Xiao Sui brought along this very stylish team, which resembled a makeshift troop. They entered the Taklamakan. This was an extremely risky undertaking. They were unaware of what exactly lay within the Taklamakan, whether there were legendary catastrophic beasts or numerous quasi-legendary tribes. With a hint of information, they dove in. This is also why Zhang Shoren initially thought about lending a hand and sent people over. Xiao Sui's plan was known to anyone with a slight source of information as a very adventurous exploration. Zhang Shoren, sending his own research personnel, was to back Xiao Sui up. The King of Sky Rending came merely as a safeguard. If they encountered danger, they would be able to escape. To quote a senior investigator from the Environmental Bureau, Xiao Sui appeared as a complete madman. Accompanied by a few other lunatics, he entered the Sea of Death. Even when the Fire Flow King was willing to come along, Xiao Sui was thinking about how to persuade him to join. One look at the composition of the team made it clear. If it were a team with significantly high official support, it wouldn't be this group of people. The entire team consisted of 11 individuals. Only Xiao Sui and Li Guanxing were from the Environmental Bureau. Li Guanxing was even a nominal member. Ji Fengchun came along with Xiao Sui. Li Yuchen joined Xiao Sui. Bai Luochun slipped over by himself. Yi Qiyu, the cameraman Xiao Li, was called over temporarily. Xiao Sui, the king of fire flow, was with Xiao Sui. Li Guangxing's elder made this choice more to endorse the legitimacy of this small team. With this venerable elder present, this team could be considered to have some depth. Then, why is it that now my brother is willing to relax? Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment before asking. Because previously the Environmental Bureau and the Qihua Royal Cavalry had little communication, to put it another way. The Qihua Royal Cavalry did not trust the Environmental Bureau. Now it's different. We have entered. Li Guangxing's elder fell silent for a moment. He placed a stone tablet on the ground. This is the main distribution map of the tribes in the Taklamakan. It corresponds to 5 tribes in the Taklamakan with quasi-legendary combat power. With this stone tablet, the Taklamakan development plan has already succeeded by more than half. A tribe of near-legendary spirit beasts. Unreserved trust. It is the simplest way to unlock this area. And Xiao Sui method is quite simple. He brought a few people to cross the desert, and then walked to the holy mountain of the Qian Wanchi tribe. They faced the oppressive might of the near-legendary Qian Night King. When he woke up, he found his younger brother looking at him with an incredibly bewildered expression. Xiao Sui rubbed his eyes and sat up. He casually summoned the hoo-hoo elephant, resting his body on the little creature. What are we having for dinner? Aren't we setting out tomorrow noon? Why are you all looking at me like that? Xiao Sui scratched his head. Unaware that old man Li Guanxing had revealed everything about him, Xiao Sui looked perplexedly at the few people in front of him. Except for Ji Fengchuan, who already knew the others, uniformly approached him, patting his shoulder. Xiao Sui, though confused about what these people were doing, Xiao Sui still stood up. He took out a copper pot from his space bracelet, knocking a stone off his younger brother's turtle to place in the center as a heat source. Turtle, are we eating hot pot in the desert? Xiao Sui looked at his older brother. This can only be eaten in the oasis. Xiao Sui shook his head. Once we leave the oasis, we won't be able to eat anything. Inside the oasis, we can have something decent, but once we leave, we won't find anything. The sandstorm outside is too strong. Ooh, I don't want to wrap myself in spiritual energy just to eat. Xiao Sui stretched lazily. And there's one more thing. Xiao Sui paused. The speed of our upcoming journey will be even faster. With the map given by the Qian Night King, we can quickly bypass some powerful tribes and take a straight route out. I've calculated that map. We just need to walk straight in one direction from now on. When we need to stop, it means we've reached the center. Then we bury the signal transmitter underground, and we can leave, Xiao Sui said, while taking out a row of small plates. The pot isn't big, we can take turns eating. Lai Kong, flowing fire, old man Guanxing, Ji Fengchuan, follow me for a moment. Xiao Sui clapped his hands and stood up. Bai Luocheng, you come too. Xiao Sui paused. Bai Luocheng, who had already picked up his chopsticks, was momentarily stunned and looked up. Helplessly, he handed his chopsticks to Li Yuchen beside him. Li Yuchen nodded, and then sat down to start. Bai Luocheng clapped his hands and squatted down next to a few people. Old Xiao, why did you call me over? After you graduate, come to Northwest University. I want to ask you something. Go ahead. In the year you return, could you bring Li Yuchen along to learn swordsmanship from the Frog Celestial Master? Xiao Sui looked at him with a serious expression. Sure, Bai Luocheng nodded. The Frog Celestial Master won't mind this. He might even be pleased to have gained a good disciple. Xiao Sui sighed with relief and patted Bai Luocheng's shoulder. Let's go eat. Bai Luocheng blinked. So that was what it was about. The white-haired youth dashed back, grabbing the mutton that Li Yuchen had just placed in the pot. Xiao Sui turned back to look at the people sitting beside him. The Environmental Bureau's second development is tentatively set for the end of December. I definitely won't be around during that period. I need to go to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. However, for the second development, a guide from the last development is needed. This guide must adapt to the Taklamakan environment. So, I need to select someone from among you to hold a position in the Environmental Bureau. No need to think of. Ji Fengchun patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. Let me do it. It will be the first official entry into the Taklamakan by the Environmental Bureau, and they will definitely arrange for an experienced elder to accompany us. Thus, Lai Kong and Flowing Fire are unnecessary. Old man Guanxing has other matters to attend to. I am the most suitable. Ji Fengchun paused. Moreover, I am a quasi-king and have benefited from this place. What's more, perhaps next time I come, I can bring a Qian Wanchi back. Ji Fengchun stroked his chin. His talent has never been limited to the earth element. It's just that the spirit beasts he encountered had all been earth type. For instance, his family's rock dragon beast and earth mason. Both are incredibly powerful. Furthermore, the recently contracted desert ant lion is also a typical spirit beast with strong destructive power. If he could contract a Qian Wanchi, that would be simply fantastic. Ji Fengchun rubbed his hands together. Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. You should hold a position in the Environmental Bureau. Xiao Sui patted Ji Fengchun's shoulder. If this year doesn't feature an exceptionally talented fire-type beastmaster, then those who have explored the Taklamakan Desert will have priority in contracting with the Qian Wanchi. The rules of the Environmental Bureau state that high talent and great contributions are required, and one cannot be a king. Then you can contract with the Qian Wanchi. I can ask, why can't it be a king? Flowing Fire King weakly raised his hand from the side. Because the path of a king has already been fixed. The Qian Wanchi tribe can adapt, but they cannot directly follow the king's path. Xiao Sui spread his hands. This is a basic rule. The Qian Wanchi tribe is just like this. Flowing Fire King, if you want a contract with the Qian Wangxi tribe, there must be a king from the Qian Wangxi tribe whose path aligns with yours. Then you can establish a contract. Flowing Fire King sighed. I get it now, I don't have that fortune. Forget it, my Flowing Fire Tian Ukraine has talent that surpasses the Qian Wangxi of a quasi-master. Flowing Fire King rubbed his hands. Moreover, in comparison to the Qian Wangxi, the positioning is also quite similar. The only problem is that the graceful and agile Flowing Fire Tian Ukraine isn't as impressive. At least it's not as handsome as the Qian Wangxi. Of course, Flowing Fire King wouldn't say this out loud. Then let Ji Fengchun go on the next expedition. Lycon King paused. The king leading the next team might not be someone we know. Before we set out, have your teacher help you out. Lycon King looked at Ji Fengchun. Understood, Elder Li. Ji Fengchun nodded. Previously, Ji Fengchun thought that his teacher was just an ordinary latest-stage king. At most, he had 1 or 2 spirit beasts in the top tier. It was only a few days ago that he heard from Xiao Sui that the only non-legendary king-level professor at Northwest University was King Han's Han. Does that mean his teacher King Lianshan is also near legendary? Ji Fengchun, teacher, why are you hiding this? Tianzhu 7 Saints City. One of the 7 Saints' secret realms, the Mountain Saints' secret realm, is entirely comprised of mountains. The arena is situated in a basin among these mountains. In fact, the battle arena is the basin itself. Fan Mountain King, no, what is this guy thinking? At this moment, Fan Mountain King stood alongside the great sage in the basin. Opposite them stood a 10-meter-tall white elephant with the Elephant King seated on its back, gazing down at them. Are you sure you don't need to leave the battlefield? Fan Mountain King spread his hands. Your talent doesn't seem to be in combat, right? The Elephant King sat cross-legged on the back of the white elephant, his expression calm. As a being standing at the pinnacle of legendary strength, Fan Mountain, I believe you don't need reminding of just how powerful I am. Fan Mountain King stretched his muscles. Indeed, the Elephant King ruling over Tianzhu for 100 years is naturally very powerful. But I am no pushover. Fan Mountain King patted the great sage beside him. The steady stone ape held tightly onto his staff, looking up at the white elephant before them. Moments later, the white elephant also grinned. Above 7 Saint City, the powers of the 2 near-legendary psychic spirit beasts projected their energies, displaying the battlefield. The Mountain Saint secret realm was completely cleared, leaving only Fan Mountain and the Elephant King. Everyone was watching this battle. Not just the people of Tianzhu. This battle, which could not possibly be concealed from the start, was being broadcast globally in various forms. Free Federation. The president of the Free Federation was watching the live broadcast on the screen. The people of Tianzhu dare to release this battle. How confident do you think they are? The 5-star general beside him paused. Mr. President, I think what we should consider is that the mysterious Eastern nation chose this moment to stand up and confront their king in another's capital. How confident is this person from Xinzhou? You are right, the president nodded. I believe that the people of the Xinzhou alliance would not initiate this battle unless they had absolute confidence. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in the president's eyes. No one understands Xinzhou better than I do. The 5-star general nodded. The president was not skilled in battle, but was more adept in business and politics. Matters of combat were primarily entrusted to the beastmasters from the military. The 5-star general was well aware that the Xinzhou alliance dared to send a newly initiated legendary beastmaster to spar with an established legendary figure who had been at that level for over 100 years. They must have their own confidence. The 5-star general had previously confronted a legendary figure from the Xinzhou alliance. The opponent he fought was an unassuming-looking frog. The final result was a draw. However, had it not been for the sudden disappearance of the frog's peculiar power, he was certain he would have died. In a prolonged battle, he would still have perished. The 5-star general knew that was merely a sparring match. However, much could be gleaned from such exchanges and military exercises. The 5-star general stared at the screen. The president did not understand what the emergence of an additional legendary representative from the Xinzhou alliance signified, but he understood clearly. White Bear Nation. After the Spirit Beast era, the White Bear Nation altered its previous system, and the title of the country's highest leader became Grand Marshal. At this moment, the Grand Marshal was sitting on the sofa watching the screen. The relationship between the White Bear Nation and the Xinzhou alliance was quite good. They exchanged various spiritual resources. After all, the White Bear Nation had an excess of ice-type resources. Sometimes they needed to trade for something else. The Grand Marshal of the White Bear Nation found this scene very interesting. After all, within the range of the Shanghai Star, not all countries are on good terms with the Xinzhou alliance. However, most countries do not have a favorable view of Tianzhu. That place once birthed astonishing wisdom. But not anymore. It is now a region with a backward system, a dictatorial monarchy rife with racial prejudice and outdated thinking. The Grand Marshal of the White Bear Nation had been there once. His nose felt terrible. His eyes were also uncomfortable. This 2-meter-tall strong man pulled out a bottle of liquor from his pocket. He looked left and right. Then he twisted the cap off and took a swig. Hooray! Grand Marshal, no drinking during work hours. A voice came from the side. The strong man carefully tucked the bottle away. His gaze returned to the screen, watching Fan Mountain King, who was preparing for battle. Hooray! Go, my friend. Sun never set. As one of the most powerful nations apart from the White Bear Nation, the Shinjo Alliance, and the Free Federation, the Sun Never Sets Nation placed great importance on this matter, because the three nations stronger than them needed to maintain a relatively balanced state. Currently, among the displayed combat powers, the White Bear Nation has 8 legendary figures. The Shinjo Alliance now has its 9th. The Free Federation boasts the most with a total of 12. These three nations generally maintain peace, because some legendary figures from the Free Federation do not reach the standard of the Shinjo Alliance's guardian spirit. Below that, the international situation post-Spirit Beast era is not particularly favorable for the Sun Never Sets Nation. Their current territory is not large enough. A lack of territory means insufficient resources can be generated. The Sun Never Sets Nation only has 3 legendary figures equivalent to that of Tianju. The reason the Sun Never Sets Nation can maintain its current 4th position in the entire Shanghai Star is that all 3 of its legendary figures are at the level of the Shinjo Guardian Spirits. Moreover, there is one Guardian Spirit that is half a step above the legendary level. The lack of legendary combat strength has made them value this battle even more. At this moment, the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Nation was also watching the screen. Standing behind her was a tall Qiyin King Rider, a Guardian Spirit that was half a step above the legendary level. Qihu, what do you think? The Queen frowned. That guy named Fan Mountain. He's hiding. Qiyin King Rider spoke. He's hiding very deeply. I don't know how deep, but perhaps the Elephant King might falter. The Queen turned her head away, ceasing to speak. Meanwhile, on the screen, the two legends had been opposing each other for quite some time. The Queen remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Qihu, what will happen if Shinjo wins? Nothing will happen, Your Majesty. Qiyin King Rider shook his head. Even if Shinjo doesn't win, it will be From the moment the Tianju nation sent a guardian spirit to the border of the Shinjo Alliance, the Shinjo Alliance could never swallow this insult. Therefore, the Tianju nation's only outcome is to be subdued while losing face at the same time. Accompanied by a resounding thunderclap, 2 legendary spirit beasts standing in the center of the basin reacted simultaneously. The great sage raised his staff high. At that moment, the white elephant Nagash appeared right in front of the great sage. Its massive trunk smashed towards the great sage. The sound of the staff colliding with the elephant's trunk rang out crisply. This collision even caused slight cracks to form in the nearby mountains. In the next moment, the heavy earth laws manifested in the center of their confrontation. These were the earth laws of the white elephant Nagash and the mountain laws of the great sage. The former was more stable, while the latter was more aggressive. Much more so. In the next moment, Nagash instinctively retracted its trunk. It did not retreat in this contest of strength. It merely recoiled in pain, withdrawing its trunk instinctively. However, to those watching from the outside, this mighty Elephant King, who was omnipotent in Tianju, seemed to have retreated first against a nameless newcomer of legends. In the next moment, the white elephant Nagash, filled with the fury of the Elephant King, raised its hooves and struck down heavily. One hoof targeted the mountain, and the other aimed at the great sage. In this clash between nations, any direct attack on a beastmaster would be condemned. This scene rapidly transmitted through certain communication devices to the interior of Shinjo. It reached Northwest University. Tianya Deer watched this scene unfold. This gentle guardian spirit suddenly burst into laughter. I can't just leave Northwest casually. Tianya Deer squinted, but I remember over in Bashu the earth veins just settled, and that fat panda hasn't had much going on lately, right? Doesn't he want to fight? Let him go. If anything happens, he'll take care of it. He'll handle the Qingkong monkey if he... Tianya Deer spoke softly. Tianya Deer, a gentle legend born from the Northwest Sandstorm, inherited the protective spirit of Shinjo. After the Mountain King showcased his talents, he had trained under Tianya Deer for some time. He was considered half a student. Tianya Deer, are you attacking my student? Close the door and release the Iron Beast. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Mountain King struggled to withstand the trampling of the white elephant Nagash. The information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had no issues. This white elephant was incredibly strong, even stronger than the Mountain King had imagined. In the mountains, he had received the support of the mountains, and still could not withstand this blow. The great sage cast a worried glance at his beastmaster. Great sage. Size and fortune. The skill honed to perfection was unleashed, and the 30-meter giant ape pushed Nagash away. The Elephant King, who had vanished from the white elephant's presence, now stood among the mountains. The Elephant King finally set aside his previous disdain. This newcomer of legends was indeed more powerful than the Elephant King had anticipated. The Mountain King recalled the instructions given to him by the diplomatic king before. Show your prowess. Then let's show our prowess. The Mountain King took a deep breath. Great Sage, are you ready? Mountain power. Mountain fury. The Mountain King roared, and the earthy power surged from the mountains surrounding him. When a legendary beast master fully activates their talent, you'd better have a way to counter it. The Mountain King and the Great Sage simultaneously clenched their fists. When you stand among the mountains, your overall strength doubles, and you attain the qualification of mountain turning. This talent was awakened a second time after accepting that brat Xiao Sui as a student. When the Mountain King stood among the mountains, his strength was on a completely different level than that of the Mountain King outside the mountains. The white elephant Nagash suddenly felt much heavier. Gravity. The Elephant King frowned. Impossible. The gravity law is also an advanced law, one that can only be mastered at least in the later stages of legends. More importantly, it was incompatible with the monkey in front of him. Those guys in Shinjo would never let their spirit beasts walk a path of incompatibility. So it must be. The Elephant King looked at the Mountain King, observing the emanating power of law. Aside from the similar mountain law emanating from the Great Sage, there was another kind of law. How could a beast master at this stage master the gravity law? Seeing the surrounding mountains seemingly aiding him, the Elephant King finally understood the grave mistake he made. He should have been more forceful and let that Nagash fight him. Now it was serious. There was a real risk of losing. The Elephant King frowned. And in the center of the basin, the white elephant Nagash had also grown immense. The two legendary spirit beasts maintained a height of about 30 meters, exchanging blows like children. However, each collision was a clash of laws. The laws mastered by Nagash were more comprehensive and stronger. Therefore, if it turned into a war of attrition, the one losing would undoubtedly be the monkey. The Elephant King was well aware of this, but the king of Tianju, the strongest of Tianju, could not rely solely on attrition to defeat a newcomer of legends. Otherwise, the face of Tianju would be trampled into the ground. The Elephant King opened his mouth and issued his first command in earnest. Nagash, use the fury of the white elephant. The white elephant, currently engaged in a back and forth with the Great Sage, received some sort of instruction. As if the entire elephant had come to life, golden armor suddenly appeared on its body. This armor bore some ancient will. The white elephant Nagash was a spirit beast of both gold and earth attributes, identical to the Great Sage after his advancement. However, Nagash, as a unique spirit beast, was born from the ancient battlegrounds of Tianju. Although it was given the name Nagash, this white elephant was in fact the only spirit beast born from the remnants of ancient elephant cavalry in Tianju. It was born for the battlefield. This white elephant was destined for battle. The laws of war were activated, inscribed like a rune on the battle armor, forged from the laws of gold. The fury of the ancient battleground was unleashed upon the current battlefield. That overwhelming killing intent had proven effective in all previous encounters. Yet unexpectedly this time it suddenly failed. The trunk, whipping down like a whip, was forcefully blocked by the Mountain King himself. The Mountain King gritted his teeth, blood oozing from between his teeth. Is that all you can do? Now it's the second round. Great Sage, use Shitian. It was golden armor. Yet strangely there was not a hint of gold power upon it. The golden armor radiated a heavy, earthy glow. A 30-meter-tall gorilla, and in its hand a long staff completely stripped of its rocky weight, now covered in sharp golden light. The gorilla stood proudly between heaven and earth. As if Shitian. Shitian was a very typical state-type skill. But unlike all previous state-type skills, this skill was a precursor created by the Great Sage and the King of Mountain to help the Great Sage master the third law. When the King of Mountain was injured, his state would double and his fighting spirit would triple, while also activating copper skin and iron bones. The entire body was enveloped by earthy spiritual energy, so dense that it was almost golden, achieving the defensive power of copper skin and iron bones. Warrior's spirit, as the battle dragged on, your power would grow stronger. The Great Sage raised his hand, pointing the long staff at the white elephant before him. With the mountains shaping my body and metal forging my weapon. Through battle, I realized my aspirations. The third law, the law of battle, was briefly activated. The King of Mountain was caught off guard, sent flying by the white elephant Nagash's trunk. Spitting blood, yet he managed to grin, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, like an ancient general emerging from the battlefield. Now it's the second round. The expression on the Elephant King's face showed disbelief. This monkey. It was already not weaker than him. The white elephant Nagash's expression grew serious, its massive eyes reflecting a hint of caution. The laws began to operate gradually. The laws of gold, earth, and war. The three high-level laws activated, yet they did not make the gorilla before them retreat a single step. Instead, that staff, defying the battlefield's murderous aura, relentlessly shattered the will to fight and charged forward. The tip of the staff had already shattered the killing intent before it. As it approached, the white elephant covered its long tusks with the law of gold and received the blow with its teeth. The massive white elephant staggered backward while the great sage's hand went numb but tightened around the staff. For in the next moment, the King of Mountain's voice echoed through the contract once more. Great sage, use 1000 gene clear jade universe. The golden monkey swings the 1000 gene staff. The jade universe clears for thousands of miles. The golden shadow of the staff manifested between heaven and earth, resembling a heavenly pillar, falling onto Tianju. The white elephant Nagash winced in pain, retreating repeatedly. When it raised its head again, the gorilla swung its staff once more. Influenced by anger and the battlefield's killing intent, the white elephant Nagash no longer hesitated. The battlefield's surface returned to the most basic form of hand-to-hand combat. However, the beast masters of the king level could see that the power of the two giant beasts had completely surpassed the realm of elemental control. It was a clash of weapons and bodies wrapped in laws, using their understanding of those laws to collide. If it weren't for the two giant beasts instinctively not allowing the laws to leak out. If it weren't for the burly man who was already spitting blood, suppressing the aftermath. If it weren't for the holy bull Nandi appearing on the outskirts, containing the aura within the basin. The battle between the two giant beasts would have completely sunk the entire Seven Holy City. It could even threaten the entire Deccan Plateau. The gorilla's solid body collided with the white elephant's muscular frame. Attack, attack. The sharpness of the staff imbued with metal left wounds on the white elephant's body. Thick elemental blood flowed from its body. In the battle of equal levels, the King of Mountains' exaggerated offensiveness was finally unveiled. The mountains were not for defense, and metal was not for protection. Attack, attack. The sharpness of the staff imbued with metal left wounds on the white elephant's body. Thick elemental blood flowed from its body, falling onto the earth. Legendary blood, to a certain extent, could completely alter the local environment. The armor from the white elephant fell to the ground, transforming into a part of the law's traces. The power of legendary laws falling inadvertently could even permanently change the qualities of a place. The areas where that blood and law fused together. In a few years, or perhaps months, a resource or location that could aid top-tier king-level spirit beasts would be born. This is what legend means. Before becoming a legend, quasi-legendary spirit beasts desperately sought that fleeting opportunity of legend. After becoming a legend, everything you do becomes a part of that legend. Legends are legends because they have grasped the laws. Everything they do from this moment on is a part of that. The white elephant and the stone ape fought fiercely against each other. Yet it was the stone ape with copper skin and iron bones that held the advantage. This was not a good image for Tianju. The Elephant King strained to maintain a calm image as if unaffected by these events. Then he crushed a nearby tree with his bare hands. Your Majesty, the Elephant King. The King of Mountain wiped the corner of his mouth. Continuing like this won't benefit anyone, will it? Although the distance was great, the communication of a legendary beast master was not done through traditional shouting. The Elephant King abruptly turned his head. Wasn't it you who brought this up? I told you to fight that Naga, yet you insisted on having me fight you. You people from Shinjo are really rude. The corner of the Elephant King's mouth twitched as he began to understand what the King of Mountain meant by this. I can take a step back. The King of Mountain raised an eyebrow. At the national level, diplomacy is the most important, isn't it? If this continues. The King of Mountain hadn't finished speaking when the white elephant seemed to lose control, letting out a roar. Its armor thickened by another layer. It charged at the great sage. The King of Mountain furrowed his brows. He looked towards the Elephant King, and then glanced at the white elephant Nagash in the center of the basin, attacking the great sage in an extremely violent manner. This was definitely not the Elephant King's command. The Elephant King lacked a sufficient overall perspective within his own country, being dictatorial and somewhat backward in thought. Yet in political terms he was sensitive enough. Especially when facing a nation more powerful than his own, the Elephant King's political wisdom was high. He would take a step back, actively retreating to where he should be. This situation was clearly not the Elephant King's choice. Instead, it was the white elephant Nagash that had gone out of control. But what exactly could control a well-established top-tier legend? Nandi, the Elephant King, shouted loudly. The purifying law fell upon the white elephant Nagash. The holy bull Nandi stood beside the Elephant King. The expression of the white elephant gradually became clear. The great sage hoisted the staff onto his shoulder, raising his head and pointing at a certain spot in the void. I almost forgot this isn't our territory. The King of Mountain had appeared on the great sage's shoulder at some point. Is Tianju a place that you all covet? The trash of the Creation Society. The Genesis Society is like a shadow. They can appear in any corner of any country, causing a little destruction before fleeing. In fact, all legendary figures are well aware that the Genesis society lacks sufficient strength. They are like fleas on the body, annoying, but not fatal. They do not have the ability to overthrow any major nation, even if that major nation is merely a feeble one like Tianju. However, they disdain to act against small countries. They believe that small nations hold no value for their future. They aim to awaken the slumbering ancient gods to overturn the world. What ancient gods could possibly exist in a small country? Only a few members of the Genesis society would be stationed in small nations, while most consider them worthless, tedious, and meaningless. Of course, members of the Genesis society around the world are divided into 4 types. Those stationed in major nations, those in minor nations, and those wandering in various countries. There are also members stationed in Tianju. This land is quite unique. It is not lacking in myths. In fact, the exaggeration of its myths surpasses that of the Xinzhou alliance. However, legends cannot exist merely through fabrication. Moreover, many names from these myths have been used by the people of Tianju to name their spirit beasts. In the simple understanding of the Genesis society, the true names of deities are precious. Therefore, if a true name has already been used, it signifies that the deity is false. In Tianju, such occurrences are rampant. The higher-ups in Tianju often prefer to name their spirit beasts after names from myths. In the eyes of the Genesis society, the gods of Tianju have been ruined. Yet in this land, despite historical gaps, there is still a cultural layer. If one digs deeper, they can still find traces of legendary significance. The artifacts of the Peacock dynasty, the weapons of the Sun King. Thus, for members of the Genesis society, Tianju is a very special place. There are no gods present, but there are undervalued legendary materials. Moreover, if you wish to stay in Tianju, you must first learn to adapt to the environment here. King of the Mountain, I didn't expect you to become a legend. Anger. The King of the Mountain frowned, staring at the figure in the black robe. The Genesis society has 4 top-tier powers, each contracted with part of that legendary figure's strength. The 4 individuals are referred to as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. This is a form of contract that has yet to be deciphered in Xinzhou. It is also one of the powers of the Genesis society. The Genesis society has a method that can separate powerful spirit beasts into multiple beings of equal strength. However, relatively speaking, they will be weaker among their peers. The power of the 4 from joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness comes from the one and only legend of the Genesis society. The strength of that legend is theoretically stronger than 7 of the 8 guardian divine beasts of Xinzhou. That is a realm beyond legends. It is also the reason why the Genesis society has not been eradicated until today. The overall strength of the Genesis society is insufficient. Yet there are only 3 nations in the world that possess strength beyond legends. Xinzhou Alliance Free Federation and the White Bear Nation. The Genesis society is a force with strength beyond legends. Even if this force is suppressed by the world and shrinks into a corner, as long as the strongest one remains, they can flee and survive. Moreover, that legend is quite adept at escaping and hiding. The King of the Mountain gazed at the anger before him. Being able to evoke legendary emotions, it seems your leader has grown stronger than before. Naturally, Anger replied in a very casual tone, taking over the King of the Mountain's words. So the invitation that your leader extended to you back then is still valid. I am a legendary beastmaster of Xinzhou. The King of the Mountain, dressed in armor, struck his staff forcefully against the ground. I disdain to be a rat in the shadows. We are rats in the shadows, but when the deities awaken, light will shine in every corner, and even we the rats will find our own light. Anger said with a smile. Though named Anger, their demeanor was stable, seemingly unperturbed by the King of the Mountain's words. This is how members of the Genesis society are. They seem indifferent to whether they are indeed rats in the shadows. They only care about what they need to do. Faith has become distorted, and so have their actions. Anger extended a slender hand from beneath the black robe. A piece of black soil was grasped in her hand. Then she reached out and tossed it. That piece of soil vanished in the air. When it reappeared, it had already embedded itself in the ground. Anger's voice carried immense joy. O King of Beasts, do you know? You have bestowed names from myths upon those ordinary spirit beasts, making ordinary spirit beasts possess the thoughts of deities. What would the true deities think upon witnessing this? We once awakened a deity in the Eastern Island, and that deity's power can awaken another deity in Tianju. Let this deity of Tianju be for those false gods who live on in the world with usurped names. Let it be a proof. Anger stood on the ground, kissing it with extreme reverence. In the next moment, the Deccan Plateau suddenly trembled. This plateau, which has stood in Tianju for an unknown period, experienced such a massive quake for the first time, until that piece of soil slowly began to split the entire Deccan Plateau apart. And within that crack, there was a trace of an aura that caused anxiety among the legendary beings present. Beneath the Deccan Plateau, anger had already vanished from the spot, while the king of beasts wore a grave expression. This king was indifferent to his subjects, but he was concerned about his territory. He turned around, gritted his teeth. I believe Tianzhu needs humanitarian aid from Xinzhou. The subsequent issues will be handled by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The king of the mountains spread his hands, gazing at the crack before him. Moments later, he suddenly spoke. King of beasts, we can see something within is being awakened. But that piece of black soil can allow it to avoid falling to the very bottom. Can you retrieve it? Not possible. The king of the mountain shook his head. What I mean is if you can protect your subjects. The king of the mountain paused, gazing at the land beneath his feet. This secret realm is completely connected to the land of the 7 sacred cities. The 7 sacred cities are built upon the Deccan Plateau. I believe I can give it a try. To lift the entire Deccan Plateau. King of beasts. The mountain-turning king was certain that after encountering that brat Xiao Sui and breaking through to legend, something had changed within him. It was akin to acquiring a certain qualification. This qualification could be partially activated. Even if his current strength was a bit lacking, he could still exert some authority. Further discussions can follow. The Elephant King closed his eyes. The mountain-turning king no longer hesitated and patted the great sage's shoulder. The great sage, who had originally grown to over 30 meters in size, began to grow even larger. The skill of size control, when cultivated to its extreme, reached another end. The people of the divine continent typically referred to this end as law of heaven and earth. With the 33 heavens above and the 18 layers of hell below, the stone ape became immensely gigantic, towering over the highest peaks of the world and surpassing the horizon. Those hands discarded their staff. They forcefully grasped into the mountainside of the Deccan Plateau, and then lifted the entire Deccan Plateau, cleaving it in two. The Elephant King said, "No, are you pretending to be me?" In the earlier battle, neither the Elephant King nor the Mountain-Turning King had used their full strength. Moreover, they had not employed any large-scale skills. But now it was different. The great sage's current state was augmented by the principles of battle and the qualification of traversing mountains and rivers. This was the true essence of mountain turning. The Deccan Plateau had been entirely lifted, and that piece of stone hovered in midair as if it had lost its gravitational pull. The black earth that had previously overwhelmed the white elephant Nagash now seemed to have lost the external supportive power. It was gripped by a giant earth rock bear enveloped in telekinetic energy. This piece of black earth exuded a particular kind of aura. The great bear returned to the mountain-turning king's side. That piece of black earth fell into the mountain-turning king's hand. This robust man gazed at the black earth in his hand, lost in thought. The power contained within does not embody earth attributes, but rather carries water attributes, and even poison attributes. The concentration of poisonous energy is overwhelmingly destructive to most spiritual beasts. The mountain-turning king waved his hand. The great sage placed the Deccan Plateau back down. Accompanied by the rolling of stones and a rumbling sound, the people on the Deccan Plateau felt as if they were on a shaky, unstable elevator. The bottom of the Deccan Plateau let out a roar of unwillingness. Then it was covered up again seamlessly. The great sage slapped the Deccan Plateau, causing the separated rocks and the portion remaining on the ground to reconnect. The Elephant King stood silently. As a legendary figure himself, if he were to destroy the entire Deccan Plateau, it would be easy for him. But this great sage could lift the Deccan Plateau directly and then put it back down. Not even a single change had occurred to the Deccan Plateau. The Elephant King did not understand. Wasn't this fellow a newly ascended legend? He made a resolution. In this life, he would never allow the Tianzhu to provoke the divine continent again. If the Genesis Society dares to act this way, the mountain-turning king held the piece of black earth in his hand. It signifies that they have mastered more than just this place. There is not just one kind of power to awaken such divine beings. The internal policies of the divine continent regarding the Genesis Society need to change, and drastically. I mentioned earlier that such organizations should be nipped in the bud. Why do you think the Genesis Society would hide? The Elephant King frowned and looked at the mountain-turning king. Because the chairman of the Genesis Society, according to unreliable sources, is likely raised in the divine continent. The mountain-turning king rubbed his forehead. It is quite normal for people from the divine continent to hide things. The mountain-turning king looked at the black earth in his hand. The reason it could not be retrieved earlier was that this piece of black earth had a tremendous gravitational pull with the being beneath the Deccan Plateau. Using the power of the earth veins, it forcefully acted as a catalyst, cleaving the entire Deccan Plateau. But now it was different. With the earth veins split in two, this piece of black earth could naturally be taken out. However, the problem lay in the fact that the being beneath was clearly beyond legend. What about the remaining power? How many means does the Genesis Society truly possess? In the past, the attitude of the Divine Continent towards the Genesis Society had always been that as long as they did not come here, we would not meddle. But now, a few months ago, the Genesis Society dared to cause trouble in the Divine Continent. Now the ancient gods that can be awakened are already at a level beyond legend. And who was the god that was awakened in Dongying as mentioned by that fellow? The mountain-turning king frowned deeply. Leave the subsequent matters to me. The diplomatic king patted the mountain-turning king's shoulder. That piece of black earth should be handed over to the Divine Continent for research. The mountain-turning king turned to look at the elephant king. Naturally, the elephant king nodded vigorously. I think we need to discuss whether the Tianzhu can request assistance from the Divine Continent if such matters arise again. Also regarding our national guardian beast being deceived and heading to your country's border, we are willing to pay a sufficient price to express our apologies. The elephant king said earnestly. The mountain-turning king thought this guy is so quick to slide down. Believe it to you. The mountain-turning king also patted the diplomatic king's shoulder. He'll report this news. Just now, the earth suddenly trembled for a moment. Xiao Sui, still in the oasis, stood up. Where has there been a significant fluctuation in the earth veins? Is there any news from within the country? Xiao Sui flipped through her Beastmaster bracelet. There hasn't been any news sent to you yet, so it's probably not from within the country, the Sky Ripper King spoke. What abroad could make us feel this way? Xiao Sui scratched her head. Could it affect the Divine Continent? No need to worry so much, Li Guanxing. The old man appeared somewhat helpless. You worry too much. Didn't you say you would rest well and not meddle in trivial matters? Why are you so worried? You just sensed the fluctuation in the earth veins. We didn't even feel the ground. Moreover, the earth hasn't issued a warning to you, has it? Old man Li Guanxing patted Xiao Sui's shoulder, picking up a piece of mutton. At this moment, only the 5 of them were eating. Therefore, old man Li Guanxing kept snatching meat from under Xiao Sui's chopsticks. This kid could eat the most and definitely knew which meat was the best. The Sky Ripper King suddenly set down his chopsticks, raised his hand, and wore a strange expression. It was filled with a peculiar mix of feelings that were hard to describe. Xiao Sui, your question has an answer now. Xiao Sui looked up. Moi, your teacher has turned the Deccan Plateau upside down. Xiao Sui, what does it mean that the teacher has turned the Deccan Plateau upside down? You're telling me that the teacher has just stepped into legend. Isn't he negotiating with Tianzhu? Xiao Sui's bracelet simultaneously received a message from her teacher. It was a big smiling face. These are the terms we previously negotiated with Tianzhu: 3 legendary grade materials, 30 Tianwang grade materials, and 400 transcendent grade materials. Ygao Tianwang flipped through the documents in his hand. After Fanshan Tianwang intervened, Tianzhu unilaterally revised the terms to 5 legendary grade materials, 50 Tianwang grade materials, and 1,000 transcendent grade materials. The price is this: if Tianzhu is struck by the Chuanshi Hui, they hope Shenzhou will lend assistance. What is your... On the other end of the video call, a middle-aged man with a calm, yet imposing presence asked the question. Ygao Tianwang was silent for a moment, then nodded. I think we can certainly do it. Shenzhou's aid to Tianzhu would be humanitarian assistance. We would not stand idly by as Tianzhu falls. Moreover, Shenzhou will briefly possess additional legendary grade combatants within 2 to 3 years. Those likely to break through within 2 years include Changkong Tianwang and Xiang Tianwang. Regarding the national guardian beasts, the Shanyan Iron Eater and the Zijin Spider can be redeployed at any time. The one on the Qingzhong Plateau can also be consulted. Therefore, from the standpoint of our internal strength, we have some capacity to spare and offer aid. From an international perspective, Tianzhu is our neighbor. If it truly falls to the Chuanshi Hui, our nation will inevitably be affected. Ygao Tianwang produced a new dossier. No need for this. Fanshan already sent it to me to The man on the screen waved his hand. If the Chuanshi Hui dares to act, so the simplest method is to send someone to their headquarters to intimidate them. Even if we do not do that, there are other ways, the man said calmly. We will handle it. Please rest assured. Ygao Tianwang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, he said toward the screen. After the Spirit Beast era, the Shenzhou Alliance adopted an elders system. Rotation occurs once every 5 years, and each person may serve 2 consecutive terms. The Alliance's highest authority, the Elders Council, is composed of 5 elders and is accountable to all the people of Shenzhou. The man on the screen was the current supreme leader of the Shenzhou Alliance, the first elder of the Elders Council, a quasi-legendary beastmaster. Lujin Tianwang Chuixinghua. The first elder nodded and continued. Handle relations with Tianzhu as you suggested. Leave the remaining matters to us. As for the Chuanshi Hui, do not worry. At least for now, if the Chuanshi Hui faces any beastmaster of Tianwang grade or above who dares to show themselves, they will die, Lujin Tianwang answered plainly. He paused, and added other matters can wait until I have another meeting to attend. Understood. Ygao Tianwang nodded. When the video call ended, fans Han Tianwang approached. What did Elder Chui say? Elder Chui means to accept Tiance's request. He expressed deep sympathy for Tiance's plight and is willing to provide humanitarian aid. Ygao Tianwang said of course no legendary grade forces will be sent to garrison in person. After all, our national guardian beasts may not withstand this environment. Ygao Tianwang seemed to recall something and chuckled lightly. Fans Han Tianwang raised an eyebrow. That's true. By the way, the swamp lotuses I had Mingguo prepare, have they arrived at the border? Our comrades have already delivered the swamp lotuses to Shibei University. Old Master Li Guanyue is keeping them. Then there's no problem, otherwise that brat Xiao Sui would be grumbling at me again. Fans Han Tianwang rubbed a stone in his hand. It was an earthened water-type Tianwang grade material from the far north of Tianzhu at the foot of his Himalaya. The world's rain pole Kilapenki. This was the second gift he had given his student. As for Xiao Sui at this moment, what exactly was he doing? With this map our time will be greatly compressed, Xiao Sui said brightly as he led everyone onward. He dug a sand crystal motherstone from the dunes and tucked it into his contract space, then turned to look at those beside him. There are abundant ores and countless wild spiritual beasts within the Taklamakan, but that is not the point, he said. The point is, after 207 years humanity has returned to the very lands we once developed. After the spirit beast era, the resurgence of spiritual energy rendered many places, formerly subdued by machinery and will, impenetrable. 207 years, Xiao Sui murmured, rubbing his eyes as if sand had found them. Before the spirit beast era our machinery had advanced to a remarkable degree. There were no more truly perilous places in the world. Climbing the world's highest peaks by sheer will even produced bottlenecks of people. After the spirit beast era with spiritual energy's revival, there are too many places we can no longer enter. The Taklamakan was only the beginning. Xiao Sui adjusted his goggles and walked at the forefront. This is a starting point from which those places that no one could enter for 207 years. From this moment on, the ice has been broken. Those places that were once explicitly off-limits and deemed too dangerous. By using us as the starting point, we have opened a breach. Xiao Sui paused, turned to Yiqiu, and asked Xiao Sui, are you sure you want this entire segment included in the documentary? Yiqiu rubbed his brow. Too melodramatic. This does not read like a documentary. Cameraman Xiao Li raised a hand and gave an okay sign. I think it's fine. Very handsome. Xiao Sui approved with a thumbs up. Xiao Sui stood nearby, shading his Chimang's eyes with his hand. Don't look, you'll pick up bad habits. The little one blinked, rose on tiptoe, and watched the goggle-wearing youth. He has a point, Liu Tianwang said, standing beside Xiao Sui as he spoke to his student. From nothing to something, your brother was right. When we ventured here, in a sense, we had already secured our names in history. Our group photo might even be preserved in history books, Liu Tianwang said, stroking his chin. We are the first true expeditionary team to penetrate the Taklamakan after the spirit beast era, Liu Tianwang said, rubbing his nose. Being remembered in history would be only natural, right? Sandstorms are an ever-present topic when traversing the desert. So the question arises, during the entire half-month that Xiao Sui and the others have delved deep into the secret realm, why did they only encounter a sandstorm once? The correct answer is that the initial sandstorm was stirred up by the Sand Earth Dragon. At that time it swept away a vast amount of sand and dust, preventing further sandstorms from occurring in a certain area of the Taklamakan desert. After leaving the White Sand secret realm, they arrived at an oasis where there was also a volcano nearby. It is quite rare to encounter sandstorms in the territory of the Qian King Rider clan. Thus it was only now that they finally encountered their second sandstorm. However, compared to the previous storm that blotted out the sun, the scale of the current sandstorm was significantly smaller. The height of the sandstorm was only about 10 meters. At this height, as long as there were no powerful spirit beasts within, even an elite beastmaster could pass straight through. It might just be a small sandstorm that has just begun to form. Until this dust storm approached the group, it suddenly halted, revealing a head of moderate size from within. The Sand Earth Dragon. It seemed to have sensed something as the dust storm gradually dissipated, and the Sand Earth Dragon descended, bowing its head before Xiao Sui. An extraordinary Sand Earth Dragon. Xiao Sui blinked. Extraordinary Sand Earth Dragons are quite rare in this desert. Those daring enough to come out are generally at the master level or above, lest they be easily killed. The single horn of a Sand Earth Dragon is premium material. It is effective against many Earth-type spirit beasts, Xiao Sui said, stroking the head of the Sand Earth Dragon. The Sand Earth Dragon lay down seemingly in reverence. This was the typical demeanor of a high-level Earth-type spirit beast upon seeing Xiao Sui. After all, as the child of the Earth, Xiao Sui's affinity with Earth-type spirit beasts is extraordinarily strong. For an extraordinary sand-earth dragon, which had only recently gained intelligence, the aura emanating from the child of the earth felt entirely familial. Xiao Sui rubbed the sand-earth dragon's head and after a moment's thought released her own Ao dragon and Dull dragon. The three dragons gathered together. One was gentle, another lively and active, and the last was sleeping. Xiao Sui tapped Dull dragon's head. Dull dragon shook its head, still groggy. Let's set up camp here for the night, Xiao Sui suggested. I feel like something is going to happen tonight. Everyone feel free to release your spirit beasts, Xiao Sui said, looking at the others around her. You two can skip it, Xiao Sui said with a twitch of her mouth. Especially you, Chenxia. Are you trying to let the heavenly spirit fish die so you can get a new spirit beast? Chenxia cautiously retrieved the heavenly spirit fish. Xiao Sui released Eagle Boss to circle in the sky. The Qian eagle perched beside the Rift King's East Wind Falcon, quietly observing the esteemed figure. The Rift King hesitated for a moment before releasing a Fire Sun Divine Eagle. Fire type combined with Wind type is still Wind type, right? As a true Wind type king, is it not normal to have a few such spirit beasts? Xiao Sui glanced at the surrounding spirit beasts and then looked into the distance. So what you're saying is that you sensed my aura and came to inform me that someone wants to come and plunder my essence. Xiao Sui frowned. The one coming to trouble me possesses master-level power and is accompanied by a massive sandstorm. Is this person a fool? Xiao Sui couldn't help but retort. A master-level figure coming to provoke me. They can sense that I'm also at the master level, right? The Sand-Earth Dragon nodded. Most of these Earth-type spirit beasts could sense the strength of the child of the Earth. Then why do they dare to approach? Xiao Sui fell into silence. Is it another Sand-Earth Dragon like you? The Sand-Earth Dragon nodded. Among the Earth-type spirit beasts, those who dare to act against the child of the Earth are mostly certain predator Sand-Earth Dragons. What is their strength? Oh, slightly stronger than you, just entered the master level. Is that so? Where do they get their courage? Xiao Sui sank into contemplation. The Sand-Earth Dragon clearly couldn't answer that question. However, Xiao Sui turned her gaze towards her own spirit beasts. The Sand-Earth Dragon, in a state of rage, indeed lacks intelligence. In this case, Xiao Sui paused, waving to her Ao dragon. She patted the Ao dragon's back and felt its scales confirming its condition. It has been just over half a year since she contracted the Ao dragon. The Ao dragon has grown from the early extraordinary level to the late extraordinary level and is half a step into the master level. Now it seems that it only requires a bit of external pressure to attempt to break through to the master level. This is a great opportunity, Xiao Sui's eyes lit up. The others clearly had no idea what Xiao Sui was thinking. The Rift King listened to her, muttering to herself. Are you planning to handle it yourself? Since it's coming towards me, it's a perfect opportunity, isn't it? Xiao Sui rubbed her hands together, seeming quite excited. It's hard to find a better chance to help the Ao dragon break through to the master level. Everyone knows that breaking through to the master level in battle significantly aids in spirit power control. Under external pressure, latent potential will be further activated. The Ao dragon is perfectly stuck at this stage and can break through soon. After the breakthrough, preparations can begin for its evolution. My master helped me acquire a marsh lotus with a concentration of 96% from Southeast Asia, perfect as evolution material for the Ao dragon. Jade Pool Flood Dragon. No, Jade Pool Dragon. It's about to move towards true dragon status. Xiao Sui's eyes seemed to sparkle. After all, the Ao dragon is a unique spirit beast with innate talent that is already very high. Thus its growth rate is quite fast. The Ao dragon's power will be more exaggerated than usual. When it reaches the master level, it might even be able to contend with late master level spirit beasts right after entering. Xiao Sui spoke earnestly. The Rift King showed understanding. After all, although he didn't possess a unique spirit beast, he had seen many unique spirit beasts before. Having lived for decades and seen many things, he found that in most cases the strength of unique spirit beasts is usually above that of other spirit beasts. Unless that ordinary spirit beast has been raised exceptionally well. Like Xiao Sui Fat Bear, or the Rift King had never encountered such a powerful earth priest. The Ao dragon listened to Xiao Sui's words excitedly, swaying its body. It had been stuck at the limit of the extraordinary level for over half a month. This strength neither here nor there prevented it from participating in the main battlefield that Xiao Sui was currently engaged in. For the Ao dragon, the only satisfying experience was the match it had played in the league a month ago. Everything else had been utterly unsatisfying. However, once it reached the master level, everything would be completely different. It could finally join the main battlefield of beast tamers. The chubby bear, who had already half a foot in the quasi-king level, was playing a single-player game nearby. The Shushu yawned and landed on the Ao dragon's back, tapping the third brother's head with its staff. The Ao dragon wanted to shake its head. It then remembered its second sister was above. It could only carefully shrink its body. A fellow will come over shortly, and your task is to deal with that sand dragon. Xiao Sui patted the head of her Ao dragon. The Ao dragon excitedly nodded. The wild sand dragon newly ascended to the master level was likely yet to complete its first evolutionary upgrade. The evolution method of wild spirit beasts differs from that of contracted spirit beasts by beast tamers. The evolution ritual for contracted spirit beasts has undergone changes over 200 years, resulting in the highest absorption rate and the most stable evolution. In contrast, wild spirit beasts typically require fewer resources for evolution, but take longer. For instance, a small antlion needs to stay in the quicksand core for at least a year to evolve into a sand antlion. Only then can it evolve with the help of the quicksand's enveloping. The methods of evolution identified by humans for spirit beasts likely involve 3 different materials found in 3 distinct locations. For wild spirit beasts, as long as there is a core material, they can complete their evolution over a long period of time. A newly ascended master-level sand dragon probably doesn't even know how to proceed with its evolutionary upgrade. It hasn't even chosen the direction of its evolution. Xiao Sui seriously suspected that this sand dragon in a berserk state thought of itself as the key to evolutionary advancement. After all, it was now also a master-level material. Moreover, it was an exceptionally rare kind of master-level. There is no better Earth-type material in the world than the child of the Earth. Xiao Sui rubbed her cheeks, lost in thought. Night had fallen, but the distant sandstorm was gradually approaching. It seems tonight will be quite interesting. Xiao Sui stretched her limbs. Of course, she wouldn't let the Ao dragon face an enemy with home ground advantage in a higher realm. So she needed to find a way to deal with the sandstorm. Fox cub, can you control that sandstorm? Bai Luocheng poked the little fox on its head. The little fox nodded. The next moment, accompanied by a flash of yellow light, Bai Luocheng's white hair turned the same yellow as the sandier fox. The yellow-haired youth stretched out his hand towards the sandstorm and pressed down hard. The sandstorm paused for a moment. The sand dragon hiding within seemed unaware of the change, charging straight towards the group. When it was only a few meters away, the sandstorm had nearly dissipated. Xiao Sui waved her hand, and the already prepared Ao dragon charged forward, accompanied by a dragon's roar, engaging in battle with the sand dragon in front of it. Currently, the Ao dragon was about 10 meters long. The sand dragon before it was larger and wider, nearly 20 meters in length. It was a rare large specimen. Xiao Sui was certain that this creature had not undergone any evolutionary upgrades. It's already this size, which is quite uncommon. If the Ao dragon relied on its current state, it would lose in less than 2 minutes. But let's not forget the Ao dragon's talent is. When you are in battle, the ground beneath you transforms into a swamp. This typical spatial talent gives the Ao dragon a significant advantage in the terrain. It swung its tail, splattering swamp mud onto the sand dragon. Then it raised its claws, striking again. The sand dragon's outer shell, its scales, resembled a type of armor formed from condensed sand. Once this armor gets what it will crack and form weak points. Then it will fracture. Water will seep through the cracks, making them larger and larger. Eventually, it will allow water to penetrate. A pure earth-type sand dragon relies heavily on the surrounding sandstorm during battle, but is always the sand dragon that has just entered the master level and is in a berserk state. Is not that clever? Ao dragon, use your water power to seep in. Xiao Sui commanded from behind. The Ao dragon clawed the earth-type spiritual energy from the sand dragon, causing damage to its armor. Then it opened its mouth and bit down. The abundant water spiritual energy wrapped in earth-type spiritual energy surged into the sand dragon's body. The earth-type spiritual energy made the sand dragon feel relaxed. The water-type spiritual energy caused it immense pain. Throughout this process, the Ao dragon's aura steadily rose, until the sand dragon, unable to endure any longer, fell to the ground. It needed the strength of the earth to help it recover, but the earth rejected its plea. Xiao Sui, you attacked the child of the earth, and then sought the earth's assistance. The thoroughly disoriented sand dragon let out a painful howl. Without armor, without reason, without a sandstorm, this sand dragon is not even in its complete form, and is now being eroded by water-type spiritual energy. At the moment it was knocked to the ground, the sand dragon realized that the earth could not help it. Seeing the Ao dragon up close, it was shocked to find that it had let go of its claws. Relieved, it flew up, wanting to quickly escape this place, abandoning any plans to plunder the child of the earth. However, that injured, trembling figure was practically no different from a live target in the eyes of the Ao dragon. Ao dragon. Use it. Rage of the swamp. The water blue and earth yellow light flickered and then shot forth. The sand dragon in midair was struck down, landing on the ground. The aura of the Ao dragon gradually rose, until at a certain moment it crossed that threshold. A dragon's roar echoed. Master level Yuchi Jiao Ao dragon. We can now prepare for the Ao dragon's evolutionary upgrade. Xiao Sui sighed in relief, patting the head of the returning Ao dragon. At that moment a voice came from the distance. It was a more exaggerated and louder dragon's roar, seemingly responding to the Ao dragon's roar. Xiao Sui instinctively looked up. The Sky Ripper King and the Flowing Fire King had already stood up. Quasi-legendary, the Sky Ripper King confirmed. Accompanied by the Sky Ripper King's words, a small black that appeared in the distant sky rapidly enlarging. It was another sand dragon of quasi-legendary status. The Sand Earth Dragon clan is quite peculiar. This race is divided into two types. One is the marauding predators in a frenzied state, while the other is the leaders of the sandstorms in normal conditions. The Sand Earth Dragons cannot directly control sandstorms. However, they can move along with the sandstorms. This is one of the reasons why their demand for sandstorms is so high. The Sand Earth Dragon clan lives within the sandstorms. The storms enhance the toughness and power of their armor. Without the support of the sandstorms, Sand Earth Dragons become easy prey among their peers. Thus, the legendary Sand Earth Dragon of the Cracked Mountain King never leaves the desert. For once he does, his combat power would significantly diminish. Xiao Sui gazed at the distant black, but failed to notice the grave expression on the face of the Cracked Sky King. He summoned his East Wind Falcon with a swift motion. The East Wind Falcon, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, lowered its body. Without further ado, the Cracked Sky King tossed everyone onto the back of the East Wind Falcon. The wind-based spiritual power firmly secured everyone in place. Xiao Sui. The map. Head west. There are no large gathering areas ahead. The Cracked Sky King nodded. The East Wind Falcon flapped its wings and took off. The distant black dot grew larger, accompanied by billowing sandstorms and a dazzling red light. A near-legendary Sand Earth Dragon Earth and Fire-type advanced evolution, and it was evidently in a frenzied state. Senior Cracked Sky, where is your near-legendary spirit beast? I have another East Wind Falcon, which is the father of this East Wind Falcon. The Cracked Sky King pointed at the East Wind Falcon beneath him. That East Wind Falcon is near-legendary, but I didn't bring it with me. Senior Cracked Sky, you really didn't bring your main force into the Taklamakan. If that guy leaves, half of the wind power generators in the northwest of Shenzhou will fail. The Cracked Sky King said helplessly, but I am known for my East Wind Falcon, so later on the East Wind Falcon and my family gave birth to a child, which is this little guy. Later this little guy also became a king, and people gradually forgot that I actually had more than one East Wind. As for why it's referred to as a father, spirit beasts have no gender, they only possess self-awareness. If they identify as a male, they become a male, or if they identify as a female, they become a female. Thus a father can also bear young because there is fundamentally no difference in their physical structures. After all, the offspring of spirit beasts are essentially nurtured through spiritual power. I have a question, Senior Cracked Sky. Can we really outrun that Sand Earth Dragon? Are you doubting the speed of a wind-based king? The Cracked Sky King spoke in a tone filled with surprise. Xiao Sui. He turned to glance back, noticing that the silhouette of the Sand Earth Dragon seemed to be getting smaller. But the aura on you has been persistent. So that Sand Earth Dragon will always follow us, the Cracked Sky King. We can't escape. Unless there is an equal level of power to intimidate it, or simply a legendary spirit beast appears to deal with it. Xiao Sui paused for a moment, looking at the map in his hand, and fell silent for a while. Senior Cracked Sky flies slightly to the south. What are you planning to do? In the entire Taklamakan, there are very few places with clear near-legendary beasts. Most of them are mobile, just like the Sand Earth Dragon we just encountered. So why do most of the lone spirit beasts remain in place? Either they are like the Red Flame Knight, or it's the Desert Ant Lion. Xiao Sui paused. I bet that the frenzied Sand Earth Dragon won't. I bet that the Desert Ant Lion will be willing to help me once. A glint flashed in Xiao Sui's eyes. Worst case, he could explode with it. At worst, he would be on the brink of death just to see what the fury of the earth was all about. Xiao Sui rubbed his face, trying hard to keep himself calm. For some reason, after arriving in the Taklamakan, this heart-pounding feeling had already appeared for the second time. The last time was in the White Sand Secret Realm. Xiao Sui frowned as the East Wind Falcon beneath him slowed down under the Cracked Sky King's command, slightly changing direction. They flew toward a single direction. That direction was the largest area of quicksand in the entire Taklamakan beneath, which hid a giant beast, a colossal beast over 3 kilometers in length. Xiao Sui looked at his wristband, which displayed a stone tablet recently captured in an image. The tablet bore 5 large characters in this area. Desert Ant Lion King. King. For spirit beasts, the word king carries significant weight. Either it supports an entire clan like the Red Flame Knight King, or it represents having absolute strength within its species. The desert antlion king belongs to the latter. He subdued all the desert antlions across the entire Taklamakan. He became the king of all quicksand in the entire Taklamakan. Relying on absolute power, the Red Flame Night King believes that the Desert Antlion King is the closest in strength to him among all near-legendary beings in the desert. Moreover, at the realm level, he is the most recent to reach legend. Closer to legend than the Red Flame Night King himself. The one they are about to engage with is such a king of quicksand, nearly the strongest existence in the entire desert. The Cracked Sky King frowned as the East Wind Falcon they were riding instinctively shuddered. They skimmed over a sand dune because the East Wind Falcon slowed its speed. The Sand Earth Dragon behind them was getting closer. As they approached the seemingly flat desert, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. It was a voice of exceptionally high spiritual power communicating with everyone through its will. The child of the earth is surprisingly in such a predicament. Actually, if you just lie down on the ground, the earth will protect you. Of course, those little ones beside you may not be so. The voice chuckled softly. Never mind, never mind. You all go ahead. Little one, don't forget to come back to repay me when you grow up. The female voice gradually grew louder, not due to emotion, but because something was surging from beneath the ground, until a massive body burst forth from the quicksand. And that massive jaw, resembling a small mountain, clamped the Sand Earth Dragon in between. The body of the Desert Antlion King only revealed a small portion above the quicksand. Yet that was still an enormous entity exceeding 1 kilometer. Compared to this figure, the near-legendary Sand Earth Dragon, nearly 50 meters in length, appeared exceedingly insignificant. Looks like I made the right bet. Xiao Sui wiped away his sweat. Such exaggerated strength and size. Is the giant evolution really that impressive? No, not even close. Like Tianwang shook his head. After leaving that area, the Dongfeng sun descended, and everyone dismounted from its back. As far as I know, the gigantification advancement presently divides into 2 tiers: Master Level and Tianwanga Level. The Master Level causes the body to swell 2 to 3 times the exact effect, depending on the materials used in the Ascension ritual. The enhancement is not particularly great. Therefore, if one wishes to ensure a spirit beast is both colossal in size and formidable in strength, the first advancement typically follows a specialization type evolution. The second evolution then proceeds to the gigantification advancement. At the Tianwanga level, the gigantification expands the physique roughly tenfold. If your fat bear were to advance in this way, a creature that once stood about 3 meters would approach 30 meters after evolution. Of course, very few ever take that route. Generally speaking, gigantification is suited to lineages born with extraordinary strength, such as the Hanhai whale. A Tianwanga level Hanhai whale has undergone at least 1 gigantification advancement. As for that desert antlion from just now, Lycong Tianwang fell silent for a moment. Remember Qianjiang's crocodile? Liuhua Tianwang took up the thread. I was not present then, but I checked the records afterwards. That crocodile was the product of a 3rd stage gigantification. I suspect this desert antlion king is currently in the midst of its 3rd advancement. You are owed a considerable favor, Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui froze for a moment, his expression odd. Actually, this favor is not one I owe. He said earnestly, the desert antlion king actually saved you. Lycong Tianwang frowned. Xiao Sui spread his hands. He had not told anyone about the effect of Da Diji Nu Wrath of the Earth. Except for his own teacher. Lycong Tianwang did not press the matter further. Yi Chuyu and the cameraman Xiao Li drew near. Cameraman Xiao Li held up his camera. Xiao Sui, can we edit this into the documentary? The goggle-wearing youth pondered for a moment. It can be used, but I must see the finished cut. No problem. Cameraman Xiao Li nodded earnestly and took the storage module containing that segment, slipping it into his spatial bracelet. He replaced it with a fresh one. Be sure to keep it safe. By the way, do you still have the footage you shot back during the chat? Yes, cameraman Xiao Li said as he patted his spatial bracelet. Those files had been in his bag and carried with him. Now they were all stored in the bracelet. Send me a copy when you return. In the coming years, legendary tier powers will gradually be revealed. Xiao Sui paused. I do not know why, but I have a feeling that legendary tier occurrences will become more frequent in the next few years. Xiao Sui glanced at Lycong Tianwang, who nodded in agreement. He shared the same apprehension as Xiao Sui. The spiritual energy is undergoing a second resurgence, Elder Li Guanxing remarked at the side. There is a trend. I am not entirely sure of the details, but that boy Guanri knows a bit more. The 3 Li elders pursue different research directions. Elder Li Guanxing excels at field exploration. Elder Li Guanri specializes in transforming water sources, and among the 3 has come into contact with spiritual energy the most. He had detected a steady rise in the concentration of spiritual energy within water sources. Elder Li Guanxing clapped his hands. Xiao Sui, how far have we run? About 120 kilometers, Xiao Sui calculated. 6 minutes. An average speed of 1200 kilometers per hour. Without the wind-type spiritual energy enveloping us, we would have been flung off. Xiao Sui reflected. Even if a Tianwanga-level spirit beast has not fully demonstrated its speed, it is already astonishing. After all, we lost a fair amount of time decelerating. If flying at altitude offered any real reconnaissance value, we could have gone straight there, Xiao Sui said, waving his arm. There are vast numbers of spirit beasts below, so we must advance step by step to avoid mishaps. By the way, Laikong Tianwang, what is the Dongfeng Sun's top speed? That little fellow can reach about 7,000 kilometers per hour, Laikong Tianwang replied, after a moment's thought. As for the big one, I left in Quansha City about the first cosmic velocity, Laikong Tianwang said serious. I went into space to have a look. With a Tianwanga-level physique, it can tolerate it. It could endure for a long time. Relying solely on the vacuum of space, I could probably remain for about a month. However, that is because of a quasi-legendary level spiritual energy protection. At present, most Tianwangs do not possess the ability to go into space or to survive there. Laikong Tianwang added, I am an exception. Throughout Shenzhou, wind-type Tianwangs are exceedingly. Most of us carry only about 2 spirit beasts on our persons. The remaining beasts are left in major cities to facilitate travel. Tianwanga-level spirit beasts are faster than most aircraft and far more agile, capable of landing almost anywhere. However, they are mostly reserved for dire emergencies. For example, the beast left by Laifeng Tianwang once brought Senior Zijin to Qinjiang City. Wind-type Tianwangs are strategic resources, like Ong Tianwang paused. In truth, every nation is similar. The most common Tianwangs are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These types are relatively easy to source and simpler to comprehend. The rarest are the ghost, illusion, and mind categories of spirit beasts. Dark light and poison types are likewise uncommon. Wind and ice are merely relatively scarce. There are many ice-type powerhouses because our land is not short of snowy mountains. The northeast winters produce abundant ice resources. But wind is different. Wind-type spiritual energy is not plentiful in Shenzhou. Thus, wind-type Tianwangs are naturally few. Moreover, wind-type Tianwangs possess uniquely advantageous support capabilities. Therefore, wind-type Tianwangs are extremely important, like Ong Tianwang said with solemn emphasis. A wind-type Tianwang's raw strength may not be strategic level, but its speed is absolutely strategic. I came along with you this time for safety. If that Sanqiu Long keeps chasing us, we can abandon this plan temporarily and fly straight out of the top. It will not take more than an hour either way. Once we leave the Taklamakan, Senior Tianya Lu will intervene and everything will be resolved. Laikong Tianwang calmly lit a cigarette. All right, it is already evening. Shall we have a late-night snack? Xiao Sui. That would be fine. In Tianzhu, the 7 sacred city, the king of mountains and the king of diplomacy had yet to depart. They were waiting for someone. The deputy minister of the foreign ministry, the king of diplomacy, whispered. I sent a message within our foreign ministry earlier to see if anyone would come. After all, the matter of the ambassador to Tianzhu is significant, and it has been over 200 years since we last had an embassy, tracing back to before the spirit beast era. Currently, our country only has embassies in the White Bear Kingdom and the Free Federation, while many other places are unattended. There was also one in the East Japan, but the station king nearly caused an upheaval there. And then it was gone. I originally thought no one would come to Tianzhu, but then a deputy minister arrived. There are only about 10 core personnel in the foreign ministry, all of whom are king-level beastmasters. This time, one of these 10 must be chosen to be stationed in Tianzhu. So who came? King Zio. The king of diplomacy rubbed his forehead. The Poison King. It's rare. There are only a few Poison Kings in the entire Shenzhou. Not a first-tier king, but even more troublesome than a first-tier king. That young girl coming over must be planning to stir up some trouble. So, I need to make the embassy presentable and also deliberately inform the Elephant King. Although the Elephant King does not care about the lives of ordinary people. But we cannot afford to be indifferent. King Zio once caused an explosion in a laboratory, releasing a toxic cloud several kilometers wide. This is very difficult to handle diplomatically. Although after joining the foreign ministry that young girl has become much steadier, there is still the potential for harm. I think regular poison wouldn't be lethal to the people of Tianzhu. The king of mountains seemed to recall something. After all, they can drink the Ganges water. The king of diplomacy. That makes sense, he nodded. Then I should remind her to bring some water or something. I feel like the situation in Tianzhu isn't very hygienic. The king of diplomacy scratched his head. And what about the buildings? Will there be any issues? The place to stay shouldn't be a problem, as the embassy was personally constructed by their sacred cow Nandi, a legendary spirit beast of both water and earth attributes. But the drinking water may not be guaranteed. After all, in the eyes of the people of Tianzhu, Ganges water is considered absolutely clean. The Elephant King drinks it himself, the king of mountains twitched his mouth. The two prominent figures at the pinnacle of Xinzhou exchanged glances, deciding to prepare some water or something. Actually, no need to prepare. The two leaders rummaged through their contract space, but couldn't gather a water-type spirit beast. That girl has a jade capybara, and being the poison king, she should be able to manage herself. The king of diplomacy said earnestly, what we need to focus on now is what to eat for lunch. He summoned his psychic gold puppet, then directed the puppet to pick up the pan and start cooking. Make a couple more dishes, that girl is almost here, the king of diplomacy called to his puppet. Shouldn't the Xinzhou ambassador be entertained first when arriving in Tianzhu? The king of mountains seemed to remember something. Do you want hot and steaming stir-fried chili with meat, or do you prefer Tianz's hand-grab dishes? Psychic gold puppet, can you make a big plate of chicken? The king of mountains stood next to the puppet speaking, there isn't suitable chicken or chili. No problem, I brought some, the king of mountains said earnestly as my student occasionally sends me some. The king of diplomacy expressed his reluctance to speak and sent a location through his Beastmaster wristband. The Beastmaster wristband of Xinzhou is the best quality in the world. As long as spiritual energy flows, messages can be transmitted. He sent his location. About 5 minutes later, a striking purple-haired girl kicked open the door. Yo, Uncle Deng. The minister of the foreign ministry looked up at the sky. Aside from the relationship between the minister and the deputy minister, this King Xiao was also his niece. As the occasional uncle, King Xiao would usually say, Uncle, explode some gold coins. It can be said that before attending university, most of the resources King Xiao had were provided by the king of diplomacy, who was already a master-level beastmaster at that time. Seeing there were outsiders, the girl reined in a little. Uncle, the king of diplomacy nodded. The King Xiao, who appeared as a young girl, was actually around 40 years old. She belonged to the same generation as the king of Gale and the king of flowing fire. Amongst the kings, she was considered quite young. The king of diplomacy was already over 60, while the king of mountains was 71. Additionally, due to her long-term dealings with spirit beasts and toxins, her personality wasn't as mature. As for why King Xiao was the deputy minister. On one hand, there are 3 deputy ministers in the foreign ministry. On the other hand, Xinzhou has always favored special talents. For instance, Xiao Sui, who carries a mind and knows everything about ores. And the extremely rare poison king, King Xiao. Xinzhou needs to bind these exceptionally gifted individuals with certain benefits and status. Thus, Xinzhou is very generous with positions. Moreover, King Xiao's uncle is the current king of diplomacy, who is powerful and stable, and there is a bond of affection. Hence, King Xiao became the deputy minister of the foreign ministry. As for whether the other kings had objections, it was evident. To sit firmly in this position, King Xiao must have demonstrated a lot of convincing capabilities. Just like when Xiao Sui was promoted to the honorary vice-director position, most people in the Environmental Bureau were not convinced. Later, the loudest group among them followed Xiao Sui to a mine. And then they were thoroughly convinced. Environmental Bureau members, I think we have no reason to refuse a fully automatic mining machine and terrain recorder as our vice-director. If it weren't for Xiao Sui's insufficient strength, that honorary title would have been dropped long ago. Once Xiao Sui steps into the quasi-king realm, those 2 words can be removed. Once Xiao Sui becomes a king, it is highly likely she could become the director. Environmental Bureau members, we firmly support Director Xiao Sui. By the way, Uncle, what are we having for lunch today? Before the king of diplomacy could respond, the king of mountains turned around to look at the doorway. We have a guest. The Naga. Unlike the traditional mythology of the Tianzhu kingdom, the white serpent before me does not possess multiple heads. In traditional mythology, Naga is typically depicted as having many heads. The serpent god, having reduced its size, coiled at the doorway. Are you not welcoming me in? The Naga spoke. The king of mountain and the king of diplomacy exchanged glances. Please come in. The king of diplomacy squinted his eyes. Thank you. The Naga spiraled in the air and glided into the room. Wind element, poison element. The king of mountain glanced over and whispered, I originally thought it would be water and poison. The 3 guardian beasts of the Tianzhu kingdom are comprised of earth and water, earth and metal, wind and poison. However, the combination of wind and poison, I can't find another one like it in the entire compendium. Besides the unique spiritual beasts, no other spirit beasts have such a combination of attributes. These 2 elements are somewhat incompatible. I am originally just a wind element. The Naga waved its tail. Only after advancing and evolving did I acquire the poison element. My advancement materials included a portion of Ganges water essence. Ganges water essence is a unique resource condensed from the mother river of Tianzhu, the Ganges. Poison element. Understood, understood. The king of mountain acknowledged with a nod. But why did you use this for your advancement? Because I need to get closer to their mythology, the Naga stated calmly. To be closer to mythology allows for greater cultivation of resources. This is a transaction as well as a Necessary growth. The Elephant King needs someone to uphold the Tianzhu kingdom, yet does not wish for this deity to become stronger than him. This is how I was born. In comparison, the sacred cow Nandi was merely renamed. The purification laws were comprehended by myself. As for me, I am merely a tool suitable for stabilizing Tianzhu's situation. So you sought us out because you feel uncomfortable and plan to confront Tianzhu. The king of purple mist leaned in. No, that's not it. The Naga shook its head. Regardless, Tianzhu has indeed provided sufficient resources. Not all unique spiritual beasts have the qualification to touch legends. Moreover, I am certainly stronger than the earth flame worm. Most wild spiritual beasts that achieve legends on their own fall into a misunderstanding. With laws, one advances directly. Advancement equates to strength regardless of the quality of the laws. By the time they regret it, it will be too late, as the laws are the essence of legendary status. However, contracted spiritual beasts under beast tamers are different. They do not need to rush to ascend to the next realm. Because of this, most legendary spiritual beasts with beast tamers possess advanced laws. In a nation like Shenzhou, all laws of legendary spiritual beasts are advanced laws. Otherwise, it would be shameful. The golden silk spider and the mountain flame iron-eating beast, both uncontracted spiritual beasts, are also well cared for by the people of Shenzhou. Spiritual beasts are pure beings. I am here for two matters, the Naga stated calmly. First, during this little girl's stay in the Tianzhu kingdom, I will be the liaison. Second, we have obtained a bit of news. Such as, there might be a few people coming from the southeastern coastal region of Shenzhou. The Naga's tail flicked. Tianzhu's intelligence cannot compare to that of Shenzhou. But it's always good. Out of personal consideration, the two prominent figures sent to Tianzhu exchanged glances. Then they nodded in unison, picked up their beast tamer rings, and began to send messages. I do not believe that you have not received news domestically, so I request both of you to deliberately mention that this matter was raised by us from Tianzhu. Additionally, if this little girl causes some minor troubles during her time in Tianzhu, I will handle it. How does that sound? A glimmer of cunning flashed in the Naga's eyes. I think the exchanges between Shenzhou and Tianzhu can be slightly deepened. The king of diplomacy put his hands down. The exchanges between the two nations are based on the level of strength. Tianzhu can barely be considered a semi-great nation, qualifying for in-depth exchanges with the current Shenzhou alliance. Originally, Shenzhou intended to establish an embassy in Tianzhu, but that was it on our end. Some matters when it comes to discussions between countries fundamentally depend on interests and attitudes. However, Tianzhu's attitude is a bit too accommodating. They are nothing like a great nation. Tianzhu Kingdom, your emissaries have lifted the entire Deccan Plateau, lifted it up. Although currently perplexed by Tianzhu's attitude, the king of diplomacy quickly made a decision. Given Tianzhu's current attitude, there is a possibility for the two nations to establish long-term exchanges. It is even possible that through this a new international direction could be found. After the era of spiritual beasts, international exchanges have dwindled. Now only 3 great nations maintain basic exchanges and embassies. The foolish acts of the last king of diplomacy led Shenzhou Alliance's third potential diplomatic partner to choose the Eastern land. This almost directly resulted in Shenzhou Alliance not continuing to expand its diplomatic relations for nearly 30 years. If Tianzhu serves as a starting point, then at the same time the nations that can establish diplomatic relations would be on par with Tianzhu or stronger nations. For instance, the Empire of the Rising Sun, along with Lighthouse Nation and the Papal State. Some countries in Europe could gradually establish exchanges, and he has 4 years left in his term. The king of diplomacy fell into deep thought. It seems he must first determine his successor, then he can confidently head to Europe. With 4 years left in his role as king of diplomacy, during his term he will decide on which nations to establish diplomatic relations, confirm initial exchanges, and prepare subsequent diplomatic policies. Only then can he pave the way for the future of Shenzhou. Please, Senior Naga, return and have the Elephant King prepare and select suitable candidates. Proceed to the capital of Shenzhou and establish an embassy. The king of diplomacy spoke. The Naga seemed momentarily taken aback. This guardian beast of the Tianzhu kingdom flicked its tail. All right, just as the king of diplomacy said, the attitude between nations is very important. If the Tianzhu kingdom purely seeks to obtain strategic assistance from the Shenzhou alliance, they will only receive the protection of the Shenzhou alliance. The identity would be more akin to that of a suzerain and a vassal state. However, since Tianzhu is willing to share part of its own intelligence and timely inform the Shenzhou alliance, then it is no longer a relationship of suzerain and vassal. The Shenzhou alliance does not mind having one more friend. Having one more friend is much better than having another who needs protection and might stab one in the back at any time. It must be acknowledged that while the Elephant King may not care much for his own citizens, His political intuition and means are indeed those of a qualified helmsman for a nation. However, he is merely a helmsman. The Xinzhou Alliance located on the southeastern coast. The National Defense Headquarters at sea is a small island approximately 6 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide, appearing strangely as if it were a giant beast in motion. This is a Hanhai whale, a creature that has undergone 2 evolutionary advancements, both of which were massive transformations. During its first advancement, the 30-meter-long Hanhai whale grew 5 times its original size, reaching a length of 150 meters. In its second advancement, the Hanhai whale's length increased tenfold, reaching a staggering 1.5. The Hanhai whale's beastmaster talent is quite high, yet not enough to be precise. It is the kind that will never reach the legendary level in its lifetime. Therefore, to approach the threshold of quasi-legendary status, its beastmaster initiated a third advancement. This advancement is a pseudo-advancement achieved through a special evolutionary ritual amplifying the effects of the previous 2 advancements. This allowed the Hanhai whale to reach the limits of quasi-legendary status, but simultaneously, it also became trapped at that threshold for life. This was a mutual choice between the Hanhai whale and its beastmaster. In the early days of the spiritual beast era, the Xinzhou Alliance needed this power to strengthen the defense of the southeastern coastal region. Thus, even with its potential nearly exhausted, the Hanhai whale remained one of the most crucial defensive forces in the southeastern seas. To this day, this colossal creature, larger than the tide god that underwent massive evolution, floats above the East China Sea and the South China Sea. Just the part floating on the sea already resembles a small island. If fully revealed, this Hanhai island whale measures over 15 kilometers in length with a maximum width nearing 5 kilometers. It is a colossal beast capable of withstanding legendary-level combat power in a short time. And its beastmaster is Chun Daoping, the king of the Hanhai. In the illustrated guide, 2 spiritual beasts are named after the Hanhai crocodile and the Hanhai whale. These 2 spiritual beasts are nearly essential in the hands of the water element king. However, it is Chun Daoping who uses this title, which already proves a great deal. This king, over 200 years old, has been stationed in the East China Sea and the South China Sea since the mid-conflict of the spiritual beast era. To this day, it has been over 170 years. Half a day ago, the king of the Hanhai received news. Is it the Easting or the Free Federation? Dare they enter our territorial waters? By what means? Warships? Are the old relics from before the spiritual beast era resurfacing? What does it mean to have a spiritual energy warship equivalent to a top-tier king-level spiritual beast? Know the resources used for that could theoretically nurture 4 or 5 king-level spiritual beasts. Why waste that effort? Oh, it looks impressive, right? It's mightier, right? It can win the hearts of the people, right? Little Chui, tell me the truth, is that thing just a way for the researchers and military of the Free Federation to line their pockets? The first elder of Xinzhou, the Golden King, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. In today's Xinzhou, not many can call him Little Chui. The Golden King rubbed his forehead. Senior Hanhai, you. I know, take it easy. If we shatter their plans, they might just scramble to come up with something else. Besides, we have people in the Free Federation and they have people here with us. So it wouldn't be good to dismantle it directly. It would tarnish our international image. Standing on the back of the Hanhai island whale, the king of the Hanhai said, I understand. Rest assured, I will handle it appropriately. This old man, who looked similar to a seaside fisherman, hung up the call. He received his military uniform from the person next to him and put it on neatly. He casually summoned a latest-stage king-level Baiyun Jiao snake, taking himself and several nearby soldiers up into the sky. They completely unleashed the combat power of the Hanhai island whale. With a resonant whale song, the clouds above were shattered. Simultaneously, those who heard this whale song included the warship sailing 30 kilometers away towards Xinzhou's territorial waters. This was a new warship built with spiritual energy technology. It possessed king-level destructive power and defense, and could carry a large number of people across the sea. It represented the pinnacle of spiritual energy technology. So the question arises, why is this kind of spiritual energy technology gradually being phased out? Simply put, high-level spiritual technology consumes too many resources. Xinzhou's soldiers were also equipped with basic spiritual energy firearms, using spiritual energy as their power source, serving as standard weapons. This allowed an ordinary person to possess combat power against entry-level spiritual beasts and even weaker elite-level spiritual beasts. But king-level is different. King-level creations can indeed be manufactured with machinery, and then using 3, 4, or 5 times the resources to create something that is not as agile or practical. For Xinzhou, this is entirely unnecessary. After all, this country researched the grenade sniper before the spiritual beast era, embodying the ultimate in practical utilitarianism. Currently, Xinzhou has spiritual energy aircraft, spiritual energy high-speed trains, and even the Beastmaster's hand rings used by Beastmasters are based on spiritual energy technology. If not for the insufficient production of spirit stones, there would be no need for power plants nationwide. Of course, due to the development of spiritual energy technology, electricity delivery has become easier and more efficient than before. Thus, there are only 2 power plants across the nation. One is the Three Gorges Dam, and the other is the Northwest Wind Power Plant. Some areas have already begun using pure spiritual energy to provide electricity. Pragmatism, liveliness, and most importantly, prioritizing the people. The Xinzhou Alliance has always been such a nation. As for the warship that looks expensive using resources that could nurture 4 or 5 kings, the Xinzhou Alliance has lined up a row of Hanhai whales along the coast. 2 master-level Hanhai whales could easily neutralize such a warship. It is a complete waste of resources merely for show. It's just that the lords of the Free Federation are not short on this little bit of resources. At worst, the common people will suffer a bit. The king of the Hanhai scoffed, sitting atop the Baiyun Jiao snake. The old man's spiritual beasts have generally undergone a massive advancement, so the Baiyun Jiao snake beneath him is approximately over 40 meters long. In that era, massive advancement was the most convenient, fastest, and least resource-consuming method. However, this does not mean that the old man's spiritual beasts are weak. On the contrary, due to the massive advancement, the old man's spiritual beasts have not only achieved a very high level in close combat, but also reached an almost insane level of energy reserves. The energy reserve of the Hanhai Island whale is 20 to 30 times that of a quasi-legendary spiritual beast of the same level. With such a level of energy reserve, even legendary beings can be resisted. Moreover, since there is such an energy reserve, only the skill that exerts maximum force is required. The Hanhai whale clan possesses a skill called the Hanhai Cannon. It automatically adjusts the power of the skill based on the amount of spiritual energy used. So the question arises, just how much energy does the Hanhai Island whale possess? The old man stroked his chin. The Hanhai whale slightly moved its body, unexpectedly taking to the that is pure spiritual energy control of a quasi-legendary spiritual beast. On the warship of the Free Federation, the ship's captain looked up. What is going on? You don't even know it's going to rain nearby. Suddenly, there are dark clouds in the sky. Send fire element spiritual beasts to disperse these clouds. We are on a mission this time. The president said that the Xinzhou Alliance has been too arrogant after the battle with Tianzhu, and specifically sent us to suppress its arrogance. This time we are crossing directly through the East China Sea and South China Sea of the Xinzhou Alliance. On the way, we will have a chat with the nation of Tianzhu. Show the strength of the world's #1 power. Therefore, we must demonstrate sufficient strength. The general earnestly delivered a speech on the warship. The king of the Hanhai, who knew all this through his beastmaster, casually sent this information to the elders' council. Is it recorded? It is recorded. Has it been confirmed that they have entered our territorial waters? They have penetrated over 15 kilometers. Handle it on your own. The king of the Hanhai abruptly closed the beastmaster's hand ring. He whistled. Then a blue light beam descended from the sky with a diameter of about 1.5 kilometers. The source of the light beam was the gaping mouth of the Hanhai Island whale. Quasi-legendary limit Hanhai Island whale Hanhai Cannon. The old man nodded in satisfaction. The president and generals of the Free Federation are not fools. At a glance, these people are merely cannon fodder, testing the attitude of the Xinzhou Alliance. How's that for it? Diplomacy between nations works like this. If your attitude is not firm enough, you will only be seen as weak. The Free Federation has only dispatched this one warship, and it carries a single king-level beastmaster. This is not a provocation. It is a death wish. They cannot be unaware of who guards the waters of the Xinzhou Alliance. They merely seek a stance from the Xinzhou Alliance. What are you prepared to do? Meanwhile, they are trying to see if they can steer international public opinion to apply pressure on the Xinzhou Alliance. After all, the Xinzhou Alliance does not produce all resources internally, some must be imported. That is why recording is necessary. Record the movements of these individuals. Then we take action. As for that warship, it has a half-baked king-level beastmaster aboard, and a ship that is not very agile. King of the vast sea, where did this roadside rabble come from? Meanwhile, in Xinzhou, at the headquarters of the Elder Council in Kyoto, King Lu Jin rubbed his forehead. The terms of the 5 elders are completely inconsistent. A 5-year term roughly means that when the first elder takes office in the first year, the 5th elder will serve as the primary leader, and then in the second year, the 5th elder's first term will come to an end. This ensures that the old can mentor the new, guaranteeing that the newly appointed elders have someone to back them up until they possess sufficient management experience. King Lu Jin will finish 2 terms next year. If certain events occur during this period, handling them will be troublesome. After all, this year, he is the decision-maker of the Xinzhou Alliance Elder Council, and next year, he will become the 2nd elder. King Lu Jin is well aware of his current situation. As one of the leaders of the conservatives, he is more adept at handling matters cautiously. The incoming second elder, however, is a graduate of Northwest University and joined the military after graduation. He represents the radicals. While there are conflicts between the conservatives and the radicals, these conflicts are limited to strategy. King Lujin pondered and confirmed a few things. For instance, when the radicals charge ahead, the conservatives need to retain sufficient resources and backup, lest those individuals charge too fiercely. King Lujin picked up the phone. This is a dedicated video phone for the Elder Council capable of contacting most kings and legends of the Xinzhou Alliance at any time. On the other end of the line is the Qingsong monkey. In the center of the Taklamakan Desert, after nearly a month of walking, everyone finally arrived at the center point of the Taklamakan. The speed is much faster than I expected. Xiao Sui stretched his limbs. He summoned his deity dragon. The deity dragon dug a very deep hole along the way and tossed the metal signaling device he carried inside. Xiao Sui stretched lazily, seeming to relax considerably. After a month of trekking, the appearance of the group had changed significantly. Now it looked like, I understand now why you were so disheveled when I ran into you at the entrance of the college entrance examination. Yi Qiu commented. This reporter filled with ideals scratched his messy hair. Xiao Sui said little, only sat down and scratched his hair as well. We should rest for a day. And after one day, Bai Luoqing holding his fox cub asked. Marching back, there is still one thing to do. Xiao Sui stood up. We can have one last good meal. What do you mean? The others were momentarily stunned. Only Ji Fengchuan, who had mined with Xiao Sui a few times, and the Liankong king, and Li Guanjing, who understood this kid's temperament, guessed what he was planning. We walked to the center of the Taklamakan Desert. But to be honest, your willpower has not improved much. Starting tomorrow, Shushu will leave an illusion on you all. Everyone's physical quality will subconsciously be lowered to the level of an entry-level beastmaster. On this journey, every day we walk during the day, we can end the day's fatigue with good food at night. But remember, fundamentally, we are here for training. Since we are destined to be the pillars, we must endure extreme training without good food and with subpar physical conditions. This is the training method within the military, but we are a bit harsher because we are in the Taklamakan. Xiao Sui calmly observed everyone. Little Li put away the camera. The footage from the first half is sufficient. If there are any needs on the return trip, I will remind you in advance. On the way back, each person can eat and drink only what is in their backpacks. The physical quality of an entry-level beastmaster is still much stronger than that of an ordinary person. As long as resources are allocated reasonably, what I have prepared for you is more than enough. I will teach you how to allocate these resources and how to survive. How to survive in the wild. This trip to the Taklamakan, the first half, was all exploration and reconnaissance. But on the return trip, only 2 kings, and I will be responsible for the reconnaissance. You will shed your identities as members of the exploration team. From now on, you are here to take a class. Xiao Sui said earnestly. The energy paste in my backpack has given a few pieces to the fox cub. Oh, it should not last for the next month. Bai Luoqing paused for a moment and raised a question. How many pieces did you give? 5. Then you must leave the Taklamakan within 25 days, Xiao Sui said calmly. The reason why Beastmasters are the guardians of Xinzhou is that we have learned to endure what ordinary people cannot, and to learn what ordinary people dare not attempt. The next month may be quite tough, Xiao Sui paused. Of course, perhaps mental strength will be slightly. Xiao Sui had already laid it out clearly. This journey will surely bring you many benefits. It will undoubtedly help in your future careers as Beastmasters. Your choices are actually not important, because I am now the teacher. You are in class. So, what are we having for dinner tonight? Bai Luoqing said in a very serious tone. The others around him were more or less the same. Xiao Sui suddenly chuckled. In fact, this trekking method is known as the pioneer spirit. It is the most daring behavior among explorers after the age of spirit beasts. It is also the greatest act. The spirit and will of humanity allow them to stand shoulder to shoulder. Pioneers. The 3 most weighty words of the entire spirit beast era. They are responsible for seeking out those unknown regions, tasked with exploring places where no one dares to venture. To cultivate new lands, developing desolate territories. In this process, the fierce wild spirit beasts are merely part of the threat. Beyond the formidable wild spirit beasts, more importantly, there is the environment. Nature and the surroundings are the greatest enemies encountered by the pioneers on their journey. The scorching air relentlessly licked at the skin. Even with the most advanced heat-resistant gear, without the support of a high-level beastmaster, sweat continued to pour out. Thus they experienced cycles of dryness and dampness, leaving a fine layer of salt on the surface of their skin. After enduring such a day, Xiao Sui led the group to a large rock and sat down. Due to their declining physical condition, they could not travel throughout the entire day. The physical capabilities of an entry-level beast master already surpass the majority of people Xiao Sui knew from his past life. However, the current Taklamakan is even more exaggerated than before. They sat on the sand lacking the comfort of previous days. All previous living environments had been established by the fat bear upon stable rocks impervious to external threats. But now it was different. Once they each hid in the shade, Xiao Sui half-squatted and lifted a small stone slab. A moment later, he turned around to show the group the small scorpion in his hand. It is not a fire scorpion nor a sand scorpion. This scorpion exhibited no spiritual energy fluctuations. It is not a spirit beast, it is an animal. Xiao Sui paused. We generally call this the Asian desert scorpion. It can also be referred to as the striped claw scorpion, which is venomous. If startled, it will sting you with its venomous needle. In mild cases, it only causes redness and pain. However, due to a large population and the spiritual energy boost after the spirit beast era, these surviving little creatures have significantly enhanced their toxicity for hunting. They can even hunt and kill juvenile spirit beasts that have not yet reached the entry level. According to current speculation, it might take several decades, or even hundreds of years for these animals to complete their transformation from animals to spirit beasts. They will become new poisonous spirit beasts. Xiao Sui pinched the tail of the striped claw scorpion, and the venom from this scorpion could potentially kill an adult with one sting. The victim would suffer from full body pain, fever, and die in agony. More importantly, because it lacks spiritual power, or rather there is no complete spiritual power present. Beast masters have no means to detect them through spiritual awareness. However, entry-level and elite beast masters, if truly stung by this little creature, in this vast desert accompanied by heat and dehydration, they could indeed die. Xiao Sui's tone remained calm throughout. Indeed, in this world, the vast majority of animals pose little threat to beast masters. But it is only the vast majority. Poison, a force that has always existed among animal populations, still possesses the power to harm beast masters. Moreover, animals carrying these toxins are nearly everywhere across the ends of the earth. Poisonous snakes, venomous scorpions, poisonous centipedes. Each type of creature with potent toxins has the potential to injure or even kill a beast master. Beast masters are not invincible, they are not omnipotent. All safety is merely relative. This is the lesson Xiao Sui intends to impart to them. Always maintain a sense of reverence for nature as well as always retain that vigilance. He turned around and placed the little scorpion back under the stone slab. As for why the scorpion did not attack him, perhaps it is because the son of the earth. Prior to awakening his talents, Xiao Sui had an unusually high affinity with these animals. As a child visiting the zoo, those animals related to the earth would come up to him even when the zookeepers tried to stop. There was nothing particularly strange except that the tiger lounging behind the fence would also come over and nudge him with its head. As for why the tiger is also related to the earth, perhaps it is because that is the mountain lord. Xiao Sui covered the stone slab again. Learning to observe the traces left by these animals is a key point for survival in the wild. After the spirit beast era, most of the wild environments have been occupied by spirit beasts. To survive in the wild, even the thriving wild animals have mostly mastered some means of fighting for their lives against low-level spirit beasts. Black fat-tailed scorpions, striped claw scorpions, Alashan vipers, all of which are highly dangerous and not uncommon poisons within the Taklamakan. Once you neglect, and there is no antidote nearby, you will die. After you fall, the venom will decompose your body from within, while the wind and sand will gradually crush your remains from the outside. Your flesh will be consumed and cleaned by animals. Your bones will be slowly carried away by the shifting sands until they sink into the ground. Your family will receive a letter, a certificate stating that you are a martyr's family of the pioneers. The greater possibility is that you simply vanished in this desert, and thereafter your name will no longer exist in this world. Deserts, rainforests, deep canyons. There are countless places in this world that are hard to find. Every location could potentially become someone's grave. Xiao Sui spoke calmly. He sat down looking at the people before him, and after a moment of silence the youth suddenly burst into laughter. There are still more than 20 days left. We have plenty of time to talk. So who will guard the first half of the night? Xiao Sui asked. Brother. Oh, then you'll do it. Xiao Sui patted his younger brother's shoulder. Xiao Sui opened his mouth and then nodded. After a month of baptism in the desert, Xiao Sui was no longer the naive boy he once was. The environment served as the best whetstone. Xiao Sui himself had honed his skills within various mines. At the very least, compared to the beginning, this group of people had mastered the two most basic skills for survival in the wild: falling asleep within seconds and maintaining a certain level of vigilance during sleep. Deep sleep in the wild is a luxury. For a qualified explorer, one must fall asleep the moment they lie down. While asleep, they must also maintain sufficient vigilance, waking immediately at the slightest hint of danger or sound. By this point, one becomes a qualified explorer. As for whether one can become a qualified pioneer, Xiao Sui glanced at his younger brother sitting by the fire. That remains to be seen. It depends on how much this group can achieve in the next 20 days. It was the 4th day of reduced physical abilities without the use of space bracelets. The scorching desert had already taught everyone a lesson. Even the best equipment showed signs of wear after a month in such an environment. A suit worth over 1 million alliance coins was quite remarkable for protecting a person intact for over a month amidst the winds and sands of the Taklamakan. This was the Taklamakan after the era of spirit beasts, where the winds and sands were even more exaggerated than before. Fortunately, a spare coat had been prepared in the backpack, and everyone sheltered under the sand and stones to change into new clothes. Feeling the long-lost coolness, they continued forward. Do not be stingy with your spiritual energy. Even the spiritual energy of a beginner beastmaster can block out some things. Control your spiritual energy, wrapping it around yourself little by little. Achieve perfection just like this. Xiao Sui extended her hand, a thin layer of spiritual gauze appearing on it. Spiritual gauze, a basic skill at the master level. Li Yuqian instinctively glanced at his second grandfather. Li Guanxing twitched his mouth. Ignore his nonsense, this thing is quite rare even among the master level crowd. Typically, only those at the king level are qualified to master this level of spiritual control. Li Yuqian subconsciously sighed in relief. Then he glanced at the two people beside him. Ji Fengshun's gauze was slightly thicker, while Bai Lusen's spiritual gauze looked almost indistinguishable from Xiao Sui. Li Yuqian, give it a try, it's not difficult. It should be no problem for you. Xiao Sui patted Li Yuqian. Conceal the sharpness of the swordsman. Let your spirit beast assist you. Li Yuqian was taken aback, but nodded. He concentrated, trying to gather a thin layer of spiritual energy in his palm. He thought about having his spirit beast assist him. The dusty sky sword behind him responded to its beast master and flew up, instantly puncturing the layer of spiritual energy. Li Yuqian. The person and the sword exchanged glances, finally sharing a helpless smile. Let's just attack and not defend, Li Yuqian muttered softly. Old man Li Guanxing was equally troubled by this. The spiritual control of the 3 old men was actually lacking. Even after practicing for 70 or 80 years, they still fell short in Xiao Sui's eyes. To be precise, they only passed when facing water. If their spiritual control and talents were up to par, the 3 old men might have already reached the king level. After all, the realms before the master level mostly tested the spirit beasts. Only at the king level would both the beast master and the spirit beast be put to the test. Among everyone, the one who mastered it the fastest from nothing was Xiao Sui. The speed at which his younger brother grasped the technique was even faster than he had imagined. While Chen Xia at the elite level could only gather spiritual energy into a shield as solid as steel, Xiao Sui had already formed a flowing layer of spiritual gauze the thickness of a coin. By the time Chen Xia finally condensed his spiritual energy into heavy armor, Xiao Sui had successfully formed a spiritual gauze identical to Ji Fengshun's. A bit thicker, consuming more spiritual energy, but completely sufficient. Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. Was this kid's talent already comparable to his own back then? Xiao Sui, indeed, with an outstanding brother like me as a role model, this kid is progressing rapidly. As long as it can cover, you can continue moving forward. Sighing, Xiao Sui realized he couldn't expect everyone to learn all at once. Moreover, 2 of them here were not beast masters. What do you mean by Xiao Li already being able to cover the camera with a layer of spiritual gauze? What do you mean by Yi Qiuyu already being able to cover the microphone with a layer of spiritual gauze? Xiao Sui fell into deep thought again. Have you 2 really not considered becoming beast masters? Are you really at the extraordinary level without any awakened talent? Talent is not a necessary prerequisite for becoming a high-level beast master. However, talent serves as a stepping stone. Among 10 beast masters, perhaps only 1 awakens their talent at the extraordinary level. Only beast masters who have awakened their talents can be considered geniuses. Those unique abilities provide the greatest support for their continued cultivation. As far as we know, neither Xiao Li nor Yi Qiuyu has awakened any talent. So why is their control over spiritual energy so strong? I don't know, it wasn't this smooth before. But it seems we received some blessing at the Qianwang Temple. And then our control over spiritual energy improved. Even my East Wind Falcon felt a significant recovery in its core during that time. Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. The one residing in the Qianwang Temple was the previous generation of Tide God, not the real Qianwang. It seems you received a bit of the Tide God's blessing. Brother Xiao Li probably received even greater blessings, as the Earth Marsh Frog has water attributes. Let me see your East Wind Falcon and Earth Marsh Frog. Xiao Sui spoke. They had already sat down to rest in a certain spot. Yi Qiuyu drew a contract formation in the air. The east wind falcon flew out of it. Standing over 3 meters tall with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters, it was a typical medium to large spirit beast. Xiao Sui gestured for everyone to lower their heads, and then patted the feathers of the east wind falcon, knocking gently on its beak. The water-type energy is abundant concealed within its body. When you reach the master level, you can try guiding the east wind falcon to develop along the water and wind attribute path. In other words, augmenting a secondary attribute. If needed, find a white cloud Xiao snake and learn its. Most white cloud Xiao snakes will gain wind attributes after advancing and evolving. By then attach a name to the Environmental Bureau, and after the documentary is released you'll see what I mean. Just go find your principal. Principal Chi won't mind teaching you. The water control of this earth marsh seems to be inherently high. Xiao Sui patted the earth marsh frog's muscular body. Don't tell me it came from washing dishes. Maybe. Xiaoli replied, scratching his head a bit shyly. Indeed, we received a part of the blessing. That's a legendary level blessing. Though it's a half-baked legend, it is still a legendary level blessing. Unlike the legendary level blessings we usually see, the tide god actually has a land under his control, so the effects of the blessing are different. This is probably the reason for your rapid improvement in talent. After returning, try to see if you can break through to the master level. The master level and extraordinary level are entirely different realms. Xiao Sui said seriously. At the very least, after reaching the master level, you can basically live to be 120. Additionally, the subsidies available at the master level are considerably greater. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and added. Both of their eyes lit up at the same time. The Beastmaster Association will also provide housing. It is well known that the Xinzhou Alliance has always provided excellent benefits for beast tamers. Not only is there a monthly subsidy, but also distinct housing benefits. Elite-level beast tamers receive discounts when purchasing villas. Well, only for villas. This is because elite-level beast tamers usually have at least 3 spirit beasts, and spirit beasts require a larger living space. To ensure adequate space for beast tamers, the Xinzhou Alliance has prepared 2 completely different benefits for the populace. For ordinary people, the prices for apartments and high-rise buildings have been reduced. For elite-level beast tamers, the price of purchasing villas has also been lowered. Essentially, this encourages ordinary people to buy spacious apartments and encourages elite-level beast tamers to buy villas with yards where they can release their spirit beasts. For ordinary people who are not beast tamers, spacious apartments are evidently more comfortable and convenient with a higher cost-performance ratio. For master-level beast tamers, the Xinzhou Alliance directly provides them with housing. This matter is entirely handled by the Beast Tamer Association, which coordinates with every master-level beast tamer. However, this is normal. It's worth noting that in the entire Xinjiang city, there are only about 200 registered master-level beast tamers. With 200 master-level beast tamers, each receiving 1 house, is something the Beast Tamer Association can afford. They even provide housing for extraordinary-level beast tamers with good talent or special contributions. How about this? You go back and file a report, and I will apply for you. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and said, I'll call old man Li Pingji later. This should resolve the matter. After all, when you were in Xinjiang, having me and King Liuhua with you played a significant role. Yi Qi's eyes remained bright. Xiao Li, the cameraman, kept his eyes bright. Xiao Sui shifted her gaze away from the 2 glaring lights. We will head northeast. Once we leave the Taklamakan Desert, we won't be far from where we initially entered. There are 2 routes, one is short and the other is long. The route we are currently taking back is likely the path most explorers take to enter the Taklamakan, while the route we came from is mostly closed off and primarily used by the military. Xiao Sui pointed at the map. Just then her beast tamer wristband suddenly beeped. King Hanshan sent over 2 images. 986 Snow Lotus 97's Hanshan Stone. Exaggerated, no wonder they grew up on Tianshan Mountain, the ice-type king. Xiao Sui nodded in satisfaction. In less than a month, King Hanshan managed to find such top-notch materials on Tianshan. Your marsh lotus is currently being taken care of by my brother. Old man Li Guanjing added as he approached. After we return, the first evolution of Aowang Long and the first evolution of Hahuxiang can be put on. Xiao Sui nodded in satisfaction. Hahuxiang has already reached the entry level. At this stage, the power of the first phase has basically reached its limit, and if it doesn't evolve soon, it might lead to permanent loss. Xiao Sui took out an energy paste and quickly consumed it. She then turned back to look at the crowd behind her. They'll keep watch tonight. You all should rest first. Xiao Sui said calmly. Tianzhu Qixing City Xinzhou Alliance Embassy. King Zio stroked his chin, looking quite satisfied as he gazed at the embassy before him. The girl pushed open the door. The embassy was built temporarily, established personally by Nandi, the holy cow and guardian beast of Tianzhu. The main materials used were rocks condensed by Nandi. More importantly, these materials were purified due to Nandi's purification principles. Very clean. King Zio waved his hand, and 3 spirit beasts appeared beside him. The jade capybara water poison at the early king level. The purple golden spider poison illusion at the middle king level. The green lotus snake poison wood at the late king level. King Xiao only had 3 king level spirit beasts while the others had not yet broken through to king level. Their status was similar to that of King Liuhua. Among them, the green lotus snake was the strongest. The green lotus snake has a flower-like pattern on its head. The deeper the color of the pattern, the stronger the toxins it possesses. King Xiu's green lotus snake had a deep purple flower on its head. This implies that although King Xiu is merely a novice king and part of the younger generation, that control this green lotus snake has overtoxins likely rivals that of quasi-legendary poison-type spirit beasts. These materials with purification principles can to some extent isolate toxins, Naga said with a complex expression. Additionally, for a long time to come, I will also be residing here. The current Ganges water is at least safe enough not to kill anyone, Naga said somewhat helplessly. Please refrain from causing too much trouble. Naga felt that the decision to create this embassy was made too hastily. After all, no one expected that Shinjo would send a time bomb over a poison-type king, and a poison-type king who loves to experiment. No one understands the potential trouble a poison-type king can cause better than a legendary poison-type. If left unchecked, an experimental poison-type king might very well create chaos in Qixing City. King Xiu nodded seriously. By the way, Naga, what brings you here today? It can't just be for casual conversation, right? King Xiang wouldn't be. Or are you planning to take action against me now that my uncle and the others have left? A small test tube appeared in King Xiu's hand. Inside the test tube was purple poison. Put it back, put it back. Naga's tail tapped the ground. Don't worry, this little poison isn't meant for spreading. King Xiu calmly tilted the test tube and poured its contents into the jade capybara's mouth. I'm not so bored as to start tossing poison into Qixing City right now. So tell me, Naga Senior, what brings... Someone wants to see you. Naga returned to the earlier topic. So who is it? To be precise, they don't want to see you, they want to see someone from Shenzhou. King Xiang cannot and will not stop them because the visitor is from the Free Federation. King Xiu put away the test tube, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what does someone from the Free Federation want with me? Or are you saying that your Tianzhu kingdom has reached some kind of deal with the Free Federation? They want to keep me here. After all, I'm just an ordinary king, right? When delegates of the Xiao Federation stepped into the embassy, Xiao Tianwang was seated on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other. What business does your nation have with me? After all, your warship was only just utterly sunk for violating our territorial waters. Under such circumstances, your nation would normally seek out the senior officials of the Shenzhou alliance through diplomatic channels to discuss the matter. Yet you come to me instead, or it seems you hope to use me as a lever of threat against Shenzhou. The Xiao Federation diplomat cast a glance at Xiao Tianwang. They had indeed entertained that idea. After all, among their ranks were 4 first-echelon Tianwang. Exerting some pressure would not have been difficult. They did not believe Xiangwang would rigidly defend Shenzhou. But they abandoned the notion now, probably because a crimson gold lion lay crouched at Xiao Tianwang's side. The Qijin Swanee quasi-legendary. It was plainly the guardian left by the one once titled Qijin Tianwang, now styled the diplomatic Tianwang, a heavyweight of Shenzhou, to protect his niece. The diplomatic Tianwang was a textbook veteran quasi-legendary beastmaster commanding 2 quasi-legend spirit beasts and 4 Tianwang-level spirit beasts. To guarantee his niece's safety, he had left his ace. Even among quasi-legend spirit beasts, this Qijin Swanee ranked in the upper tier. It could match the bear of Fanshan Tianwang almost evenly. In such a situation, the Xiao Federation diplomats immediately understood they must show deference. Plan A was aborted. The diplomatic official smiled and stepped forward. How could it be otherwise, Your Excellency Xiao Tianwang? You possess such charm. Your title and our nation's name are curiously alike. In Shenzhou's speech, both speak of liberty. I am Smith, you may address me simply as Smith. The Xiao Federation comes seeking your friendship. Might Miss Xiao grant us the honor of dinner? Xiao Tianwang. The girl, casual to the point of nonchalance, rose and took Smith's hand. As you see, the Shenzhou alliance does not object to forming ties with the Xiao Federation, as in the past we have maintained exchanges with your nation. Notably, Smith had spoken in the Shenzhou tongue. Xiao Tianwang answered in the Xiao Federation's common language. Great power diplomacy. Xiao Tianwang was young and had entered the diplomatic corps via the path of a Tianwang, yet her professional caliber was rock solid. Because Smith had used Shenzhou language as a token of goodwill, Xiao Tianwang ought to reciprocate with corresponding courtesy. As for everything that happened over the Eastern Sea, what concerned them now? Xiao Tianwang looked at Smith with calm eyes. Will you not let go of my hand? Forgive me, Miss Xiao, your skin is so fine that I was momentarily distracted, Smith said, withdrawing his hand with a smile. His tone carried a lewd undertone, an irritating audacity. At the next instant, the Qijin Swanee behind them rose and shook its massive head. A deep lion roar reverberated within the embassy. Xiao Tianwang wiped her hand with a wet wipe. It seems the Xiao Federation's attitude is not particularly gracious. If that is the case, Xinzhou's response will not be gracious either. Qijin, see them out. See them off. At once a roar sounded close to their ears. Golden energy flared, and in an instant those men vanished from the embassy interior. Smith clenched his fist. When Xinzhou sends envoys abroad, no Tianwang ever uses a private name, for every Tianwang believes that when they travel, they bear the face of the nation. Only true friends may be granted a personal name and a different form of address. Smith had committed a grave. Half a day earlier, after their arrival in Tianzhu, Xiangwang had arranged the highest-tier reception and assigned the nation's female Tianwangs to receive them. He had even tacitly permitted the visitors to lay hands on that high-caste female Tianwang. But that was Tianzhu, not the Xinzhou alliance. Smith had instinctively treated the Xinzhou envoy as if she were in Tianzhu, even speaking to Xiao Tianwang in a teasing, provocative tone. If this were exposed, the Xiao Federation would likely be condemned. Smith thought it inconsequential. Xiao Tianwang was a young woman. Young women care greatly for their reputations. But he had fallen into a mistaken train of thought. Xiao Tianwang was a consummate diplomat, and such a matter could be amplified. They had spoken in the embassy hall provided by Tianzhu, which was under surveillance. Smith had deliberately gripped Xiao Tianwang's hand, his words laced with derision. In the exchanges between nations, any act can become a lever. Moreover, the whole thing had been recorded, an act plainly imbued with contempt. If that footage were released at home, with context clarified, the netizens would tear into the Xiao Federation. How dare he molest our diplomat? Xiao Tianwang copied the surveillance and forwarded it to her maternal uncle. She also sent a voice message: "Uncle, someone laid hands on me." The diplomatic Tianwang, having just returned home, found the voice message odd at first. In Tianzhu, if anyone dared touch his niece Xiangwang, would likely have crushed them instantly. Xiang Wang's political instinct would not do anything foolish. Then he opened the surveillance clip and watched Smith invite Xiao Tianwang to dinner in a taunting tone. He watched Smith clutch her hand and refuse to release it. Then, after letting go, comment on how fine her skin. The diplomatic Tianwang immediately sent the video to the first elder, then activated his Beastmasters band to contact Xiangwang. When Xiangwang opened the document, the header read Xinzhou Alliance Foreign Ministry. He thought it might be an official communique. Inside were only 5 words: "Deal with it as you see fit." The document bore 3 seals: the Xinzhou Alliance Foreign Ministry, the Xinzhou Alliance Beastmaster Association, and the Xinzhou Alliance Elders Council. Xiangwang broke into a cold sweat. Hastening over, Naga confirmed Xiao Tianwang was temporarily safe, and at last came to Xiang Wang's side. Someone from the Xiao Federation attempted to molest the Xinzhou Alliance's envoy. Xiangwang, what? Before the Spirit Beast era, officials within the Xiao Federation possessed considerable political acuity, or at least they did not make such crude blunders. After the Spirit Beast era, the Xiao Federation, like many nations, came to worship strength above all. The problem was that it had been built upon merchants and narrow interests. As a result, many officials appointed after the Spirit Beast era lacked sufficient political sophistication. Such men were typically not entrusted with weighty posts or major diplomatic missions. Smith was precisely such a man. He had no qualification to establish relations with the Xinzhou Alliance. The wiser echelons of the Xiao Federation would not have allowed it. Yet he could be sent to Tianzhu, for that posting would bolster the Xiao Federation's veneer of prestige, and they had forgotten that the Xinzhou Alliance had only recently established an embassy in Tianzhu, and they had forgotten that any Xiao Federation delegation to Tianzhu could not avoid paying respects to the Xinzhou Alliance's envoy. No matter what the Tianzhu kingdom does, we will send a legendary figure to the Free Federation. The first elder made his choice. Or rather, this was not a choice at all, but a decision that had to be made. Xinzhou Alliance, how about you try being conservative one more time? The Golden King wiped his sweat, confirming what to do next. There is another way. My remaining term is less than a year, and now it's late September. My term ends in May next year. I will personally visit the Free Federation. The Golden King squinted. Having played it safe all my life, I must take a bold step at least once. Xiao Sui, calm down. On the other end of the video call, a blue ape calmly peeled an apple. There's no need to be so anxious. That old frog alone is more than enough. You don't need to move. If a near-legendary figure truly goes to provoke others, you might not come back. The only one in the Free Federation who can stand up to the old frog is a certain individual. If that guy takes action, do you think our side can withstand it? Protecting one's own is a tradition passed down through generations. The blue ape took a bite of the apple and spoke calmly. I now have reasonable doubts. The Free Federation has grasped some unknown power, sending over a few fools repeatedly wanting to challenge. They want to intimidate us. How about this? Let's go over the mountains. The old frog will join us along with the one on the Qingzong Plateau. The blue ape casually tossed the apple core aside. Can the one from Qingzong come down? The golden king frowned. Do not doubt the allure of the child of the earth. The blue ape paused. Shan Yin seriously considered becoming Xiao Sui contracted spirit beast. They are not the children of attributes. They are merely representatives of an element itself. When will the child of the metal attribute appear? You will know. The blue ape waved his hand. Or when you grasp the laws, you will see part of it. By the way, what response has Tianzhu given? The blue ape asked. The golden king nodded. The elephant king is a wise man. Very wise. His political instincts are among the best in the world. After learning about the actions of the Free Federation, he did two things. First, he confirmed with the Xinzhou alliance whether they would mind if this matter was made public. Second, after confirmation, he quickly sent the video and the details of the incident to all countries he could contact. Admitting the weakness of the Tianzhu kingdom being deceived and oppressed by the Free Federation and expressing apologies to Xinzhou. Complaining to the international community about the rudeness and frivolity of the Free Federation. Then a complete capitulation to the Xinzhou alliance. The Elephant King, I can't even tell who is closer or... The Elephant King knew very well that once Tianzhu faced destruction and invasion from the Genesis Society, the only ones who could arrive in time and have the power to save them were the Xinzhou alliance. The strength of the Mountain King is no weaker than his, and even more destructive. However, Xinzhou can mobilize 8 or 9 of such combat power at once. 8 or 9. And they are very close. Such thick thighs, if we don't seize this opportunity to hug them, what are we waiting for? The Elephant King even felt a bit disdainful of that Jia. Feeling that Jia was not effective at all, he directly could have slaughtered those from the Free Federation, and wouldn't Tianzhu have been completely tied to the big ship of the Xinzhou alliance. That Jia stated that if he really had to take action at that time. The Purple Ghost King had a near-legendary crimson golden Qilin behind him. Honestly, it seemed that both the Qilin and the Purple Ghost King subconsciously did not move, just wanting to see how foolish the guy from the Free Federation was. The Elephant King sat in the palace, raising his head. Has anyone responded to us? Yes, said the minister beside him. Oh, so soon. Just 10 minutes have passed, and a country has already responded to us. Is it the White Bear Kingdom? The White Bear Kingdom has always had a good relationship with the Xinzhou alliance. No, it is the Sun Never Sets Kingdom. Her Majesty the Queen has personally stepped in to make a statement. The Elephant King looked at the statement from the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Kingdom. Our national guardian beast, the Crimson Flame, Holy King Knight, believes the actions of the Free Federation lack any chivalry. A queen of a country accompanied by the royal guardian half-stepping into the realm above legends, the Crimson Flame, Holy King Knight, stands in support. The implications behind this are clear to the Elephant King. The Elephant King remains silent for a moment. It seems that the Sun Never Sets Kingdom has been displeased with the Free Federation for a long time. What does Xinzhou say? The Xinzhou alliance did not directly state. The minister began to speak. Only the current supreme commander of the National Defense Navy of Xinzhou, Mr. Chun Daoping, the king of the vast sea. The minister stammered. The current minister of foreign affairs of the Xinzhou alliance, the king of diplomacy. And the current first elder of the Xinzhou alliance elder council. The three individuals liked this statement, using their personal accounts. After a century of spirit beasts, the countries established a special online platform to convey messages among beast tamers. The announcement from the Sun Never Sets Kingdom has not yet been released. It was merely the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Kingdom who directly made this statement using the national account. The official account of the Xinzhou alliance did not come into play. Then a few individuals with the most significant external identities in the Xinzhou alliance uniformly liked it. By the way, Your Majesty, another person also liked it. Who? The Grand Marshal of the White Bear Kingdom. The Elephant King remained silent for a moment. Who is currently managing my personal account? Go give a like to the statement made by Her Majesty the Queen of the Sun Never Sets. The Taklamakan Desert. Having traveled for a full half-month without relying on external forces, the group was now leaning against a stone. It was precisely the hottest part of the afternoon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting down scorching and deadly light. The sand was already hot enough to boil a delicious egg. Xiao Sui was surveying the few people in front of him. I thought someone would break down or collapse at this point, Xiao Sui said. The elderly Li Guanqing sitting beside him raised an eyebrow. Not a chance. After all, this group of little ones dared to follow you here, which proves a lot. Speaking of which, Xiao Sui, why are you even suppressing my physical capabilities? Grandpa Guanqing, how many more years do you have to do something for Xinzhou? Xiao Sui answered the question with a question. Li Guanqing was silent for a moment. 20 years. In 20 years, I wonder what can be accomplished. Xiao Sui patted the sand off his pants. So, I want to test you. Your current physical condition. Can you go to Qingzong? Li Guanqing raised his head. On the 17th day of walking without relying on external forces, the pace of travel surpassed his initial expectations. In fact, having adapted to the desert environment, his speed increased even further. Abandoning all distractions while traversing the desert, he focused solely on three priorities: survival, avoiding danger, and continuing to walk. By concentrating on these three aspects, his efficiency and progress doubled. Xiao Sui looked at the map in his hands. He had noted down the secret realms, small spirit beast groups, and minor sandstorm clusters encountered along the way. The map, gifted by the Qian royal clan, only marked large spirit beast groups. Those without kings or quasi-legendary status were simply not worth the attention of the Qian royal clan. He had collected 61 pieces of soil crystal mother stones. Unfortunately, these were managed by the research department, not the environmental bureau. Otherwise, he could have extorted a bit. Xiao Sui sighed. However, with this accumulation of points, he should be able to prepare for a king level up. He still needed to save up, as he now had 5 spirit beasts to care for. Ignoring them wouldn't be wise. Raising 5 children is truly exhausting, he muttered quietly. Xiao Sui quietly complained. He raised his hand, releasing his Huhu elephant. In reality, the Taklamakan desert post the spirit beast era was far from comfortable. The strength of a novice beast master entering this place was almost tantamount to seeking death. If it weren't for the 2 kings consistently releasing their aura to deter high-level spirit beasts, their current team would have likely been overrun by high-level spirit beasts from who knows where. The temperature difference between day and night in the Taklamakan desert was extreme, making even novice spirit beasts feel uncomfortable. Every night, while keeping watch, Xiao Sui would release the Huhu elephant and the day's dragon to ensure that the temperature around everyone remained within a suitable range. Xiao Sui sighed. You're still too soft-hearted, Xiao Sui, the Sky Ripper King remarked, puffing on a cigarette. In our era, we had none of these luxuries. At worst, they could die outside. Xiao Sui's expression turned strange. Senior Sky Ripper, let's not mention others, but would you dare let old Master Guanging die outside? Once you say that, it feels like you might be slapped to death. The Sky Ripper King. Do you believe I won't give you a slap? The Sky Ripper King sighed. Do you really want to take old Master Guanging to Qinghai, Tibet? You know about my mission, right? Xiao Sui took out a piece of jerky from his pocket. He adhered to the principle of not using spatial bracelets. This jerky was swiped from Liu Chen. After taking a bite of the jerky, Xiao Sui confirmed once again that old Master Guanging's culinary skills were not great. He could only gnaw the jerky clean. In the desert, it was already fortunate to find something edible. Xiao Sui, come to Bashu in a while. The Flowing Fire King suddenly approached. Before you head to Qinghai, Tibet, swing by Bashu. Senior Sister Yanqi prepared a cocoon for you as a thank you for what you did last time. The cocoon of the Qingyan Fire Butterfly. Xiao Sui was taken aback and looked up. The Qingyan Fire Butterfly was the special spirit beast previously contracted by the Flowing Fire King. This type of spirit beast currently only existed in Bashu and was of extraordinary caliber. More importantly, the cocoon of the Qingyan Fire Butterfly was nearly perfect material for fire-type spirit beasts. It's from Senior Sister Yenkai's own Qingyan Fire Butterfly left behind after its evolution. It was already extraordinary during its evolution, making it ideal for your day's dragon. This is truly a grand gift. Xiao Sui rubbed his hands together. When will I go? After we return to Northwest University, you can come with me to Bashu. Sounds good. Xiao Sui nodded earnestly. The cultivation speed of spirit beasts in the hands of high-level beast masters was entirely different. Although it had only been half a year since nurturing the day's dragon, had already reached the mid-elite level. At this point, it was ready for its second evolution. In fact, if it weren't for being in the Taklamakan desert, and Huhu Elephant having devoured the snow lotus, Huhu Elephant's first evolution would have already been scheduled. After I return, I'll first deal with Huhu Elephant's first evolution, and then follow you all to Bashu. Once we return from Bashu, we will head to Qinghai, Tibet. Fortunately, we are moving fairly quickly, otherwise there wouldn't be enough time. We need to set off by the end of November. Xiao Sui rubbed his forehead. By the way, who else is going to Qinghai, Tibet with you? The Sky Ripper King suddenly asked. Mimu Tsinyan and Shendong, whom I need to test. Who else? Xiao Sui counted on his fingers. Additionally, there's the guardian of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau who is both ice and earth-based, he explained. So the assessment will likely relate to ice and earth elements. Xiao Sui paused. Therefore, I still don't know who else is coming. Let me offer you a suggestion, the Sky Ripper King suddenly started. Actually, you could try bringing Bai Luochang. No, Bai Luochang is returning to Jiangnan University to study swordsmanship. Xiao Sui shook his head. Moreover, I don't plan to bring the same few people this time to Qinghai, Tibet. After all, everyone has just finished an adventure. Xiao Sui pointed to himself. Not everyone can adapt to such high-intensity actions like I can. Then I have a suggestion as well, Old Master Guanging chimed in. When did you wake up, Old Master? How about bringing that Xia kid along again? In that case I will continue to follow you, Old Master Guanging said with a smile. Xiao Sui, Grandpa Guanging, am uncertain whether your physical condition can withstand the climate of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau post-spirit beast era is indeed a bit exaggerated. Currently the majority of the inhabitants are Tibetans. After observing these past few days, can't you tell? Li Guanging raised an eyebrow. It's sufficient, but it might be quite exhausting. Xiao Sui, do you think too little of the old man? Old Master Guanging patted Xiao Sui on the shoulder. If that's the case, we have another option. Xiao Sui suddenly spoke up, pointing into the distance. A grayish line was gradually approaching. See what? Old Master Guanging frowned. Let's see if we can outrun a sandstorm. What do you think? Outrunning a sandstorm. What a strange expression this is. Old man Li Guanxing looked at the sandstorm behind him, then glanced at the drowsy individuals being called awake one by Xiao Sui. The old man suddenly laughed. Tell me, how do we outrun this sandstorm? Literally, old man. This sandstorm is different from the previous ones. There are no spirit beasts in it, nor are there the sand-dwelling dragons we have encountered several times. I will lead the way at the front. Then we will rush forward until we leave the desert. We need to run every day faster than the sandstorm. The longer we run, the longer we can rest. We will keep running. Xiao Sui grinned. So everyone can start running now. Keep up. Old man Li Guanxing remained silent for a moment. Everyone in the team was staring at Xiao Sui. What on earth is this guy saying? Only King Laikong nodded. Xiao Sui is still as he has always been. When he led the team back, then it was like this, and now it is still the same. It has a characteristic of the mountain scaling lineage. Come on, everyone, let's start running. Xiao Sui rubbed his hands and stood at the front. He put on goggles and began a rapid march. Senior Laikong, did you know Xiao Sui would do this? Li Yuchen asked softly. Yes. King Laikong nodded. The route he is leading you on is not one a mere exploration team should take. Northwest University has something called the Pioneer Medal. Those who receive this medal will become figures respected by all students of Northwest University. Since the establishment of the school over 100 years ago, only about 300 medals have been awarded. Those eligible to award the Pioneer Medal are called Pioneer Vanguards. Xiao Sui is one of them. King Laikong paused. Currently there are fewer than 10 people at Northwest University who can be called Pioneer Vanguards. Even not every king has it. If you can truly outrun this sandstorm, it means Xiao Sui has recognized you, and you will indeed be able to obtain a Pioneer Medal. Do you know what the Pioneer Medal is good for? King Laikong was silent for a moment. You are students of Northwest University, and the 3 old men or 4 old men have left you with quite a lot. But for others, the Pioneer Medal represents a permanent friendship from Northwest University, from all explorers and pioneers of Northwest University. At any time, at any place, as long as you present such a medal, the local members of Northwest University will help you. This is something every graduate of Northwest University must know. We respect every pioneer. We respect everyone who seeks new life for Xinzhou and humanity from harsh environments. King Laikong quickened his pace. They followed closely behind the youth leading the way. That youth wearing goggles charged through the sand and wind. King Laikong did not deliberately finish his words. For example, the Pioneer Medal requires one to traverse the Taklamakan Desert as the first explorer, completing the feat of opening a new era, allowing humanity's footsteps to once again tread upon the desolation. Such a deed must undergo the final test before qualifying for the Pioneer Medal. So what exactly is a Pioneer Vanguard? Li Yuchen did not know. Ji Fengshun was equally unclear. Bai Luoqing felt as if his legs were no longer his own. Only the cameraman Xiao Li and Yi Qiuyu, the 2 latecomers, diligently followed behind. War reporters still hold too much authority. King Laikong looked at Xiao Sui, who was leading the way. To do what others cannot do, to be where others cannot reach, is to be a pioneer. This powerful king shook his head and chuckled softly. Everyone's pace quickened, but none of them noticed. As their speed increased, a strange aura seemed to rise within them. The illusion cast by the mouse which suppressed their powers was gradually dissipating. This was not deliberate. The illusion itself was a shackle used to bind their will and inner thoughts. Only the growth of their own spirit and will could unlock their power. Suppose a person's spirit is restricted at this moment, adding a burden. What will happen when the burden is lifted? King Laikong observed the group, sprinting wildly. He turned his head to look back for a moment. The eastern wind falcon, with a wingspan of only 20 meters beside him, had disappeared at some point. In the north, towards the foot of Tianshan Mountain, the largest wind power plant in Xinzhou was in that direction. A streak of light was speeding towards them. Naturally, there were no high-level spirit beasts within the sandstorm, but there were some in the desert. Those beings blinded by their instinct to plunder are the disaster beasts of this era. They were sniffing the scent of the child of the earth as they made their way over. Under these circumstances, King Lai Kong patted the shoulder of King Lu Hua. I leave the safety of the team to you. They'll deal with the problems outside the team. The team was running under the knights. At this moment, the strongest member of the team had fallen behind. Xiao Sui naturally knew what King Lai Kong was about to do. He wholeheartedly trusted this veteran king. After all, that little eastern wind falcon had already returned to take over his father's post. So now at the Taklamakan, the team gradually disappeared from King Lai Kong's line of sight. A massive eastern wind falcon akin to a rock landed beside King Lai Kong. It has been many years since we fought side by side. Although I must admit your name was a bit hastily chosen by me back then. King Lai Kong extended his hand and rested it on the feathers of the eastern wind falcon. Right, northwest wind. The eastern wind falcon, named Northwest Wind, responded with irritation. The sandstorm swept past them, continuing its pursuit. Opposite the two of them, there were a dozen sand-dwelling dragons. All were in a state of rage. One injured quasi-legendary beast, one uninjured quasi-legendary beast, 5 kings, and 7 quasi-kings. That guy Lai Shan didn't clean up well back then. Northwest Wind. Lai Kong. King Lai Kong commanded. The gaze of the eastern wind falcon grew sharper. King Lai Kong's Gale Butterfly emerged from the contract space, took a glance, then shrank back. Gale Butterfly with the boss here, what's the point of me coming out? The eastern wind falcon, with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters beside King Lai Kong, suddenly flapped its wings. In the next moment, the sky seemed to rip open a crack. It was the clouds torn apart by the wind. Running is an instinct that exists from the moment a being is born. This inherent instinct has but 2 elements. One is the desire to live. The other is courage. Courage to run towards ferocious beasts. Courage to run towards disaster. To run for protection, for dignity, for salvation. If you ever feel lost within, perhaps you should take a run around. That way you will have little energy left to feel lost. Xiao Sui Shenzhou Alliance. So how much longer must we run? This question was unclear as to who asked it. I don't know, perhaps we just keep running until we escape the desert. This response was equally unclear as to who answered. Yet everyone's footsteps did not halt. Old man Li Guanxing even felt that the bottleneck he hadn't moved from in years seemed to have loosened a bit. The old man ran behind the crowd, inspecting his own body, until their speed began to increase. Soon 2 elite little ones could no longer keep up. Shushu with one hand carrying one brought Chen Xia and Xiao Sui along with the main group, casually tossing both onto the back of the Yao dragon. Shushu sighed in relief. If not for his psychic power, carrying them would be. Well, actually carrying the 2 wasn't much of a problem, it just didn't look good. Shushu returned to lying on top of Xiao Sui's head. Xiao Sui glanced back. The shackles on Xiao Sui and Chen Xia had fully unraveled. Their aura had forcefully surged up a level. More importantly, this type of training was crucial for their foundation. A slight smile appeared on Xiao Sui's lips. He accelerated once more. Half an hour later, 2 more individuals had joined on the back of the Yao dragon. They were Yi Qiuyu and the cameraman Xiao Li. The Yao dragon felt a bit overwhelmed. It had never carried so many before. At this moment, even the slowest among them understood one thing. They were getting faster. Compared to the speed when they first entered the Taklamakan desert, their current speed was practically indistinguishable from that of a vehicle speeding down the highway. Theoretically speaking, a master-level Beastmaster could only run up to a maximum of 100 kilometers per hour. Beastmasters are not known for their physical prowess, and master-level Beastmasters have yet to undergo a true qualitative change. The only ones still in a relatively relaxed state were Ji Fengchuan, Xiao Sui, and Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian, due to his innate swordsman talent, maintained a high level of training. Xiao Sui and Ji Fengchuan benefited from their innate talents that enhanced their physique. Meanwhile, by Luoqing, with similar enhancements. A certain white-haired youth carrying a yellow little fox on his shoulder struggled to keep up. Why is your physique so weak? Didn't I remember that every time a spirit beast merges, it enhances the Beastmaster's physique? My physique is not weak. The white-haired youth retorted indignantly. It's far beyond the norm for a master-level Beastmaster. How am I supposed to know why you all run so fast? To be honest, their current speed had already exceeded 110 kilometers per hour. Compared to an ordinary master-level Beastmaster, this was indeed quite fast. How embarrassing, Ji Fengchuan muttered to himself. Bai Luoqing brandished his sword and charged forward. Then he was seized by the earth elementalist standing next to Ji Fengchuan, who lifted him by the collar. There are less than 300 kilometers left. Xiao Sui spoke up. It seems we might have hoped to escape the Taklamakan before dawn. I remember originally we had to travel for 10 more days on this route. Bai Luoqing panted heavily behind. Xiao Sui didn't respond, merely gazing at the old man, Li Guanxing, who was lagging behind. Old man Li Guanxing nodded, indicating he could still endure. A slight smile crept onto Xiao Sui's lips, and he once again accelerated. The speed increased further, until a mountain appeared ahead. It was the Tianshan mountain range, the divine mountain spanning the northwest central region. On this majestic snow mountain lived countless beings. Seeing this snow mountain also meant they were about to leave the Taklamakan. Just at that moment, a spirit beast suddenly jumped out of old man Li Guangxing's contract space. It was a peak master level Baiyun Jiao snake. In the next moment, the aura of the Baiyun Jiao snake began to rise steadily. Xiao Sui paused, raised his hand to swipe, opening a crack in the contract space where the sleepy dyed-eyed dragon hurriedly brought a pile of high-quality water spirit stones. Shushu waved his wand, letting these water spirit stones settle onto the Baiyun Jiao snake. The water element's spiritual power swiftly overpowered the dense wind and earth element's spiritual energy in the air, until a soft sound was heard, like a certain shackle breaking. The Baiyun Jiao snake's strength broke through to the quasi-king level. Still not a king yet, Xiao Sui said somewhat regretfully. That's quite good, really good. Old man Li Guangxing wiped his face. Let's go, Xiao Sui. We continue. Didn't we say? We must run out. The old man's voice trembled slightly, yet it couldn't hide his excitement. The three brothers had been stuck at the master level for many years. Now reaching the quasi-king level represented passing the basic test of elemental control. It signified that there was a glimmer of possibility to become a king. How wonderful. Old man Li Guangxing kept pace with the young lads. In life, sometimes one doesn't need to think too much. Just run. Run out of this desert, cross over this desert, and then keep running. Xiao Sui was at the forefront, and he could already see a road ahead. It was a road built with spiritual materials by the Shenzhou Alliance, circling the Taklamakan. For everyone at this moment, this was the best news, because it marked the end of this segment of their journey. Over the past 2 months, they had witnessed the magnificent secret realm of white sand. They had traversed volcanoes and quicksand, enjoyed rare coolness in oases, conversed with knights in volcanoes. They broke the iron rule that humanity could not enter the forbidden zone for 207 years. They reinstated human footsteps on the mountains and seas of the stars in the perilous lands. From now on, the exploration of the mountains and seas would enter a new era. This is the significance of pioneers. And now this journey was about to conclude. The footprints they left would soon be scattered by the wind. The traces of the desert they left behind would quickly be covered by sand. But now is not the time to consider these. Right now, just keep running. The Flowing Fire King, watching these individuals run faster and faster, fell into contemplation. He glanced at the back where the Shattered Sky King was lagging behind and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Thinking that there were less than 5 kilometers left to leave the Taklamakan, he felt at ease and walked back a bit. Then he saw the parting clouds. Flowing Fire King, is this the origin of the Shattered Sky title? From ancient times. From Dai's flood control 5,000 years ago to the pre-spirit beast era, when machines granted people the means to venture into the abyss. From human will to human spirit, human footsteps have never ceased. Xiao Sui stood upon the sand, crouched, clasped a handful of grains, looked up, and let out a faint, knowing smile. We are only the first step. I once heard that if you arrive at this moment and feel uncertain about the future, Xiao Sui gazed fixed toward the Taklamakan. We are merely pioneers, trailblazers. Thus the world is vast. There will always be those who come after. Cameraman Xiao Li packed away his camera and flashed an OK sign. This footage will work. It was troublesome, and we had to shoot 4 takes to get it right. Immediately, the lofty ideals of exploration on set dissolved into the mundane reality of people reshooting a documentary segment. Speaking of which, the script is really well written. Xiao Sui stroked his chin. He considered whether on future expeditions he should invite Xiao and cameraman Xiao Li along. But the two of them lacked sufficient strength. The places he would next visit would likely require companions of his own realm to keep pace. Xiao Sui glanced at the others over there. Hohuxiang was surrounded by Ji Fengchu and Liu Chen, and by Luochen, 3 of them reveling in the chill. Elder Li Guangxing leaned against his Baiyun Jiaosha, running a hand over the beast's scales. Chen Xia and Xiao Sui were at that moment sharing something in their hands. A stone. Xiao Sui fell into thought. Those 2 youngsters wouldn't have been led astray by him, would they? Huh. What do you mean led astray? These are precisely the promising seedlings the Environmental Bureau needs. Xiao Sui turned his head to look at Xiao and cameraman Xiao Li, who were scanning records on a laptop. He walked over and leaned in to watch with them. Xiao Sui, Xiao said, I plan to use a piece of your footage at the very beginning, then another at the documentary's end. The first segment will be primarily audio, elevating things gradually from your perspective. Cameraman Xiao Li cut a 10-second clip and showed it to Xiao Sui. Using Xiao Sui's voice as the narration, the camera rises slowly from the goggled youth until the 11-person team and the entire desert are framed within the shot. Then the view shifts to an endless sweep of dunes. The short piece evokes a mournful, vast atmosphere, yet paired with a forceful voice, it lends the footage a peculiar courage. It stirs a powerful desire to explore, to see this desert for oneself. Wasn't it divided into 4 episodes? I plan to first do an episode about the Taklamakan, then use narration to cover 2 episodes on spirit beasts. The final episode will discuss resources and the prospects for developing the Taklamakan. Xiao Sui gave a big thumbs up and wholehearted approval. These matters were beyond Xiao Sui expertise, otherwise there would be no need to bring those 2 along. By the way, how was that aerial footage shot? Oh, you were leading from the front and didn't see. It's precious, so once we entered the heart of the Taklamakan, I stopped taking it out. Cameraman Xiao Li tapped his spatial bracelet. He set a drone upon the truck's hood. Spirit energy controlled. Xiao Sui asked, surprised. Yes, a drone powered by spiritual energy. Cameraman Xiao Li replied. He rubbed his nose. But it's expensive. A friend from Dongbei University lent it to me. Manufacturing cost over 1,800,000 alliance coins. It's still an experimental prototype, not yet mass-producible. Dongbei University has done a lot of research into devices like this. Traditional electric drones cannot function properly in places like the Taklamakan, where spiritual energy concentration is extreme. They might fall from the sky. That's why this is needed. But because it's so precious, if it breaks, I'd be ruined. Xiao Sui understood that logic at once. Today in Xinzhou, most spiritual energy technologies depend on exceptionally pure resources. Such refined spirit energy tech might cost only around 1,800,000 alliance coins to produce. But its true value far exceeds that sum. The trial flight data this time was the real prize. Dongbei University even developed suitable spiritual energy rockets a few years ago. They could pierce the spiritual energy layers of the heavens and reach the moon. It's a pity that before the Spirit Beast era, the Xinzhou Alliance was already preparing crewed lunar landings. Now much of that earlier technology is unusable because of the influence of spiritual energy. Still, there is no need to despair entirely. After all, near-legendary beastmasters can already fly themselves aloft. Xiao Sui paused, then turned his head toward the Taklamakan as a figure swept down toward them. Likong Tianwang astride an absurdly enormous Dongfeng sun. A bird with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. Likong Senior, that's a Dongfeng sun, not some great Peng bird, right? Chongkong Tianwang's Peng is much larger than my Dongfeng sun, Likong Tianwang replied, withdrawing the Dongfeng sun into his contract space. It's better not to utter the name Zibeifeng aloud. A youthful name given without care becomes humiliating to say aloud in old age. It damages one's dignity. The Dongfeng sun back in the contract space sensed its beastmaster's thoughts and gave a petulant flap of its wings. It wanted to retort. The name Zibeifeng is absurd. Spirit beasts deserve thoughtful names too. Other creatures have names chosen with care, but for them it became Zibeifeng. Zibeifeng sighed and lowered its head to rest. You can't very well beat up your own beastmaster. Xiao Sui retrieved the transport truck from his spatial bracelet. Let's go, we're heading back. Xiao Sui waved for everyone to board. The off-road pickup drove from the sands onto firmer ground, leaving a freshly made track behind. It then ambled toward Guangsha City. At the desert's edge, a Luxia Xie burrowed out of it, tapped its chitin with a claw as if puzzled, then nodded in satisfaction, flicked its tail, and slipped back beneath the dunes. Desert and city are divided by a single road, each unaware of the other's excesses. The beasts of the sand do not know the city's splendor. Yet the same sunlight pours over both, falling on 2 utterly different worlds. The desert wind and sand rose again as if no one had ever been here. But in the desert's depths, human footprints already mar the dunes. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau. After the era of spiritual beasts, with the plateau rising once again, the cold climate and barren resources have led to a dwindling population of inhabitants. Now almost only soldiers stationed at the border and the local Tibetan people remain. For the Tibetans, this land remains as it once was. Cold, yet filled with hope. The sun shines on the snowdrifts, accompanied by the crisp sound of hooves as a seemingly clumsy large dog barges into the tent. This house, woven from yak hair, is the most common dwelling for the Tibetans on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau today. The grazing fields change throughout the seasons. The tent can be moved at any time and is easy to store. Moreover, the yak hair of the tent has better cold resistance than before the era of spiritual beasts and is lighter. This is the fur of a spirit beast. The fur of the plateau yak. Qingyak Ice Earth Plateau Yak Ice Earth. The seemingly clumsy large dog is a Tibetan Mastiff. At first glance it appears to be an ordinary animal, but as it leaps into the tent it is immediately pinned down by a lynx. The large cat looks at the Tibetan Mastiff with disdain, pats its paw, signaling the Mastiff to roll in the snow to clean itself up a bit. Beside the large cat, a girl gently strokes the lynx's head. She wears a felt hat woven from yak hair adorned with purple thread that forms an 8-petaled gesang flower. Just then the tent's door is pushed open again, and a young boy enters with a man. The man takes off his gloves and moves to the fire pit in the center of the tent to warm himself. His name is Bu Xiang, the girl's uncle in the tent. He has brought along 2 little ones to graze. At the same time, he is also a guide from the Environmental Bureau. Bu Xiang pats his gloves, takes out a small piece of butter, and applies it to his cracked palms. He finally breathes a sigh of relief. It is now late November, and the already cold plateau is even colder and drier, occasionally mixed with blizzards. Bu Xiang turns to look at the young boy and girl. Clean up and make some space to sleep. Someone will be coming in a couple of days. Northwest Guangxia City. Xiao Sui has just returned to school after 3 days. After coming out of the Taklamakan Desert, he first went to the Tianshan Mountains. He obtained the white snow lotus and cold mountain stone from the hands of the Cold Mountain King, completing the first evolution of his pet, Hu Xiang. It must be said the little guy evolved far more intelligently than the naive dragon did back then. Then he visited Bashu, obtained a cocoon of the Qingyan fire butterfly, and completed the second evolution of the naive dragon there. Afterwards, he returned to Northwest University with the evolved lava subdragon. Now he is preparing for the first advanced evolution of his AO dragon. Advanced evolution is significantly more challenging than all previous simple evolutions, and it cannot be accomplished solely with his limited nurturing knowledge. Fortunately, Northwest University is not lacking in experts in the field of evolution. For example, this person standing next to Xiao Sui, the only Wu-type king at Northwest University, a professor of both breeding and evolution. King of Wild Grass. The King of Wild Grass is a slightly plump, kind-looking middle-aged woman. She pushes up her glasses. Have you prepared the materials, Xiao Sui? The swamp lotus has a spiritual power concentration of 97%. The jade pool spiritual jade is a product from the place where my AO dragon was born. I have seen it and believe it is the most suitable material for the evolution of the AO dragon. More importantly, this guiding material is primarily water-based. And this is the core material, the core essence of the earth dragon vein. The King of Wild Grass curiously takes the essence from Xiao Sui's hand. It can indeed guide your AO dragon towards the direction of a true dragon. The power of the earth dragon vein is substantial. Unfortunately, currently there is no suitable swamp dragon vein in the world. Next time you use the earth dragon vein essence, you must use the water-type dragon vein essence, otherwise it may cause internal imbalance. For the water-type dragon vein, I have a suggestion. Have you heard of a place called World Rain Extreme? The King of Wild Grass says with a smile. There is a place called World Rain Extreme. It is very suitable for this Jiao dragon's advanced evolution at the king level. As for whether Xiao Sui will reach the king level, it seems no one is ever worried about that. The King of Wild Grass does not elaborate further. Beside her, a Qing ape raises its staff, places the lotus properly, and then directly tosses the AO dragon into the crescent spring. First, one must clarify a matter. Dragon vein essence is not meant for master-level spirit beasts. It is primarily used at the king level. The AO dragon can use this partly because it is a unique spirit beast, and partly because Xiao Sui has raised the AO dragon exceptionally well. Thus, even the dragon vein essence is something the AO dragon can barely endure. However, even so, because the earth dragon vein is not on the same level as other things, the remaining swamp lotus jade pool spiritual jade and the crescent spring as the environment are all exclusively water-based. This is to prevent the earth-based spiritual energy within the AO dragon from becoming imbalanced with the water-based spiritual energy. Under such multiple protections, the AO dragon can successfully complete its advanced evolution. Until the confused AO dragon looks around and shoves the jade pool spiritual jade and the essence of the earth dragon vein into its mouth. The water blue and earth yellow light cocoon envelopes the AO dragon within. Xiao Sui visibly relaxes. So far, all his spirit beasts have undergone evolution, yet he remains anxious each time. Watching his spirit beast grow, how can he not be nervous? Xiao Sui gazes intently at the light cocoon before him. There's no need to keep staring. The advanced evolution will take at least 2 days. The King of Wild Grass speaks softly. What's the rush? I remember there's a bed at old man Li Guanyu's place. You should lie down for a while. When the time comes, I will call you. The King of Wild Grass looks at Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui decisively shakes his head. He raises the Beastmaster's wristband. It seems someone is trying to contact him. It's Ji Fengshan. Oh, is someone looking for me? Who could possibly be looking for me at this hour? Let her come directly to the Crescent Spring Secret Realm. Ji Fengshan, could you do me a favor and look for someone on the Tianshan Mountains? Call down the Cold Mountain King and Shindong. Same goes, bring them to the Crescent Spring secret realm. Xiao Sui says to Ji Fengchun on the other end. The king of wild grass glances at him with interest. A task from the Qinghai Tibet plateau. Xiao Sui nods, raising his head to look at the light cocoon before him. 2 days, huh? Looks like I will be staying here for quite a while. Xiao Sui. Mu Xinyan stood beside Xiao Sui, a Hanshu Zijiao perched on her shoulder. Long time, Xiao Sui was tinkering with something. Hearing the voice, he turned toward Mu Xinyan. He slipped a wrench into his belt, rose, and offered a greeting. What are you doing? Old Master Li Guanri has a machine he wanted me to fix, though I suspect his real aim is to have me slip a high-concentration spirit stone into it. Xiao Sui casually produced a spirit stone of roughly 95% concentration and inserted it into the machine. Shu, take this back to Old Master Li Guanri. He clapped his hands. Shu, who lay atop his head, nodded, waved her tiny wand, and the machine vanished along with her. Xiao Sui pushed his goggles up onto his forehead. Mu Xinyan, it has been a while. Wait, they'll have Shu fetch you a chair. Sit for a moment. Who are you planning to take? Mu Xinyan asked bluntly. Qindong, the freshman this year whom Han Tianwang recruited into Xibei University, and Old Master Li Guanxing. At present our journey to the Qingzhong Plateau is more a trial to be endured than a mere expedition. So there is no need to bring too many people, Xiao Sui sighed. I had wanted to bring more, but it's unnecessary. Besides, Ji Fengchun must lead the next party into the Taklamakan, and Bai Luochen must return to sword training. Most other acquaintances are simply unfit for the trial of the Qingzhong Plateau's guardian. After all, that guardian is of the earth element fused with the ice element. Apart from us, no one else is suitable to go. Honestly, I mainly want to see what your innate talent truly is. Xiao Sui stood up. Mu Xinyan, are you a Dao guardian? Mu Xinyan was taken aback. Huangshao Tianwang, seated nearby, paused, blew gently on his tea, and then raised his head. You think Huangshao Tianwang looked at Xiao Sui. I think she is. Xiao Sui nodded toward Huangshao Tianwang. Mu Xinyan fell silent for a long while, then finally nodded. I have a talent called Hanshua resonance. So you believe that the little girl named Qindong might very well be an elemental scion of the ice element? There is a chance, Xiao Sui sighed. But I think the odds are slim. Even if she is not, Qindong still possesses a top-tier ice element gift. What? Are the odds slim? Mu Xinyan frowned. Because within the same year 2 elemental scions have already appeared. My younger brother and Bai Qianyu are also freshmen. Both come from Jiangnan province. Their identities as elemental scions have been confirmed by Yanqi Tianwang and Chongkong Tianwang. If Jiangnan province were to produce yet another elemental scion, I would begin to suspect that something lies beneath Jiangnan province. Xiao Sui was silent for a moment. Inwardly, he hoped Qindong might be that elemental scion, but rationally, he knew the probability was low. When Qindong arrives, you'll sense it for yourself. Xiao Sui produced a stool and sat, fixing his gaze upon the luminous cocoon before him. If Jiangnan province were to yield a 4th consecutive elemental scion, it would be absurd. It would not happen. Xiao Sui closed his eyes as if deep in thought. Mu Xinyan did not know what to say as she simply pulled over the stool Xiao Sui had given and sat. Shu, having returned the items, flopped atop Xiao Sui's head. She felt as though something were watching her. The little creature turned and saw the Hanshu Zijiao regarding her with the cold, predatory gaze of a hunter. During the collegiate league, Shu and Panyan Longsho once plotted against Dongbei University. Since then, the Hanshu Zijiao had taken note of her. The Hanshu Zijiao thought the little one clever, and perhaps a tasty morsel. Shu shrank inward and leapt into the air. The entrance to the contract space opened automatically and swallowed Shu. The dozing Pang Xiong was casually tossed out by Shu. Pang Xiong rubbed his eyes, glanced at the beast master before him, and resumed lying on the ground. Xiao Sui. Mu Xinyan suddenly stood, turned, and looked toward the entrance to the secret realm. Han Tianwang led Qindong into the secret realm. Mu Xinyan fell silent for a long time. She stood and declared, not an elemental scion. An accompanying partner. Xiao Sui did not understand, but Mu Xinyan continued, an accompanying partner. That she is also a Dao guardian. Xiao Sui rose. He and Mu Xinyan approached together. Han Tianwang frowned. What are you two doing? We need to confirm a few things. Apologies, Han Tianwang. Mu Xinyan's tone was grave, which only made Han Tianwang more uneasy. Do you mean that the moment you came down from the northeast you set about laying hands on my student? Teacher Yin, calm down. Xiao Sui spoke with helplessness. Xiao Sui, you kid, you're siding with her too. Han Tianwang pushed his student toward Mu Xinyan and gave Xiao Sui a playful rap on the head. Teacher Yin, Xiao Sui said, rubbing his head. Mu Xinyan placed her palm upon Qindong's head. After a moment, she nodded decisively. Like me, a Dao guardian. Mu Xinyan said with certainty. Han Tianwang looked to his student, then back at Mu Xinyan. 1 element, and 2 Dao guardians appear at once. Then who is the elemental scion? Given such circumstances, a gentle voice murmured. Huanqiao Tianwang walked over cradling his tea. Generally, this suggests two possibilities. Ancient records state that if two Tao guardians appear simultaneously, it signifies that the current elemental scion is in its most perilous hour and requires double. But that possibility is exceedingly small, for if such a phenomenon occurs, no elemental scion would have only a single Tao guardian. The second possibility is that the older of the two Tao guardians may face the prospect of death within the... Huanqiao Tianwang was silent for a moment before offering that explanation. Compared with the newly risen Han Tianwang, the veteran Huanqiao Tianwang knew far more. But it is strange, Huanqiao Tianwang added after a moment's thought. After all, your ages differ by far. The cracking of the light cocoon shattered their concentration. Xiao Sui snapped his head around. Wasn't it supposed to take 2 days? It's only been a dozen hours. He stared at the light cocoon at the center of the Yuya spring with an expression of deep worry. Huanqiao Tianwang frowned as well. At such speed, the evolution would most likely fail. But she had confirmed it. The spiritual essence of the earth dragon vein, Yuqi Jiao, could unquestionably withstand it. Moreover, what that Yuqi Jiao needed for evolution were precisely these things. Unless the evolution rules researched for more than 2 centuries were wrong, it was absolutely impossible. Huanqiao Tianwang fixed his gaze on the light cocoon. The Tianwanga level Qingkong ape gripped its staff, letting spiritual force drizzle over Yuya spring. Xiao Sui nervously rubbed his hands, then abruptly stopped. He stood frozen, feeling information rise in his mind, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yuqi Jiao dragon. Status undergoing metamorphosis, about to face the tribulation. He had prepared everything, yet forgot that for these dragon-blooded kinds and their unique spirit beast, one final step remained to complete the advancement. To pass the heavenly tribulation. Xiao Sui drew a deep breath. Ji Fengchuan Huanqiao senior teacher, Yin, helped me evacuate the surroundings of the Yuya realm. Around the Yuya realm was a clearing roughly 3 kilometers in diameter, ample for an AOAO long to endure its tribulation, though people often walk their spirit beasts there. Ji Fengchun nodded instinctively and vanished into the realm. Mutsun considered for a moment and followed. At the instant Xiao Sui spoke, Huanqiao Tianwang remembered what had been missing. You cannot undergo a tribulation inside a realm. Huanqiao Tianwang turned, the Qingkong ape at his side vanished and reappeared beyond the realm. Tianwang willpower swiftly cleared the entire clearing. Xiao Sui waved his hand, keeping the contract space half open. Pang Xiong stood beneath the light cocoon and hoisted it up with his 2 paws. Then Pang Xiong stepped into the contract space. Some of Yuya Spring's waters were carried away by the will. Shushu appeared without anyone noticing, waved his staff, and shifted Xiao Sui to the outside of the realm. Pang Xiong stepped out of the contract space again. Clouds above converged with terrifying speed. The evolution light cocoon of the OO Long finally ceased its earlier shattering. There is no lightning tribulation inside the realm, Xiao Sui murmured. With a sweep of his paw, Pang Xiong unleashed a mightier will than Shushu's, moving everyone out of the tribulation's range. Xiao Sui watched the center with concern. Fortunately, the materials he had used were of excellent quality. The light cocoon mended rapidly as the clouds above slowly congealed. Normally, it would take another dozen hours or so before the strike, but now it seemed imminent. Within 6 hours, your spirit beast must absorb the majority of the cocoon's spiritual energy if it is to pass the lightning tribulation smoothly. A mild-faced elder appeared among them. Beside him stood a humanoid spirit beast clad in ancient Shinjo armor. Dadi Lazuan Earth Thunder. A unique spirit beast, quasi-legendary. Lingfa Senior, Xiao Sui hurriedly greeted. No need for formality, the elder replied. I remember you as always calm. What makes you so reckless today? Luckily you've raised it well, or you'd be waiting to collect your dragon's corpse, the elder said, tapping Xiao Sui's head with his cane. Understood, Lingfa Senior. Xiao Sui scratched his head. Lingfa Tianwang raised his hand and released another spirit beast, Tai Songlei Long, with Thunder, a unique quasi-legendary spirit beast. The verdant true dragon watched the cocoon at the center of the tribulation in silence, then nodded. My old comrade says your little Jiao has no major problem. It may even gain considerable benefit from this evolution, because the initial absence of the lightning catalyst actually allowed it to gain many advantages within the Yuya spring. So don't worry too much about this, little one, who worry about yourself instead, Lingfa Tianwang said, glancing at Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui froze. What should he worry about regarding himself? The next moment, a wooden bench struck the... Xiao Sui, what have you done to my Yuya spring? Xiao Sui trembled. Of course, an ordinary wooden bench could do him little harm. The man wielding that bench was Li Guanqing, the true founder of Yuya Spring, the old master who had fully revived the withered spring and endowed it with spiritual properties. I lent you my spring for evolution, and this is what you do. You tore my Yuya spring apart. Didn't I tell you not to dismantle it? The old man banged Xiao Sui head 3 times with the bench until the youth lay prone. Only then did the elder relax. Enough pretending, get up. Clutching his head, Xiao Sui rose cautiously, looking guiltily at elderly Guanxing. All right, take this. Elderly Guanxing, irritated yet resigned, tossed out a nearly depleted blue stone. Huangxiao Tianwang, please check whether Yu Qi Jiao's current state can accept this. Elderly Guanxing explained, this is an energy crystallization from beneath Yuya spring. One of the reasons the spring can sustain itself. It was only replaced not long ago. Its regeneration is very slow. I'm reluctant to use it myself. You're getting a bargain, boy, Elderly Guanxing said with a sting. Huangxiao Tianwang nodded. The small stone was cast into the light cocoon. The clouds above faltered and swelled, becoming larger and denser. Do not be puzzled, Lingfa Tianwang said calmly. That energy crystallization has filled the environmental gap from before. Thus it is now in a complete state. You've raised this spirit beast well, Lingfa Tianwang said approvingly. Of his 6 spirit beasts, 5 were quasi-legendary. More importantly, due to his innate talent, Lingfa Tianwang could contract only unique spirit beasts. Hence all 6 of his contracted beasts were of the unique type. Bolstered by talent, their long-range arcane skills were fiercely offensive and devastating. From Jiao to Long, this is a necessary tribulation they must endure. Even my Tai, Songlei Long, only truly became a true dragon when breaking through the Tianwang level. Who set it up this way, I don't know. But the true dragon lineage is simply like that. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment and turned his head. A dragon's roar suddenly rang out. The dragon's roar reverberated through the skies. The issue was that this sound came from the light cocoon that had yet to break. The king of spiritual laws twitched his lips. Xiao Sui pondered for a moment and casually opened the contract space from which she took out 2 stones. This is the usual food for the Ao dragon. Scraps from the earth dragon vein. And a few scales from a legendary water spirit beast. It's from that Hanhai crocodile god in Jiangnan province. After its death, most materials were refined, but the scraps remained. I used some resources to exchange for those scales with the Jiangnan Province Beastmaster Association. These resources are of little use for most spirit beasts. However, after all, it is the crocodile god, a legendary spirit beast. Moreover, the water system, in ancient times crocodiles were also called toad dragons. Therefore, there is at least some connection to the true dragon. Currently, the energy concentration of this material is only at the level between extraordinary and master, making it the most suitable material for the Ao dragon at this stage, Xiao Sui said. The king of spiritual laws took the scrap scales and the earth dragon vein remnants. He fell into deep thought. What on earth has it been eating? The Jiangnan Province Beastmaster Association really thinks this can just be sold casually. The Jiangnan Province Beastmaster Association, he calls the president uncle, claiming to be the hero who saved the entire city and also the honorary deputy director of the Environmental Bureau. What can be done? Just give it to him. The king of spiritual laws remained silent for a moment and returned the materials to Xiao Sui. It's fine. This is a good thing, indicating that your dragon's foundation is exceptionally solid. What I'm curious about now is another matter. What do you feed your other spirit beasts? Xiao Sui blinked. First of all, the scraps from the earth dragon vein are the regular food for each spirit beast, distributed according to their energy levels. Additionally, Hu Xiang eats slightly lower concentration non-fusion ice. Occasionally I mix in some of the previous scales, as the Hanhai crocodile also has an ice affinity. Then for Shu Shu and Pang Xiong, their regular food includes mental stones. Dai Long doesn't have it that good. I'm a bit short on fire element materials, so it usually eats high concentration fire spirit stones. Recently, when I went to Bashu, the king of Flame Pool gifted me a batch of magma essence, which Dai Long is currently eating along with high concentration fire spirit stones. Where exactly did you get so many earth dragon vein scraps? The king of spiritual laws frowned. In my contract space, I currently have 4 mineral veins: water spirit stone, ice spirit stone, fire spirit stone, and earth spirit stone. Guess what? Why can I sustain these 4 mineral veins in my contract space? Xiao Sui spread her hands. The king of spiritual laws was intrigued. Are you saying that your contract space currently contains an entire earth dragon vein? What is it? When I first awakened my talent, its length was about 30 kilometers. Now it's 400 kilometers. It keeps increasing. 400 kilometers of earth dragon vein. The king of spiritual laws grabbed Xiao Sui collar. Xiao Sui, is it possible for other spirit beasts to enter your contract space? Xiao Sui was taken aback for a moment, looking at the king of spiritual laws, and thought for a while. It can, but not right now. I can give a definite answer later. Once I reach the king level, spirit beasts that are not more than 1 major rank below me can enter my contract space. In other words, I at king level cannot allow legendary level beasts into my contract space. What about quasi-legendary? Quasi-legendary is allowed, Xiao Sui nodded. Do you want the offspring of a unique spirit beast? The king of spiritual laws suddenly asked. I'm not sure, senior spiritual law, Xiao Sui shook her head. The talent of the earth child is both a gift and a limitation. All the spirit beasts I currently have contracts with feel a special connection before the contract is formed. For instance, previously when the Arctic mammoth leader from the Tianshan Mountains expressed the desire to give me an offspring, I could sense it. If that connection wasn't there, I wouldn't contract with a spirit beast, Xiao Sui said earnestly. The king of spiritual laws gazed at Xiao Sui for a long time, then finally nodded. All right, I understand now. Now let's keep an eye on this dragon. If I'm not mistaken, your dragon may be very powerful. The king of spiritual laws stared at the light cocoon. He was well aware of the talents of unique spirit beasts. All 6 of his spirit beasts were unique spirit beasts. Among the kings at Northwest University, he was the only one with unique spirit beasts, and 6 of them at that. It was precisely because of this that he was the former stabilizing force for the radical faction. Because he was strong enough. Among all unique spirit beast, dragon species are the most special. There are no naturally occurring eastern dragons in the world. All dragon species evolve into true dragons through special methods. The Taitsong Lei dragon is one of them. The Thunderwater dragon from Xinjiang City took a wrong path and was supposed to become a true dragon. The king of spiritual laws looked at the light cocoon before him. Inside that cocoon, an extraordinary life was being nurtured. Your third brother seems quite remarkable. Xiao Sui poked the shu on her head. Pang Xiong casually picked up a tablet and sat down to watch a show. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall mammoth emerged from the contract space. The Hu Xiang, having evolved into an ice mammoth, waved its large ears and lifted Xiao Sui with its trunk, placing her on its back. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and raised her hand to summon Dai Dai Long. The Dai Dai Long, now evolved into a magma earth dragon, glanced up, but seemed somewhat uncomfortable due to the humidity. He looked at his beastmaster, shrinking his over 7-meter body behind Hu Xiang. Glancing around, he lowered his head and began to doze off. Throughout the process, only Hu Xiang excitedly watched his third brother evolve, while the other spirit beasts either watched the show or slept. Xiao Sui felt there must be something wrong with them. Shu grabbed Xiao Sui's hair, seemingly wanting to tug it down. Xiao Sui reached out, lifted Shu and rubbed it in her hands. Shu in such an atmosphere. The light cocoon in the center of the dark clouds finally welcomed its first thunder tribulation. The sound of the dragon's roar echoed once more. But this dragon's roar was completely different from the previous one. This time the roar was more mature, louder, and more distant. The clouds in the sky seemed to be affected by some force, producing slight ripples. In the instant the dragon's roar sounded, a heavenly thunder descended, shattering the light cocoon. From within the light cocoon, a true dragon emerged. Yuqi Long, a Ao dragon. Master level midstage. Status, transcending tribulation. Attributes, earth water. Special abilities, spirit of the marsh, true dragon's majesty. Xiao Sui's eyes gradually brightened. The figure before her was launching an attack against the lightning tribulation. Its sharp claws tore through the lightning and then ripped apart the dark clouds. More importantly, Xiao Sui focused on the claws that could tear through the clouds. The claws were no longer four-toed, but favitoed. No longer a flood dragon, but a true dragon. Xiao Sui nodded in satisfaction as a Ao dragon tore through the cloud layers, its body bathed in the cleansing of lightning. Half an hour later, after the tribulation passed, Ao dragon landed before Xiao Sui. Little fellow. No, now it's a big fellow. The nearly 30-meter long Ao dragon waved its claws, seeming a bit unaccustomed to its current size. Xiao Sui patted Ao dragon's body. Due to its elongated shape, the 30-meter length looked quite elegant without any sense of bulkiness. Shall we test the strength? Asked the Spirit Law King. Who should we find? Xiao Sui pondered. An ordinary quasi-king spirit beast might not be able to defeat the current Ao dragon. What about your 2 little fellows? Shu doesn't like to fight, and Fat Bear is similar. Let me do it, Mutsun Yen said. My Han Shui might be very eager to battle this big fellow. Xiao Sui paused for a moment, and then nodded. All right. The Earth Thunder Lord beside the Spirit Law King slapped the ground, and the surroundings were blocked by high walls made of stone, which even had dedicated spectator seats. A youthful man with vibrant energy and golden hair appeared here. The last king of Northwest University, the Metal Residual Iron King. He waved his hand, using his mental power to move himself to the spectator seats. All the king professors of Northwest University, except for the absent Liekong Lirshan and Fanzhan. The remaining Spirit Law King, Residual Iron King, Wild Grass King, and Cold Mountain King, all gathered on time. They activated their watching the fun mode. This thing is like it's etched into the DNA of the people of Shenzhou. The residual Iron King, who was originally conducting experiments in the lab, immediately teleported when he heard about this. Oh, the top master beast tamer in all of Shenzhou. The residual Iron King took a cookie from the wild grass king. He casually pulled out a coffee machine from Waknoshire and began brewing coffee for several people on the spot. Old man Spirit Law still the same as ever. Cappuccino. MHM. The Spirit Law King nodded. The residual Iron King looked at the makeshift arena. Speaking of which, if we do this, will Old Man Li Guanyue and the others? Before the residual Iron King could finish his sentence, he saw Li Guanyue sitting over there. That settled then. Old man Li Guanyue cast a glance. The old man doesn't drink coffee. How about hot milk? The residual Iron King scratched his head. That works. The old man nodded. Don't put sugar in it. Unlike these few, the residual Iron King had studied abroad in Europe for a while when he was young, so his taste for these Western-style afternoon teas was quite different from theirs. Don't worry, old man. The residual Iron King made an okay gesture. The wild grass king calmly took a sip of tea. The cold mountain king was holding a cup of milk tea, which he had snatched from one of his students. The late-arriving old men Li Guanyue and Li Guanqing gathered with old man Li Guanyue. Chen Chun, Shin Xia, and Shin Xiao were clustered together, comforting their cousin, who had her milk tea snatched by a ruthless teacher. As the scene began to grow chaotic, Ji Fengchun's mouth twitched slightly. He looked left and right, realizing that his teacher, the Lirshan King, was not present. As a younger generation, he couldn't control the actions of these big shots. Besides, even if his teacher were there, he would have blended in quite harmoniously. The atmosphere at Northwest University was like this. It was just a bit embarrassing in front of outsiders. Ji Fengchun rubbed his temples. Fortunately, at this moment, a blizzard had already begun to sweep across the arena. The gaze of all the big shots finally shifted to the arena. The late-arriving residual Iron King stuffed the coffee machine back into his spatial bracelet. Only then did he turn his attention to the arena. This level of blizzard truly lives up to the descendant of that individual, the residual Iron King remarked with emotion. In terms of talent, this girl is far superior to me, very much so. The Cold Mountain King added. More importantly, the trust that the Wind and Snow Weasel Sr. has in her is significant. You're not mistaken, the Spirit Law King said calmly. The first principal of Northeast University, Wind and Snow Weasel, was once her beast tamer. Her name is Mu Qinghua. She is the great-grandfather of Mu Xinyan. That war 100 years ago caused most of Shenzhou's legendary beast tamers to sacrifice their lives, allowing the legendary spirit beasts to survive. For this reason, over the years, except for the two legendary beasts without beast tamers, the Mountain Flame Iron Eater and the Purple Gold Spider, the remaining 6 guardian divine beasts have been searching for the descendants of their old masters. Only the descendants have not lived up to expectations and have not met their requirements. Mu Xinyan is currently the only recognized descendant of a legendary beast tamer by the guardian divine beasts. She has a very high affinity with all the inheritances of the Wind and Snow Weasel. Her Han Shui Weasel follows a path that is 90% similar to that of the Wind and Snow Weasel. But she has also forged her own path, which is not purely snow. It is a more violent blizzard than the Wind and Snow Weasel. The Spirit Law King paused. More violent, more powerful, with higher talent. It's not a purely ice-type talent. The Cold Mountain King, I haven't seen that Wind and Snow Weasel, but its power is most likely ice-based with wind as a supplement. Mu Xinyan's Han Shui Weasel is different. The wind and snow are almost equal, representing another kind of extremity. Extreme control. This kind of power is enough to dominate in the same realm. The kings fell silent, only gazing at the center of the arena. The girl standing in the blizzard, and the boy with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The blizzard grew stronger and stronger, but there was not a single trace of snow accumulation on the ground, because the ground had become wet at some unknown time. That was not the ground. That was a marsh. A marsh deep enough to swallow any creature daring to step on it. The power of the wind and snow did not cover the marsh. Perhaps because the ground is my home turf. Xiao Sui grinned. Ow, ow, dragon. Wrath of the marsh. A dragon's roar echoed across the sky. The blue and yellow beams of light pierced through the blizzard, forcibly carving out a path. The cold snow purple mongoose gently tapped its paw on the swamp, only to be discovered the next moment. Relying on its mobility, the cold snow purple mongoose could only float in the air with pure wind-type spiritual power. Although it was wind-type, this power was acquired through postnatal advancement. Most of the time, the cold snow purple mongoose relied on the ground for movement. Unable to touch the ground, now the blizzard had been torn open. Mu Xinyan narrowed his eyes. The system that the cold snow purple mongoose relied on the most had been completely destroyed. But it was of no concern. because the Ao dragon on the opposite side was only at the mid-level of master. And he was a quasi-king, not just any quasi-king. If the mechanism was restrained, then he would use the most basic values to crush it purely. Cold snow, purple mongoose. Wind and snow long chant. Mu Yin instructed softly. The cold snow, purple mongoose hovered in midair. This highly mobile spirit beast abandoned its speed and gathered the wind and snow from the entire battlefield. The sound of breaking air resembled the long howl of a beast. In the next moment, the wind and snow roared and struck the Ao dragon. The Ao dragon in pain instinctively shrank its body and crashed down again. Wrath of the swamp. The energy beam lit up again. The cold snow, purple mongoose took this opportunity to reach above the Ao dragon. Its sharp claws came crashing down. The hard scales were unexpectedly scratched open. This was the purest form of value crushing. The legendary descendants and the innate talent of the unique spirit beast were nearly comparable. Moreover, it was a quasi-king level. The following time was the cold snow, purple mongoose teasing the Ao dragon. Xiao Sui sighed and raised his hand to end the battle. He realized that there were still many issues with his Ao dragon. It lacked fine control over its power and had not mastered enough skills. It was a pure value monster. Once it encountered something with higher values, it would be unable to win. Xiao Sui patted the head of the Ao dragon, comforting the big guy, who was feeling a bit down after losing. There's no way around it. If you can't win, just come back next time. The Ao dragon coiled around Xiao Sui, enclosing him in its body and nudging him with its head. Xiao Sui was silent for a moment, then raised his hand to bring the Ao dragon back into the contract space. Hu Xiang was following King Hanshan to learn a skill. The clumsy dragon was taken away by the spirit law king, who said it would return in 2 days. We will set off in 3 days, Xiao Sui said. You meet Qin Dong, old man, Li Guanxing, and that kid Qin Xia won't go, old man, Li Guanxing approached. Let's change someone. Qin Chun will go instead. The eldest of the Chun brothers chimed in. Xiao Shuizhong, my teacher, said to leave this period to you. We discovered that this kid's talent seems to be not just water type, but may also have a little bit to do with ice type, so we plan to take him along. I left Qin Xia to the third brother, letting that kid learn about spiritual power control and such. He also needs to learn about energy-related things. So it's best to bring Qin Chun this time. Old man Li Guanxing spoke. By the way, Xiao Sui, you all should find that guardian spirit on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, those trials. There's a guide, Xiao Sui said. It was originally connected directly by the Beast Tamer Association, but now it has been transferred to the Environmental Bureau due to the guide in the depths of the plateau. As Xiao Sui spoke, he nodded to the Beast Tamer wristband. A projection was released. The Tibetan, his name is Bu Xiang. Xiao Sui pointed at the middle-aged man projected. He is an external member of the Environmental Bureau recording some things in Qinghai Tibet. If there is no one to guide you in that plateau environment, it's easy to fall into misconceptions. Someone who has lived in the plateau for decades like this old Tibetan is the best choice. As Xiao Sui spoke, he turned off the projection and looked at the approaching Mu Yin. What about your mouse? Mu Yin paused. Has it reached Quasi-King? Xiao Sui was taken aback. He nodded. The fat bear has reached Quasi-King, while the mouse is still holding back on its realm, planning to break through later. What's wrong? Let's have another match. Mu Yin said seriously. I want to see. See what? Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. I want to see the gap between the child of attributes and the guardian path. Mu Yin paused for a moment, but still spoke. You've misunderstood something, Mu Yin. Xiao Sui shook his head. I am not strong just because I am a child of attributes. We are about the same age. I couldn't beat you before, and it's not certain I can now. So there's no need to worry about this or that. If you want to fight, why not look for Ji Fengchun now? Mu Yin frowned. Can he beat me now? If what you just showcased is all there is. Xiao Sui paused, then nodded. He can beat you. You might as well give it a try. Xiao Sui chuckled. There are many geniuses in this world. The talent of a child of attributes can only represent talent. Genius is never just talent, right? Xiao Sui raised an eyebrow. Of course, if you want to fight the fat bear, come find me tomorrow. He'll send you where I live. Xiao Sui tapped his wristband. All right. Mu Yin was silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Ji Fengchun, who had already sensed he was being sold out, widened his eyes and prepared to run away, only to be yanked back by the king of remnant iron. The king of metal, who felt he hadn't had enough fun, smiled at Ji Fengchun. He casually tossed Ji Fengchun in front of Mu Yin. How about I help you apply for a venue? He'll be the referee too. Speaking of which, I studied at Northeast University for a while in my early years. We can be considered alumni. The king of remnant iron took Ji Fengchun and Mu Yin away. The king of wild grass stood beside Xiao Sui. Let's go, Xiao. I need to do a basic check on your little... We'll talk about the rest later. The king of wild grass glanced at Xiao Sui. Qin Chun and Qin Dong can come too. Don't worry about that guy Remnant Iron. He locks himself in the research institute all day studying spiritual technology. If it weren't for the big show today, we wouldn't even be able to call him out. Now that he's out, he needs to let loose a little. The king of wild grass said half-jokingly. By the way, Xiao Sui, I still have a question to ask you. You say? Xiao Sui replied obediently. Where did you find your dragon? I'm very interested. The king of wild grass said with a smile. About that. After I return from Qinghai Tibet, he'll take you there. Of course. The king of wild grass nodded. You all will set off in 3 days, right? By the way, have they dropped the word honorary from your title as deputy director? Ji Fengchun crouched beside Xiao Sui and asked. Xiao Sui nodded. They stood before Xiao Sui front door, a basin placed on the ground containing a bundle of bamboo skewers. So why not let Shu Shu and Pang Xiong do the skewering? Ji Fengchun sighed. With just a flick of Shu Shu's telekinetic force, he could thread dozens of skewers in seconds. Ah, that's simple. Xiao Sui pointed to another iron basin. All this mutton has been uniformly marinated with seasoning and left here. Shu Shu could skewer everything in one go, but then every piece would taste identical. Instead, we skewer them gradually. The first batch absorbs almost no seasoning at all. Those pieces are nearly unseasoned. Just a light sprinkle of salt before roasting, letting the pure, unadulterated essence of the meat shine through. The middle batch absorbs seasoning more deeply, not fully saturated but rich enough to pair beautifully with cumin and other spices when grilled. And the bottom layer, the last will cook, is already thoroughly infused with seasoning, having soaked in the marinade longest. No additional cumin or chili is needed. At that point, you can simply brush it lightly with oil and roast it until it sizzles. Then take a bite straight off the skewer. Or drizzle a whisper-thin layer of honey before grilling. The caramelized sweetness envelopes the tender mutton juices, locking in the most delicate, luscious notes of the marinade. That, right there, is true indulgence. Xiao Sui rubbed his hands together and nodded again. That is what I call savoring life. Ji Fengchun. What on earth are you muttering about? Ji Fengchun scratched his head, utterly unable to discern such nuanced distinctions. Lao Yili Guanyue, the elderly guest who'd come to share the meal, gave Xiao Sui an approving nod. He then donned gloves and settled beside them, joining in the skewering and grilling. By the way, how many guests are joining us tonight? Ji Fengchun asked. Tianwang Chao Tai Tianwang Han Shan Tianwang, Huang Chao Tianwang Ling Fa. 3 elders, the Chun brothers Chun Dong and Mu Xinyan. Originally Zhang Shoren had planned to come too, but apparently Tianwang Huang Chao sent him straight to the lab. Xiao Sui paused. Otherwise I wouldn't have urgently arranged for 2 whole sheep. Xiao Sui set down his bamboo skewer. Come to think of it, nearly all professors at Northwest University are seasoned gourmands. Tianwang Huang Chao and Tianwang Chao Tai were especially remarkable. Huang Chao cultivated aromatic herbs on a dedicated plot of land, while Chao Tai held professional certifications in culinary arts, baking Western pastries and traditional Chinese pastry making. Here, Lao Yi, please step aside. Oh, leave this to us. Tianwang Chao Tai said warmly. Chao Tai took the skewers from Li Guanyue's hands. Huang Chao was just about to sit and relieve Ji Fengchun of his task. When Xiao Sui spoke up, Senior Huang Chao, there's still a whole lamb over there. Roasting the entire beast is yours alone. Huang Chao's eyes gleamed with sudden delight. I'll go fetch my spices. Huang Chao turned and strode away. Li Guanyue, quietly aware of his own modest culinary skill, sighed softly. I'll start the charcoal. I've some premium fruitwood briquettes. Xiao Sui gave an approving thumbs up. Ji Fengchun meanwhile remained stationed on kitchen duty. By the way, have the Chun brothers gone off to borrow your gaming console again? Xiao Sui nodded. Though I confess, I don't quite grasp why all 3 would choose to play Chaos Kitchen with Pang Xiong. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. But perhaps they're having a splendid time. Just days earlier, the Chun brothers, 3 Lingjiang crocodiles, had successfully evolved into vast hai crocodiles. Each now stretched 7 or 8 meters, far too massive to engage in video games. Indeed, these colossal beasts lay sprawled motionless on the ground, wholly incapable of holding controllers. None of the brothers had yet contracted a 3rd spirit beast. Their plan was to bind a Jingdi frog, yet the finest specimens either dwelled wild or were bred exclusively at Tu Zhao Frog Academy. This year's brood at Tu Zhao Frog Academy had not yet hatched. The 3 elders contacted its principal and secured 3 priority binding slots. By the time Xiao Sui and the others returned from Qinghai Tibet, they would escort the brothers to seek their new spirit beasts. Xiao Sui gently drew his focus back to the skewers before him. Oh, and what did you do with the rest of this lamb? Chao Tai asked. The head was braised, the trotters and belly slow-cooked in soy sauce, the ribs prepared as hand-pulled rice, and the broth simmered separately. Awful. I'm not skilled in preparing it. So elderly Guan Yue offered to take it home and make tripe soup next time. The second lamb was fully deboned and entrusted to Senior Huang Chao for roasting whole. Xiao Sui paused then glanced toward the pre-prepared grill, where Huang Chao stood effortlessly hoisting the entire lamb onto the rack. This mutton is exceptional. Xiao Tai rubbed the meat appreciatively. Could you share the rancher's contact number? No, that won't be possible. Xiao Sui replied with playful stinginess. I didn't contact any ranch owner. I reached directly to the herders themselves, arranging for 20 to 30 sheep annually with payments wired up front. Each year a few extra sheep remain. I gift them to the herders. It's simply how relationships endure. This year I've spent more time abroad, eating far less, so I'll spend nearly a month in Qinghai, Tibet. 8 sheep remain. I intend to reserve at least 5 for that family. Would you like the remaining 3? Yes, I'll call right after. Agreed, Xiao Tai nodded. How much should I transfer? No need to calculate. It's trivial, Senior Xiao Tai. Xiao Sui waved dismissively. I'm hardly short on alliance credits. Then I'll send you 200 points. Xiao Tai tapped his beast tamer's bracelet. Xiao Sui blinked. 200 points. What does that even mean? After resolving the evolution crises of Aolong Dadaling and Hohuxiang, Xiao Sui's balance had plummeted from over 30,000 points to barely 11,000. That sum couldn't even fund a single advanced evolution. Points were notoriously scarce. Especially since lacking Tianwang rank, he remained ineligible for most high-tier missions. The Taklamakan mission had been self-proposed and self-approved, thus yielding 0 points. Upcoming assignments offered rewards, but he wouldn't be participating in those either. When Shu required rare materials for advancement, Xiao Sui had drained his entire point reserve, acquiring only 1 or 2 components. High-grade materials demanded staggering expenditures. As a researcher, I received state support. Monthly point allocations which otherwise sit idle. My own spirit beasts have each undergone 2 advanced evolutions, Xiao Tai shrugged. 200 points, mere pocket change. Xiao Sui. Such is the stark disparity of our world. Xiao Sui was not lacking in materials. However, she was short on points. Points were something deliberately set by the Xinzhou Alliance. In order to prevent money from completely collapsing the monetary system of the Xinzhou Alliance, they replaced the currency system of beast tamers with another form. That form is points. However, points are hard to earn. Most materials you can buy with money are not of high quality. To continue climbing higher, good resources and quality materials are necessary. These good materials come from only 3 channels: gifts from elders, purchases from the black market, or exchanges with points. Purchasing materials from the black market costs astronomical sums in the hundreds of millions or even billions of alliance currency, and even beast tamers who can easily earn alliance currency would feel the pinch. It may even be impossible to take out such sums. If gifts from elders are involved, Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. Her own teacher had been in a state of poverty for a long time after she became his disciple, only sending her some materials after breaking through to the legendary rank. Before that, the role her teacher played for her was primarily as support. Just standing there, the king of transcendence would greenlight everything. Thus, the best way to find those resources through normal channels was reduced to 1 earned points. Exploring mines yielded plenty of points, and exploring secret realms was similar. But none of these were significant. Up to now, Xiao Sui had earned her 2 largest amounts of points. One was from the battle against the Qianzhong Tide God, and the other was from the fluctuations in the Bashu tectonic plate. To be honest, Xiao Sui wished she hadn't earned those 2 points. A king-level spirit beast needed at least 40,000 points to purchase resources for its advancement. This was under the condition that Xiao Sui could prepare some materials herself. Most kings did not have so many resource preparation channels and could only accept other tasks. The channels for upward mobility in the Xinzhou Alliance were almost entirely public. The opportunities to earn points were laid out before you. A king must take on the responsibilities of a king. If you wish to continue advancing, you must complete a portion of tasks. This rule did not exist long ago. The Xinzhou Alliance was relatively lenient with resources for kings. After all, they were eager to have more powerful kings. Later, a person who took resources sent by Xinzhou defected. They went to the Free Federation. At that time, the Free Federation wanted to give Xinzhou a warning, insisting on protecting that king. But that was during the early days of the Spirit Beast era, when the legends of Xinzhou were at their most brilliant. The first president of Jiangnan University took the frog deity to the Free Federation. And then, there was no further development. The Mississippi River ran dry for 3 months. The sword intent was like water, yet the water simply could not flow through. Since then, the entire Shanghai Star took a serious view of defectors. No nation dared to intervene. A few years ago, a defector king who fled to Africa allied with a local wild legendary figure. This time the outcome was even worse. That hot region of Africa acquired a permanent volcano. The mountain flame iron beast went there and directly killed that legendary figure. More than 30 years ago, a king-level defector from the Sun Never Sets nation ran into the territory of the Free Federation. The key point was that this king was a spy sent by the Free Federation. At that time, the Free Federation had the most legendary figures in the world, and with advanced spiritual technology, they developed a spiritual cannon capable of killing legendary figures. They also had a spirit beast above the legendary level. The Free Federation felt incredibly powerful, so they openly let their spy provoke the Sun Never Sets nation and then returned. The result was that the legendary figure from the White Bear Nation made a trip to the Free Federation, holding back that legendary figure from the Free Federation. The spiritual cannon capable of obliterating legendary spirit beasts was destroyed by a paw from the legendary figure of the Shinjo Alliance. And those two legendary figures that tried to protect the defected king. They were torn apart by the Flame Saint King's rider, who was just half a step away from legendary status. After that, the Free Federation returned to a period of stable development. Simply put, they were made to be obedient and dared not act. As for why the remaining 10 legendary figures in the Free Federation did not dare to act, perhaps it was because the frog deity was standing right there. Within the Shinjo Alliance, among the 8 national guardian beasts aside from that legendary figure, the frog deity's strength ranked first. Previously, during the Qianjiang incident, the frog deity was holding back its strength. Because those tide gods truly could not break through the formations above Qianjiang, they could suppress the aftermath. But that formation truly could not withstand a few strikes from the frog deity. Once the frog deity unleashed its sword hard, it could probably fight its way from south to north. The number 1 in combat power among legendary figures. Among all the visible spirit beasts on the entire Shanghai star, the frog deity could only be outmatched by 5. The 3 legendary figures from the 3 major nations, the Flame Saint King and the legendary figure from the genus. And it was precisely because of the existence of the defected king that the Shinjo Alliance fully implemented the points system 20 years ago, to increase the sense of belonging and the responsibilities of kings. At the same time, every professor king in each university, as well as the vast majority of positions, needed to go through the assessments of the Tianya Deer and the Mountain Flame Iron Beast. Only after passing the tests of fate or karma could they take office. Since then, only a few kings remained in the Shinjo Alliance, without any positions still having a slight chance of defection. However, those kings who did not pass the assessments of the Tianya Deer and the Mountain Flame Iron Beast found it extremely difficult in the entire Shinjo, lacking resources and task channels, often needing to compete with master-level beast tamers for tasks just to gather enough resources to nurture spirit beasts. Therefore, Xiao Sui was indeed short on points, because the resources she used were beyond the reach of most kings. Yet she was still only a quasi-king. Xiao Sui sighed and looked at the few people beside her. The Iron King skillfully flipped the lamb skewers in his hand. The Wild Grass King was turning the whole roasted lamb. The 3 old masters of the Li family sat over there teaching a few students. Among them was Chun Dong, who had originally followed the Han Mountain King. The Han Mountain King had just blown up Xiao Sui kitchen a few minutes ago, and was now squatting nearby chatting with Mutsun. Ji Fengchun was helping the Iron King look after the fire. The Spiritual Law King patted Xiao Sui Dai Dragon. The Huhu Elephant was using its trunk to hold a tray, distributing drinks to everyone. The mouse was napping on Xiao Sui's head. The Ao Ao Dragon was currently holding a small game controller, playing games with the fat bear. Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready. Is this a direct flight to Qingzhou? Mutsun Yan looked at the plane in front of him. It's more or less that. Xiao Sui nodded. Currently there are no direct flights to Qingzhou in the world. So this is a private plane from the Iron King. Xiao Sui rubbed her hands. I had the Sky Rift King help us apply for the flight route, and we will fly straight there. Do you have a pilot's license? Old Li Guanxing frowned. I remember that getting a pilot's license is quite difficult. Because of the spiritual energy, the changes in the atmosphere are far greater than before. No, of course not. Xiao Sui spread her hands. I don't have time to take that test, though I have too many things to do. But he does. Xiao Sui pointed seriously at Fat Bear. Fat Bear waved his hand reliably. Fat Bear has taken the test when he was free, so you can trust him. Old Li Guanxing. Is it really reliable? And besides, are there any suitable places for planes to land in Qingzhou now? Xiao Sui shook her head. Since the era of spiritual beasts, there hasn't been an airport established in Qingzhou. There are too few people. We can't just land directly in the military district. So we might as well jump down from midair and directly store the plane in my contract space. Xiao Sui said. Old Li Guanxing fell into deep thought. Is this kid crazy to say such things? We have 2 elite-level individuals here. Li Guanxing pointed to Qin Chun and Qin Dong beside him. Jump down. And it seems we don't have any wind-type spiritual beasts. The only wind-type spiritual beast is Mutsun Nian's snowy purple weasel. Do you expect that weasel to carry people?
Grandpa Guanking, can't your white cloud Xiao snake carry people too? Xiao Sui paused. Besides carrying people, it mainly relies on my family's AOAO dragon. Xiao Sui spoke as she led the others onto the plane. This private plane is just like the military transport vehicle from last time, or I need to return it when I get back. Moreover, this plane is a personal item of the Iron King and features top-notch spiritual technology. It's very expensive. Selling all of you wouldn't cover the costs. Xiao Sui's remark was deliberately directed at Dong and Shan, because old Li Guanxing could afford it. Mu Yin is from Northeast University, which specializes in researching spiritual technology. Xiao Sui was just joking. However, the two little ones quickly withdrew their hands and sat steadily in their seats. It seems they still haven't gotten used to it. After a few missions with him, they would become familiar. If it were Xia here, she probably wouldn't have panicked. Xiao Sui waved her hand. Fat Bear shrank a bit and entered the cockpit. It should take about 2 to 3 hours to fly from the northwest. Spiritual technology is still very advanced. Xiao Sui spoke as she reached out to press a button. Let's eat something, everyone. The finest Wagyu beef, the Iron Senior said we could eat as much as we want. She opened the fridge and casually took out a pot. Everyone nodded. 3 hours later, Shu raised her hand using telekinesis to bring everyone out of the cabin. AOAO Dragon was summoned and flew up with them. Xiao Sui raised her hand, opened the contract space, and Fat Bear drove the plane in. Xiao Sui contract space is huge as it houses a mountain range, so Fat Bear could find a place to land. The flat area where the dazed dragon usually rests is quite good. The dazed dragon, waking from its slumber, saw a plane flying toward it. Dazed dragon, the hoo-hoo elephant, waved its large ears to calm its fourth brother. Then it was quickly pulled away by the dazed dragon's tail and fled the spot. Dazed dragon, the hoo-hoo elephant, waved its trunk in the air, greeting the distant plane. Fat Bear landed the plane, steadily looking left and right, scratching its head. It found a warm spot, lay down, and entered deep sleep mode. That warm spot was where the dazed dragon had just crawled over, which is why it was so warm. Meanwhile, outside the contract space, the several people sitting on AOAO Dragon's head watched as it landed on a grassland. A few animals quickly ran away, with Tibetan fox carrying a rabbit glanced at them before darting off. In the distance stood a moderately sized tent. Next to the tent were deep wooden fences. That's the location our guide provided for us during our trip to the Qingzhong Plateau. Xiao Sui flipped through the Beastmaster bracelet. By the way, how do we find the guardian spirit of the Qingzhong Plateau? Old Li Guanxing asked. Find. No need to. Xiao Sui shook her head. We will wait for the guardian spirit of the Qingzhong Plateau to find us. Xiao Sui paused. Otherwise, why were there only me and Mu Yin selected for this mission from the very beginning? One with Earth-type talent, one with Ice-type talent. Xiao Sui spread her hands. Except for the guardian spirit of the Qingzhong Plateau being a combination of ice and earth, we currently know nothing. The information about this guardian spirit is a secret even among the kings. Only a few kings and legends know. Xiao Sui was silent for a moment. Regardless, let's find our guide first. During this time, we will prepare to stay at the guide's home. We are 5 people. I hope we won't cause them too much trouble. So to prevent causing trouble, I brought a little something. Xiao Sui took out a new spatial bracelet. Inside this spatial bracelet, there is a ton of flour, 15 tons of water, and 6 processed cows. Also, there are over 30 bags of rice. A portion of basic seasonings and a good amount of ghee needed in the plateau are also prepared. You thought it through quite well. Old Li Guanxing murmured softly. Since we are here, we can't cause trouble. Xiao Sui said very seriously. It's wrong to cause trouble when visiting others. This is an iron rule ingrained in the bones of the people of Shenzhou. So Chun, you can help them herd the cows later. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and then spoke again. Chun pointed to himself, falling into contemplation. Xiao Sui then led everyone to the front of the tent. He gently knocked on the tent door. He heard a crisp voice from inside say, "Come in." Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and push the door open. In the middle of the tent was a bonfire. On the left side, a girl was arranging the bedding. Seeing the visitors, the girl smiled and walked up, standing in front of them, extending her hand. "Hello. My name is Xia Zhaoning. This is my Han name. You can also call me by my other name, my Tibetan name. I am called Gusang." The girl is beautiful as the Gusang flower spoke. "Uncle and Sualong have gone out to tend to the cattle. They should be back in about 2 or 3 hours, Xia Zhaoning said, patting the quilt on her hands. "Do you need our help, eh?" Xiao Sui asked. "No need," Xia Zhaoning shook her head. "The yaks are slow eaters, they graze slowly." Xia Zhaning's words stumbled a bit. It seemed that after so long without speaking Chinese, there was an inexplicable awkwardness. "So no need for help. Once they're done eating, they'll come back," Xia Zhaoning said somewhat anxiously, yet still in a formal tone. "Should we call you Gusang or Xia Zhaoning?" Glimpsing at Xiao Sui, Mu Yin walked forward and stood in front of Xia Zhaoning. Xia Zhaoning is better. Xia Zhaoning gestured again with her hands. I prefer this name. Igasang is a term for elders. Xia Zhaoning is a beautiful name. Uncle said that such a name exists. It represents that the Xinzhou Alliance will not forget us. When Xia Zhaoning spoke this, her enunciation was particularly clear, her words articulated firmly. It was as if she had received some definitive answer. Then she turned back to the few people in front of her. Are you afraid of the cold? Xiao Sui and Mu Xingyan were momentarily taken aback. They turned to look at the three people behind them. Unlike the two of them, Qin Shun and Qin Dong still appeared somewhat youthful, while the old man Li Guanqing. No matter how strong this old man's capabilities were, he looked just like an ordinary old man from the outside. If you're cold, you can add another layer of felt. Xia Zhaoning pulled out a thick layer of felt from somewhere and laid it on the ground. That's enough. Xiao Sui quickly waved his hand. The girl chuckled softly. She wore beautiful braided hair, exuding the unique vitality of the Highland Tibetans. Noticing that the few people in front of her were friends from below the plateau, she instinctively shrank her hands back. Her hands were somewhat rough and dry. Xiao Sui instinctively wanted to take out some prepared butter. Then he saw Mu Xingyan take out a small jar of snow cream from her backpack. Xiao Sui. He realized what the Highland Tibetans needed the most in terms of supplies. But he didn't remember that many modern resources could keep the skin moisturized compared to butter. Xiao Sui was silent for a moment. You're very thoughtful, Mu Xingyan. I prepared more than 20 jars, enough for a whole year. 3 for the 3 of us. Mu Xingyan gently applied the snow cream to the girl's fingers, rubbing it in bit by bit. Only then did she confidently place the small jar of snow cream in the girl's hand. A smile appeared on her face. Hello, my name is Mu Xingyan. The girl squeezed Mu Xingyan's hand. Thank you. Your hands are really beautiful. Everyone please sit down. He'll go make some butter tea for everyone. The girl walked to the side, picked up a teapot from the stove, and distributed several cups to the others, pouring in the slightly thick butter tea. Xiao Sui sniffed and took a sip. It was a bit salty at first, followed by a rich milky aroma. Most butter tea on the plateau is salted. It can alleviate greasiness, fend off the cold, and even somewhat relieve altitude sickness. The butter tea served externally, on the other hand, is sweetened to cater to the local palate. The first sip was indeed a bit unfamiliar, but the rich milky aroma soon overshadowed that slight discomfort. Instead, it had a unique flavor. This butter tea is very fragrant. Xiao Sui smacked his lips. The tea bricks have almost completely opened up, and the butter and tea flavors blend very well. The salt is also perfectly controlled. Of course, Uncle Buxiang's butter tea is exceptional, the girl said proudly. If it weren't for being reheated, if it were the first batch made in the morning, it would taste even better. The girl seemed delighted to share this. Qin Dong, Qin Shun, and Mu Xingyan all found it a bit strange at first, but later they began to enjoy it more and more. As for Xiao Sui and Old Man Li Guanqing, Old Man Li Guanyue had nothing at all. What my brother drank earlier made me feel like it was a counterfeit, Old Man Li Guanqing said quietly. No, it's not counterfeit, it's just that the person who made it was different. Xiao Sui took another sip and smacked his lips. The technique is different. This butter tea is very fragrant. Xiao Sui looked at the cup in his hand. This skill, even if placed in the top restaurants of Xinzhou, would be regarded as a distinguished guest. You just had a cup of butter tea. Old Man Li Guanqing clearly didn't understand. You can tell just from one cup of butter tea. Xiao Sui put down the cup in his hand. Either he is an old gourmet of decades, or he is a top-notch talent. Food can reveal a chef's skills from the tiniest details. My cooking skills are just average, at the level of an ordinary cook. But this person to boil such high-level butter, he must be a top-notch chef. Xiao Sui said seriously, his eyes shining. The kind of light that a diner encounters when they meet a great chef. He pulled out a leg of lamb. Why do you carry this around with you? Because it's delicious. Xiao Sui rubbed his chin. This? Xiao Sui. The girl was taken aback. I might not be able to help you with this. Oh, it's fine, I'll wait for your uncle to come back. How about this, I'll call your uncle back, and then he'll go tend to the cattle for it. Xiao Sui stood up. Then he was pulled back by Old Man Li Guanqing. Old Man Li Guanqing skillfully took out a wooden stool and knocked it on Xiao Sui's head. Calm down, Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui scratched his head and obediently sat back down. Grandpa Guanqing, you don't have to do this. I'm very obedient, you don't need to learn these from Grandpa Guanji. Xiao Sui rubbed the back of his head. Having a master-level physique is good, but that doesn't mean it won't hurt. Don't be so reckless. What do you mean by asking someone to help you roast lamb trotters? Li Guanqing took out a new wooden stool. Because the previous one was broken, Xiao Sui stored that stool in his spatial bracelet, trying hard to calm the old man down. The Tibetan girl named Xia Zhaoning was clearly not accustomed to their rough play. Fortunately, Mu Xingyan reliably sat next to Xia Zhaoning. Everyone thought that Mu Xingyan appeared calm, with a cold demeanor. She exuded a serene and beautiful coldness. But everyone forgot one thing. Mu Xingyan was from northeast China.
She was a girl who grew up on an earthen Kong in northeast China. Until she got familiar with them, Mu Xingyan was still that aloof goddess, the strongest of the younger generation, and Xinzhou the top genius. But once she became familiar, Xiao Sui, sister, could you please close your mouth? Why does she have a rustic accent when she speaks? Xiao Sui fell into deep thought. However, Mu Xingyan, gradually entering the standard chit-chat mode of northeast girls, indeed helped Xia Zhaoning relax. It was at that moment that a sudden bark sounded from outside the tent. Accompanied by the barking of a Tibetan Mastiff, a dog that appeared to be a perfect specimen of the breed leaped into the tent. Its fur was snow white. Xiao Sui blinked her eyes. It looks very powerful, and is it not a spirit beast? Gongri is just a Tibetan Mastiff. Xia Zhaoning hugged the big dog's head. It's my dog that I've raised since I was little. It's not a spirit beast. There are no spirit beasts resembling Tibetan Mastiffs in the current guide. Xiao Sui thought for a moment, but it's a very cute big dog. She reached out her hand, wanting to pet the dog's head. Then the dog turned its head and bit her hand lightly. Xiao Sui. Fortunately, this Tibetan Mastiff named Gongri was very intelligent and only gently touched Xiao Sui's hand with its teeth. The Tibetan Mastiff opened its mouth, signaling Xiao Sui to remove her hand. At the same time, the door of the tent opened, and a robust middle-aged man and a handsome sunny young man walked in. The two men were initially taken aback, but then Bu Fong reacted first, stepping forward with open arms. You must be the ones who came to carry out the mission this time. You look very young. Bu Fong gave Xiao Sui, who was standing, a big hug. It seems our Gongri has caused you some. No, this Tibetan Mastiff is very clever, very wise, and very loyal. Xiao Sui patted the Tibetan Mastiff's head. The big dog turned and returned to the girl's side. Xiao Sui then extended her hand again and shook hands with the strong man. My name is Xiao Sui, Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection and Development Bureau of the Xinzhou Alliance. I am a Level 3 Inspector of the Xinzhou Alliance. We are here to search for the guardian spirit of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau and accomplish some tasks. Bu Fong was momentarily stunned. He did not know what these people were here for. However, Xiao Sui understood that it was necessary to clarify this matter. The Tibetan people have faith in the guardian spirit of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Bu Fong was silent for a moment, saying nothing more, only pointing to the young man behind him. My nephew-in-law Suolong, his Han name is Ning Chuhao. He will be staying with us for some time. So how do you plan to proceed? How to find that guardian spirit? Xiao Sui seemed somewhat puzzled. Don't you care if we look for that guardian spirit? I don't care. Bu Fong picked up the teapot and poured butter tea for himself and his nephew-in-law. Or rather, I don't care if you go find him. We are Tibetan people. We have lived on this land our entire lives, but we are still legal citizens of the Xinzhou Alliance. We have identification cards. Bu Fong took out a pipe, filled it with tobacco, and lit it. So in terms of identity, everyone in the land of the Xinzhou Alliance will do something for this country. As much as they can. However, I have never seen that guardian spirit. Bu Fong paused. The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke. I only know that he saved me during an avalanche. Besides that, I know nothing else. I can take you to see some divine signs, but the rest you will have to find on your own. The middle-aged man paused before speaking. Xiao Sui nodded. We are not expecting you to lead us to find it. Xiao Sui shook her head again. Rather, if this matter were that simple, we wouldn't have been sent here. Xiao Sui's foot fell to the ground, and a wave of earthy energy began to glow and spread. Nothing happened. In the distance, a pair of eyes gradually brightened. The breath of the earth. Xiao Sui spread her hands. What is most important now is, Senior Bu Fong, can you get us some good food? I can provide a leg of lamb. Xiao Sui said seriously. Bu Fong was taken aback, seemingly unable to adapt to the youthful thoughts of the boy in front of him. He instinctively took the leg of lamb handed over by Xiao Sui and squeezed it. This meat quality. Bu Fong blinked. Suolong. Bring out the roasting stove. Ning Chuhao stood up and walked towards the corner of the tent. Before long, he dug out a roasting stove that looked gray and dusty. Bu Fong flipped his hand, summoning a frog knight. The frog knight, carrying a sword, cleaned the roasting stove with water. Then Bu Fong again flipped his hand, summoning a small red mouse hair. This Liao Yuan mouse hair was not strong, and it was one of those rare spirit beasts. Without an evolutionary chain. The Liao Yuan mouse hair existed at the very bottom of the food chain for a long time, but Bu Fong's Liao Yuan mouse hair was clearly different. This little fellow was at least extraordinary, and it controlled its flames very well. The Liao Yuan mouse hair crawled beneath the roasting stove, becoming the perfect heat source. Bu Fong clapped his hands and began to cut the leg of lamb he held. Since we are not in a hurry, how about going out to graze cattle with us tomorrow? Bu Fong looked at Xiao Sui beside him. Sure, but I need to bring someone with me. Xiao Sui spoke. That guy. Xiao Sui pointed at Chen Shi, a junior of mine. Sure, the more people the better. Bu Fong set aside his pipe and skillfully began to work on the leg of lamb. Grazing cattle while chatting is quite nice. Moreover, having more people can scare off the wolf pack. Bufang adjusted the knife on the leg of lamb. More people can scare off the wolf pack. Xiao Sui instinctively froze for a moment. He caught the key point. There are also wolves. Han Shuang wolves, you know. Bufang spoke. The Han Shuang wolves lead a pack of several Han Shuang wolves along with more than a dozen wolves that are not spirit beasts, forming a large wolf pack. More than 20 wolves pose a threat to most Tibetan people. Moreover, there are also extraordinary spirit beasts among them. Grazing cattle is quite a dangerous profession now. Bufang paused. Even returning to the vicinity of the tent is not without danger. When we went out during the day, Gesang stayed alone in the tent, relying entirely on that little fellow to guard it. Bufang pointed to a large cat in the distance. The plateau lynx. Xiao Sui turned to look. The plateau lynx, with its evolutionary chain being snow cat, snow mountain cat, plateau lynx, ice, is a typical highland hunter and one of the spirit beasts with the closest relationship with humans on the plateau. It is a guardian spirit in many Tibetan households. These two little fellows have grown up on this plateau. They have never been outside, and they have only contracted one spirit beast, one for each of them. The remaining one is a plateau yak, serving as the leader among the cattle. Spirit beasts have become the heads of animals, which is quite interesting. Bufang paused. You look very young. How old are you this year? 21. You are younger than I. Buxiang remained silent. Normally, youth implies a lack of experience. However, the boy before him seemed to defy that description. At a glance, Buxiang could tell that this seemingly young lad possessed an ineffable depth of experience. The steadiness that came from countless adventures and the trials of the elements was unmistakable. You are the deputy director of the Environmental Bureau. I heard that deputy directors must be at least quasi-king level beast masters. I am Xiao Sui, nodded. My Earth Rock Bear is already at the quasi-king level. The Environmental Bureau wouldn't fake something like this. After all, if discovered, it would tarnish their reputation, Buxiang remarked. Therefore, I never doubted your identity. However, I still want to ask, what does the Alliance mean by wanting to find our The guardian of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau has always guarded this one place, Xiao Sui replied. So far, it has not been considered a true national protective beast. Thus, we are here to try and see if the guardian of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau can leave Qinghai under necessary circumstances to lend a hand elsewhere. If the guardian of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau could leave, perhaps the recent seismic fluctuations in Bashu, such a massive earthquake, could stabilize more quickly. Buxiang didn't ask anything else. The boy's face was nearly filled with 5 large characters. Idealist, Buxiang muttered softly. It's good this world indeed needs idealists. Buxiang patted the roasting furnace. The blazing mouse rabbit beneath the furnace automatically began to cook the meat. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and released his own Dai dragon. Watch closely. Learn how others do it. The Dai dragon looked at Xiao Sui with a very strange expression. The well-evolved Dai dragon observed its beast master. It raised its paw, then lowered its head to diligently learn the flame techniques from the little one. Haha, it's just that my blazing mouse rabbit has more stable temperature control. Buxiang patted Xiao Sui's shoulder. Roasting meat is something that one must learn on their own. When to flip the meat, when to roast it vigorously, all of this should be confirmed by us who are cooking. Buxiang rubbed his hands together. After a moment, he took out a small piece of butter and applied it to the dry, cracked areas. Xiao Sui remembered something and pulled out a box of snowflake cream. This was given to him by Mu Tsinyin just recently. Xiao Sui handed the box of snowflake cream to Buxiang. Buxiang, evidently puzzled, opened the lid and smeared some on his finger. He brought it to his nose and sniffed. It smells quite nice. The man carefully rubbed it into his hands. Then he put the box of snowflake cream into his pocket. It's clearly a gift for me. Buxiang lifted the furnace and prodded the lamb leg with a skewer. He covered it again and turned to look at Xiao Sui sitting back down. The middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth said, "Little fellow, I've never seen such a young quasi-king before. Perhaps it's because this era is different. Well, in such a grand era, do you think I should let those 2 little ones go out for a stroll?" Buxiang pointed to the tent. "That depends on your own thoughts." Xiao Sui had reviewed Buxiang's information. A master-level beast master, he was the most reliable nail left by the Xinzhou Alliance in the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. His name is Buxiang, but he didn't start out as Buxiang. He is a clan uncle of Gesang, though there is no blood relation. He came down from the plateau to here. It was only later that he sent off a brother with whom he had shared a life, taking on the responsibility of caring for his niece and shouldering the role of a guide. This guide was a position determined by the Environmental Bureau at the time. It is the eye of the Environmental Bureau, and indeed the entire Xinzhou Alliance looking at this plateau. The Qinghai Tibet Plateau has abundant resources of wind, ice, and earth. This plateau is not a bad place for spirit beasts. In fact, because of the high concentration of spiritual energy, it can be considered a good place. However, for humans and ordinary animals, the increasingly elevated and colder plateau is hardly a good place at all. Cold altitude sickness, thin air. Everything tests the lives of those living here. Bu Xiang remained serving as the eyes of the Xinzhou alliance observing this place. He was like a nail, to remind the Tibetan people that the Xinzhou alliance had not forgotten them. To remind the Xinzhou alliance that there was still such a plateau here. You really have never seen the guardian of the Qinghai Tibet plateau, have you? Xiao Sui suddenly asked. Bu Xiang seemed to pause for a moment, then chuckled softly. I have not seen it. As for the guardian of the Qinghai Tibet plateau, I'll take you to the temple tomorrow. We'll light 3 incense sticks, and perhaps you will meet him. But first you must promise to leave a master-level spirit beast to follow them while they herd cattle. A larger one or a smaller one. Xiao Sui frowned. Oh. Bu Xiang was taken aback. What I mean is, should the master-level spirit beast following them be larger or smaller? A larger one is fine. Bu Xiang paused as long as it can keep an eye on the herd. Xiao Sui waved his hand, drawing a contract magic circle. The Ao dragon emerged from within. The 30-meter-long dragon yawned and lowered its head to look at the two before it. This true dragon spiraled in the sky. Bu Xiang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was not an ignorant person. After all, he was a master-level beastmaster. Uniqueness dragon-type spirit beast. Uniqueness dragon-type spirit beast. Xiao Sui nodded. Of course he can shrink his size. He doesn't necessarily need to maintain this size. Xiao Sui gestured with his hands. The Ao dragon instinctively shrank itself, until it became a small dragon just over a meter long, coiling around Xiao Sui's arm. See, it can shrink, Xiao Sui said earnestly. Bu Xiang, I think it's better to find a smaller spirit beast. After all, it's more for protection. Additionally, Bu Xiang's words were interrupted as Xiao Sui suddenly frowned and turned his head. Wolves, Xiao Sui said. Many wolves. The one at the head is master level. Looks like we've been marked as prey, Uncle Bu Xian. That frost wolf has broken through. Bu Xian is an ordinary master beastmaster. He only possesses a single master-level spiritual beast. If the time were different, a frost wolf king that had broken through to master level could have caused great trouble for Bu Xian. After all, there was an entire wolf pack behind him. But now it is different. Bu Xian glanced at Xiao Sui and then turned to look at the account room. Here there are 3 quasi-king level beastmasters and 1 master-level beastmaster. Bu Xian has turned into the odd one out. Xiao Sui pondered for a moment. Should I go? No need to go all out. Bu Xian thought for a moment and finally spoke. The wolf pack is an essential part of the plateau ecosystem. These wolves represent the very essence of the plateau's power. If the wolf pack is lost, the mice and rabbits, along with numerous herbivores on the plateau, could cause severe destruction. The food chain. Uncle Bu Xian, is it possible? Xiao Sui lips twitched. I am the deputy director of the Environmental Bureau, who I know all these basics. The promotion channels within the Environmental Bureau are completely transparent. I climbed up on my own. Don't underestimate me, because I'm young. You're too young. Bu Xian paused, so I tend to unconsciously forget these things. What do you mean? Xiao Sui stretched a bit. Shall I go scare the wolf pack? Take it easy, don't kill. Anyhow, it's not easy for a wolf pack to produce a master-level member. Bu Xian thought for a moment and said, it's up to you. Xiao Sui raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The Ao dragon naturally took flight from her arm, heading towards the wolf pack. Ao dragon, early master level race, unique dragon-type spiritual beast. In simple terms, it's very strong. Moreover, it has been well fed by Xiao Sui so much so that it completed the transformation from a flood dragon to a true dragon upon its first evolution. Its strength ranks among the elite in master level, even comparable to some ordinary quasi-kings. In terms of skills, it hasn't learned many, primarily divided into 2 categories. One is the fury of the swamp. The other is sheer strength. After its advancement with the addition of the true dragon's pressure, this dragon soaring in the sky only needs to unleash its dragon might to make the surrounding spiritual beasts unable to lift their heads. The appearance of this wolf pack here was the choice of the Frost Wolf King, the first among the entire pack to become a master-level Wolf King. The Wolf King felt the need to establish its authority. Bu Xian's family possesses the largest yak herd nearby. This is simply the perfect target for establishing dominance. Moreover, although Bu Xian is a master-level beastmaster, even a master-level spiritual beast cannot stop the entire wolf pack. They can always take away a few yaks, allowing the wolf cubs to feast. The Frost Wolf King clawed at the ground, its eyes fixed intently on the cow pen glowing with flames. Then it saw a dragon. With unmatched majesty, the Frost Wolf King thought, run, brothers. When the Ao dragon returned, it shrank back down, curling up on Xiao Sui's arm. At this moment, Xiao Sui was stewing soup. Above the pot sat a steamer filled with the milk curd buns made by Bu Xian and the Cantonese char siu buns brought by Xiao Sui. He helped Bu Xian lift the steamer and sprinkled some salt into the beef soup below. Then he placed the steamer back down. Is there anything else to eat? Buxian waved a small fan, gently encouraging the fire in the small charcoal stove to blaze brighter. There's already quite enough to eat, Uncle Buxian. Xiao Sui patted the Ao dragon's head. The Ao dragon said it scared the wolf pack away directly. If it's too far, we won't go after them. By the way, how many Tibetan families are nearby? About 4 or 5 families, I think, Buxian pondered. If possible, it would be best to let your family. The Ao dragon, that's the name, right? Buxian struggled a bit to pronounce the name. Also, let's take a look at another place. I preferably follow that wolf pack. Sure, Xiao Sui poked the Ao dragon's head. But he said he wants to eat a whole lamb leg. Buxian fell into deep thought. You can roast it. I have lamb legs here, Xiao Sui said quietly. You do? Yes, Xiao Sui nodded. Didn't you say you specifically brought a lamb leg? It's impossible to have only one lamb leg. Xiao Sui spread her hands. When I go out, I definitely bring extra food. It's quite normal, right? Xiao Sui said in a very serious tone. Buxian expressed he didn't want to talk. He took the 2 lamb legs handed over by Xiao Sui. The Ao dragon took off with a loud Ao. Xiao Sui shrugged, turning to look at the account room behind her. Old man Li Guaning came out with Chen Chun and Ning Chua. A few young ladies are chatting. I brought these 2 boys out to see if there's anything we can help with, old man Li Guaning said. Oh, Xiao Sui, what have you brought out this time? Just a little bit of food, Xiao Sui said earnestly. A little bit of food. Old man Li Guaning glanced at the 3 lamb legs Xiao Sui was holding. Is there anything you need help with? Not much. Buxian spoke up. The quality of this meat is very high. I feel a bit reluctant to let you handle it. This kid's skills are merely at assistant level. You might as well just watch from the side. Buxian rolled up his sleeves. The large knife swiftly sliced through the lamb legs skillfully, like a butcher carving beef. Xiao Sui sat to the side watching the expert handle the lamb legs. As a 21-year-old gourmand, her culinary skills were only at a regular cook's level. In Buxian's eyes, she was capable of assisting. However, the others had not yet reached the level of profession. In Buxian's eyes, they were at the level of dragging the team down. If only Gusang came out, she might still help a bit, Buxian said with some disdain. Ning Chua shrank back his hand. Uncle Buxian's temperament is still the same as before. Most of the time he is kind and friendly. But when it comes to food, he becomes very serious. By the way, old man. Buxian looked towards Li Guaning. What are you all doing now? Old man Li Guaning raised his head, seemingly not quite understanding. Do you not remember me? I worked under you before. Participated in the improvement of the water conservancy facilities. That was my brother. Old man Li Guaning said helplessly. My brother Li Guaning is an expert in water conservancy energy. I am Li Guaning, focusing more on field water resource investigation and exploration. I am involved in field surveying, Li Guaning added. We are triplets. Buxian blinked his eyes. He felt a sense of familiarity. After all, the last time he followed that old man on a mission was over 20 years ago, before he arrived at the plateau. Having been at the plateau for over 20 years, of course his memory might have some discrepancies. Buxian paused. So that's how it is. I thought it was the old man who took me under his wing before. This is my younger brother's student. Old man Li Guaning abruptly pulled Chen Chun over. This time let him come out and see the world. He looks like a lively little fellow. Buxian placed a leg of lamb into the roasting pit. Chen Chun blinked. It's a pity I'm rather poor here and couldn't prepare a gift for our meeting. Buxian sighed helplessly. So I'll take this kid to get some yak wool and let him take it as a gift later. The boy, suddenly called by name, lifted his head. Let's go, Ning Chaheo said. They'll make you some felt hats. The boy had a very steady personality, much like the plateau itself. The 2 boys walked towards a small house beside the tent. Buxian, Xiao Sui, and old man Li Guaning simultaneously looked towards a corner. A Tibetan fox holding a mouse rabbit came into their line of sight. It seemed to have caught a whiff of something, and the snow mastiff Gongri ran out from the tent. The Tibetan fox placed the mouse rabbit on the ground and nudged it towards Gongri. Gongri seemed reluctant to accept it, but was tapped on the head by the fox's paw. The snow mastiff was much larger than the Tibetan fox, yet it dared not move. What is this? Old man Li Guaning said, slightly puzzled. Gongri has been raised by this Tibetan fox. Buxian paused. When we first discovered Gongri, that Tibetan fox was moving him to a new place. That Tibetan fox was severely injured at the time. Gongri was still very small, probably not even a month old, yet might have been picked up by this Tibetan fox. We initially thought it was a puppy snatched by the Tibetan fox. But thinking back, that doesn't make sense. Tibetan foxes never eat puppies. So we bandaged the Tibetan fox, and it entrusted Gongri to us. However, this foster parent was not very reassured about Gangri's situation. It always hunts and brings back a mouse rabbit or little bunny for Gongri. It also brings some for us. Gongri knows that the Tibetan fox saved him, so he feels embarrassed to accept it, but he always gets tapped on the head by the fox, crying and accepting this mouse rabbit. Actually, I suspect that. Ning Chaheo walked over. Because the food made by Uncle is much tastier than raw mouse rabbits.
So Gangra's palate has been spoiled. Bu Xiang raised his hand and gave the kid a light tap on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? Bu Xiang said unhappily. Clearly it was you guys who spoiled this little fellow too much. The snow mastiff Gongri is indeed the beloved pet of the Bu Xiang family. Xia Zhaoning occasionally cooks some yak offal for Gongri to eat. Ning Chiheo takes Gongri to catch flying birds. Bu Xiang always remembers to prepare some snacks for Gongri. Thus this dog has been very well cared for. If it weren't for Gangra's high activity level as a herding dog, it might have turned into a snowball. Bu Xiang casually tossed some scraps over. The Tibetan fox glanced at it slightly disdainful and nudged it towards the snow mastiff's mouth. Gongri lowered his head and entered eating mode. Xiao Sui walked over, and the Tibetan fox did not run away. Instead it stepped forward and looked at Xiao Sui with a pair of seemingly wise eyes. There are fluctuations of spiritual energy on you. Did you eat something? Xiao Sui squatted down and picked up the Tibetan fox. Seeing Xiao Sui rudely gazing at its private parts, the fox raised its paw and swiped it across Xiao Sui's face. Xiao Sui. It hurt quite a bit. Xiao Sui did not continue to explore this little fellow's privacy, but instead allowed a wisp of his spiritual energy to enter the little one's body. There is indeed a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy. Xiao Sui paused. This might be one of the reasons why this little fellow is so smart. Moreover, besides the fluctuations of spiritual energy, Xiao Sui paused again. I suspect this little one might have eaten some spiritual material, causing the spiritual energy in its body to persist. However, this is a good thing. Xiao Sui placed the little one on the ground. Spiritual energy is beneficial for this little fellow. Oh, it might live a little longer. As Xiao Sui spoke, he raised his hand and tapped the little one's head. He then wiped his face. He fell into contemplation at the sight of the blood on his hand. No way. He is a master-level beastmaster. Even with a bit of spiritual energy fluctuation, it shouldn't be so easy to scratch his face. Xiao Sui didn't think too much and used spiritual energy to heal his wound, then looked back at the little one hiding behind the snow mastiff Gongri, appearing a bit dazed. The Tibetan fox shrank behind its foster son and glanced at Xiao Sui before retreating back. Alright, I won't harm you. Xiao Sui pouted. He turned and stood back beside Bu Xiang. This Tibetan fox probably won't get hurt. Xiao Sui pouted. In this plateau there are no animals besides spirit beasts that can harm it. To injure a master-level beastmaster, it most likely ate some top-notch spiritual material and enhanced its claws with it. In such cases, spirit beasts know not to harm it. The spiritual material won't come back to them. Ordinary wild beasts can't match it. I suspect this little fellow could slap a wild yak to death. Xiao Sui complained while rubbing his cheeks. Bu Xiang took the first leg of lamb from the roasting pit, looked at the others, and fixed his gaze on Qin Shan. Please take this inside for them to eat first. No problem. Qin Shan took the tray and jogged towards the tent. That Tibetan fox, Bu Xiang looked at. It's indeed extraordinary. Bu Xiang said. I've never seen a Tibetan fox that could save a Tibetan mastiff. And it's very intelligent. Bu Xiang continued. When it realized we wouldn't harm it, and could even protect it, it would run over to us when in danger. When it got hurt, it would come to us to recuperate. I've never seen such a clever fox in my life. Bu Xiang patted the roasting pit. A mouse rabbit scurried out to catch its breath, and then burrowed back in. The dazed dragon lying nearby widened its eyes. Dazed dragon, do I need to learn this too? Where are we going? To the mountain god temple. The mountain god temple of the Himalayas. Are there really mountain god temples in such large mountain ranges? Xiao Sui was taken aback. The temple of the guardian deity of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, that's the one. Today happens to be the day the temple opens. There are no monks in the temple, or rather the monks have to tend to their own cattle and sheep to make a living. Life on the plateau is not that easy, so new regulations have been established. Monks are merely the initiators of the temple's opening. On the 3rd of every month the temple will open and everyone goes to light a stick of incense and chat with the guardian deity. Then the temple will close again until it reopens next month. The purpose of this temple is solely for worship, nothing more. We no longer offer tribute to monks, Bu Xiang said. Before the era of spirit beasts, the status of monks was not low. We would provide money for incense so that monks could live. After the era of spirit beasts, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau has become quite unfriendly to people. So a new approach was adopted. The temple keeper comes once a month to open and close the doors. The temple only opens for a few hours after lighting the incense and saying a few words, everyone leaves. The temple keeper has to go back to grazing as well. Bu Xiang shook his head. On this desolate yet rich plateau, every action carries its own significance. The guardian deity of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau is their protector, a psychological support, and their faith. However, due to insufficient resources, all available labor must engage in herding to ensure a better. Thus there are no monks. Faith still exists. But for these people living on the plateau, what they seek is the most fundamental psychological support. Xiao Sui looked up, gazing into the distance. There stood a temple neither too big nor too small. A young man appeared next to Buxiang, though Xiao Sui was unaware of when he had arrived. Uncle Buxiang, it's you. Why are you here this month? Where's your dad? My dad twisted his ankle while herding cattle last night. He said he saw a dragon. I think he's just getting old and his eyesight is failing. The boy rubbed his nose. This is Danzeng, Buxiang introduced to Xiao Sui. He lives not far from our place. Danzeng turned to look at Xiao Sui. Buxiang continued, this is Xiao Sui, a guest from outside the plateau. A guest from outside the plateau. The Tibetan boy instinctively frowned. His first impression seemed rather unfavorable. Coming to the plateau at this time. Don't you know that resources are the scarcest right now? The Tibetan boy said, I brought a lot of supplies besides my own portion. There's still a lot left for Buxiang, Xiao Sui said earnestly. If I brought nothing and just ate, wouldn't that be too offensive? Danzeng was momentarily taken aback, but he still turned his head away. Last year Danzeng's family helped a beast tamer who adventured in Qinghai, Tibet during winter. That beast tamer ate a lot. It almost caused Danzeng's family to not survive the winter. When he left, he didn't leave anything behind, and even now we can't get in touch with him. Buxiang explained. So Danzeng doesn't particularly like people from outside the plateau. Buxiang patted Danzeng's head. This boy looked to be around 14 or 15 years old, still a child, and naturally would dislike such behavior along with disliking such people. In the world beyond the plateau, a 15-year-old boy is still studying. But on the plateau at 15, one is already capable of herding cattle. Xiao Sui was silent for quite a while. He spoke again. I can't apologize on behalf of that person, but I want to say thank you for what you all have done. If you don't mind, take some flour and beef back with you. This can be preserved. Xiao Sui took out a spatial bracelet from his pocket. Buxiang raised his hand to stop Xiao Sui. Their family only has one beast tamer who is elite level. Spatial bracelets. Not everyone can have one. Danzeng, later go to your uncle's place and get some food to bring back. Danzeng glanced at the spatial bracelet in Xiao Sui's hand and swallowed. Then he obediently nodded. Okay. He did not act irrationally due to his emotions. For example, directly taking that thing back. Xiao Sui paused for a moment, then took out a lollipop from his spatial bracelet and handed it to Danzeng. For example, directly taking that thing back. Xiao Sui paused for a moment, then took out a lollipop from his. People from outside the plateau often do not understand our way of life, Buxiang said. So Danzeng, you may have much to learn. Uncle Buxiang, can I ask you a question? Danzeng said, holding the lollipop, reverting back to his lively, youthful demeanor. Can I go see the world outside the plateau? Buxiang was silent for a moment. There will be opportunities. Don't worry, I wouldn't want to leave my parents. Danzeng said, while walking forward, still holding the lollipop. I won't leave the plateau. Grandpa said our roots are here, and one day this place will be better. Here is where the roots are. Too many people go out to see the colorful world and never come back. Dad said I can't become that kind of person. I won't, Danzeng said earnestly. He paused, suddenly recalling something, and turned to look at Xiao Sui with some, brother Xiao Sui. Do you have any more candy? I have a little sister at home. Xiao Sui was taken aback and shook his head. There's no more lollipops. Do you want some milk candy? Danzeng nodded vigorously. Xiao Sui took out a small handful of milk candies and placed them in Danzeng's hand. The milk candy had a big white rabbit printed on it. Thank you, brother Xiao Sui, the Tibetan boy said excitedly. Xiao Sui waved his hand. You're welcome. Buxiang stopped walking. The temple is here, the steady middle-aged man said. A temple of modest size stood a couple of 100 meters away. The temple sat amidst the snow, constructed from a very unique blue material. It looked like a tear shed by the mountain god in the icy world. Go to the entrance and get a stick of incense, then go in and light it. This way you will have the scent of the incense that connects you directly to the guardian deity. In this way the guardian deity will protect you. Buxiang clasped his hands together. The deity will bless you, this middle-aged man said with great sincerity. In the wind and snow on the high mountains, as long as you are still on this plateau, the deity will protect you regardless of the erosion of wind and snow or the disturbances from wild beasts. The incense is free, and it is not particularly good incense. It is merely handmade, crafted from coarse. This type of incense is not made from fragrant wood, but from the rare powder of a type of wood found in the high plateau, carefully rolled out bit by bit. It does not have much fragrance, but the materials are solid. Once lit, the ash proves surprisingly stable, and the thin blue smoke rises gently into the sky. It seems to have found some unique area, slowly disappearing beside the statue. Xiao Sui received an incense stick from an old man's hand. Resources are scarce in the high plateau, and even the incense is merely a single stick. Xiao Sui followed Uncle Buxian into this moderately sized temple. The temple has only 3 halls, with the 2 on the sides merely serving as storage areas. Only the central hall uses some special spiritual material, appearing ice blue on the outside with a yellowish-brown foundation. It is solemn and dignified. Xiao Sui entered the main hall with Uncle Bu Xian and saw the statue. Xiao Sui was momentarily stunned. The statue in his eyes turned out to be a massive polar mammoth. Calm down, what do you see? Bu Xian gently pressed his hand on Xiao Sui's shoulder. In the next moment, the little mouse on Xiao Sui's head waved its wand lightly. The illusion was broken. The polar mammoth before him transformed into a mountain that had been miniaturized and placed within the temple. Mount Everest. The third goddess peak, Bu Xian nodded. I am not sure why different spiritual beasts appear after entering, but I am certain that this place is the gathering point of the faith in the guardian deity of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. He understood why this power felt so familiar. This incense is problematic. Xiao Sui gazed at the incense stick in his hand. It had just been lit for a short while. The yellowish-brown spiritual power was activated and concentrated in his eyes. The smoke rising from the incense stick was not smoke at all. This is an extremely pure and rich force of faith. Xiao Sui raised his hand and inserted the incense stick into the incense burner, then slightly bowed his head and turned to leave. He did not kneel. Fortunately, the surrounding Tibetans were all praying with their eyes closed, and no one noticed his actions. The small pendant at Xiao Sui's waist trembled slightly. It was a fragment of the antlers of the Tianya deer. Only Uncle Bu Xian noticed that Xiao Sui did not kneel. He did not intentionally ask about it. He probably just thought that those who came from outside the plateau did not share their beliefs. After all, he had been the same way before. Of course, that was not the case. Xiao Sui suspected that if he had knelt down, the statue might have cracked directly. As his strength further increased, he gained a little more understanding of his own talents. For instance, this is a kind of qualification, a certain authority, a certain status. He stood on the ground. He cannot kneel before a mountain. Xiao Sui grasped the Tianya deer antler pendant hanging at his waist, looking left and right. There is a breath of legend nearby. However, if it is merely a legend, the Tianya deer pendant would not have such a... Xiao Sui thought for a moment and took out all of his pendants in one breath. Only the pendants from his teacher, the senior Shan Yin, and the senior Tianya reacted. So it is a soil-related legendary aura. Xiao Sui frowned. If it is a soil-related legend, it is impossible not to sense the aura on himself. Unless... Disaster beast. Xiao Sui glanced at the people around him. He snapped his fingers, and the next moment the little mouse took him outside the temple. A particularly cunning-looking bear was lying on the grass outside the temple. Tibetan horse bear. Not a spiritual beast, just an ordinary animal. Xiao Sui did not lower his guard. Instead, upon seeing the Tibetan horse bear, he became even more alert. The Tibetan horse bear symbolizes bad things on the plateau. Xiao Sui turned his head and glanced at the temple behind him. In such a temple, there is such a dense force of faith. For an ordinary bear, it is the best deterrent. The appearance of this Tibetan horse bear here is undoubtedly the greatest blasphemy against the force of faith. You cannot hold on to a wishful thinking that a Tibetan horse bear is pious right. Xiao Sui raised his hand, summoning the fat bear to lie beside him. Feeling a surge of safety, Xiao Sui stared at the Tibetan horse bear before him until it suddenly vanished. Squeak. The little mouse tugged at Xiao Sui's head. Illusion. Squeak. The little mouse shook its head and explained again. A waking dream of illusion. What is that? Xiao Sui frowned. He instinctively looked beneath. Seal. Squeak. The little mouse nodded vigorously. You mean the Tibetan horse bear we just saw was actually the disaster beast sealed within, releasing a bit of its consciousness in a dream? Is this the so-called waking dream of illusion? The little mouse gave a thumbs up. I just said, why does such a thick force of faith exist? The result is that something is sealed beneath. Xiao Sui discovered that all these ancient legends have a flaw. Their enemies, those disaster beasts that can completely match them in combat power. Most of them are so powerful that they cannot be directly killed. If you cannot kill them completely, the simplest way is to seal them away. Then in the place where you are sealed, place your mark and leave a temple. Generations after generations suppress you. The force of faith flows almost endlessly, and it can provide the most perfect energy. Even the force of faith provided by a Money King's temple can simultaneously suppress 3 legendary beings. Although it is unknown who decreed that this temple should be visited once a month. However, the old man who produced the incense clearly is not ordinary. This method of transforming one's thoughts into a force of faith is clearly something that ordinary Tibetans cannot possess. What are you doing outside? The first to step out was Danzing. People of this age are always restless, eager to share their wishes with the guardian spirit. Danzing hurriedly walked out, ready to go home and help his father with the cattle. Xiao Sui sat at the door, raising an eyebrow upon seeing him. I've said all I need to say, so I came out. Xiao Sui spoke, waving at the 14 or 15-year-old boy. Danzing thought for a moment before walking over and sitting down beside Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui patted the boy's shoulder and took a piece of fruit candy from his pocket, placing it in Danzing's hand. Have you ever seen your guardian spirit? Yes, I have. Danzing nodded vigorously while holding the piece of candy. Our guardian spirit is extremely powerful, as steady as a mountain and as pure as snowflakes. He comes amidst the wind and snow, bringing protection and dreams. Danzing said earnestly, our guardian spirit is truly formidable. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to survive on this plateau for so long. So no matter the circumstances, we will protect our guardian spirit. Xiao Sui listened to the boy's somewhat convoluted words and fell silent for a moment. His question seemed to be whether this boy had ever seen the guardian spirit right. How did he come up with such an answer? Xiao Sui did not continue to press the question. Danzing stood up and waved goodbye to Xiao Sui. Thank you for the candy, brother Xiao Sui. You're welcome. I'm staying at Uncle Buxiang's house for a while, so feel free to come find me to play. Xiao Sui waved his hand in return. Danzing walked away bit by bit, and Xiao Sui looked up towards the direction of the temple. Uncle Buxiang came out very late, and the people in the temple had almost all left. Xiao Sui chewed on a piece of beef jerky, looking towards the temple. Uncle Buxiang. It's nothing. Buxiang waved his hand. Let's go back. What do you want to eat tonight? I don't know. Xiao Sui shook his head. Then he'll decide. Buxiang said. By the way, Xiao Sui, what did you see in the temple just now? The statue will show the image that resembles the mountain god in your heart. An Arctic mammoth, Xiao Sui replied. He stroked his chin. Perhaps it's because I've contracted an ice. Maybe, Xiao Sui said after thinking for a moment. It could also be that there are only so many spirit beasts of earth and ice attributes. Buxiang did not insist on this question. He merely glanced at Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui raised his hand and gently tapped. The space before him suddenly shattered, and he returned to the entrance of the temple. An Arctic mammoth stood before him, charging towards him at high speed. Anyone who saw the statue at first glance would recognize it as an image. And the current situation is that the mountain god you see is rushing towards you. Xiao Sui closed his eyes and stomped his feet against the ground. Earthy yellow waves of energy began to glow, followed by the anxious calls of the little mouse. I'm fine. Xiao Sui patted the little mouse on his head. He realized that the odd feeling he had earlier was because the little guy on his head was gone. He quickly took out his goggles and put them on before speaking again. Little mouse, what's the situation now? A world of illusions, or just simple deception? The essence of illusions is, after all, deception. In the early days of the spirit beast era, illusion and telekinesis were essentially the same, indistinguishable from each other. At first, there wasn't even an illusion attribute. As for why it came to be later, because some spirit beasts with weak mental power couldn't use strong telekinesis like telekinetic spirit beasts to employ the most basic offensive methods. But they could use illusions. In a sense, illusions can create a false world that allows one to sink into it. For one thing that is certain is that the guardian spirit of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau is clearly not skilled in illusions. It can only be. Xiao Sui raised his hand and took out the token of the purple gold spider. This time the token emitted a reaction similar to those pendants from earlier. Illusion system. Earth system plus illusion system. Little mouse, perhaps you might gain some significant opportunities here, Xiao Sui said as he took a step forward. The next moment, the illusion shattered completely. Danzing, who had already walked far, was lying not far ahead, fast asleep. A bit of leakage of illusion rules can lead to such a result. Xiao Sui fell silent for a moment. Truly a legend. Xiao Sui reached out and poked the little mouse, who waved its staff to shatter the illusions surrounding the temple one by one. There are no issues inside the temple, Xiao Sui said. The power of faith is very stable. Normally, as long as one stays in the temple long enough, after coming out, these illusion marks won't have any effect. But I came out early and Danzing had to go home due to some matters. So both of us fell into the trap. As long as you stay long enough by the incense formed by the power of faith, you can exit. Xiao Sui helped Danzing, who was lying on the ground, up. What do you think? How do you feel? Is there any rule between you that requires staying in the temple for a certain period? Xiao Sui looked at the drowsy boy, and one question after another came out of his mouth. Danzing seemed a bit confused but still scratched his head. Why did I suddenly fall asleep? There used to be a rule that each time one enters the temple, they must stay for at least 2 hours before leaving. If the time hasn't reached 2 hours, one can't receive the mountain god's blessing. But since I had something to do today, I left early. I think it should be fine, right? Danzing clearly had never visited the temple alone. Xiao Sui had another question he wanted to ask. If leaving early could result in falling here, such an event must have occurred, right? If it has, when did was it those in the temple who called them awake? Or were those affected by the illusion able to return on their own? If so, would their behavior and speech be influenced by the illusion? Xiao Sui did not know. He simply closed his eyes, lost in thought. What if? Xiao Sui hesitated and began to speak to himself. What if the disaster beast sealed underground uses this illusion mark as the key to escape its seal? Xiao Sui rubbed his forehead and summoned the fat bear. Fat bear, could you please take Danzing back? The fat bear nodded and swiftly left with Danzing. I don't believe that the guardian spirit of the Qinghai Plateau would be unaware of this matter, Xiao Sui said, addressing the little mouse on his head. If they do know, then, as a legend, why haven't they been able to resolve it? Unless... Squeak. Xiao Sui understood very well that if the legend of the Qinghai Plateau could not solve this matter, it meant that what was underneath was likely beyond legend. After all, beneath the Deccan Plateau, there is a legend above. As the roof of the world, it sounds even more exalted than what lies beneath the Qinghai Plateau. It is very likely that there is indeed something. However, Xiao Sui had another doubt. If this is the reason why the guardian deity of the Qinghai Plateau cannot leave, how could the other guardian beasts of the nation be unaware? Furthermore, why does the current guardian deity of the Qinghai Plateau need to deal with such a creature? Xiao Sui knew that all the answers must be found from the guardian deity of the Qinghai Plateau. Xiao Sui remained silent for a moment before sitting down again. Is that the illusionary system law? Squeak. The meaning of the mouse was that this illusionary energy was very rare, but extremely purer than the illusionary energy on the body of the purple gold spider. The mouse tapped Xiao Sui's head with its paw. So we need to first figure out how to resolve this illusionary system law and what its coverage area is. Xiao Sui stood up. He extended his hand, and a mass of earthy yellow energy appeared in his palm. The young man squatted down and slapped the earth energy into the ground. The earth's spiritual energy gradually spread out, quickly forming a barrier that encompassed the entire temple along with the illusionary energy. That's quite a large area. Xiao Sui stood up, crossing his arms over his chest. He raised his hand and took out the beast tamer's wristband. Hey teacher, it's you, Xiao Sui. The voice on the other end, the king of mountain crossing, spoke with a smile. What's up? Shouldn't you be on a mission at the Qinghai Plateau right now? How do you have time to contact me? Xiao Sui paused for a moment. How many kings can we mobilize at the Qinghai Plateau? Not a single one, the king of mountain crossing replied straightforwardly. Unlike the guardian beasts of the nation, the guardian deity of the Qinghai Plateau has almost complete control over the entire area. Therefore, there isn't a single king level available in the entire Qinghai Plateau, the Xinzhou Alliance, or the Beast Tamer Association. What about the wild ones? Xiao Sui frowned. Not sure. The king of mountain crossing shrugged, the holographic projection from the beast tamer's wristband, making this burly man appear quite calm. We don't know where the wild kings are, and I don't know how you can find them, or even persuade them. What happened? Did you encounter some situation? Xiao Sui remained silent for a moment before uttering 4 words. Beyond legend. The king of mountain crossing's expression suddenly became serious. Are you sure? I don't know where I felt a similar aura before. Xiao Sui spoke earnestly. But I am certain that this aura is stronger than legends. Moreover, the guardian deity of the Qinghai Plateau has always been unable to leave. I don't believe that the guardian beasts of the nation are completely unaware of the reasons. After a moment, the king of mountain crossing sighed. To be honest, our relationship with the guardian deity of the Qinghai Plateau is not very good. So it can even be said that there have been some frictions. Sending you this time is entirely to mend the relationship, you know. The guardian deity of the Qinghai Plateau is not beyond legend, that much is certain. However, its strength is indeed of an exaggerated nature within legends, comparable to the sword-heart enlightened frog sovereign at its peak. But our relationship is not good. If there really is something beyond legend at the Qinghai Plateau, I can help you apply to abandon this mission and come back. No accidents are allowed. No teacher, I think I can handle this. It's just a legend that hasn't broken its seal. The king of mountain crossing on the other end of the line twitched his mouth. This burly newly emerged The king of mountain crossing on the other end of the line twitched his mouth. This burly newly emerged legend slammed his hand on the table. What are you planning to do? The king of diplomacy glanced at the king of mountain crossing. He was preparing to send an envoy to the Free Federation, so the king of mountain crossing was temporarily still with him. What else can I do? I'll go find old Master Chui to get a written order. He doesn't want to come out. Then I'll go. The words of the king of mountain crossing carried a sense of reassurance. Outside the temple, Xiao Sui saw people gradually coming out from inside. Uncle Buxiang finally walked out of the temple. The earthy yellow barrier was visible only to Buxiang and Xiao Sui. After all, this is spirit power of a master level. What did you do? Uncle Buxiang asked, somewhat puzzled. Just protecting this temple, and also protecting you people. Xiao Sui remained silent for a moment, and did not tell Buxiang the truth. He only vaguely stated, let's go then. Buxiang patted the young man's shoulder. By the way, where is Danzing? Have you seen him? Danzing just came out. I asked Fat Bear to help him a bit. Xiao Sui pointed to the earth rock bear beside him. Fat Bear reliably raised its paw. Buxiang did not ask further, and led Xiao Sui towards home. So, any special feelings?
After lighting that incense, do you feel like you can sense the aura of the guardian deity? A little bit, Xiao Sui. On the contrary, Buxiang looked a bit surprised. He had never thought that Xiao Sui could truly sense anything. After all, he was also a master-level beast tamer and had felt nothing over the years. Buxiang looked at Xiao Sui, feeling that this young man should not be the kind to exaggerate facts. He nodded. It seems you will soon meet the guardian deity. At that time, remember to send my regards. Xiao Sui remained silent for a moment. How should he say it? He couldn't just say that Buxiang probably knew this guardian deity of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. He could only nod and agree to this statement. By the way, Uncle Buxiang, I have a question. That old man who gave us incense at the temple entrance, what's his background? He looked quite impressive. Buxiang's expression was a bit strange. What are you talking about? There was no old man at the temple entrance. That was just a stone statue. Xiao Sui body shuddered. He turned his head to look at the temple entrance. He saw a Tibetan bear waving at them. The essence of illusion, art, lies, and deception. Once the Zama bear would stand by the roadside beckoning passersby. As soon as one drew near, it would pounce, leaving neither corpse nor bone. Xiao Sui shuddered violently. A small pendant woven from spider silk hanging at his waist trembled, jolting him back to awareness. He rubbed his eyes. Where had the Zama bear gone? There stood only a weathered stone statue of a monk. Its surface it seemed unable to withstand centuries of erosion, slowly fading away. For a statue, such decay was perfectly ordinary. Yet for Xiao Sui it was anything but. Did you see it just now, Shu Shu? Shu Shu nodded, then waved the staff clutched in her tiny paw. A soft pink aura unfurled like gossamer, settling upon Xiao Sui like a delicate veil. Are you certain there's no trace of illusion left upon me? A soft pink aura unfurled like gossamer, settling upon Xiao Sui like a delicate veil. Are you certain there's no trace of illusion left upon me? Shu Shu knew full well both she and her master had seen the Zama bear. That meant the illusion mark was unquestionably upon them. Yet her inability to sense it meant she had no way, none whatsoever, to locate it. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Shu Shu sighed deeply. She raised her staff, and in an instant the three of them vanished from that place. In the next breath they reappeared inside the tent chamber. Almost the moment they returned, Gongri, the snow mastiff left behind at home, burst into furious barking. Xiao Sui fell silent, his gaze fixed southward, as if the snow-capped mountains themselves were about to collapse. Only when a claw pierced through that dreamlike veil were they yanked back into reality. Uncle Buxiang rubbed his eyes. Xiao Sui exhaled in relief. I knew you wouldn't abandon us to die. Humans are like that, forever scheming, came a calm, resonant voice beside his ear. Yet the speaker, a Tibetan fox, lay sprawled on the ground, yawning broadly, his solemn expression absurdly comical. Child of the earth, you journeyed to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau seeking me, only to ask me to leave. To ask you to depart the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Before arriving, yes. Xiao Sui settled into lotus position, gazing steadily at the fox. Now no longer. Who then is that Zama bear? And how formidable is it? The illusion marks upon us. Xiao Sui narrowed his eyes. Have you truly dispelled them? Had you not been a child of the earth, had you lacked that resonance which stirs kinship within me, I would not have deigned to acknowledge you at all. Indeed, merely ignored him. The guardian deity of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau embodied righteousness itself. Unimpeachably so. First, answer your final question, the fox said, glancing at Xiao Sui. No. Your illusion marks remain unresolved. Only a legendary illusionist could eradicate them utterly. My power alone is insufficient. The fox stretched lazily on the ground. Now your first two questions. First, the Zama bear is a calamity beast sealed long ago by the plateau's inaugural guardian deity. Second, its strength rivals that of the strongest being currently active within the Zhongshan alliance. Now your final question again. I cannot, and will not, leave the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. The fox flicked a paw. Were I to depart, the Zama bear could break its seal within mere months. Neither the Qinghai Tibet Plateau nor Zhongshan, nor even the entire Shanghai Star, could withstand the onslaught of a fully awakened entity at this juncture. The fox opened his mouth. TCH. Can't even speak freely. What wretched rules. He gnashed his teeth. Understand, boy. It isn't reluctance that binds me here. It is impossibility. Leave now. Once beyond the plateau, seek the spider dwelling in the southwestern corner. She may cleanse your illusion marks. Beyond that, you need not concern yourselves further. The plateau is a lock, holding that creature within. Before the second spiritual awakening, we lack the means to eradicate it entirely. Yes, Zhongshan does possess beings transcending legend. Yet not all transcendents are equal. That Zangma bear is a true tier sovereign, unadulterated, unyielding. The fox lifted a paw and tapped Xiao Sui's forehead. Unless your mother awakens, This matter cannot be resolved in your lifetime. My mother is merely a novice-level beast tamer, Xiao Sui murmured softly. I mean the earth itself. The fox struck again, firmly. The youth rubbed his head. If you could rouse the earth, even for a single fleeting moment, you could drag that Zanma bear aloft and flog it without mercy. The Zanma bear dared strike you only because the earth slumbers, and because your own strength remains insufficient. Yet your latent potential runs deep, so deep that slaying you would instantly shatter the seal, for you are the child of the earth. The fox licked his forepaw. He turned, preparing to depart. Oh, one more thing, boy, I am not the true guardian deity. He paused, turning back. You might say, I am merely an old fox reluctantly shouldering duty. The fox fell silent for a long moment, then settled beside Gongri the snow mastiff, choosing not to leave, as if guarding something unseen. He did not continue. Some burdens were not meant for this young one to bear, even if he himself were but an ordinary legend. The fox closed his eyes, lying still, as though lost in thought. Then he opened them again, finding the bespectacled youth still seated cross-legged before him. Why have you returned? I told you, I will not leave the Qinghai Tibet plateau. So long as the Zanma bear remains unsealed, I cannot depart. No, I mean, Xiao Sui scratched his head. Esteemed elder, guarding the seal alone must be grueling. You can scarcely step outside for air. Yes, we cannot slay it yet. But Zhongshan hosts countless legends. Could each lend but a fraction of their power, would not the seal grow stronger? Would reinforcing the seal not suffice? Zhongshan's request of you is simple: descend the mountain only when aid is needed. Not that you remain absent forever. So, why not strike a bargain? Let Zhongshan's national guardian beasts reinforce the seal, and you intervene when required. That would resolve everything. The current guardian deity of the Qinghai Tibet plateau fell into profound contemplation. The Tibetan fox parted his jaws momentarily, at a loss for words. He truly did not enjoy a cordial relationship with the divine beast guardian of the Zhongshan alliance. But that did not mean he harbored ill will toward Zhongshan itself. After all, he himself had been born upon this land. The divine rank of guardian of the Qinghai Tibet plateau was forged not by celestial decree, but by the collective faith of its people. The Tibetan fox remained silent for a long while. Yes. Oh, I said yes. If reinforcing the seal allows me to leave the Qinghai Tibet plateau freely, I would even depart it entirely. You sought me out precisely to transform me from guardian of the Qinghai Tibet plateau into the divine beast guardian of all Zhongshan. And if I may roam freely beyond the plateau, I bear no objection to safeguarding Zhongshan's people. My sole condition is this: Zhongshan must dispatch personnel to improve their livelihoods. The Tibetan fox glanced toward the accounting tent. Life on this plateau is far less comfortable than you imagine. Though heavenly kings are scarce upon this plateau, each one possesses the power to imperil these Tibetan people. Senior Fox, might it be possible? Xiao Sui paused, startled. Was it because we assumed the Qinghai Tibet plateau was your domain, and thus refrained from stationing a heavenly king here? The Tibetan fox fell into deep contemplation. So too did Xiao Sui. He realized, between this guardian of the Qinghai Tibet plateau and the elders of the Zhongshan alliance, a profound misunderstanding had taken root. Xiao Sui scratched absently at the mouse perched atop his head. The mouse squeaked, squeak, squeak. So, you never objected to Zhongshan alliance deploying personnel here. Why should I object? The Tibetan fox wore an oddly perplexed expression. My strength flows from faith. Naturally, I wish those who believe in me to live better lives. But what if, just hypothetically, after Zhongshan alliance provides aid to the Qinghai Tibet plateau, the Tibetan people cease believing in you? That too is simple. The Tibetan fox paused thoughtfully. The plateau's inherent power sustains me. Only part of my divine strength derives from faith. Thus my power would diminish only slightly, yet grow purer, refined by the remaining devotion. You have visited that temple, haven't you? Those incense sticks are formed from the purest faith imaginable. So long as belief remains, so long as one kindles that incense and bows, the statue within the temple receives true worship. When the first guardian established this place, he deliberately prepared something unique. Only that particular incense could channel faith energy to the guardian. All other faith energy would simply dissipate, unabsorbed. This ensured the guardian's strength remained utterly untainted, immune to emotional distortion. Faith, in essence, is neither sentiment nor attachment. It is power. It is duty. The Tibetan fox, now unburdened in speech, failed to notice the young man's face growing increasingly grave. Incidentally, that Tibetan horse bear likely imprinted a phantasmal mark upon you the moment it saw you. It possessed neither the means nor the authority to break free. The Tibetan fox spoke with casual nonchalance. If, hypothetically, pure faith energy were placed near the temple, what would transpire?
Truly pure faith energy is exceedingly rare. It must originate from a historically real figure venerated across generations willingly surrendering such energy to you. The Tibetan fox studied the youth before him. Otherwise, who among mortals could casually dispense fragments of faith energy? The first guardian once imbued the stone statue at the temple gate with sentience, empowering it to generate incense infused with faith energy. Given your affinity, you should be able to perceive that old man. Xiao Sui closed his eyes. Within his mind, the scattered threads began to weave into a coherent tapestry. First, upon entering the temple, the stone statue revealed an elderly man, who gifted him a single incense stick. As the son of the earth, his perception was acute enough to see the elder clearly. That posed no contradiction. Eyes still shut, Xiao Sui methodically retraced earlier events. Second, while inside the temple, he suddenly sensed a tremor emanating from the earth itself. He beheld the Tibetan horse bear. Then almost instantly it vanished. This confirmed the beast's inability to project significant power beyond its seal. It had exerted every ounce of strength merely to glimpse him. So, when exactly had the turning point occurred? Xiao Sui found the answer swiftly. He had cast a sphere of faith energy toward the temple, the portion left behind by Qian Wang sedimented over a millennium. His intent had been modest to compensate for the faith he'd withheld. Yet that very fragment of faith energy now appeared to have served as the key unlocking the seal. Immediately after casting it, both Danzing and Xiao Sui succumbed to illusion. For the horse bear's overflow of power had intensified. Hence Buxiang never mentioned the rule requiring 2 full hours stay. At that time Danzing was already ensnared by illusion, deceiving him outright. Before that day, no one outside the temple had ever collapsed unconscious, because by then part of the horse bear's power had already breached the seal. Thus, when Xiao Sui departed, the figure waving farewell was not the elder he'd seen before, but the Tibetan horse bear itself. Its power had fully broken free. It seems I've done something profoundly. The youth drew a deep, steadying breath. Senior Fox, what happens if that horse bear fully breaks free? Mass devastation. No, not devastation. Rather, every living being along its path would slip into an eternal dream state induced by illusion, then vanish entirely from this world. The Tibetan fox fixed his gaze upon Xiao Sui. What did you do? I hesitated. I felt instinctively that bowing would shatter the statue. Thus the incense I offered carried far less faith energy. So I cast additional faith energy into the purest kind. The purest kind. The Tibetan fox stared intently at Xiao Sui, then struck the youth's head sharply with one claw. Summon reinforcements. I'll go assess whether there remains any chance of remedy. Xiao Sui opened his mouth, but faltered. What's done is done. No lamenting fate or blaming heaven. We must act. Yet we require assistance. The Tibetan fox held Xiao Sui's gaze. How many legendary tier beings can you call forth? Xiao Sui withdrew a handful of pendants. The Tibetan fox. You should have mentioned your backing was this formidable earlier. Xiao Sui raised his beast tamer's bracelet to contact his master. The bracelet's connection has severed, he murmured, frowning. The Tibetan fox stiffened. Which means, the Qinghai Tibet Plateau has become an island. Highest, remotest, coldest island in the world. On the outskirts of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau there is a barrier constructed from illusions. The power is certainly beyond legends. How can you be sure? The great sage has entered battle mode, but hasn't broken through. The king of mountains sat on the great sage's shoulder cursing. In battle mode, the great sage is almost equivalent to the strongest in legends. Except for the frog celestial, I can't be defeated by anyone else. But it just can't be broken. Can we ask if the boss can intervene? What do you mean by can't intervene? What does it mean to be doing something very important? Isn't my student's life, are the lives of so many people on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau not important? You tell me I can't intervene. On what grounds? Come on, tell me on what grounds. Calm down, my ass. This thing is just an illusion, or it's easy to get lost inside. Damn it, do what I'll go in myself. The king of mountains cursed as he put away the beastmaster's ring. He waved his hand. The great sage took a deep breath and walked straight into the illusion barrier with the king of mountains. The Qingkong monkey on the other end of the phone widened its eyes. You fool. You're such a fool. Are you stupid? If the boss can't intervene, do we have no other way to break that barrier? You fool. Fan Mountain. You're a big idiot. The Qingkong monkey threw the communicator away, took a few deep breaths to calm down. Send the frog celestial to Qinghai Tibet. The Qingkong monkey took a deep breath. Go. A master-level beastmaster standing beside the Qingkong monkey was momentarily stunned before turning to leave. The Qingkong monkey's gaze fell towards the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Legendary beasts beyond legends, so that's how it is. I said, how could a legendary guardian of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau not be willing to protect the entire divine land? Why didn't you say this earlier? If you had, it would have been resolved sooner. Inside the Qinghai Tibet Plateau,
outside the seemingly ordinary temple that Songhu guarded Xiao Sui as they arrived. You came to Qinghai Tibet to participate in my assessment, do you know that? It's the guardian beasts of the divine land. I'm sure a few little ones will catch my eye. I never believed this. After all, even if they caught my eye, I wouldn't follow you. You're something. You came up and threw me a big one right away. That Songhu didn't blame Xiao Sui. Xiao Sui understood that now was not the time for guilt. He stood beside that Songhu, gazing at the temple before them. The temple was ice blue like a tear in the snow, tears flowing from the snow-capped mountains. Only now did Xiao Sui understand what this temple truly represented. This is the very center of the seal. Xiao Sui looked up. A giant kingma bear suddenly appeared before the man and the fox. It looked at the two with a strangely cunning gaze. Thank you for your faith power, kid. The kingma bear gazed at Xiao Sui. What pure faith power. It might even allow me to break free of this seal. Enjoy the last three. The kingma bear turned and vanished from sight. The Songhu flicked its tail and took Xiao Sui away, returning to the tent of Buxiang. It's completely unsealed. The Songhu was silent for a moment. This is the worst outcome, kid. Can't you call anyone? At least my teacher responded earlier. Who is your teacher? The Songhu frowned. Xiao Sui pondered before providing a different explanation. He believed that Songhu could sense what had happened at that time. The one who moved the Degan Plateau some time ago. That Songhu. Very strong but still within the realm. That Songhu spoke up. Just the two of us are completely insufficient. The kingma bear may be stronger than you think. We must reseal it before it breaks free from the seal. Hey kid, do you dare to follow me? Where to? To the third goddess peak. The king's gaze was, we're going to retrieve something. To retrieve the relics left by the first guardian deity. Only me, eh? No, everyone is going. In that room at Buxiang, everyone will follow. The special thing about the third goddess peak is that this world's highest peak only appreciates two things. The courage of climbers. The unity of fellow travelers. So everyone go. That Songhu was silent for a moment. At least with my protection, the consciousness of this family will definitely be awake. I can't guarantee others though. That Songhu looked toward the snow-capped mountains. We're going to the snow mountain. Right now. On the snow mountain, besides the relics left by the first guardian deity, there's another sleeping legend. If it comes to worst, we'll have to wake that fellow up too. Within 3 days? Xiao Sui asked. 3 days, my ass. Do you really believe what the kingma bear said? I estimate at most 2 days. No, to be precise, it could be between 2 to 5 days. Because within a day it knows we won't be able to find many who can deal with it. So at least 2 days, at most 5 days, and the kingma bear will completely break the seal. A fully unsealed kingma bear currently can only be dealt with by one in the divine land. It also has to be the kingma bear in a weakened state. The training time is completely unequal. Even the most gifted spirit beasts have to abide by the basics. The Songhu patted Xiao Sui on the head. Let's go, call everyone out from the tent. We're going to climb the snow mountain. This is my test. Hurry up. Hurry up. Xiao Sui scratched his head and turned to enter the tent. Old man Li Guixing clearly didn't know what was happening. He looked up at Xiao Sui. We might have a rather daunting task. Xiao Sui was silent for a moment. What task? Old man Li Guixing frowned. Xiao Sui thought for a moment and spoke as gently as possible. Most likely it's to save the world. Or rather to find an opportunity to save the world. Old man Li Guixing. Xiao Sui explained the situation in the simplest way possible, including what he had done. Old man Li Guixing did not say anything, just slung on his backpack. He pulled up the dozing Chen Chun. Mutsun followed naturally behind. Chen Dong followed behind Mutsun. The 5 members of the Divine Land Alliance quickly made their choice. Uncle Buxiang shouldered his pack. Xia Zhaoning extinguished the fire. Ning Chihao herded his herd of yaks into the pen. Everyone said nothing, but it seemed like they had said everything. Let's go. To the snow mountain. The third divine maiden peak. Mount Komolangma, the world's highest peak, stands majestically in snow-clad solitude. This mountain has never turned away any seeker. It welcomes all challengers from across the globe. Be they spirit beasts, ordinary animals, or humans. Himalayan jumping spider Xiao Sui extended his hand, and there resting upon his palm appeared a tiny spider. No longer than 5 millimeters, the creature curled delicately in his palm. This means we have truly entered the high-altitude zone. The Himalayan jumping spider is the highest living terrestrial animal known to humankind. Before the spirit beast era, it was sighted at altitudes exceeding 6,600 meters. After the spirit beast era began, most regions of the world expanded dramatically, as if our planet itself had silently inflated. Yet Mount Komolangma remained nearly unchanged in height. It remains the world's highest peak, elevating 8,848 meters above sea level. Xiao Sui walked second in the formation. Ahead of him paced the guardian Tibetan fox. Flight is forbidden on Mount Komolangma. Strictly prohibited, in fact. Xiao Sui had previously wondered why, assuming it was merely a test of human will. Only later did the Tibetan fox reveal the truth, because the being residing atop this mountain cannot fly, and thus refuses to witness others doing so. The Tibetan fox spoke with quiet resignation. Who then is this legendary figure? Xiao Sui asked curiously. A retainer of the first guardian of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, the original custodian of the first guardian's relics. The Tibetan fox replied calmly. It is a snow leopard. The view slowly receded into wind-scoured snowfields between towering wind-sculpted peaks. There, half buried in blizzard and shadow, lay a leopard-like silhouette. Beyond the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, the Shanyan, iron-consuming beast, gazed upon a phantasmal barrier woven from illusionary art. Yanqi, are you certain anyone can actually enter this illusionary barrier? I've examined it closely. Only those with unwavering mental fortitude may pass through. Did Fanshan the mountain overturner truly enter? Was no one there to stop him? No, Yanqi the mountain king replied, exasperated. At that moment Fanshan was alone. Because Xiao Sui was already inside, so Fanshan charged straight in without hesitation. Yanqi paused briefly. I suspect across the entire Xinzhou realm only Fanshan possesses such reckless audacity. Her words had barely faded when a streak of azure sword light slashed across the distant sky. A frog wearing a bamboo hat carried a bamboo sword upon its back and held a fishing rod in one hand. Upon spotting the iron-consuming beast and Yanqi, it gave a slight nod, then tapped once upon the barrier's surface, and plunged headlong into the barrier. Foremost among the Xinzhou Alliance's elite combatants for sheer unyielding tenacity, Wu Tianzuan of Jiangnan University. Jiangnan holds profound significance. Outsiders perceive it through three enduring lenses. Temperament like water. The watery landscape of Jiangnan. West Lake vinegar fish. Most people of Jiangnan province appear gentle, like lotus blossoms drifting softly upon the region's tranquil waters. Yet within this land of serenity emerged a cohort of revolutionaries, fervent, unrelenting, and utterly fearless. Among them rose the supreme fire sovereign, the most blazingly intense fire affinity sovereign under heaven, and Wu Tianzuan, the peerless sovereign of the sword path. A generation raised amid placid waters bore hearts that refused stillness. Even Wu Tianzuan, the most headstrong and recklessly valiant of all the Xinzhou Alliance's national guardian beasts, was forged in this very crucible. Yanqi the Mountain King once suspected something peculiar about Jiangnan province, but found no evidence. She concluded instead that fate had simply gathered extraordinary individuals there by coincidence. Did you not say only Fanshan, the ultimate brash fool, would charge straight in? The Shanyan iron-consuming beast turned toward Yanqi. An unforeseen development, Yanqi sighed helplessly. Elder Wu Tianzuan is likewise a brash fool. Perhaps fools simply recognize their own kind. The iron-consuming beast accepted her explanation, then watched as a spider alighted atop the barrier and used its limbs to tear open a narrow fissure. Realizing what was happening, Zijinzhu lifted her gaze toward the pair before her. Yanqi, I'm entering. Hold the perimeter steady. Also, the southwest quadrant need not be monitored for now. A single sovereign stationed there suffices. After all neighboring nations were thoroughly subdued by Fanshan. Zijinzhu rubbed her limbs together and slipped into the barrier. The Shanyan iron-consuming beast stared blankly. I recall Zijinzhu has always been calm, composed. Precisely why she was entrusted with guarding the southwestern national border. The iron-consuming beast fell silent for a moment before speaking. Perhaps her fascination stems from the fact that the legendary being atop the plateau belongs to the illusion affinity. Yanqi likewise puzzled over the matter. No precedent exists for the contagious transmission of brashness factor. The Shanyan iron-consuming beast settled onto the ground, eyes fixed upon the barrier shimmering over the plateau. To be frank, if not for the necessity of keeping a legendary guardian outside, I'd enter myself. Indeed, a being beyond legend. How profoundly one longs to behold it. Yanqi nodded emphatically. Legendary tier spirit beasts remain exceedingly rare across the realm, and within the Qinghai Tibet Plateau lie individuals urgently needing rescue. By the way, Yanqi, who else descended upon the Qinghai Tibet Plateau this time? Xiao Sui Li Guanqing Mu Xinyan, one of Elder Li Guanri's disciples, and one of Han Shan's sovereign students. Yanqi pondered aloud. The Shanyan iron-consuming beast suddenly understood, and glanced sideways at Yanqi. She blinked, then nodded firmly. Yes. The iron-consuming beast tilted its head skyward, just as a streak of light carved across the heavens. A small figure materialized before it. Feng Shui Jiao, Ice Wind Affinity, Peak Legendary Tier. Long time no see. Feng Shui Jiao inclined its head slightly, then darted headfirst into the barrier. You, a newly ascended sovereign. What business do you have rushing in? Yan Qi seized Han Shan's sovereign by the back of his collar. My disciple is still inside. Han Shan's sovereign flailed his arms. But I carry the token of Tian Yilu. He raised a deer antler aloft. So may I enter? He murmured quietly. The Shanyan iron-consuming beast and Yan Qi exchanged glances, then recalled Tian Yilu's law of fate. They both nodded simultaneously and permitted Han Shan's sovereign to pass into the barrier. The iron-consuming beast remained crouched low, then suddenly spoke. If these few fall within, does half the Shenzhou realm collapse? That would be an overstatement. Yan Qi shook her head. No, I will descend to aid you against that hidden horse bear. Acceptable. But removing my master's token. Absolutely not. Fox, I know you are this generation's guardian deity, but claiming my master's legacy relic. Unacceptable. The snow leopard lay flat upon the ground, speaking with unwavering resolve. My master's token awaits only its destined inheritor, and the snow leopard vigorously shook its head. Your word alone, no matter how earnest, is utterly insufficient. What then defines a destined inheritor? Xiao Sui suddenly asked. The snow leopard paused, its gaze fixed upon the youth before it, clad in a high-performance mountaineering jacket and protective goggles. I shall seal all your spiritual energy. You may retain your thermostatic gear, but return to primal existence. The final 300 meters of Mount Everest. Ascend on foot. Only then shall you earn the right to touch my master's relic. Whether fate deems you worthy remains uncertain, but completing this trial grants you eligibility. Mount Everest welcomes every climber who dares to approach. Agreed. Xiao Sui nodded. The snow leopard appeared momentarily startled, glancing again at the youth before it, only to be struck full in the face by the raw, earthy breath of the land. Snow leopard. Remember, Mount Everest welcomes only those climbers whose courage is unshaken, but welcome is not guarantee. One misstep, anywhere, may claim your life. Mount Everest, too, is but a fragment of the earth. The snow leopard added unexpectedly. Heed this well. You do not conquer this mountain. You adapt to it. The mountain opens its arms and receives you. Who else among you will ascend with him? The snow leopard turned its gaze toward the group. It had expected silence, yet voices rose, not one, but several. I will go. Even with spiritual energy fully sealed, my resistance to blizzards and frost remains exceptional, Mu Zhenyin declared. The snow leopard blinked in genuine surprise, and looked again. Then, blasted full in the face by the biting wind and snow. The snow leopard fell into deep contemplation. Nas, the earth's heir and the ice element guardian, truly gathered atop Everest for a retreat. Count me in. Buxiang stepped forward. I have lived upon this plateau for decades. I know where snow lies thick and where hidden crevasses lurk. Moreover, age lends wisdom, and experience sharpens instinct. The absence of spiritual energy, human prime, between 30 and 50, marks the zenith of physical resilience and sagacity combined. Buxiang, now in his mid-40s, stood squarely within that apex. Yet, snow leopard cast a peculiar glance at this supremely confident middle-aged man. To assert greater experience before Xiao Sui, though barely 21, still under 22. This youth had traversed in earnest nearly every— To assert greater experience before Xiao Sui, though barely 21, still under 22. This youth had traversed in earnest nearly every perilous terrain across the mortal realm. Xiao Sui said nothing, merely tossed over a mountaineering jacket. Its fabric, exquisitely engineered, cost millions. Thermostatic composite material. Worthy of the worthy. Buxiang shed his heavy Tibetan robe. With spiritual energy, the garment posed no hindrance, but without it, lightweight attire became indispensable. Buxiang drew a deep, steadying breath, and took his place beside the youth. The snow leopard scanned left and right, confirmed no further volunteers, and extended a claw, gently tapping each of the three. Spiritual energy vanished, suddenly, irrevocably, causing Buxiang and Mu Zhenyin to flinch instinctively. Xiao Sui placed a hand on each shoulder. This youth, steadfast as bedrock, adjusted his protective goggles. The gravest peril upon high peaks is hypothermia, and severe altitude sickness. Though bereft of spiritual energy, our physical constitution remains peerless. Listen to me. Breathe deeply, and match your rhythm to mine. Know. Align your breath with the earth's pulse. Mountains, breathe. Breathe with the flow of wind and snow. Walk in time with the earth's rhythm. Follow me. Xiao Sui gripped his ice axe. This is merely a mountain, the world's highest peak. This is merely a path,
in a road paved with countless bones. And so, they stepped forward, and like knights tilting at windmills. In the snow leopard watched moved, not by spectacle but by spirit, and glanced sideways at the Tibetan fox behind him. Where did you find such beings? And he sought me, not I him. And the fox delicately licked its paw. Behind the fox unnoticed until now stood Gongri, the snow mastiff, eyes alight with fierce, uncontainable exhilaration gazing upon the white-crowned peak. The fox shielded Gongri with a veil of spiritual energy, then turned once more toward the ascending trio. In 300 meters, in 300 meters. The snow leopard nodded. And I shall not deliberately test them beyond measure. And truthfully, I long to see someone carry away my master's relic. Old friend, I have kept vigil upon this snowy range for over a millennium. And the snow leopard settled low upon the frost. And tell me, who might claim that token? Ah, so the hidden horse bear has broken free. I sense it. And how precisely did it escape? And my master's seal was flawless, until the second spiritual awakening fracture was inconceivable. That boy refuses to bow before the guardian deity's statue, not from arrogance, but because the statue itself could not bear his reverence. And the fox gestured toward Xiao Sui, growing ever smaller along the slope. He says faith energy diminished, so he sought to replenish it. And he cast a pure essence of devotion into the temple. And thus, the seal unraveled. In the most pristine form of faith energy, the snow leopard asked. In the most pristine form of faith energy. The fox replied. And the snow leopard fell silent, long profound, then uttered seemingly out of nowhere, and could this be a bear child making amends for his own deed? Perhaps not, the fox mused after a pause. And, for his intent was genuinely benevolent, and under ordinary circumstances such an act would have strengthened the seal. Still, you master did design that seal rather unconventionally. And can we fault him for that? The snow leopard retorted indignant. Who could foresee such utter purity of faith energy existing here? And those who grasp its rarity never part with it so freely. The fox paused. And do you suppose this youth grasps the true worth of what he cast forth? And the snow leopard remained silent. Instead it turned its gaze back to Xiao Sui. It knew full well, the incalculable value of pristine faith energy. And yet he released it, merely to reinforce the seal. Non-noble intention, though it yielded unintended consequence. Yet this youth, undeniably, possesses that rarest of qualities. What quality? Excessively righteous, the snow leopard murmured, nodding slowly. If anyone can earn my master's recognition, it is he. The brothers are all here. It seems we are trapped in the same illusion. The Zijin spider casually waved its limbs, greeting a person, a monkey, and a frog before it. Zijin. The frog supreme was somewhat surprised. How did you come here too? This is an illusion system beyond legend. The Zijin spider rubbed its limbs together. If I didn't come, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? The frog supreme pondered for a moment and accepted this answer. Sitting cross-legged beside the great sage, it looked up and took a glance. I've tried. This thing looks like an illusion system barrier, but fundamentally it's something of the earth element. As long as there is an opening to counter both earth and illusion elements, we can break through and enter. Countering the earth element is easy to say. The frog supreme's laws basically counter the earth element. But for countering the illusion element, only the dark element and the ghost element can do that. In the current Shinjo, there seems to be only one dark element legend. The Mountain King shrugged. Everyone knows that it cannot be disturbed. That cicada in Kyoto is one such example. The frog supreme said irritably. It's protecting the national fortune. The national guardian beast of Kyoto University is a light and dark cicada. This is an extremely rare spirit beast with no established evolutionary path. Its numbers are exceedingly few, yet it is not of the Quasimaster level. It's just that the evolution is so difficult that it is rarely seen. After all, for a light-type spirit beast to simultaneously possess dark-type capabilities is itself a miracle. It may not necessarily require a countering force. The Zijin spider tapped on the barrier. I can also create an opening. But while I am acting, we still need 2 legendary figures to open the gap. We don't have enough people. 2 openings require me and the Frog Supreme. If you had 2 legendary spirit beasts, it would be fine, but you only have the Great Sage. A legendary beast master can somewhat compare to a legendary spirit beast, but the instantaneous destructive power is far from enough. The Zijin spider shook its head. We still need 1 more legend. Upon hearing this, the Mountain King relaxed instead. Do you think Mutsun Yin, that girl, is trapped inside? Will that guy from the northeast be anxious? Before the words fell, a snow marten forcefully entered this space. She looked around, and her gaze fell on the Mountain King. Mountain, this time coming to Qingzhang, your student, is leading the team.
My junior made a mistake and Qingzong, your student, will bear a great responsibility. The Frog Supreme watched the show while holding a bamboo sword. Indeed, the wind and snow remained as strong, domineering, and somewhat unreasonable as in her youth. But that was only normal. After all, it was a legend born in the northeastern winds and snows. Even the legendary deeds caused a 1,000-year super snowstorm. It was precisely that snowstorm that confirmed the absolute sovereignty of the northeastern region of Shenzhou. Since then, no country dared to invade the northeast. The Mountain King raised an eyebrow. Do you want to fight? The wind and snow purple marten fluttered before the Mountain King. Come on, let's fight. Who is afraid of you? Even now you still can't fly. The Mountain King, damn it. The wind and snow purple marten, accurately hitting the Mountain King's sore spot, flicked its paw, gathering the snow in its hand. That's because standing on the ground grants me greater strength, the Mountain King gritted his teeth. So I will fly. The wind and snow purple marten said proudly. The Mountain King and the wind and snow purple marten had a bit of a conflict. As for why the Mountain King, who was merely a king back then, could have a conflict with the legendary wind and snow purple marten, it was probably because the Mountain King had made the grandson of the founding president of Northeast University cry. The wind and snow purple marten thought at the time, we are all future seeds of the reformists, let's spar a bit. The Mountain King thought at that time, fighting is exhilarating. Then the two started to fight, and the grandson of the founding president of Northeast University ended up crying. Then the enmity between the Mountain King and the wind and snow purple marten was established. Even now, when they meet, they still bicker. However, the wind and snow purple marten miscalculated one point. The Frog Supreme can fly, but not quickly. The Zijin spider's flying speed is akin to that of a turtle relying on the wind element spirit beast of the king level. Thus she started a group ridicule. The Frog Supreme stood behind the wind and snow purple marten with a cheerful smile. Wind and snow, don't mention the inability to fly anymore. Did you understand? The wind and snow purple marten. She admitted that she had gotten a bit too excited earlier. She even forgot that there were two who couldn't fly here. The wind and snow purple marten cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at the two legendary figures beside her. All right, we have enough manpower, so let's get started. The Zijin spider obviously didn't care much about this matter. After all, her travel speed is notoriously slow. However, her area attack capability is also famously strong. After all, she is of the poison element. The Mountain King nodded. The Frog Supreme raised the sword in her hand and swung it with force. The Zijin spider tore open a gap. The Great Sage and the wind and snow purple marten moved simultaneously. Although the relationship between the Mountain King and the wind and snow purple marten is somewhat peculiar, the cooperation between the Great Sage and the wind and snow purple marten was unexpectedly seamless. The two legendary figures acted in unison, expanding the gap torn by the Zijin spider and the Frog Supreme. However, it seemed to still be lacking that subtle bit. It felt like attempting to cut a phone on Pinduoduo. The Mountain King frowned. He stared at the barrier before him. Is it possible? He asked aloud. If you can do it, you give it a try. The wind and snow purple marten replied irritably. The Mountain King stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed the edge of the gap, forcibly tearing it open a bit. Wind and snow purple marten. The Mountain King, this is a plateau. Plateau equals mountain, mountain equals strength. The Mountain King exerted force to enlarge the gap, but it was still a bit short of allowing several legendary figures to pass through. The Mountain King pondered for a moment. He raised his hand. A fist struck the crack. Just at that moment, a person suddenly fell into this small space. Uncle. The cold Mountain King raised his hand. I'm here to help. The Mountain King fell into who gave his niece such confidence that she dared to participate in a battle of this level. The Mountain King twitched his mouth. Come help. The cold Mountain King quickly stepped forward, just preparing to summon his spirit beast. When he saw that the deer horn in his hand flew out and imprinted on the crack. The next moment the crack was completely opened. The Mountain King, perfect timing. Truly she is my niece. The third goddess peak. After experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy, the regions of the world have expanded. Logically, most mountain peaks in the world should have increased in proportion. However, that is not the case. The world's second highest peak, K2, has risen nearly 200 meters after the resurgence of spiritual energy, ultimately reaching an elevation of 8,847 meters. It is just 1 meter lower than Mount Everest. That last meter stands like a chasm separating Everest from all other peaks. It seems that no other peak dares to surpass this number, as Everest stands quietly there. It is said to be the highest point that land creatures can climb without external assistance. Indeed, the high Shushu crouched on the head of the snow leopard, clutching a small handkerchief in its claws, waving at its beast master. The snow leopard lay there lost in thought. It glanced at the Tibetan fox beside it. Snow leopard, has this little guy always been so brave? The snow leopard fell into contemplation,
while Xiao Sui tugged at the fur on its head, curling up into a ball. The Tibetan fox was also deep in thought. It had only recently met the few people in front of it. The only ones it was familiar with were Xia Zhaoning and Ning Chuho beside it. These two had followed all the way to the current mountain, but they were still a bit dazed. It was normal after all. Who would expect that the fox that often came to beg for food was actually a legendary guardian spirit? The Tibetan fox felt it could understand their feelings very well. The somewhat slow-witted Ning Chuho squatted down, looking at the guardian spirit before him. You are legendary, you are not an ordinary fox, and you can even speak. So last time when I was scolded by Uncle Buxiang for stealing yak jerky, wasn't it actually you who ate it? And last time when all the butter tea was drunk, was it also your doing? And also last time when a hole was broken in the fence, was that also you? The Tibetan fox was taken aback for a moment. Then it turned its head away, remaining silent. I don't know him, just an ordinary Tibetan fox. How could I know so much? The Tibetan fox remained silent, curled up, pretending to be asleep. Ning Chuho turned to look at Xia Zhaoning. Look, this guy is framing me. I'm definitely not a freeloader. Got it. Xia Zhaoning raised a hand and tapped Ning Chuho on the head. What's most important now is whether Uncle Buxiang can climb this peak. Forget those trivial matters, Xia Zhaoning said impatiently. Beside her, Qindong sat on the ground, looking at the three people in the distance. Bro, will those three succeed? Qin Chun scratched his head. I think they will. They will. Old man Li Guanxing spoke calmly. Xiao Sui is stronger than you imagine. I'm not talking about physical strength, but willpower. The places Xiao Sui has been to and the perilous situations he has experienced are far more exaggerated than you can imagine. Old man Li Guanxing fell silent for a moment. After all, Xiao Sui character would lead everyone out of the Taklamakan desert. The harsh conditions of the Taklamakan are on par with those of Everest. If it weren't for being limited by their beginner-level physical conditions, they would not have survived. If only with an ordinary person's physique, stepping into the Taklamakan at that moment could mean crossing the line of death. After all, that is the Taklamakan. When they went there, the temperature at the center of the desert could even reach a terrifying 70 degrees. Yet they still endured it. Xiao Sui maintained the same beginner-level spiritual energy throughout and came out. The key is that since Xiao Sui knows that this method can break through the bottleneck, he must have done it himself. Why didn't it work that time? Old man Li Guanxing understood very well. Xiao Sui had experienced too many such adventures, so this sense of pressure had almost no effect on him. He turned his head to look at Xiao Sui, who was leading two people up the mountain. The wind and snow were fierce. Yet the human heart has a fire that has been accumulated over thousands of years. It is the courage belonging to humanity. The wind and snow will eventually stop one day. But before my heart stops beating, I will continue to move forward. Forward. Xiao Sui jabbed his trekking pole into the snow layer ahead. The thin air did not hinder his progress. On the contrary, he appeared more at ease than Buxiang, who had lived on the plateau for a long time. Everyone had forgotten one thing. Xiao Sui is indeed a genius environmental worker. But he did not start working in the mines only after contracting with a spirit beast at 18. Since the age of 12, he had followed many big shots down the mines, relying on his innate talent, his golden finger. At that time, Xiao Sui was just an ordinary 12-year-old child. However, during this process, he had traversed countless places, explored numerous mines and secret realms. He had felt the thin air deep within the mines. He had experienced the enhanced gravity of special secret realms. He had felt the cold of the wind and snow, the heat of the lava. He had these experiences when he was still a teenager. He had not yet contracted a spirit beast. He just relied on his passionate heart and while plunging into everything he loved. Then he fought for it for a lifetime. He is a thorough idealist. It is well known that this group of pure idealists is the most insane, stable, radical, and reckless when it comes to doing things. Rest assured and follow me. Xiao Sui spoke. Because all the paths ahead have been scouted by me. If someone is to die, I will die first. Nothing will go wrong, I assure both of you. Xiao Sui said calmly. His trekking pole acted like a precise instrument, accurately tapping through every layer of snow. This is Mount Everest. It has been 207 years since anyone climbed it solely on their own strength. It is the most extreme place on Earth. Every patch of snow could be a soft trap. Yet Xiao Sui stood at the forefront, steady as the earth, giving off an appearance of reliability. In short, this person looks very trustworthy. Xiao Sui paused and looked up. The world's highest peak was no longer too far away. Then he stepped forward, breaking through the thick snow layer to step onto the rocks. Steady and secure. Then came the next step. Another step. Until the snow leopard raised its head and looked at the three small black dots on the mountain. Do you want to hear the story of the first generation guardian spirit? It looked at the few people beside it. It is a very interesting story. The first guardian of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau was not a native creature of the region. It was a mastiff, a breed never before seen on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau.
Later generations referred to this mastiff as Tang Mastiff, the source of all Han bloodline Tibetan Mastiffs. The reason it was called Tang Mastiff is quite simple. Because that year Princess Wensheng entered Tibet accompanied by the Tang Mastiff, serving as her most loyal protector. Of course, the claim that it was the source of the Han bloodline is likely a rumor. After all, it was a spiritual beast not reliant on bloodlines to pass on descendants. O Princess Wensheng. In that era of Qinghai Tibet, there was no woman more intelligent and perfect. The brilliance of the Tang dynasty arrived at the barren plateau of Qinghai Tibet, with Princess Wensheng bringing vitality and a promise of the future. Princess Wensheng brought two things. One was seeds that could sustain people. The other was also a seed, but unlike the previous one. This seed was called civilization. It was the Han civilization established after years of development. For the first time, this barren and cold land of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau was genuinely marked with the name of Han culture. This laid the foundation for lasting peace between the Tang dynasty and Qinghai Tibet, ending border conflicts, initiating a century of friendship between the Han and Tibetan peoples, and establishing harmonious ethnic relations. At the same time, Confucian classics, Buddhist scriptures, calendars, and art were introduced, promoting the rituals, clothing, and architectural skills of the Central Plains. Agricultural techniques, weaving, brewing, papermaking, and ironworking were imparted, teaching the local populace how to cultivate grains and vegetables, thus improving their way of life on the plateau. This allowed the Tibetan people to fill their stomachs and learn how to feed themselves. After accomplishing this, Princess Wensheng turned her attention to another endeavor. She assisted Songzan Ganbu in creating and refining their script, fundamentally changing the nature of this endeavor. If it were merely about bringing Han culture, then Qinghai Tibet would have been nothing more than a vassal of Han culture, a civilization that grew reliant on another's culture. However, because the Tibetan people acquired their own script and language, this group of people living atop the mountains transformed from mere vassals of Han culture into an independent culture imbued with Han cultural traits. This was a unique civilization. It carried the vastness and pride of Han culture while embodying the resilience and freedom of the plateau. After the death of Princess Wensheng, the mastiff that had always followed her roamed across the entire Qinghai Tibet plateau. By that time, the mastiff was already on the verge of becoming a legend. It was one of the most powerful spiritual beasts in all of Qinghai Tibet, even having learned to speak. The Tibetan people recognized it as a powerful and gentle protector, just like its former master, calm, strong, and beautiful. Someone once asked it, "What is your wish really? You roam the plateau every day for what purpose?" In the past, there was a person who took me to every corner of this plateau. Now I walk through every corner of the plateau as well. This way I can find every trace of her scent. Before the memories fade, I will continue to do so. It said this and did just that. The mastiff continued to protect this land that had undergone tremendous changes, a land now completely different from before. Complete agricultural civilization was introduced to this barren plateau. Meanwhile, Tibetan civilization was rapidly growing. Within Tibetan civilization, two crucial symbols. One was Princess Wensheng, the heavenly maiden from beyond the plateau, who brought knowledge and food. The other was the wandering mastiff. The mastiff was indeed searching for traces of its master. However, at the same time, it had never turned a blind eye to those in need, who over the years it had truly saved many people. Legendary deeds of the guardian walking on the plateau. Thus, when Tibetan civilization finally got on the right track, the mastiff that walked across the plateau entered legend. That was the first guardian of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Over 1400 years ago, Tibetan civilization officially entered its mature stage. The mastiff became the guardian of this plateau. After more than 300 years, the tale of the Tibetan bear first emerged on this plateau over 1,000 years ago. It was said to be an extremely powerful bear, often referred to as the bear with a human face, who would beckon to ordinary people on dark nights. And when people approached, it would devour them. Such legends spread gradually, causing the Tibetans to fear going. The mastiff who truly took on the responsibility of protecting the Tibetans appeared in the area where the Tibetan bear frequently roamed. However, it did not realize that it had come too late. The disaster beast had already become a legendary disaster beast that had long concealed itself well. Legendary deeds, the deceiver in the night. With its legendary prowess, the Tibetan bear's illusionary skills reached another level, even eluding the mastiff's perception. The mastiff was deceived. Thus it failed to kill the Tibetan bear. The bear vanished without a trace, and from then on the mastiff roamed the Qinghai Tibet Plateau with even greater frequency, fulfilling its duties as a guardian. During this time, the mastiff adopted a little snow leopard and broke through to a realm beyond legend. Until 500 years ago. After over 1,000 years of cultivation, the mastiff encountered the Tibetan bear once again. This was yet another emergence of the human-faced bear legend, and the mastiff faced its old rival once more. This time the mastiff wagered everything. The weight and ice of the plateau were condensed around it, a power superior to mere laws. The battle lasted 3 months. By that time the snow leopard, having surpassed legend, was suppressing the residual waves of energy. No one knew the specifics of the battle. All that is known is that in the end it was the mastiff that emerged. The Tibetan bear did not die, rather the illusionary powers were too difficult to control. Yet the mastiff won. It sealed the Tibetan bear this calamity that had roamed, destroyed, and killed for over 1,000 years on the plateau, ultimately imprisoning it beneath a small temple. The mastiff was already very weak. It knew that the snow leopard it had raised could temporarily take its place in guarding the plateau. Its own legendary deeds were not unique. It was a guardian walking on the plateau, not just a mastiff walking on the plateau. Therefore this legacy could be. It established a temple, using the power of faith to seal its greatest adversary. Then step by step it ascended to the world's highest peak. Finally it laid down at that peak and fell into a deep slumber, never to awaken again. Until 100 years later, a white yak bore that legendary tale. It became the second guardian of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, protecting this land and safeguarding that seal. At the edge of the Tibetan Plateau, 4 legendary beings, and a pendant fell from the sky. The king of mountain traversing caught the falling king of cold mountain steadily. The king of cold mountain landed on the ground covered in dust, lifting his head. Uncle. Everyone believed that the relationship between the king of cold mountain and the king of mountain traversing was exceedingly good. The king of mountain traversing watched the king of cold mountain grow up, making it a very typical uncle-nephew relationship. Uncles tend to be instinctively kind to their sister's children. This is because the uncle's perspective is shaped by the sister he raised. However, the king of cold mountain is different from the king of mountain traversing. They are completely a pair of opposing uncles and nephews. The king of mountain traversing glanced at the king of cold mountain with disdain. How old are you now? Falling out of the barrier and not knowing to let the spirit beast catch you. Besides, as a king-level beast master, shouldn't you be able to fly short distances using your own spiritual power? Can't you even do that? The king of mountain traversing clicked his tongue twice. You're not doing well, Qingci. After ascending to the rank of king, most of the time kings addressed each other by their titles, unless they are particularly close relatives and friends. For example, the king of mountain traversing Wang Lai and the king of cold mountain Yan Qingci. Uncle, I'll go back and tell your sister. The king of mountain traversing. You little girl can't handle this, can you? All right, you two stop arguing. The wind and snow purple minx glanced at the quarreling uncle and nephew. Let's first find those little ones. I can sense their location. Where are they? The frog heavenly sovereign closed his eyes. That kid should not have brought the token I gave him. Oh, I can't sense him well. That kid Xiao Sui normally only carries the antler pendant of the Tianya deer as his token, said the king of mountain traversing. After all, frog heavenly sovereign, you know our tokens usually have a counteractive effect unless we meet someone familiar. The king of mountain traversing laughed heartily. The frog heavenly sovereign did not deny it primarily because he couldn't think of how to deny it. Frog heavenly sovereign, in my youth I fought from the south to the north. The king of mountain traversing, I beat up everyone alive in front of me. The iron eater beast, I destroyed your home and ate your food. The purple gold spider, I passed through your territory and inadvertently took your venom sac. Among the 4 legendary beings present, the 3 who had received tokens instinctively shrank back. Among all the guardian spirit beasts of the Shenzhou Alliance, only the Qingkong monkey and the Tianya deer are relatively good-tempered. The rest have accumulated quite a few grudges since their youth. The king of mountain traversing could guarantee that if Xiao Sui took his token to wander around Shenzhou, he would likely return with a collection of things from all over the place. Thus, carrying a Tianya deer token would suffice. The 3 legendary beings who had given tokens nodded in agreement. They all acknowledged Xiao Sui's choice. The wind and snow purple minx glanced at them, knowing what a few old friends were thinking. However, she also nodded in agreement. After all, she was quite similar in her youth. The wind and snow purple minx stirred the wind. Without the Qingkong monkey, she was the most mobile one. You can either run over yourself or let your big saint shrink a bit. The wind and snow purple minx paused for a moment. The 30-meter-tall big saint scratched his head and shrank to about 2 meters. The wind and snow purple minx conjured the wind and led everyone towards the direction of Mount Everest. By the way, Fengxiu, how did you get here so fast? The purple gold spider paused. I came directly from the southwest corner. I am a wind-type spirit beast, the wind and snow purple minx replied irritably. If I were slow on the road, it would be disastrous. Speaking of which, who is watching over the southwest corner now? Asked the frog heavenly sovereign. A guy with a bad temper. The purple gold spider thought for a moment and said, but I think currently the Myanmar side basically doesn't dare to come over. Right now the place over in Tianju is temporarily an ally. A guy with a bad temper. The king of cold mountain raised his head. Not a legendary level, but can fight just about anyone below that level. The purple gold spider said, I've raised so many venomous insects, there will always be one or two that are promising. If those guys in Southeast Asia aren't obedient, it's time for them to face annihilation. Just wait for their national extinction. The purple gold spider spat lightly. The frog heavenly sovereign nodded in agreement. Most high-level spirit beasts in the Shinjo Alliance are similar. What they emphasize is martial virtue. Of course, there are differences when dealing with outsiders. Everyone is a civilized person, a civilized beast, so they can't be too hasty. Outwardly, Shinjo is divided into two factions, the radical faction and the conservative faction. The radical faction believes our approach is not radical enough. The conservative faction thinks our approach is too conservative. The frog heavenly sovereign expressed agreement on this point, and then turned to the king of mountain traversing beside him, who was frowning. Did you sense it too? I sensed it. The king of mountain traversing nodded. The purple gold spider was already perched on the head of the big saint, moving its limbs. The barrier surrounding them suddenly shattered. Illusion. A very low-level illusion, merely deceptive. The purple gold spider frowned. This doesn't seem like an illusion that someone above the legendary level could use. It feels like it's simply intended to buy time. After a moment of silence, the purple gold spider continued, or perhaps he just wants to delay time. In the next moment, the illusion shattered again in front of the four legendary beings and a pendant. The surroundings turned into darkness. Not far away, a Tibetan bear was waving at them. The legend of the bear with a human face. The purple gold spider fell silent and waved its limbs again. This time the illusion was not dispelled. I haven't officially broken the seal yet. The voice of the Tibetan bear rang out. So you legendary ones, I cannot kill you. The power of the laws is truly magnificent, able to protect you. What a pity when I break the seal, when I break the seal. The figure of the Tibetan bear vanished from the spot. The purple gold spider looked at the surrounding illusion barrier. This thing can probably trap us for 3 hours. It's not an illusion nor a barrier. To be precise, it's merely to buy time. It is a barrier set with power above the legendary level. But I don't know what will happen after 3 hours. Therefore, my suggestion is, let's not move for now. The purple gold spider was silent for a long time. Breaking this thing is quite a hassle. It would be better to wait until after 3 hours to face a being above the legendary level in peak condition. The king of mountain traversing looked at the purple gold spider. Big Saint, give it a try with a stick. He suddenly commanded. The big saint raised his hand, lifted the stick, and smashed it towards the black sky. With golden light and the strength of a mountain, a trace of barely perceptible cracks appeared in the black sky. The king of mountain traversing excitedly rubbed his hands. It can be broken. It can be dismantled. These 3 words, when uttered by others, would make even the frog celestial hesitate. However, when spoken by the Mount Overturning King, they carry undeniable authority. This kid rose to prominence by dismantling families. The frog celestial still remembers this well. Over 40 years ago, there existed family forces that were deeply entrenched in societal parasites. They controlled the secret realms and resources, refusing access. Then they were dismantled by the Mount Overturning King. The rules of that era dictated that battles could only be fought at the same level, and higher-level family elders were not allowed to intervene. Thus, at that time, when the Mount Overturning King was at the master level, theoretically, the family elders at the king level were not permitted to take action. The Mount Overturning King shaved the heads of those families who had always treated the secret realms and resources as weapons of political struggle. He broke the spines of the younger generation. The elders of those families then were furious, kicked over by the Spirit Law King. From that moment on, family powers gradually faded from the realm of Shinjo. Now, the family forces that remain in Shinjo may have their own selfish motives, but they all prioritize the Shinjo Alliance. At that time, some even mockingly referred to the Mount Overturning King's actions as a great disturbance in heaven. Unexpectedly, this kid, along with his Mount Overturning ape, has truly become a great sage. The frog celestial nodded with emotion. Pulling his thoughts back from memories, he lifted his gaze towards the dark celestial barrier before him. Can it be dismantled? How to dismantle it? Come, Mount Overturning Kid, give it a shot. The frog celestial excitedly raised his bamboo sword, drawing a stream of water in midair to form a water sword. Frog celestial, strike with all your might at the point where the great sage is attacking. No need to activate the sword heart clarity, or else we won't have a way to deal with that hidden horse bear later. Wind and snow, concentrate a bit. The wind and snow purple weasel glanced at the Mount Overturning King and nodded. Ching Ci, pay attention and learn well. That is currently the second most powerful ice-type spiritual beast in the world. The application of laws and control of elements are both top-notch. The Mount Overturning King glanced at the Cold Mountain King. The Cold Mountain King nodded vigorously, straining to open his eyes wider. The purple gold spider floated up and landed on the Cold Mountain King's head. In terms of strong offensive techniques, she was not of much use. The methods of the purple gold spider can be said to be the most unconventional and least violent among all National Guardian beasts. She typically uses illusions and toxins to control the opponent slowly, wearing them down. And what about the others? Frog Celestial Sword Heart Clarity. If one sword doesn't kill, consider it an explosion. King Kong Ape creates people with psychic power. Tian Ya Deer throws you onto the trajectory of fate, trampling down with a hoof. Mountain Flame Iron-Eating Beast transforms into a mountain, crushing you into meat paste. Wind and Snow Purple Weasel gathers a super thunderstorm and then grinds you into meat paste. Mount Overturning King Great Sage Powerful. Overall, the National Guardian Beasts of Xinzhou exist in a rather extraordinary state. Their methods are extremely brutal. Except for the purple gold spider, this group of beings has increasingly simplistic and violent techniques. After mastering the spatial laws, King Kong Ape's fighting methods also include stuffing someone's head into a spatial gate and then closing the gate. This is the separation of body and head. Amidst this group of violent maniacs suddenly emerges the purple gold spider, which tortures slowly. It looks very disharmonious. Therefore, after officially becoming a National Guardian Beast, King Kong Ape taught the purple gold spider a few things, including but not limited to using psychic power to lift a mountain and smash it down, creating a false mountain in an illusion to smash down. The greater the speed, the greater the mass, the greater the power. This is truth. King Kong Ape confidently imparted some knowledge to the purple gold spider. The purple gold spider scratched the cold mountain king's head with its limbs. Time returns to the present. The great sage struck the weak point of the barrier with his staff. The frog celestial followed up with 2 strikes. The drill formed by the storm and snow hit the barrier. A few minutes ago, the purple gold spider believed that it would take at least 3 hours to open the barrier. These 3 violent maniacs shattered it in less than 3 minutes. The purple gold spider thought that it still needed to learn more about powerful techniques. Meanwhile, the hidden horse bear sensed this scene and was evidently somewhat shocked. What bizarre destructive power does this group possess? The hidden horse bear pondered for a moment and then sent a subordinate forward. Even though it had been hunted by the original guardian god for over 1,000 years as a standard villain, it still needed to be slightly prepared. After hearing this news, its subordinate quickly rushed towards the direction of the 4 legends. Then it was pulled out from underground. What is this thing? A Himalayan marmot. The wind and snow purple weasel leaned in for a look. King level. A king level marmot. Looks like it's one of the hidden horse bear's subordinates. Let's take care of it. The natural crystal will be brought back later to replenish the national treasury. King level natural crystals are not common. The wind and snow purple weasel spoke nonchalantly, as if treating this king level little spiritual beast as an outright commodity. The marmot was startled and hurriedly waved at the few big shots before it. The Mount Overturning King slightly translated for the Cold Mountain King, who had not summoned a spiritual beast. What it means is that their ancestors have always served the hidden horse bear as servants. Each generation eventually condenses into a new marmot. As a highly gifted, unique spiritual beast, they can no longer endure this matter. Such a level of oppression truly makes it hard for beasts to bear. Thus, when it sees us, it believes we have the ability to deal with that hidden horse bear. It decided to lead us there. The Mount Overturning King looked perplexed. Frankly speaking, he wasn't very convinced by this little guy's words. But they had the best lie detector in all of Xinzhou here. The purple gold spider nodded. What he said is true. The frog celestial acknowledged with a nod. The wind and snow purple weasel felt a bit bored and put down the marmot in its claws. The great sage picked up his staff and shook it near the little guy to confirm that it had no rebellious intentions. The Mount Overturning King squatted down, trying hard to assume a friendly expression. Marmot, the hidden horse bear, which was slowly chiseling away at its seal, seemed to sense something. It suddenly raised its head and looked in one direction. The subordinate it had just sent out was bringing the strongest fighters currently on the plateau. Hidden horse bear. This disaster beast, which had lived in the plateau for over 1,000 years, fell into deep thought. What kind of guy did it choose as a subordinate? How did it suddenly become a traitor? The hidden horse bear expressed confusion and felt that this guy's betrayal was truly excessive. An even greater problem is that the energy it can release now has not yet reached half of its peak. It seems you still fail to comprehend the chasm between legendary and transcendent legend. At the temple's entrance, a Zama bear stood calmly. His words carried the subtle pull of illusionary artifice, yet they failed utterly against the beings before him. Zijin Spider flicked a limb, effortlessly dispersing the enchantment. Unbeknownst to all, snow had begun to fall from the heavens. As an earth and illusion-affiliated spirit beast, the Zama bear possessed no dominion over ice or blizzard. He knew this snow was not his doing. Yet his current strength rested at the very apex of legendary rank. his foot already poised upon the threshold of transcendent legend. The power leaking from him rivaled that of the crimson flame Saint King Rider of the Sunless Realm, a force unquestionably formidable. Yet the Zangma bear did not perceive it thus. Before him stood four legendary beings. His gaze swept across them: a monkey at mid-legendary, a spider at late legendary, a frog, and a rat both at peak legendary. Fengshu Zijiao, you're the rat. Your entire lineage is rodents. The Zangma bear spread his paws wide, utterly unburdened by pressure. Not one among them was a unique spirit beast. In the Zangma bear's understanding, uniqueness signified absolute supremacy over ordinary spirit beasts. Half-stepping into transcendent legend was more than sufficient. With fierce confidence, the Zangma bear let loose a thunderous roar, only to find the tiny spider already vanished from sight. Faint warnings of illusion echoed intermittently within his mind. He paid them no heed, fixing his gaze instead upon the remaining three legendary beings. He resolved to begin with the weakest, the monkey. Great sage equal to heaven. At Fanshan Tianwang's command, golden armor coalesced upon the great sage's form, and the aura of the fighting Tao surged anew. This time its intensity surpassed even that witnessed in Tianzhu. Perhaps the higher metaphysical stature of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau granted Fanshan Tianwang access to greater geomantic power. Seeing his soft target harden into stone, the Zangma bear turned toward the second weakest, Hua Tianzun. Hua Tianzun's sword heart clarity, awaken. Zangma bear. His gaze shifted once more to Fengshu Zijiao, now the weakest among them. Above, the blizzard raged ever fiercer. They stood upon the plateau, distant snow-capped peaks loomed. More crucially, Fengshu Zijiao. I shall not fall until the storm ceases, and the storm shall not cease until I fall. Fengshu Zijiao. You watched me summon the tempest with open eyes. Do you truly hold me in such contempt? Within the blizzard, Fengshu Zijiao's might swelled dramatically, so much so that he could stand toe-to-toe, however precariously, with Hua Tianzun in sword heart clarity. Hua Tianzun awakened in sword heart clarity, Fengshu Zijiao, sovereign of the storm, both ranked among the highest echelon of legendary beings, equal in stature to the crimson flame Saint King Rider of the Sunless Realm. Eyes widening, the Zangma bear prepared to strike first at the young girl trailing behind them, only to lift his head and find Hanshan Tianwang already gone. Zangma bear. This calamitous beast, whose claws had spilled countless lives, uprooted the earth before him and charged headlong toward the legendary beings. Even without a clear weakness to exploit, he remained among the most formidable of legendary ranks. With raw, unbridled power, he surged forward. His adversaries were legion. Fengshu Zijiao, weaving like a dragon through wind and snow, Hua Tianzun blazing with sword heart clarity, and the great sage, whose fighting Tao grew stronger with every clash. And hidden in shadow, ever ready to strike from ambush, Zijin Spider. The Zangma bear fell silent in contemplation. Even confronting the Qinghai Tibet Plateau's guardian deity had never been this arduous. Wait until I break free. Amidst this titanic clash, the global balance shifted subtly once more. The sealing of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau was no minor event. News reached every nation almost instantly. Precisely because of these reports, the Free Federation seized yet another opportunity to probe its ancient rival across the ocean. With the entire Qinghai Tibet Plateau sealed off, surely you have little time left to concern yourselves with external affairs. A 5-star general of the Free Federation, a legendary beast tamer, departed with his spirit beast and an entire naval fleet bound for the Divine Land Alliance. Midway through his voyage, he encountered an elder standing quietly at his own border. The man looked strangely familiar, perhaps an old Tianwang of the Divine Land. The 5-star general stepped forward, locking eyes with the elder. Chong Kong, does the Divine Land intend war with the Free Federation? McKee, if we wished for war, it would already have begun. Chong Kong Tianwang sipped tea calmly from a weathered enamel cup, seated serenely amid the boundless sky. The heavens stretched clear and cloudless. Before him sat the elder, placid and unruffled. Beside him a diminutive bird drifted idly, seemingly devoid of threat. Tian Peng bird, windwater, legendary rank. The art of size transformation proves remarkably convenient. Otherwise my Tian might darken the entire sky of the Free Federation, wouldn't he? Tian Peng bird, one of only 3 known paths to mastery in the world. A master rank Tian Peng bird may reach an astonishing 300 meters in length. No colossal evolution required. A legendary rank Tian Peng bird can extend to a staggering 140 kilometers, though Chong Kong Tianwang deliberately compressed its form. As his ultimate trump card, forged through over a century of Tao law refinement, Chong Kong Tianwang's breakthrough shattered his limits. Within mere months, Tian Peng bird ascended from quasi-legendary to full legendary status. Thus emerged the Divine Land's 10th publicly revealed legendary being, Qiyang Tianwang. Originally, the Divine Land Alliance had intended to conceal this strength, but the Qinghai Tibet incident demanded too many legendary deployments, so a measured revelation became necessary lest their old adversary grow tiresomely persistent. Five-star General McKee gazed upward, just as the tiny bird beside the elder vanished, and darkness swallowed the sky above them all. Legendary feat, the floating island adrift among the clouds. Chong Kong, this time I lead personally. To retreat now would be awkward. The five-star general regarded Chong Kong Tianwang. I understand. Face-saving measures, yes. I can appreciate that. Chong Kong Tianwang smiled warmly. Absolutely understandable. Very well, let us fight. Should you lose, you withdraw immediately. The elder's hands rested behind his back, his gaze unwavering upon the general. The five-star general paused, then nodded. Raising his hand, he summoned a spirit beast clad in golden armor, bearing a banner resembling a knight of medieval legend. Unique spirit beast, War Knight Metal Ghost, late legendary rank. He found it difficult to believe a newly ascended legendary, one previously unknown, could possibly surpass him. Yet Chong Kong Tianwang's presence signaled the end of this probe into the Divine Land. So, this was the perfect opportunity to step down gracefully. Let Chong Kong have his moment. Thus reasoned the five-star general, when suddenly the elder's command rang out, Yu Tian. 9 myriads of li. When the rock migrates to the southern seas, it strikes the waters for 3,000 miles and soars to 90,000 miles on the winds. This statement is realistic. After the era of spiritual beasts, historians in the modern Xinzhou suspect that Zhuangzi also had a wandering Tianpeng bird, because the legendary wandering Tianpeng bird can truly achieve such feats. The president of the Free Federation did not receive news from Xinzhou. Instead, he received the report of his most valued general returning beaten and humiliated. Five-star general, oh my god. That guy from Xinzhou was not defeated by a mere human. What does it mean to suddenly soar into outer space only to be blown away by a gust of wind, my friend? 90,000 miles is indeed real. The wandering Tianpeng bird can instantly fly into the sky, covering a distance of over 30,000 kilometers. The ancient measures were slightly shorter than today, with 90,000 miles being approximately 40,000 kilometers. The wandering Tianpeng bird can fly this far with just a flap of its wings. The distance from the Earth to the Moon is only 380,000 kilometers. The wandering Tianpeng bird flaps its wings 8 to 9 times, and it would directly reach the Moon. The legendary strength is indeed quite exaggerated. But my friend, it is not exaggerated to this extent. The five-star general is very clear about one thing. Although the destructive power of such gigantic spiritual beasts is incredibly strong, it is hard to say how effective they would be in an unknown fight. They might not even be able to defeat that frog from back then. But who would want to fight with such a colossal creature? That person must be insane. The five-star general returned to the Free Federation with his fleet, or rather with the people from the fleet. They came back humiliated. The warship was detained by the King of the Long Sky and taken back for research. The president of the Free Federation kicked his legs and fainted back in his chair. What is this? The Federation's warship was taken away, and the Federation has lost all its face. The Free Federation decided to set some obstacles for the envoy from the Xinzhou Alliance within its territory. At the very least, it should not be as easy as before. The president made up his mind, and the five-star general was silent for a moment before speaking. Mr. President, the envoy from the Xinzhou Alliance to the Free Federation is named Chen Xuan. He is the only son of the first president of Jiangnan University. Moreover, this person has no descendants, no other bloodline inheritance. He is the only bloodline descendant of the first president of Jiangnan University. Currently, the situation is that the first president of Jiangnan University is dead, leaving only this one bloodline descendant. Xinzhou at certain times is particularly obsessed with bloodline inheritance. And Xinzhou has a rather special ritual called the Guardian of Orphans. The one who took care of the orphans is the strongest spiritual beast of the first president, the one who is now the most powerful in the entire legend of the mountain and sea star, capable of evenly matching the sacred king of Crimson Flame for an entire day. The Frog Celestial. If we take action against that envoy, then the most aggressive Frog Celestial of the Xinzhou Alliance may not listen to the political talks from the upper echelons of the Xinzhou Alliance. There is a high probability that it will come straight for us. Everyone knows that the guardian beasts of the Xinzhou Alliance are always connected to their kin. The Frog Celestial is coming. A few more will likely come along. Several legendary beings bouncing around on our territory. This matter is difficult to handle. We will most likely be penetrated. In this situation, neither the White Bear Nation nor the Sun Never Sets Nation will hesitate. They will surely follow suit, wanting to take a bite out of us. At that time, the development of the Federation will slow down, and we will completely lose face. The 5-star general said sincerely. To be honest, the 5-star general is not suited to be this general. His military skills are at best above average. But his political instincts are comparable to the Elephant King. However, his spiritual beast, the War Knight, has exceptionally high military skills. After all, it was born from war. The 5-star general is more like a replica of the Elephant King. His own political instincts are very sharp. The war talent of spiritual beasts is very high. Even 2 legendary spiritual beasts have mastered the laws of gold and war. After listening to the 5-star general's words, the president fell into contemplation. He actually understands very well that what the 5-star general said is all true. Currently, the Free Federation does not have a good relationship with the vast majority of countries in the world. Therefore, it needs to be patient and possess even greater strength. One day, they can match the combined strength of all the countries in the world. Shinjo Alliance, you don't even have the strength to challenge the entire world. How dare you act so recklessly? Meanwhile, in the Shinjo Alliance, Chong Kong, do you have this kind of strength right after your breakthrough? The laws of the long sky, the laws of water, and the laws of wind. The laws of the long sky are completely independent from the laws of wind, similar to as long as there is sky here, I can receive enhancement. The king of the long sky crossed his arms in front of his chest. The conceptual sky can also be included. So it is reasonable for me to have such strength right after my breakthrough. Because I stayed at the quasi-legendary level for over 100 years, my mastery of the laws is not low. I am also at the late stage of the legendary level. Mike is also at the late stage of the legendary level. If I can't defeat him, it would be quite embarrassing, said the king of the long sky seriously, and the first elder expressed his agreement. What should I do next? The timing of the second revival of spiritual energy is still uncertain. The first elder was silent for a moment, but it is expected to be within 20 years. It is estimated to be around 10 to 15 years. If something particularly special occurs, it may come early. For example, if the 5th legendary being appears in the mountain and sea star. The first elder said calmly. So for now, Shinjo is more focused on recuperation. Then those who are qualified and have the opportunity to break through to the legendary level will all enter seclusion. Currently, we have identified a group of people who are likely to break through to the legendary level within 5 years. The first elder took out a form and placed it in front of the king of the long sky. A total of 5 people. The current president of Jiangnan University, Qi Pingqiu, the king of the white clouds. A professor at Northwest University, Zheng Xuanqing, the king of spiritual laws. A professor at Northwest University, Chun Xiaoxiao, the king of the wild grass. A professor at Kyoto University, Sun Jingping, the king of aurora. The current president of Bashu University, Yang Yinshi, the king of the flames. These 5 people can attempt to break through to the legendary level within 5 years. And there is one more. The first elder paused. Recently, he has just touched upon the opportunity for legend and is already starting to undergo transformation. The king of cracking sky, Zhu Qiuan, already starting to transform. The king of the long sky was taken aback. Yes, legendary achievement, the wind of the northwest. The wind power generation is gradually being refined, said the first elder somewhat helplessly. And there is also the king of the crimson sun, Li Changji, who has already transformed halfway. In the next 5 years, there will be many legends. We need to be prepared to welcome the second revival of spiritual energy.